Lin Chen traverses into the world of pirates 3 years prior to the Marineford War. Upon awakening his system, he receives the prowess of an unparalleled swordsman as a novice gift. At the outset, he acquires the strongest frost-type Zanpakutō, Hyorinmaru. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Akainu, thereby obtaining the pinnacle of Busashoka Haki. Chapter 1. Crossing into the realm of One Piece. Ace! With Luffy's final exclamation, Akainu's fiery fist penetrates Ace's chest, who stands before Luffy. Despite having watched One Piece for the second time, Lin Chen cannot help but feel his eyes moisten at this segment of the Marineford War. Suddenly, a chilling electronic voice resonates within Lin Chen's mind. Ding! Suitable host detected. Does the host wish to bind to the Supreme Selection System? As Lin Chen, still engulfed in the sorrow of Ace's demise, comes to his senses, he bewilderedly utters, "Bind." Subsequently, a vortex appears on the computer screen before him, gradually expanding until it halts, allowing passage for a single person. The vortex exudes an immense gravitational pull, drawing Lin Chen into its depths. The vortex then slowly dissipates, as if nothing had transpired. After entering the vortex, Lin Chen experiences a whirlwind of disorientation before arriving in a pitch-black space. Ding! Welcome, host of the world of One Piece. This system is a selection system. The host will receive rewards upon completing selections. Some rewards will be granted after the completion of specific tasks. The voice that resonated within Lin Chen's mind reemerges. Another tumultuous spin ensues, and Lin Chen finally loses consciousness. Uncertain of how much time has elapsed, Lin Chen gradually awakens. Before him lies a gentle beach, with seagulls soaring in the azure sky, and not far away, a vast ocean. Is this truly the world of One Piece? Lin Chen muses softly. Hey, system, where am I? Ding! You're on a small island in the East Blue, 3 years prior to the Marineford War. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a novice gift. Ding! System space is now accessible. Ding! The novice gift has been stored in the system space. Before Lin Chen could react, the system inundated him with a series of prompt sounds. System, open the novice gift, Lin Chen instructed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the mastery of a supreme swordsman. Before the system could finish, Lin Chen suddenly experienced excruciating pain coursing through him, as the influx of power caused him to curl in agony. The essence of a supreme swordsman enveloped him, drawing him into its depths. When Lin Chen awakened again, it was already the following morning. What a foul stench! A layer of putrid, dark filth had surfaced upon his body, remnants of impurities from within. In an instant, Lin Chen dashed into the nearest body of water. After cleansing himself of the impurities, he faced a new dilemma. He had no clothes to wear. The garments he had brought were now unwearable, and with no alternative attire in this desolate wilderness, did he truly have to resort to leaves for modesty? While there was no one around, he would eventually have to leave. He couldn't possibly don a suit of leaves. Suddenly, Lin Chen recalled that he had fainted immediately after claiming the first item from the novice gift. Open the system space, he silently commanded. Within the system space lay a golden fruit adorned with peculiar patterns, alongside several capsules. System review. Ding! Devil fruit of the Zoan type. Tori Nami, mythical beast Jinwu form. Consuming it grants special abilities but incurs a fear of the sea. Ding! Shape-shifting capsule. Can be designated for use. A consumable item capable of transforming into whatever the host desires, theoretically able to change into any item. Each capsule can only be used once. Quantity owned, 3. Ding! 3 shape-shifting capsules will be awarded upon the completion of each task, excluding selection options. Oh, splendid. Additionally, there is a mythical beast-type devil fruit, rarer than even the Logia type. Lin Chen thought to himself. While it was true that mythical beast devil fruits are formidable, being acutely aware of their fear of seawater and sea stone, Lin Chen had no intention of consuming it. The versatile capsule has undoubtedly alleviated Lin Chen's pressing predicament. According to the system, the versatile capsule should be capable of transforming clothing. Utilize the versatile capsule, clothing, Lin Chen silently recited. The capsule transformed into a wisp of ethereal smoke that enveloped Lin Chen's form, and as the smoke dissipated, he found himself adorned in a perfectly fitted outfit. Gazing into the water, Lin Chen beheld his reflection. Clad in a pristine white suit, his already tall frame appeared even more imposing, and his long black hair danced in the breeze, accentuating his strikingly handsome features, now sharpened by the cleansing embrace of the water. From the slight upward curve of Lin Chen's lips, it was evident that he was exceedingly pleased with his new visage. Following the transformation of his attire, Lin Chen suddenly displayed a peculiar smile, exclaiming, "Versatile capsule, submarine." With a melodramatic shout, Lin Chen found the versatile capsule in his hand unyielding, showing no signs of transformation. What the heck? It won't change. After waiting for a moment, Lin Chen, realizing the capsule remained obstinate, pouted in frustration. Transform, nuclear bomb. Transform, devil fruit. Transform, airplane. Transform. Ding. The final interpretation rights of the versatile capsule rest with the system. Just as Lin Chen lamented the limitations of the capsule, a cold voice resonated from within him. Gone. After spending 3 interminable days on the small island, utterly bored, Lin Chen resolved to depart. Having feasted on fish for 3 days, I can hardly taste anything anymore. It's time to leave, he mused. Versatile capsule boat. A small vessel materialized before him from thin air, marking a rare success in transformation. All right, let's set sail. The age of exploration awaits. Lin Chen is coming. Feeling famished, Lin Chen reclined on the boat after 2 days without sustenance. Indeed, Lin Chen had been adrift at sea for another 2 days, utterly disoriented upon his arrival. He now desperately hoped to encounter a pirate ship or the navy. Otherwise, he risked starvation. The last transformation of the versatile capsule had yielded only a single bottle of water. He had initially requested a large barrel of fresh water, yet it had culminated in merely a solitary bottle, a bottle of mineral water. Starving and parched, Lin Chen's hazy gaze seemed to catch sight of a small island. Fortunately, the system had already modified Lin Chen's physique. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to starvation long ago. Am I hallucinating due to hunger? Lin Chen pondered aloud. No, it was not an illusion. There truly was a small island ahead. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickened the pace of his vessel. Shortly after landing, he stumbled upon a village. However, after knocking on 3 doors with no response, Lin Chen, driven by hunger, pushed open the door of one house, unlocked and empty. Where has everyone gone? This village is quite peculiar, he thought. He hastily scavenged for food, planning to satisfy his hunger. I apologize for this. I did not intend to steal your food, but I am utterly famished. I promise to repay you with berries once I have them. Lin Chen thought, prioritizing his immediate need for sustenance. As he devoured the food ravenously, an unsettling sensation washed over him, as if responding to his inner turmoil. A distant gunshot echoed ominously. Instinctively sensing danger, Lin Chen dashed toward the source of the gunfire. On the opposite side of the island, a group of menacing-looking brutes surrounded a cluster of villagers, who were battered and bruised, evidently having endured a severe beating. This ragtag bunch seems to possess little wealth. We could take the strong ones back to the ship for hard labor, and the children could fetch a fine price as slaves. As for the women, they can be brought aboard to reward the crew, a one-eyed pirate declared. Captain, what about these useless old men? Old men? Humph, what a bother. Let's just kill them, the one-eyed captain replied with a resigned shrug, followed by a cold smirk. Aye, Captain! The crew cheered with excitement, for they relished the thrill of violence. Chapter 2, The First Henchman, Kane. By the time Lin Chen arrived, he was already too late. The pirates had departed, leaving behind a grim tableau of lifeless bodies. Lin Chen cast a glance around, searching for any survivors, but was met with disappointment. That vile band of pirates had spared not a single soul. Indeed, in his previous life, he had only witnessed the freedom and carefree nature of pirates, yet the truth remains that most are merciless and brutal. Only a minuscule fraction of them refrain from inflicting harm upon innocents. Ding. The host has witnessed the cruelty of the Pirate King's world. Please make a choice. 1. Uphold the justice within your heart and become a member of the world government's navy. Reward. Ice Wheel Blade, the mightiest and oldest sword of the ice element. Condition for completion. Travel to Marineford within 1 month and join the navy. 2. Embrace the life of a free pirate. Reward. Flowing Blade of Fire, the mightiest and oldest sword of the fire element. Condition for completion. Establish or join a pirate crew within 1 month. At that moment, the system presented its options, truly a timely intervention as he was struggling with his unparalleled swordsmanship, yet lacked a worthy weapon. He chose option 1. Although the world government had become corrupt and ineffective, with its rulers being tyrannical and arrogant, becoming a member of the navy was not a prudent choice. However, Lin Chen harbored grand aspirations, Temporarily aligning himself with the Navy would merely affix the world government's insignia upon him, facilitating his forthcoming endeavors. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your choice has been recorded. The ice will blade has been stored in the system space. At this moment, a magnificent blade exuding an astonishing chill lay within the system's confines. Not far off, on the beach, a celebration was underway aboard a pirate ship. Ha ha ha, Captain. Your bounty will surely reach 40 million after this. A subordinate toasted to a one-eyed man. Of course, I, One-Eyed Anderson, am destined to become the Pirate King. The one-eyed man chuckled. With your caliber, if you were to become the Pirate King, the world would be devoid of life. At that instant, Lin Chen pushed the door open and stepped inside. Who dares to belittle our one-eyed pirate crew? Lin Chen placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, slightly drawing the ice will blade from its sheath. Instantly, a terrifying spiritual pressure surged forth, overwhelming the room. Those caught within its wake succumbed to unconsciousness, save for One-Eyed Anderson, who barely managed to remain upright. Within the cabin, dozens lay scattered about, with Lin Chen at the epicenter. Not bad, One-Eyed. You managed to withstand my spiritual pressure, Lin Chen remarked with a light chuckle. By the way, I forgot to mention. The villagers you captured have all been released by me. A devil fruit user, are you? You think you alone possess such power? One-Eyed Anderson sneered. I have consumed the Rage fruit, a paramecia-type fruit that amplifies my strength according to my emotions. Right now, I am quite enraged. Have you considered how you wish to meet your demise? With that, he vanished from sight, a monstrous hand enveloped in red steam materializing above Lin Chen. Seated in the frosty heavens, ice wheel blade, Lin Chen declared, invoking the bitter cold of the abyss. With Lin Chen as the epicenter, a chilling wave erupted outward, freezing everything in its path at a visible speed. One-Eyed Anderson's ferocious expression remained, but he was soon transformed into an ice sculpture. Lin Chen sauntered past him, discarding the peculiar fruit into the system space. Outside on the beach stood the villagers Lin Chen had saved, lined up with fervent gazes fixed upon the figure at the ship's bow. They had witnessed Lin Chen stride towards the assembly hall, followed by the ship and surrounding waters freezing over, before their benefactor made his way to the ship's front. Benefactor, it is you who saved us. Please allow us to follow you, a few brawny villagers implored, their eyes shining with determination. What a formidable power! To have vanquished such a powerful foe in less than a quarter of an hour. Lin Chen's rescue of these individuals stemmed merely from a sense of justice. He had no desire to take them along. He sighed, rubbing his forehead. Ah well, I shall be departing for Marineford to join the Navy. Please return and tend to the bodies of the elderly. If you wish to find me, head to Marineford. Lin Chen's voice, laced with a faint spiritual pressure, resonated. By saying this, he offered them a path. Joining the Navy was surely preferable to languishing on this desolate island. Their attachments remained here, and to protect this place, they would need to rely on their own strength. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, despite their reluctance, the villagers dared not defy him, and could only leave in disappointment. After a while, once the villagers had departed, Lin Chen noticed a boy around 17 or 18 years old. The boy was emaciated, his complexion sallow, with a disheveled mane of hair. Years of malnutrition had rendered his dark hair with a faint yellowish hue, yet his eyes sparkled with a peculiar brilliance. Benefactor, please allow me to accompany you. He understood this was his sole opportunity to grow stronger. I can show you the way. I have been to Marineford before. Lin Chen was intrigued. This young boy from such a small island had actually ventured to Marineford. Why do you wish to follow me? He inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. I seek power. 2 years ago, when my father took me to sea, he was killed by a band of pirates. They not only murdered him, but also cast his body into the sea. Observing the tenacious youth before him, now in tears, tugged at Lin Chen's heartstrings. Moreover, the fact that his father had managed to take him to Marineford suggested he was no ordinary man. Lin Chen produced a red, peculiar fruit. This is a devil fruit. Consume it, and you shall gain immense power. However, you will be bound to serve me for life, and may not betray me. Do you wish to eat it? The boy did not hesitate, reaching for the devil fruit, but just as he was about to consume it, Lin Chen hastily exchanged the red fruit for a golden one. In the final moment, Lin Chen swapped the rage fruit for the rarer bird fruit, mythical Zoan type, in its golden crow form. If all goes well, this boy could become a significant ally in his burgeoning faction. He had faith in his judgment. Should the boy dare to betray him, he would pursue him to the ends of the earth. I believe in my judgment, and I trust you shall not disappoint me. From now on, refer to me as your boss, Lin Chen said, tousling the boy's unkempt hair. Yes, boss. My name is Kane. Chapter 3 Encountering Sea Monsters at Marineford. A day had elapsed since Lin Chen and Kane departed from the village. At this moment, The sky was clear, and the sun shone brightly. Lin Chen and Kane were aboard a small vessel, navigating the vast ocean towards Marineford. How much longer until we reach Marineford? Lin Chen asked, reclining at the stern while observing the young boy. Well, my father wanted me to become a Navy officer and endured countless hardships to bring me to Marineford. However, I was deemed too frail to pass the assessment. On our return journey, we encountered a band of pirates, Kane recounted. Trust me, you will have your vengeance. Lin Chen reassured him. Thank you, boss. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, sending a chill down Kane's spine. Before them loomed a colossal sea serpent, its obsidian scales glimmering like armor, reflecting a menacing light, while its gaping maw flicked a crimson tongue. How could the Sea King be found in such a place? Lin Chen murmured. The sea serpent cast a malevolent gaze upon Lin Chen and Kane, as though regarding them as mere sustenance. Boss, there's a colossal serpent ahead. Kane quivered. Silence. I'm not blind. Tend to yourself and the ship. I shall confront it, Lin Chen replied. With that, he leapt from the bow of the ship, charging toward the sea serpent. He had never anticipated such a creature to exist in the ocean. Previously, he had only witnessed such wonders on a screen. Yet this was his first encounter. The immense sea serpent sparked Lin Chen's interest. However, he gripped the hilt of his ice wheel blade firmly. Seated upon frost, he unleashed the ice wheel blade's initial release. A swift kill would be far too mundane, and having just acquired the ice wheel blade, he was irresistibly drawn to wield its power. A chain slowly emerged from the tail of the blade, coiling around Lin Chen's arm. The spiritual pressure emanating from the initial release caused the sea serpent's pupils to constrict in alarm. This human evoked the scent of death, a realization that it might meet its demise. With a hiss, the sea serpent roared and turned to flee into the depths. Trying to escape? It's too late. Bitter cold hell. Lin Chen plunged the ice wheel blade into the sea, unleashing a visible azure light that radiated outward. Wherever the light passed, everything was encased in ice. Before the sea serpent could escape, it was transformed into a frozen sculpture. Boss, you're incredible, Kane exclaimed in awe. Ha ha ha. Kane, do not underestimate yourself. You possess the world's most exceptional talent. One day, you shall stand atop this world, Lin Chen proclaimed. Indeed, boss, I will forever follow you, Kane resolutely thought to himself. At that moment, Sengoku was in the command room, exchanging glances with Admiral Kizaru. No stealing my senbei. I know, ha, Kizaru replied, tossing another piece into his mouth. Hey, you rascal. Before he could finish, both Sengoku and Kizaru turned their attention westward. What a profound aura of frost. Could it be Akiji's doing? Sengoku inquired. You're stealing my senbei again, Kizaru. Just then, Akainu knocked on the door and entered. Admiral, Vice Admiral Kizaru, he greeted, clearly accustomed to this scene. Admiral, a surge of icy energy has erupted in the western part of Marineford. Should I investigate? Akainu asked. Isn't that Akiji? That guy is currently asleep. It can't be him, Akainu replied, shaking his head in resignation. Sengoku narrowed his eyes. If it's not Akiji, then who could it be? There's no one else of that caliber in the world. Sakazuki, you go investigate. Understood. Akainu responded. Ha, Sengoku, is it really necessary to have Sakazuki check it out personally? Kizaru remarked nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Kane gazed at the endless glacier. B-boss, you've frozen the water's surface. How do we proceed? Kane chuckled nervously at Lin Chen's darkened expression. How should I know? Lin Chen replied, scowling at the now frozen sea serpent. He pondered whether he should create a larger commotion. After all, they were not far from Marineford, and attracting the Marines might be advantageous. Just as Lin Chen was lost in thought, the sea serpent began to melt before his eyes, only to instantly transform into a mound of ashes. From the remnants emerged a formidable figure, a middle-aged man clad in a dark red suit, donning a naval cap, with a cape emblazoned with the word justice. Smoke billowed from his arms, and droplets of magma fell to the ice, creating gaping holes. It's him. This is troublesome, Lin Chen thought. Ding. Obsessive justice, absolute justice. Encountering a key figure, Marine Headquarters Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. This task is autonomously completed, no selection required. Rewards will be issued after the host's completion. Choice 1. Defeat Akainu to gain Supreme Conqueror's Haki. Choice 2. Vanquish Akainu to acquire top-tier Armament Haki. Choice 3. Be defeated by Akainu to obtain Elite Observation Haki. Choice 4. Surrender to Akainu to receive a shape-shifting capsule X10. A powerful battle intent gleamed in Akainu's eyes. A thirst for combat with a worthy opponent. Lin Chen forced a wry smile. After all, this was the Navy's strongest force, Admiral Akainu at his peak. It seemed this battle was inevitable. Lin Chen and Akainu formed a surreal tableau. Lin Chen stood upon the surface of the sea, vast stretches transformed into ice, while Akainu's back billowed with smoke, the seawater appearing to boil ominously, bubbling violently. "Kane, retreat," Lin Chen bellowed. At the moment Lin Chen spoke, Kane sprouted a pair of golden wings resembling flames and swiftly distanced himself from the battlefield, understanding his current inadequacy to partake in such a clash. With that, Lin Chen initiated the attack. Seated upon Frost, Ice Wheel Blade. Since this battle was unavoidable, he resolved to fight. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Lin Chen dared not underestimate him, promptly unleashing the Ice Wheel Blade's initial release. Chapter 4: Confrontation of the Strong, Battle against Akainu. The tail of the Ice Wheel Blade sprouted chains, resembling the tail of an ice dragon, as immense spiritual pressure coalesced into an ice dragon shaped like a crescent moon. Observing Lin Chen's transformation, Akainu hesitated no longer. Shave. In an instant, Akainu vanished from sight, his voice echoing from behind Lin Chen. "Watch out, kid." Akainu's magma-encased fist elongated, propelled by an unstoppable force toward Lin Chen's face. Hellhound. Vacuum multi-layer ice wall. Lin Chen slashed the blade, conjuring layers of ice walls in midair. Boom. The Hellhound collided fiercely with the ice wall, instantly dissipating into a cloud of vapor. "Kid, that won't be enough to stop me. Is that all you've got?" Hellhound. Akainu unleashed a second wave of attacks, and under his relentless onslaught, Lin Chen found himself retreating continuously. "This is bad. In this situation, my swordsmanship cannot be fully realized. I lack combat experience," Lin Chen contemplated. "Humph, you dare to lose focus while fighting me?" Armament. Hellhound of the Crimson Lotus. Akainu's arm transformed into a dog-headed form of magma, swiftly enveloped in a layer of Armament Haki, striking Lin Chen's Ice Wheel Blade, sending him flying over 100 meters. Lin Chen slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, an ominous glint flickering in his eyes. "Akainu, truly the strongest force of the Navy. I must unleash my full power." Final release, Great Crimson Lotus Ice Wheel Blade. Lin Chen's voice resonated, followed by a towering blue beam shooting into the sky. Akainu beheld Lin Chen as a colossal blue ice dragon materialized beside him, seemingly merging with Lin Chen, who sprouted enormous frost wings. Additionally, 3 lotus flowers floated behind him as Lin Chen gradually opened his eyes. Akainu, taken aback by Lin Chen's transformation into blue-eyed form, thought to himself, "Kid, I hope you can demonstrate power that satisfies me." With that, Akainu charged forward once more. Armament. Hellhound. Frozen human form. Akainu's attack struck Lin Chen with tremendous force, but the anticipated scene did not unfold. Lin Chen had transformed into shards of ice. "Akainu, I'm right behind you." Lin Chen's ghostly voice echoed. Dragon's Breath. Lin Chen's blade pierced into Akainu's back, instantly encasing him in a crystalline prison of ice. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In an instant, the ice encasing Akainu transformed into mist. "I am the Magma Man." Having consumed the magma fruit, Akainu's arrogant voice echoed. "Heh, this is just the beginning," Lin Chen scoffed. Bankai, 1,000-year ice prison. Dozens of ice pillars erupted from the frozen surface, swiftly ensnaring Akainu. Bankai, Ice Dragon Tail. Lin Chen unleashed a colossal slash towards Akainu. Great Fire. Akainu's right arm rapidly expanded, his magma-infused fist colliding with Lin Chen's strike, both forces annihilating each other. Sigh. Akainu exhaled, but Lin Chen's voice resonated ominously. Void Obliteration. From the point of their clash, another shard of ice lunged towards Akainu's chest. Armament Haki, engage. Akainu barely had time to react and defend himself. "Kid, not bad." Dog barking Red Lotus. Akainu launched another offensive, forcing Lin Chen to retreat a step in a moment of vulnerability. An opening. Hellhound. A faint smile crept across Lin Chen's lips, revealing an eerie satisfaction. Oh no. By the time Akainu registered the danger, it was already too late. The Hellhound was irrevocable. Bankai, Fourth Realm Freeze. Lin Chen swung his ice wheel, casting a sweeping arc. Within a radius of 4 steps around him, everything was frozen. Caught off guard, Akainu found himself encased in ice, and even for him, breaking free from such a formidable freeze would prove exceedingly challenging. This is the end. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Indeed, he aimed to severely injure Akainu, undermining his position as an admiral. With his own strength, Lin Chen could easily usurp Akainu's place. If circumstances allowed, Lin Chen even contemplated eliminating Akainu altogether, but in the vicinity of Marineford. The challenge of slaying an admiral was akin to climbing the heavens. Not to mention the formidable figures of Kizaru, Akiji, Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru. all of whom posed significant headaches for him. Cross of flowers. Lin Chen pointed his sword at Akainu. This is my ultimate technique, should you withstand it. Consider it a victory. The frozen Akainu emitted a flurry of frost from within, ultimately forming an ice cross. Under the sunlight, it shimmered like a resplendent flower, concealing a deadly peril beneath its beauty. Lin Chen sheathed his ice wheel, dispelling his bankai. A hard-fought victory. At that moment, Kane flew in from a distance. Boss, are you alright? That battle was truly terrifying. Ha ha ha, your boss would never lose. Lin Chen replied joyfully, buoyed by the system's voice. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating Akainu and acquiring top-tier Armament Haki. Chapter 5, Fleet Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku. Lin Chen suddenly felt a warm surge coursing through his body. Clenching his fist, an overwhelming power emanated from within. Armament hardening. Lin Chen silently intoned, his arm transforming into a deep black hue, adorned with strange patterns showcasing its might. Haha, not bad. Lin Chen laughed heartily. Boss, what are you laughing about? Kane inquired, puzzled. Nothing, just a busy day ahead. Lin Chen replied cryptically, gazing into the distance. Boom, boom. A tremendous roar echoed from afar as a colossal warship approached. The vessel anchored beside the massive remnants of ice where Lin Chen and Kane stood. Standing at the bow was an elderly figure, wearing frog-eyed glasses with a long beard twisted into a braid and a military cap adorned with a seagull, beneath which hid a wild mane. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku stood at the forefront of the warship, scrutinizing the white-clad youth before him. Lin Chen's white suit was tattered from his earlier battle with Akainu, revealing his tall stature and handsome features, with a blue and white sword strapped to his waist. At that moment, Lin Chen also regarded Sengoku intently. First, take Admiral Akainu back to the medical department. Sengoku instructed his subordinates. By now, Akainu had released the Cross of Flowers. Despite his earlier arrogance, he accepted his defeat with grace. No one noticed the tiny blue flower that had appeared on Akainu's neck, beautiful yet perilous, concealing a lethal threat beneath its charm. Your strength is formidable, defeating Akainu. You are certainly no ordinary individual. State your name. Sengoku bellowed. So, you are the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku, are you? Lin Chen feigned ignorance. I am Lin Chen, hailing from a small island in the East Blue. My homeland was invaded by pirates, and I vanquished the intruders, seeking to join the Navy. Along the way, I encountered a gigantic sea monster, and then this man, who calls himself Akainu, appeared. Lin Chen continued, not waiting for Sengoku's response, and then we fought. Sengoku felt a bittersweet sensation but could not express it. When Akainu and Lin Chen first clashed, the immense energy had already drawn Sengoku's attention. He had observed from afar. Initially confident in Akainu's strength, but as the battle unfolded, he refrained from intervening. This was a battle between men, a contest of honor. At first, it was manageable. But as the fight progressed, Sengoku's astonishment grew. Akainu was not one to allow a third party to interfere, and the justice that the Navy stood for also forbade Sengoku from stepping in. Admiral, you wouldn't harbor resentment towards me for defeating Akainu, would you? Lin Chen asked with a grin. Humph, it's merely a matter of being outmatched. Sengoku retorted coldly, unwilling to blame others. Ha ha ha, then I shall join the Navy. By the way, I have a brother. He possesses a fruit similar to yours. Lin Chen laughed heartily. A mythical Zoan, indeed a being of limitless potential, Sengoku mused inwardly, maintaining an outward composure. This old fox is quite shrewd, Lin Chen thought. Aboard the Navy warship, Sengoku allowed Lin Chen to board, recognizing that such formidable strength would be a significant asset to the Navy. However, if ulterior motives were at play, Old man Garp, you're sleeping again. Sengoku exclaimed upon entering to find Garp fast asleep. Ugh, what is the matter? Really, I was just dozing off, Garp mumbled, disregarding Sengoku entirely. Lin Chen regarded Garp, a robust elder, appearing just as he did in the anime. Sengoku shot Garp an annoyed glance. This fellow is now your responsibility, Sengoku said, pushing Lin Chen towards Garp. Do not underestimate him. He has just defeated Sakazuki, after all, Sengoku said to Garp with a meaningful expression. Ha ha ha, is that so? He truly is an extraordinary young man. Garp replied with a hearty laugh. Ding, Navy Hero Garp. Choice 1. Challenge the Navy Hero, Iron Fist Garp. Reward, Navy 6 Styles, Pinnacle. Choice 2. Abandon the challenge against Garp. Reward, a random fine blade. Sighing softly, Lin Chen chuckled, realizing he had no real choice. Who would ever opt for the second option? He silently resolved to choose the first. Ding, Navy 6 Styles successfully granted, awaiting extraction by the host. Chapter 6, Navy 6 Styles. Ding, Navy 6 Styles successfully granted, awaiting extraction by the host. Admiral Carp, Lin Chen suddenly called out to him. What is it? Carp turned to Lin Chen, with Sengoku also casting his gaze in that direction. I have heard that you are a Navy hero, having forced the pirate King Roger into dire straits on numerous occasions, and that you once teamed up with Roger to defeat the legendary Rocks pirates at God Valley. Lin Chen inquired fervently. Thus, I wish to challenge you. Please grant me this wish. Carp paused for a brief 2 seconds before breaking into a smile. Do you wish to experience my iron fist of love? He said with a sinister grin, causing Lin Chen to shudder involuntarily. Nonetheless, he steeled himself and declared, Please enlighten me. Chafe. Carp vanished in an instant, appearing behind Lin Chen and delivering a powerful punch. Armament Haki activated. Lin Chen chose not to wield a sword but instead opted to meet Carp's punch with his own, fortified by Haki. The collision of their fists unleashed a tremendous shockwave. Carp staggered back a step, while Lin Chen retreated 3 steps. Both Carp and Sengoku observed as the Armament Haki on Lin Chen's arm gradually faded, astonished. Such a degree of Haki could not merely be honed through training. This young man's potential was boundless. With such formidable Haki, he would be a powerhouse anywhere, especially when combined with his swordsmanship. No wonder he managed to defeat Sakazuki. What they did not realize was that Lin Chen had solely relied on his swordsmanship to vanquish Akainu. Just as Carp and Lin Chen were about to engage once more, Sengoku interjected, This is my office. Are you two planning a rebellion? As Lin Chen had anticipated, a slight smile crept onto his lips. Admiral Carp, you truly live up to the title of Navy hero. Your punch is significantly more powerful than Akainu's magnum dog. He took another jab at Akainu. Ha ha ha, Sengoku. You've thrown me such a troublesome yet delightful challenge. Carp laughed heartily. After leaving, Lin Chen returned to his quarters. Before departing, he requested a training manual for the Navy's 6 styles from Sengoku. Kane had been waiting for Lin Chen at the residence. Boss, you finally returned. Let me tell you. Lin Chen interrupted Kane, realizing he had never noticed how much of a chatterbox he was, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Extract Navy 6 styles. A warm energy surged toward Lin Chen's brow. In no time, he had completely mastered the essence of the Navy's 6 styles. Shave, one of the Navy's 6 styles, allowing for rapid movement by executing dozens of high-speed steps on the ground within an instant, 36 seconds. Creating explosive reactive force that makes the user appear to vanish from the enemy's sight. Moonwalk, a skill derived from Shave, akin to the lightness of Wudong's cloud-stepping technique. By exerting powerful foot strength against the air, it generates significant buoyancy, enabling one to traverse the air as if climbing stairs. Though one cannot linger in the air for too long. Using this aerial maneuver, one can launch attacks from the enemy's blind spots. Iron Block, a defensive technique among the 6 styles, reinforcing the body with formidable strength to attain iron-like hardness, impervious to bullets and blades. However, mobility is hindered while using Iron Block. Yet for Lin Chen, who possessed top-tier Armament Haki, this technique held little value. Paper Drawing, another defensive skill within the 6 styles, allowing the user to release all bodily strength and become as light as paper, deftly evading attacks by sensing the changes in airflow caused by the opponent's movements. Storm Leg, a foot technique among the 6 styles that does not inflict damage through kicks, but instead generates vacuum slashes by executing high-speed, powerful kicks, capable of effortlessly cleaving the target in 2. Finger Gun, a technique famed for its projectile-like power, concentrating the user's strength into the index finger, releasing a strike with hardened fingertips that possesses the penetrative power of a bullet. The Navy 6 styles are exceptionally potent combat techniques in the world of One Piece. They represent merely the fundamentals, as users can develop a unique style tailored to their abilities. There exists a pinnacle technique known as Six King Gun. This ultimate move can only be executed by those who have mastered the 6 styles to their zenith, requiring complete proficiency in the aforementioned techniques. Launching an attack akin to a shockwave by bringing both fists together. Chapter 7. The Position of Admiral. At the Holy Land, Marineford. Sengoku. Do you know why we called you here? In front of Sengoku stood 4 elderly men, each exhibiting distinct expressions, none other than the Gorosei. Yet, curiously, only 4 of them were present. I do not know, Sengoku replied. Do you think we are fools? Your navy is the face of the celestial dragons, and the admirals represent our highest combat power. How can we allow an unknown young man to defeat one of our own? A sword-wielding elder spoke gravely. Sengoku fell silent. He had already discerned the reason for their summons. These self-serving individuals merely wished to ascertain whether Akainu could continue to hold the position of admiral. For them, it mattered not who held the title as long as their strength was adequate. Meanwhile, Akainu observed an elderly man in a black suit, sporting two crescent-shaped tufts of mustache. It's about time to return. Indeed, it is our duty to assess the strength of the admirals. Without formidable power, they are unworthy of representing our dignity, he stated. According to intelligence, that young man indeed hails from a village in the East Blue, which has been attacked by pirates. I have heard that the Whitebeard pirates have recently recruited a promising young talent as their second division captain. The five elders whispered among themselves, completely disregarding Sengoku standing there. Clenching his fists, Sengoku felt powerless against the Gorosei's actions. Moments later, Akainu was injured and unable to continue serving as admiral. A stout elder with a half-month beard returned from outside. Well done. Understood. Sengoku sighed. I will handle this matter. With that, Sengoku exited the palace. Leaving the Holy Land, Marineford. In Sengoku's office, Sengoku looked at Akainu in front of him. Did the Gorosei come to see you? They did. Without a word. They struck me with a punch and left shortly after. Akainu replied in a low voice. They were assessing your strength, Sakazuki. Those worthless beings only care for their own safety. Do you know what they want from me? The Gorosei seeks to strip you of your admiral title. I know. I anticipated this. When that young man encased me in ice, I sustained hidden injuries. His ice swordsmanship is formidable. The celestial dragons will undoubtedly prevent me from continuing as Admiral Marshal Sengoku. Please allow me to resign, preserving what little dignity I have left. Akainu spoke calmly, yet with an undeniable firmness. BRRR, BRRR, BRRR. At this moment, the denizens of the Navy, particularly those ranked above the school level, found their din-din mushi ringing incessantly. I am Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. From this moment forth, I shall no longer hold the title of Admiral. A promotion competition for the new Admiral will be held in 1 month, open to all from Rear Admiral and above. The victor shall assume the mantle of the new Admiral. The voice of Akainu resonated through the din-din mushi. Hearing this, Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the old geezers of Marineford would not allow Akainu to retain his position. His grand upheaval that day was not in vain. Akainu, wasn't he the one who lost to you in that fight? How could he still be an admiral? Kane, freshly rejuvenated from his training, remarked to Lin Chen. Ding. The host's meticulous planning has resulted in Akainu's loss of the admiral position. Please choose. Option 1. Participate in the promotion competition and successfully attain the rank of admiral. Reward. A random pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan. Option 2. Decline to participate in the promotion competition. Reward. None. Failure to complete the task after selection results in no reward. Option 1 it is. Indeed, this time, the position of admiral shall be mine. A glimmer sparked in Lin Chen's eyes. Meanwhile, outside Marineford, chaos reigned. What? Admiral Akainu has resigned? Laughter erupted. At last, I have the chance to become admiral. Do you have the strength for such an opportunity? A voluptuous black-haired beauty, with a striking appearance, inquired of Crane. Why has Admiral Akainu chosen to resign? Uncertain. But this is your opportunity. You are already a candidate for admiral. If all goes smoothly, you could ascend to the rank, Crane responded. Indeed, I am a candidate for Admiral Tosaka-ju. Tosaka boasted proudly at Crane. Crane gazed at her with an affectionate look, for Tosaka was like a sister to her. Huh. This fellow is quite willful. A drowsy Akiji remarked, just awakening from slumber. Indeed, quite terrifying. Kizaru appeared behind Akiji without warning. Akiji cast a sidelong glance at Kizaru. I wonder who the new admiral will be. You always appear out of nowhere. Who knows? Tosaka and Shibuya have the highest likelihood, being candidates for admiral. Kizaru said with a grin. Who can say? I have heard the one who injured Akainu has also joined the Navy, Akiji replied lazily. Is that so? How formidable. Chapter 8. The Arrival of Turmoil. Bang. At this moment, Lin Chen's door was rudely knocked open. A portly figure with a Mediterranean hairstyle and yellow hair swaggered in, flanked by 6 or 7 lackeys. One of the lackeys, upon catching a glimpse of Lin Chen's face obscured by the glaring sunlight, felt a sense of familiarity but dismissed it. Pah! The portly man spat on the floor. I am Vice Admiral Jimmer of the Navy headquarters. Why do you not salute upon seeing me? He boasted arrogantly. Kane was about to erupt, his arm transforming into golden flaming wings, ready to teach the man a lesson. But Lin Chen waved a hand to halt him. Though Kane was puzzled, he retracted his beastly wings. I wish to see what kind of atmosphere prevails in the Navy nowadays. What audacity does this Vice Admiral possess? Ha! Are you so frightened that you cannot move upon hearing my name, Vice Admiral Jimmer? Jimmer, seeing Lin Chen's silence, assumed Lin Chen was intimidated. Jimmer recalled that he had only seen Lin Chen once during the Marineford War. Your sword is impressive. It would be a fitting tribute to me. He reached out to touch Lin Chen's ice blade. Upon hearing Jimmer's words, A playful smile crossed Lin Chen's face as he raised his head, fully exposing his visage to the sunlight. You wish to have my sword? Although Lin Chen bore a smile, Jimmer suddenly felt an icy chill. You may attempt to touch my sword. A bead of sweat appeared on Jimmer's forehead. How absurd. I, a vice admiral, am actually being intimidated by a mere newly promoted rear admiral. Jimmer fumed internally. Dear sir, let us depart. We cannot provoke this one. A Navy lieutenant whispered to Jimmer. Humph. How ridiculous. I am a vice admiral. What can a mere rear admiral do to me? The Admiral Akainu was defeated by him. I happened to be on Fleet Admiral Sengoku's ship that day and witnessed him besting Admiral Akainu. The lieutenant stammered. He could never forget the sight of their battle. Ice and magma clashing spectacularly, devastating the surrounding sea. The resplendent and eerie ice flowers on Akainu sent shivers down his spine. TCH, just an Akainu? I could. Jimmer suddenly realized. Akainu? Are you certain it's Akainu? The former Admiral Akainu? Lin Chen smiled at the Vice Admiral, who now sought to escape after hearing of his defeat of Akainu. Now you wish to flee? Do you not find it too late? Lin Chen's emotionless voice echoed from behind. The group felt their movements hindered, and looking down, they discovered their bodies had become encrusted in frost. Bang! The sound of knees hitting the ground echoed. They immediately knelt. Sir, spare us. Sir, it was all Vice Admiral Jimmer's orders. Please, do not kill us. Lin Chen rubbed his nose. Do I seem like the type who revels in slaughter? Is this the caliber of the Navy today? Lin Chen's voice turned icy as he inquired. Why? I have toiled for decades in the Navy, ascending from a mere soldier to Vice Admiral. And you? How dare you become a rear admiral upon arrival? You defeated Akainu, yet still joined the Navy? Jimmer suddenly lost control, shouting at Lin Chen. Do you think the Navy is filled with petty individuals like you? My battle against Akainu was one of true men, a clash of ice and fire. Do not speak of defeating him. Do you dare challenge him? You coward. Perhaps Lin Chen's words provoked Jimmer, as his eyes turned blood red, breaking free from his icy constraints. Draw your blade. Indeed, jealousy can cloud one's judgment. I shall bring you back to your senses, Lin Chen remarked, watching Jimmer swing his blade at him. Ice Dragon's tail. A cerulean sword energy slashed toward Jimmer. Jimmer, along with his sword, was encased in ice and plummeted to the ground. Ha ha ha. To challenge the strong is bravery. Yet to challenge one who has bested Akainu is sheer folly. To be honest, Lin Chen held little regard for any vice admiral other than Garp and Crane. Do you also wish to challenge me? Lin Chen cast a glance at the kneeling group. And no, sir. We would not dare. They quickly denied. Have your vice admiral bring Sengoku here to claim him. Lin Chen said nonchalantly. Begone. Upon hearing those words, the group felt as if they had heard a divine decree. Scrambling away in haste. Could they truly bring Sengoku? Observing their disarray, Lin Chen couldn't help but harbor some concern. Gazing at the destruction of his door and the unsightly phlegm on the ground, Lin Chen felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Kane, prepare to relocate. Before the promotion conference, we shall take refuge at this Vice Admiral's estate for a few days. Chapter 9, Conflict. Chapter 9, The Wrath of Sengoku. Navy Headquarters. Sengoku's office. With a darkened expression, Sengoku stared at Lin Chen, who was nonchalantly picking his nose in front of him. Even more infuriating was the fact that after finishing, he rubbed his fingers on the chair. Finally, Sengoku could no longer contain himself and spoke in a deep voice. I have heard that you are the one who has imprisoned Admiral Jimmer. There's no need to hear about it. It is indeed I? Lin Chen replied indifferently. Why would you imprison Admiral Jimmer? You are now a rear admiral, and although he is not under your command, he is still your superior, Sengoku said, narrowing his eyes slightly. A sense of pressure surged towards Lin Chen. Ding. Upon sensing the oppressive aura from Admiral Sengoku, please make a choice. Option 1. Argue your case. Assert that you are not at fault and confront Sengoku. Reward. A comprehensive guide to nautical knowledge. Option 2. Given that he is an admiral, submit to Sengoku. Reward. A box of the thinnest condoms in the world. At that moment, Lin Chen's heart was unexpectedly jolted by the system's voice. What kind of rewards are these? They are utterly useless. He silently chose option 1. Ha! I have earned my promotion to rear admiral through my own strength. Yet Jimmer stubbornly refuses to relent. Initially, I merely intended to teach him a lesson, but he foolishly attacked me despite knowing that I had defeated Akainu. I was merely defending myself. Furthermore, Admiral, your conqueror's haki has no effect on me, Lin Chen declared to Sengoku. Sengoku was taken aback. He had realized that Lin Chen had indeed used haki. Moreover, he was relieved that he had reacted in time. Otherwise, he might have been slain by the Admiral. If I were to perish, what would happen to my little brother? Kane, Lin Chen continued, portraying himself as the greatest victim. He was oblivious to the fact that Akainu could break free from his ice due to his formidable strength, while Jimmer lacked the power to do so. If you, Lin Chen, could allow Jimmer to be executed, I would willingly hand over my position as Admiral to him. Sengoku contemplated. However, he still felt the need to uphold the dignity of the Admiral and said sternly, "You have unlawfully detained a high-ranking officer of the Navy, which is already a grave transgression, and yet you show no remorse. Do you wish to visit Impel Down to have a chat with Magellan? Ha ha ha, Sengoku. Is this how you conduct yourself as Admiral of the Navy? Lacking your own judgment, you listen only to slander. You see only that I have imprisoned Jimmer. But have you ever sought to understand the full circumstances? The Navy has become corrupt, with higher-ranking officers bullying those below them. If you do not rectify this, the Navy will inevitably march towards its ruin." Lin Chen laughed heartily, placing his hand on the ice-wheel blade at his waist. With a sword in hand, "I am invincible, and do not presume I wish to flee. Can you even stop me?" A terrifying spiritual pressure erupted from the sword, clashing violently with Sengoku's Conqueror's Haki. The two forces collided above the Navy, resulting in a tremendous explosion that swept across Marineford. Neither side was willing to concede. "After all, I am still the Admiral of the Navy. Can you not show me some respect?" Sengoku thought as he observed the situation spiraling out of his control. Indeed, Lin Chen was gambling on the notion that Sengoku would not jeopardize his entire career over Jimmer, nor would he allow such a toxic atmosphere to persist within the Navy. For this was something he had devoted his life to. Ding. Task completed. A comprehensive guide to nautical knowledge has been issued to the system space. The system task had been accomplished the moment Lin Chen released his spiritual pressure, and the reward was transferred to the system space. As the two continued their standoff, chaos erupted within the Navy. Who was fighting against the Admiral? Energy fluctuations emanated from the Admiral's office. At that moment, a beam of light flew in from a distance, gradually transforming into a human figure, none other than Yellow Monkey, the Admiral and user of the Pika Pika Nomi. "How terrifying," Yellow Monkey remarked, glancing at the destruction wrought upon the Admiral's office. Following closely behind him were Akiji and Akainu. Akiji, perpetually wearing his signature eye patch, appeared as if he had just awoken, while Akainu and Akiji had always been at odds. "Humph," Akainu scoffed, having noticed that Lin Chen was the one clashing with the Admiral. "It's him again." Perhaps due to their shared ice-based powers, Akiji, despite seeing Lin Chen for the first time, felt an innate sense of familiarity. Shortly thereafter, other high-ranking officers such as Crane, Peach Rabbit, and Tontata, along with various other officers, began to arrive. Who is this person daring to confront the Admiral? He has practically dismantled the Admiral's office. It seems he is finished. None of the Admirals have intervened yet. Let us observe for now. I have heard he is Lin Chen, the one who imprisoned Admiral Jimmer. I have also heard that it was because of him that Akainu became an admiral. The murmurs among the Navy personnel continued. Chapter 10. The disposition of Jimmer. At this moment, Lin Chen had ceased his confrontation with Sengoku. Both Sengoku and Lin Chen wished to avoid escalating the situation, with Sengoku hoping for Lin Chen to relent, while Lin Chen chose to stand his ground. However, the matter had grown too large for either side to extricate themselves without assigning blame. Lin Chen glared at the assembled Navy, with the foremost figures being Yellow Monkey, Akiji, Akainu, Crane, Peach Rabbit, Tontata, and other top-tier combatants. Behind them were the less formidable vice admirals and other personnel. With keen eyes, Lin Chen even spotted Smoker, perpetually clutching 2 cigarettes, though he was still just a lowly colonel. He noticed that his subordinate, Tashigi, was nowhere to be seen. In this situation, if he were to fall out with the Navy, escaping would come at a great cost. Akiji, Yellow Monkey, and Crane were powerful, yet they were all Logia users. Lin Chen could at most flee into the sea. The remaining personnel posed no threat, save for Garp. To Lin Chen's surprise, Garp had not arrived. Perhaps he was napping or off chasing pirates in the East Blue. Lin Chen pondered, if I can escape, King cannot. This is quite troublesome. Must I relent? This is not my style. After all, he was not arrogant enough to believe he could take on the entire Navy headquarters alone. Sengoku gazed at the gathering Navy officers and soldiers, feeling a mix of anger and nostalgia. The entire Navy had congregated at the entrance of my small office. What a disgrace. That old bastard Garp hasn't he even shown up. Sengoku observed the assembly of the Navy and reminisced about the days when he had not seen so many officers gathered in one place since assuming the role of admiral. Today, it seems that I, along with Lin Chen, have drawn everyone here to investigate a matter. Sengoku addressed the assembly. As soon as he spoke, silence enveloped the area, indicating Sengoku's enduring prestige. Since taking office as admiral, I have refrained from meddling in the Navy's trivial matters. Yet, I have heard that a group of scoundrels has emerged within the Navy, some of whom have even ascended to the rank of Vice Admiral. Do you truly think I am senile? Sengoku suddenly exclaimed. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen realized that Sengoku had taken his previous words to heart and intended to reform the Navy. Yes, Admiral, the gathered crowd responded. Yet, among the throng, a few individuals trembled with fear. Lin Chen, go and bring Jimmer here. I want to see if he is truly as unworthy as you claim. Sengoku suddenly commanded Lin Chen. Understood. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback that Sengoku had given him an order, but he still chose to give Sengoku some face in front of so many people and complied. Shave. Lin Chen executed the technique, instantly vanishing from his spot. Sengoku's pupils constricted. In just a few days, Lin Chen had mastered shave to such an advanced level. The 6 forms of the Navy had only been bestowed upon him recently. What a prodigy. Sengoku could only conjure the term to describe Lin Chen. Before long, Lin Chen reappeared before the crowd, carrying the now frozen Admiral Jimmer, who looked like a giant ice sculpture. A comically disproportionate sight, as Lin Chen bore the weight of the ice block that was several times his own size. Thud. Lin Chen forcefully hurled the ice sculpture of Jimmy Air to the ground. Unfreeze him, Kazan, Sengoku remarked. Seemingly eager to witness who among Lin Chen and Kazan possessed superior control over ice. Lin Chen, having seen through Sengoku's intentions, let out a disdainful laugh, which infuriated Sengoku, causing his beard to tremble with rage. With a swift gesture, Kazan caused the ice encasing Jimmy Air to dissipate into wisps of vapor, carried away by the wind. Release Lord Jimmy Air. I am a Vice Admiral. Watch how I strike you down, for Jimmy Air's memories of being frozen still linger. Yet, before he could finish his declaration, he was bewildered to see his adversary shift from Lin Chen to Sengoku. The perplexed Jimmy Air, caught off guard, swung his sword at Sengoku. Hellhound. Akainu transformed his arm into molten magma and sent Jimmy Air flying with a powerful punch. The assault remained intensely ferocious. Yet those of formidable strength could sense that his heat was not as searing as it once was. You wish to slay me? Do you think you can so easily take down Admiral Sengoku? He calmly addressed Jimmy Air, though his simmering fury was palpable. Jimmy Air, confronted by Sengoku, flanked by Akainu and Kazan, with nearly the entire Navy watching him with ill intent, felt an overwhelming wave of terror wash over him. What is happening? Why am I here? Admiral, why is it you? Jimmy Air exclaimed in panic, failing to rid himself of the remnants of magma clinging to him. Who granted you the audacity to take innocent lives? You think you can simply kill anyone? Sengoku retorted. No, let me explain. Admiral, please listen. Haha. The Navy stands as a symbol of justice, a protector of the innocent. Initially, I was skeptical, but now I am convinced. Sengoku continued. You were promoted by my own hand. Though your strength is lacking, you have served the Navy for so long, even if you have not achieved great merit. Your hard work has warranted your promotion to Vice Admiral. Yet, I never anticipated you would stoop so low. Enough. Henceforth, I hereby revoke Vice Admiral Jimmy Air's rank and send him to impel down, Sengoku announced abruptly. Upon hearing he was to be sent to impel down, Jimmy Air cast a venomous glance at Lin Chen, then succumbed to fear, losing consciousness as he recognized the horrors of that place. Everyone disperse. I am weary, Lin Chen stated, requesting the others to leave. Sengoku appeared to age several years in that moment. The emergence of such a disgrace within the Navy, an organization he had devoted his life to, was a heavy burden for anyone to bear. Though Sengoku had grown older, he had witnessed the trembling figure of Jimmy Air just moments ago, yet the implications of eradicating such pests in one fell swoop were too severe. Lin Chen, I was wrong. I did not foresee the presence of so many disgraceful individuals within the Navy. Chapter 11. The Promotion Tournament. At this moment, the Navy Square was bustling with countless soldiers gathered at the training ground. Sengoku and Garp had personally arrived. Everyone was filled with excitement, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the competition. Today marked the Promotion Tournament, a contest to determine the new admiral, though Akainu was notably absent. 3 chairs were positioned at a height. Kizaru lounged with his legs crossed on the left, while Kazan occupied the right. Today was to decide who would claim the 3rd chair, with the winner taking up the mantle of admiral. Several formidable contenders were poised to compete. Sengoku glanced at his watch. Only 5 minutes remained until the competition officially began. If Lin Chen did not arrive soon, it would amount to a forfeiture. Sengoku held a high regard for Lin Chen's abilities, and following the recent Jimmy Air incident, his perception of Lin Chen had shifted significantly. Kane sat anxiously in a corner, glancing around. Is the boss still in bed? Wait, could he have forgotten that today is the promotion tournament? Otherwise, why hasn't he shown up? Kane's suspicions were spot on. Lin Chen had indeed forgotten. At that moment, Lin Chen was just waking up. Ah, how refreshing. Lin Chen rubbed his eyes, oblivious to Jimmy Ayre's fate, and impelled down, and humorously pondered which level the unfortunate Vice Admiral might be on, entirely unaware that today was the promotion tournament. Kane, 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 Lin Chen called out, but there was no response. Where has that little rascal gone? I'll have to teach him a lesson when he returns, Lin Chen thought with irritation. Suddenly, an annoying din din mushy interrupted his thoughts. Hello? This is Lin Chen. Boss, the promotion tournament starts in 4 minutes. Why aren't you here? Ah, today's the promotion tournament? I'll be there shortly. Lin Chen would not admit to forgetting. Such a revelation would surely tarnish his image before his subordinates. Boom. Transforming capsule. Lin Chen, after a long hiatus, utilized his transforming capsule. This time, he exchanged his gentle, refined white suit for a more imposing and formidable black ensemble, at least in his own estimation. Not bad, he said, admiring his reflection in the mirror. Time's almost up. I must leave. Shave. Moonwalk. In an instant, Lin Chen vanished from his spot, racing towards the Navy Square, leaving behind a trail of black shadows. In stark contrast to Lin Chen's serene demeanor, Kane was in a state of frantic anxiety. Where's the boss? The competition starts in 1 minute. He.S. not answering his din din mushy. Didn't he say he was determined to become an admiral? Sengoku checked his watch. 1 minute until the start. While I have faith in Lin Chen, I cannot bend the rules for him alone. The participants were few. Only 7 individuals were competing: Momonosuke, Chopper, the Mole, Delvisia, the Ghost Spider, Fire Mountain, and Virgo, not counting the tardy Lin Chen. It wasn't that the others lacked the desire to become admirals. Rather, they understood that without sufficient strength, they would merely be offering their heads on a platter, preferring to observe from below the arena instead. Oh. Sengoku's voice resonated from the den den mushy in his hand. This competition will follow a tournament format, with 2 individuals dueling. The victor will defend their position, and the last one standing will become the new admiral. Those who feel unsatisfied may challenge the newly appointed admiral. The victor will take their place as admiral. Now, step forward for the draw. Those who draw the same will form a group. Sengoku retrieved a box from behind him. The 7 participants stepped forward, each drawing a slip of paper. Now, I will announce the matchups. Sengoku's voice boomed once more. Chopper versus Fire Mountain. The Mole versus Ghost Spider. Momonosuke versus Delvisia. Virgo versus I. Before Sengoku could finish, Lin Chen's dark figure appeared before him like a specter. Admiral, I haven't arrived late, have I? Since no one is here to contest against Vice Admiral Virgo, allow me to take his place, Lin Chen declared, casting a provocative glance at Virgo. Chapter 12. Admiral Baise. Very well. Lin Chen versus Virgo. The match begins. Participants, please proceed to the arena. I am Lin Chen. I look forward to your guidance. Lin Chen greeted Virgo courteously. Virgo said nothing further as he produced a green bamboo staff from behind. The staff gradually morphed into an inky black color. Virgo pointed the staff at Lin Chen, declaring, Virgo, please enlighten me. Lin Chen unsheathed his ice will blade from his waist, placing it at the edge of the stage. What do you mean? Aren't you a master swordsman? Why aren't you using your sword? Virgo questioned, perplexed. Ha ha ha, against you, there is no need. How did Lin Chen lay down his sword? Wasn't he the most adept with it? Surely he wouldn't concede, would he? Foolish. Hearing the murmurs of the surrounding navy regarding Lin Chen, Kane scolded them with irritation. He held unwavering confidence in Lin Chen. After all, he was my elder brother. Shave. Virgo instantly appeared behind Lin Chen, thrusting a bamboo stick towards his head. Lin Chen did not evade. Instead, he retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Virgo. If Virgo continued his assault, he would inevitably suffer from that strike. Left with no choice, Virgo had to raise his bamboo to block. Bang! Virgo was sent stumbling back 10 steps, while Lin Chen remained unyielding. How could the members of the Don Quixote family serve Doflamingo with such meager strength? At that moment, a voice, audible only to Virgo, floated through the air. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend. Cold sweat broke out on Virgo's forehead, yet he stubbornly replied. This was his greatest secret. He had infiltrated the Navy for 13 years without detection. How did this brat know? At this moment, Virgo had already resolved to eliminate Lin Chen on the arena. Although this brat was no slouch in strength, he had his own hidden cards. Shave. Virgo utilized Shave once more, teleporting behind Lin Chen. Finger pistol. His right index finger shot sharply towards Lin Chen's occiput. Upon contact, it felt as if he had struck nothing but air. No, it was an afterimage. Finger pistol ice block. Unbeknownst to Virgo, Lin Chen had used Shave to teleport behind him, leaving behind an afterimage due to the incredible speed. Lin Chen retaliated with a finger jab aimed at Virgo. as the ice wool pillar slowly emanated a faint blue glow from a distance. Ghost bamboo. As Lin Chen's light blue finger approached him, a chill crept into Virgo's heart, forcing him to rapidly spin the bamboo, enveloped in haki, to defend himself. Crash. Lin Chen's fingertip collided violently with the ghost bamboo. Instantly, a layer of frost covered Virgo's bamboo, and the next moment, it shattered. Haki enhanced. After the bamboo shattered, a fleeting expression of pain crossed Virgo's face, and his body began to swell, his clothes ripping apart as he transformed into a dark purple hue. Those who know my secret must die. After his transformation, Virgo's speed and strength surged dramatically, and he swung a fist towards Lin Chen. Come at me. Lin Chen, witnessing Virgo's rapid approach, responded not with anger, but with a smile. He clasped his hands together and then opened them wide, as if preparing a cannon aimed at the swiftly approaching Virgo. 6 Styles Ultimate, 6 King Pistol Snowfall. Lin Chen unleashed an immense wave of impact, interspersed with swirling snowflakes, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Yet, beneath its beauty lay immense peril. Under this shockwave, Virgo was sent flying, his dark glasses shattering into fragments, while the blood from his haki-covered skin mingled with the snowflakes, creating a strikingly beautiful tableau. Virgo collapsed to the ground, devoid of any combat ability. His appearance was no different from that of an ordinary person. Was it all just for show? Sengoku observed Lin Chen, who had not only mastered the 6 styles in such a brief time, but had also learned the ultimate technique, transforming it into an even more formidable power, leaving him utterly astounded. Admiral, it's time to announce the results. Yes, Lin Chen wins. Sengoku, coming back to his senses from his astonishment, hurriedly declared Lin Chen the victor. As Lin Chen descended from the stage, he realized he was the last to conclude his battle. He had taken too long. As anticipated, the other 3 victors were Peach Rabbit, T-Pig, and Mole. The second match would be a free-for-all. The 4 would battle in the same arena without rules, and the victor would assume the position of Admiral. As Sengoku finished speaking, Lin Chen leaped back onto his previous arena. You 3, come at me together. This kid is truly reckless. However, since it was a no-holds-barred free-for-all, Sengoku tacitly permitted Lin Chen's audacity. This kid is so arrogant. Admiral Peach Rabbit, I love you. Get that kid Lin Chen off the stage. Lin Chen, if you're so capable, show us. Yet, rumors had it that he had defeated the former Admiral Akainu. Surely, Akainu couldn't handle so many opponents. Boss, go for it. The clamorous voices of the Navy soldiers filled the air, with hardly anyone betting on Lin Chen. Lin Chen caught the sound of Kane's voice from the crowd. A subtle smile graced his lips. Ice Wool Pillar. Lin Chen's palm grasped the air, and the Ice Wool Pillar materialized in his hand. Since it has come to this, I shall no longer waste time. Sitting amidst the frost-laden sky, Ice Wheel Pillar. Bankai. Lin Chen directly activated Bankai, aiming to conclude the battle with utmost swiftness. A blue radiance shot into the heavens, and Lin Chen's eyes transformed into an icy blue hue, resembling a deity wielding control over frost. A colossal ice dragon spiraled around him, and massive wings suddenly emerged from his back, with 3 radiant lotus flowers blooming behind him, unleashing an overwhelming spiritual pressure upon the spectators. Sengoku, witnessing Lin Chen's transformation, felt a sense of foreboding. He had witnessed Lin Chen's confrontation with Akainu firsthand. Initially, Sakazuki had the upper hand, but Lin Chen activated Bankai, resulting in a heavy injury to Sakazuki. If he unleashed his full power, would Marineford not face devastation? Conqueror's Haki. Sengoku unleashed his Conqueror's Haki to collide with Lin Chen's spiritual pressure, shielding the Navy soldiers behind him. So powerful. Is this truly Lin Chen's strength? No wonder he could defeat Akainu. Mole, gazing at Lin Chen's exaggerated stance, felt the overwhelming spiritual pressure and involuntarily swallowed hard. What a ridiculous situation. Was he offering himself up? Without hesitation, T-Pig, braving the spiritual pressure, retreated from the arena. I surrender. He declared with a helpless expression, this is a joke. I can't possibly win. Peach Rabbit, you're no match for him. Come back. Peach Rabbit, eager to fight, yearned to become an admiral, yet was called back by Crane. Despite her reluctance, she understood that she was no match for Lin Chen. Sister Crane was acting for her own good. Lin Chen, you've won. Quickly release this state. I can barely hold on. All right, Lin Chen responded lightly, and in the blink of an eye, the previous phenomena vanished without a trace, as if it had all been an illusion. Yet, the remnants of ice on the ground testified to the reality of what had transpired. No one dared to underestimate the refined young man before them. Admiral Lin Chen, Admiral Lin Chen, Admiral Lin Chen. At this moment, the soldiers erupted once more, But this time, it was a chorus of celebration for Lin Chen's ascent to the rank of Admiral. Lin Chen, all admirals have their own code names. Have you decided on yours? Sengoku inquired. For reasons unknown, Lin Chen's mind echoed with the name of a mythical beast from his past life, one revered in folklore. A symbol of auspiciousness that brings peace to the land and turns misfortune into fortune. It could even speak human language, understanding the essence of all things. Let us name it Baise. It suits Lin Chen perfectly. Chapter 13, Baise. Baise it is. It fits Lin Chen rather well. Very well, Lin Chen. From this day forth, I shall refer to you as Baise, Sengoku declared with a smile. Your praise is too much, Admiral. Lin Chen's humility truly delighted Sengoku. Ding. Mission, become an Admiral of the Navy. Completed. Ding. Kaleidoscope Sharingan extraction in progress. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Shinra Tensei. Please allow the host to extract the information independently. A friendly reminder, the host should proceed to a secure location to undergo the fusion process, which may take some time. Any interruption during the fusion will result in failure. At this moment, the system's voice echoed once more, and Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. It was indeed Uchiha Obito's Kamui. Such an extraordinarily powerful ability. However, for now, the priority is to complete the ritual. Moonstep. With a few graceful leaps, Lin Chen ascended to the distant high platform. Today, I, Lin Chen, codename Baise, am the newly appointed Admiral of the Navy. Admiral Baise. Admiral Baise. Admiral Baise. A wave of cheers erupted from below, a testament to their complete recognition of Lin Chen's strength as they called out his name with genuine enthusiasm. See that? That's my brother. I told you he could become an admiral. Kane proudly boasted to those around him. And I possess the powers of a mythical Zoan devil fruit user, just like the marshal, he added, transforming his right arm into a flaming wing, basking in the awed and envious gazes directed at him. In a distant corner, Akainu Sakazuki silently observed the proceedings. Upon witnessing Lin Chen leap onto the stage, a fervent glint flashed in his eyes before he quietly departed, as if he had never been there. Lin Chen, one day I shall reclaim the position of Admiral from you. Admiral Kizuru, Admiral Akiji, I look forward to your guidance. Lin Chen addressed Kizuru and Akiji from the platform. Admiral Baise, we are all admirals here. You may simply call us by our names or code names, Kizaru replied smoothly, embodying the essence of neutrality. Akiji and Akainu shared a mutual disdain, and Lin Chen's replacement of Akainu brought Akiji considerable joy. Cough, cough, silence. Today, in celebration of Admiral Baise's ascension, I must announce something. The current atmosphere within the Navy is utterly corrupt, oppressing the weak and the common people. How is this any different from pirates? What purpose does our Navy serve? Sengoku proclaimed at that moment. Thus, I, along with Vice Admiral Tsuru and Admiral Garp, have decided to establish a new institution, the Navy Inspection Group. I shall appoint Admiral Baise as the leader of this new organization, with Tama as the deputy leader. The remaining members will be personally selected by Admiral Baise. Thus, the renowned Navy Inspection Group was officially established. Lin Chen was not surprised at being appointed leader. He was, however, taken aback to learn that the deputy leader was Tama. Sharing a glance, both Lin Chen and Tama expressed their astonishment. Congratulations, Admiral Baise. To assume such a prestigious role right after becoming an admiral, your salary must be quite substantial. Kizaru offered his congratulations. Admiral Kizaru, you jest. Your scientific division is far more coveted, Lin Chen responded, engaging in light-hearted banter with Kizaru. You looked exceptionally dashing today, boss. You have no idea how cool it was to see you take on 3 opponents at once, intimidating them into submission. Even a beautiful pink-haired Navy officer was starstruck by you. Kane chattered excitedly to Lin Chen upon returning home. You, my captain, are forever the most handsome. Lin Chen smiled back at Kane. Then, with a serious tone, he said to Kane, all right, I must now enter seclusion. Remember, unless I personally step out, do not allow anyone to approach me. Yes, boss, Kane replied, sensing Lin Chen's seriousness and refraining from further teasing. System, extract, Kamui. Ding. The fusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui, is in progress. 1132854799099100. After 3 hours of fusion, the progress bar finally reached 100. Ding. Congratulations, host, fusion complete. Lin Chen abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils transforming from black to a vibrant crimson. The tomo within his eyes evolved from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 3, swirling rapidly to form a mesmerizing pattern. A profound spatial power emanated from Lin Chen's eyes. Moments later, his eyes returned to their ordinary state. Is this Kamui? What an immense power. Ding. Kimui is an advanced space-time ninjutsu, fundamentally capable of transferring any object between the realms of reality and another dimension. Furthermore, Kimui can resonate with other space-time ninjutsu. The basic principle involves the reciprocal transfer of oneself or surrounding objects between reality and the alternate dimension, thereby interfering with reality to achieve various effects. When absorbing an object, the eyes focus on it, causing the surrounding space to warp under the influence of the user's ocular power. The extent of this control determines the intensity of the spatial distortion, and anything within the range of that power will be absorbed into the alternate dimension, making it a highly advanced space-time ninjutsu. Additionally, the capabilities of the left and right eyes differ slightly. The left eye can absorb objects from a distance and is primarily used for offensive purposes, boasting stronger offensive capabilities but weaker defensive ones compared to the right eye. The right eye can absorb and release objects at close range, including the user, and can also allow the user to become intangible, transferring the attacked part to the alternate dimension at the moment of impact to evade attacks and pass through obstacles. However, it has a time limitation. In a single-eye state, it can be disrupted after 5 minutes of continuous attacks. When both eyes are utilized together, Kimui reaches its maximum potential, significantly enhancing the speed of transfer, intangibility, and duration. It can resonate with other forms of space-time ninjutsu and access another's alternate dimension, enabling the continuous opening of a spatial portal, albeit at a considerable cost to physical stamina. In a dual-eye state, Kimui can even be imparted to weapons and ninjutsu. The system further elaborated on the powers of Kimui, indicating that its activation now consumes physical stamina instead of chakra. Chapter 14, Mysterious Identity. On the vast and boundless ocean, a colossal pirate ship resembling a whale was steadily navigating the waters. The bored Marco stood at the bow, gazing at the sky, watching a news bird, and casually picked up a newspaper. "Hurry up, I won't give you any berries. If you don't leave soon, you'll become a roasted little bird," Marco quipped, flames igniting in blue around his hand. After releasing the trembling news bird, he glanced at the newspaper but suddenly felt his pupils constrict. Newly appointed Admiral Baise takes office. "Old man." Marco rushed into Whitebeard's cabin. "Old man, look at this newspaper. What is all the fuss about? This isn't like you." "Marco," Whitebeard replied. "Old man, just look at the newspaper. I guarantee you'll be astonished," Marco exclaimed, throwing up his hands. The moment Whitebeard glanced at the newspaper, an unconscious aura of terror erupted from him. Newly appointed Admiral Baise takes office. He swiftly reigned in his overwhelming conqueror's haki. "Kaha, that guy actually became an admiral after 20 years. Though I must say, the position of admiral seems a bit beneath him. I told you, old man, you'd be shocked." Marco laughed. "Kaha, that guy's news will spread across the world quickly. Many people out there want to hear about him," Whitebeard remarked with a knowing smile. "Come on, let us celebrate. Hearing news of that guy again is certainly worth celebrating. But old man, your health," Marco began. But Whitebeard cut him off. "My health can handle one more feast." Marco, with a resigned curl of his lips, lamented the dwindling festivities aboard the ship since his father's health had been failing. The mere tidings of White Zetsu's return was a cause for celebration. "Father, perhaps you should drink a little less." On Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin erupted in uproarious laughter as she surveyed the newspaper in her grasp. "White Zetsu has resurfaced. His soul is something I yearn to devour. It is utterly intoxicating." The more she contemplated, the stronger her desire grew, an insatiable craving for cake and confections. "I must have cake. I must have desserts." Suddenly, she was consumed by a frenzy, a dark aura emanating from her as she drooled uncontrollably. Her eyes ablaze as if sanity had eluded her. "Chef Longbread, mother is after sweets again. You must intervene." One of Big Mom's daughters, panicking, sought out the chef. Longbread, with deft movements, transformed stone into delectable pastries with a stroke of his knife, and wood into succulent meat. Finally, he plunged his blade into the ground, from which a magnificent cake began to emerge. "Take this to Lin Lin. It should suffice," he said, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Alas, I am aging. I wonder how much longer I can serve her." White Zetsu. "This scoundrel has vanished for over 2 decades. Why has he suddenly reappeared?" Kaido roared, his dragon form demolishing everything in his sight. After a while, he reverted to his human shape, tracing the immense scar resembling a cross on his chest, and muttering, "White Zetsu, the next time we meet, I will ensure your demise." Meanwhile, the red-haired pirates were gathered, and Shanks quietly contemplated the newspaper depicting Lin Chen draped in an admiral's cloak, nostalgia reflecting in his eyes. "I have bestowed that straw hat upon the new generation of pirates, and in him, I see the shadow of our former captain." Moments later, he chuckled. Your return will surely alter the course of this era. Beckman, prepare for a banquet. Chapter 15, Setting Sail. Above the East Sea, an Admiral-class warship glided steadily. Hey you. Why the rush to set sail? Taodu glared at Lin Chen, visibly irritated. You may call me White Zetsu, or Admiral White Zetsu. I am not that fellow you mentioned. Lin Chen replied coolly, casting a sidelong glance at Taodu, whose face flushed with indignation. But why have you only recruited 2 crew members? Wasn't the commander supposed to let you choose freely? It's not my fault. Colonel Smoker is on a mission, Lin Chen retorted, somewhat disgruntled. Besides, I only seek individuals of exceptional talent. It's not about quantity, but quality. He then cast his gaze towards a blue-haired girl in the distance. Why, Your Excellency? Little Ain blushed fiercely as she felt Lin Chen's attention upon her. Admiral White Zetsu is so handsome. Being selected for the inspection team by Admiral White Zetsu is a great honor. Indeed, this voyage was to rectify the Navy's conduct while simultaneously elevating Admiral White Zetsu's reputation. Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji had all forged their paths through bloodshed. Presently, the inspection team consisted of 4 members, Leader Lin Chen, Deputy Taodu, and 2 others, Kane, who was napping in the cabin, and Ain. The new recruit Lin Chen sought from Zephyr. Although Ain lacked fame at the moment, Lin Chen recognized her unparalleled talent and beauty with his guidance. She was destined for greatness. In truth, Lin Chen had several candidates for the inspection team in mind, yet fate was unkind, as Smoker had ventured out on a mission. Stop that ship. We are here to plunder. Yet it appeared to be a Navy vessel. And what of it? I am the most beautiful woman in the world. Lin Chen chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. This was an Admiral-class warship, and how dared they? Upon closer inspection of the pirate ship and its crew, he was taken aback. It was utterly ghastly. The pirate ship was painted entirely in pink, adorned with a giant swan head and heart motifs. However, the woman at the prow was a vision of grotesqueness. A massive frame, tightly set features, and a face speckled with freckles, epitomizing the very essence of unattractiveness. Ha! Taodu, standing behind Lin Chen, could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, her ample bosom quivering with the force of her mirth, causing Lin Chen to momentarily lose his composure. Even the typically composed Ain could not suppress a smile. Ding. Encounter with Pirate Arlita. Please make a choice. Option 1. Loudly mock Arlita and send her flying. Reward. Paramecia-type Devil Fruit, Slip Fruit. Option 2. Insincerely compliment her beauty and surrender treasures. Reward. Zoan-type Devil Fruit, Bug Fruit, Spider Form. Setting aside the rewards, her appearance was truly beyond description. Option 1. Your looks are truly appalling. In 20 years, I, White Zetsu, have never encountered such audacity. Who among you has the most yellow urine? Wake your captain from her delusions. What did you say? How dare you call me ugly? Men, kill them all. Arlita screamed frantically, yet her crew remained paralyzed, trembling as if confronted by a colossal beast. Are you all deaf? They are merely the Navy. What is there to fear? I've dispatched 57 of their kind. Arlita declared, twisting her rotund form to swing a spiked club at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, uninterested in using Haki, delivered a single punch to Arlita's ample belly, sending her soaring away at a speed surpassing her arrival. Having dispatched Arlita, Lin Chen disdainfully wiped his hands. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Slip Fruit. Indeed, the East Sea was teeming with talent. One could even claim to have dispatched 57 admirals. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Chen turned to address the crew aboard the ship. No, Admiral. We are not acquainted with her. Truly, we are not. They were not like the foolish Arlita, only concerned with indulgence. They had read the news regarding the new Admiral's ascension and were astounded by White Zetsu's prowess, never expecting to encounter him on a day of robbery. Admiral White Zetsu, we have decided to surrender at Navy headquarters and reflect upon our actions in Impel Down before becoming exemplary members of the Navy. One of the crew members stated, Really? How did you come to this realization? Indeed, we have just come to a profound understanding of our errors. They would not admit that it was fear of White Zetsu that prompted their change of heart. Lin Chen regarded them with an enigmatic gaze, patterns swirling in his eyes. Very well, I shall spare your lives. Be gone, and we shall take our leave, Taodu. Upon hearing Lin Chen refer to her in such a familiar manner, Taodu was instantly covered in goosebumps. Admiral White Zetsu and Sister Taodu share a close bond. I mused enviously. As the warship departed, one of Arlita's crew suddenly asked, Are we really going to surrender? What else is there to do? He is an admiral. His final gaze was truly terrifying. Going to Impel Down is better than facing death. The crew members exchanged bitter smiles, lamenting that today's voyage was indeed a stroke of ill fortune. They could not fathom why the admirals, who were supposed to be stationed at Marineford, had appeared in the East Sea. They had made the right choice. Had they not surrendered, Lin Chen would not have hesitated to take more lives. After all, he had left his mark of divine might aboard this vessel. Chapter 16. The First Encounter with Nami. Faster, quicker. You must step on the ground 10 times within 3 seconds to generate a powerful rebound. Exactly. Ian is doing splendidly. And you, Kane, how is it that you can't even keep up with a girl? Lin Chen was currently teaching Ian the technique known as shave, one of the 6 forms. Mastering shave and applying it would lead to the learning of moonwalk. It's all thanks to Lord Baise's teachings. Ian shyly responded upon receiving Lin Chen's praise. Honestly, I could just use my beast transformation to fly. Why bother learning moonwalk? Kane muttered under his breath. What did you just say? Lin Chen exclaimed, delivering a punch to Kane's head, leaving a sizable bump. Ian, keep training diligently. I'll teach Kane what hard work truly means. Lin Chen cracked his knuckles with a mischievous grin as he approached the now trembling Kane. Oh my, Lord Baise's anger looks so cool. Ian watched Lin Chen with starry eyes. Lin Chen, we need to replenish our supplies. Ahead lie Magnet Island and Lobe Town. Where shall we head for provisions? At that moment, Peach Rabbit addressed Lin Chen. Let us go to Lobe Town first. I wish to witness the legendary place where the Pirate King was executed. In truth, Lin Chen was more concerned about meeting the best navigator of the future, who seemed to be present at that very moment. All right, let us steer the ship over. No, don't bring the ship closer. This time, I shall go alone, Lin Chen insisted. Captain, I want to go too. I can take care of you, Kane exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. You're right. Ian, come with me. Kane, practice shave on the ship. If I return and you haven't mastered it, you may have to experience my love fist. Oh, Kane's initial excitement deflated, much like a punctured balloon upon hearing those words. Lord Baise, is that really okay? Ian asked, filled with surprise. Let us go? Lin Chen gently ruffled Ian's hair, causing Ian's face to flush like a startled kitten. Transforming capsule ship. Lin Chen conjured a small boat from the capsule, leaping onto it while holding Ian. Lord Baise is so amazing. Ian marveled at Lin Chen's miraculous display. Hee. Just a little trick, nothing worth mentioning. Help, help. Suddenly, Lin Chen and Ian heard a cry for help. Before them, a young girl with orange hair was struggling in the water. Wait a moment, I'll rescue you. Without a second thought, Ian rushed to save the girl. Little did he consider how she ended up there, given the absence of nearby vessels and the considerable distance from shore. Wasn't he rather suspicious? Lin Chen observed the girl in the water with a calm demeanor, silently watching Ian attempt the rescue. He was well aware that the girl was not as simple as she appeared. This was his target. A faint smile crept across Lin Chen's lips. Isn't that right? Thieving cat Nami? Lin Chen looked down at Nami, who had been dragged aboard, devoid of any sympathy. Though he now considered Nami to be his own, he intended to use her to teach Ian a lesson. Kindness is commendable, but blind compassion can only harm oneself and those around them. Chapter 17. The First Encounter with Nami 2. Transforming capsule, a whole chest of gold coins. Lin Chen produced a chest of gold coins, placing it prominently. Lord Baise, what are you doing? Ian asked, perplexed. Ha, you'll understand soon enough. Just save her for now. Phew, finally saved. Nami gasped, her breath ragged. I can't believe there are still people out here in the vast ocean. No matter who you are, please, give me some water, and if possible, a piece of bread. I've encountered misfortune, my ship capsized. Lord Baise, let us help her. She looks so pitiful. Ian pleaded, tugging at Lin Chen's collar. Transforming capsule, water, bread. Lin Chen murmured, conjuring water and bread as if by magic and handing them to Nami. Little girl, how did you end up in such peril on the open sea? Where's your ship? Knowing Nami's ruse, Lin Chen stifled a laugh as he continued to play along. Nami's gaze fixated on the chest of gold, her eyes widening with greed. So much gold. If I can complete this job, I'll have enough to save up 100 million berries. My ship capsized, but if you could retrieve the documents from my ship, they are crucial to me. I can offer you a great treasure in return, she pleaded, her voice dripping with false innocence. Humph, I've seen plenty of such characters. The moment they show a pitiful face, people rush to help, Nami thought to herself, plotting to toss the girl back into the sea once she got her hands on the treasure. Then, all the riches aboard the ship will be mine. I can return and save everyone. Lin Chen followed Nami's gaze and indeed spotted a dilapidated sailing vessel. All right, I'll help you retrieve it. Hell of bitter cold. Just as Nami intended to abandon Ian and escape with the money, she witnessed Lin Chen, who was supposed to jump into the sea, draw his sword and plunge it into the water. Instantly, an icy surface spread across the sea, visible to the naked eye. Impressive strength. Even Arlong likely doesn't possess such power, Nami thought, watching the sea transform before her. Remarkable, Lord Baise, Ian exclaimed, marveling at Lin Chen's ability to freeze the ocean's surface. Several years prior, he had witnessed Admiral Akiji instantly freeze a section of the sea. But Akiji was a Logia-type devil fruit user. It appeared that Lin Chen was not a devil fruit user. Let me jump into the sea and get my clothes wet. Quite unbecoming of an admiral, wouldn't you agree, thieving cat Nami? Lin Chen turned to Nami, speaking coolly. What, you're a thief? Ian, though kind-hearted, was no fool. He quickly pieced everything together from Lin Chen's earlier actions and Nami's words. Ian, remember, kindness is a virtue, but unbridled compassion can lead to one's downfall. Lin Chen said, gently stroking Ian's soft hair. Nami felt Lin Chen's gaze bore into her, akin to a primordial beast stalking its prey, causing cold sweat to drench her back. She was no fool. She was aware of the recent sensational news regarding the new admiral's appointment. Being a thief required staying informed. Yet, who would have thought that such a formidable admiral would appear in the East Sea? Initially, Nami thought little of it. But now she realized that this man in black was the same as the face she had seen in the newspapers just days before. Admiral of the Navy. Oh no. I've encountered an admiral. How does he know my name? Could he be here specifically to capture me? I can't be imprisoned by the Navy. No. I have a mission to fulfill. Indeed, he is a vice admiral. He should be able to assist me in defeating Arlong. As Nami contemplated this, the fear in her heart dissipated somewhat, as if she were already assured of Lin Chen's assistance. You little thief. How audacious of you to scheme against a vice admiral. Lin Chen observed Nami's fearful demeanor with great amusement. My lord, I apologize, but I implore you to save my village. I will turn myself in afterward, Nami exclaimed tearfully. Hey, let us talk this over calmly. There's no need to cry. I was never particularly concerned about this matter, Lin Chen remarked, feeling a sudden headache at the sight of her tears. I truly cannot abide seeing a girl cry. He lowered his imposing aura, hurriedly wiping away the tears from the corners of Nami's eyes. Nami couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Chen's flustered expression. Who would have thought that a dignified vice admiral would wipe away the tears of a lowly thief like herself? Chapter 18, Smoker. Is this Log Town, the place where the Pirate King began and ended his journey? Lin Chen stood amidst the bustling street, gazing at the quaint town. While not particularly prosperous, it held a unique charm of its own. At that moment, Lin Chen was accompanied by Ain and Nami, procuring supplies for their journey. As Peach Rabbit and Kane awaited them aboard the ship, Nami felt as though she were in a dream. She had managed to rob a vice admiral. And just as she thought she would be captured, the formidable Admiral White Zetsu had truly promised to aid her. The rapid fluctuations of her circumstances were akin to a roller coaster ride, stirring ripples within her fragile heart. If someone were to protect her, who would wish to remain a despised thief? Get out of my way, you lot. Don't obstruct my path. Lin Chen rubbed his forehead in irritation, pondering if he possessed some peculiar fate that drew trouble toward him. To avoid complications, he had deliberately donned 3 black cloaks for the trio, as his visage had become widely recognized across the seas. Pirate, don't run. You can't escape. Suddenly, a figure emerged, enveloped in billowing white smoke, accelerating with astonishing speed to apprehend the pirate before him. Stop. If you take another step, I shall slay her. As the pursuer was about to catch up, he snatched Nami and pressed a knife against her throat. Seeing this, the pursuer halted, fiercely pointing his fingers at the pirate. Let her go? In that tense moment, Lin Chen's voice rang out coolly. Do you think I'm an easy target? How dare you lay hands on my people? With a flick of his finger, Lin Chen unleashed a beam of azure light that arced past Nami, piercing through the assailant's skull. Are you all right, Nami? Lin Chen inquired gently. I am fine, she stammered. As the pirate crumpled to the ground, a gruesome hole in his forehead, his body shattering into icy fragments. Lin Chen drew his sword to block Smoker's strike aimed at him. Who are you? Why do you wield the 6 powers? The Navy has no one like you lurking in the shadows. Smoker spat out his cigarette, glaring menacingly at Lin Chen. Smoker. Disposing of cigarette butts carelessly is a poor habit, Lin Chen remarked, removing his hood. Upon seeing his face, Smoker's pupils dilated in shock. Sir White Zetsu, how did you come to be here? I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. Smoker began to address Lin Chen as Admiral White Zetsu, but a mere glance from Lin Chen silenced him. Such fortune comes without effort. Akiji, do not blame me for snatching someone from you. Lin Chen mused internally. Meanwhile, Akiji, who was napping, suddenly sneezed. Could it be that I've been sleeping too little lately? Smoker, you must amend your reckless behavior, otherwise you will encounter serious troubles in the future. Lin Chen, aware of Smoker's abilities, asked, Are you a devil fruit user? Sir, I have consumed the smoke fruit. Becoming a smoke man, Smoker replied respectfully. Ha ha ha, Logia-type fruit? How rare. You should hone your abilities. It's quite a remarkable fruit. And please, drop the formalities. Call me boss from now on. At this, Smoker's body tensed, disbelief etched across his face. You cannot possibly look down upon me, a mere vice admiral. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. An overwhelming aura emanating from him, as if to engulf Smoker. And no, that is not it. I'm merely a lowly captain. Since that is not the case. It's settled then. Lin Chen retracted his overwhelming presence, grinning at Smoker with a sly smile reminiscent of a cunning fox. Very well, boss, Smoker awkwardly acquiesced. Ha ha, since you've acknowledged me as your boss, you shall follow my lead from now on. Lin Chen said, patting Smoker on the shoulder. An stifled a laugh nearby, unaware that she too had been coaxed away from Zephyr with great difficulty. Chapter 19, to Shiji. Smoker, Lobetown is indeed a remarkable place. The site where the pirate king Joel D. Roger commenced and concluded his saga. Are there any formidable pirates in Lobetown? Lin Chen inquired lazily. Well, boss. There aren't any particularly powerful pirates in Lobetown, just a troublesome individual and a plethora of gangs. Though Smoker had accepted Lin Chen as his superior, he still felt awkward addressing him as such. Oh, is that so? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that Buggy the Clown arrived here not long before the Paramount War, and he hasn't shown up yet. Suddenly, Lin Chen leaped onto the execution platform where the pirate King Roger had once been executed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of ascending the execution platform of the pirate king. Reward, peak level Conqueror's Haki. Taken aback by the sudden system notification, Lin Chen was filled with elation. He had ascended the platform on a whim, never expecting such a delightful surprise. Ding! Does the host wish to fuse with the Conqueror's Haki? Fuse. In an instant, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming power coursing through him, the force melding into his being, imparting an exquisite sensation. He clenched his fist, unleashing a terrifying wave of Conqueror's Haki that swept across Lobetown. All the inhabitants of Lobetown bowed in submission to this formidable force. So this is what it feels like to possess the qualities of a king. It feels rather splendid. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the attribute panel function. Ding! Would you like to view it? View the attribute panel, Lin Chen commanded in his mind. Ding! Host, Lin Chen. Identity, current Vice Admiral, White Zetsu. Devil Fruit, none. Weapon, Ice Will Pillar. Haki, peak level Armament Haki, peak level Conqueror's Haki, beginner Observation Haki. It appeared that the system was far more complex than it seemed, likely unlocking additional functions as his abilities progressed. Moreover, he inexplicably acquired Observation Haki. Could it be a result of awakening Conqueror's Haki? Conqueror's Haki indeed. This is the supreme form of Haki, and those who wield such power possess the qualifications of a king upon the seas. Nami and Ein felt that Lin Chen seemed to exude an even more commanding presence. Yet Smoker understood that this was the fabled Conqueror's Haki. To his surprise, Admiral Baise possessed it as well. Lord Smoker, a tremendous surge of energy just erupted here, causing many citizens to faint. Are you all right? At that moment, a girl with deep blue hair and glasses hurriedly approached Smoker, panting as she spoke. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke. I'm fine. They will naturally regain consciousness. Lin Chen recognized her as Dashki, Smoker's little sidekick. My glasses. Please help me find them. Lord Smoker. Dashki suddenly tripped, her glasses flying away. Your beauty should not be confined by mere spectacles, Lin Chen remarked, having gracefully appeared before Dashki to assist her up. Transforming capsule contact lenses, Lin Chen whispered, his hands brushing over Dashki's eyes, bringing a refreshing sensation. The bashful girl blushed, feeling flustered by such intimate contact, as she had never been this close to a male before. I can see clearly now, even without my glasses. How wonderful, Dashki exclaimed, realizing Lin Chen's contribution to her newfound clarity. Indeed, glasses merely bind your beauty, Lin Chen said, lifting her chin to gaze into her eyes. Is that so? Dashki stammered, her cheeks flushed with adorableness from Lin Chen's sudden closeness. Suddenly, Lin Chen leaned closer, whispering in her ear, remember, do not go to Punk Hazard. After saying this, he released Dashki and returned to Ein and Nami, playfully tousling Ein's blue hair. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Dashki lingered in the warmth of Lin Chen's gentle touch, reflecting on his cryptic words about Punk Hazard. Never mind, there will be plenty of time in the future. As she touched her liberated eyes, she felt grateful for being able to see so clearly once again. Chapter 20, Bartolomeo. Ha 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 ha. Who dares to cause a ruckus in my territory? A peculiar laughter echoed behind Lin Chen, as a man with a green, rooster-like hairstyle approached. His right eye bore a tattoo, and he was clad in a purple coat adorned with a skull design and checkered pants, his chest marked with a black wing-like tattoo, and a dagger at his waist. He was flanked by a gang of lackeys, exuding the aura of a mafia leader. It was Bartolomeo, who had sensed the overwhelming energy surge that caused his weaker subordinates to faint. Alarmed by the power, he rushed over with those capable of fighting. After all, he was the gang leader in this area. Rogue Town is my domain, he boasted arrogantly. I couldn't help but burst into laughter at Bartolomeo's odd appearance. You little brat. What are you laughing at? Tie them up, boys, he commanded, causing Ain to hide behind Lin Chen, looking adorably frightened. Smoker glared at Bartolomeo, his teeth clenched. He was indeed a troublesome individual with an exasperating ability. Boom. Lin Chen stepped forward, creating a large crater in the ground as he emanated an overwhelming force that surged toward Bartolomeo and his gang like a shockwave. One by one, Bartolomeo's subordinates fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. What? Bartolomeo exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. White fist. Smoker seized the opportunity to attack Bartolomeo, his arm enveloped in thick smoke, launching forward with indomitable momentum. Bartolomeo crossed his fingers, conjuring an invisible barrier that deflected Smoker's punch. A barrier. A barrier. Smoker's assault shattered against Bartolomeo's barrier, dissipating into swirling white smoke before returning to him. Ha ha ha. I have eaten the barrier fruit, and my barrier is invincible, Bartolomeo proclaimed. Is that so? Ice Dragon's tail. Lin Chen unsheathed his ice wheel and unleashed a blue sword of ice, hurtling toward Bartolomeo's barrier. The clash produced a tremendous sound, raising clouds of dust, and as the dust settled, Bartolomeo's barrier remained intact. Is this real? This is an admiral, Smoker exclaimed, astonished by Bartolomeo's resilience. Smoker, do not be surprised. The devil fruits are treasures of the sea, and there are even more extraordinary powers. You will soon have your eyes opened, Lin Chen replied, his pupils suddenly transforming to a crimson hue, 3 tomos swirling within. A chill ran down Bartolomeo's spine upon seeing Lin Chen's eyes, a mysterious dread creeping into his heart, yet he quickly regained his bravado. Ha ha ha. My barrier is invincible, Bartolomeo boasted, his eyes wide with arrogance. Prepare to be amazed, Bartolomeo, Lin Chen retorted with a mocking smile. Divine might. Lin Chen's eyes spun with the 3 tomo, radiating a potent spatial energy. Bartolomeo's barrier began to warp, a circular gap appearing in its vast expanse. Soru, how about that? Bartolomeo? Lin Chen swiftly maneuvered through the opening, placing his blade against Bartolomeo's neck. The icy chill emanating from the blade raised goosebumps across Bartolomeo's skin. What? How could my barrier be breached? Humph. Divine might is an irresistible force. It can even absorb the seeking jade, let alone this mere barrier, Lin Chen mused internally. Lord Baise is truly remarkable. Ain cheered enthusiastically. Bartolomeo, your ability is formidable, but you must not overly rely on your fruit's power. Your world lies beyond this small rogue town, in the vast expanse of new horizons. Allow me to demonstrate what true strength is. With that, Lin Chen activated Moonwalk, leaping onto the execution platform, casting a commanding gaze over the assembled crowd as he slowly pointed the ice wheel towards the heavens. Heavenly Descent. Chapter 21. New members of the inspection team. Heavenly Descent. A brilliant blue light shimmered from Lin Chen's ice wheel, and in an instant, the sky darkened, clouds gathering ominously. The previously clear sky erupted with thunder and lightning, while a fierce wind swept in from an unknown source, enveloping Rogue Town in an apocalyptic atmosphere. The howling winds lifted Lin Chen's cloak, revealing his chiseled visage, as he appeared to command the calamities of the world. Smoker and his companions were left agape, stunned by the cataclysmic scene unfolding before them. Only Nami, despite her fear, sparkled with excitement. Admiral Baise can control the weather. Bartolomeo, witnessing this spectacle, fell to his knees in astonishment, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an ostrich egg. Unbeknownst to anyone, the fear in Bartolomeo's eyes gradually morphed into fervor, and then into reverence. Does this power truly exist? Murmured Bartolomeo as he knelt upon the ground. When Bartolomeo regained his senses, the sky transformed into a clear expanse, the ominous clouds dissipating as if the oppressive aura of doom had vanished. The heavens above Rogue Town returned to their former glory, as though the preceding events had been naught but a figment of imagination. The figures of Lin Chen and his companions had also vanished, as if they had never been there at all. Yet, the lingering pain from the sword energy at Bartolomeo's neck, along with the fallen minion nearby, attested that what had transpired was no illusion, but a reality. Slowly, Bartolomeo rose, his gaze fixed upon the horizon, a fervent expression illuminating his features. I will undoubtedly find you. I have etched your visage into my memory. The fierce winds had previously lifted Lin Chen's cloak, imprinting that vivid image into Bartolomeo's mind. An indelible mark he could not shake off. Divine might. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and his group were drawn into the realm of divine might, transported to their ship, the Baise. As Kane prepared to indulge in a moment of leisure on the deck, gazing at the sea, sipping juice, and basking in the sun, he was suddenly startled by the appearance of Lin Chen and his companions, causing him to spit out the juice all over Smoker. Smoker, with a disgruntled expression, wiped the juice from his face, casting a disdainful glance at Kane. Ignoring Smoker's look, Kane trembled as he faced Lin Chen, wishing to avoid another encounter with the iron fist of love. Boss, why did you suddenly appear? Kane stammered. Were you planning to laze about indefinitely? Lin Chen replied, his expression darkening as he clenched his fist. At the sight of Lin Chen's gesture, Kane shivered, memories of past encounters flooding his mind. Nami. And Shiki stifled laughter at Kane's flustered demeanor, their cheeks reddening in embarrassment. Let us not dwell on that. Where's Peach Rabbit? Lin Chen inquired of Kane. Peach Rabbit is in the kitchen, Kane replied, his voice quivering with evident trepidation. Peach Rabbit. Smoker and Shiki exchanged shocked glances at the sight of Peach Rabbit clad in an apron, diligently preparing a meal, yet they respectfully greeted her nonetheless. Come. Let me introduce you, Smoker. This is our new member of the patrol team. I've had my eye on him for quite some time. Lin Chen casually draped an arm around Peach Rabbit, gesturing towards Smoker. Upon hearing "had my eye on him," Smoker shivered, casting a wary look at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, let go of me, Peach Rabbit exclaimed in frustration. All right, let us not fuss over the details. This is Shiki, Smoker's little sidekick. And now part of our patrol team, Lin Chen said, scratching his nose sheepishly. Shiki, suddenly lost in thought, felt her face heat up with shyness. By the way, this is Nami, who will henceforth be our navigator, provided we can resolve a certain issue first, Lin Chen introduced, nudging Nami forward toward Peach Rabbit. Don't let her youth fool you. She possesses an unparalleled affinity for navigation. As long as you're happy, after all, you are the captain. I'll go prepare dinner, Peach Rabbit said with a roll of her eyes, resigned yet supportive. That night, Lin Chen gazed at the starry sky, exhaling a puff of smoke, relishing his first experience with smoking. Come out. No need to hide any longer, he said softly. Nami slowly emerged from behind him, snatching the cigarette from his hand. Coughing slightly, she took a deep drag before tossing the unfinished cigarette into the sea. With a wistful gaze, she looked at Lin Chen, who had promised her the role of navigator, stirring profound emotions within her. Chapter 22, Cocoa Village. Are you truly going to allow me to be the navigator? Nami looked at Lin Chen with yearning eyes. Indeed, when I invoked the celestial signs, I discovered your remarkable affinity for the skies. You are destined to become an exceptional navigator, Lin Chen declared, his demeanor unwavering. Didn't you say you would send me to prison? I'm a thief. Nami's voice quivered as she spoke. Foolish girl, I never intended to imprison you. Which girl would choose to be a thief if not compelled by circumstance? Lin Chen gently ruffled Nami's hair. Here, a gift for you. A navigator under my command must not bring me shame. With a flourish, he produced a book titled The Complete Guide to Navigation. As Nami gazed at the book, tears brimmed in her eyes. Her dream was to set sail and create the most detailed and comprehensive nautical charts of the world. Yet, after the arrival of that demon, who had taken her adoptive mother and forced her and her sister to earn money for him, that dream seemed eternally out of reach. Until she met this man, who had given her hope to save her hometown and help her realize her aspirations. Suddenly, a blush crept to her cheeks as a daring thought crossed her mind. She stared dreamily at Lin Chen. In an unexpected moment, Lin Chen felt a soft pressure against his lips. Don't think too much of it. It's merely a token of gratitude for your gift, Nami said, her face flushed as she shyly seized the complete guide to navigation and hurried away. I will become the best navigator in the world. I won't let you down, I promise. Lin Chen watched Nami retreat, his fingers brushing his lips. That was my first kiss, he mused, a slight smile gracing his lips. Once you kiss me, you are mine. In Cocoa Village, Colonel Mouse sipped tea leisurely, perusing a newspaper while listening to his subordinates report on recent earnings. Since reaching an understanding with Arlong, his life had become increasingly comfortable, requiring only a casual glance to see heaps of berries flowing into his coffers. In such a small place, nothing would go unnoticed, otherwise he would have faced dire consequences long ago. Just recently, due to the Navy's conduct, even a vice admiral had been dealt with at Impel Down. Colonel Mouse shuddered at the thought, relieved that this place was far from the Navy headquarters. At that moment, a subordinate burst through the door, breathless. Colonel, this is bad. What are you panicking for? Did I not teach you to remain calm in a crisis? How can one achieve great things in a state of chaos? Colonel Mouse frowned, visibly displeased. Now speak. What is it? He said, elegantly sipping his tea. Report. Colonel Mouse. A Navy warship has been sighted off the coast of Cocoa Village, and it appears to be of admiral rank. An admiral? Why are you in such a frenzy? The previously nonchalant Colonel Mouse suddenly snapped to attention. He leapt from his chair, gripping his subordinate's collar. Why didn't you say so sooner? But you told me not to panic. Enough. What do we do? What do we do? Colonel Mouse paced anxiously. Quickly, inform Arlong to hide, he exclaimed, slapping his hands together. No need. I am already here. A tall, dark-skinned fishman emerged from the shadows behind Colonel Mouse, his expression menacing as he glared at the colonel. Mouse, I provide you with so many berries each year. You wouldn't dare betray me, would you? Arlong's eyes narrowed ominously. Stop joking around. What good would it do me to expose you? They might just be here for supplies. Hurry and hide. Do not get caught. I hope you speak the truth. Aaron turned his head to glance at Colonel Mouse, vanishing from the colonel's sight within mere steps. May all be well. At that moment, Colonel Mouse appeared to be a devout believer, fervently praying to the heavens. Nami, just ahead lies Kokosha Village. Once we resolve this predicament, you shall be mine. Lin Chen said with a smile, gazing at the small island before him. Upon hearing Lin Chen's suggestive remark and recalling her reckless actions from the previous night, Nami's face instantly flushed like a raging fire as she barely managed to respond. This time, Nami and I will scout ahead. You all can secure the ship and join us later. Lin Chen contemplated for a moment before adding. Kane should accompany us this time, but you'll have to make your own way. We shall depart first. Divine might. Lin Chen embraced Nami, and the space around them distorted, swiftly engulfing their figures. Yay! Kane exclaimed joyfully upon receiving this news. He had been stifled aboard the ship and was finally eager to stretch his legs. Suddenly, golden flames enveloped Kane, and from within emerged a magnificent golden giant bird. Let us go. The giant bird flapped its wings, igniting a blaze, and vanished from sight. Unexpectedly, this lad possesses the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. What splendid fortune! Kane and Peach Rabbit were unfazed by this revelation, while Smoker stood astonished, gazing at the remnants of the golden flames in disbelief. Chapter 23, No Kigo. Indeed, although Kane often behaves frivolously, he wields a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. Truly fortunate. Peach Rabbit shrugged in response to Smoker's exclamation. Smoker clenched his fists, declaring, I cannot allow this spitting imbecile to surpass me. Divine might. Within an orange grove in Kokosha Village, the fabric of space twisted mysteriously, and two figures emerged. Lin Chen gazed in astonishment at the orange trees and the girl tending to them not far away. Could it be? Could it really be such a coincidence that we arrive home in a single step? Lin Chen mused internally. No Kigo. Nami. By chance. Lin Chen's divine might had teleported them directly into an orange grove, where they fortuitously encountered No Kigo, who was diligently tending to the orchard. No Kigo looked bewildered at the sudden appearance of the two, and soon they embraced joyfully. Nami, how did you return? How was it out there? Did anyone mistreat you? No Kigo's concerned chatter was interrupted by Nami, who exclaimed, No Kigo, we're saved. Soon, we shall avenge Belmare. Indeed, although No Kigo found this notion hard to believe, she chose to trust Nami, for she was indeed her sister. Observing the two women catching up, Lin Chen quietly watched, plucking an orange from a tree. Quite delectable. Nami, aren't you going to introduce us? No Kigo inquired, pointing at Lin Chen. Could he be your boyfriend? She teased. And no, he is not. Nami's face turned crimson at the suggestion, hastily denying it. He is Admiral White Serpent from the Navy headquarters. What? An admiral? Really? I just teased an admiral. No Kigo exclaimed in panic. Nami, let us run. I'll hold him off. She quickly pulled Nami behind her, fearing the chaos an admiral might wreak in Kokosha Village. Just then, a cold sweat broke out on No Kigo's back as she recalled rescuing a messenger bird in the orchard not long ago. In gratitude, the bird had gifted her a newspaper, revealing that an admiral was the pinnacle of the Navy's might, far surpassing Colonel Mouse. No Kigo felt a wave of despair. In her mind, all of the Navy were as despicable as Colonel Mouse. Ha ha ha, No Kigo, there's no need to be anxious. I am not of the same ilk as that scoundrel Mouse, Lin Chen remarked, amused by No Kigo's evident fear. He was deeply touched by her courage to protect Nami. In such a vast organization as the Navy, a few rogues are inevitable. I have come to bring Mouse to justice. Indeed, No Kigo. Lord Lin Chen is here to assist us, Nami reassured her. Upon hearing this, Nokigo finally relaxed her guard. How embarrassing it was to doubt someone of such high standing who had come to help them. Blushing, Nokigo shyly stammered, "I apologize." Just then, Nami stepped forward, batting her eyelashes and pleading sweetly, "Lord Lin Chen, Nokigo doesn't easily apologize. Please forgive her, Your Grace." Hearing Nami's soft voice, Lin Chen's spirits lifted, and he instinctively ruffled her hair. I have never held a grievance against her. What is there to forgive? However, Nami blushed even deeper at his ambiguous gesture. "Let us go. Let's south explore the Dragon Park," Lin Chen declared, as the space before him warped suddenly, pulling the two women along as they disappeared from the orange grove. On the open sea, a man with hawk-like eyes sat idly in a small boat, gazing at the ocean. Behind him rested a massive black cross-shaped sword, emanating an astonishing aura. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as a golden light flashed above him. Flash! The man drew his sword and cleaved a green blade into the sky. Golden crow flame. While soaring through the skies, Kane suddenly noticed a blade of light descending towards him, causing him to shudder and instinctively exhale a torrent of golden flames. The blade swiftly extinguished the flames and struck Kane squarely in the chest. Ugh! Kane coughed up a mouthful of blood, plummeting downward until he landed directly before the hawk-eyed man. "So it's a devil fruit. I thought it was a new species," the man remarked coolly. "Why did you attack me?" Kane demanded furiously, glaring at the hawk-eyed man. "Just for amusement." The man chuckled softly, and upon hearing this, Kane felt a surge of rage and spat another mouthful of blood, succumbing to unconsciousness. "Ah, a mythical zoan fruit. No wonder it could withstand my strike and live. What splendid fortune indeed," the hawk-eyed man murmured to himself. Chapter 24, Aaron. "Ha ha ha, this so-called Dragon Park is truly grand," Lin Chen scoffed, observing the vast expanse of Dragon Park. Despite already being aware of the dragon's transgressions, standing before the park made him realize he had underestimated the audacity of the dragon. Did they truly regard ordinary people as less than human? Ding. Please choose, host. Choice 1. Protecting ordinary people is the Navy's duty. Destroy Dragon Park and send Aaron to Impel Down Prison. Reward. Martial Arts 8 Gates of Duinjia. Choice 2. Ordinary people are of no concern to me. Allow Aaron to wreak havoc while I turn a blind eye. Reward. Shadow Trick, but lose Nami's favor. Haha, Aaron has already been irking me. And not to mention my talented navigator, Lin Chen decided on the first option. Ding. 8 Gates of Duinjia has been granted in the system space. At that moment, 3 fishmen spotted Lin Chen and his companions. Clearly intoxicated, the 3 fishmen from Dragon Park staggered towards Lin Chen and the others, their faces flushed. "Hey, you over there. Are you here to deliver us some money?" exclaimed one of the fishmen, recognizing Nojiko from the Orange Grove. "What brings you here today? That little sister is quite lovely." As he spoke, one of the fishmen reached out to touch Nami's face. "Dare to lay a hand on her, and you shall perish." Lin Chen had, unbeknownst to them, positioned his ice wheel blade against the impudent fishman's neck, the chilling aura instantly rousing the others from their stupor. "You filthy human, remove that blade. We are members of the Dragon Pirates," sneered the fishman. "You lowly species, my captain is Arlong, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries." At that moment, a fishman behind Lin Chen swiftly lunged his claw towards Lin Chen's back. "Filthy human, die. Lin Chen, be careful." Nami and Nojiko quickly warned him. "Die. My claw can pierce stone." The fishman envisioned the delightful sensation of his claw penetrating flesh, but when it struck Lin Chen, he felt an unsettling emptiness, as if he had merely punctured the air. "Wow, what? My claw passed right through him, as if I never struck at all. Ha ha ha, I was inclined to spare you. Yet you proved to be so ungrateful." Finger pistol. Lin Chen unleashed 3 precise strikes into the air, each hitting a different fishman squarely in the head. The 3 fell silent, instantly encased in ice, transformed into frozen statues. With a decisive kick, Lin Chen struck the ground, causing a violent tremor that shattered the ice into countless fragments. "Ha ha ha, truly worthy of a marine admiral," boasted a robust fishman with blue skin, emerging from the depths of Dragon Park. "Arlong," Nami seethed, gritting her teeth. Ignoring her, Arlong fixed his unwavering gaze on Lin Chen, who was equally perplexed. Lin Chen had never concealed his identity. Thus, it was no surprise that Arlong recognized him. Yet, Lin Chen wondered why Arlong dared confront him. Fully aware of the peril he faced, had he forgotten the terror imposed upon him by Kizaru? "Ha ha ha, Admiral White Fox, shall we strike a deal?" Arlong's eyes gleamed with fervor. "Oh, pray tell." Lin Chen's curiosity was piqued by Arlong's audacity. "Ha ha ha, Admiral White Fox, no one in the world can resist wealth. Over the years, I have amassed considerable treasure, and I am willing to offer it all to you, provided you spare me. 500 million berries. Arlong slowly articulated. Furthermore, I shall grant you an annual sum of 50 million berries. Arlong dangled a grand temptation. After all, with an admiral as his backing, the benefits would far exceed 50 million berries. One must concede that Arlong was astute. Moreover, whatever promises these two little brats make to you, I am willing to offer tenfold. Arlong glared menacingly at Nami and Nojiko, making a throat-slashing gesture. Upon hearing this, Nami anxiously looked at Lin Chen. 500 million berries. She was uncertain of her standing in Lin Chen's eyes. I must say, you just frightened my navigator. Lin Chen's voice was cold and unyielding. What? Arlong stared at Lin Chen in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. Did he not covet wealth? How could such a person exist? Nami, buoyed by Lin Chen's words, felt an overwhelming sense of security wash over her, a peculiar emotion akin to the vastness of the starry sea blooming within her heart. Her gaze towards Lin Chen filled with profound reliance. Lin Chen brought his fingers together, coating them in Armament Haki, and, wielding them like a sword, unleashed a sword aura towards Arlong. Arlong was taken aback by Lin Chen's refusal, unable to evade as the sword aura severed his left arm cleanly. Ah! Arlong cried out in agony, clutching his bleeding limb as he writhed on the ground. What a pity! I had aimed for your heart, but missed. Lin Chen remarked with a smirk. White Fox, don't get too arrogant. I've fought against more than just you, Admiral. Arlong spat defiantly from the ground. Kizaru, is it? Take this blow, and I shall let you go. Lin Chen declared before vanishing from sight. You know of Kizaru? Arlong felt a chill creep into his heart as he realized Lin Chen had already disappeared. Finger pistol, divine might. Lin Chen's finger suddenly pressed against Arlong's forehead. Reminiscent of years passed with Kizaru, Arlong found himself utterly powerless to resist. Sweat beaded on Arlong's brow, as he had no doubt that any act of defiance would result in Lin Chen exploding his head in an instant. Years ago, Kizaru, then merely a vice admiral, had defeated Arlong with a single move. Now Lin Chen had bested him in the same manner, even severing one of his arms. Arlong's heart was steeped in an indelible terror of the Marines. Truly pathetic, Arlong. While I am indeed interested in wealth, a mere 500 million berries is hardly worth my time. Moreover, you should never harbor ill intentions towards my navigator. Divine might. As Lin Chen's words fell, the space around Arlong began to warp, drawing him into the mysterious realm of divine might. Let us go. I have dealt with Arlong. Now, it is time to find that little rat, Lin Chen informed Nami and Nojiko. The two stared in shock as the seemingly invincible Arlong was effortlessly subdued by Lin Chen. Only when Lin Chen patted their shoulders did they return to reality. Why yes, of course. Admiral White Fox. Bruh 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 bruh. Hello, this is Admiral White Fox's ship. I am Ein. How may I assist you? Ein promptly answered the transponder snail upon hearing its call. Lin Chen chuckled upon recognizing Ein's soft voice. Ha ha ha, little Ein. This is Lin Chen. Have your ships docked safely? He spoke into the miniature transponder snail. This was no ordinary transponder snail. It was a more advanced model. Unlike the eavesdropping ones. Due to the circumstances outside Marineford, Sengoku had reluctantly provided Lin Chen with this ultra-rare communication tool. Admiral White Fox, I barely recognized your voice. I feel so embarrassed. Ein exclaimed with delight upon realizing it was Lin Chen. The ship has docked at the shore. I and Dasky stayed behind to watch over it, while Tontada and Smoker have already gone ahead to the island. All right, I shall meet up with Tontada. Understood, Admiral White Fox. Ein beamed, clutching her blushing cheeks. Oh my. Admiral White Fox is so gentle. Meanwhile, Dasky was in the kitchen, determined to perfect her cooking. I must make Admiral White Fox love my cooking, she declared, busily attending to her tasks. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed through the kitchen, resembling a fallen crate. Glancing around, Dasky spotted only a large wooden barrel. Could it be my imagination? She murmured, rubbing her ears before returning to her culinary endeavors. Tontada and Smoker strolled through Kokoyashi village. Observing the villagers exchanging glances devoid of joy, their faces etched with exhaustion and fear. The villagers, upon witnessing the unmistakable hatred emanating from the two individuals, instinctively recoiled, as if they were plague bearers. Smoker, something is amiss in this village, thought Peach Rabbit, furrowing her elegantly shaped brows at the scene before her. Exhaling a thick plume of smoke, Smoker remained silent as he approached a young villager. Why are you all so afraid of us? Is there a misunderstanding? He inquired, attempting to soften his tone. Stop pretending. What do you want to exploit us for? You Navy folks are all the same. The young man trembled as he spoke, slumping in apparent resignation. Come on, just kill me. I've had enough. Tears streamed down the youth's face, seemingly without restraint. His sudden outburst drew the attention of everyone on the street, igniting a flicker of anger in the villagers' eyes. Though they dared not express it, they had parents, children, and loved ones to protect. A moment of passion could feel liberating, but ultimately, familial ties held greater significance. They would bear the weight of the world for their parents and children, no matter the cost. Ha ha ha. Do you wish to die so desperately? A lewd voice emerged from the back of the crowd. The villagers cast their eyes downward at the sight of a rat-like man. Suddenly, a Navy soldier behind the rat fired a shot at the young man and provocatively gestured a middle finger at Smoker. White smoke. Smoker deflected the bullet. His gaze coldly fixated on the group of Navy soldiers, as though they were mere corpses. Apologies, the gun misfired. The rat feigned innocence, shooting a warning glare at the villagers, while the ragtag group of sailors brandished their weapons menacingly. In truth, they were not genuine Navy personnel, but rather a band of ruffians donned in Navy uniforms assembled by the rat. The rat scuttled nervously to Peach Rabbit's side. "Lady Peach Rabbit, what brings you here?" he asked, feigning a desire to assist her, but was abruptly met with her icy response. The rat's smile froze upon his face, his outstretched hand hovering awkwardly in the air, caught in an embarrassing limbo. A flicker of malice flashed in the rat's eyes as he beheld Peach Rabbit's graceful figure. Though the lascivious glint was quickly extinguished when Peach Rabbit caught sight of it, her face visibly expressing disdain. "Colonel Rat, you certainly have a thick skin," he persisted, glancing furtively behind Peach Rabbit. "Are you accompanying Admiral Akiji or Admiral Kizaru?" "It is Admiral White Zetsu." The rat's forehead instantly beaded with cold sweat upon realizing that a true admiral was indeed present. "What is the matter, Rat?" Peach Rabbit inquired, observing the rat's awkward demeanor. "Ah, nothing at all. It is my honor to behold Admiral White Zetsu's presence." The rat stammered, evidently startled by her sudden question. "Ha ha ha, is that so?" The space behind the rat warped peculiarly as Lin Chen emerged, flanked by Nami and Nojiko. "I am White Zetsu. Did you truly believe that?" Lin Chen spoke indifferently, his eyes devoid of emotion as he scrutinized the rat. "Look who is here." Lin Chen tossed a half-conscious Arlong from the realm of Shenwei. The rat's complexion turned ashen upon seeing Arlong. "White Zetsu Admiral, allow me to plead my case." "No, let me explain." "Go explain that to Magellan." Lin Chen interrupted, delegating the ruffians to Smoker. "Ha ha ha, that suits me just fine." Smoker erupted in laughter, enveloped in swirling white smoke as he charged at the disreputable sailors. Bang, bang, bang. The ragtag sailors hastily fired at Smoker, yet the bullets merely passed through him. White fist. Smoker's fist flew forward, and moments later, the sailors lay strewn across the ground, stripped of their dignity. "You do not deserve to wear this uniform. You utterly disgrace the very concept of Navy justice," Smoker declared, stepping on one of the fallen, specifically the one who had previously insulted him. Witnessing the situation unravel, the rat slumped feebly to the ground, despair flooding his heart as he lamented his fate. "Rat, this is your own doing. You brought this upon yourself." Nami emerged from the shadows behind Lin Chen, her voice laced with scorn. Realizing the truth, the rat's eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Nami, the source of his misfortune. "If I perish, you shall accompany me in death." He suddenly charged at Nami with astonishing speed. "It's all your fault. I should have killed you." Yet, Nami felt no fear, for Lin Chen stood behind her. Finger gun, divine might. Suddenly, half of the rat's body began to distort, vanishing along with the surrounding space. Crash. The rat tumbled to the ground, life rapidly fading from his eyes. I am filled with hatred." Arlong, witnessing the blow, felt a surge of relief for having refrained from resistance. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate. Lin Chen. Nami embraced him tightly, unconsciously altering her address. "I am an ambitious girl. I aspire to be more than just your navigator." After a long moment, the villagers gazed in shock at the fallen rat and the injured Arlong, tears welling in their eyes as they began to scream in exhilaration. "Ah, we are finally saved. Oh, thank you. Our benefactor, you are our hero. Thank heaven. I too wish to become a Navy officer. You are my idol, Admiral White Zetsu." The villagers erupted in fervent cheers. The young man, overwhelmed with emotion, fainted. Smoker. Search for all the riches that the dragon and the rat have pillaged over the years and distribute them among the villagers. Lin Chen instructed Smoker, then turned to the villagers. "Everyone, I am the newly appointed Admiral White Zetsu. The presence of scoundrels like the rat among the Navy reflects our oversight. We shall provide you with some berries as compensation. I apologize." Peach Rabbit draped Lin Chen with the cloak symbolizing his admiral rank. After expressing his apologies, Lin Chen bowed deeply to the gathered villagers. The villagers, touched by the gesture, were at a loss for words. "It is not your fault, yet you apologize to us." Admiral White Zetsu, you are the true embodiment of the Navy. One by one, the villagers emerged from their homes to bow before Lin Chen, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. The long-standing shadow that had loomed over Kakoja village dissipated with Lin Chen's arrival. Chapter 27. Hawkeye's Mihawk no Jiko. Will you truly not come with us? Lin Chen inquired as he stood before the orange orchard, addressing Nojiko. No, Lord Whitezong. It is indeed an honor for you to extend an invitation for me to board your ship, and I truly appreciate your kindness. However, for me, the tranquil life in this small village is far more appealing than the thrilling and perilous existence upon the vast ocean. Furthermore, the care of this orange grove is the last vestige left to me by Belmere. Sighing, Lin Chen said, Well then, I shall not press you further. Here is this communication snail. Should you need to reach us, do not hesitate to do so. Noticing that Noki Gao was unwilling to board the ship, Lin Chen sighed and handed her a means of contact. Noki Gao stood on the shore, gazing longingly at the departing vessel, a solitary tear escaping the corner of her eye before she quickly wiped it away. Lin Chen, Nami, take care. Why didn't you say farewell to Noki Gao? Lin Chen inquired as he found Nami hiding in a corner aboard the ship. Nami remained silent, tears betraying her composure. You see, after Belmere's passing, Noki Gao is the only family I have left. Upon seeing her distress, Lin Chen embraced Nami in an attempt to console her, but she wept even more fiercely. I am truly, truly grateful to have met you. Since childhood, I have cherished the dream of navigating the seas and painting the most comprehensive and detailed map of the world. Yet, when that fiend Arlong invaded our village, he took Belmere's life and extorted money from the villagers, threatening to kill anyone who refused to comply. I never wanted to become a thief. I understand. Lin Chen gently reassured her as he patted her back. Eventually, Nami, exhausted from her tears, drifted into a light slumber in Lin Chen's embrace, traces of her weeping still evident on her cheeks. Sleep now. When you awaken, all will be well. He tenderly wiped away her remaining tears and carried her back to her room, preparing to place her upon her bed. Please, don't leave me. Nami instinctively grasped Lin Chen as he attempted to depart. Mihawk, release Kane. At the bow of the White Zong, Peach Rabbit and Smoker glared menacingly at the man aboard the small sailboat. Kane was bound in a twisted manner and tethered to the rear of the vessel. Half of his body submerged in the sea, a wound on his chest, oozing blood. Kane, barely clinging to life in the water, intermittently groaned, My brother is White Zong. Hurry, let me go. He will come to rescue me. Ignoring Kane's pleas, Mihawk calmly addressed Peach Rabbit. You are obstructing my path. Oh no. Peach Rabbit felt a wave of foreboding as Mihawk casually drew his sword from behind him. Mihawk, you are one of the 7 warlords. Do not throw away your future. Smoker, go find Lin Chen. But it was too late. A tremendous emerald blade of energy surged forth from Mihawk's sword, seemingly intent on cleaving the ship in two. After delivering the strike, Mihawk sheathed his sword, exuding an air of supreme confidence befitting the world's greatest swordsman. White Fist, Storm Leg, Smoker's smoke-infused fist, and Peach Rabbit's stormy kick collided with the blade of energy, yet the impact was akin to striking a stone with an egg, failing to waver the lethal arc in the slightest. The sword's energy was poised to strike the White Zong, and Smoker inhaled deeply, transforming into a plume of white smoke in an attempt to advance once more, while Peach Rabbit bit her lip in frustration. Is this truly the end for the White Zong? Barrier. At that critical moment, a transparent barrier appeared before the deadly arc. The emerald blade crashed against the barrier, yet it did not yield an inch. Ha. The barrier wielder, unbreakable. Bartolomeo. Smoker and Peach Rabbit stared in shock at Bartolomeo, unable to comprehend how he had come to be aboard the ship. Well, it's a long story. In any case, let us deal with this person first, Bartolomeo said, scratching his head sheepishly. Mihawk, seeing his sword energy thwarted, bore no surprise. If the White Zong could not withstand such a blow, then he would not deserve to live. However, Mihawk's interest piqued upon witnessing the barrier's defender, an unfamiliar green-haired individual wielding a devil fruit ability. How intriguing indeed. Mihawk thought with a slight smile as the barrier began to dissipate. Chapter 28. Great Crimson Lotus Ice Wheel. This is growing increasingly fascinating. Mihawk rose with a faint smile, drawing his black sword and launching another arc of energy. Barrier. Bartolomeo prepared to erect a barrier once more to intercept the incoming strike. Ice Dragon Tail. Before Bartolomeo could act, a colossal blue blade of energy collided fiercely with Mihawk's green arc, both energies extinguishing simultaneously. Mihawk's indifferent demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he beheld the sudden appearance of a white figure upon the ship. Lin Chen stood, brandishing the ice wheel. His imposing admiral's cloak billowing behind him as if caught in an unseen breeze. Having just laid the slumbering Nami upon her bed, Lin Chen was drawn to the deafening roar and rushed to the deck, witnessing the unfolding scene. Well done, Bartolomeo. Lin Chen cast a look of approval towards Bartolomeo, disregarding how he had come to be aboard. White Zong, I've been praised by you. Bartolomeo's face flushed a sickly red, and he fainted. Lin Chen paid him no mind, and turned his attention to Mihawk. Mihawk, often weary from drifting aimlessly on a small boat, had once cleaved pirate ships in two when they obstructed his path. Truth be told, Lin Chen held a deep admiration for him. Ding. Encountering the Warlord Mihawk. Renowned as the world's greatest swordsman. Choose your path. Option 1. Defeat Mihawk solely with swordsmanship. Reward. Supreme Great Sword 12 Craft Muramasa. Option 2. Exhaust all means to defeat Mihawk. Reward. Great Sword 21 Craft Fine Snow. Option 3. Engage in no battle with Mihawk. Reward. Good Sword 50 Craft Initiation. Option 1. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen chose the first option. In terms of swordsmanship, they were closely matched. But Lin Chen was confident that the Bankai form of the Great Crimson Lotus Ice Wheel would undoubtedly surpass Mihawk's Black Sword. White Zong. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Mihawk greeted Lin Chen. Humph. Lin Chen remained silent, casting a disdainful snort. You have harmed my crew and sought to destroy my ship. It seems this matter will not conclude easily, Mihawk. Frosty Heaven. Ice Wheel. Initial release. Lin Chen unleashed the Ice Wheel, a terrifying spiritual pressure intertwined with Conqueror's Haki sweeping towards Mihawk. Unfazed, Mihawk countered with his own Conqueror's Haki, their powers clashing. After a protracted exchange, both energies dissipated, though a hint of blood trickled from Mihawk's lips. In this clash of wills, Lin Chen emerged slightly victorious. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he slashed the ice wheel towards Mihawk. A multitude of ice spikes suddenly materialized in the air, hurtling towards Mihawk. Flock of birds, ice spikes. As the ice spikes surged forward, Lin Chen unleashed a colossal blue blade of energy. Ice Dragon Tail. White Zong. I have awaited you for quite some time. I hope you can provide me with a surprise. Mihawk remained undeterred, raising his sword to unleash a massive emerald arc that shattered Lin Chen's ice spikes entirely. Then, raising his sword to block, the blue energy collided with Mihawk's black blade, the tremendous force propelling both Mihawk and the ship hundreds of feet away. Spotting that Kane had reached a safe distance, Lin Chen hesitated no longer. He activated Moonwalk and plunged the ice wheel into the ocean. Cold hell. The surrounding seawater had transformed into a crystalline expanse of ice. Lin Chen and Mihawk stood on the icy surface, gazing at each other from a distance. In the next moment, as if sharing a profound connection, they simultaneously raised their swords, their blades clashing together. The sound of their meeting, sharp and clear, echoed across the frozen landscape. Such a heavy sword, Lin Chen mused, feeling a tremor in his hand. Observing the slight quiver in Mihawk's hands, he realized that this collision had not favored the latter. Truly, the world's greatest swordsman. Dracul Mihawk, wielding the legendary Black Blade, Yuru. Lin Chen remarked, Admiral Baise, you are indeed remarkable, the finest swordsman I have ever encountered. Mihawk, rarely one to offer compliments, responded, your sword is no ordinary blade either. Lin Chen, I hold you in high regard, let us wager. Suddenly, Lin Chen provocatively proposed to Mihawk, if I win, we shall celebrate with wine, and you will reside aboard my ship. If you win, I shall bestow upon you the ice wheel blade. Lin Chen smiled at Mihawk. So be it. Though Mihawk was puzzled by Baise's audacity, the allure of the ice wheel blade was undeniable, and he possessed unwavering confidence in his swordsmanship. Admiral Baise, I shall not hold back. Bring it on, ha ha ha. Lin Chen laughed heartily, and their swords intertwined once more, producing a series of crisp sounds. It was as though they shared an unspoken understanding, engaging solely in the art of swordplay and physical combat. Both warriors enriched their comprehension of their craft through this fierce exchange, a rare opportunity indeed. For a fleeting instant, Mihawk even contemplated conceding, envisioning a life aboard Lin Chen's ship, where daily duels would elevate his skills to unprecedented heights. Their duel persisted for 3 days and nights, leaving the ice riddled with scars and their garments tattered from the relentless combat. During this time, Peach Rabbit managed to rescue the half-dead Kane. Mihawk, it is time to end this, Lin Chen suddenly declared, a spark igniting in his eyes. The battle had been immensely beneficial for both. Bankai, Dakerin Ice Wheel Blade. Lin Chen's pupils turned a striking ice blue, and unlike before, There were no horrific manifestations surrounding him this time. Yet, an aura of restrained and pure power radiated from him. Mihawk sensed a monumental shift in Lin Chen's strength and let out a wry smile. Realizing he had been outwitted by this Baise. Ice Heaven 100 Flower Grave. Snowflakes began to cascade from the sky, settling upon Mihawk, who felt his speed diminishing and his strikes becoming fewer. Dragon Hail. In a moment of distraction, Lin Chen lunged forward, piercing through Mihawk's impenetrable defense. The blade's tip poised against his throat, mere centimeters away from death. Ding! The supreme Great Blade 12 crafts was transferred to the system space. Mihawk felt the biting chill at his throat and swallowed hard, forcing a smile. Admiral Baise, I concede. Lin Chen retracted the ice wheel blade, dispelling his bankai, and pulled Mihawk's shoulder, their camaraderie resembling that of longtime friends. What a jest! From this moment on, Mihawk shall be part of my crew. Once aboard, he is family. Lin Chen chuckled. A stroke of luck, merely a stroke of luck. Mihawk replied earnestly, a loss is a loss. There is no luck in it. Since my debut, I have never been defeated in swordsmanship, hailed as the world's greatest swordsman. Today, encountering Admiral Baise, I realize there are always those greater than oneself. I am truly humbled. Lin Chen clapped Mihawk on the shoulder. Good brother, no need for such talk. We are allies now. Chapter 29, Zephyr's Distress. Drunkenly, Mihawk leaned against the ship's sail with his massive black blade, resting. It had been ages since he had indulged in such excess. The last time was with that rascal Shanks. Deep in thought, he took another swig of strong liquor. Not far away, Kane was crouched behind a wall, scrutinizing Mihawk. How could the captain allow such a character aboard? Truly, the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit is remarkable. Having left the sea, his wounds healed in such a short time. Smoker suddenly materialized behind Kane. Hey, you scared me. Kane swung a punch at Smoker, who transformed into smoke, evading the strike. You brat, looking for a fight? Come at me, I'm not afraid. System, extract 8 gates. Lin Chen was in his cabin, reviewing the rewards acquired from the past 2 encounters. Ding, extraction successful. A surge of foreign memories flooded Lin Chen's mind, and soon he grasped the 8 gates technique, his physique becoming more defined as if forged through relentless trials. 7th gate. Open. Tentatively, he activated the gate of shock, an immense power coursing through his being, emitting a faint blue vapor. Clenching his fist, he reveled in the formidable strength capable of shattering the heavens and earth. 8 gates, release. Truly, the 8 gates is formidable. The pain it brings is no trifling matter. Attaining such power undoubtedly comes at a cost. System, extract Muramasa. A sword resembling the ice wheel blade, exuding an ominous aura, materialized before Lin Chen. What a fine blade! Lin Chen exclaimed, grasping the hilt of Muramasa, only to be inundated by a surge of negative emotions. Dare you resist? He scoffed, enveloping his arm in haki, gradually encroaching upon the blade. Moments later, his haki completely enveloped Muramasa, which ceased its struggle and lay still in Lin Chen's grasp. At that moment, Lin Chen's transponder snail began to ring. Hello, this is Baise. Admiral Baise, this is Sengoku. Urgently, Zephyr has sent out a distress signal while leading his students on a training expedition. Your ship is the nearest. You must hurry to assist. Sengoku's voice came through the transponder snail. Understood, Admiral. Very well, Baise, I will send you the coordinates immediately. You must rescue them. Upon exiting, Lin Chen saw Kane and Smoker entangled in a brawl, causing him to frown in exasperation. Stop fighting. We have more pressing matters. Mihawk, examine this blade. Lin Chen tossed Muramasa to Mihawk. Mihawk's eyes lit up. This was the legendary demon blade Muramasa. He felt a surge of gratitude that such an important weapon was entrusted to him without reservation. He vowed not to disappoint Lin Chen, former Marine Admiral, now Navy instructor. Black Arm Zephyr had just sent out an urgent distress signal. He must be in grave danger. That vessel carried not only Zephyr but numerous naval cadets. The future hope of the Navy. Lin Chen surveyed the group, noting the tension etched on their faces, particularly in Ain, whose eyes brimmed with tears. Sighing, Lin Chen said, Bartolomeo, stop hiding. Emerge. During my absence, if any danger arises, I shall rely on your shield. With Mihawk and Bartolomeo aboard, there should be no significant issues. Yes, yes. Admiral Baise. Bartolomeo eagerly agreed, his face alight with excitement. Senior Baise has initiated a conversation with me. How thrilling. What should I do? I'm overjoyed. His mind raced with wild imaginings. Please, Lord Lin Chen. At that moment, Ain approached Lin Chen, tears streaming down her face, pleading for his assistance. Zephyr was indeed Ain's mentor. Although she was currently aboard Baise's ship, in Ain's eyes, Zephyr would forever remain that kind and formidable teacher. Ein, come along with me. Really? You won't think I'm a bother, will you? Ein stammered nervously. When have I ever deceived you? Let us depart. With a flicker of divine power, Lin Chen grasped Ein's hand, and in an instant, the very fabric of space around them twisted, causing them to vanish from sight. Teacher, you must not come to harm. Chapter 30. Zephyr severely wounded. In the Ronateron Sea, upon an uninhabited isle, the gravely injured Zephyr gazed at the monstrous figure before him, towering over 7 meters. His body was a mass of muscle, yet his legs were thin and frail. His pale yellow hair cascaded down to his legs, and his expression bore the hallmark of a foolish grin, complete with a distinctive crescent-shaped beard. Edward Weevil. Mother, why can't this guy be killed? Weevil swung his long-handled sword, addressing the frail old woman perched upon his shoulder. Miss Jean, upon hearing Weevil's words, turned her gaze to Zephyr, who was now at the end of his rope. With a mocking smile, she taunted Zephyr. Weevil, eliminate that man, and your father, Whitebeard, will regard you with newfound respect. All right, mother, Weevil exclaimed with fervor, raising his large sword once more to strike at Zephyr. Clutching his numbed right arm, Zephyr managed a bitter smile. Had I known, I should have eliminated them earlier. He had recently exerted all his strength to defeat Weevil, yet his heart had been unwilling to end the life of someone who, despite being a notorious pirate, still evoked a sense of compassion within him. Just as Zephyr was momentarily distracted, Miss Jean commanded Weevil to launch a surprise attack, severely injuring Zephyr's right hand. Regret was futile. He must hold them off. An emergency signal had already been dispatched. The commander would soon send reinforcements to rescue him. Zephyr glanced at the distant, decrepit ship, his own naval vessel, where his students, the future of the Navy, resided. I must not fall. I must endure until help arrives. Otherwise, his students would surely face the wrath of this monster. Protecting his students was his solemn duty as their teacher. With a swift maneuver, Zephyr barely evaded Weevil's deadly strike. Mother, this guy is still alive. Black arm, heavy strike. Zephyr enveloped his relatively intact left hand with Haki and landed a punch against Weevil's abdomen. It felt as if he had struck steel. His fist trembled slightly, and only a visible bruise appeared on Weevil's belly. Ah, mother, it hurts. Weevil howled in agony. Then kill him, Miss Jean urged, pointing at Zephyr. A wave of alarm coursed through Zephyr as he watched the bruise he had inflicted heal before his very eyes at an alarming rate. Such terrifying physical prowess. Could he truly be Whitebeard's offspring? Zephyr was inwardly astonished. Weevil intends to kill you. Weevil hurled his sword aside and charged at Zephyr, each step leaving an imprint on the isle, as if the ground itself struggled to bear his weight. We evil, Miss Jean shouted, cheering him on. Weevil swung a colossal fist at Zephyr, the force akin to a meteor hurtling through the sky. A sense of dread enveloped Zephyr. Armament Haki activated. Black arm, heavy fist. Zephyr's fist collided with Weevil's, and after a brief clash, Weevil staggered back, the force of the impact sending Miss Jean tumbling off his shoulder. Observing Weevil's retreat, Zephyr murmured to himself, I am known as the Black Arm. You fool, are you trying to kill me? Miss Jean yelled at Weevil. My apologies, mother. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zephyr reflected on the encounter. Though he had gained the upper hand, he was not without injury. I wonder if this frail, aging body can withstand until reinforcements arrive. He chuckled bitterly, memories of his past as a Navy officer igniting a flicker of hope within him. I am the Black Arm Zephyr. Weevil aims to crush you. Weevil's voice echoed once more as he unleashed a rapid punch towards Zephyr. Black Arm, heavy fist. The two fists collided with tremendous force, yet this time, Zephyr faltered. My physical capabilities are no longer what they once were. Zephyr collapsed amidst the ruins, closing his eyes with a wry smile. I can no longer continue. One last glance at the ship filled with his students. I can no longer protect you. With a final surge of Haki, he directed it towards his left arm, striving to buy his students a precious moment. At that moment, a voice resonated through the void, akin to that of a savior. Seated in frost, ice wheel, ice dragon's tail. A blue sword light slashed across Weevil's chest, leaving a bloody gash and encasing him in ice. Teacher Zephyr, you should not be in such a dire state. Lin Chen emerged slowly from the void, accompanied by Ein. Chapter 31. Baise vs. Weevil. As Lin Chen and Ein materialized from the void, Ein rushed to Zephyr, her heart racing with concern for his injuries. Ha ha. It's General Baise. Then I can rest easy. Zephyr, with a fond gaze, turned to Ein. Ah, little Ein, you haven't caused any trouble for General Baise, have you? Rest assured, I am far from death. Crack. The layer of ice encasing Weevil began to shatter. It hurts. Weevil will kill you. With that, he picked up his sword and lunged at Lin Chen. The massive blade bizarrely passed through Lin Chen's form, sending Weevil tumbling to the ground in a heap. Ein. Retreat with Teacher Zephyr. I shall confront this beast. Lin Chen's spirit ignited as he beheld the formidable creature before him. Armament Haki activated. Opening the 7th gate. Lin Chen enveloped his hands with Armament Haki, activating the 8 gates. He sheathed the ice wheel, intending to engage Weevil solely with his physical strength. Weevil aims to crush you. The enraged Weevil, now back on his feet, launched a furious punch at Lin Chen. Kill him, Weevil! Miss Jean shouted, her voice filled with conviction. Day Tiger. Lin Chen compressed the air before him, unleashing it like a colossal tiger roaring forth towards Weevil. Bang! Weevil was sent crashing into the sea by Lin Chen's Day Tiger, causing a massive splash. Weevil, kill him! Miss Jean continued to urge, seemingly unwavering in her belief in Weevil's strength, as he possessed the vigor akin to Whitebeard in his youth. Although Weevil boasted physical attributes reminiscent of Whitebeard's prime, he was merely a brute, his true combat prowess falling short of the legendary pirates. Is that vile old woman the culprit? Divine Might. Ice Pick. Lin Chen, utilizing the power of Shenhui, instantaneously materialized behind Miss Jean, delivering a lethal thrust that pierced through her skull. Despite her incessant manipulation of Weevil, this elderly woman possessed no combat prowess of her own. Mother, you have slain my mother. I shall take your life. Emerging from the sea, Weevil beheld the gruesome scene of Lin Chen dispatching his mother, his eyes ablaze with fury as his physique began to swell, escalating from 7 to 10 meters in mere moments. With a resounding thud, Lin Chen's fist collided with Weevil's. In a state of rage, Weevil discovered that his transformation had significantly amplified both his speed and strength, a realization that Lin Chen observed with keen interest. In the blink of an eye, the two titans clashed once more, their disparate forms engaging in a fierce contest, where Lin Chen subtly gained the upper hand. Another impact echoed as their fists met again. This creature possesses an astonishing regenerative ability, Lin Chen thought, contemplating the end of Weevil. It is time to conclude this, Weevil, he proclaimed from his elevated position, gracefully treading upon the moonlit sky. Weevil seeks your demise. Lin Chen shook his head dismissively. Foolish. 7th shock gate. Release. Sitting upon the frost, ice wheel. With a flourish, Lin Chen unleashed the ice dragon's tail, leaving a massive gash upon Weevil's form. Yet, in mere moments, the wound began to mend itself. Let us see how you heal, he declared, invoking the power of Shenhui. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan manifested in his eyes as he focused on Weevil's right arm. In a harrowing display, Weevil's right arm, along with the surrounding space, was drawn into another dimension. It hurts so much. Mother, help me, Weevil cried out, clutching his severed arm as he collapsed. The pain jolting him back to reality, his stature shrinking back to 7 meters. The terror in his gaze directed at Lin Chen was palpable. It is a natural response to fear in the face of death, especially for a brutish being like Weevil. Observing Weevil's pitiable state, Lin Chen felt no sympathy. The number of innocents he had slain was far more than 1,000. His eyes, now colder than ever, regarded Weevil as though he were already a corpse. Though I yearn for your death, it is not yet time. I shall maximize the value of your demise, Lin Chen murmured softly, audible only to himself. 6 clothes ice binding array. A colossal hexagram materialized beneath Weevil, encasing him in ice as he watched in horror. Although Kane was perplexed by Lin Chen's reluctance to end Weevil's life, his unwavering trust in Lin Chen remained. Seemingly attuned to Kane's thoughts, Lin Chen calmly remarked, I will eventually take care of that fellow, but not today. Addressing the students aboard the ship, Lin Chen announced, I am Baise. You are all students of Zephyr, the future hope of the Navy. Your instructor has sustained grave injuries, and I must hasten to ensure his healing. Do not panic, soon. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit will arrive to escort you back to Marineford. With that, Lin Chen's presence warped the surrounding space, vanishing from the ship along with Ein and Zephyr. Chapter 32, The Medical Powerhouse, Drum Kingdom. In a frigid expanse of ice and snow, a violent distortion of space occurred, from which 3 figures emerged. Lin Chen, bearing the unconscious and gravely injured Zephyr, finally arrived at the fabled medical haven of Drum Island. BRR, it's so cold. Ein shivered. Transforming capsule, down jacket. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Chen conjured 2 white down jackets for Ein and Zephyr, having completely mastered the strongest ice-based Zanpakutō, ice wheel. The biting cold posed no threat to him. Zephyr, despite his unconscious state, possessed a robust physique that rendered him impervious to the harsher elements. Yet Lin Chen still dressed him for good measure. However, I must not succumb to frostbite. The landscape stretched before them, blanketed in a desolate sea of white snow. a perpetually frigid island where the relentless snowfall seemed to smother all vitality, transforming the isle into a realm of glistening silver. The bone-chilling cold even extended to the expansive waters nearby. The island was named Drum Island due to the colossal instruments resembling drums scattered throughout its center. Lin Chen's gaze was drawn to the tallest peak, atop which loomed a grand castle, the royal palace of Drum Island. With a focused intensity, he conjured a swirling vortex in the space around him, and in an instant, the three found themselves before the palace. "What manner of trespass is this?" demanded the patrolling soldiers, guns raised in alarm upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the trio. Lin Chen was well aware of the deplorable conduct of those soldiers under Wapple's tyrannical reign. Conqueror's Haki. With a fierce glare, Lin Chen unleashed a terrifying force that rendered several soldiers unconscious. Ice Dragon's tail. He swung his sword towards the palace, cleaving a significant portion from its grand structure in an instant. "Who dares to seek death in my drum palace?" roared Wapple, a corpulent, ugly figure with deep purple hair, a grotesque mouth, and a circular tin plate affixed to his chin, clad in armor and a white hooded cloak, riding a massive white hippopotamus named Robson, flanked by a retinue of soldiers. Who? Is it you, my lovely little sister? If you become my concubine, I might forgive you for that dead fatso." He failed to notice the unconscious soldiers, the sword-wielding Lin Chen, and the downed Zephyr, fixating solely on Ein, reflecting the kingdom's decline. Since Zephyr's grievous injury, Ein had grown increasingly taciturn, and Lin Chen could sense her distress. That repulsive fatso dared to make advances on Ein. Ice Dragon's tail. Lin Chen unleashed another strike, severing yet another substantial portion of the palace before Wapple's eyes. "Do you wish to await the demon slaughter order?" Lin Chen glared at Wapple, his expression darkened. "You seek death." Wapple, witnessing Lin Chen's blatant destruction of his palace, erupted in vitriol, but as he recognized Lin Chen's visage, his bravado dwindled. "Admiral Baise, what brings you here?" As the king of Drum Kingdom, Wapple was well aware of Baise's appearance, having only been momentarily distracted by Ein's beauty. Neglecting to acknowledge Lin Chen's presence, "I advise you to summon the finest physicians immediately to attend to Master Zephyr, or prepare to face the consequences of the demon slaughter order descending upon your island," Lin Chen warned with a chilling smile. "And should your guards dare to attack me, you must surely know the repercussions of assaulting a marine admiral. Quickly, summon the doctors to treat Mr. Zephyr," Wapple shouted, kicking one of his guards in a frantic attempt to mask his anxiety. The guard, harboring a flicker of resentment, disappeared, revealing long-standing discontent with their tyrannical king. Wapple was in a state of panic. This young boy was none other than Admiral Baise. The supposedly dead purple-haired elder was actually the former Marine Admiral Zephyr. Realizing that the beautiful girl must be Baise's subordinate, Wapple was drenched in cold sweat as he reflected on his earlier behavior. If Zephyr were to perish, his own fate would be sealed. Wapple cast a fearful glance at Lin Chen, trembling in dread. Lin Chen and Ein gazed at Zephyr, whose body was adorned with an array of instruments and nutrient solutions, while a flurry of doctors busied themselves around him, causing a sense of disquiet to wash over them. "He'll be fine, surely," Lin Chen reassured Ein, gently patting her back. To Lin Chen, Zephyr represented more than just a teacher. He was akin to a father figure. Observing the doctors, she harbored a lingering skepticism towards their capabilities. "I must prepare for the worst. On this island, there exists a doctor, Dr. Carrera, also known as Dr. Doolittle, along with Tony Chopper." Lin Chen's gaze drifted towards the window, deep in thought. Chapter 33, Quacks Dr. 20. "Quickly, administer the nutrient solution. Fetch the hemostatic cloth. Hurry, bring the cardiac stimulant." Panic echoed through the room as the doctors scrambled. Alas, Mr. Zephyr's vital signs are gradually fading. His right arm requires amputation. Upon hearing these distressing words, Lin Chen seized the doctor's collar, exclaiming, "Can you lot even handle this?" "Report, Commander. Mr. Zephyr's vital signs are declining. We are doing our utmost. Please prepare for the worst." One doctor adjusted his glasses nervously. "What do you mean by the worst? Is this what a medical powerhouse looks like? A bunch of quacks." Lin Chen's fury threatened to engulf them. "I should never have placed my trust in these charlatans. What a waste of time." One doctor, seemingly irked and intent on defending his meager dignity, attempted to speak, only to shrink back under Lin Chen's piercing gaze. Such a terrifying stare. Ignoring them, Lin Chen fumed. "After all this waiting, you're telling us to prepare for the worst?" No one would be pleased. Seated amidst the frost-laden air, she invoked Frosty Sky, Ice Wheel Sphere, 6 clothes ice-binding array. With that, Lin Chen encased Zephyr's body in ice. Clearly distrustful of the inept doctors, unwilling to allow them further access to Zephyr's form. Meanwhile, Ain had already dissolved into tears. Lin Chen comforted her, lifting her into her arms. Come, we must seek out a true doctor. I assure you, we will save Mr. Zephyr. As they departed, Lin Chen issued a stern warning to Walpole. Walpole, feeling the weight of Lin Chen's earlier aura, broke into a cold sweat. As soon as Lin Chen left, he bellowed at Dr. 20, "You worthless lot. After all the effort I put into training you, if Admiral Baise gets involved, I will eliminate every one of you." A quintessential bully, thriving on the weak. Upon exiting the palace, Lin Chen faced a dilemma: how to locate Dr. Dolittle. She tapped her forehead in frustration. Suddenly, a light flickered in her mind. She recalled her ability to utilize basic observation haki. This haki not only allows one to predict an enemy's assault, but can also function akin to a network of awareness. With her Conqueror's haki, Lin Chen unleashed a potent wave imbued with observation haki, instantly enveloping the entire island and its surrounding seas. The inhabitants felt an inexplicable weight pressing down upon them. Moments later, Lin Chen's eyes glimmered with determination. "Found you. Come on. Knock, knock, knock." Lin Chen rapped on the wooden door before her. Under normal circumstances, she would have barged in without hesitation, but now she was seeking assistance. After a pause, a charming, fluffy reindeer head poked out. Do you need something?" The reindeer asked timidly, eyes filled with suspicion. "Ah, adorable little reindeer, what is your name? Is Dr. Dolittle at home?" "We come seeking medical aid," Lin Chen said, reaching down to gently pet its head. "I am Tony Chopper. The master isn't here, but you can wait inside," Chopper replied, relishing the kindness from Lin Chen. Since his birth, he had been particularly small and shunned by the reindeer herd. After inadvertently consuming a human fruit, he was deemed a monster, despised by humans and driven away by his kin. Thus, this simple act of kindness, trivial to others, was immensely precious to Chopper, fostering a deep fondness for this stranger. "Please, have a seat." Chopper cautiously fetched chairs for Lin Chen and Ain. "Thank you." Chopper blushed at Lin Chen's words of gratitude. "Are you a doctor, Chopper?" "Yes." "Really? A reindeer can be a doctor? You should come aboard our ship." During a moment of levity, Ain's spirits lifted slightly as she chatted with Chopper. Before she could finish, a voice rang out from outside. "Foolish son, do you wish to know the secret to my eternal youth?" Chapter 34, The Sliding Fruit as Bargaining Chip. At that moment, an elderly lady swung open the door, addressing Chopper. She frequently referred to him as her foolish son. Lin Chen turned to her. Noting her fashionable attire despite her advanced age, she seemed taken aback that the timid Chopper would invite strangers into their home. Her gaze shifting between Lin Chen and Ain in surprise. "Well, foolish son, it seems you've made some progress." Though her words were blunt, she affectionately ruffled Chopper's fluffy head. "Dr. Dolittle, I implore you to treat a patient," Lin Chen suddenly declared to Dr. Dolittle. "Oh, my fees are quite steep," she replied dismissively. "Name your price. But how can I trust your medical prowess?" Lin Chen fixed her with a piercing glare. "Ha ha. There are only two outcomes when a patient disappears from my sight: recovery or death," Dr. Dolittle stated confidently. "So what price can you pay?" "That depends on how much you desire in berries," Lin Chen replied. To have the esteemed Admiral Baise seek out this old woman must indicate a matter of significance, Dr. Dolittle remarked, gesturing across with her hands. 10 billion berries. Although she had lived in seclusion on Drum Island, she was aware of events unfolding in the world. Chopper watched Lin Chen anxiously, as this was the first time Dr. Dolittle had quoted such a high fee. Lin Chen fell silent. "What's the matter? Can't the illustrious Admiral produce 10 billion berries?" Dr. Dolittle scrutinized Lin Chen. "I cannot produce 10 billion berries at this moment," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, as if the sum held no weight. "However, I possess this." Lin Chen produced a pink devil fruit adorned with peculiar patterns from behind her. "This is a devil fruit?" Dr. Dolittle's eyes narrowed slightly. "Yet, although devil fruits are valuable, one alone does not equate to 10 billion berries. Ha ha ha. This is no ordinary devil fruit. It is a paramecia type, the sliding fruit. I trust it holds significant value in your eyes, worth 10 billion berries," Lin Chen declared, seemingly confident in her bargaining position. Watching her intently, Dr. Dolittle, well aware of the sliding fruit's potential, recognized it as precisely what she needed. She fell silent in contemplation. Having initially quoted 10 billion berries merely to gauge the Admiral's sincerity, not genuinely expecting to receive such a sum. However, seeing that Lin Chen had presented the sliding fruit, she found herself in a dilemma. Not long after, Doriel, the medical mistress, clenched her teeth resolutely. "Very well, I shall take on this task." Subsequently, before Lin Chen, she seized the slippery fruit and took a hefty bite. "Ugh, truly unpalatable," she grimaced, sticking out her tongue in disdain. However, in the blink of an eye, She experienced a remarkable transformation. Her once grizzled hair turned lustrous black, her frail, aged body gradually regained its fullness, and her rough, wrinkled skin became smooth and youthful. Before long, Doriel had transformed into a stunning beauty. "What is the matter? Have I captivated you?" she teased Lin Chen with a playful smile. A shiver ran down Lin Chen's spine. Despite her youthful appearance, he was acutely aware that this enchanting woman was, in fact, a 136-year-old matron. This revelation left him profoundly astonished by the power of the devil fruit. "Doriel, now you truly possess eternal youth. Shall we proceed to heal the ailing?" Lin Chen inquired. "Ha ha ha, General Baise, it's rare for you to hold such regard for an old woman like me. If I were to reject your request, would that not be ungrateful?" Doriel chuckled lightly. "Heh, hardly," Lin Chen muttered to himself. "Then let us be on our way." With a flicker of divine might, the space around the four of them twisted, and in the next instant, they found themselves back in Wapple's palace. The sight of an adversary ignited a fierce animosity. Chopper glared furiously at the rotund King Wapple, only to be silenced by a look from Doriel. Lin Chen, observing Zephyr, who was now wrapped in bandages and pale, yet exhibiting normal vital signs, felt a weight lift from his heart. Lin Chen, that old gentleman. His right arm was injured too severely, and after prolonging treatment, he has lost all sensation, Chopper expressed regretfully. Although Chopper had contemplated addressing Lin Chen as general, Lin Chen insisted that friends should not be so formal, prompting a heartfelt gratitude from Chopper. "Is that so?" Lin Chen cast a disapproving glance at the so-called Dr. 20. "I have never seen this beauty before. I shall take her as my concubine. As for that reindeer, it can remain as a pet. Should it disobey, I shall dispose of it." Wapple fantasized about a blissful life after Lin Chen's departure, chuckling to himself. However, upon noticing Lin Chen, he quickly stifled his laughter. "Wapple, I have left their life papers intact. Should anything befall them, you shall witness the true meaning of hell." Lin Chen's icy words sent a chilling shiver down Wapple's spine. Chapter 35, The Demise of Wapple. Feeling Lin Chen's overwhelming power, an insidious thought began to take root in Wapple's mind, as if an insatiable allure had erupted within him. With such might, if I could consume him, would I not inherit his wealth, his women, his power, his status? Everything would belong to me. This malevolent notion burgeoned in Wapple's mind, overwhelming his reason, and his gaze towards Lin Chen became tainted with greed. Just once, I could devour him. After all, I am the wielder of the devil fruit. Ultimately, his desires eclipsed his rationality, and a crazed glint appeared in Wapple's grotesque eyes as his abominable mouth widened, seemingly intent on swallowing everything whole. "Closer, closer," he cackled, lunging at Lin Chen with his insatiable maw, as if to consume him entirely. "Ha ha." Wapple envisioned his leisurely life as a general, bursting into laughter. "I ask, what is it that amuses you, you rotund fool?" Lin Chen's voice rang coldly. What? Did I not devour you?" Wapple gazed in disbelief at Lin Chen, who stood unscathed, bewildered that he had not been harmed. It was then that Wapple realized his bite had merely passed through Lin Chen's form, as if it were non-existent. "You truly have poor table manners, you rotund fool," Lin Chen remarked disdainfully at the grotesque Wapple, whose mouth was agape. "Ice dragon tail." Lin Chen slashed toward Wapple. Yet Wapple simply swallowed the sword's energy, as if it were inconsequential. "Ha ha ha, General Baise, you cannot harm me." Wapple's confidence surged as he disregarded Lin Chen. "A devil fruit user, are you?" Lin Chen commented nonchalantly, unimpressed by Wapple's peculiar abilities. "Ha ha, I am the devourer of the swallow fruit, able to consume anything. So, submit and allow me to feast upon you." Wapple cackled maniacally, fully aware that Lin Chen posed no threat to him. "Is that so?" "Heh," Lin Chen sneered, his expression devoid of emotion, yet those familiar with him knew that Wapple's taunts had enraged him. "Congratulations, prepare to bear the brunt of my wrath." In an instant, Lin Chen vanished and reappeared behind Wapple, delivering a crushing blow to his back. The meticulously maintained armor shattered under the impact, and Wapple coughed a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Lin Chen. It was as if Lin Chen had thrust him back into reality. He knelt before Lin Chen, repeatedly bowing his head. "General Baise, I was wrong. I should not have foolishly attacked you, nor should I have harbored thoughts about your woman. I truly regret it, so let me perish." Swallow, Royal Iron Barrel Crown, 7-linked shotgun cannon. In an instant, the once pleading Wapple revealed a frenzied expression, his hands lunging for Lin Chen's body, his mouth agape, unleashing a massive multi-barreled cannon aimed at Lin Chen, intent on obliterating him. Boom, 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 boom. A barrage of cannon fire rained down upon Lin Chen. To Wapple's astonishment, The onslaught bizarrely passed through Lin Chen's form, reducing the remnants of the palace behind him to ruins. Lin Chen gazed pityingly at Wapol. He was already a dead man. Lin Chen's fist struck Wapol's abdomen with ferocity, the depths of his haki swirling like pink cherry blossoms, a masterful display of flowing cherry. After enduring Lin Chen's punch, Wapol could not contain the blood that spilled from his mouth, his eyes glistening with the last vestiges of attachment to the mortal realm as he collapsed to the ground. King Wapol of Drum Island has perished. Lin Chen cast a disdainful glance at the lifeless Wapol, wiping his fist as if the act of slaying such scum had sullied him. What? He actually killed the king. Hooray! We are finally free from this wretch's tyranny. Thank the heavens. The guards and doctors, witnessing Lin Chen's act of retribution, felt no sorrow or grief. Only boundless joy filled the air. The soldiers, having endured prolonged oppression, discarded their uniforms, shouting jubilantly, while the doctors knelt with hands clasped, offering their thanks to the divine. Lin Chen shook his head at the sight before him. With the people's hearts shattered, how could this nation endure? Upon witnessing Wapol's demise, the white hippopotamus, filled with rage, approached to devour him, tears streaming down its eyes as if it had suddenly broken free from some shackles. The brutal Wapol had not only captured him to serve as a mount, but had also slain his brother, donning the skin as a cloak. The timid white hippopotamus, too fearful to resist, had been forced to submit to Wapol's tyranny. Now, seeing Wapol lifeless, the years of humiliation and the vengeance for his brother intertwined, leaving it unwilling to spare even the deceased Wapol. The white hippopotamus cast a grateful glance at Lin Chen before slowly retreating into the depths of the snowy expanse, unnoticed by anyone, as its mouth seemed to have widened slightly. Mr. White Zeke, I hope you can take Chopper out to sea as his mentor. I can distinctly sense his yearning and admiration for the ocean, Dr. Darrell whispered secretly to Lin Chen, her gaze filled with affection as she looked at Chopper, who was tending to Zephyr. I too have a fondness for this delightful little fellow. Should he wish to join my ship, he would be most welcome. Lin Chen replied with a laugh, casting a glance at the industrious Chopper and the quietly pensive Ain, a smile gracing his face. This little one has absorbed all my skills. Surely, his medical prowess will surpass that of this old woman, Dr. Darrell remarked to Lin Chen. Would you care to hear a story from this old woman? A tale about Chopper? Pray tell. Lin Chen inclined his hands respectfully. Dr. Darrell gazed into the distance, lost in reminiscence. Chapter 36, The Quack Dr. Hyorik. The Drum Kingdom, once a formidable medical power and a member state of the world government, had thrived under the vision of its former king and ministers over 20 years ago, maintaining peace and stability. However, the king's indulgence of Wapol rendered the young prince increasingly willful. Dalton, then the captain of the royal guard, harbored unspoken concerns, anxious about Wapol's ineptitude in governing the kingdom. Unbeknownst to them, the excessive pampering had sown the seeds of malevolence within the young Wapol, which ultimately grew into a towering tree that would bring unprecedented calamity to the kingdom. Upon the death of the previous king, Wapol ascended to the throne of the Drum Kingdom. Supported by cold-blooded advisors and unscrupulous officials like Hyorinmaru, he initiated a reign of tyranny. Each day, he plotted new laws to oppress the populace, fulfilling his own perverse desires. To satiate his insatiable greed, Wapol proposed the inhumane Dr. 20 plan. Aiming to control the nation's medical resources, he handpicked 20 capable and loyal physicians to form the Doctors 20, while exiling or executing all other physicians, rendering the Doctors 20 the sole medical authority in what was once a medical powerhouse, serving only the king's interests. The common folk were left to plead for Wapol's mercy, which greatly satisfied his shameless vanity, as their desperate faces became a source of his twisted joy. Yet, there was a doctor who, despite lacking formal medical training, secretly infiltrated the homes of dying patients to offer them treatment. This physician earned the derisive title of Quack and became notorious, second only to Wapol himself, Dr. Hyorik. 32 years ago, the ailing thief Hyorik found himself in a land adorned with cherry blossoms. After witnessing the miraculous bloom of the cherry trees on that mountain, his incurable illness mysteriously vanished. Reborn, Hyorik embarked on a quest to develop a panacea. In an era fraught with chaos and discrimination, he placed his hopes for salvation upon this universal remedy, vowing to persevere, even if it meant exhausting his life's journey, regardless of the world's misunderstanding. However, upon Wapol's ascension and the implementation of the Dr. 20 plan, numerous skilled physicians were exiled or killed, leaving only 2 free doctors in the entire nation, the Quack Hyorik and the witch Dr. Kureha, also known as Dr. Darrell. At this juncture, Hyorik had become the most reviled quack in the kingdom, recommending his universal remedy to patients, albeit with a dismal track record of medical mishaps. In contrast, Dr. Doril possessed remarkable medical skills, which led both to be hunted by Wapple's regime. Hyorik frequently roamed towns, offering free consultations, only to pilfer money from others to fund his research, a contradiction that cemented his reputation as a quack. In a bid to evade capture by the royal guard, Hyorik encountered a grievously injured savage. To demonstrate his benign intentions, he disrobed completely, showing he bore no weapons. The savage accepted his treatment, and to Hyorik's astonishment, the next day, the savage transformed into a talking reindeer with a blue nose, whom Hyorik affectionately named Tony Chopper, signifying he possessed antlers strong enough to fell trees with ease. From that moment on, Hyorik kept Chopper by his side, imparting the virtues of medicine and sharing his ongoing research into the universal remedy. Having been abandoned by deer as a child and subsequently marginalized by humans, Chopper finally discovered a glimmer of warmth in this icy land. Together, they spent a brief yet joyous year, akin to father and son. But one fateful day, Hyorik resolutely expelled Chopper from his home. In a desperate attempt to return to Hyorik, Chopper injured himself, yet Hyorik, with a cold gun barrel aimed at him, remained unyielding. Bowing to despair, Chopper fled into the snowy forest, weeping. The reason for Hyorik's harshness was his terminal illness. He did not wish for Chopper to grieve over his impending death. In the twilight of his life, Hyorik encountered a broken deer antler at his doorstep, which led him to the poisonous Amida mushroom. To avoid disappointing Chopper, he consumed the deadly mushroom in front of him. In his final moments, Hyorik entrusted Chopper and the universal remedy to me, wishing for Chopper to witness the cherry blossoms that belonged to him. Wapple, however, spread rumors that all doctors had fallen ill to deceive Hyorik. Watching the quack, who repeatedly defied him, Wapple wore a cruel smile. Yet Hyorik, feeling a sense of relief, laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, splendid. It turns out no one is ill." Wapple condemned Hyorik to death, yet Hyorik seemed unfazed by his predicament, kneeling in the snow, retorting, "When do you believe a person truly dies? Is it when the heart is pierced? No. Is it when a terminal illness manifests? No. Is it when one consumes poisonous mushroom soup? No. It is when one is forgotten." With that, he produced a bottle of explosive liquor and, fueled by an unwavering resolve for his ideals, drank it down in one gulp. Dalton, witnessing the dying man radiating brilliance, shed tears. In that moment, Dalton finally comprehended Hyorik's conviction to save the nation. Dalton, too, was imprisoned for defying Wapple's orders in order to protect Chopper. Chapter 37. Chopper boards the ship. Dalton was imprisoned for defying Wapple's orders to protect Chopper. Upon hearing this, despite already being aware of the unfolding narrative, Lin Chen could not help but feel a profound respect for the unacquainted quack. Indeed, Senior Hyorik is truly a figure deserving of admiration. "I shall take good care of Chopper, should he wish to join me aboard my ship," he chuckled as he addressed Dr. Doril. However, as a vice admiral, it would indeed be troublesome to slay a king from a world government-affiliated nation, Lin Chen suddenly remarked, patting his forehead. "After all, it is preferable to avoid such complications, lest those detestable old men concoct yet another scheme, not to mention the inevitable scolding from Sengoku." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Dr. Doril revealed a peculiar smile. "Vice Admiral Baise, your visit to Drum Island was solely to seek medical assistance for Mr. Zephyr. What does Wapple have to do with you? Moreover, was he not devoured by his steed, the hippopotamus? How does that concern you, Vice Admiral Baise?" Indeed, Lin Chen clapped his hands, surprised by the sharp intellect of this woman, who had seen over a century of life. This king, former head of the Royal Guard, Dalton, is a remarkably good king. After your departure, Dalton will ascend as the new king of Drum Island, supported by the people's affection, Dr. Doril said, smiling at Lin Chen. Dalton was indeed beloved by the populace, though he had been imprisoned by Wapple. "Ah, splendid." Lin Chen took a deep breath, marveling at Dr. Doril's foresight. This would spare him numerous unforeseen troubles. "I appreciate your efforts, Dr. Doril." "It is nothing. Rescuing this nation was also that old man's wish," Dr. Doril replied. "Now that you have entirely healed this country, I should be the one expressing gratitude. Additionally, please take care of Chopper." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. After all, she was reluctant to part with Chopper, yet she understood that remaining here would only hinder him. The sea was where this child truly belonged. "Chopper, would you like to set sail with me? I now formally invite you to join my crew in the name of Baise," Lin Chen said with a warm smile. He did not phrase it as an invitation to join the Navy, but rather to join his ship, extending the invitation solely in the name of Baise. Chopper's eyes reflected a struggle. Though he yearned to venture into the sea, He was concerned for Dr. Doriel. Moreover, he was just a reindeer. Could he truly join? And no, Chopper said, shaking his head dejectedly as he turned away from Lin Chen and headed home. Lin Chen observed Chopper's retreating figure with a smile. Realizing how transparent the little fellow's feelings were, his discontent was evident. As Chopper walked away, his heart heavy with longing for the sea. He could not shake off his worries for Dr. Doriel. Shaking his head, Chopper attempted to cast aside his gloom and put on a smile. "Dr. Doriel, I'm back," he announced as he opened the door. However, Dr. Doriel, in an uncharacteristic manner, fixed her gaze intensely upon him, slowly drawing a gun from beneath her coat. Aiming it at him, Chopper sensed the ominous shift, tears beginning to brim in his eyes. This scene felt hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of years past. "DDR, Doriel, please. Could you not force me away?" Chopper cried, clinging to her leg in desperate plea. Dr. Doriel's heart ached at the sight. Years of nurturing had made her regard Chopper as her own child. Yet, she steeled her resolve. She could not delay Chopper's future. With Vice Admiral Baise present, it was indeed the perfect opportunity for him to set sail. "You get away from me. I don't want to see you. Have you forgotten? You were the one who picked the poisonous mushrooms that killed Hyorinmaru. Do you wish to harm me as well?" Dr. Doriel spoke with a chilling finality. "I didn't mean to." Chopper's heart shattered further at her words. Bang! Without hesitation, Dr. Doriel fired at Chopper, the bullet grazing his face, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. Feeling the sharp sting of pain, Chopper gradually loosened his grip on her leg. "I understand now, Dr. Doriel." With that, he bowed deeply before her 3 times, blood trickling from his forehead as he walked away from the only home he had known for so many years. Dr. Doriel watched the blood on the floor and Chopper's forlorn figure, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Vice Admiral Baise, please take me to the sea." Chopper found Lin Chen and declared earnestly, "Ha ha ha, welcome aboard, Baise." Lin Chen, noticing the blood on Chopper's head, wisely refrained from questioning him, instead quietly helping to wipe it away. "Remember to tend to your wounds. I would feel remiss otherwise," he advised Chopper. Deeply touched, Chopper nodded vigorously. "Vice Admiral Baise." At that moment, Zephyr stirred awake. Seeing this, Ein hurried to support Zephyr, offering him a glass of water. After such a lengthy ordeal, Ein's heart finally settled, tears streaming down his face in a mix of relief and joy. "Ha ha ha, young Ein, why are you crying? This old body isn't done for yet." Zephyr instinctively patted Ein's back with his left hand, only for Ein to cry even harder. Perhaps due to the water, Zephyr's speech became more fluent. "By the way, Vice Admiral Baise, my students are unharmed, right?" Zephyr turned his gaze toward Lin Chen. "Rest assured, Teacher Zephyr, your students are safe. However, your right hand sustained severe injury and, regrettably, has lost sensation due to the prolonged delay." Lin Chen reluctantly conveyed the unfortunate news. "Ha ha. As long as my students are all right, I am content. Losing my right hand is of no concern." Zephyr laughed heartily. Yet, Lin Chen could see the unyielding spirit behind his eyes. After all, he had once been known as Black Arm Zephyr. Lin Chen regarded Zephyr seriously, saying, "Teacher Zephyr, if you ever find yourself utterly disillusioned with certain matters, do seek me out. Not in the capacity of a vice admiral, but rather in the name of Baise." After a brief pause, Lin Chen added earnestly, "I mean it." Zephyr, though perplexed by Lin Chen's words, nodded gravely, sensing that one day he would indeed act upon them. "All right, Ein, stop crying. If you keep it up, you'll become a little calico cat," Lin Chen teased, trying to lighten the mood. Ein giggled through his tears. After all, their teacher had awakened, which was a cause for celebration. Shyly, Ein hid behind Zephyr, as the latter had always played the role of a father figure in his eyes. "Really, I let Lin Chen see me in such a state. How embarrassing. By the way, this is Chopper, our new member. He is a remarkably skilled doctor." Lin Chen introduced Chopper to Zephyr. "Though you flatter me, I'm not particularly pleased," Chopper said, feeling Lin Chen's words were insincere. "What an adorable raccoon. Are you truly a doctor?" Zephyr asked, bewildered. "I'm a reindeer." "Oh." Chapter 38, Departure. Nami was idly perusing the tome, The Comprehensive Guide for Navigators. Yet she found it impossible to concentrate. It had been several days since she last saw Vice Admiral Lin Chen, and she felt a pang of longing. That Lin Chen. That wretched Lin Chen. How dare he take Ein with him and leave me behind? She lamented, kicking the door in frustration. Nami, who was grumbling incessantly, suddenly heard the voice of the transponder snail. "Hello, this is Admiral Baise's ship. I am Nami. How may I assist you?" she said distractedly. "Nami, it's Lin Chen. Have you arrived in Marineford yet?" Nami responded with a hint of jealousy. "What brings Admiral Baise to call?" "Ha ha ha, what's wrong, Nami? Who knocked over your vinegar jar?" "There's quite a strong scent of jealousy," Lin Chen teased. Nami huffed, her pride evident. We should reach Marineford by tomorrow. When will you return? She redirected the conversation. It depends. I'll likely be a while longer, as I need to escort teacher Zephyr back, Lin Chen replied. Nami, hearing that it would be several more days before she could see him, responded glumly. By the way, did anyone take the opportunity to attack you while I was away? Not at all. There was a pirate ship that had never seen the world trying to rob us, but it was cut in half by Mihawk's sword, Nami recounted. Ha. How audacious of them to think they could target our ship. Mihawk was too merciful, Lin Chen chuckled. Just as Nami was about to speak again, Lin Chen hung up the transponder snail, causing her to stamp her foot in frustration. On the other side, Lin Chen, having just hung up, felt elated, knowing that someone on the other side of the ocean cared for him. The thought of Nami's pouty face because he ended the call made him want to laugh. All right. Ian, Chopper, teacher Zephyr, it's time for us to depart. Lin Chen shouted to the three. As Zephyr stood up, he suddenly felt dizzy. Mr. Zephyr, you've just awakened, and your body hasn't fully recovered. Allow me to carry you, Chopper offered. Zephyr, looking at Chopper's small stature, clearly doubted his ability to carry him. Weight-enhanced form. Chopper's fur began to swell, and in an instant, he transformed into a giant humanoid figure. Ian gaped in astonishment at Chopper's transformation. The enormous Chopper sheepishly scratched the back of his head and smiled at Zephyr, saying, Mr. Zephyr, I'll carry you. Amidst the wide-eyed stares of the trio, Lin Chen conjured a small boat out of thin air, just large enough for the four of them. You don't need to look so surprised. I possess spatial abilities. Lin Chen explained bashfully. We are supposed to fit in this small boat? The focus should be on how the boat appeared out of nowhere, Zephyr remarked. Casting a disdainful glance at the tiny vessel, Lin Chen's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing their remarks. I can't help it. The capsule can't transform into larger objects. Lin Chen muttered to himself. How about we find a boat on this island instead? Zephyr suggested tentatively, eyeing the small boat. No, we're taking this one. Get on board, Lin Chen asserted decisively. Zephyr and Chopper squeezed at the bow, while Lin Chen and Ian crammed into the stern. As the sail unfurled, the small boat slowly departed from Magnet Island. Admiral Baise, given your spatial abilities, why not use them to leave? Zephyr suddenly recalled how Lin Chen had emerged from thin air when he saved him. Using Kimui could allow us to leave directly. But don't you feel that sailing the seas is a delight? Lin Chen replied, wrapping an arm around Ian. Not at all, Zephyr retorted. Lin Chen merely smiled in response. Ian nestled against Lin Chen's chest like a small cat, basking in his warmth. Seeing this, Zephyr smiled with satisfaction, thinking, Admiral Baise is someone worthy of lifelong trust. Boom. Suddenly, a sound erupted from Magnet Island, and the largest of the magnetic mountains was enveloped in a cloud of pink dust, reminiscent of falling cherry blossoms. A magnificent cherry blossom tree seemed to have appeared from nowhere atop the island, breathtakingly beautiful. Chopper, the doctor, watched the miraculous sight with tears in his eyes, as a figure within the blossoms waved goodbye to them. Goodbye, Chopper. Though Chopper was crying, he was also smiling. The group sailing on the sea felt utterly bored. When will we reach Marineford? Chopper, now quite familiar with Lin Chen, asked without hesitation. Among friends, it's better to use names, otherwise, it feels too distant. Lin Chen replied. Oh, I don't know. He rolled his eyes, recalling the days spent adrift at sea. Suddenly, he discerned a pirate ship in the distance, albeit blurry and unclear. Sharingan, activate. 3 black tomo appeared in Lin Chen's eyes, his pupils turning blood red. I see it clearly. It's a pirate ship. Zephyr and Chopper noted Lin Chen's unusual gaze, but were not surprised. This fellow always had tricks up his sleeve. Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he regarded the pirate ship. Punishing pirates is an undeniable duty of the Navy. He informed the others of the ship ahead. As they focused, they indeed saw a ship, though too far to make out the details clearly. They all chuckled, knowing that punishing pirates was an obligation for the Navy. They could only hope that the ship wouldn't suddenly turn around. The ship finally approached, not particularly large, but significantly bigger than their canoe. Hey, you over there. Hand over all your valuables. The pirates on board shouted, promptly spotting Lin Chen. Are you attempting to rob us? Lin Chen asked, feigning ignorance. Of course. Hurry and hand over your valuables, or you'll die. A pirate crew member boasted. All right, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Kamui. In an instant, the 4 were transported onto the pirate ship, casting menacing looks at the crew members. Just then, a robust man emerged from the cabin, appearing as if he had just woken from a slumber. Clearly, he was the captain of the ship. Ah, how comfortable. Boys, prepare for a feast. The big man stretched, and, upon noticing Lin Chen and the others, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming he was not dreaming. He felt as if he were in a dream. How could an admiral of the Navy, along with a former admiral, suddenly appear on his ship? Though the man was not particularly strong, he was well informed about the major events in the pirate world, as he bought every newspaper, hence he recognized Lin Chen and Zephyr. The man slapped himself hard, ouch. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Why are there 2 admirals aboard my ship? He stammered in panic. Oh, you know me? Lin Chen shot him a sidelong glance. That single glance intensified the pressure on the man, veins popping on his forehead, yet he bravely replied. I have long heard of your name and hold great admiration. To meet you today is a stroke of great fortune. Ha ha ha, quite the sweet talker. Lin Chen chuckled, then shifted the tone of the conversation, asking sternly, so, how dare you attempt to rob me? The man trembled at Lin Chen's words. I was blind and foolish. I must say, your ship is rather impressive, Lin Chen remarked to himself. If you like it, then I shall gift it to you, the burly man, who fancied himself quite perceptive, replied in a flustered manner. Really? I assure you, I have not coerced you. Of course not. I would never bully you. I am giving you my ship, Lin Chen responded promptly. The man's expression froze, his face a mask of despair as he gazed at the small vessel. This. Thank you, General Baise. His heart was bleeding. This was a ship he had labored over his entire life, and now it was gone. I swear, I'll take revenge on those 2 little brats. Lin Chen, effortlessly tossing all 8 of the man's minions onto the small boat, crammed what was meant for 4 into an overcrowded space. He glanced at the burly man, who immediately felt a chill run down his spine. General Baise, I can manage on my own. A larger ship is indeed more comfortable, Lin Chen sighed. For reasons unknown, Ein found the larger ship but felt a twinge of disappointment. The burly man, begrudgingly, squeezed himself onto the small boat, watching Lin Chen and his own ship sail away. Tears welling in his eyes. Boss, we could just slide away with our hands, a self-proclaimed clever bald man suggested to the burly man. His face darkened as he slapped the shiny bald head. Get lost. Chapter 39. The first encounter with Luffy ahead, a small island emerged. Chopper lazily rested on the railing, gazing at the sea, when a tiny black gradually materialized before him, revealing itself to be an island. Oh, do you wish to go ashore? Lin Chen said nonchalantly. Yes. Chopper and I chorused eagerly. Lin Chen sighed, rubbing his forehead. I knew it. I should have kept my mouth shut. Since that's the case, let's set sail. The 4 of them stepped onto the island, feeling the discomfort of days adrift at sea. Lin Chen couldn't help but reminisce about the comfort of the base ship. The island was serene, with several windmills slowly turning. Finally, solid ground. Ein stretched, her graceful form on full display. Sensing Lin Chen's gaze, she blushed and quickly adjusted her attire. I mustn't embarrass myself in front of General Baise, Ein resolutely thought. Hey, are you pirates? A voice suddenly interrupted, and a boy emerged from behind a rock, eyeing Lin Chen and his companions warily. The boy had messy black hair, a scar beneath his left eye from a self-inflicted wound made in a bid to appear brave. He wore a red vest and blue shorts, with straw sandals adorning his feet and a straw hat perched atop his head. Lin Chen regarded the boy, wondering if this was Windmill Village. We are not pirates. We are Zephy's crew, Lin Chen asserted, determined to protect their reputation. Wait, Lin Chen interrupted Zephyr. Indeed, we are pirates. I am Captain Baise of the Baise Pirates. And these are my crew members. Zephyr looked at Lin Chen in confusion, unsure why he made such a declaration. Did this boy possess some unique quality that prompted Lin Chen's words? Lin Chen shook his head slightly and whispered to Zephyr, "This is Carp's grandson." Zephyr's mouth dropped open in surprise, but he chose to trust Lin Chen. Ein was equally astonished. Is this the hometown of Vice Admiral Carp? Chopper scratched his head in confusion, unaware of who Carp was. Humph, Zephyr grunted before boarding the ship. Carp's grandson, huh? Lin Chen chuckled at Zephyr's reaction. Had it not been for Carp's life-saving grace, Zephyr would not have easily acquiesced. Ding. Encounter with the future Pirate King, Luffy. Due to the host's absence of Luffy's 2 crew members, appropriate compensation must be made. Please choose. Option 1. Teach Luffy a skill. Reward. Advanced Observation Haki. Option 2. Do not teach Luffy. Reward. Observation Haki Stagnation. The system, which had been silent for a while, suddenly issued a task. Lin Chen, amused by the reward choices, opted for option 1. Truthfully, Lin Chen felt a sense of guilt toward Luffy for having taken 2 of his crew members. Are you really pirates? Have you seen my brother? He set out to sea a few months ago. He's also a pirate named Ace, Luffy exclaimed, his wariness dissipating upon hearing Lin Chen's confession. Ace, you say? He's quite the fellow, Lin Chen replied, knowing that in Luffy's eyes, pirates like Shanks and Ace were worthy of trust. Lin Chen observed Luffy, noting he appeared even more youthful than in the original tale, as he was only 14. He reached out and pinched Luffy's cheek, stretching it. Hey, that hurts. What are you doing? Luffy shouted in irritation. Ha ha ha, a devil fruit user are you? Lin Chen then glanced at Luffy's straw hat. That hat was given to you by Shanks, right? You must take good care of it, he said with a hint of significance. You know Shanks? Luffy asked excitedly. Of course. We're good friends, Lin Chen replied, unfazed. With Mihawk and Shanks being friends, and him being friends with Mihawk. One could say he was also a friend of Shanks. Lin Chen chuckled to himself. Luffy, innocent and somewhat naive, believed Lin Chen without question. Luffy, do you want to become stronger? Lin Chen suddenly inquired. Of course. I aim to be the Pirate King. I need strength to do that, Luffy declared confidently. Then would you like to be my disciple? Lin Chen asked. Being my disciple will make you quite powerful. Disciple? No way. I'm going to be the Pirate King. I can't be your disciple. Luffy hesitated for a moment before refusing. His pride would not allow him to be subordinate to another. Oh. Lin Chen responded with a hint of disappointment. It seemed asking him to be a disciple was futile. How about learning just one skill? Since he could not become Lin Chen's disciple, he still needed to fulfill the task. Are you strong? Luffy asked, picking his nose and casually flicking a booger away. Ha ha. Watch closely. Lin Chen focused his energy, contemplating his choice. He decided to teach Luffy the 8 gates, as he doubted Luffy could master anything else. Given that his grandfather was a marine hero, Lin Chen resolved to impart the 8 gates, a formidable martial technique. 8 gates, 7th gate, open. Day Tiger. A massive, translucent tiger surged from Lin Chen's palm, racing across the sea and creating a vacuum as it struck the water, sending waves crashing in its wake. Wow, that's amazing! Luffy exclaimed, his jaw practically hitting the ground in awe. Ha ha, this move is called Day Tiger. Lin Chen laughed heartily. He pressed a finger to Luffy's forehead. A surge of memories flowing from his fingertip into Luffy's mind, imparting the training methods for the first 7 gates. The 8th gate was too perilous, with Luffy's reckless spirit. He would inevitably endanger himself. So consider this my compensation for you, Luffy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Supreme Observation Haki. A flicker of crimson light danced in Lin Chen's eyes as his senses heightened, allowing him to discern even the fine hairs on a spider's leg that crawled before him. The sounds of the village resonated clearly in his ears, as if he could foresee the future and intuit the thoughts of others. As he absorbed the transformation of his senses, Lin Chen eventually withdrew from this state. Is this what Supreme Observation Haki feels like? Chapter 40, Makino. Is this truly Supreme Observation Haki? With satisfaction, Lin Chen closed his eyes, savoring this extraordinary power. He had now gathered 3 forms of unparalleled Haki: Supreme Conqueror's Haki, Supreme Armament Haki, and Supreme Observation Haki. Armed with these 3 powers, along with the Ice Wheel and the 8 Gates technique, Lin Chen was confident that he could stand toe-to-toe with even the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, without fear of being outmatched. Wow, that's amazing! Luffy exclaimed. Astonished by the 8 Gates technique Lin Chen imparted to him. You must diligently train in this technique. The 8 Gates demands perseverance more than innate talent, Lin Chen advised. Yeah, I got it. You're so long-winded, Luffy retorted with a pout. Lin Chen, observing Luffy's demeanor, felt a pang of exasperation, unsure if this fellow could seriously train in the 8 Gates. Gurgle. What was that sound? Luffy inquired, puzzled. I guess I'm hungry, he admitted, patting his stomach earnestly. Both Lin Chen and Ein exchanged bewildered glances. Oh, I'm hungry too, Chopper chimed in, echoing Luffy's sentiment. Is that so? I'll take you all to eat, ha ha, Luffy declared, his arms suddenly stretching to wrap around Chopper's neck, pulling him along as he dashed toward the village. Hey, you rascal, Lin Chen mused, rubbing his forehead in disbelief. I truly wonder how this guy will become the Pirate King. Ein, we should head out as well, Lin Chen suggested to Ein. Madam, could I have a serving of roasted beef? Lin Chen requested from the proprietress. I'd like a serving of roasted beef too, Ein added. I want cotton candy, Chopper exclaimed excitedly. We don't have cotton candy, the proprietress replied gently to Chopper. Oh, Chopper nodded in disappointment. Madam, please give him a cherry blossom pie, Lin Chen said to the proprietress. Certainly, please wait a moment, she responded before departing. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon a beautiful woman with short, light green hair and a scarf adorning her head. Could this be Makino? She always wore a gentle smile, exuding an aura of warmth akin to a spring breeze. Before long, Makino returned with their meals. This is our house special wine, brewed by me. Please have a taste. It's complimentary. Oh, thank you, madam, Chopper exclaimed. Wow, this cherry blossom pie is delicious, he added with delight. Lin Chen took a bite of the roasted beef, the rich aroma instantly flooding his palate. The beef was perfectly crisp on the outside and tender within, a culinary delight. This beef is quite exquisite, Lin Chen remarked, glancing at Ein. who remained silent, but wore an expression of satisfaction. Madam, the flavor of your roasted beef is truly remarkable, Lin Chen praised. I'm glad you like it. You can just call me Makino, she replied. Lin Chen took another bite of the beef, confirming its outstanding taste. He observed Luffy, who was devouring several servings of roasted beef. What are you all staring at? Aren't you going to eat? This meat is delectable, Luffy mumbled with his mouth full. Noticing Lin Chen's gaze. Ha ha ha, don't mind him. Luffy often eats like this, Makino said fondly, already considering Luffy as a younger brother, alongside Ace, who set sail, and Sabo, who had passed away years ago. Lin Chen felt a twinge of unease watching Luffy's voracious appetite. Makino, how many servings of roasted beef do you have left? I'll take them all. What? Really? Makino exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise. That would be quite a sum. Yes, there should be about 20 servings. Are you sure you want them all? Makino inquired, providing an exact number after a moment's thought. Yes, I'll take them. I'll also bring some back for Zephyr since he hasn't eaten yet, Lin Chen contemplated. Suddenly, the tavern door was kicked open with a resounding bang. A scarred man swaggered in. Madam, bring me 10 servings of roasted beef. I'm sorry, but we've run out of roasted beef today, Makino replied calmly, clearly accustomed to such encounters. Then what is that white-faced fellow eating? The bandit pointed at Lin Chen. I am the notorious mountain bandit, Roni, with a bounty of 11 million berries. Do you look down on me? Roni's scarred face twisted grotesquely, resembling a cluster of centipedes, instilling terror. You're making this difficult for me, Makino said to Roni, her eyes betraying no fear, for she was, after all, the woman of that man. If it's difficult, then don't do it, Roni retorted, casually grabbing a wine bottle and hurling it at Lin Chen. The bottle sailed through Lin Chen, shattering behind him and scattering shards across the floor. Hey you, didn't you hear the lady say we're out? Luffy shouted, swallowing his last bite of roasted meat and pointing at Roni. Who asked this little brat? Roni sneered, barely glancing at Luffy. Gum pistol. Luffy launched a punch at Roni, who effortlessly caught his arm and yanked him closer, pressing him down underfoot. You little brat, just stay put, Roni threatened, applying pressure on Luffy. Luffy, Makino cried out anxiously. Hey, let me go? Luffy struggled under Roni's foot. Interrupting others' meals is quite rude, Lin Chen remarked coolly to Roni. And who do you think you are, white-faced? Roni scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Lin Chen. Do you know Sig? Lin Chen suddenly asked, an idea striking him. For Sig was a man who had nearly concluded the Pirate King saga. Roni, momentarily lost in thought, reminisced, that guy Sig, a few years back. I had high hopes for him, but alas, he died too soon. Wait, why do you ask? Chopper, take care of him. Lin Chen had lost interest in the conversation. Roni was not worth his effort, so he decided to let Chopper handle it. Though Ein was strong, such matters were best left to men. Ha ha, got it, Chopper replied, slowly advancing toward Roni. Roni burst into laughter, clutching his belly at the sight of the diminutive Chopper. This little raccoon, are you kidding me? Wait, enhanced form. Chopper transformed into a gigantic humanoid before Roni's incredulous gaze. With a mighty hoof, the colossal Chopper sent Roni flying, blood spewing forth as he fainted. Wow, that was so cool, Luffy exclaimed, ignoring the fallen Roni and instead gazing at Chopper with admiration. I'm not happy at all, Chopper replied, shyly scratching the back of his head, clearly pleased by Luffy's praise. Well done, Chopper, Lin Chen commended. Ein and Makino stood in astonishment, their mouths agape, utterly surprised that the usually naive and adorable Chopper possessed such formidable combat prowess. Thank you for protecting both Luffy and this tavern. My gratitude knows no bounds. This meal is on the house for you, Marcy said with heartfelt appreciation as she looked at Lin Chen. No need, it was merely a trifling act. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. After all, I find that young Luffy is quite likable, he added with a chuckle. Then I must thank you once more, Marcy said, her gentle smile ever present. Lin Chen remained non-committal. Luffy's potential was immensely formidable, and forging a good relationship was certainly not a detriment. Furthermore, Marcy's connection with Shanks was quite extraordinary. Here is your barbecue, all packed up for you, Marcy said, handing Lin Chen a large bundle, which contained 2 barrels of liquor she had gifted him as well. It's getting late, we should take our leave. It was a pleasure meeting you all, Lin Chen said, casting a glance at the unconscious Roni on the ground before casually binding him. A bounty of 11 million berries. That barely qualifies him for Hell's Inferno. Are we really leaving already? Luffy pouted, visibly displeased. Ha ha ha, we shall meet again in these vast seas, Lin Chen laughed, adjusting Luffy's slightly tilted straw hat. I still don't know your name, Marcy called out, unable to restrain herself as she watched Lin Chen and his companions depart. White Zetsu, Lin Chen's voice echoed back. Captain Zifa, we have returned. You must be hungry. We brought back barbecue. Ain exclaimed eagerly as she rushed onto the ship, presenting a piece of meat to Zephyr. Zephyr, without even glancing at it, scoffed and turned his head away. He was quite resistant to pirates. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. What a stubborn old man he is. Captain Zephyr, this is not pirate food. It is meat personally cooked by a gentle and kind tavern owner from Windmill Village. Lin Chen explained. Upon hearing this, Zephyr's expression softened slightly, and he reached for the barbecue, only to suddenly catch a whiff of a rich aroma of alcohol wafting from it. White Zetsu, do you have liquor? Zephyr couldn't help but inquire. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that Marcy had indeed given him 2 barrels of liquor. Hesitantly, he retrieved one from his space. The intoxicating scent filled the air, and Zephyr's eyes gleamed as he stared at the barrel, as if it were a priceless treasure. Quick, pour me a glass. It has been ages since I've encountered such a rich aroma. Zephyr urged, eager for a taste. For someone with a penchant for liquor, this fragrance was irresistible. Since the tragic loss of his wife and child, he had developed an affinity for this elixir that allowed him to momentarily forget his sorrow. Suddenly, Lin Chen tossed the bound Roni from his spatial realm. The jolt of pain caused Roni to awaken, eyes wide open. Who the hell dares to bind me? I am Roni, the mountain bandit king with a bounty of 11 million berries. He bellowed. Bring me that cat, and I might spare you. Ain and Chopper stared at Roni, as if he were a fool. Why are you all staring at me like that? Do I resemble a fool? Roni continued to shout. 11 million berries, quite a sum. Just enough to send you to Impel Down's Hell's Inferno. I hear that's a rather pleasant place, Lin Chen remarked dryly. You little pretty boy, unbind me at once, or my men will annihilate you all, Roni declared, utterly unafraid. For he believed no one in this world could instill fear in him. Uffed, ha ha, White Zetsu. I never expected you would one day be referred to as little pretty boy by such an insect, Zephyr exclaimed, spitting out the drink in his mouth, then glaring at Roni with irritation as he noticed the liquor that had been wasted. Lin Chen glared at the audacious mountain bandit. This was not the first time Roni had insulted him. Were all mountain bandits this brazen? First, there was the mountain bandit King Sig who smashed a bottle over an emperor. Now there was Roni, trampling on the future pirate king while insulting a current marine admiral. Was this what a mountain bandit was? Do you even know who I am? Lin Chen glared at Roni. Who the hell are you? Do you even know who I am? I am Roni, the mountain bandit king. Roni spat defiantly at Lin Chen. The spit landed on the deck behind Lin Chen. A disgusting sight indeed. This infuriated Lin Chen, veins bulging on his forehead. Should he deem Roni foolish or courageous? Wait a minute. The suddenly loud Roni realized something was amiss. That old man referred to this pretty boy as Admiral. Could he possibly be a Marine Admiral, akin to Admiral Garp? Why, you wouldn't be a Marine Admiral, would you? Roni asked cautiously, the realization dawning upon him. What do you think? Lin Chen replied coldly. Lin Chen's response shattered Roni's fleeting hope, and cold sweat broke out all over him. He had been insulting an admiral for so long, had thrown a bottle at him, and even spat at him. Was he courting death? Oh no. Oh no, Roni suddenly realized, squirming as if he were a maggot. He crawled over to his own spit and, shockingly, consumed it again, then turned to Lin Chen with a sycophantic grin, resembling a lapdog awaiting praise from its master. Ugh. Ain, witnessing this revolting scene, gagged and exited the deck. Lin Chen, observing the spectacle, felt an overwhelming urge to cleave Roni in two but restrained himself, fearing it would soil his treasured weapon, Ice Wheel. At last, unable to endure any longer, Lin Chen kicked Roni into the sea, disregarding his fate. Lin Chen wiped his shoes in disgust. What a wretched creature I've brought aboard. What terrible luck. This thing is better off not being sent to Hell's Inferno. I fear it would only dirty Impel Down, and Magellan would hold me accountable. The sea is the best place for him. Chapter 42, A Field of Carnage? Gurgle. Having been kicked into the sea, Roni gulped down a mouthful of seawater before losing consciousness. Not far away, a massive, dark green sea serpent gazed intently at Roni in the water, its eyes glinting with interest. He could never have imagined that a marine admiral would find himself aboard such a small pirate ship, and that he would cross paths with one. How boring. Chopper said glumly, leaning against the railing, staring at the endless expanse of azure ocean. Ain practiced her swordsmanship in the cabin, being a natural talent. She sought not to assist White Zetsu with grand endeavors, but merely to ensure she did not become a hindrance. Zephyr continued to sip from the barrel of liquor, intoxicated by its unique and rich aroma. Lin Chen stood on the deck, gazing at the sky, contemplating future plans. His organization was gradually taking shape. Yet he lacked high-level combatants aside from himself and Mihawk. Suddenly, a smile crept upon Lin Chen's lips as he thought of an amusing destination. Bring. Hello. This is White Zetsu. My next target is the Great Swordsman-level. Lin Chen informed the ship's communication device of his intended destination. Oh, understood, came the response from Peach Rabbit, who answered the phone nonchalantly. Hey, Du-an, it's been so long, did you miss me? Lin Chen teased playfully upon recognizing her voice. Is that so, Lin Chen? I have indeed missed you, Peach Rabbit replied, unexpectedly sultry and charming. Lin Chen shivered involuntarily, hastily hanging up the call. That girl must have some nefarious scheme in mind. Huh, Peach Rabbit chuckled, watching the hurriedly disconnected phone with delight. How dare you? I'll deal with you. Lin Chen gazed in disbelief at the dilapidated vessel. This is utterly pathetic. After barely a month at sea, it's already leaking. What? It's leaking? Are we going to die? If we die, we should ascend to heaven. Right? Woo-woo, I don't want to die yet. Chopper frantically dashed about the ship, panic-stricken. Calm down, Chopper. Lin Chen exclaimed as he delivered a punch to Chopper's head, causing a sizable bump to form instantly. Woo-woo. Chopper whimpered. Lord Baise, what should we do now? Ein, unfazed, inquired of Lin Chen, having been transported by his divine powers more than once. Sighing helplessly, Lin Chen lamented, it seems our delightful journey must come to an end. Delightful? Who feels that way? Zephyr, bleary-eyed, emerged from the cabin. With his drink depleted, he found the days increasingly monotonous. Though his right hand had regained its normal appearance, he still lacked sensation and, having been warned by Chopper against vigorous activity during his recovery, was utterly bored. Well then, we must take our leave. Chopper, stop crying. It's time to go. Lin Chen's eyes transformed into kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and a spatial vortex materialized beside the four, distorting a vast expanse around them. All right, let us proceed, Lin Chen stated matter-of-factly. Shinra Tensei. Meanwhile, the Baise was cruising through the ocean. Nami was intently studying the comprehensive guide for navigators. The book indicated that weather at sea is notoriously unpredictable. Even the most gifted individuals must forecast with utmost diligence. Yet, she thought, why does it seem so easy? With a wave of her hand through the air, she sensed an approaching storm, but felt confident that the Baise, being a warship of admiral caliber, could weather it safely. Suddenly, the space within Nami's room warped, and Lin Chen and the others emerged, making the once spacious area feel rather cramped. To Lin Chen's surprise, he found a soft body suddenly nestled in his arms. Zephyr and Chopper exchanged peculiar glances at Lin Chen, not expecting him to teleport directly into someone else's room. Was he truly that eager? Admiral Baise, you're busy. I shall take my leave, Zephyr tactfully suggested as he pulled Chopper outside, casting Lin Chen a knowing look. Zephyr understood that a man of Lin Chen's caliber could not possibly be devoted to just one woman, as long as he treated Ein sincerely. Ensuring she faced no distress, Zephyr felt reassured. No, let me explain. This spatial transfer. But before Lin Chen could finish, Zephyr dragged Chopper away, bestowing upon himself an ambiguous glance. In an instant, Lin Chen was met with Ein's sorrowful gaze. Her cheeks puffed as she stared at him longingly. The next moment, Ein dashed into Lin Chen's embrace. How could Nami be left to enjoy Lin Chen's warmth alone? The two women's eyes locked in the air, sparking an unspoken rivalry as they instinctively tightened their grips around Lin Chen. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Lin Chen's forehead. Realizing he was caught in what is often referred to as a sure field, he'd rather face off against Whitebeard than endure such an awkward predicament. Just as Lin Chen opened his mouth to speak, both women shot him a glance, forcing him to swallow his words. What to do? He was in a bind, and urgently needed a solution. Chapter 43, The Storm Approaches Boss. I heard you're back. Boss, I missed you so much. Kane burst in, tears streaming down his face. Upon seeing Kane in such a state, Nami and Ein discreetly released Lin Chen. With a mutual glance, they stepped outside. Kane lunged toward Lin Chen for a hug. But Lin Chen, in distaste, held him at bay with a hand on his forehead, grateful for Kane's timely arrival to diffuse the tension. Nevertheless, Lin Chen inquired, how is your training with the 6 powers coming along? Observant as ever, Lin Chen noticed a pistol strapped to Kane's waist. Kane, slightly disgruntled, replied, I've mastered the Soru. With that, he vanished in an instant. Too slow, Lin Chen remarked, effortlessly catching Kane by the shoulder. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Bartolomeo peeking through the door, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Senior Baise, you have finally returned. Ignoring Bartolomeo, Lin Chen turned back to Kane. What about the Jeppo? It's essential for your future endeavors. Kane transformed into a massive golden crow, enveloped in regal golden flames. Kane, now a golden phoenix, seemed poised to obliterate Nami's room, filled with precious navigational charts. Shinra Tensei. Fortunately, Lin Chen reacted swiftly. employing his powers to draw Kane's colossal golden crow into the Shinra space. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen and the golden crow found themselves in the dimly lit Shinra space, filled with enormous floating blocks, lending an air of mystery. Caw! Kane soared upward, casting a golden glow throughout the Shinra space, his golden form resembling a miniature sun, radiating brilliance. Moments later, Kane reverted to his human form, grinning at Lin Chen. Boss, look at me fly. I don't need to practice Jeppo anymore. Teach me how to shoot instead. Kane seemed particularly intrigued by firearms. Sighing, Lin Chen replied, but what if you encounter sea stone? It's a problem. Fine, I'll teach you how to shoot. Remember, I'll only say this once. Concentrate all your strength into your index finger. Boom. Suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened ominously, with rumblings of thunder echoing from the clouds, signaling an impending storm. What accursed weather, Zephyr grumbled. Teacher Zephyr, the weather at sea is ever-changing, Smoker remarked, exhaling smoke towards Zephyr, proudly acknowledging his status as Zephyr's disciple. Smoking brat, you're here too. Zephyr recognized Smoker, though he preferred to call him the smoking brat. Yes, teacher. Admiral Baise is truly remarkable. It's an honor to follow him, Smoker responded earnestly. That damn Baise, are you trying to snatch away my prized student? Zephyr pondered inwardly. As Nami sensed the rising humidity in the air, a smile crept onto her face. Indeed, my predictions were accurate. The storm is upon us. In the midst of this, my hawk, cradling his black blade in slumber, lazily opened one eye to glance at the distant storm before dismissively shutting it again, continuing his rest. How absurd. I've weathered countless storms in my small boat, let alone on a battleship of an admiral. Wow, what a massive black cloud. Chopper stood on the deck, eyes wide with wonder, marveling at his first ever storm at sea. Meanwhile, Des Bones was in the kitchen, seeking culinary advice from Peach Rabbit, who was not only a rear admiral but also a culinary expert. Bartolomeo stepped onto the deck, his interest waning upon witnessing the scene. He gasped. The village elder warned me that defying nature would incur divine retribution. Chapter 44, The Great D'Souza. The village elder warned me that defying nature would incur divine retribution. Bartolomeo exclaimed. Shinra Tensei. As Lin Chen and Kane emerged from the Shinwei space, they were greeted by a sky thick with ominous clouds. Suddenly, without warning, a colossal tornado materialized ahead, laced with countless raindrops that surged toward the white Zephyr. Each droplet appeared the size of a human head, swirling relentlessly in the storm's fury. Kane, witnessing such a formidable tempest for the first time, was utterly astounded. Meanwhile, Nami, gazing at the immense storm, felt nothing but amazement, devoid of fear. From his vantage point, the eagle-eyed white Zephyr observed Lin Chen's arrival, his piercing gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, surprisingly open wide. Lin Chen, confronted by the tempest looming near, executed a graceful leap into the sky, drawing forth the ice wheel. Heavenly aspect descending. An unusual force emanated from the ice wheel, contending with the elements for dominion over the tempest. Moments later, the terrifying winds dissipated, and the fearsome raindrops transformed into vapor, vanishing entirely. The storm was effortlessly quelled by Lin Chen, or more accurately, by the ice wheel, renowned for its mastery over the skies. Is this truly the esteemed white Zephyr, capable of overcoming the forces of nature? Bartolomeo marveled, his mouth agape in astonishment, his eyes brimming with admiration for Lin Chen. Nami, equally astonished by Lin Chen's effortless dispelling of the storm, pondered the implications of such power. If Lin Chen possessed this ability, he would indeed be invincible upon these seas. With a swift descent onto the deck, Lin Chen used his Sharingan to peer through the mist of vapor, catching sight of the colossal golden ship in the distance. Is this the Thousand Sunny? He mused. He then extended the ice wheel towards Nami. What are you doing, Lin Chen? Nami inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she watched him present the ice wheel. Without uttering a word, Lin Chen stepped closer to Nami, who nervously retreated step by step until he cornered her against the ship's wall, gazing deeply into her eyes. What should I do? Should I refuse or not? So many people are watching. Really, Nami, what are you thinking? This is mortifying, she internally fretted, her heart racing, as if resigned to her fate. Nami closed her eyes, adopting a demeanor of surrender. After a lengthy pause, feeling no unusual sensation upon her lips, she cautiously opened one eye to sneak a glance at Lin Chen, who merely smiled at her, seemingly content. After a moment, he leaned in and whispered into her ear. Nami, my control over the weather relies on this ice wheel. For now, I shall lend it to you. It will greatly aid you in becoming exceptional. Is that all you wanted to tell me? Nami asked, disappointment lacing her voice. Indeed, what else did you expect? Oh, Nami pouted, her displeasure evident. In a flash, Lin Chen planted a swift kiss on her lips, leaving Nami stunned, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she stared at him, lost for words. Honestly, you just love to tease me, she murmured, flustered, before dashing back to her quarters, clutching the ice wheel as if it were a lifeline. How mortifying to have that happen in front of so many people. Lin Chen erupted into laughter at her hasty retreat. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air as Lin Chen clenched his fist, conjuring a long, ethereal purple blade entwined with ghostly energy. He glanced at the eagle-eyed figure, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Gently caressing the blade, Lin Chen declared, "For the time to come, you shall be my companion, Muramasa." The blade quivered, resonating with an ancient yearning for battle after years of silence. Ghost slash. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with intensity as he unleashed a massive wave of purple-black energy, cleaving the ocean surface apart, which slowly settled back into place. Not bad. While it lacks the ice wheel's frigid aura, it possesses a peculiar ghostly essence. Truly, it is worthy of the title of Supreme Great Blade, 12 works. Satisfied, he secured Muramasa at his waist. A competent swordsman cannot thrive without a suitable blade. The white Zephyr gradually sailed into the Thousand Sunny, which was less a mere vessel and more akin to an island, a nation recognized as a neutral ground by the celestial dragons. This was the world's largest entertainment ship, the Thousand Sunny. Chapter 45. Who allowed you to laugh before me? Is this truly the world's largest entertainment ship? Kane marveled at the sight of the Thousand Sunny. There must be an abundance of cotton candy, Chopper exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he beheld the grand golden city. Ha ha ha, everyone, let us enjoy ourselves. All expenses will be covered by young Master Lin. Lin Chen announced cheerfully to the group. Wow, really? Then we want tea hold back. Chopper and Kane eagerly responded. Aside from them, the others maintained a more composed demeanor, leaving the two to be quite the handful. As the white Zephyr glided smoothly into the Thousand Sunny, an awe-inspiring sight caught their attention, glistening specks raining down. What is this? Sparkling? Is this gold? Indeed, it is all golden powder. Eagle Eye, seemingly disturbed by a sudden sense of danger, cast a sharp gaze toward the golden dust raining down from the sky. The next moment, a particle of gold landed on his forehead but bizarrely passed through his body, settling onto the deck of the white Zephyr. Eagle Eye shot Lin Chen a profound look before returning to his slumber. The others experienced a similar phenomenon. As the golden powder approached, it inexplicably penetrated their bodies and fell onto the deck. Inside the grand hall of the Golden City, many elegantly dressed individuals were gathered, indulging in wine. At the head of the table sat a man with slick, dark green hair, his body glimmering with gold. His fingers were adorned with rings, except for his left ring finger, which was conspicuously bare. He observed the crowd with indifferent eyes, as if they were nothing more than refuse. Indeed, in Tesoro's mind, the wealthy were akin to garbage, though he had ultimately become the very embodiment of the image he loathed. Gently, he stroked his left ring finger. Lord Tesoro, the newly appointed General White Zephyr has arrived at our Thousand Sunny. Suddenly, a disproportionately large-headed man clad in black emerged from the ground, respectfully addressing Tesoro. This was Mr. Tanaka, the chief of police aboard the Thousand Sunny, who possessed the power of the penetration fruit, allowing him to traverse any inorganic material. Tesoro concealed his gentle demeanor, reverting to his cold, ruthless persona as he sneered. General White Zephyr? Is it? Mr. Tanaka, and so what of General White Zephyr? This is the Thousand Sunny. A middle-aged balding man rose with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha, what of it? Sir, you've had too much to drink," Mr. Tanaka replied politely. However, his gaze toward the man was filled with pity, fully aware of the fate that awaited him. As expected, Tesoro stood up, a shadow of malevolence crossing his features as he fixed his crazed stare upon the balding man. "How dare you laugh before I do?" Tesoro's hand waved, and the gold above him seemed to possess a life of its own, swirling in his palm. "Lord Tesoro, I was wrong." Before the balding man could finish his plea, the gold in Tesoro's grasp enveloped him like liquid, suffocating him in an instant. The companions who had dined with him moments ago now regarded the lifeless body with cold indifference, as if he were a mere stranger. "Remember, aboard the Great Tesoro, no one can outlaugh me," Tesoro proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with madness as he gazed at the crowd below. The audience trembled in fear, yet none dared to utter a word. "Oh well, how utterly dull," he muttered before turning back to his seat, his expression indifferent as he surveyed the onlookers. "Bakala, kindly attend to our esteemed General White Zai." A stunning woman with sun-kissed skin appeared behind Tesoro, responding with a nod before gracefully retreating. "I hope you won't bore me," Tesoro remarked with a cold smile. A newly appointed general with little reputation, I shall see what you are truly capable of. Perhaps I might even toy with the idea of becoming a general myself. Tesoro exuded confidence, for he had forged an agreement with the celestial dragons. Surely this new general would not dare to cross him. The selfish and cowardly celestial dragons held their interests dear. After all, generals were direct subordinates of the celestial dragons. Chapter 46, Bacala. 1, 2, 3, begin. A splendid performance commenced. 5, 6, 7, are you ready? Awaiting your arrival. The grand doors swung open. Whispers of demons and angels echoed the traps. Listen closely, and you shall see clearly. Indeed, life is akin to a gamble, awaiting your engagement. Aboard the Great Swordsman-level. The enchanting singer, in the midst of her song, pointed towards the center stage. From within emerged a colossal golden pillar, the top of which gradually split to form a pentagram. A man, radiating with golden brilliance, emerged, accompanied by dazzling golden sprays, a sight to behold. He was none other than Captain Guild Tesoro of the Great Swordsman-level. There is nothing that cannot be purchased, a voice proclaimed. The hypocrite will inevitably fall victim to deceit. Another warned, stabbed in the back. Whispers of demons and angels echoed the traps. I see through it all. Gold and line dancing. Forget everything. Let us revel in freedom. With a mere flick of his finger, several individuals were enveloped in flowing gold, and in an instant, they transformed into golden figures. Tesoro regarded this with a chilling smile. Accustomed as he was to such occurrences, with a sweeping gesture, he summoned a cascade of golden sprays, which erupted from the Great Swordsman-level, culminating in a magnificent star-shaped display of gold. Chopper, is this truly a ship? Kane inquired, shaking Chopper by the collar. The deeper they ventured, the more immense the vessel appeared. Perhaps due to their shared Zoan fruit abilities, Kane and Chopper had quickly formed a camaraderie. Indeed, this is the world's largest amusement center. The grandest entertainment venue, the Great Swordsman-level. It is a place where one can become extraordinarily wealthy overnight, or conversely, lose everything in a single night. Unbeknownst to her, Nami had arrived on the deck, her gaze toward Lin Chen revealing a hint of avoidance. Adorning her waist was the ice wheel, exuding a unique charm. Is this the entire island? Lin Chen observed, his attention drawn to a voluptuous beauty nearby. Bacala, the fortunate one who had consumed the luck fruit. As Lin Chen entered, 2 pirate ships accompanying him were accosted by other pirates, while his white Zai remained remarkably undisturbed. After all, who would be foolish enough to attack a general? Especially with a formidable warlord aboard? Ding. Welcome to the Great Swordsman-level, where Tesoro wields the greatest wealth in the world, a formidable boon for the host. Please choose. Option 1. Earnestly subjugate Tesoro, compelling him to willingly become your subordinate. Reward. Method of devil fruit manifestation. Option 2. Turn away. Never having set foot in the Golden City. Reward. Superhuman type devil fruit. Title fruit. Upon obtaining the title of escape artist, during its use, the host's speed increases by 5%. Option 3. Eliminate Tesoro. If he cannot be of use to you, then kill him and cultivate another in his stead. Reward. Superhuman type devil fruit. Gold fruit. I choose option 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have made your selection. Please complete it within 5 years, or your status as a man will be revoked for 1 year. Lin Chen's expression darkened at the harshness of the penalty, but with 5 years at his disposal, he believed his charm would suffice to win over Tesoro. This was to be an intriguing endeavor. However, what exactly was the method of devil fruit manifestation? Lin Chen sensed its significance. Yet he remained confident in his ability to captivate Tesoro, a truly pitiable figure despite his vast wealth. Wow, how marvelous. Esteemed General White Zai, greetings. As Lin Chen disembarked, Bacala appeared at his side. Pleasure to meet you. I am Bacala, the Golden VIP hostess. Please, allow me to escort you. Bacala respectfully addressed Lin Chen. Suddenly, a luxurious vehicle approached. Wow, what is this? Chopper, Kane, and Bartolomeo marveled, their eyes wide with wonder. Hee, this is our specially designed vehicle, the turtle car. Powered by turtles. It is the primary mode of transportation here, a rare muscular turtle indeed, Bacala explained with a playful laugh. As the 8 muscular turtles proudly displayed their bulging muscles. Hee, General White Zai, I did not receive such treatment upon my arrival. I am truly fortunate to bask in your glow, remarked Peach Rabbit, a hint of envy in her tone. She was perplexed by her own feelings. Previously, she would have dismissed such details, yet now, anything related to Lin Chen rendered her irrational. Chapter 47. The Countenances of the White Zai Crew. Bacala merely smiled at Peach Rabbit's teasing. Neither of them was to be trifled with. Wow, this is surprisingly comfortable, Kane exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is quite agreeable. Lin Chen replied with a hint of indifference. Indeed, this turtle sleigh is powered by the Noble Gentleman Turtle, a high-class turtle vehicle, Bakala elucidated. Now, feast your eyes on the commercial district. Wow, everything glitters with gold. Chopper exclaimed in awe. No, this is merely the ordinary area. This ship spans approximately 10 kilometers. So the commercial district boasts not only hotels and shopping centers, but also amusement parks, swimming pools, aquariums, theaters, and even a golf course, everything one could desire. This colossal vessel is akin to a self-sufficient nation, an independent realm unto itself. At the bow, 2 enormous sea turtles serve as the vessel's anchor, unaffected by ocean currents or winds, capable of reaching any sea in the world. Now, we shall enter the premium area. Please prepare yourselves. For within lies the world's only 8-star hotel, the Golden King Hotel, Bakala announced to the passengers. Wow, there is even more gold here, it's everywhere. King exclaimed, eyes sparkling. Haha, of course. The king of the Great Tesoro, Lord Tesoro, is particularly fond of gold. He has scoured the globe to amass gold, ultimately creating this dreamlike city, Golden City, Bakala said with a smile. Furthermore, Lord Tesoro is the wealthiest individual in the world. He is both a performer on stage and the king of the largest amusement park, the monarch of this realm. Truly, it is a fantastical existence, Bakala mused. Hey, we are all set. We are ready to embark. A brand new visage radiates boundless brilliance. Prepare yourselves. We are about to embark on a completely fresh journey. Let us commence. Everyone appears invigorated, and their appearances are truly remarkable. It is evident that they are indeed the esteemed crew aboard Admiral Baise's vessel, remarked Baccarat as he surveyed the impeccably dressed individuals before him. Lin Chen, as always, donned a pristine white suit, exuding elegance and nobility. A deep purple Muramasa was affixed to his waist, adding an air of mystery and coolness. Reluctantly, Hawkeye donned a white suit at the urging of the others, standing tall, with the imposing black blade, Yoru, further enhancing his enigmatic aura. Zephyr wore a deep purple formal attire, complementing his hair color, and the suit perfectly accentuated his robust physique. Despite his age, Zephyr maintained a commendable stature. Bartolomeo, clad in a green suit, appeared particularly eccentric with his exaggerated expressions and peculiar rooster comb hairstyle. Smoker, in a light gray suit, left it unbuttoned, revealing his well-defined 8-pack abs, enhanced by the cigars he perpetually held, exuding an air of dominance. Kane adorned himself in a pale golden ensemble, conjuring flames of the same hue with one hand while resting the other on the grip of his sidearm, projecting a strikingly handsome image. Perhaps due to the consumption of the golden crow fruit, his hair shimmered with a golden sheen, harmonizing beautifully with his golden attire. Even the adorable Chopper was dressed in a charming creamy white suit, making him appear even more endearing. Lastly, Nami, Ain, Shiki, and Peach Rabbit emerged. Nami wore a pure white dress, her short, pragmatic hairstyle accentuating her poise. Presently, Nami sported shoulder-length orange hair, and unbeknownst to her, she had replaced the Jolly Roger of the Dragon Pirates with a windmill and oranges, further enhancing her allure. Ain donned a lake blue gown that sparkled, her long blue hair elegantly tied up, resembling a regal little princess. Shiki, in a black mini-skirt, appeared somewhat uncomfortable in the revealing attire, shyly fiddling with the hem. And without her glasses, she looked exceptionally adorable. If only she possessed a bit more confidence, she would perfectly embody her innate charm. Peach Rabbit, clad in a striking red gown, showcased her devilish figure, complemented by her angelic beauty, truly a vision of femininity. Nami and Ain, glancing at Peach Rabbit's ample bosom, instinctively straightened their postures, but, due to their age, could not compare. Peach Rabbit smirked quietly, confident in her alluring physique, as women often relish in such comparisons. Realizing their efforts were futile, Nami and Ain sighed, casting envious glances at Peach Rabbit's perfect figure. The group was evidently pleased with their splendid attire. Ready for some amusement in the amusement park? Shall we play? I can offer each of you 1,000,000 berries and chips, which you may return upon winning. Baccarat inquired. Why not? Lin Chen replied. However, there is no need for such an extravagant amount. 100,000 berries will suffice for a brief game. We cannot possibly lose. Lin Chen asserted with unwavering confidence. He exchanged a glance with Bartolomeo, who had already conceived a method to multiply their earnings tenfold. Bartolomeo nearly swooned under Lin Chen's gaze, captivated by his formidable aura and charm. Chapter 48. The Turtle Car Race. Ladies and gentlemen, it is about to begin. A host enthusiastically announced as the Turtle Car Race commenced, with thousands of spectators observing the 6 turtle vehicles on stage. Honestly, this crowd makes me want to relieve myself on them. But no, I must maintain my composure before Admiral Baise. Bartolomeo wrestled with his inner turmoil atop the turtle car, occasionally glancing at Lin Chen. Ha ha ha, victory is ours. Lin Chen exclaimed from the driver's seat, glancing at Bartolomeo, Smoker, and Kane, certain of their impending triumph. With Smoker and Bartolomeo as formidable allies, Kane was merely present for the excitement. Despite the perceived incongruity of participating in such a race as Admiral Baise, Lin Chen felt the thrill awaken his long-dormant passion for racing, reminiscent of his affluent upbringing prior to his journey. As he grasped the steering wheel, memories of his parents flooded his mind. Father, mother, are you well? Lin Chen fervently shook his head, dispelling the nostalgia. His father had always taught him to cherish the present. Hey, we must win. Nami and Ain called out, unable to deter Lin Chen, who met their encouragement with a reassuring glance. The turtle car race officially commenced, with 6 teams competing, free to employ any tactics, disrupt opponents, and modify their vehicles. The victor would receive 10 million berries. At the announcer's signal, the 6 racers surged forward at an astonishing speed. A dark green turtle car swiftly broke through the pack, claiming the lead. It was Jimmy Myers, the chairman of the Jimmy Trading Company, known for his motto of making money quietly. Once behind the wheel, his demeanor transformed. Having previously won numerous championships, could he seize victory once more? The announcer fervently narrated the unfolding drama. Chuckling, Kane observed the exuberant Jimmy Myers and, with a sneer, extended his finger forward, mimicking a shooting gesture. Golden flame shot. A golden flame erupted from Kane's finger, expanding to create a massive pit in the road, radiating intense heat. In a moment of unforeseen consequence, Jimmy Myers, unable to react in time, crashed into the pit, dashing his hopes of winning. Kane, smugly blowing non-existent smoke from his fingers, glanced at Lin Chen, seemingly seeking praise. Smoker, Lin Chen called, ignoring Kane's antics and turning to Smoker. Got it, Smoker replied lazily, exhaling a puff of smoke as he leaned against the rear wing. White jet, Smoker shouted, releasing a torrent of smoke that propelled him past the massive pit, momentarily taking the lead. With a significant distance established, Smoker reclined in the back seat, leisurely smoking his cigar. Wow, currently in first place is Admiral Baise. Will he claim the championship this time? A frail man in a Navy uniform, upon hearing the name Admiral Baise, trembled in awe, veering off the track. Is that truly Admiral Baise? I can hardly believe my eyes. The awestruck Sea Dog lieutenant gazed at Lin Chen from a distance. Captain Heidu, despite being a member of the Navy, was so enamored with the opulent lifestyle of Golden City that he seldom paid heed to naval affairs. Consequently, he had only heard of Admiral Baise's illustrious name, but had never laid eyes upon his likeness, which resulted in his initial failure to recognize Lin Chen. Yet, who could thwart a sailor's admiration for an admiral? Oh my, Captain Heidu dashed off the runway, seemingly destined to be deprived of this championship. Look, Mr. Bison, Miss Lolita, and Mr. Hudian are on the verge of overtaking Admiral Baise. Could it be that Admiral Baise is fated to miss out on the championship? Lin Chen's ordinary tortoise vehicle, devoid of Smoker's propulsion, was naturally no match for the specially modified tortoise vehicles. The competition was intensifying, with only 100 meters to the finish line remaining. Currently, Mr. Bison held the lead, while Admiral Baise had astonishingly fallen to 3rd place. Who would ultimately claim the championship? Muhahaha. If old Bison wins, it would certainly be a matter of pride. Mr. Bison bellowed with a hearty laugh. Bartholomew Lin Chen remained unperturbed, casting a calm glance at Bartholomew. Hey ha ha ha. I see, chuckled Bartholomew, intertwining his fingers. Barrier, barrier. Just as Mr. Bison and Mr. Hudian approached the finish line, they seemed to collide with an invisible wall, unable to advance an inch. At that moment, as Lin Chen was about to crash into the barrier, his eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope of Sharingan, distorting the barrier ahead and forming a pathway wide enough for a single vehicle to pass through. What? Mr. Bison and Mr. Hudian abruptly halted before the finish line. Was this a manifestation of moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Come, let us congratulate Admiral Baise for winning the championship and a prize of 10 million berries. Chapter 49, A Smile. The host exclaimed with fervent applause. Admiral Baise, you truly are remarkable, Baccarat timely interjected, praising Lin Chen. Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment. Lin Chen replied with a gentle smile. Humph, as an admiral of the Navy headquarters, I should not be so brazenly in the limelight. Participating in such competitions is beneath my dignity. If I were to lose, it would bring shame upon the Navy headquarters, Zephyr huffed, still harboring a strong sense of belonging and honor toward the Navy. Ha, it's not that serious, is it? Ain quickly interjected, seeking to ease Zephyr's discontent. Both Zephyr and Lin Chen were among her most cherished individuals. 10 million, 10 million, 10 million. Nami gazed at the 10 million berries in her hand, her inner thief awakening as she repeatedly examined the chips. 10 million berries, so effortlessly acquired. Truly, the Thousand Sunny is remarkable. In the past, it would have taken her ages to steal such a fortune. Would you all care to visit the casino here? It is the largest casino in the world, and I believe your luck could yield a substantial fortune, Baccarat suggested with a smile. Nami furrowed her brow, momentarily at a loss for choice, as she was responsible for the finances aboard the Baise. Why not? Lin Chen gently tousled Nami's hair, offering her a reassuring glance. Well then, everyone, follow me. Baccarat guided the group toward a grand edifice, entirely crafted from gold, where two towering, formidable guards stood at the entrance, eyeing all passers-by with a menacing glare. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the casino aboard the Thousand Sunny, a place where one can become fabulously wealthy overnight. Baccarat cast a cold glance at the two guards, who evidently recognized her and regarded her with a mix of respect and trepidation. This voluptuous woman was far from simple. Please, accompany me to the second floor. The first floor is where the impoverished linger. Kindly ascend to the second floor, Baccarat instructed the group. Admiral Baise observed the scene on the first floor with pity, her hands anxiously clutching Lin Chen's sleeve. The first floor was filled with individuals who had gambled away their fortunes yet continued to bet, believing they would surely win the next round. Some were caught cheating and had their hands brutally severed. Others had amassed great wealth, with onlookers gazing at them like famished wolves eyeing a lamb. It was not difficult to imagine that the moment this fortunate individual stepped outside the casino, he would be devoured by that ravenous pack. The world's ugliness was laid bare. Mr. Baise, do you prefer odd or even? Baccarat inquired with a warm smile directed at Lin Chen. Odd, Lin Chen chose without hesitation. After all, he possessed the formidable observation Haki, making a game of dice a trivial endeavor. Congratulations. You've won 5 million berries. In an instant, Lin Chen's chips transformed from 10 million to 60 million berries. As those around him witnessed his winning streak, they eagerly placed bets alongside him, though a few skeptics insisted on wagering against him, to which Lin Chen merely smiled serenely. At a neighboring table, an affable-looking uncle was also on a winning streak, with chips amounting to 30 million. What was astonishing was the X-shaped scar that traversed his blind eyes. As he turned his gaze, only the whites of his eyes were visible. Just as Lin Chen was observing this uncle, it seemed the uncle sensed his scrutiny and, despite his blindness, turned his sight toward Lin Chen. Their gazes met for a fleeting moment before diverging. Although he was sightless, Lin Chen felt a piercing gaze upon him. This was truly remarkable. A smile rejoiced inwardly, realizing he had encountered the future Marine Admiral, Fujitora. I shall not hold back, he thought eagerly. Chapter 50, The Bet. A smile focused his sightless eyes on Lin Chen for a moment, murmuring in a voice only he could hear, truly, the youth are formidable. Although a smile could not see, he sensed the aura of youth emanating from Lin Chen. Hey, old man, are you still playing? Two ruffians interrupted a smileless reverie, brazenly confronting him. Ah, my apologies, I was lost in thought, a smile replied politely, unfazed by their intrusion. Dare to play a big hand, old man? The leader of the ruffians, a brash young man with yellow hair, leered at the pile of chips before a smile. I would be delighted to oblige. A smile responded calmly. Hee, then let us see your bet, old man. The young ruffian laughed triumphantly, as if victory were already in his grasp. I wager 1 million berries on odd, a smile stated coolly. Hee, then I must wager even, the ruffian said, feigning reluctance but clearly pleased, as he had not expected a smile to bet such a substantial amount on his first try. The dice spun wildly on the table, and even a smile, despite his calm demeanor, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he anxiously awaited the outcome. What would it be? The dice gradually came to a halt under the gaze of the crowd. It was odd. A smile was a gambler at heart. Gambling had become an inseparable part of his life. Yet, frequent gamblers often find themselves losing more than winning, not to mention his unique circumstance as a blind man, making him susceptible to deception. Nevertheless, for a smile, the outcome was inconsequential. What mattered was the thrill of the gamble, as it was one of the few things that could rouse his excitement. Hey, old man, it's even. You've lost, the ruffian exclaimed, turning to a smile with glee as he beheld the odd result. The onlookers fell silent, witnessing this blatant deception, yet none seemed inclined to intervene. After all, aboard the Thousand Sunny, those who were deceived were merely the vanquished. Hee, so it seems that I, an old man, have lost? A faint smile accompanied the words as he acknowledged the outcome. It appears my fortune has been utterly depleted. Old man, you've lost. Hand over the chips, the young ruffian exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with greed as he gazed upon the 10 million chips tantalizingly close, nearly drooling onto the table. Take them as you wish. I am unable to see clearly, after all, he replied, raising his hands in an indifferent gesture. Just as the young ruffian was about to embrace the bounty, a massive hand seized his wrist with a grip that felt as though it could shatter bone. Ah, it hurts. Let go of me, you bastard. The ruffian howled, struggling to free his arm from Smoker's grasp, yet his efforts proved futile against the unwavering strength. Such remarkable luck, uncle. Lin Chen clapped his hands and approached the old man with a grin. Actually, it is you who has won, odd number. It is your victory, the old man clarified. Ah. The ruffian, poised to threaten Lin Chen into silence, was silenced by Smoker's tightening grip, causing him to wail in pain. Calm down. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke, delivering a resounding slap to the ruffian's face. The ruffian, feeling the sting of humiliation and pain, obediently closed his mouth. Is it true? Did I really win? Fujitora inquired of Lin Chen. Indeed, uncle, it is you who has triumphed, Lin Chen replied with a warm smile. Thank you, young brother, the old man said, bowing slightly in gratitude. Not seeing much is a blessing. There are far too many despicable and filthy individuals in this world, Fujitora remarked coolly. Ha. I did not expect such profound insight from you, uncle. I am Lin Chen. May I inquire your name? He chuckled, addressing Fujitora. Ha, I am Ishao. It has been a long time since I encountered such a polite junior. Clang. Fujitora struck the ground with his cane, causing a portion of it to collapse, trapping another fleeing ruffian in the pit. From the outset, Mihawk had focused his attention on Ishao, sensing that this amiable old man possessed formidable strength, perhaps rivaling his own. This instinct was confirmed when Fujitora executed his earlier move. Mihawk's pupils dilated in shock at the old man's precision in locating the ruffian amidst the chaos, a testament to his extraordinary observation haki. Mihawk's gaze toward Ishao grew increasingly fervent, recognizing him as a master swordsman. The cane he wielded was likely his sword cane, a tool to hone his skills against other sword experts. He yearned for a duel with him. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, a man adorned in golden attire, golden shoes, and a golden hat emerged from behind, his fingers adorned with 9 sparkling rings. Your performances have been truly spectacular, huh? Tetsuzoro strolled forth, grinning widely. Indeed. As expected of Admiral Baise, such impressive fortune. Shall we engage in a wager? With a beaming smile, Tetsuzoro extended a hand to Lin Chen. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the owner of this grand ship, Grand Tesoro. My name is Gil Tesoro. Without hesitation, Lin Chen grasped Tetsuzoro's hand, revealing his own moniker, as he usually did with unfamiliar acquaintances. Feeling the immense strength in Tetsuzoro's grip, Lin Chen smirked. It was a clear attempt to intimidate him. A gleam sparked in Lin Chen's eyes as he reciprocated the pressure. Tetsuzoro momentarily faltered, his previously jovial expression replaced by beads of cold sweat, indicating the pain coursing through his hand. After a prolonged moment, Lin Chen released his grip, smiling at Tetsuzoro, recognizing the remarkable character before him. Admiral Baise possesses extraordinary strength, Tetsuzoro remarked, concealing his trembling right hand behind him, visibly contorted from their encounter. You are not without merit yourself, Lin Chen replied, knowing full well Tetsuzoro's hand must be in agony. Master Tetsuzoro, Baccarat exclaimed, rushing forward to assist, only to be halted by Tetsuzoro's gesture. Before their eyes, the golden rings on Tetsuzoro's fingers transformed into streams of golden light, enveloping his injured hand, gradually reshaping it into what resembled a golden glove. Admiral Baise, what shall we wager? How about a game of dice? Tetsuzoro suggested, seemingly unfazed by previous events. Ha, I'm game, I never lose. Lin Chen replied with a chuckle. Ha, what a spirit. Baccarat, bring 10 billion chips for Admiral Baise. Tetsuzoro commanded. Since that is settled, I shall not hold back, he declared, casually taking a dice cup from the table and placing 2 dice within. 5. Not bad at all. Your turn, Admiral Baise, Tetsuzoro said, satisfied with his roll of 10 as he tossed the cup to Lin Chen. Catching the cup with one hand, Lin Chen smiled at Tetsuzoro, placing all 10 billion berries on the line. Let us wager 10 billion. Ha. It matters not. I have wealth to spare. But be cautious, Admiral Baise. Do not lose and find yourself unable to repay. Tetsuzoro laughed heartily before casting a sly glance at Baccarat, who understood the unspoken cue. As she approached Lin Chen, intending to place a hand on his shoulder, Baccarat was astonished when her hand passed through him as if she were touching air, devoid of any tangible sensation. Surprised, she looked up only to meet Lin Chen's peculiar gaze. Boom! Lin Chen unleashed his Conqueror's Haki in conjunction with his Sharingan. An overwhelming force that struck her with tremendous intensity. What kind of eyes are those? She thought, feeling an ominous aura radiating from Lin Chen, causing her face to pale as she crumpled to the ground. Not bad. You didn't faint, Lin Chen remarked coolly. Tetsuzoro, keep your subordinates in check, he added, turning away from Tetsuzoro with indifference. What? That is Conqueror's Haki, Tetsuzoro exclaimed, astonished by the malevolent aura emanating from Lin Chen. Indeed, as expected of an admiral. You possess such caliber, Yishao commented to himself. Yishao had sensed the boy's extraordinary nature long before, suspecting his identity was significant. However, when he learned from Tetsuzoro that Lin Chen was indeed an admiral, he was taken aback. Yet above all, he was curious about who would ultimately prevail in this high-stakes gamble of 10 billion berries. In front of everyone, Lin Chen opened the dice cup, determining the fate of 20 billion berries. 5. 6. My apologies, I win, Lin Chen declared, grinning at Tetsuzoro. Yes, at that moment, Nami was the most jubilant. Never imagining she would gain 10 billion berries so effortlessly, it felt like a dream. Oh, so Admiral Baise truly has triumphed? Yishao mused, his tone contemplative. Ha 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 ha, indeed. Admiral Baise possesses remarkable fortune, but who says you have one? Tetsuzoro erupted into a frenzied laugh. Do not forget, this is indeed the great Soloro. Tetsuzoro, with a mere squeeze of his hands, caused the golden dice to contort, as if manipulated by a mysterious force. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, the die showing 6 slowly diminished to 4, revealing that these 2 dice were crafted from gold. Nami, witnessing Tetsuzoro's shameless antics, felt her face flush with anger, on the verge of tears. For Nami, losing a billion berries within her grasp was a heart-wrenching disparity. Mihawk unsheathed his black blade, Yoru from his back, poised to strike at any moment. Ha ha ha. Tetsuzoro, gazing upon his handiwork, erupted into manic laughter. Only I can determine the fate of this ship. Ha ha. In the Soloro. Those who are deceived are the true losers. Chapter 52, Celestial Dragon. Tetsuzoro continued to laugh maniacally, as if everything was within his control. You seek death, cried Kane, unable to contain his fury, transforming into a colossal golden bird, rushing towards Tetsuzoro. Hi hee, your opponent is me. Came a strange cackle as a peculiar, large-headed doll emerged from the ground. Mr. Tanaka, seemingly unfazed by the heat. Mr. Tanaka seized Kane's golden claws, flames flickering, and in the next instant, he pierced through the wall, taking Kane away from the battlefield. Lin Chen, observing Kane being whisked away by Mr. Tanaka, remained unperturbed. After all, Mr. Tanaka's powers were not formidable, lacking direct combat capabilities. Thus Kane could easily handle himself, being a user of the Golden Crow fruit. White gun. Just as Smoker prepared to launch an attack, Lin Chen halted him, silently gesturing towards the staircase leading to the 3rd floor, from where Tetsuzoro had appeared. With his exceptional observation haki, Lin Chen could momentarily foresee the future. Damn, a rather troublesome character approaches. At the staircase's entrance stood a massive figure. No, more accurately, an unsightly man atop a gigantic fishman, who occasionally lashed out at his mount. Behind him followed an elderly bodyguard, tasked with ensuring the safety of the celestial dragon. Lord Libyan Saint. Tetsuzoro slightly bowed in greeting to the figure before him, for this was indeed a celestial dragon. The man appeared as if just awakened, his grotesquely obese form repulsive, his countenance exuding lewdness, clearly a libertine. A repugnant stream of mucus dripped from beneath his nose, and though he wore a transparent oxygen mask, it could not conceal his brutish malevolence. Oh, Libyan Saint. He merely glanced at Tetsuzoro, dismissing him as a lowly human unworthy of conversation, for he was a descendant of the gods. Tetsuzoro, despite his intense disdain, felt no anger towards the celestial dragon. Collaboration was necessary, regardless of his feelings. What a nuisance, Lin Chen muttered softly. The celestial dragon Zephyr and Peach Rabbit exchanged glances filled with undisguised disgust at the sight of the loathsome man. Ha ha ha, bring that woman to me. I desire her as my 43rd concubine. The celestial dragon's gaze fell upon the sensuously adorned Peach Rabbit, barking orders at his elderly attendant. The old man wore an expression of distress. He was aware of the identity of this drunken and debauched celestial dragon. Having initially thought he was seeing things, how coincidental for a celestial dragon and an admiral to encounter one another on the same ship. The old man rubbed his eyes repeatedly, disbelief etched on his face. However, the more he looked, the more alarmed he became, recognizing the figures of the former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, the candidate Peach Rabbit, and one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Mihawk. The old man wore a bitter smile, feeling truly conflicted. Tesoro stood nearby, grinning at the unfolding farce, finding it increasingly amusing. Why haven't you gone to retrieve her yet? The celestial dragon questioned the old man, irritation evident in his tone. Lord Libyan Saint. This is the Navy, the old man stammered. The Navy? What of it? They are but dogs to the celestial dragons. Bring her here. The celestial dragon suddenly erupted in fury, causing the fishmen beneath him to wince in pain. Zephyr, Peach Rabbit, Smoker, Ein, and the others clenched their fists in anger at the celestial dragon's words, yet felt utterly powerless. The Navy existed to serve the celestial dragons, a tragic reality. Lord Libyan Saint. He is a great admiral. I cannot contend with him, the old man finally managed to utter, trembling. Hey, you ugly creature, what nonsense are you spouting? Bartolomeo picked his nose, inadvertently flicking a booger onto the celestial dragon's oxygen mask. An immediate silence enveloped the surroundings. The old man's breathing slowed, his eyes wide with terror fixed on the offending projectile. Kill him. The celestial dragon, momentarily stunned, pointed angrily at Bartolomeo, demanding the old man to act. As you command. The old man, upon hearing the celestial dragon's roar, regained his senses, enveloping his hands in Armament Haki as he charged at Bartolomeo. Surely, such an outrageous act could not be overlooked by Admiral Baise. Barrier, barrier. The old man's fist thundered against the barrier, yet it remained unscathed. Bartolomeo regarded the old man with disdain, as if observing an imbecile. The old man, provoked by this contemptuous gaze, swelled with rage, his body expanding as if filled with air, his formidable Armament Haki enveloping him entirely, launching a barrage of punches at Bartolomeo. Wood. After a considerable time, the old man was left panting, while Bartolomeo's barrier showed not a hint of damage. Just as the old man prepared to unleash another attack, a cerulean sword aura sliced through the air from behind. The sword energy seemed to cut through the air effortlessly, cleaving the old man in two. Disruptive. Mihawk cast a glance at the bisected old man, slowly sheathing his black blade, Knight. Unlike Lin Chen, he had no qualms about his actions. His identity as one of the 7 warlords of the sea was inconsequential to him. The celestial dragon trembled with rage at the sight of the old man's bisected form. How dare I endure such indignity? I have lived a life of luxury, never having to lift a finger. White Z, I command you to kill that green-haired one and present the 2 women behind you. The Libyan saint's gaze shifted to Nami and Kane, seizing upon them as alternatives to Peach Rabbit. After all, they were rare beauties, likely to become troublesome figures in the future. The Libyan saint reveled in his fantasies. A glimmer of ice flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Is this trash seeking death? White Z, I command you. Before the Libyan saint could finish, Lin Chen fixed him with a glare, unleashing his terrifying conqueror's haki, instantly rendering the wretched celestial dragon unconscious. Clap, clap, clap. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought Admiral White Z would dare to strike at a celestial dragon? Tesoro laughed heartily, applauding Lin Chen's audacity. What astonishing news this is. I never anticipated that the illustrious Lord of Gold would consort with the very murderer of Stella, Lin Chen said, fixing his gaze upon Tesoro. After a brief moment of astonishment, Tesoro stared intently at Lin Chen. Who are you? How do you know this? Lin Chen's words dredged up the most unpleasant memories within Tesoro. His beloved separated from him, leaving him powerless. I am Baise. You need not concern yourself with how I know. I simply do, Lin Chen replied with an air of nonchalance. Tesoro's breathing grew increasingly labored, bloodshot eyes brimming with tears as one trickled down his cheek. No matter who you are, I want you dead, he bellowed, erupting into a fit of maniacal laughter as he drew his fingers together, transforming those before him into golden statues, including the celestial dragons and the deceased old man. Even Yichao found golden spots appearing on his body, the gold spreading ominously. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Truly, only Stella could incite such madness in one as cunning as Tesoro. Chapter 53, Meteorite. Tesoro clenched his fists, exuding confidence as if everything lay within his control. Everything in the Golden City is dictated by me. I am the sole deity here, he proclaimed, his laughter echoing. Is that so? Lin Chen replied with a cold chuckle, gazing at Tesoro with indifference. Why are you not under my control? Tesoro exclaimed, astonished to see Lin Chen untainted by the golden dust. He then sneered, no matter, it is of little consequence. Golden splash. With a wave of his left hand, a deluge of golden water surged toward Lin Chen. To Tesoro's shock, the golden torrent pierced through Lin Chen's form. Rushing backwards. Barrier, barrier. A transparent shield materialized before the onlookers, blocking the golden deluge entirely. Lin Chen cast an appreciative glance at Bartolomeo. The barrier fruit was indeed one of the most formidable, its absolute defense proving exceptionally useful. Hawkeye rested his hand upon the black blade Yuru, eager to conclude the battle quickly and return to slumber. "I'll handle this myself. Do not interfere," Lin Chen insisted, prompting Hawkeye to reluctantly relinquish the blade. Acknowledging the need to grant him this courtesy, hoping the encounter wouldn't linger too long. "I have never encountered such a shameless individual. Allow me to present you with a parting gift," Yichao said, his body now adorned with golden patterns, though the gold spread slowly, as if a peculiar force impeded its advance. Just as Yichao's hands transformed into gold, he drew his curved blade, unleashing an invisible purplish-gray beam that soared skyward. Lin Chen sensed impending danger from Yichao's action. Could it be? He raised his gaze toward the heavens, his expression darkening as he spotted a massive meteorite hurtling toward the Daisoro at an incredible velocity. It seemed Tozoro sensed it too. Looking up to witness the enormous celestial body, roughly the size of a small island, its impact would undoubtedly spell destruction. Unbelievable. Did this old man conjure it? Tozoro spat, his expression darkening as he glared at Yichao. As if sensing the tension, Yichao looked up, his pupil-less eyes fixed on Tozoro. "Once I initiate this attack, it cannot be halted. I have always despised those who resort to deception." He then turned to Lin Chen, saying, "General Baise, this meteorite will surely obliterate this place. You must flee. I have sensed the power of space, and I believe you possess a means of escape. I have my own way to evade this calamity." Tozoro's countenance soured further. Should he fail to avert the meteorite, the Daisoro would indeed be destroyed, a catastrophic loss. The celestial dragon, Libya Saint, who had been rendered unconscious from the shock, slowly regained consciousness only to find himself face to face with the looming meteorite. "What is this? Quick, stop it!" he cried, frantically scanning his surroundings. Spotting Lin Chen, he clung to him as though he were a lifeline. Memories flooded back, and he dared not chastise Lin Chen, instead pleading, "General Baise, please save me. I do not wish to die." Lin Chen sighed, for this was not the scenario he had wished to encounter. Tozoro, though formidable, could not possibly thwart a meteorite the size of a small island, especially with a celestial dragon in the mix. Regardless of Libya Saint's shortcomings, the undeniable fact remained that he was a celestial dragon, and the Navy bore the obligation to protect them. Ghostly Path, 72 cuts. Lin Chen drew Muramesa, which erupted in a dazzling violet light. With a moonlit stride, he charged toward the meteorite, unleashing 72 violet sword beams that shattered the colossal rock into countless fragments, scattering them into the sea. "General Baise, what have you done?" Yichao queried, bewildered, ignoring the cowardly celestial dragon, who fainted once again at the sight of the meteorite. Lin Chen observed the bystanders casting disdainful glances at the so-called celestial dragon, hastily distancing themselves. The fisherman, previously pinned beneath Libya Saint, seized the moment to leap into the sea, escaping while Lin Chen incapacitated the celestial dragon. "Yichao, have you considered whether the civilians aboard the ship can withstand the impact of this meteorite?" Lin Chen addressed Yichao calmly. It was not an outpouring of compassion, but rather a realization that if Yichao were to make a grave mistake, Lin Chen would no longer be able to tame him. Upon hearing this, Yichao furrowed his brow, closing his eyes as his observation haki enveloped the entire ship. Moments later, he retracted his haki, drenched in cold sweat. He had not anticipated the presence of so many ordinary souls aboard. Had it not been for General Baise, allowing the meteorite to descend would have had dire consequences. Realizing this, Yichao wished to kneel in gratitude to Lin Chen, but found himself entirely covered in gold, thus silently expressing his thanks in his heart. Meanwhile, Tozoro glared at Lin Chen with the intensity of a ravenous beast, yet he understood that even with all his might, he could not best Lin Chen. He had initially intended to use the celestial dragon as leverage against Baise, but Lin Chen had proven wholly indifferent to the celestial dragons. With a swift sound of slicing air, Lin Chen's blade was suddenly poised against Tozoro's neck, the outcome already determined in that fleeting moment of Tozoro's distraction. He felt the cold sweat trickling down his face, fully aware that any movement would result in the swift severance of his head. "Come now, let us converse." Lin Chen extended his hand toward Tozoro, sheathing Muramesa. After a moment's hesitation, Tozoro grasped Lin Chen's hand, as if returning to their initial encounter. A bitter smile crossed Tozoro's face. He had played himself into a corner, realizing he had no standing to negotiate with Lin Chen, with the specter of Stella looming larger than the blade at his throat. Chapter 54, Subjugation. Tozoro. As Lin Chen clasped Tozoro's hand, his Rinnegan activated, emanating strange spatial waves. In the next instant, The two found themselves within the realm of his divine power. "Where's this?" Tesoro exclaimed, observing the shifting landscape. Now in an unfamiliar domain suffused with a chilling aura that left him uneasy. "This is my space," Lin Chen replied, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan slowly rotating within his gaze. "Is this the power of a devil fruit?" Tesoro's pupils constricted as he broke into a cold sweat, connecting Lin Chen's eerie eyes with the enigmatic space around them, leaving him to conclude that Lin Chen was indeed a devil fruit user. More or less. Lin Chen cast a sidelong glance at Tesoro, offering a nebulous response, indicating it was time to address serious matters. "Tesoro, you have ultimately become the embodiment of what you despise," Lin Chen said with profound significance. Upon hearing this, Tesoro seemed to dredge up some unpleasant memories, veins bulging on his forehead. Suddenly, he roared, "What do you understand? In this world, the only thing one can trust is money." Lin Chen shook his head silently at Tesoro's words, deeming him a pitiable creature. "Follow me in my endeavors," Lin Chen stated directly, abandoning any pretense. "Ha! What did you say?" Tesoro erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Lin Chen mused to himself about Tesoro's volatile temperament. "What gives you the right? Is it your ludicrous rank of general, or your strength? Ha ha ha, absurd. Or perhaps it is your knowledge of Stella." Tesoro retorted. "Moreover, cease speaking to me in that tone. Who do you think you are?" He pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Chen. "I say, follow me in my endeavors. Trust me, and you shall not regret it." Lin Chen's voice carried a weighty conviction, a trace of conqueror's haki emanating from him, applying subtle pressure on Tesoro. "I say, you are unworthy." Tesoro shot back defiantly. He was a clever man, for now. Baise was still a general and dared not kill him, for doing so would incite the wrath of the celestial dragons, who might retaliate against Lin Chen and strip him of his generalship, a selfish act they could easily commit. A flicker of sorrow welled within Tesoro. When had he come to rely on his adversary to exact vengeance upon the murderers of Stella? How absurd and laughable it was. "Do you not wish to avenge your beloved? For instance, join me, and together we shall overthrow this ludicrous world, which should not be governed by these grotesque celestial dragons." Lin Chen spoke to Tesoro, exhibiting a nonchalance towards the terrifying implications of his words. Tesoro paused, seemingly breathless, staring at Lin Chen in disbelief. "What did you say?" he inquired incredulously. "You heard me, did you not?" Lin Chen countered. Tesoro felt an awakening within his long-dormant blood, bubbling with a hint of excitement. This was indeed a most intriguing proposition. With a distortion of space, Tesoro and Lin Chen materialized aboard the Tesoro, both shrouded in mystery regarding their earlier exchange. Observers noted Tesoro subtly trailing behind Lin Chen, as if yielding leadership to him. A cruel smile crept across Tesoro's face as he contemplated. "If you wish for me to follow you, prove your strength." Golden Giant. Tesoro suddenly swung his arms, summoning a vast amount of gold from the city, which coalesced into an enormous golden golem, its cold, indifferent gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen. Golden Divine Fire. The golem's eyes unleashed a laser beam towards Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen had anticipated this. The system had not signaled the completion of the task. After all, what beast in this world refrains from devouring its prey? One must remain vigilant against a treacherous individual like Tesoro until he was truly subdued. An idea, untried until now, struck Lin Chen. "You think you are the only one with giants?" he intoned. Chapter 55, A Violent Reckoning with Tesoro. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan emerged in Lin Chen's eyes, and in the next moment, a mist of azure smoke enveloped him, manifesting a colossal skeletal frame around him. Susanoo, first form. Was this truly Susanoo? Lin Chen commanded the massive skeletal structure to clench its fists, emanating a formidable power. The laser beam from Tesoro's golden giant struck Lin Chen's Susanoo, emitting a shrill sound. For a moment, cracks appeared upon Susanoo's form, as if it were on the verge of collapse, yet as time passed, those fissures gradually vanished. "Heh, Tesoro, is this all the strength you possess?" Lin Chen gazed at him, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Ha ha ha, Baise, you must demonstrate your true strength. Do not let me down." Tesoro's voice resonated from the golden giant before him. "You may certainly try," Lin Chen grinned, speaking directly to Tesoro. "Cease your arrogance." Golden Divine Fire. Tesoro commanded, and the giant's eyes released another immense laser beam aimed at Lin Chen. What a headache. Killing was not an option. He could only deliver a sound thrashing. Lin Chen shook his head in resignation. Shave. In an instant, his gaze sharpened, radiating a glacial light as he dispelled Susanoo and vanished behind the golden giant. The laser beam veered away from Lin Chen, instead targeting the people behind him. "Damn it. Bartolomeo instinctively prepared to erect a barrier against the incoming laser. Before he could act, a massive emerald sword energy surged into the sky, shattering the laser beam with a tumultuous force, continuing its path towards the golden giant. Hawkeye drew his blade and struck, only to sheath it once more, as if it were of no concern to him, closing his eyes and drifting into slumber amidst the astonished gazes of those around him. That light flashed into my eyes. It disturbed my sleep, came Hawkeye's indifferent remark. The emerald sword energy swiftly severed the golden giant's right arm before disappearing into the horizon. What was that? Lin Chen, who had just evaded the attack, witnessed the sword energy soar past his face. "Ha! Your attacks are futile against me," Tesoro bellowed with laughter, as his severed arm transformed into flowing golden liquid, swiftly returning to the golden giant, reconstituting itself into a brand new limb. "Is that so?" Susanu's arm, Armament Haki. Lin Chen's arm radiated a brilliant azure light, morphing into a massive skeletal arm cloaked in deep black patterns, adding an air of mystique. With a thunderous crash, Susanu's arm struck the golden giant's back, sending it flying over 100 meters and demolishing parts of the golden city, not granting Tesoro a moment's respite. Lin Chen teleported behind the golden giant, drawing Muramasa and slashing towards the just restored arm. Demon Slash. A deep purple blade of energy surged forth from Muramasa, severing the golden giant's arm once more. "Damn it!" Tesoro's enraged voice echoed from within the golden giant. Lin Chen, undeterred, continued to unleash blow after blow, dismembering the golden giant's form. "I wonder which will be faster, my strikes or your recovery. Let's see if I can shatter your shell." Demon Blade 72 slashes. Waves of sword energy obliterated the golden giant's body, while it gradually began to restore itself. After a while, Lin Chen grew weary. How long must he continue this charade? Susanu, second form. Lin Chen sheathed Muramasa once more, the Sharingan reappearing in his eyes. A colossal azure skeleton emerged, but this time, it was adorned with azure tendons and muscles, soon enveloped in a layer of azure armor, exuding an even more imposing presence. Tesoro sensed an ominous aura emanating from the formidable giant before him. With a cold smirk, Lin Chen felt the overwhelming power and cast a malevolent glance at Tesoro's golden colossus. With a resounding thud, the Susanoo descended upon the golden giant with a powerful strike. Followed by another, Lin Chen commanded the Susanoo to rain down blows upon the golden titan, which offered no resistance whatsoever. The Susanoo embodied the very essence of violent beauty, as visible fissures began to mar the surface of the golden giant. The second form of Susanoo proved to be more agile and possessed superior defensive capabilities, exhibiting remarkable enhancements across the board. "Enough!" Tesoro bellowed, breaking free from the Susanoo's grasp. The entire golden city trembled as if summoned by an unseen force. Golden Divine Punishment. Chapter 56. The Cursed Blade Muramasa. With another thunderous cry, Tesoro unleashed the awakened power of the golden fruit, enveloping the entirety of the golden city. Vast amounts of gold responded to Tesoro's summons, quivering with anticipation, as if he was the sovereign of gold itself. The golden giant that Tesoro had transformed into seemed to smirk, as he commanded the surrounding gold to morph into an array of colossal golden missile heads. "Ha ha ha, White Ja! This is the power of the awakened fruit." Tesoro's voice was as arrogant as ever. "Is that so?" Lin Chen murmured softly. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air pierced the silence as the golden missiles surged towards Lin Chen with an unstoppable momentum, followed by a cascade of missile heads, all launching towards him in a deafening flurry. Good heavens! A few missile heads collided with the Susanoo, shaking it to its very core. Witnessing this, Lin Chen promptly dispelled the Susanoo and slowly drew forth Muramasa, as wielding a sword was undeniably his forte. "Devil's Mask," Lin Chen shouted, and an eerie, deep purple light radiated from the cursed blade Muramasa, entwining itself around it. The light transformed Lin Chen's pure white attire into a rich, deep purple, as a ghastly visage began to meld with his own. In the next instant, a terrifying mask of a green-faced demon appeared upon Lin Chen's countenance. The deep purple sword energy wove behind him, coalescing into a massive demon head, its eyes wide and fierce, exuding an overwhelming presence. Lin Chen's demon-like glare sent a chill down Tesoro's spine, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Demon Slash. Lin Chen struck the air, sending the massive demon face hurtling towards Tesoro, accompanied by the anguished cries of demons. The demon face, with an irresistible force, obliterated the golden missiles, charging relentlessly towards Tesoro. Upon making contact with the golden giant, it unleashed a torrent of sword energy, enveloping the giant and gradually reducing it to fragments. As the demon visage dissipated, a tinge of unease crept into Lin Chen's heart. This demon face had subtly influenced his psyche, awakening a bloodthirsty savagery within him. Just moments ago, he felt as if he had become a cold-blooded monster, devoid of humanity, consumed solely by the desire for slaughter. As he gazed upon the golden giant on the verge of annihilation, Lin Chen pondered if he might inadvertently kill Tesoro. "That cannot happen," he exclaimed. "Bartolomeo, save Tesoro." Lin Chen called out, aware that rescuing Tesoro could compromise his own standing. "What? Save this guy?" Bartolomeo pouted in discontent. "However, since it is a request from Senior White Jaw, I shall fulfill it." "Flow barrier." Bartolomeo summoned a barrier, navigating through the torrent of sword energy to rescue the battered and unconscious Tesoro from the clutches of the demon's sword energy. Shave. In an instant, Lin Chen appeared before them, lifting the unconscious Tesoro and presenting him to Bakara. "Take good care of Tesoro." Bakara nodded numbly. "That was perilous. I nearly killed Tesoro," Lin Chen remarked, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Lin Chen, your aura was terrifying just now," Nami said, visibly shaken. I nodded in agreement. Lin Chen found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't very well admit that he had almost succumbed to madness. The cursed blade, Muramasa, is indeed a formidable weapon, and this is the necessary condition for unleashing its powers, Mihawk remarked, opening one eye. "Oh, really?" I mused thoughtfully, as a swordsman himself. He possessed a certain understanding of cursed blades. "Admiral White Jaw, I am deeply grateful." Tesoro smiled as he freed himself from the golden restraints, sincerely thanking Lin Chen once more. "Had it not been for you, allowing the meteor to strike would have haunted me for a lifetime, even if it only killed a civilian." "Senior Yixiao, it is my duty," Lin Chen responded, preventing him from kneeling, as a gesture of respect towards an elder. "Senior Yixiao, if you do not mind, why not come aboard my ship? I perceive you to be a person of great justice, who could undoubtedly become an excellent marine, and it would provide an avenue for you to showcase your abilities." Lin Chen could not resist extending an olive branch to Yixiao, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for the answer. "He he he he." A peculiar laughter echoed as a large-headed doll flitted about in a vast, enclosed space, taunting Kane. "Damn it, I can't hit him," Kane grumbled, vexed by the elusive Mr. Tanaka who danced around him. Though not particularly strong, Kane found it impossible to land a blow on him, and the incessant movement was infuriating. Bang! Another gunshot rang out as Mr. Tanaka fired at Kane, who narrowly evaded but still bore a wound. Conversely, Mr. Tanaka was not faring well either, as the searing flames of the Golden Crow burned him with every close encounter. Despite his frantic dodging, in the midst of battle, Kane suddenly entered a peculiar ethereal state, where the world seemed to consist of only himself. He could feel every subtle movement, and as he glanced towards the western corner, a premonition struck him. Mr. Tanaka would undoubtedly reappear there next. Chapter 57. The Desire to Depart. Shave. Kane executed the technique, appearing in the designated spot just as Mr. Tanaka materialized. Upon his arrival, Mr. Tanaka scratched his head in confusion, surveying the surroundings. He, where is everyone? They shouldn't have vanished." "I'm right here," Kane exclaimed, poking Mr. Tanaka's large head from behind. "Ah, how are you here?" Mr. Tanaka gasped. Incredulity etched across his face before he swiftly darted back into the walls, frantically evading Kane. Kane cleared his mind, focusing intently on the space around him. He suddenly turned left, a smile gracing his face. "There you are?" He. Mr. Tanaka's figure re-emerged from the wall, only to be met with Kane's ever-enlarging finger. "Finger gun." Kane jabbed Mr. Tanaka, knocking him unconscious, casting a dismissive glance at the downed figure. "This is child's play." With that, Kane transformed into a colossal golden crow and soared away, leaving Mr. Tanaka lying quietly in his wake. Lin Chen eagerly awaited Fujitora's response, anticipation etched across his face. "Well, since Admiral White Jaw has personally extended the invitation, it would be rather ungrateful of me to refuse," Yixiao said, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Becoming a Navy officer is not necessarily a commendable choice." "Yay!" Lin Chen exclaimed joyfully, for he had just recruited a future admiral of the Navy, a figure of immense combat prowess, right before his eyes. His face beamed with delight as he gazed at the bewildered yet innocent Yixiao, whose smile was so wide it nearly reached his ears. "From this moment forth, you are a member of the Navy Headquarters Inspection Team," Lin Chen declared, gently patting Yixiao's sturdy shoulder. "I am truly honored." A sharp cry resonated from below, and in an instant, a colossal golden sun surged upward with astonishing speed, its golden flames incinerating everything in its path, melting gold and structures alike. As the golden sun erupted with brilliance, a boy with golden skin emerged, playfully toying with a strand of golden flame. Mr. Tianzhong was no match for me, Caine boasted, having just transformed, as he bragged about his prowess in defeating Mr. Tianzhong with a single move. Smoker cast a disdainful glance at Caine, exhaling a puff of smoke. What a waste of time. Truly pathetic. What? Do you want to fight? Caine snapped, his temper flaring at Smoker's words. Who's afraid of whom? Come on. The two were equally stubborn, rolling up their sleeves and preparing to brawl. Enough. Nami interjected, unable to tolerate their antics any longer. Strangely enough, despite her lack of combat skills, she managed to land 2 significant blows on the heads of the Logia and mythical Zoan users. The pair crouched on the ground, nursing their bruised heads and casting resentful glances at Nami, who was not to be trifled with. Ha ha ha, Fujitora chuckled at the dramatic scene unfolding before him, realizing that the days ahead would not be dull. Caine, this is our new member, Yi Xiao. How about a challenge? Lin Chen suggested with a smile, his tone playful. The onlookers regarded Caine with sympathetic eyes. A new member? Can I really? Caine asked Lin Chen, who responded with an encouraging nod. Go ahead, uncle. I want to use my full strength to avoid injuring you, Caine declared confidently to Yi Xiao. Is that really a good idea? Yi Xiao hesitated. Nonsense, uncle. Just go for it, Caine urged with enthusiasm. With a resigned sigh, Yi Xiao acquiesced. Very well. I shall take care to hold back. I am about to begin, Yi Xiao announced, slowly drawing his cane sword, his aura shifting dramatically. Caine sensed this change, and his nascent observation Haki warned him of the impending defeat. An instinctual realization that he might have been led astray by Lin Chen. Chapter 58. Assassinating the Celestial Dragon. Caine's expression soured as he felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Yi Xiao, realizing that this seemingly amiable uncle was, in fact, formidable. Bring it on, uncle, he said, still choosing to accept the challenge. For what better opportunity than to test oneself against someone significantly stronger? With a swift transformation, Caine assumed the form of the 3-legged golden crow, his eyes blazing with determination. Golden crow flames, Caine shouted, unleashing a torrent of golden flames towards Yi Xiao. In response, Yi Xiao drew his cane sword with calm precision, pointing it at Caine. Hell's journey. An invisible force erupted from Yi Xiao, exerting a gravitational pull that forced Caine's flames down to the ground, leaving Caine pinned and immobile, overwhelmed by the weight pressing down upon him. Ugh. It feels like my body has multiplied in weight by several hundred times. Caine struggled to move his wings beneath the oppressive force. Ha ha ha. Serves you right for overestimating yourself, Smoker mocked, observing the bandaged Caine with a rare smirk. Arg. Caine groaned in pain, fuming internally. Damn it, if I weren't injured, I'd show this smoke-loving fool a thing or two. Withstanding Yi Xiao's hell's journey without being reduced to pulp was quite a feat, though Caine had sustained significant injuries despite his formidable 3-legged golden crow form. Chopper had mentioned that with Caine's Zoan-type devil fruit's remarkable regenerative abilities, he would likely recover within a few days. Just you wait, Smoker. Nami, what sea are we currently in? Lin Chen inquired from the bow of the ship. Gazing out at the tranquil ocean, Nami scrutinized the surroundings before affirmatively stating, we are in the Samba's Sea of the East Blue. Oh, is that so? It seems we have circled back to the East Blue after all. Time is indeed drawing near. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes, the 3 tomo in his gaze slowly manifesting. Damn it all. Libyan Saint fumed in his opulent chamber, hurling everything within reach, causing his maidservants to tremble in fear. Curse you, Tesoro. Curse you, Baise. Once I return to Marineford, I will ensure the Navy strips you of your admiral title. How dare you? Baise, lay a hand on me. I am a celestial dragon. His wrath intensified as he contemplated exterminating them all. Eventually, exhaustion overcame him, and he languidly reclined on his bed, devising plans for revenge against Baise, his eyes glimmering with malice. As he pondered, the alluring forms of Peach Rabbit, Nami, and Ain invaded his thoughts, igniting a sinister desire within him. His gaze fixated upon a trembling maid nearby, and he approached her slowly. The maid sensed his looming presence and trembled even more violently, gripped by an abject fear of this celestial dragon. Humph, today I shall let you off easy. Once I return to Marineford, Baise will die, and his women will belong to me. Libyan Saint chuckled maniacally, drooling as he advanced toward the maid. With her face ashen, the maid shed a single tear, lamenting the hellish existence she was enduring. After what felt like an eternity, she did not feel the nauseating sensation she had anticipated. Confused, she looked up to see a cold, stern man clad in white suit, firmly holding Libyan Saint's head, preventing him from advancing an inch. Lin Chen's face bore a chilling smile as he spoke. Pray tell, esteemed Libyan saint, what are you up to? His voice was icy. For ever since this celestial dragon had set his sights on Ain and Nami, Lin Chen had deemed him a dead man walking. Slowly, Lin Chen drew Muramasa, positioning the blade against Libyan saint's throat, his gaze unwavering. Libyan saint felt the chilling aura against his neck, and, disregarding how Lin Chen had arrived, trembled as he begged. Baise, Admiral Baise, I am a celestial dragon. You must not make a grave error. Pathetic, Lin Chen scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. Even at such a dire moment, Libyan saint still clung to his identity as a celestial dragon to save himself. With a decisive crack, Lin Chen applied pressure. The sharp edge of Muramasa shattering the glass dome atop Libyan saint's head, the blade inching closer to flesh, crimson blood beginning to trickle down to the floor. No, you cannot kill me. Libyan saint screamed in terror as he felt the prick of the blade and the gradual loss of his life force, his instincts urging him to flee. Yet before Lin Chen's terrifying conqueror's haki, he found himself utterly paralyzed. For Lin Chen intended to make him gradually experience the dread of death. Thud. At last, a perfectly round head rolled to the ground, its expression laden with resentment and terror. Lin Chen disdainfully wiped the blood remaining on Muramasa against the extravagant garments of the celestial dragon, casting an indifferent glance at the lifeless body. Though the world might be turned upside down, I remain indifferent. Lin Chen then turned his gaze towards the trembling maid, who could scarcely believe she had witnessed a celestial dragon's demise. Her eyes were a tumultuous blend of joy, fear, and anxiety. You may leave. Find a safe place to live, but do keep the events of today to yourself, Lin Chen said, casting a sidelong glance at the maid, reflecting on the pitiable fate of these souls. Rest assured, benefactor, I have nothing, she stammered, her gaze refusing to meet Lin Chen's. Benefactor, I have a few sisters, I wish, Lin Chen, not waiting for her to finish, impatiently interjected, take them with you. For reasons unknown. Lin Chen consistently regarded this woman with disdain. Benefactor, my name is Xiaomei. Before the maid could utter another word, Lin Chen vanished from sight. As Lin Chen traversed the moonlit path, he observed Xiaomei and her companions looting the celestial dragon's ship, filling a bag with treasures before departing in a modest vessel. He then regarded the grand ship before him. Open, day tiger. A colossal pressure akin to a tiger slammed against the celestial dragon's vessel, shattering it to pieces. As the smoke dissipated, Lin Chen's figure vanished from the scene. Chapter 59, The Death of Libya. In Marineford War, a middle-aged celestial dragon adorned with a crown leisurely sipped from an expensive goblet, watching the maidens dance before him. He occasionally erupted in laughter, reclining his head on the lap of a fair maid, indulging in grapes she offered him. At that moment, an elderly servant rushed in, colliding with the door with a loud bang. The maidens, startled, ceased their dancing, huddling together in trembling fear. A dark line appeared on the forehead of the elder celestial dragon as he glared furiously at the servant. Why have the maidens stopped? He inquired, his gaze fixed on the old man. Lord Rigeron, it is with great distress I inform you. Lord Libya's life force has vanished. The servant managed to convey the news, trembling all the while, well aware of the brutal and capricious temperament of the celestial dragon before him. Rigeron's expression darkened, as though shadows could drip water, and he crushed the goblet in his hand, the shards slicing into his flesh. The maid whose lap he rested upon barely had time to scream before she became a lifeless husk, while Rigeron's injured hand healed at a visible pace. A glint of cold fury shone in Rigeron's eyes. Although Libya was his weakest progeny, the dignity of the celestial dragons was not to be trifled with. Contact Sengoku and inform him that a bounty of 1 billion berries is placed on the head of my son's killer. The old servant sighed in relief, realizing he had narrowly escaped death, yet a hint of trepidation lingered in his gaze. Rigeron surveyed the trembling maidens before him, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. Who told you to stop? With a swift motion of his left hand, a gray aura spread forth, transforming all maidens it touched into gray husks. Meanwhile, Sengoku was leisurely sipping tea in his office, occasionally enjoying a rice cracker, his mood buoyed by the Navy's rising reputation. Suddenly, the door to his office was forcefully shoved open, revealing a robust figure. Without hesitation, the figure seized a bag of rice crackers and emptied its contents into his mouth, leaving Sengoku none. Kapu. Sengoku's forehead pulsed with veins, his good mood dissipating entirely. Ha, what's wrong, Sengoku? Kapu laughed heartily, looking at Sengoku in confusion. Unaware of his sudden ire, he casually plopped himself into a chair, picked his nose, and flicked the residue, which fortuitously landed in Sengoku's teacup. Sengoku was about to erupt when the phone bug rang incessantly. He shot a glare at Kapu, as if to say he would deal with him later, and answered the call in a fit of anger. Kapu, indifferent, continued to pick his nose. After hanging up, Sengoku's expression turned grave. A matter of serious consequence had arisen after a prolonged period of tranquility. Ha ha ha, what is troubling you, Sengoku? Kapu chuckled, his demeanor unfazed. A celestial dragon has been killed. The world government is furious. Someone has dared to slay a celestial dragon on this sea. Now, a bounty of 1 billion berries is placed on the criminal's head. Yet there is no information about the assailant. It is as if the celestial dragon vanished into thin air. It is truly vexing. Sengoku lamented, massaging his forehead. 1 billion berries? Kapu scratched his head, astonished at the sum. Hey, what is your focus? Is it the 1 billion berries or the fact that a celestial dragon has been eliminated? Sengoku retorted, his anger palpable. That scum being taken down is no great shock. I've never liked them, Kapu shrugged nonchalantly. Forget it, I take back what I just said. Kapu suddenly realized that, given his status, such words were inappropriate. Hastily covering his mouth. You. Sengoku was incensed by Kapu's words, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. If not for Kapu being a naval hero, he would have long been expelled from the Navy for such remarks. In a fit of rage, Sengoku gulped down the tea in his cup to calm his temper. When suddenly he had a revelation, his eyes widening. Huffed. Sengoku spat out the tea in his mouth, glaring at the old man before him with an expression akin to one who had been wronged. In the Golden City, Mr. Tianzhong, his forehead bandaged, emerged from the underground, gazing respectfully at the bandaged Tesoro. Lord Tesoro, Lord Libya has been slain. Tesoro flicked his fingers, transforming gold into a chair to lift himself. Fully wrapped in bandages. Is that so? Could it be you, Admiral Hawkeye? Ha ha ha, but it matters not. You have indeed caused me a great inconvenience. A celestial dragon perished soon after leaving my establishment. What a troublesome affair. Tesoro laughed heartily, yet his eyes were filled with madness. Hawkeye, is this your warning? As the ruler of the world's largest entertainment district, Tesoro was privy to countless naval secrets, understanding the gravity of such confidential information. The Navy only circulated this intelligence internally. Should it be made public, chaos would reign among the pirates. Zephyr, too, learned of the celestial dragon's demise in a timely manner. He rushed to Lin Chen's door at breakneck speed, flinging it open, only to find Lin Chen, still bleary-eyed, dressing. Teacher Zephyr, even for you. Barging into someone else's room is quite infuriating. Lin Chen casually addressed Zephyr, yet a hint of displeasure could be discerned in his tone. Admiral Baise, did you know that the Holy of Libya has perished? Zephyr, dismissing Lin Chen's words, cautiously replied, that detestable celestial dragon from Libya? How unfortunate. Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly. Zephyr fixed his gaze upon Lin Chen, as if attempting to detect any flicker of change upon his countenance. Teacher Zephyr, your unwavering gaze upon me must surely indicate some suspicion, Lin Chen said with a smile, though a chill crept into his tone. Chapter 60, Usopp. Well then, Admiral Baise, I shall take my leave. Not having discerned anything amiss on Lin Chen's face, Zephyr exited the room. I hope my intuition is mistaken, he thought to himself. Lin Chen stretched lazily, his previously languid gaze sharpening suddenly. The Navy's intelligence travels swiftly. Kuro, having dispatched the last visible marine with a claw, adjusted his glasses with a bloodied hand and offered a wry smile. I do not relish taking lives indiscriminately. However, it is your misfortune to have discovered me. After disposing of the body, Kuro elegantly removed his talons and wiped away the remnants of Navy blood, his cruel smile fading, replaced by a benign and harmless grin. After all, Kuro's current role was that of a butler. Rustling sounds emanated from a large tree beside an opulent villa, and a boy with a long nose peered out, his face adorned with leaves. Kaya, Usopp called cautiously, his mind brimming with a new tale of adventure to share with Kaya. Ah, it's Usopp, Kaya exclaimed as she opened the window, offering a gentle smile. With her golden hair parted in the middle and a perpetually pure and delicate smile, Kaya captivated numerous suitors in the village, Usopp included. Kaya, Usopp stuttered nervously, an unusual occurrence for one so eloquent. What is it? Is it that enormous goldfish again? Kaya inquired softly. Ha, no. I was about to recount another adventure, Usopp replied casually as he perched upon a tree branch. That gigantic goldfish has been sliced into many small pieces and sent to the little people's country. They still haven't finished the fish I delivered, Usopp boasted with pride. Kaya listened quietly to Usopp's tall tales, fully aware he was embellishing, yet she remained silent, allowing him to finish his story. This might be a significant reason for Usopp's affection for Kaya. The people of the little people's country all regard me as a great hero of the sea. Usopp declared confidently. Ha 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 ha. Then I shall tend to your wounds in the future. Kaya chuckled. Ahem, Miss Kaya, it is time to rest, a voice interrupted, followed by a soft yet feminine tone cautioning Kaya. Miss Kaya, do not associate with individuals of questionable character. Kuro habitually adjusted his glasses, casting a disapproving glance at Usopp. Clabatel is not of questionable character. He is my friend, and his name is Usopp, Kaya retorted, her irritation palpable. Oh, yes, he is your friend, but you must rest. Otherwise, your condition may worsen, and the master and mistress would be concerned, Kuro remarked indifferently. Oh, very well, Kaya replied with a hint of displeasure, acknowledging her vulnerability to the elements. A shadow of melancholy crossed her features as she thought of her health. Usopp, you should go. I need to rest. Let us hear your adventure story another time, Kaya said gently. Boo. Before Usopp could respond, Kuro abruptly closed the window, casting a cold glance at him. Usopp felt a chill wash over him, instinctively shrinking his neck, though he paid it little mind. He cast a longing glance at the window before departing awkwardly. Chapter 61, The Arrival of the White Zay. An unhappy Usopp strolled along the shoreline, mulling over his thoughts and occasionally muttering to himself. What is so special about a mere butler? That butler is quite meddlesome. He recalled that Kuro was a patient rescued by Kaya's parents months ago, and his cleverness had earned him a position as a butler. If I were injured, with my wit, I could surely become a butler too, allowing me to see Kaya every day. This thought ignited a spark in Usopp's eyes, his nose lifting with newfound hope. However, that excitement soon waned. Forget it. My reputation in the village is notoriously poor. It's unlikely to work. Usopp kicked a handful of sand in frustration, sending it flying. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his eye in the distance, and he squinted curiously. What is that? A ship, a massive ship. The earlier glimmer was merely sunlight reflecting off the vessel's hull. Upon sighting the ship, Usopp hurriedly concealed himself in the nearby woods, his cowardice surfacing. The White Zay lay quietly anchored by the shore, resembling a fearsome steel beast. Does anyone wish to disembark and gather supplies on the island? Lin Chen inquired of the group. I do. Kane replied. Me too. Chopper added. Bartolomeo. Admiral, I'm in. Lin Chen noted the lack of responses, especially from the least reliable trio, and felt exasperated. Nami, aren't you two coming? He pressed, unwilling to let it go, as both girls were usually more enthusiastic than this. Nah, I want to continue studying this sword. I sense immense power within it. Nami gestured to the ice wheel blade. Addressing Lin Chen. Lord White Zay, I too wish to practice my swordsmanship. I chimed in, glancing at Nami defiantly. Oh, very well then, Lin Chen conceded with a sigh. Smoker, you'll accompany Lin Chen, he commanded, turning to Smoker, who was smoking heavily. Understood, Smoker grumbled, relighting his cigarettes with a resigned expression. Smoker was undeniably more dependable than that trio. Let us go? The moment Lin Chen touched the ground, his keen observation Haki alerted him to the presence of someone concealed in the nearby bushes. He concentrated, noticing a young man sporting a sniper's windbreak goggles, a light brown scarf, and a long nose, coffee-skinned Usopp. Lin Chen silently mused. He realized the significance of this encounter. I can't believe I've stumbled upon the legendary Usopp. Beep, a conspiracy in Syrup Village. Please make your selection. Option 1. Foil Kuro's plot and send him to Impel Down. Reward, a legendary firearm. The Golden Feather, a fabled spear said to be crafted from a phoenix's tail feather, imbued with the power of fire and recognized as a formidable weapon. Option 2. Ignore him and give Usopp a minor lesson. Reward, the enmity of Usopp's father, Yasopp. Without hesitation, Lin Chen chose option 1. Only a fool would select option 2. A legendary firearm is far more desirable than the animosity of a formidable opponent. Beep, congratulations on your selection. Please complete it within 3 days. Lin Chen offered a slight smile toward the bushes. Usopp, feeling Lin Chen's gaze lock onto him, was instantly engulfed in a cold sweat, his instincts screaming to flee, yet the remnants of his rationality urged him to remain still. Usopp gazed at Lin Chen's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, surely he hasn't discovered me, right? Hiss, what a terrifying gaze. Chapter 62, The Tragic Demise of the Navy. Hiss, what a terrifying gaze. A look of lingering fear flickered in Usopp's eyes. Wait a moment, that appears to be a naval warship. Usopp squinted and focused his gaze. The gigantic seagull, emblematic of justice, atop the ship was unmistakable. So, that fearsome man is a Navy officer. Then there's no need to be afraid. Ah, I can. A clever idea sprang to life in Usopp's mind. Captain, there was someone in the bushes back there, Kane suddenly whispered to Lin Chen, eager to showcase his observation skills. I know, Lin Chen replied blandly. Captain, that person looked quite peculiar, possessing an exceedingly long nose. Kane gestured animatedly. I know. Lin Chen continued to respond in his usual, indifferent manner. Kane sighed in exasperation. Captain, shouldn't you commend me just a little? Marshmallow, marshmallow, marshmallow. Chopper was hopping gleefully, clutching a small bag, contemplating whether to indulge in strawberry-flavored or cherry blossom-flavored marshmallows. Before departing, he had specifically asked Nami for 100 berries to purchase the marshmallows. Suddenly, Chopper let out a cry of distress. What's wrong, Chopper? Kane swiftly turned, his arms transforming into wings as he flew to Chopper's side. It's nothing, just tripped, Chopper sniffled. Pointing forlornly at a broken twig beneath him, his berries scattered across the ground. Well, as long as you're all right, Kane sighed. Hurry and pick up the berries. Or else if Nami finds out, we both won't escape a scolding. Kane suddenly recalled something, casting a discreet glance at Lin Chen, and quietly advised Chopper. Oh, Chopper nodded, a bit confused. Sniff, sniff. While Chopper was on the ground picking up berries, he suddenly caught a faint whiff of blood. As a reindeer, Chopper's sense of smell was exceptionally acute, and as a doctor, he was particularly sensitive to the scent of blood. Following the scent, Chopper ventured until he reached a secluded hillside. Gazing at the scene before him, his eyes widened in shock. Kane, quick, come here. Hearing the call, Kane, in his half-beast form, swiftly flew over and landed. What is it, Chopper? Before he could finish his question, Kane beheld the scene and gasped in astonishment. What on earth happened here? Hurry, we must notify the captain. Beneath the concealed slope lay several corpses, evidently deceased not long ago. Their faces were etched with expressions of terror, some displaying defiance and resentment. Their bodies were marred with long, thin stab wounds, as if they had endured great torment before death. More importantly, they were clad in Navy uniforms, albeit tattered. It was still clear that they belonged to the Navy. Kaya, come out for a moment. Usopp stood in the same spot, repeating the same words, anxiously awaiting Kaya to open the window. Oh, it's Usopp. Kaya gently opened the window, cradling a medical book in her hands, a sunny smile gracing her lips. But Usopp found himself momentarily entranced, staring blankly at Kaya. Hey, Usopp. Kaya waved at Usopp, her cheeks flushing slightly. My apologies, Kaya. Kaya, I have a guest at home. If there's nothing urgent, can we talk later? Kaya spoke softly to Usopp. No, Kaya, please let me finish. Usopp hurriedly interrupted, trying to prevent Kaya from closing the window. Usopp, I really do have a guest at home. Can't you boast later? Kaya feigned annoyance at Usopp. I never boast. I only speak the truth, I assure you. Usopp declared earnestly. Do you think I would still believe you? You're known for your tall tales, Usopp. No, Kaya? Upon hearing Kaya's words, Usopp suddenly slumped against the tree branch, clutching his chest in agony, his expression pained as he pleaded. Kaya, I've contracted a disease. A fatal one that requires me to finish my stories, or I shall perish. Chapter 63, Despairing Usopp. Usopp, still clutching his chest in agony, cautiously opened one eye to steal a glance at Kaya. Kaya sighed gently. Very well, you have a moment. Though she was fully aware that Usopp was fabricating tales and his distress was feigned, her gentle nature led her to patiently wait for him to finish. Really? Usopp exclaimed, springing up, his footing faltering as he nearly toppled to the ground. Haha. Kaya chuckled at Usopp's comical state. The story I wish to share is one I heard during my seafaring days. I once encountered a notorious pirate who, weary of the pirate's life, disguised himself as an injured man and infiltrated a wealthy household as a butler, with the ulterior motive of seizing their riches. That's enough, you liar. Kaya interrupted angrily before Usopp could finish. You know full well that a butler just arrived at my home. Are you trying to deceive me with such an outlandish tale? Kaya rarely displayed anger. I will never believe you again, you fabricator. With a sharp slam, Kaya closed the window, ignoring the disheveled Usopp perched in the tree. Honestly, I should have refrained from speaking, Usopp muttered, begrudgingly descending the tree. Humph. At that moment, Kuro was hiding behind a wall, eavesdropping on Usopp's words, instinctively adjusting his glasses, a sinister glint reflecting in his eyes. How ironic. This little liar has unraveled my plan. Kuro sneered softly, placing the teacups he had prepared for Kaya's father down gently. He then elegantly donned his clawed gloves, sauntering towards the dejected Usopp. Killing a little brat shouldn't consume much of my time. Usopp carelessly kicked a stone, only to find a man in a black tailcoat standing before him, the glint of his clawed gloves casting a menacing light upon Usopp's face. What do you want, butler? Usopp stammered, paralyzed with fear as he beheld Kuro's fierce countenance. Instinctively, he yearned to flee, but the dreadful claws rendered his legs as heavy as lead, immobilizing him. Kuro's lips curled into a cruel smile. I thought I was hidden well enough, but it seems this little brat has discovered me. Therefore, I must ask you to die. My guest awaits." As Kuro advanced, dragging his claws across the ground, the sound echoed ominously. He had deliberately chosen a quiet place for Usopp's demise. In that light, I suppose I am rather kind, Kuro mused darkly to himself. Usopp never anticipated that Kuro was indeed a pirate. He had only intended to deceive Kaya. But now his words had unwittingly manifested into reality. No, I cannot run. I must inform Kaya. What would happen to her otherwise? Usopp's mind flashed with Kaya's gentle smile, fueling his resolve. Run! Usopp suddenly shouted, startling nearby birds, and sprinted towards Kaya's home. Certainly, this news must be conveyed to Kaya. Suddenly, while in the midst of his sprint, Usopp felt a sharp pain sear through his back, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Before him, Kuro raised his claw-like hands and pierced Usopp's thigh. A sharp gasp escaped Usopp's lips. The excruciating pain surged through his brain, as if it were determined to consume him whole. Kuro, resembling a cat toying with its prey, looked down at Usopp with a smirk. Honestly, I cannot help but torment my adversaries at such times, especially with 2 guests awaiting me, he muttered to himself. Usopp's vision blurred from the excessive blood loss. Yet amidst the haze, he recalled the presence of a naval warship not far off. Yes, a glimmer of hope ignited in Usopp's eyes. The Navy would surely intervene upon learning of this incident. He bit down on his tongue to maintain consciousness, and in a sudden burst of determination, he lunged headfirst into Kuro's chest, catching him off guard. I will not allow you to harm Kaya, Usopp proclaimed with an intensity fueled by an unfathomable strength, a heart-wrenching scream escaping him. Kaya, run! His voice reverberated across the small island. Kuro's expression darkened further upon hearing Usopp's cry. His plans were unraveling because of this long-nosed brat. Ha ha ha, little brat, well done. Now I can relish in torturing you. Soon, I shall slay that girl Kaya and her parents. They could have lived a few more years, but now, thanks to you, they shall all perish. Kuro declared with a sinister grin aimed at Usopp. I am destined to become a formidable warrior of the seas. He laughed mockingly, as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. Usopp, resigned to his fate, thought, I can only buy time and wait for the Navy. Suddenly, Kuro vanished in an instant, reappearing in front of Usopp, his claws plunging into Usopp's chest. Usopp fell to the ground, lifeless. What an annoying little brat, Kuro remarked, withdrawing his claws and wiping them clean of blood as he strode toward Kaya's villa. I will not allow you to harm a single hair on Kaya. A bloodied hand suddenly gripped Kuro's ankle tightly. Still alive? What a resilient little brat. However, it matters not, Kuro said, kicking Usopp away effortlessly. He then stepped on Usopp's outstretched hand with tremendous force, contorting it grotesquely. How dare you use that filthy hand to touch me? Cats are inherently clean. Usopp, enduring the agony, grasped Kuro's ankle with his other hand, his sole intention now to delay Kuro for as long as possible. This was his last hope. Damn it! Kuro's rage surged at Usopp's defiance. A glint of cold fury flickered in Kuro's eyes as he raised his claw, the reflected light casting a sinister shadow across his face. Die! Kuro thrust his claw toward Usopp's head, declaring, I refuse to believe you can survive this time. Is it over? How utterly unsatisfactory. I have yet to become a true warrior of the seas. I haven't even had my last chance to see Kaya. I still have so much to say, including to that man who abandoned my mother and me. As Usopp saw Kuro's claw draw ever closer, he closed his eyes in despair. Kaya, I tried. Just as the claw was about to pierce Usopp, a golden flame surged toward Kuro, who was poised to strike. Solar Golden Phoenix Flame. The chapter unfolds with Kane versus Kuro. Kuro's eyes flashed with cold light, poised to eliminate this irritating long-nosed pest. Suddenly, a stream of golden flame shot forth. Damn it! Kuro cursed, feeling a sense of dread emanating from the golden fire. He reluctantly abandoned his assault on Usopp, executing a swift leap to evade the encroaching flames. Solar Golden Phoenix Flame. Kane emerged slowly from the forest, his phantom beast wings scattering golden sparks. Kuro regarded the man before him, whose palm blazed with fierce golden flames. With a shadowed expression, it is hardly commendable to bully a child, Kane remarked coolly, though he remained on guard against the tall man wielding claw-like hands. Usopp, witnessing the golden flames that seemed to herald salvation, finally succumbed to unconsciousness, reassured that help had arrived. Kane had rushed over upon hearing Usopp's agonized scream, ultimately saving his life at a critical moment. You meddlesome brat, who are you? Kuro queried coldly. Just a passerby who enjoys meddling, Kane replied. I will tend to the injured. You deal with him. Chopper exclaimed upon seeing Usopp's grievous wounds, hastily retrieving his emergency medical kit. What a truly ruthless individual. Chopper lamented as he examined Usopp's wounds. No, wait, Chopper suddenly exclaimed, recognizing the wounds on Usopp's body as eerily familiar. He glanced back at Kuro's claws. Kane, he is the one who slaughtered those soldiers. The injuries on this long-nosed boy are identical to those of the deceased naval soldiers. Chopper shouted at Kane. Is that so? Kane replied, casting a cold glance at Kuro's claws. You are a headache for the Navy. Kuro, adopting a tone of feigned inquiry, prepared for combat as he adjusted his glasses. I suppose so. So, prepare to meet your end. Kane's eyes glinted with ferocity as he recalled the fallen soldiers. Golden Phoenix Flame. Kane wasted no time, hurling the golden flames toward Kuro, the flames tracing a beautiful arc through the air as they surged toward him. Haha. Too slow. Kuro scoffed, vanishing in an instant, reappearing behind Kane with his claws raised high, reflecting a menacing light aimed directly at Kane's chest. Insignificant trick. Kane, having anticipated Kuro's movement with his observation haki, swiftly evaded to Kuro's rear, his hands engulfed in blazing golden flames, striking toward Kuro. Not good. Kuro felt a pang of unease upon realizing Kane had disappeared from his sight. He hastily retracted his claws, which maneuvered with remarkable agility, just in time to defend against Kane's fiery assault. Yet, how could Kuro's claw withstand the searing heat of the golden flames? In an instant, 3 of his claws were severed, leaving him with only 7. Kuro hastily withdrew, maintaining a cold demeanor as he regarded Kane. Doubt began to creep into Kuro's mind. This young man before him was likely a devil fruit user, a formidable opponent. This battle held little significance. Even if he emerged victorious, the cost would be great, and attracting more naval forces would be ill-advised. I only need to reach the shore, Kuro thought naively, believing Kane to be the strongest among this batch of navy. He cast one last, deep glance at the bandaged Usopp, cursing him silently. It is all your fault, long-nosed brat. My plans are in ruins. Just wait, I shall return. Kuro feigned an attack before bolting towards the sea. Ha ha ha. I shall not indulge you any longer. He laughed heartily, quickening his pace. Suddenly, a piercing cry resonated through the air. Kuro turned to see a massive golden flame bird charging toward him. Damn it! Kane dove down, his claws shattering all of the cat claws in Cro's left hand, and the golden flames of his talons swiftly encircled Cro's neck, leaving behind a series of burn marks. How dare you compare your speed to that of the golden crow? Kane scoffed with disdain. Crow burst into laughter, exerting all his strength to thrust the severed cat claw from his left hand forcefully towards Kane's left leg. The pain caused Kane to hurl Crow away, the sharp talons of the golden crow tearing a chunk of flesh from Crow's neck. Despicable, Crow muttered as Kane's left leg wound healed at a remarkable pace, leaving only a feather on the ground, a symbol of Kane's recent injury. Ha ha ha, as long as I can win, Crow grimaced through the pain. It seemed the only way to escape was to eliminate him, Crow thought, realizing Kane's speed was formidable. Death's Scythe, Crow invoked his most powerful technique, a silent, indiscriminate attack utilizing rapid movement and the cat claws in his hands to annihilate numerous foes, so swift that even the wielder could not discern whom they struck. Crow transformed into a series of afterimages, launching an indiscriminate assault on everything around him, though the absence of claws on his left hand diminished the damage. He left numerous scars on Kane's golden crow form. What an infuriating technique, Kane thought, as the formidable regenerative abilities of his beastly form gradually healed the wounds inflicted by Crow, yet the pain lingered. Golden Crow Ascendant. Kane enveloped himself in his wings, adorned with peculiar patterns that, upon closer inspection, formed a massive sun. Suddenly, an unending brilliance emanated from Kane, engulfing everything in flames. The blinding light lasted for 5 seconds before Kane staggered, transforming back into human form, feeling a wave of dizziness, a sign of exhaustion. Indeed, was this technique too taxing? Kane mused with a rueful smile. However, it was sufficient. As he surveyed the surroundings, he found the ground littered with the ashes left behind by the flames. Kane, with great effort, located the unconscious Crow amidst the ashes, his body marred by cracks from dehydration, yet his formidable vitality prevented him from perishing immediately. Kane dragged Crow's leg back toward Chopper. Kane, what happened? Are you injured? Chopper asked anxiously, observing Kane's weakened state. Ha ha ha, it's nothing, just a lack of strength. Kane replied, forcing a smile. You scared me to death. Chopper sighed in relief upon hearing Kane's words, retrieving a pill from his bag and handing it to Kane. Here, take this to regain some strength. Without hesitation, Kane accepted the pill and swallowed it whole. A bit sweet. Chapter 65, Kaya's Father. Kane felt a surge of warmth rise within him, significantly restoring his stamina. "Chopper, you're quite impressive," he remarked. Chopper shyly scratched the back of his head, displaying an embarrassed smile. "No, it's nothing. What should we do with this guy?" Kane pondered, resting his chin on his hand. "Ah, never mind. We'll wait for the captain." Divine might. As Kane spoke, the space around them shimmered with distortion, and Lin Chen, accompanied by Kaya, Smoker, and Bartolomeo, emerged slowly from the realm of divine might. "Well done, Kane. You performed admirably," Lin Chen commended, having witnessed the battle unfold. "Ha ha ha, not really," Kane replied bashfully, unaccustomed to such praise. "Usopp." As Kaya stepped out of the realm, tears welled in her eyes as she rushed toward Usopp, who was wrapped in bandages. "Usopp, I shouldn't have doubted you," she cried, tears streaming down her face. Kaya was deeply moved, realizing that the cowardice of the village had led Usopp to such lengths for her sake. Moreover, she had seen the truth about the butler being a formidable pirate while in Mr. Baise's realm of divine might. The group had arrived as soon as Usopp emitted his first sound, silently observing the situation from within the realm. Lin Chen had utilized his exceptional observation haki to foresee the future momentarily. Usopp would not perish. Upon landing on the island, Lin Chen quickly noticed that Chopper and Kane had fallen behind. "Humph, don't worry about them. Nothing will happen on a small island like this," Smoker remarked nonchalantly. "True," Lin Chen mused, allowing them their leisure. Bartolomeo scoffed, expressing disdain for their audacity to cause concern for Elder Baise. Elder Baise quickly identified the largest house on the island, recognizing it as Kaya's residence. "Let us head there and pay a visit," Lin Chen suggested to Bartolomeo and Smoker. "Elder Baise, whose house is that? It's even more impressive than my own when I was part of the gang," Bartolomeo exclaimed. "Ha ha ha, do you wish to return to being a gang leader?" Lin Chen teased. "No, I want to follow Elder Baise," Bartolomeo replied with unusual seriousness. "Oh yeah, Elder Baise finally agreed to let me accompany you," Bartolomeo exclaimed joyfully, leaping with excitement. "Knock, knock, knock." Lin Chen gently tapped on the door, and soon a middle-aged man cautiously peered out, eyeing the trio warily. "Who are you?" he inquired, suspicion evident in his tone. "This must be Kaya's father." It seemed her parents were still alive. "We are here to assist you," Lin Chen stated flatly. "Leave. I don't need your help," Kaya's father retorted, attempting to close the door, only for Bartolomeo to forcibly hold it open with his hand. "Old man, say that again if you dare," Bartolomeo hissed coldly. The aura of a former gang leader unmistakable. Kaya's father, having never encountered such an intimidating presence, was rendered speechless. All right, Bartolomeo, don't scare him," Lin Chen interjected, stepping in to diffuse the tension. "Damn it, if it weren't for the golden feather, I wouldn't bother with this," he thought. Bartolomeo huffed, casting a menacing glare at Kaya's father for daring to insult Elder Baise. Lin Chen subtly exchanged glances with Smoker, who understood the cue. He took a deep drag on his smoke and whispered something to the old man, but Kaya's father remained vigilant. "This group doesn't look like any navy I've seen," he thought frantically. The intimidating figure smoking heavily and the shadowy green-haired man hardly resembled Navy personnel. Only the refined youth in the middle seemed to fit the image. "How can you prove you are from the Navy?" Kaya's father demanded. Smoker, exasperated, pressed his forehead, realizing the old man was utterly stubborn. "Oh, I have something." Bartolomeo suddenly clapped his hands and cautiously produced a crumpled newspaper from his clothing, reluctantly handing it to the old man. "Here, old man, just remember to return it." The bold headline read, "New Admiral of the Navy, Baise." The old man followed the text down to a picture of a youthful face, which, despite the different attire, bore an uncanny resemblance to the young man before him. Trembling, Kaya's father handed the newspaper back to Bartolomeo, cautiously regarding Lin Chen, as if he had something to say, yet found himself at a loss for words. Of course, Kaya's father was well aware of what it meant to be an admiral. His years of hard work had not only brought him wealth, but also a profound understanding of the world, expanding his horizons beyond the confines of this small island and village. An admiral of the Navy represents the pinnacle of naval power, the greatest force to be reckoned with. It was precisely this knowledge that filled him with trepidation. He had just insulted an admiral, a thought so audacious it was almost unfathomable. "Can we enter now?" Lin Chen cast an appreciative glance at Bartolomeo, surprised that he still kept that newspaper. "Of course, do come in. It is my honor," Kaya's father responded hastily. "Clabatel, quickly brew the finest tea to welcome our esteemed guests," he instructed Clock. "Yes," Clock replied, casting a calm glance at Lin Chen and the others before proceeding to prepare the tea. Having arrived here just a few months prior, Clock was unaware of the significant events unfolding in the world, such as the appointment of the new Admiral Baise. Moreover, as everyone was dressed in casual attire rather than navy uniforms, Clock regarded them merely as ordinary visitors, paying them no particular heed. Ha ha ha, esteemed guests, forgive my rudeness. This is my newly appointed butler, who tends to be rather aloof. Koya's father chuckled awkwardly. Is this the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Bartolomeo? Lin Chen mused to himself. Koya, come down and greet our distinguished guests. Don't just hide away upstairs, Koya's father called out. It's a rare opportunity to make an impression in front of an admiral. After a considerable wait, Koya finally descended, her soft, pale yellow hair cascading naturally. Her face adorned with a perpetual smile, reminiscent of the girl next door. Honestly, why did it take you so long to come down? Koya's father murmured in discontent. This is my daughter, Koya. This is Mr. Baise. Greetings, Mr. Baise, Koya said politely, offering a slight bow. It is a pleasure to meet you. The lovely Miss Koya, Lin Chen replied with a gentle smile. Honestly, where is Clabatel? When he returns, I shall certainly dismiss him, Koya's father grumbled. Chapter 66, The Black Cat Pirates. Honestly, where is Clabatel? When he returns, I shall certainly dismiss him, Koya's father grumbled. I doubt he will return. Lin Chen said with a slight smile, speaking nonchalantly. Koya, run. A roar echoed in front of them. Lin Chen stood up calmly. The performance was about to commence. Usopp, is that you? What has happened? Koya wondered, her heart racing. Miss Koya, would you care to witness a splendid spectacle with me? You will understand everything. Lin Chen extended his hand towards Koya. Without hesitation, Koya placed her hand in his, and Lin Chen tightly grasped it, leading her into the realm of God's might. Ugh, what a hassle. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke, standing up and slowly walking into the swirling vortex of God's might. Bartolomeo, after giving Koya's father a rude gesture, hurriedly followed suit. The vortex of God's might gradually dissipated, leaving Koya's father in a state of bewilderment as he watched Lin Chen whisk his daughter away. Within the realm of God's might, the four witnessed the entire unfolding of events. Smoker believed Kane was unable to best Shizuki and wanted to intervene, but Kane unleashed the Golden Crow, swiftly eliminating Clock. Am I dead? Is this heaven? Usopp groaned, slowly opening his eyes. Koya, have you also arrived in heaven? I couldn't stop the butler after all. Usopp said to Koya. No, Usopp, we are all alive. It was Mr. Kane who saved you. Koya replied gently, a tear escaping and rolling down her cheek. Koya, please don't cry. Was it my fault? Usopp attempted to raise his hand to comfort Koya, only to wince as he inadvertently tugged at his wound. I am a great hero of the sea. Yes, yes, I believe in you, Koya replied, struggling to stifle her tears, but they flowed relentlessly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Usopp truly lives up to his reputation for waking so quickly in dire straits, Lin Chen suddenly remarked. Usopp, this is merely a small tribulation in your life. Your future, Usopp, lies across these vast seas. When you set sail, cherish your companions. You, Usopp, shall become an exceptional warrior of the sea, just like your father. Lin Chen spoke solemnly. This exhortation was merely to inspire Usopp. Through Koya's incident, Lin Chen recognized that despite Usopp's timid demeanor and penchant for boasting and fabricating tales, he was still capable of sacrificing for his friends. And treat Koya well. She is a wonderful girl. If you do not become an outstanding warrior of the sea, you will not be worthy of her, Lin Chen added, shifting his tone. Yes, I will surely become an outstanding warrior of the sea, Usopp declared, filled with determination. Even if it was for Koya. Koya's cheeks flushed at Lin Chen's words. How annoying. Who wants to be with him? Ha ha. Lin Chen laughed heartily at the scene before him. Let us be on our way, he instructed the others, and remember to bring Clock. Smoker, you carry Clock. Kane said languidly to Smoker. Why don't you do it yourself, you bastard? Smoker shouted in exasperation. I am injured, you know, Kane retorted, sprouting wings and taking Chopper with him as they followed Lin Chen. Bartolomeo had already vanished from sight as Smoker turned around. I'll take my leave first, Bartolomeo's voice echoed from afar. He had already moved ahead, unwilling to carry the filthy and unpleasant Clock. What a bunch of scoundrels, Smoker muttered, reluctantly dragging Clock toward Lin Chen. After all, he was wanted by Admiral Baise. Usopp and Koya exchanged amused glances at the unfolding scene. They truly have a good rapport. The Black Cat pirate ship. Zango was leisurely stroking his hypnotic pocket watch, basking in the sun. Life was indeed pleasant. Ever since Captain Clock's departure, Zango had been acting as the captain, and after a few months, he found himself missing Captain Clock. Lads, let us go pay a visit to Captain Clock. Zango called out to his crew, nudging the pink heart-shaped mirror. Captain Clock. Captain Clock. Very well, Zango nodded appreciatively. Suddenly, His deputy, a stout fellow, called out to him. What is it? Just now, the Nissen pirates contacted us via the transponder snail. They said the East Sea has been rather tumultuous lately. Admiral Baise has been frequently spotted in the East Sea, and their allied pirate crew, the Black Bear Pirates, has had their ship seized by Baise. They warned us to proceed with caution. The stout man relayed the message verbatim. Zengo scoffed. An admiral appearing in this small place? We would have to be extraordinarily unlucky for that to happen. Besides, Baise is merely a minor admiral. My Nissen and the Black Bear may fear him, but I, Zengo, do not. My hypnotic skills are unparalleled. Zengo shouted with gusto. Vice Captain Zengo is impressive. Vice Captain Zengo is formidable. Vice Captain Zengo is eternally divine. The praises echoed around him, filling Zengo with a sense of superiority. Lads, increase the power and set sail. Zengo commanded. Chapter 67, Coveting the Baise. Oh, what is that colossal object over there? Zhang Ao squinted at the massive entity next to the distant island. Zhang Ao. Vice Captain, we are almost there, stammered the small-eyed helmsman, addressing Zhang Ao. No need to state the obvious. I'm not blind, Zhang Ao snapped, swatting the helmsman aside. What in the world is that? It looks remarkably like a ship. And no doubt about it, Vice Captain Zhang Ao, it is indeed a ship, the helmsman confirmed, squinting to verify further. Get lost, I can see it from this distance. Zhang Ao shot the helmsman an irritated glance. As the ship surged forward, the view became clearer. That vessel is quite substantial, Zhang Ao mused to himself. Then let's seize it for ourselves. The helmsman exclaimed, clearly taken with the prospect of acquiring the ship. Isn't that a bit harsh? We all make our living in these waters. There's no need to be so ruthless. But then again, we are pirates. Zhang Ao's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. With that, Zhang Ao executed a swift roll and leapt onto the bow of the Black Cat pirate ship, declaring to the crew, lads, soon we shall commandeer that grand ship and surprise Captain Crow. Zhang Ao adjusted his pink heart-shaped glasses, which sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. Vice Captain Zhang Ao. Vice Captain Zhang Ao. The cheers from the crew lifted Zhang Ao's spirits, filling him with a sense of buoyancy. It appeared that he was destined to become an exceptional captain. He could only hope that their ship would speed up, hastening their arrival at the battlefield to claim that vessel. Zhang Ao had utmost confidence in the Black Cat pirates. No other crew in these waters could rival them. That ship was likely owned by some wealthy young heir seeking a taste of piracy. Damn it, not long ago, Nissen boasted about stealing a ship from a rich brat. Now this one is far superior, Zhang Ao thought, his gaze fixed fervently on the stern of the White Zai. Just its rear hinted at the ship's extraordinary nature, intensifying Zhang Ao's desire to possess it. Zhang Ao, Vice Captain. The plump crew member suddenly shouted in terror. Brooke, what the hell is wrong with you? You're usually not this tongue-tied. Don't interrupt my admiration of our potential new ship. Zhang Ao waved dismissively, continuing to gaze at the White Zai's stern. Brooke, however, was alarmed. He had inadvertently glimpsed a massive seagull emblazoned on the ship's side, a symbol of the Navy's justice. Connecting it to the previous call he received from the Nissen pirates, mentioning the Admiral White Zai's presence in the East Sea, Brooke felt a cold sweat break out. Look at that aesthetically pleasing stern, the sleek hull, the formidable cannons, and that beautiful seagull. Zhang Ao was reveling in the sight when he noticed the emblem, and suddenly, a dreadful realization struck him. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. No, it can't be a coincidence. Feeling as if he had swallowed something foul, Zhang Ao stared at the warship drawing near. Run, quick, he bellowed. Get the hell out of my way. I'll steer. Zhang Ao pushed the stammering helmsman aside, displaying his superior steering skills. Everyone flee. Zhang Ao was now on the verge of tears, never expecting to encounter the Navy. This can't be the Admiral's flagship. Vice Captain Zhang Ao, didn't you say you're not afraid of Admiral White Zai? Why are we running? One crew member naively asked while Zhang Ao desperately turned the helm. Damn it. You talk too much. Zhang Ao cursed inwardly, then replied earnestly, I'm not afraid of White Zai. I could hold my own against him. But the collateral damage could be disastrous for you all. Now is not the time for a confrontation. Zhang Ao smirked internally, pleased with his cleverness in preserving his reputation. Once we escape, the vast sea will be our playground. It's unlikely I'll encounter him again. Just as Zhang Ao reveled in his thoughts, a massive emerald sword beam cleaved through the waves, spanning an immense distance, and struck the Black Cat pirate ship, splitting it in two. As Zhang Ao beheld the wreckage of his crew's ship, cold sweat poured from his forehead, and his heart raced with panic. Had he not fled in time, he might have met the same fate. Hawkeye calmly sheathed his black blade, as if the previous strike had not originated from him, and returned to his perch on the ship's railing, resuming his slumber. You've disturbed my sleep. How arrogant. Zhang Ao gritted his teeth, glaring at Hawkeye. Yet, After witnessing that devastating strike, he recoiled, fully aware that he could not withstand such power. Vice Captain Zhang, he truly is insufferably arrogant. Let us teach him a lesson. The crew shouted indignantly. Our ship is sinking, we must return to shore. My strength is nearly depleted in the water, Zhang stated calmly. Yet his mind raced with plans to escape. Cut. I thought someone was after the white Zai, but it's just a bunch of ants, Hawkeye remarked disdainfully. Watching the crew struggle in the water. Vice Captain Zhang, let us attack. How should we do that? You lead. Zhang retreated as the Black Cat crew, after much effort, swam to shore, preparing to confront Hawkeye. You all go ahead. I'll hang back and deliver a surprise attack, Zhang said, taking a few steps back. The crew, brimming with enthusiasm, leapt forward with various weapons aimed at Hawkeye, while Zhang cautiously retreated. Suddenly, the airborne crew felt an overwhelming gravity pressing down upon them, causing them to crash to the ground, creating deep craters. Zhang, attempting to flee, suddenly felt his legs weaken, an indescribable force pinning him to the ground, and he fell to his knees. Ha ha ha, how full of life you young ones are. Alas, I am old. I no longer possess such vigor, a gentle voice chuckled. As a man wielding a staff approached slowly, smiling amiably even towards his foes. Why are you treating me with such reverence? Fujitora, sensing Zhang kneeling through his overwhelming observation haki, inquired perplexedly. Zhang, flustered and red-faced, wondered how this gravity worked. I have no clue. Vice Captain Zhang, aren't you skilled in hypnosis? Quickly deal with them. Brook reminded him at a critical moment. Right, I can hypnotize, but I can't move. Zhang attempted to reach for his pocket watch for hypnosis, only to discover he was trapped under an immense weight, unable to budge an inch. I've never seen hypnosis before, the old man said nonchalantly, striking the ground with his staff. Instantly, Zhang felt liberated, as if his body had become weightless. Old man, this is your own doing. No one can resist my hypnosis. Zhang slowly pulled out his pocket watch, covering his eyes with one hand while waving the watch in front of the old man. Why isn't he reacting? Zhang peeked, only to see the old man standing there, smiling at him. Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm blind, the old man stated calmly, pointing to his eyes. For the world is filled with too much filth unfit for sight. I found myself cursing directly at Zhang. These two individuals, one blind and the other asleep. How could I possibly engage them? However, Zhang soon revealed a peculiar smile. You didn't think I only possessed the ability to hypnotize, did you? He retrieved two circular throwing knives from behind him and hurled them fiercely towards Fujitora's face, convinced that this strike would be fatal for the old man. Clang, clang. The sound of the knives striking Fujitora echoed, yet they failed to even graze a single hair on his body, while the two knives were utterly shattered. Zhang, shocked, watched as his glasses fell to the ground, revealing an unusual heart-shaped gaze behind them. Oh right, you're a pirate. I'm now a Navy officer. He suddenly remembered with a smile, realizing he could no longer act as he once did. In a moment of cleverness, Zhang attempted to flee while Fujitora was momentarily dazed by the laughter. Without hesitation, he turned to escape from this monstrous group. Just then, that oppressive feeling returned, rendering his body immobile. As he was running, Zhang suddenly fell to his knees, the impact echoing heavily against the ground. Our captain will come to rescue us, he managed to utter through gritted teeth. With a rough demeanor, Smoker dragged Crocodile's body through the jungle, the latter's head striking a tree with a dull thud. Where are we? Crocodile slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the fierce man dragging him. Is it just one person? No, I must escape. Summoning his last reserves of strength and suppressing the pain, Crocodile twisted his body at an improbable angle and forcefully jabbed his fingers toward Smoker's nape. Ha! Just one solid hit, and even a god would perish. Crocodile couldn't help but laugh maniacally. To his dismay, Crocodile's fingers struck Smoker's head, only for it to dissipate into smoke, leaving him agape in shock. Ah, you're awake. The smoke reformed into Smoker's head, addressing the barely conscious Crocodile. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Smoker roughly tossed Crocodile onto the ground, flexing his wrists and ankles while casting a cold gaze upon him. What do you want? Crocodile trembled at Smoker's demeanor, fearing he might be about to strike him. Heh, you'll find out soon enough, Smoker replied with a mocking smile. White Gatling gun. He clapped his hands together, lifting the half-dead Crocodile with one hand. You can't withstand a beating. I'll surely spar with that yellow-haired bird once I return. Smoker sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Crocodile. Wait, as long as my crew is alive, I won't perish. Crocodile gasped, his voice barely a whisper. Shut up. You're on the brink of death, yet still blabbering. Smoker slapped Crocodile across the face, instantly silencing him while resentment burned brightly in Crocodile's eyes. Sigh. What a nuisance, Smoker grumbled as he finally brought Crocodile beside the White Tiger. Crocodile inadvertently noticed Zhang Ao kneeling by the ship and crew members lying in a pit, bewildered at their predicament. Just wait. My captain, Crocodile, will come to our rescue. You'd best release us, Zhang Ao declared to Lin Chen and others who had arrived before Smoker. Kane shot Zhang Ao a strange look. Hey, is that guy over there? He claims to be the crafty Crocodile, he remarked lazily. Zhang Ao, filled with surprise, turned to see Crocodile being held like a lifeless dog, and his expression soured as if he had tasted something foul. Zhang Ao, why are you kneeling? Captain Crocodile, how did you end up looking like a dead dog? They both exclaimed almost simultaneously, though Crocodile's voice was frail. Enough. Once we reach Impel Down, you'll still be brothers, Lin Chen said indifferently, considering their unfortunate encounter with him. No. Lord White Tiger, I am not his brother. Please, let me go? Zhang Ao pleaded, realizing Lin Chen was in charge. Hee. Not a chance, Lin Chen replied with a cold chuckle. Deputy Captain Zhang Ao, didn't you claim you could handle White Tiger? Hurry and defeat him so we can escape, Bujia shouted at Zhang Ao. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ao felt deflated and yelled at Bujia. If you keep talking, I'll cut out your tongue when we reach Impel Down. He then turned back to Lin Chen, speaking humbly. White Tiger, don't listen to him. He's just foolish. We need to return to Marineford to escort Zephyr back and make a stop at Impel Down, Lin Chen instructed Nami, as he had no knowledge of the route without using his powers. Understood, Lin Chen. We're not far from Marineford, at the speed of the White Tiger. We'll arrive in a day. Thank you for your hard work, Nami. Chapter 69. Farewell, Sengoku. What are you doing on the island? Nami glared menacingly at the four before her. Chopper, Bartolomeo, Kane, and Smoker. Chopper and Kane trembled in fear, having experienced the wrath of Nami's fists, while Bartolomeo regarded her with indifference. Smoker merely lit a cigarette, casting a disdainful glance at the quaking Kane and Chopper. What a bunch of weaklings. Chopper is one thing. But Kane, how can you fear a woman? It's just a beating, after all, Smoker mocked, exhaling large smoke rings with a nonchalant demeanor. We are here to gather supplies, Chopper stammered, his voice tinged with a hint of a sob. And the supplies? Nami pressed, her anger simmering. I forgot. Chopper replied, panic-stricken. You should leave, Chopper. Nami glared at the trio who seemed unrepentant, her fury about to erupt. Oi, Chopper. Upon hearing this, Chopper quickly ceased his sobbing and bounced away. Chopper, don't leave me behind. Kane reached out desperately towards Chopper, envy evident in his gaze. What about the belly I gave you? Nami inquired. Lost it. Smoker replied indifferently. Good, excellent. Nami's rage boiled over. Not only had they failed to gather supplies, but they also dared to lose her money. With 3 loud thuds, enormous lumps appeared on each of their heads. And what about the captain? Why don't you go after him? Kane suddenly questioned Nami. What did you say? Nami's fists clenched as she approached Kane. No, I was wrong. Kane stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What a terrifying woman. To make even a mythical beast like me feel pain. Ha, you think I'm like you? Lin Chen's voice called from ahead. I just caught a massive fish in the sea, he boasted to Kane, who now sported 2 large lumps on his head. A gigantic sea fish, 10 meters long, was tossed onto the deck, still thrashing, splashing water everywhere. They were all devil fruit users, unable to enter the sea. Chopper with the human fruit, Smoker with the smoke fruit, Bartolomeo with the barrier fruit, and Kane with the golden crow fruit. White Tiger, are you aware of the recent events? Sengoku asked, sitting on the couch, his expression serious as he regarded Lin Chen, who had just arrived at Marineford. Oh, are you referring to the incident involving the celestial dragon? Marshal Lin Chen remarked indifferently, as if it bore no significance to him. Indeed, the world government is furious. It is rather dire that a celestial dragon has been murdered within the Navy's jurisdiction, Sengoku spoke gravely. Oh, Marshal, I have no interest in matters concerning those celestial dragons. Perhaps you should seek assistance elsewhere, Lin Chen replied coolly to Sengoku. How do you know I intended to assign this task to you? Sengoku inquired. Isn't it obvious? Regardless, I will not partake, Lin Chen stated, unfazed by the imminent fury radiating from the elder before him. Very well, if you refuse, so be it. I've already dispatched Kizaru to the crime scene to investigate. Hopefully, he can retrieve some useful information, given his swiftness, Sengoku conceded, abandoning the thought of assigning Lin Chen to the task. Naturally, it was essential to send a vice admiral to demonstrate the Navy's seriousness regarding this matter. If only Akainu were still a vice admiral, but Baise was unwilling to go, and Akiji was perpetually asleep, currently occupied with a troublesome group of pirates. Sengoku sighed, contemplating Kizaru. Kizaru is going? How peculiar. Isn't he the one who shuns trouble the most? Lin Chen remarked with surprise at the notion of Kizaru working overtime. Alas, what can be done? You refuse to go, and Aokiji has other pressing matters. Kizaru was the only viable option, especially since he can be incentivized with a salary increase. Sengoku chuckled wryly. Oh, I suspected as much. He wouldn't take on extra work without a reason, Lin Chen mused thoughtfully. By the way, Marshal, I must visit Impel Down. I shall take my leave, Lin Chen said, noting Sengoku's less than pleasant demeanor. You've driven me to the brink, Baise, Sengoku exclaimed. Noticing a noticeable piece of nasal discharge on the chair Lin Chen had occupied, his irritation palpable, for Lin Chen was indeed reminiscent of that old scoundrel, Garp. At that moment, Lin Chen had already slipped away. Truly, why was Sengoku so irate? It was not intentional, Lin Chen thought shamelessly, reflecting on the subconscious act of wiping his nose on Sengoku's chair, lamenting his misfortune as he shook his head. In a few fleeting moments, he ascended aboard the Baise. Where is Teacher Zephyr? Lin Chen inquired of Ain, noting the absence of his mentor. He said he has grown too old to accompany you on your reckless adventures and has returned to headquarters to continue his role as an instructor, Ain replied. Oh, as long as Teacher Zephyr is content, Lin Chen said nonchalantly. Chapter 70. The conversation come forth. Zephyr, Sengoku commanded, as Lin Chen departed, gradually retracting his exaggerated anger. Marshal Sengoku, Zephyr replied as he emerged from behind, offering a respectful bow. TSK, 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 Zephyr, no need for such formality. We are of the same era, after all. Sengoku laughed heartily. No, Marshal, this is basic courtesy, Zephyr asserted, his demeanor serious. Suit yourself, Sengoku replied, a complex expression crossing his face. In the past, I Garp. And Akainu. Let us not dwell on old tales, Sengoku said, his gaze distant. Zephyr, is your arm all right? Sengoku inquired, noticing Zephyr's pale right arm. Marshal, I am fine, Zephyr replied bitterly, grasping his insensate arm, though his eyes betrayed a sense of profound desolation and unyielding spirit. I am a man known as the Black Arm, Zephyr lamented. Alas, Zephyr, the Navy will do everything in its power to heal your arm. You are a valued hero of the Navy, and we shall not let you down, Sengoku stated, rising to pat Zephyr's shoulder with sincerity. Ha ha ha, Marshal. I am well aware of my condition. My arm is beyond saving, Zephyr replied with a self-deprecating smile, his tone tinged with bitterness. Sengoku felt a pang of sorrow at Zephyr's state. Zephyr had dedicated his life to the Navy, attaining the rank of Admiral in just 20 years, only to suffer the loss of his wife and child at the hands of pirates, culminating in his current disability. The Navy owed him a debt of gratitude. And even in retirement, he had nurtured countless students, including Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Smoker. Very well, Zephyr, you have worked hard. Please return to rest, Sengoku said, gradually calming himself. Yes, Marshal, Zephyr slightly bowed before making his way to the exit. Wait, Sengoku suddenly called out. Zephyr paused, looking back in confusion. What are your thoughts on Baise? Sengoku inquired thoughtfully. Zephyr recalled Lin Chen's cultured smile and Ain's warm demeanor, allowing a slight smile to grace his lips. Marshal, while he may appear somewhat carefree and childlike at times, Vice Admiral Baise is an excellent officer, as a friend. He is truly someone worth forging a deep bond with, Zephyr declared earnestly. Ha ha, it is rare for someone to receive such high praise from you, Sengoku chuckled heartily, observing Zephyr with amusement. Ha ha ha, Marshal, he deserves my commendation, Zephyr laughed in return, before turning to leave. Baise, I wonder if you are capable of assuming the mantle of Admiral, Sengoku mused softly, then smiled broadly. Ah, Sengoku, what am I thinking? My health is still robust. I can endure for a few more years. So this is Impel Down? Quite the formidable establishment, Lin Chen remarked, effortlessly cleaving a sea creature that had ambushed the Baise in two, as he surveyed the imposing tower-like structures of Impel Down, most of which lay submerged. With only a fraction visible above the water, he noted their significant size. A Navy fleet continuously patrolled the vicinity, established in a windless zone, surrounded by countless sea creatures. I wonder how such a structure was ever constructed, Lin Chen pondered. Upon entering Impel Down, they were greeted by a grotesquely ugly man resembling a demon, who awaited their arrival. Vice Admiral Baise, welcome to the largest prison at sea, my Impel Down. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hannibal, the Deputy Warden. Soon to be the warden of this grand prison, Hannibal said with fervor. As Lin Chen and his companions disembarked, they were met by Hannibal, whose appearance matched his namesake, adorned with an Egyptian pharaoh-like headdress and a grotesquely swollen belly. Hannibal, is it? Where is your warden, Magellan? Lin Chen inquired flatly. Vice Admiral Baise, If you have matters to discuss, I am here to listen, as I am soon to become the warden of Impel Down, Hannibal replied, brandishing the trident in his hand and addressing Lin Chen. Chapter 71. Versus Magellan Vice Admiral Baise. If you have matters to discuss, I am here to listen. As I am soon to become the warden of Impel Down, Hannibal declared, his jowls quivering as he waved the trident. Well, that is acceptable. Though it is unfortunate that I cannot witness Warden Magellan's prowess, Lin Chen replied with a resigned shrug. Expressing his disappointment at not being able to meet the legendary figure known as the strongest man in this infamous prison, the poison giant, Magellan. Come now, let us confine these individuals to Impel Down, Lin Chen said casually, gesturing for Smoker and others to throw the members of the Black Cat Pirates at Hannibal's feet. Hannibal frowned at the sight of the prisoners before him, visibly troubled. What troubles you? Is it too challenging? Lin Chen's countenance revealed a hint of displeasure as he exerted a subtle, yet formidable conqueror's haki upon Hannibal. No, not at all, General Baise. Only pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million have the qualification to enter Impel Down. To my knowledge, it seems that only that man with the heart-shaped eyes and the one cloaked in darkness meet the criteria. Hannibal trembled beneath Lin Chen's oppressive haki, cautiously continuing, the others. Very well then, Lin Chen was on the verge of conceding, acknowledging the regulations of the notorious prison. Upon hearing that they would not be confined to Impel Down, everyone except Zhang Ao and Crocodile displayed expressions of profound relief. Who would willingly enter such a hellish place? Even in the direst of circumstances, death was preferable to imprisonment in Impel Down. Haha, General Baise, it is an honor, a voice interjected, infused with a mix of grandeur and a touch of exhaustion. A colossal figure emerged from Impel Down, adorned with two imposing horns, clad in black garb, and with massive wings unfurling from his back. A faint purple toxin emanated from Magellan, who habitually rubbed his abdomen. General Baise, Hannibal is lacking in decorum, of course. Any pirate you personally escort may be imprisoned in Impel Down. Magellan instinctively shielded Hannibal behind him, exuding an unusual aura that countered Lin Chen's conqueror's haki. I've had another bout of indigestion today, Magellan explained to Lin Chen, still cradling his stomach. Huh, Magellan, I feel I may perish. Hannibal, standing behind Magellan, inadvertently inhaled a whiff of the toxin, immediately collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth and groaning. Help! Someone save Hannibal! Magellan exclaimed, as streams of venomous gas erupted from his mouth. Though it was not the first time, he still feared inadvertently poisoning Hannibal to death. Several individuals clad in white protective suits swiftly and adeptly lifted Hannibal onto a stretcher, hastily evacuating him. Lin Chen observed this scene, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What a terrifying ability, blurring the lines between friend and foe. An honor to finally meet you, Warden Magellan, Lin Chen acknowledged, their gazes clashing in the air. What? Magellan's eyes widened as memories long buried began to resurface. The resemblance was uncanny, their gazes almost identical. General Baise, I have heard tales of your unparalleled swordsmanship. Might I be so fortunate as to witness it firsthand? Magellan's voice trembled as he struggled to suppress his inner turmoil. Very well. Lin Chen, though uncertain of Magellan's intentions, accepted the challenge. He would not pass up the opportunity to engage a formidable opponent. You all retreat. Otherwise, Warden Magellan's toxic gas is indiscriminate. Bartolomeo, erect the barrier. Lin Chen calmly instructed his companions. Ha, barrier. Bartolomeo stepped back, intertwining his fingers to conjure a vast transparent shield enveloping the base ship. Magellan, shedding his facade of fragility, revealed a fierce glint in his eyes, a gaze reserved for acknowledged adversaries, ruthless and merciless. Seeing Magellan's demeanor, Lin Chen hesitated no longer, slowly drawing Muramasa from his waist. The weighty haki enveloped the sword like intricate patterns, exuding an aura of dominance. General Baise, I am coming, Magellan declared, purple energy coiling around him as three gigantic venomous dragons emerged, surging towards Lin Chen without hesitation. Venomous dragons. Triple phantom slash. Lin Chen's focus sharpened as he unleashed three colossal waves of sword energy, each striking the venomous dragons. In an instant, the three dragons were cleaved in two, their residual toxic ichor splattering upon the ground, eroding it into deep craters. Lin Chen's sword energy, too, was swiftly corroded by the potent venom. Lin Chen regarded the toxin-enshrouded Magellan with grave concern. Truly a fearsome poison, capable of eroding even his sword energy. What a terrifying toxin, he murmured, eyes brimming with wariness as he gazed at Magellan. Warden Magellan, you hold me in high regard, employing such formidable techniques from the outset, Lin Chen remarked softly. Haha. I dare not be careless when facing General Baise, Magellan responded, his gaze alert to the chilling aura emanating from Lin Chen's sword, sending shivers down his spine. Then I humbly request Warden Magellan to impart your wisdom once more, Lin Chen declared. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing directly above Magellan, delivering a powerful downward slash. Transcendent phantom slash. Such ferocity, General Baise, Magellan exclaimed, hastily retreating. Venomous passage. A purple path materialized beneath his feet, and he vanished into the tunnel's depths. Lin Chen's strike collided heavily against the ceiling of Impel Down, creating a fissure that exposed the terrifying realm of the Crimson Lotus Hell. His blade had pierced directly into the depths of the inferno. General Baise, halt. If this continues, the prison will be destroyed, Magellan cried, alarmed at the sight of the exposed hellish flames, acutely aware of his duty to guard the prison. Moreover, Magellan had already achieved his objective. This swordsmanship was unlike any he had encountered before. Yet, how to explain the similarity in their gazes? Magellan pondered deeply. Oh no. Impel Down is breaking. Run for your lives. Brothers, flee. Run. The inmates of the first layer of the Crimson Lotus Hell erupted into chaos for the first time. A prison known for its impregnable walls had shown a crack, inciting a riot among the prisoners. Hearing the roars of desperation, Lin Chen cast a regretful glance at Magellan before turning his chilling gaze towards the escaping inmates. Begone! A terrifying conqueror's haki accompanied Lin Chen's shout, rendering the entire first layer's inmates unconscious, collapsing onto the Crimson Lotus below. Warden Magellan, my apologies. I miscalculated my strength. Lin Chen sheepishly scratched his head, addressing the helpless Magellan. General Baise, you intend to dismantle my Impel Down. Magellan grimaced at the terrifying crack, bitterly chuckling. You truly show no mercy. Had that strike landed on me, it would have surely resulted in severe injury. Then I leave this group to you, Warden Magellan. Lin Chen gestured weakly at the Black Cat pirates, indicating his intentions. This is quite troublesome, Magellan sighed, conjuring a mass of toxin and using it to transport the Black Cat pirates through the fissure and into the Crimson Lotus Hell. Warden Magellan, your toxin can be utilized in such a manner? Lin Chen remarked, observing the foaming Black Cat pirates. Fear not, they will receive treatment. Unlike certain individuals, I do not indiscriminately slay prisoners, Magellan replied with a grin. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed as a sharp sword lunged towards Lin Chen. Thunderstorm. Heh, mere trifles. How dare you show off before me? Lin Chen bellowed, swiftly drawing Muramasa to deflect the incoming blade, then immediately countering with a swift strike. I have long since detected your presence. Now you dare to emerge. Fallen Purgatory slash. A profound, deep purple sword aura ruthlessly cleaved through the figure. Gush! The figure involuntarily spat out a copious amount of blood, the ebony hue of his armed haki gradually dissipating, yet a crimson gash remained, as the sword aura had indeed breached the defenses of his haki, leaving a scar upon his chest. Cough, cough, it is truly deserving of admiration, General Baise. I overestimated my capabilities. What do you intend to do, Shiryu? Magellan asked through gritted teeth, his gaze fixed on the wounded figure. Ha ha ha, Magellan. I merely wanted to test the mettle of this old man, to see for myself what General Baise is capable of, Shiryu replied, slowly sheathing his sword, Raijin, while his eyes burned with fervor as they fixated on the tightly gripped Muramasa in Lin Chen's hand, an unmistakable glimmer of greed evident in his gaze. This fearsome blade. If it were in my possession, Shiryu thought greedily to himself. Are you the Rain Shiryu? Lin Chen inquired, already aware of his identity from his distinctive appearance, yet feigning ignorance. It seemed that only Rain Shiryu possessed the audacity and strength to launch a surprise attack on Lin Chen within this prison. However, was he not supposed to be confined in the infinite hell by Magellan? Had the time not yet come? Ha ha, I never expected General Baise to have heard of me. What an honor it is, Shiryu exclaimed, his laughter echoing with unrestrained arrogance. Then, General Baise, allow me to receive your blade once more. A frenzied gleam ignited in Shiryu's eyes as he drew Raijin once again, striking fiercely at Lin Chen with astonishing speed that defied comprehension. Heh, you are still unworthy to engage me, Lin Chen retorted with a cold laugh, sheathing Muramasa without a backward glance and leisurely making his way toward the Baise ship. Ha! Baise, you truly are arrogant, Shiryu cried as he swung his sword at Lin Chen. Rage and strike. Suddenly, an unparalleled force of gravity bore down upon Shiryu, forcefully pinning him to the ground. Ha ha ha, it's rare to see such vigor in the youth. Allow this old man to entertain you, while also stretching my muscles. A smiling figure, Yixiao, said as he slowly drew out his staff sword. Gravity blade, fierce tiger. Such matters are ones I am more than willing to engage in. Hawkeye gradually stood up, unsheathing his black blade, Yoru, and leaping into the air to deliver a strike towards the pinned Shiryu. A jade-green sword light descended upon Shiryu. After all, Shiryu's earlier ambush on Lin Chen had left both Xiao and Hawkeye highly displeased. Although Shiryu was unfamiliar with Xiao, the gravity he wielded was no ordinary power. Hawkeye was a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, the world's greatest swordsman. Raijin's chaotic slashes. Shiryu, with immense effort, resisted the gravity, desperately wielding Raijin to barely deflect the jade-green sword light. However, Xiao's gravity tiger struck mercilessly upon Shiryu. Gush! Shiryu spat out another mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, motionless, having overestimated his own capabilities. Lin Chen stood tall before Shiryu, his gaze looking down upon the fallen figure, while Xiao calmly sheathed his staff sword and stepped to Lin Chen's right. Hawkeye flashed to Lin Chen's left, the massive black blade Yoru glinting ominously. Chapter 73, The Origins of Cain. As Shiryu prepared to rise once more, Xiao let out a cold snort, thrusting his long blade downward. Hell's Journey. A wave of gravity pressed down upon Shiryu once more, forcing him back to the ground, eliciting yet another spurt of blood. What a formidable old man you are. You are not just some nameless figure. Shiryu glared venomously at Xiao. Me? I am Xiao, he replied. All right, we must take our leave. Without a glance back at the fallen Shiryu, Lin Chen cast an apologetic glance toward Magellan. Divine might. Lin Chen placed his hands upon Xiao and Hawkeye's shoulders, as an eerie spatial vortex enveloped them, and in the next moment, the three found themselves aboard the Baise ship. Shiryu. Magellan, suppressing his fury, shouted toward Shiryu after Lin Chen had departed. This fellow truly knows not the heights of heaven nor the depths of the earth. After all, family shame should not be aired in public. Matters concerning Impel Down shall be resolved by me, Magellan. Shiryu, the chief warden of Impel Down, possessed exceptional swordsmanship, a presence equal to Magellan's, and it was due to these 2 trump cards that Impel Down earned its ironclad reputation. However, Shiryu harbored malevolent intent, often slaughtering inmates indiscriminately. Poison Dragon. 3 enormous purple poison dragons erupted from Magellan's body, swiftly coiling menacingly around Shiryu without warning. What do you intend to do? Shiryu demanded. The poison dragons quickly ensnared Shiryu, and before long, his complexion turned ashen. Magellan controlled the poison dragons, slowly raising Shiryu before him, his expression cold and indifferent. I, Magellan, in my capacity as the warden of Impel Down, hereby revoke Shiryu's position as chief warden and sentence him to life imprisonment in infinite hell. As for the charges, indiscriminate murder of prisoners, Magellan pronounced coldly, fully displaying the authority of a warden. Ha ha ha, Magellan, you dare to kill me? Ha ha. Shiryu's laughter echoed with disbelief, as if he had heard the most absurd news. And do you truly think you can capture me? Shiryu smirked coldly, breaking free from the poison dragon's hold, drawing Raijin and aiming it threateningly at Magellan. Magellan, after years of working together, you dare to kill me? Very well, prepare to witness the might of my Raijin. Shiryu sneered, swinging his sword toward Magellan. Raijin's instant slash. Despite enduring Xiao's gravity-infused strike and sustaining injuries, Shiryu would never concede without a fight, for that was not his nature. Humph. Haha. Shiryu, are you still determined to resist to your death? Magellan chuckled lightly, then burst into laughter as he regarded Shiryu, who was about to strike him. The calm in his eyes flickered with a glint of anticipation. Giant of poison, judgment of hell. A torrent of purple poison gas emanated from Magellan, gradually transforming to a crimson hue, ultimately coalescing above him into a colossal red skeletal giant that intercepted the sword aura aimed at Shiryu. Do you know? I have long desired to capture you. For your temperament is entirely unfit for a warden. I simply lack the right opportunity until now. I owe my gratitude to General Baise for providing this chance. Otherwise, in your prime, even if I were to capture you, Impel Down would likely suffer tremendous losses, Magellan stated, devoid of any emotion in his gaze as he addressed Shiryu. Magellan, had I not been injured. Ha ha, even if you were uninjured, you would still be no match for me. It simply would not be an easy victory. Magellan interrupted Shiryu's words, no longer wishing to hesitate. The skeletal giant above Magellan swung a fist down toward Shiryu, radiating a thick, blood-red poison gas. Shiryu raised Raijin, enveloping it in a heavy layer of armed haki, struggling to withstand the incoming fist. Yet, an overwhelming tide of poison gas surged toward Shiryu's orifices. This is bad. Shiryu let out a final groan before collapsing into unconsciousness. Sigh, were it not for your injuries, it would have indeed proved quite a challenge, Magellan remarked. gazing at the unconscious Shiryu with a resigned sigh. He retracted the red skeleton, clearly aware that employing such a technique would also deplete his own energy significantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The legendary weapon, Golden Feather, has been issued. Please proceed to the system space to claim it. The electronic voice of the system resonated once more after Lin Chen boarded the ship. Jinling Lin Chen's palm turned in the void, and a gun of deep golden hue materialized in his hand. The Jinling resembled a revolver, yet it was considerably longer than a typical revolver. Its entire body was cloaked in a dark golden tint, adorned with crimson patterns that depicted a phoenix reborn from the flames. Oh, I should find an opportunity to give it to Cain. He seems quite fascinated with firearms. Lin Chen toyed with it momentarily before losing interest, as the handgun held little value for him unless the system bestowed upon him the prowess of a marksman. Boss, what are you going to give me? Cain's head suddenly appeared from behind, addressing Lin Chen. When did you arrive? Lin Chen looked at the unexpectedly materialized Cain, rubbing his forehead. Truly a case of speaking of the devil. Boss, are you going to give me this gun? Cain exclaimed in astonishment upon spotting the Jinling in Lin Chen's grasp. After all, Lin Chen was not known for his affinity for firearms. Well, then, it's yours. Lin Chen nonchalantly tossed the Jinling to Cain. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, boss. Cain trembled with excitement as he clutched the Jinling, his joy evident on his face. What is the name of this gun? Jinling. Lin Chen replied casually. Jinling? Cain caressed the gun's body, and his expression shifted. He slowly raised the firearm, as though his body had melded with it. Cain could not help but infuse a hint of golden fire into the gun, which remained unscathed under the intense heat. Cain gradually unleashed his observation haki, honing in on the ultra-long-range perception. Bang! A resounding gunshot echoed as a dark red bullet, entwined with wisps of golden flames, soared through the air, precisely striking a seagull thousands of meters away. Huh! Cain fancied himself quite cool, blowing at the non-existent smoke from the Jinling's barrel. Cain, I never expected you had a knack for marksmanship. Have you practiced before? Lin Chen asked, intrigued by Cain's shooting prowess. Not really. My father often took me hunting in the mountains when I was a child, Cain replied, a hint of bashfulness creeping in as he scratched the back of his head in response to Lin Chen's compliment. Wait a moment, what is your full name? Lin Chen suddenly recalled something, realizing that if Cain's father were an ordinary man, it would be improbable for him to take Cain to Marineford. Cain's father must be someone extraordinary. My name is Cain, Cain answered, puzzled. I meant your full name. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Fan Cain, Cain replied. What? Your name is Fan Cain? Lin Chen paused, excitement flickering in his eyes. What is your father's name? Lin Chen inquired, fixing his gaze on Cain. Fan Oka. My father's name is Fan Oka. Cain hesitated before stating firmly. That name hasn't been mentioned in a long time. It feels somewhat foreign. Fan Oka, that explains everything, including why he brought Cain to Marineford and your talent with firearms. But if he is indeed Fan Oka, how could he possibly be dead? I have stumbled upon a treasure, Lin Chen mused. It can only be a feigned death. What's wrong, boss? Do you know my father? Cain asked eagerly. I do not know him personally, but I have heard of him. Your father was quite the marksman, Lin Chen replied with a smile. What nonsense. How could he have been killed by pirates? Cain scoffed, dismissing the notion. Ha ha ha. Cain, no one is invincible. There is always someone stronger, Lin Chen laughed heartily, ruffling Cain's hair, though his gaze turned contemplative as he looked into the distance. The Jinling wielded a power in Cain's hands that far surpassed its effectiveness in Lin Chen's. Fan Oka was certainly not dead. No pirate in the East Blue could have claimed his life. But where could he be? Chapter 74, Dressrosa. Bring. Lin Chen, with disheveled hair, glared at the phone bug that had disturbed his slumber, the faint aura of menace emanating from him, causing the phone bug to tremble. Hello, who is this scoundrel? If you have business, speak quickly. I still wish to sleep. Lin Chen grumbled into the phone, visibly displeased. White Zetsu, what did you say? I am Sengoku. Who are you calling a scoundrel? Sengoku's voice boomed as he picked up the phone, clearly agitated by White Zetsu's antics. Sengoku realized that as long as it involved Lin Chen, there was never a moment of peace. Oh, it's Admiral Sengoku. What brings you to call me? Lin Chen deduced it was likely another mission upon hearing Sengoku's voice. Enough with the small talk. I have a task for you, Sengoku said sternly. I knew it. Lin Chen muttered. What did you say? Sengoku inquired. Nothing, Admiral. Please, share the mission. I need to return to my slumber, Lin Chen replied, attempting to evade the conversation. Do you remember Rear Admiral Virgo, the one you once sparred with? Sengoku's voice took on a serious tone. Oh, I remember him. The one who looks like a purple sweet potato after transformation. Yes, him. Recently, He stole an important document and defected from the Navy. That document is of utmost importance. It must be retrieved, Sengoku instructed Lin Chen gravely. What kind of document could warrant such an uproar? Lin Chen queried, curiosity piqued. Sai, as a Marine Admiral, you deserve to know a bit. Remember, it pertains to the abolition of the Warlord system. Sengoku sighed heavily. Kizaru is still investigating the Celestial Dragons, while Akiji has completed his mission. To be on the safe side, I've sent Akiji to assist you as well. That guy Kizaru. I sent him to investigate, not to stay there. Sengoku couldn't help but vent. White Setsu, it is imperative to retrieve this document. If it were to leak without warning, it would undoubtedly incite chaos. After shutting off the phone bug, Lin Chen's expression grew increasingly serious. The fact that Virgo had defected with crucial documents was troubling. Wasn't he supposed to have his true identity discovered 5 years later? Moreover, the abolition of the Warlord system was proposed by Fujitora after he had become an admiral 5 years later. Could it be that this was not a spur-of-the-moment decision by the world government, but rather a plan set in motion from this moment forth? Could this truly be the butterfly effect I have set into motion? How fascinating it has become. Let me witness the magnitude of the impact my butterfly will have on this world. Transforming with a capsule, Lin Chen swiftly donned his attire. As always clad in a sleek black suit. This time, however, he added a pair of deep brown sunglasses, finally grasping Muramasa and securing it at his waist. Virgo would undoubtedly seek out Don Quixote Doflamingo, for he was indeed the heart of the Don Quixote family. Nami, let us head to Dressrosa. Chapter 75, Arrival at Dressrosa. Doflamingo observed Virgo before him, who had swapped his naval uniform for a long trench coat. Virgo stood before Doflamingo, his demeanor respectful. Master, I have failed. I have let you down by not accomplishing the task, Virgo confessed to Doflamingo. Fufufu, Doflamingo's peculiar laughter echoed, sending a shiver down Virgo's spine. Virgo, you have always been composed. Why did you leave the Navy? Doflamingo inquired, his tone laced with suspicion. You were one of my key undercover agents within the Navy. You just left without a word? Was all those years of infiltration for naught? A displeased expression crossed Doflamingo's face. I was discovered. Virgo replied in a hushed voice. Fufufu. How could you have been discovered? Doflamingo chuckled skeptically, believing in Virgo's ability to remain discreet. Young master, I am unaware of my oversight, Virgo declared, yet. Baise has discerned my identity with alarming clarity. Fufufu, is Baise the newly appointed admiral of the Navy? Doflamingo's eyes, shadowed with a sinister glint, scanned the surrounding subordinates and officers, the reflection from his glasses casting an ominous chill that sent shivers down the spine. This revelation inevitably reminded Doflamingo of the traitors that had emerged within his own family. Akin to Corazon a decade prior, the act of killing one's own brother was indeed an unpleasant affair. Indeed, young master, it is Admiral Baise. Virgo respectfully acknowledged Doflamingo. How troublesome, Doflamingo mused, casually resting his right leg over his left, a hearty laugh escaping his lips. Young master, I pilfered a document during our retreat. Oh, let me see it, Doflamingo replied. Yes, young master. Virgo produced an envelope from within his garments and presented it to Doflamingo. As Doflamingo examined the document, his alarm grew. And soon his forehead was lined with dark veins of concern. The document, held in his hand, gradually transformed into a delicate thread of transparency. Rising to his feet, Doflamingo cast the thread skyward, allowing it to disperse with the breeze. Fufufu, this is becoming increasingly intriguing. If this document proves to be authentic, then we are indeed in dire straits, Doflamingo remarked, rubbing his sore forehead before turning to Virgo. I fear that Sengoku has dispatched an admiral to pursue you. Doflamingo shrugged his shoulders in resignation. What? Virgo exclaimed, fully aware of the might possessed by an admiral after years of service in the Navy. Fufufu. But what can an admiral do? No one from the Don Quixote family can be touched, except for those who betray me. Then let us make matters even more entertaining. Doflamingo gestured subtly, summoning a pair of crystalline short swords, which were drawn forth by the transparent threads. In 3 days, a gladiatorial tournament will commence. Let this Luiying serve as the champion's prize. Luiying is renowned as one of the 21 formidable blades. Within 2 days, Lin Chen and his companions arrived at Dressrosa, navigating past the myriad of mushroom-shaped rocks along the island's coast, and moored the Baise along the shore before disembarking. Only Lin Chen, Kane, One Smile, Bartolomeo, Chopper, Nami, and I made their way onto the island. Hawkeyes, disinterested in the commotion, opted to remain aboard the ship, while Smoker, preoccupied with slumber, claimed he was exhausted from previous exertions and stayed asleep. Meanwhile, Dasky had been persistently pestering Tontada to teach her culinary skills, perhaps indicating that she was ill-suited for cooking, as her attempts repeatedly ended in disaster. Wow, why are there so many puppet figures here? Chopper, perched on Kane's shoulders, marveled. Ha ha ha, this is Dressrosa, a famed tourist destination known as the land of love, passion, and toys due to its abundance of puppet toys, Nami explained with a smile, having only heard tales before. Witnessing it today is truly eye-opening, Lin Chen remarked, observing the puppets with an expression of perpetual indifference, questioning the validity of the moniker land of love and passion. Wait a moment. One Smile interjected, turning to find that he had inexplicably vanished. Oh, Senior Baise, where's Mr. One Smile? Bartolomeo pointed toward a nearby establishment, a multifaceted venue featuring a casino, bar, and restaurant. I knew it, Lin Chen said, his expression one of exasperation. Sir, would you care to partake in a game? The simplest is a color guess, a casino staff member, having noticed One Smile, discreetly inquired. I can lend you 10,000 chips. Wait, are you referring to me? One Smile replied, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Though my sight may fail me, I am well versed in gambling. My luck is particularly strong today, so I shall bet on black. One Smile declared with bravado, placing his entire wager of 10,000 berries upon the table. Chapter 76. Has One Smile been duped again? I truly cannot deal with that guy, Lin Chen lamented, observing One Smile engrossed in fervent gambling. Hey, Nami. Chopper leapt down from Kane's shoulders, tugging at Nami's skirt. I'm hungry, let's eat. Oh, food. Kane echoed Chopper's sentiment. Well, I'm just in time for a meal. Let us go together, Nami gently suggested, knowing well that Lin Chen was in charge of finances aboard the ship. What about Senior One Smile? Chopper blinked, gazing at the gambling figure. Haha, it's fine. Let that guy be. We should eat first, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Oh, sir, you've won again. The staff member observed One Smile's third consecutive victory, a forced smile gracing their face. Initially, they intended to swindle him for some money, yet this old man had proven remarkably lucky. Haha, it's merely my good fortune. One Smile responded with a casual grin. I have a feeling today is particularly favorable. I will win. I am determined to bet on black. One Smile asserted confidently. My goodness, 14 consecutive wins. The host gazed at the mountain of chips amassed before One Smile, a deep frown etched upon their brow. Such a loss would be a significant blow to the casino. Sir, please accept this as a token of my appreciation. A fellow gambler approached One Smile, offering a large handful of chips. And I thank you as well. I look forward to your next round, another added. I too am grateful. Your presence has brought me great fortune. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. I'm just lucky today, One Smile replied with a placid smile. The casino staff, witnessing this scene, swallowed hard, discreetly pressing a hidden button beneath the table to summon assistance. Moments later, a man wearing a half-mask entered the establishment. The staff leaned in to whisper something in his ear. Ha ha ha, leave it to me. The masked man chuckled, leading a group of thugs toward the gambling table. Clang, thank you for your patience, everyone. Or perhaps you haven't been waiting long. A puppet, skillfully maneuvered by transparent threads, began serving the dishes Lin Chen had ordered one by one. Clang, clang, clang. Here is your rose squid ink pasta, Dressrosa lobster fried rice, grilled octopus, premium steak, and fairy pumpkin soup. Wow, how marvelous. The puppets can speak and serve food. Kane exclaimed in excitement. Come on, you fool. This place is filled with those toy figures. What's so surprising about that? Lin Chen scolded, startled by Kane's loud outburst. Oh, right. Haha. Kane chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. What is fairy pumpkin? I inquired, sampling a spoonful of the pumpkin soup. Clang, in this country, people still believe in the legend of fairies, the serving puppet chimed in, only to be interrupted. Oh, perhaps not so much, the puppet continued, speaking to itself. Why? Clang, it means that fairies may appear, or they may not. Oh, so you just said something pointless? Bartolomeo emitted a faint murderous intent. My sincere apologies for interrupting your meal. The puppet's forehead glistened with sweat as it swiftly vanished from sight. Well, this tastes quite good. Rivaling Tontada's culinary skills, Lin Chen remarked contentedly, wiping his mouth as he glanced at One Smile. That fellow may be in a bit of trouble. Ha ha ha, old man. This time the color is white, and you've lost again. The masked man gazed as the ball landed squarely on the black 20, yet shamelessly declared that it had fallen into the white zone. Ah, it seems my fortune has taken a turn, he remarked with a wry smile. This time, I shall place my bet on black. Ha ha ha, then I must choose white, the masked man replied with a resigned chuckle. Regardless of who wins, the spoils are mine, he thought to himself. The masked man watched helplessly as the ball settled firmly in the black zone. Oh, what a pity, it is white 5. You have lost again, the masked man sneered. A young man who had bet alongside the masked man could not bear the injustice and felt compelled to speak out, only to find a knife firmly pressed against his throat. "I advise you not to meddle," a cold voice whispered in his ear. The young man, disheartened, retreated without uttering another word. In this country, crossing them meant forfeiting one's life. "Ha ha, Senior Ishiao, you are still too gentle and kind," came Lin Chen's indifferent voice from behind. Ishiao turned with a puzzled expression. "Senior Ishiao, you have been deceived again. You have won the last few rounds," Lin Chen informed him. "Brat, what do you mean?" Before the masked man could finish, a massive shoe sole appeared before his face, and in the next moment, his mask shattered as he was sent flying. Blood streamed from his orifices as he lost consciousness, a shoe print permanently etched upon his visage. Had Lin Chen not held back, that kick would have been lethal. "Hey, you seek death." The cold-eyed man, brandishing a sword, glared at Lin Chen as he unsheathed his weapon. Clang! The sword collided heavily against Lin Chen's ring finger. "Ah, not a bad blade," Lin Chen remarked, glancing at the sword. "That's a good knife." Indeed, the man boasted with pride. Lin Chen applied slight pressure with his fingers, and the sword crumbled into shards. "What was that about a good knife?" Lin Chen teased. The man fell to his knees, clutching the remaining hilt, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Oh, my precious blade. Now reduced to mere fragments. Malice will be repaid, unless you possess overwhelming strength," Lin Chen stated coolly. "I am called Baise. I welcome you to seek revenge," he added with a cold smirk. "Cain, Bartolomeo," Lin Chen glanced at the two, who immediately understood the cue and nodded towards him. "Understood. Boss, Senior Baise. Let us depart. Gambling may not be your forte, Ishiao." "Ha ha ha. I despise encountering the sordid elements of this world, yet it is undeniable that there exists goodness and virtue," Ishiao replied, touching his blinded eyes. "Ha ha ha. Ishiao, you truly should witness the monumental changes that lie ahead in this world. It is a pity you cannot behold it with your own eyes." Lin Chen laughed heartily as he strode forward. "Ha ha ha, may it be so." Ishiao chuckled as he followed Lin Chen. "If only my eyes were intact, I would yearn to see your visage. What manner of eyes, what kind of mouth, what shape?" he mused, laughing joyfully. Cain and Bartolomeo, watching Lin Chen depart, leaped onto the gambling table. "Hey, hand over the money," Bartolomeo exclaimed, brandishing a fruit knife, slowly dragging its blade across the face of a staff member. "Wow, Bartolomeo, you look rather dashing." Bartolomeo's brazen demeanor, coupled with a menacing expression, bore a striking resemblance to a mafia boss, and Cain figured that such a Bartolomeo was indeed quite impressive. "Ha ha ha. I am, after all, the boss of the underworld." Bartolomeo grinned at Cain, yet the shadowy glint in his eyes left the casino staff trembling, on the verge of tears. "Please, sir, I truly have no money," the casino staff pleaded, despair evident in his voice as he subtly gestured to his companions behind him. "What? Ha ha ha, no money?" Bartolomeo laughed, his eyes glinting with menace. "Then I shall take an arm." The fruit knife twirled elegantly in Bartolomeo's hand before plunging into the staff member's right hand. "You thought I didn't see your little trick? Show me what you've got." Bartolomeo sneered. That old man was clearly no good. The casino staff clutched his injured hand tightly, his eyes filled with resentment towards Bartolomeo. "Just wait, the knife boss will arrive soon." Crash! The door to the casino burst open with a resounding bang. "Who dares to cause such a ruckus in my domain?" A rugged man in tight leather, cigarette in mouth, strolled in. A scar bisected his face, and when he smiled, it resembled a centipede writhing across his features, instilling fear. "Knife boss, you finally arrived. Save me." The casino staff cried out like a wronged wife, appealing to the knife boss. The knife boss was the ruler of this casino. The masked man was merely one of his subordinates, said to be a mere pawn of the knife boss. Did those two do this? The knife boss scrutinized the injured staff member, displeasure etched across his face, his scar twisting in tandem. "Boys, deal with him." The knife boss drew a watermelon knife from his trousers, leading his gang in a furious charge towards Bartolomeo. "You think I'm called knife boss for nothing? I wield a knife like no other." Bartolomeo retorted with a smirk, fingers interlaced as he coldly laughed. Barrier, barrier. A translucent shield abruptly materialized, blocking the assailants. What in the world is this? The knife boss crashed into the barrier, sending himself and his followers sprawling. "Knife boss, are you alright? Be cautious, he may wield sorcery." "Shut up," the knife boss bellowed, irritated by his minions' chatter. "So what if he is a devil fruit user?" "Ha ha. You think you are the only one with a devil fruit power?" The knife boss scoffed at the barrier. "I have never liked my abilities, but you have provoked me." With a sinister grin, his eyes turned crimson. Yellow fur sprouted from his body, his hair transformed to a golden hue, and his physique grew massive. A colossal king symbol appearing atop his head. With a crisp sound, His leather jacket, unable to withstand the transformation, tore into tatters. The knife boss has transformed. How dashing! Bartolomeo exclaimed, lamenting the loss of his favorite leather pants. I detest this transformation. My leather pants are ruined. The knife boss tore off the remnants of his jacket and flung them aside, grumbling. I am in the tiger form of the cat fruit. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Cain and Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo, rolling his eyes at the foolishness of the knife boss, noted his lack of undergarments during the transformation. Hey, Cain, you are also a Zoan type. I leave it to you, Bartolomeo said, somewhat exasperated. Exactly what I was hoping for. I have yet to fight a Zoan type user. Cain declared. Golden Crow instant kill. Flames of golden fire ignited around him, transforming into a radiant golden streak as he swiftly pierced through the knife boss's torso, leaving a fiery mark upon his waist. As the radiant figure of Cain transformed into a humanoid form, he gracefully took 3 steps forward, the sound of his shoes striking the ground resonating with a crisp clarity. With his left hand clenched into a fist, the burn marks adorning the body of his adversary, Brother Knife, ignited into golden flames. Within the searing blaze, Brother Knife emitted feeble groans, desperately struggling. Moments later, as the flames subsided, the charred remains of Brother Knife collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Why are we so utterly powerless? Brother Knife gasped amidst his struggles. The vitality bestowed by the Zoan-type devil fruit prevented his demise. I had no idea you were so fragile, Cain shrugged, expressing his exasperation. With a sudden cough, Brother Knife spat blood and fainted. You seem quite formidable. So I decided to employ my newly developed technique. I never anticipated you would be so easily overwhelmed, Cain remarked, casting a casual sidelong glance at Brother Knife's trembling subordinate cowering in the corner. Please, spare us. The cries of the subordinates reached Cain's ears as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Do I strike you as a bloodthirsty individual? Are we rich now? Bartolomeo inquired of the casino staff. He glanced at Brother Knife, who lay motionless on the ground, swallowed hard, and stammered. Why yes, we have it. Bring the money. Immediately, a subordinate produced a box and presented it to Cain, who opened it to reveal its contents, nodding in satisfaction. It is time to depart, Bartle. Remember, this was merely a win for Uncle Ishiao, Cain stated as he accepted a box filled with berries and strode away alongside Bartolomeo. The casino patrons watched in impotent fury as Cain and Bartolomeo exited, their strongest fighter lying defeated. Hey, Lin Chen, a fighter competition will be held here tomorrow, Nami announced as she approached a promotional banner. Just as Lin Chen and Ishiao were stepping out, the rest of the group followed suit, emerging behind Lin Chen. A fighting competition? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, recalling that Doflamingo had hosted such an event 2 years hence, with the prize being the Mera Mera Nomi. Could it be that this is specifically organized for me? At this peculiar juncture, Lin Chen had no doubts about the intelligence network of Doflamingo, the overlord of the Dark World. So what is the prize? Lin Chen asked Nami. If it is intended to attract my attention, the reward must be substantial. 100 million berries. Nami replied, a glimmer of excitement sparkling in her eyes. I'm not interested. This cannot possibly be for me, she added. And the Great Blade. The 21st generation of Luiying, Nami continued with a chuckle. All right, now that sounds appealing, Lin Chen exclaimed. Nami, anticipating his reaction, burst into laughter, her joy infectious. Let us go. It's time to sign up. Hearing Nami's laughter, Lin Chen playfully wrapped an arm around her shoulders, lifting her effortlessly as they made their way to the registration desk. Behind them, Ain observed Lin Chen and Nami with a complex mix of emotions, but after a moment, she took a deep breath, encouraging herself. You can do it, Ain. The dual sword style is quite fitting for you. Chapter 78, The Fighting Tournament. Hey, what are you doing? Nami exclaimed as she felt herself lifted off the ground. Her face flushed as she looked at Lin Chen. What do you think? Lin Chen replied with a mischievous grin, leaning close to her ear and exhaling gently, causing her to blush even deeper as she buried her face into his chest. You're such a nuisance. Nami's voice was muffled. Ha ha ha. You are simply adorable, Lin Chen said, his gaze filled with fondness for Nami. I want to register, Lin Chen declared, swaggering over to the registration desk and addressing a young man, clad in a black robe that revealed only his eyes. The young man approached the registration desk with a sense of gloom, as Nami and the others had long since returned to the White Xeno. As for the tasks assigned by Sengoku, he could only do his best, given Nami's advice to conceal his identity. Lin Chen donned a large black cloak that hid his form, leaving only his eyes visible. What is your name? The young man inquired. Such peculiar attire was commonplace in events like this, and he had grown accustomed to unusual participants. Cain. My name is Kane. Lin Chen replied after a moment's thought, ungraciously borrowing Kane's name. After all, a Marine Admiral participating in such a competition would be somewhat of an unfair advantage. But who could resist that exquisite louising? Oh, you may enter. The competition begins tomorrow. Until then, you are not permitted to leave the duel arena. The young man stated nonchalantly, though he too found this new rule perplexing. However, it was a command from Lord Diamante, and he had no choice but to comply. Do we really have to go in? Lin Chen grumbled. Yes, you must. No exceptions. The young man replied with a sidelong glance at Lin Chen. Lin Chen unleashed a faint aura of Conqueror's Haki, enveloping the young man, who immediately broke into a cold sweat. And now? Lin Chen inquired with a serene smile. Yet his narrowed eyes seemed to the young man like the gaze of death itself. Why, you may leave. Just arrive tomorrow morning. Now that is more like it. Lin Chen retracted his Haki, and in an instant, his form vanished from sight. Phew, that was terrifying. The young man muttered, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, still trembling at the memory of Lin Chen's fearsome gaze. Lin Chen, you're back. Nami exclaimed in surprise as Lin Chen materialized in a swirl of space on the white Xeno. Sigh, I hope Aokiji arrives soon. Otherwise, this mission will be a nightmare. Lin Chen mused, dismissing the topic as he removed his black cloak and tossed it aside, exclaiming, Ugh, it's suffocating. Achoo. Aokiji, leisurely riding his bicycle over the sea towards Dressrosa, suddenly sneezed. Am I catching a cold? Well, ice blocks don't get sick, he remarked, pulling down his eye mask and reclining on the icy surface, soon producing a rhythmic snore. A massive penguin waddled behind him, observing Aokiji lying down. And with a resigned squawk, it too settled beside him. It was no wonder that Aokiji often completed missions at a leisurely pace. At this rate, by the time he reached Dressrosa, the opportunity would have passed. Ha ha ha, come look at the spoils Kane and Bartolomeo have brought back, Nami said with a serene smile, producing a box from behind her. These gold pieces may be worth 100 million berries, she exclaimed, her delight evident. Ha ha ha, those two did well this time, Lin Chen remarked, though he was indifferent to wealth. Seeing Nami in her little treasure-hunting excitement was indeed a joy. Lin Chen lay on the ground, gazing up at Nami as she weighed the gold, a strange feeling nagging at him, as though something was about to transpire. Was it merely his imagination? Chapter 79, The Mysterious Gentleman. Ladies and gentlemen, a voice boomed. The thrilling fighters tournament is about to commence. I, Mr. Diamante, shall be your host for this event. The arena was packed to capacity, predominantly filled with toy persons, as a tall gentleman emerged confidently from the stage below, wearing a fringed hat and adorned with tribal attire. He was none other than Diamante, one of the top executives of the Don Quixote family, renowned for his flamboyant red cloak. Ha ha. The champion's prize this time is the Great Blade, the 21st generation of louising, Diamante proclaimed, effortlessly elevating the atmosphere within the arena to a fever pitch with only a few words. What? The Great Blade of the 21st generation, came the astonished murmurs. The Don Quixote family is truly going all out. Someone gasped. Uffed, what is so impressive about that? Back in the day, there were ancient Zoan-type devil fruits. Now that was something truly remarkable. I had the fortunate opportunity to participate back in the day. Yet, there were those who scoffed, their gazes filled with yearning for that ancient seed they had let slip through their fingers. What is this? They might sneer. One year, that exceptional girl from the fur tribe was truly remarkable, simply exquisite. A rotund fellow leered, proclaiming that the rewards of the fighters' tournament had never failed to disappoint. Amused, Diamante found himself involuntarily smiling at the audience's praises of the Don Quixote family. Now, let us invite the contestants to take the stage. The competition is divided into 4 groups, East, West, South, and North, each engaging in a chaotic brawl. Only one victor shall emerge. Finally, for we'll compete in the finals to seize the Firefly. Diamante's exuberant voice resonated throughout the arena. Come, let us welcome the members of the East group. Let us welcome the pirate mercenary, Hyorinmaru. A man adorned with a helmet and bracers entered the stage, surveying the crowd with a confident smile. Next, the captain of the Black Bear Pirates, Black Bear Bison, made his entrance amidst the cheers of his numerous subordinates, determined to claim victory in this competition. After winning this blade, he intended to exchange it for a decent pirate ship, having previously lost his to that man. Following him was the bounty hunter, Long, a corpulent figure who lumbered onto the stage wielding a massive blade, flashing an affable grin. Yet, everyone knew that beneath his unassuming exterior lay a cunning intellect. Those who underestimated him would surely regret it. Next, we have the enigmatic Kane. Upon hearing this introduction, a flicker of seriousness crossed Diamante's face, identity unknown. Kane. He called again when Kane failed to appear. Just as Diamandi was about to announce the members of the West Group, a vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and a figure clad in black robes tumbled down, only to reveal a pair of golden wings that stabilized his descent before he landed gracefully. "You are Kane?" "Indeed. I am Kane." "Very well, please join the ranks of Group A." Diamandi was momentarily taken aback by Kane's unconventional entrance. "Hey kid, quite the spectacle, huh?" The corpulent figure remarked disdainfully to Kane. Laughter erupted among the remaining members of Group A, eager to witness the unfolding drama. "Hey, you fat pig. I'll turn you into a roasted pig," Kane retorted without a hint of fear. Aang's face contorted in rage, as if he had just tasted something foul. He despised being called a dead pig, especially by such a brash youth. However, on Doflamingo's turf, he dared not cause a scene. Next, the members of the West Group were announced. Then came the South Group. Finally, the North Group. "Seriously, my boss has assigned me such a thankless task," Kane grumbled. This was indeed Kane, performing in his true essence, not a mere impersonation by Lin Chen. Earlier that morning, Lin Chen had suddenly sensed a prying gaze upon them. He had instructed Kane to pursue the shadow he detected. "Kane, that fellow dared to spy on us. I shall pursue him. You will participate in the fighting tournament." No, boss, I don't want to." Lin Chen fixed Kane with a steely gaze. "No, I want to," Kane replied, conceding without a shred of dignity. "Very well. You must secure the championship. Do not disappoint me." Lin Chen expressed his heartfelt encouragement before unhesitatingly draping the black robe over Kane. However, to Kane, that admonition felt more like a threat. As Kane donned the black robe, Lin Chen utilized his divine power to transport him directly to the arena, though it was a bit high. Shave. Lin Chen employed both shave and moonwalk to navigate through the forest. The shadow in the distance drew nearer. "Damn, that fellow runs quite fast," Lin Chen quipped, musing that if he were to utilize his divine power, it would tarnish his reputation as an admiral. Earlier that morning, Lin Chen had felt a prying gaze. Upon spotting the figure, he had not anticipated their perceptive abilities. The moment Lin Chen glanced in their direction, the individual made the most rational choice: flee. Lin Chen, having taken extra time to issue a few more instructions to Kane, found himself lagging in the pursuit. "I refuse to believe it. I cannot let him escape. Damn, this guy really can run," Lin Chen muttered as he chased the shadow, who seemed to be gaining distance. As he turned back, he saw Lin Chen closing in on him. The shadow's hand curled slightly, and a faint blue transparent dome enveloped him. With a flicker, he darted away again. What a chance! The shadow noticed a massive broken bridge ahead, the waters below teeming with ferocious piranhas. Even in midair, those ravenous fish would leap from the water to attack any creature. Truly the perfect opportunity to shake off Lin Chen. Room. A larger spatial area enveloped the shadow, who instantly vanished, reappearing on the opposite side of the bridge, leaving only a small stone in his previous location. The shadow hastened his pace, pushing himself further away. How foolish. Those fish could never hope to ensnare Lin Chen. They merely served to buy a little time. He was acutely aware of the identity of the man behind him, and it was precisely this knowledge that had driven him to spy, though he had not anticipated the man's keen senses. Chapter 80, Room. The shadow continued to employ his abilities for spatial shifts, but soon fatigue began to set in. While his powers were impressive, each activation drained a significant amount of stamina. Had he not been using his Fruit S abilities, he would have likely been captured by Baise already. Damn, that little brat is quite fast. Lin Chen again stifled the urge to employ his divine power, resolved to prove a point today. "I refuse to believe I cannot catch him without using divine power." Shave. As Lin Chen spotted the broken bridge, he lightly tapped his toes in midair, elevating his height once more. Suddenly, the shadows in the river below stirred. As if sensing prey, their eyes gleaming red with fervor. In the next instant, they leaped from the water, aiming to bite Lin Chen. These were bizarre fish, their deep purple skin reflecting their vicious nature, with horns that indicated formidable combat prowess. Seeking death? Lin Chen scoffed, pointing his finger into the void. Gunpoint. Lin Chen fired beams of light into the gaping jaws of the monstrous fish, causing them to explode violently within seconds. The creatures plummeted into the water, some even losing half their heads in the blast. Lin Chen disdainfully glanced at the remnants of the giant fish floating in the river before continuing his pursuit of the shadow. Through observation of the shadow's movements, Lin Chen had begun to deduce his identity. It was no surprise for him to appear in Dressrosa at this time. Right, Trafalgar Law? The 6th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia has been opened. A faint green mist emanated from Lin Chen, drastically enhancing his speed. If it truly was Law, Given his Nomi abilities, he would need to unleash something substantial to catch up with him. Law activated his spatial transfer ability, teleporting a significant distance forward. Suddenly, a green figure leaped down from the sky, crashing heavily in front of Law. "Heh, kid, running pretty fast, huh?" Lin Chen chuckled as he turned his gaze toward the shadowy figure. Gate release. The faint green mist surrounding Lin Chen gradually dissipated, his eyes darkening as he scrutinized the figure clad in black robes before him. Law ignored Lin Chen, preparing to activate his fruit ability for another instant transfer. Slaughterhouse. 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 What has happened? Why is my slaughterhouse unusable? Could it be that my stamina has been completely depleted? Luo pondered in his heart. Using spatial power in my presence is quite naive of you. Lin Chen suddenly pressed down on the shoulder of the man in the black robe, his blood-red eyes revealing themselves as bizarre patterns slowly spiraled within them. Divine might. Just as Luo was momentarily distracted, Lin Chen's eyes emitted a formidable gravitational force, distorting the very fabric of space and drawing Luo into the realm of divine might. What is this place? In the blink of an eye, the scenery before Luo transformed entirely. The surroundings morphed into a hazy expanse, with only a few orderly cubes suspended in the void. Luo immediately unsheathed his weapon, the ghost cry, ready for combat, his left hand poised to unleash the abilities of the Nomi at any moment. If I truly wished to kill you, you would have been dead long ago. A cold blade appeared without warning against Luo's neck, none other than Muramasa. When did this happen? Luo felt a chill sweep over him, drenched in cold sweat, realizing the knife was at his throat without any warning, and he hadn't sensed it at all. Such power is terrifying. Trafalgar Luo. Lin Chen sheathed Muramasa and spoke lightly to Luo. At that moment, Luo noticed that his black robe had inexplicably vanished, revealing his usual attire, slightly disheveled black hair, distinctive black bags under his eyes, 2 small golden earrings adorning his ears, a stubbled jaw, and a casual long-sleeve shirt with a hood. His trousers were light blue, adorned with a spotted pattern, and his hands bore unique tattoos. Years ago, having severed ties with Don Quixote da Flamingo, the Don Quixote family established the Heart Pirates. Lin Chen continued nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Luo's pupils constricted, and a tumultuous wave surged within him. How does he know such things? The information about his lineage was scarcely known, shared only among a few high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family and some old-timers, who would never be so trivial as to divulge such matters. He is truly a mysterious and formidable individual. Luo, may I address you as such? Now, can we engage in conversation? Lin Chen said calmly to Luo. "Sigh to converse with Admiral Baise. I am exceedingly honored." Luo chuckled ruefully, dispersing the transparent sphere in his hand, rubbing his eyes before settling onto the ground. Luo was astute. He recognized that if he were to recklessly challenge Baise, he might never escape this place. Thus, it was wiser to acquiesce to Baise, for at present, he was the fish on the chopping block, while Baise wielded the knife. Haha. Lin Chen laughed lightly and sat on the ground, finding the boy's character quite likable. "Speak. What prompted your intrusion upon us?" "The fighter's arena. Come. The event we have long awaited is about to commence," Diamante shouted, his sword suddenly becoming malleable, fluttering in the air like a banner. "Ha, boy. Let me show you the might of my fist." Anger, upon hearing the signal to begin, twisted his rotund body, grinning grotesquely as he approached Kane. TCH, finger gun, golden fire pillar. Kane pointed at Anger's belly, and a golden fire pillar erupted from his fingertip, instantly burning a gaping hole through Anger's midsection. Boom. Anger's massive form crashed to the ground with a dull thud. TSK. This lad is quite formidable. Indeed. I didn't expect him to take down the deadweight so swiftly. However, he is not so easily dealt with. Indeed, he is a champion from that generation. The robust black bear remarked with a wary gleam in his eyes. TCH. What a waste, still looking for trouble, Kane remarked at the fallen Anger. Ha. Anger suddenly erupted into a series of bizarre laughs. A dense layer of black fur sprouted from his body, tearing through his clothes, and his injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Ha. Boy, seeing me like this means you're going to die? Anger chuckled maniacally, his fists bristling with black spikes, lunging toward Kane. What incredible speed. Chapter 81, The Arena of Fighters. Bang. Anger's fist smashed toward Kane's face, the spiky hairs on his arm glimmering with a dark sheen. This is bad. Iron body. Kane's body suddenly became as hard as steel, bracing himself against Anger's punch. Thank goodness I've been secretly learning iron body from my older brother. Otherwise, I would have been humiliated. Kane glanced up at Smoker, who was lounging in the audience, smoking a cigar. Smoker gave Kane a dismissive middle finger, a smirk of disdain on his face, as if to say, "This guy has you in such a mess." Gun. Kane also raised his middle finger at Smoker, eloquently retorting, "Ha ha ha, boy. You dare to be distracted while fighting me?" Anger cackled, his mouth revealing two gleaming fangs, bending low like a wild boar, charging toward Kane with lightning speed. Soru. Kane barely managed to use Soru to evade the charge. Damn, he really does resemble a wild boar. You're looking for death. Anger bellowed, the bristles on his body growing even harder, resembling swords embedded in a pig. TSK, TSK, TSK. Anger is serious now, Bison teased. Indeed, once he draws his weapon, that boy is likely to lose, Hyorinmaru added. The Eastern Group's match was rather unique. Only Kane and Anger were engaged in combat, while the others perched at the edge of the arena, thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle of their duel. Indeed, it was disgraceful how he resorted to underhanded tactics to win that fruit, Bison remarked, his tone tinged with indignation. Haha, come now if it were you. Wouldn't you have resorted to a sneak attack? Hyorinmaru laughed. Haha, ultimately, we lack the fortune. After all, luck is also a part of strength, Bison chuckled, his muscles quaking with each hearty laugh. Who? Kane took a deep breath, golden flames erupting from his palm, launching toward Anger. Golden tide. The golden flames surged forth like waves, crashing toward Anger, dissolving his steel needles with each ebb and flow. Ha ha ha. Boy, you are also a fruit user. Capable of dissolving my steel needles. You are quite formidable. Anger leaped back, reverting to human form as he spoke to Kane. However, I am a Zoan-type devil fruit user. The ancient steel needle porcupine form. It took me considerable effort to acquire that fruit. Anger declared proudly. Therefore, please die now. Anger retrieved the large blade that had fallen to the ground, transforming once more into his most powerful hybrid form, a human porcupine wielding a massive sword. Retaining the toughness of his beast form and the distinctive steel needles, while possessing the agility of his human form, yet Kane observed that his corpulent physique bore little agility. Demon Blade. Anger swung his sword toward Kane. Haha, beastification, Golden Crow. Kane watched as Anger charged toward him like a mountain, a cold smirk crossing his face as golden flames enveloped him. A bird, wreathed in golden flames, soared into existence, its 3 legs standing firm. A great sun's shadow behind it, all surrounded by shimmering golden flames. Haha, my apologies. I am a mythical Zoan-type user of the Golden Crow form. Kane replied with a smile. What? By what right? Upon hearing Kane's declaration, Anger's eyes turned crimson, his expression gradually contorting with rage. Jealousy twisted his features. Perhaps luck is indeed a component of strength, Kane remarked nonchalantly. Golden Crow flame. The Golden Crow unleashed a torrent of searing golden flames from its mouth, the flames seeming to possess a consciousness as they homed in on Anger, engulfing him in a fiery blaze. The steel quills of the porcupine melted away under such intense heat. In its beastly form, the Golden Crow's flames were immensely powerful. Within moments, Anger lay incapacitated on the ground. I am fortunate to have encountered my master, Kane murmured softly, having vowed time and again in his heart that in this life, he would follow Lin Chen without question. Ha ha ha, who would have thought Anger would truly be defeated by that brat? It is time for us to make our move. Haldin cracked his knuckles and rose, casting a wary glance at Kane before him. Ha ha, that kid is quite amusing. The black bear also stood, flexing his robust muscles, and addressed Haldin. Now we are enemies, it seems. Indeed, Black Bear, just don't turn against me, Haldin replied, dashing forward to confront that individual. Though he did not exert his full strength, mindful that Black Bear was no pushover. Sigh, what a troublesome task this is, Kane sighed deeply, reverting from his Golden Crow form to his human shape as he gracefully descended to the ground. After all, he needed to conserve his strength for dealing with that muscular fellow. Kane regarded Black Bear with a knowing glance. In his eyes, Black Bear posed a greater threat than John. Chapter 82. A fight to the death if Lin Chen were present. He might recognize that Black Bear and John were part of the crew Lin Chen had once clashed with over a pirate ship. Damn it, this is quite bothersome, Kane muttered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he eyed the specter-like Haldin, cursing inwardly. This fellow is surprisingly swift. To think he possessed the physique of a giant, yet moved with such speed, truly an anomaly. However, Haldin was incapable of inflicting substantial harm on Kane. Being a member of the giant race, he had gained speed but at the cost of strength. Yet, his incessant buzzing was irksome, like a persistent fly. Must I resort to that technique? Kane pondered, realizing that without it, he could not face the muscular adversary with peace of mind. Yet, using it would drain nearly all his stamina. Why must I endure this relentless battle? Kane internally complained, gritting his teeth and deciding to fight to the last. He could not disappoint the expectations of his master. With a swift motion, Kane activated his technique, striving to get closer to Black Bear while maintaining optimal distance from Haldin. Heh, you're seeking your demise. Haldin suddenly appeared behind Kane, delivering a swift strike aimed at him. Ha! Kane scoffed, recognizing it as a trap he had deliberately set. Golden Crow radiance, a dazzling light emanated from Kane, illuminating everything in its vicinity with blazing flames. Oh no! Haldin exclaimed upon seeing the radiant assault, attempting to flee. But it was too late. Kane's attack encompassed a 360-degree arc with no blind spots. In an instant, the brilliance faded, and the flames surrounding Haldin gradually diminished. He lay on the ground, akin to a lifeless dog, his fate uncertain. Ha ha ha, not bad at all, kid. You've come this far. Black Bear Jean bore several burn marks from the flames, just when Kane executed his Golden Crow radiance. Jean had narrowly evaded the brunt of the attack, but still sustained burns. Nevertheless, he cared little for Kane's minor tactics, as engaging him in such a relentless manner was inherently unfair. In the pirate world, fairness was a mere illusion. Only the strong survived. Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment. Kane replied with a smile, though his eyes were filled with acute vigilance. This opponent was not to be underestimated. Muscle fist without further ado. Jean's muscles rippled as they expanded several-fold, erupting in a display of sheer speed as he hurled a punch toward Kane. With a resounding impact, Kane was propelled several meters away. TSK, kid, do not underestimate your opponent, Jean cautioned, rubbing his fist, which bore a burn mark from Kane's Golden Crow flame. I may not claim to be a good person, but I pride myself on my integrity. I am a muscle man who has consumed the muscle fruit, granting me the ability to manipulate my muscles and sinews, so tread carefully. Jean warned Kane. Ha ha ha. Kane laughed heartily, a frenzied gleam in his eyes. Come, show me what a muscle man is capable of. Muscle horizontal strike. Jean executed a powerful horizontal strike aimed at Kane's chest. Kane coughed out blood, yet wore a smile. Ha ha, you have already lost. Seizing Jean's arm, he pressed his body tightly against him. You've lost, Kane declared as he ignited with flames, embracing Jean despite the latter's futile attempts to strike him. The Golden Crow's flames engulfed Jean, who could not inflict significant damage in this state. Sinew entwined. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Jean intertwined his sinews around himself for protection, yet these were the Golden Crow flames. They consumed all, impervious to water. Diamandi observed the two fallen combatants, momentarily uncertain of whom to declare victorious. Cough cough, I have won, Kane declared, shakily rising to his feet and addressing Diamandi. Black Bear Jean lay burnt and barely clinging to life, yet due to his last-ditch effort to save himself, he had not succumbed to death, demonstrating his resilience against such ferocious flames. Very well, the ultimate victor of the East Group is Kane, Diamandi proclaimed, raising Kane's right hand to announce his victory to the audience. Though Kane felt slightly dizzy, it was merely a sign of exhaustion. With his recovery abilities, he would soon regain his strength. Now we await the victors from the other three groups for the finals, Diamandi informed Kane. Indeed, quite impressive, Smoker remarked, offering rare praise to Kane as he sat beside him. Haha, Kane chuckled, remaining silent as he gazed at the azure sky. I still feel I am too weak. Yet for now, all I desire is rest. Chapter 83. The finals. After the East Group crowned its champion, the remaining three groups also determined their victors. Come, let us congratulate the winner of the West Group, King Elizabello II. Diamandi announced from the stage, noting that the East Group had concluded first, granting Kane ample time to recover. Haha, my King's fist is unstoppable, boasted a man adorned with a crown, his bare torso rippling with might. It was indeed Elizabello II, the king of the Prodinus Kingdom, who relished participating in such contests. Legend has it that no one could withstand his King's fist. The victor of the South Group is Big Gamma, proclaimed Diamandi. Ha ha ha, a bald man with a peculiar mustache cackled, his corpulent body quaking with laughter. He was the military strategist of the Prodinus Kingdom, who had surprisingly emerged as the South Group champion, having competed alongside the king yet drawn into different groups. Big Gamma and Elizabello II exchanged knowing smiles, as if the championship was already within their grasp. After all, their triumphs in separate groups indicated their formidable prowess, and the likelihood of their combined victory was significant. The champion of the North Group is the Fishman Dringe, Diamandi announced, his tone lacking the usual exuberance as he declared the victor's name. Derringer bears horns akin to those of the Drayrosian fighting fish atop his head, with fins adorning his back, and a duckbill cap perched jauntily on his brow, emblazoned at its center with the emblem of the Drayrosian sea beast, the fighting fish. An earring dangles from his left ear. He sports a long-sleeved shirt patterned with giraffe spots on his upper body. While his lower half is clad in hot pants and white stockings, his feet elevated by 10-centimeter deep crimson heels. Fresh from battle, remnants of blood from other competitors still cling to his hands. The gaunt Derringer's eyes glimmer with a bloodthirsty light. He revels in the slow torment of his foes, deriving a twisted pleasure from their suffering. Dagama and Elizabello too gaze upon this sanguinary youth with astonishment, clearly having recognized him. "Hey, what's the matter? Who decreed that officers cannot compete?" Derringer remarks with a sinister grin, licking the blood from his fingers in a disturbingly obsessive manner. He is resolute in claiming the championship, having long coveted Lu Ying, whom Doflamingo has now offered as the prize. Doflamingo foresaw that the White Fox would never personally enter the fray, and the younger generation on their side lacked formidable fighters. Thus, sending Derringer, a prodigious fishman, was intended to ensure Lin Chen's downfall. However, Doflamingo could never have anticipated that Lin Chen would indeed enter the competition, disregarding the might of the admirals. Had it not been for the unexpected arrival of Law, the championship would likely have already belonged to Lin Chen. Following the competition, the four victors emerged, ready to engage in a grand melee, with the last standing on the stage crowned as champion and awarded Lu Ying. "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the four contenders." Diamandi beckoned with a slight wave of his hand, unveiling the paths leading to the arena. From the east, Kane; from the west, Elizabello II; from the south, Dagama; and from the north, Derringer. "Come at me all at once," Derringer proclaimed arrogantly, eyeing the three individuals on the stage. "Your Majesty, that fishman is an officer of the Knight Yasha," Dagama hesitantly whispered to Elizabello II. "What are you saying? This championship is ours for the taking. What can two mere children do?" Elizabello II retorted, dismissing the counsel of his wary strategist with a forceful shove, his voice resonating with authority. Sighing resignedly, Dagama acquiesced. "But he is the king. If you fight, I shall fight." He swiftly assumed a combat stance. Kane glanced at the other three, his arms transforming into golden phoenix wings, soaring into the sky to observe the unfolding drama from above. Derringer cast a scornful glance at Kane. "You waste of space. Once I dispatch these two fools, I'll drag you down from the sky." His eyes ignited with a crimson glow, fangs bared. He charged at Elizabello II, delivering a kick aimed directly at him, only to be intercepted by Dagama. "Do not underestimate me, for I bear the blood of fishmen," Derringer growled with fury. With a swift motion, he drew his right leg back, kicking at Dagama's head with the speed of a gunshot. "Hang in there, Dagama, as I charge my King-S fist." Elizabello II called out to Dagama. "Understood, Your Majesty," Dagama replied, as he braced himself for the blows. They had triumphed in countless battles with this strategy before. Dagama absorbed the punishment while Elizabello II prepared his formidable technique, both confident that no one could withstand the King-S fist. Chapter 84, The Final Duel 2. With such sluggish speed, do you think you can strike me?" Derringer mocked, eyeing Elizabello II as he charged up his King-S fist. With the emergence of the fighting fish fins from his back, Derringer's speed surged dramatically, executing a kick towards Dagama. Despite Dagama's robust physique, the blow elicited a painful groan, leaving a trail of blood upon him. "I am a half-fighting fish. You cannot fathom my speed," Derringer boasted, proudly displaying the fins protruding from his back. "The strength of fishmen far surpasses that of humans. Do not be so arrogant. Despicable fishmen are only fit to be slaves in our nation," Elizabello II retorted, glowering at the taunting Derringer. "What you humans are truly despicable," Derringer declared, as he unleashed a kick toward the clenched fist of Elizabello II. "Haha, you fell for it. Kid." Elizabello II beamed as Derringer charged in, delivering a punch aimed at him, proclaiming, "You are still too inexperienced." "Humph," Derringer scoffed, "what a fool. You revealed your King-S fist with such ease." With a sudden burst of speed, Derringer's fins expanded, and he glided through the air as if swimming, reappearing in a different location. Boom. Elizabello II's King-S fist struck nothing but air, momentarily creating a vacuum, resonating with a thunderous sound. Elizabello II's expression darkened as he beheld the laughing Derringer in the distance, realizing he was a cunning little brat. How could someone who has risen to the ranks of the Don Quixote family be a simpleton? Diamandi mused, a slight smile gracing his lips as he observed the scene. "Dagama, hold on, I will charge my King-S fist once more," Elizabello II urged, unwilling to concede. "Yes, Your Majesty." He still struggling? Derringer suddenly appeared behind Elizabello II, kicking at him. "Get lost." Dagama intervened just in time, barely absorbing the impact, then turned to assure Elizabello II, "Rest easy, Your Majesty. I am here. Hee hee hee. How touching. Derringer mocked. Weaklings have no place here. Dagama was already battered and bloodied, his body marred by countless wounds. Sighing, Elizabello too surveyed Dagama's injuries, resignedly exhaling. It seems the championship is beyond our reach. We concede, Elizabello too began, but a mouthful of blood escaped him. Hee what? You wish to surrender? Derringer's bloodthirsty grin widened at the sight of the bleeding Elizabello too and the battered Dagama. You shall perish. I will seize control of your nation. With sharp horns aimed menacingly, Derringer surged toward Elizabello too, intent on impaling him with his pointed appendages. But Dagama, despite his injuries, attempted to intervene. Unable to reach his king in time, forced to watch helplessly as Derringer charged forward. Sighing from above, Kane lamented the scene unfolding. With swift precision, Kane drew his golden feather, infused with golden flames, and fired a flaming golden bullet toward Derringer. Humph! Derringer scoffed, pivoting away, realizing the fiery projectile was no trivial matter. You dare challenge me? He rolled to evade the golden flames, casting a furious glare at the obstructive Kane. We surrender. Dagama and Elizabello too hastily called out, seizing the moment to declare their defeat while casting a grateful glance at Kane. Hee, surrender? How laughable. Enraged, Derringer charged once more at Elizabello too, declaring, Today, I shall eliminate him. The beheaded high-heeled shoes and the bullfighting cape wrapped around Derlinger, just as he was about to strike Queen Elizabeth II. This seemingly weightless cloak was, in fact, composed of iron plates. Diamandi, what are you doing? Derlinger questioned, instantly recognizing the owner of the cape. Since you insist, I shall concede. Diamandi replied to Queen Elizabeth II. They had already surrendered, and promptly, Diamandi addressed Derlinger. However, you little brat who consistently tramples on the rules, have you forgotten Doflamingo's words? Before Derlinger could finish, Diamandi interrupted him coldly. Derlinger too recalled Doflamingo's admonition and could only begrudgingly acquiesce. The match continues. This is merely a minor interlude, Diamandi proclaimed to the spectators. With that, he stowed away the cloak, wrapping it around Queen Elizabeth II and Dagama as they departed the arena. Hee. Now that they have left, you shall take their place in death. Derlinger sneered at Kane, suspended in the air. Humph, you must possess the ability to do so. Kane retorted, his entire being enveloped in flames, resembling a suit of golden fire. This battle required swift resolution. Derlinger was remarkably fast and highly aggressive. Yet his vulnerability lay in defense. Solar Golden Crow descent. Kane pointed skyward, channeling all his golden flame into his fingertip, and soon, a massive fireball materialized above. The golden flames blazed fiercely, resembling a great sun, as Kane held it aloft, gazing down upon Derlinger from a divine height. This was the pinnacle of Kane's power. The colossal fireball consuming all his strength, sufficient to engulf the entire dueling arena. Derlinger was swift, yet he could not leave the confines of the arena. His damage output was formidable, but he could not reach the airborne Kane, rendering the scenario a stalemate. Derlinger was destined to lose. Descend, Kane commanded, and the enormous fireball plummeted towards the ground. The searing golden inferno scorched the arena as if it were melting away. As the flames gradually dissipated, Derlinger stood unharmed, completely unscathed amidst the molten remnants of the arena. Your flames are ineffective against me, Derlinger laughed maniacally. No, it's impossible. You cannot evade my solar golden crow descent, Kane exclaimed in disbelief. Resign yourself. It is now your turn to perish. Derlinger charged swiftly towards Kane, delivering a kick aimed at his head. Deadly high heels. Kane, gazing at the approaching high heel, reluctantly closed his eyes, refusing to accept such a bewildering defeat that would tarnish his dignity. Boss, I'm sorry. I still have not completed the task you entrusted to me. Suddenly, an arm emerged from the void, seizing Derlinger's neck with a vice-like grip, hurling him from the arena. Ha. Kane, you've done well. The rest is up to me. Lin Chen's figure gradually materialized from the void as Kane's form faded into the swirling vortex of divine might, exhausted but otherwise unscathed. Who are you? Diamandi shouted at the unfamiliar face that had suddenly appeared. Leave the arena. This battle is won by Derlinger, Lin Chen responded dismissively. Nonsense. Diamandi scoffed. But Lin Chen interrupted him. I say it is so. He has emerged victorious. Lin Chen fixed a menacing gaze upon Diamandi, unleashing a terrifying aura that seemed to press down upon him, threatening to subdue him to the ground. This is akin to Doflamingo's domineering presence. No, this force surpasses his. Diamandi thought, shaken by the intimidating power. You've gone too far, Diamandi managed to utter through gritted teeth under the oppressive aura. Lin Chen chuckled coldly. drawing Muramasa and placing it against Diamandi's throat. Did you ever consider how excessive your cheating was? Lin Chen's voice was icy. Had it not been for your heavy metallic cape shielding that little fishman from the golden flame, he would have long since lost. Lin Chen glanced at Derliang, who stood frozen in fear, as if targeted by a primordial beast. Ha! You dare to use a sword against me? I am a user of the flapping fruit. Diamandi attempted to seize Muramasa, his power capable of transforming anything into a flag. Should you wish to have half your hand severed, feel free to try, Lin Chen warned. The deep, dark patterns of Armament Haki extending from his hand to envelop Muramasa. Instantly, the sword was clad in Haki. As the blade approached, Diamandi, witnessing the encroaching Armament Haki, retracted his hand in frustration. Hand over Luing, Lin Chen extended his hand towards Diamandi. Very well, very well. Diamandi reluctantly retrieved a box from behind, realizing he was at the mercy of fate, and without his bullfighting cape, Derliang would have already lost. No, that is my Luing. It belongs to me. Derliang shouted in a fit of rage at the unfolding scene. Silence, Derliang. Diamandi instinctively sensed danger at Derliang's outburst and hastily attempted to silence him. As expected, Lin Chen had already positioned himself above Derliang. Fishman brat. Flash. Lin Chen looked down upon Derliang, his disdain unmistakable. Though he was not a paragon of virtue, he held a profound aversion for those who reveled in torturing their opponents to death. Lin Chen casually unleashed a sword energy. As the energy was about to strike Derliang, it abruptly shattered and dissipated, as though severed by some sharp force. Transparent threads appeared around Lin Chen, arranged in a manner reminiscent of a spider's web. Both orderly and chaotic. Truly, without such measures, how could one catch a great fish? Right, Doflamingo? A series of bizarre laughter echoed. Fufu, fufu, fufu. General Baise. Killing my people on my territory? How disrespectful. Doflamingo's figure descended gracefully from the air, a wild grin adorning his face. The pink flamingo coat glimmered vibrantly under the sunlight. Lin Chen smiled faintly. You finally arrived. Ding. The host encounters the celestial demon Doflamingo. Please choose. Option 1. Defeat Doflamingo. Reward. The secret treasure of the marionette. The marionette is a supernatural entity, allowing the host to control any deceased individual, restoring them to normalcy but binding their every action to the host's will. It can also shield the host from a fatal blow at a critical moment. Option 2. Be defeated by Doflamingo. Reward. The secret technique of the bright technique, capable of emitting a dazzling light to illuminate darkness. Option 3. Surrender directly. Reward. The title of fleeing without a fight provides a speed boost of 1% during the host's use. Lin Chen scoffed at option 1, unhesitatingly selecting it. It appeared that this battle was unavoidable, not solely for the reward but also for the agreement with law. Come on, hand it over, Lin Chen directly addressed Doflamingo. Fufufu. What are you talking about, Admiral Baise? I can't quite comprehend, Doflamingo shrugged, swaggering towards Dorinji and discreetly shielding him behind himself. Must I state it plainly? Surrender Virgo and the documents he took. Lin Chen coldly glared at Doflamingo. Fufufu, what if I refuse? The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. And Doflamingo's smile faded as he replied to Lin Chen. It seems the only way to persuade you is through force. Lin Chen positioned Muramasa before him, adopting a stance as if to strike at any moment. Fufufu, Doflamingo let out a peculiar chuckle, his left hand suddenly clenching, causing all the threads he had woven around Lin Chen to converge and slice towards him. However, the threads merely passed through Lin Chen's form as if slicing through air. Divine might. Lin Chen vanished into thin air. Doflamingo remained vigilant, not believing for a second that Lin Chen had fled. Honestly, your walking posture is rather infuriating. Lin Chen's voice echoed from behind Doflamingo. 5 colored threads. Without hesitation, Doflamingo conjured nearly transparent threads from the fingertips of his right hand, pulling them towards Lin Chen with the intent to shred him into pieces. Don't be in such a hurry, Lin Chen replied with a calm smile. Enveloping his legs in Haki, blocking the 5 threads with one foot while launching a kick towards Doflamingo's head with the other. Doflamingo was compelled to raise his left hand to deflect Lin Chen's strike. Fufufu, Admiral Baise, such strength. Doflamingo's left hand trembled slightly beneath his coat. If I don't show some real skill, you might indeed be a tough opponent. But we are in Dressrosa after all. As Doflamingo finished speaking, a group of individuals emerged behind him, members of the Don Quixote family. One of them, a scruffy man draped in a blanket-like cloak adorned with circles, wielding a cane marked with a plum blossom, wearing small sunglasses, perpetually with a runny nose, and barefoot with shackles on his feet, was none other than Toripole. Hee hee. Toripole cackled, casting a malevolent glare at Lin Chen. I will bury you alive under a mountain of rocks," a sharp voice announced, accompanied by a massive figure that did not match the tone of his voice, Blackjack Pika, a cadre of the Don Quixote family. "Cut it out, you sissy." Lin Chen scoffed upon hearing Pika's shrill voice. Who would have thought such a large man would be so effeminate? "What did you say?" "I will smash you to pieces with rocks." Pika, angered by Lin Chen's words, glared fiercely. "Pika, don't be impulsive, you are no match for him." A black bamboo suddenly obstructed Pika's path, as a man clad in a checkered coat, sporting sunglasses and lightning-shaped sideburns, appeared, wielding the bamboo against Pika. It was Red Heart Virgo, a former Marine Vice Admiral. "Humph, Virgo," Pika snorted, retracting his fists and stepping back to stand behind Doflamingo. "Please, call me Mr. Virgo." Virgo addressed Pika, yet his gaze remained fixed on Lin Chen. "Heh," Lin Chen sneered, ignoring Virgo. "I wish to see the infamous Don Quixote family. Since you insist, I shall oblige." A sword suddenly appeared, which Diamante grasped, transforming it into a flag-like form. "I am a member of the Don Quixote family." At that moment, the four highest-ranking cadres of the Don Quixote family were assembled: Toripol, Pika, Virgo, and Diamante. "Fufufu, Admiral Baise, although I am not your match, what about now? My Don Quixote family," Doflamingo stated with a smile. "Heh, I do not believe that gathering a bunch of useless individuals can defeat me. I wonder where you get your confidence." "Thinking these worthless fish can contend with me," Lin Chen scoffed, glancing at the four cadres behind Doflamingo. "However, this indeed poses quite a headache." "Do you think you're the only one with allies?" Lin Chen chuckled. "Fufufu on your ship? I have dispatched someone as well," Doflamingo retorted, standing toe-to-toe with Lin Chen. "Young master, stop wasting time with them. Let us go." Pika, the most temperamental among them, charged forward, his body seemingly covered in a peculiar stone-like hue. Stone art. A massive boulder surged from the ground, hurtling towards Lin Chen. "Room, slaughterhouse." Just as the stone was about to strike Lin Chen, a faint blue translucent hemisphere enveloped the battlefield, causing the immense boulder to vanish and reappear beneath Doflamingo's feet. "Fufufu," Doflamingo chuckled coldly, extending 5 threads from his hand and mercilessly shattering the boulder beneath him. 5 colored threads. "Fufufu, it's Law?" Doflamingo laughed heartily upon seeing the sudden appearance of Law. Doflamingo shot a resentful glance at Doflamingo, remembering that he was the one who killed Corazon. "Hee. I say you ought to call the young master Toripol," Toripol remarked, his runny nose adding to the absurdity. "Heh, you have quite the way with words." Lin Chen stepped forward, placing himself protectively behind Law, his presence towering. "From now on, Law is under my protection. If you wish to harm him, go ahead and try." A terrifying wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted, enveloping the entire Don Quixote family. "Fufufu, Admiral Baise. Isn't it rather shameless to brazenly steal my people?" Doflamingo cackled, stepping forward as his own Conqueror's Haki surged forth, clashing violently with Lin Chen's. In an instant, a trickle of crimson flowed from Doflamingo's mouth, clearly indicating that his Haki was inferior to Lin Chen's. Lin Chen observed the blood at the corner of Doflamingo's mouth, involuntarily smiling, feeling a slight edge, truly worthy of Roger's Conqueror's Haki. Meanwhile, the slumbering Hawkeye abruptly opened his eyes, gazing southward. How intriguing. In a flash, Hawkeye vanished from his spot. Though someone was approaching his ship, he found Lin Chen's battle far more captivating. "Ah, Dashi, finish that dish. I'm stepping out for a moment." While cooking, Peach Rabbit sensed a powerful aura and slowly walked outside, her sword, Kinemon, strapped to her waist. "Honestly, ever since coming aboard this ship, I feel like a mother, constantly worrying and cooking for this bunch of rascals. I suppose it's time to stretch my legs." Yet, there was a certain comfort in this feeling, seeing that rascal Lin Chen brought her peace. Peach Rabbit flexed her wrist and quietly sat on the deck, awaiting the impending arrivals. "Ha ha ha, it seems I also have matters to attend to." With a carefree smile, she gazed into the distance with hollow eyes, stretched lazily, and slowly picked up her cane sword, making her way outside. Is it truly necessary to resort to such despicable ambush tactics? A man, with a pacifier in his mouth and clad in a diaper, disdainfully inquired of the elderly lady before him. "Ha ha ha, this is simply unavoidable, senor." "The young master has commanded a swift resolution," responded Korra, displaying an air of nonchalance. "Are you all prepared? Rao Ji, Mahabai, Gradius, and you, Onasik," Korra addressed the group. Being a user of the art fruit, while Senor wielded the swim fruit, and with another possessing the crush fruit and the blast fruit. Their ensemble was indeed formidable, Korra mused internally. Yet, they remained oblivious to the formidable presence aboard the White Tiger ship. Even renowned figures such as Hawkeye and the reclusive Master Ishiao could effortlessly annihilate them. Chapter 87. Ambush on the White Tiger. Korra waved her hand, ready to unleash her ability to transform any object into a beautiful work of art. Destructive art, she declared, as a chaotic sphere materialized in her palm. With a smirk, she hurled the sphere towards the White Tiger. Oh ho ho ho, become my masterpiece. Just as the sphere was about to make contact with the ship, Yixiao appeared at the bow, his expression tranquil. He glanced at the concealed figures in the darkness with his sightless eyes, his lips barely parting. Armament Haki, he intoned, as the black aura enveloped his right foot and instantaneously spread across the entire vessel. This formidable aura could, to a certain extent, counteract devil fruit abilities. Strange. Why has my ability failed? Korra pondered, observing the White Tiger, untouched by her artistic sphere, as she rested her chin on her hand in contemplation. We must flee. Suddenly, Senor shouted, disregarding the pacifier that had fallen to the ground, eager to activate his fruit ability and escape with the others. Senor, what madness is this? Korra glared at him, displeased by his desire to flee. It's too late, there's no time. Senor cast one last glance at the four and activated his fruit ability, leaping into the earth, courtesy of the swim fruit. My right eyelid has been twitching since earlier, and I felt an ominous aura far more terrifying than that of the young master, Senor thought, a chill running down his spine. Moments later, he emerged from the ground, gazing at the distant White Tiger, murmuring, "Don't blame me. It was simply unavoidable." "Why would I blame you?" A gentle yet commanding voice resonated from behind Senor, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Run. Senor decided instantly to activate his fruit ability to escape. However, Jean Siro held a blade to Senor's throat. Hee. Running may lead to your demise, he stated ominously. What are you lot planning? Before Senor could flee, Yixiao appeared before Korra and the others, smiling as he regarded them. Humph, let the old man show you the power of explosion. The most hot-tempered of the group, the Blast Man, prepared to retaliate against Yixiao's sudden appearance. Yet before he could finish his threat, Yixiao lightly tapped the ground with his cane, a wave of gravity crashing down upon the Blast Man, forcing him to cough up blood, staining his mask. Young ones, allow me to temper your fiery spirits. Stay here, Yixiao declared, as an even greater gravitational force descended from above, pinning them to the ground, rendering them immobile. Yixiao, you've handled them all. I was merely hoping to stretch my limbs, Tao Tu remarked, tossing Senor into Yixiao's gravitational domain as she complained. Ha ha ha, Tao Tu, it's truly unavoidable, Yixiao chuckled, patting his forehead. Sigh, then I shall leave these matters to you, Senior. I must check on Lin Chen. I am quite worried about him, Tao Tu sighed, addressing Yixiao. Go ahead, I can manage alone. After all, it is quite lively over there, Yixiao replied, glancing towards Lin Chen. With a graceful motion, Tao Tu's long legs propelled her into the air as she set out towards Lin Chen. Tao Tu, wait. Bartolomeo and Chopper suddenly appeared on the deck of the White Tiger, calling out to her. Do as you wish, Tao Tu replied, turning to another direction on the ship, having sensed the presence of more individuals. We won't go, Ain and Nami timidly peeked out, knowing full well that they would only be a burden to Lin Chen if they joined. Please take this to Lin Chen. This blade may prove beneficial, Nami said, tossing a shimmering blue blade towards Tao Tu. It was the ice wheel. Sigh, Nami lamented, realizing she could not wield the ice wheel. Okay, Tao Tu acknowledged, grasping the ice wheel and stepping forth with moonwalk towards Lin Chen. We should also strive to train. We cannot remain stagnant, Nami remarked to Ain after Tao Tu departed. Indeed, I will not be a burden to Lin Chen. I nodded in agreement. Let us work hard together then. Hurry, Bartolomeo. Chopper complained from Bartolomeo's shoulder, lamenting his slow pace. I can't help it. I'm not like that guy Kane who can fly. I can only run. Next time, I must learn moonwalk. It's so cool. Bartolomeo grumbled. Sigh, let me handle this, Chopper sighed, jumping down from Bartolomeo's shoulder. Muscle strengthening. In an instant, Chopper transformed from a cute raccoon into a towering figure. 3 meters tall, shocking Bartolomeo. What are you standing there for? Let's move. Chopper commanded, his voice deepened post-transformation. He hoisted the dazed Bartolomeo onto his shoulder, striding forth at a speed several times faster. Chopper, you can transform? Bartolomeo stammered, his voice trembling atop Chopper's shoulder. Of course, I am the human fruit user. I possess many forms beyond this, Chopper replied nonchalantly. Bartolomeo fell deep into thought. Aside from my barrier, what else do I have? In a brief clash of Conqueror's Haki, Virgo launched a stealth attack on Lin Chen, hardening his bamboo into a spear and flinging it with deadly force. A cloud of smoke erupted, sending the bamboo flying. And moments later, the smoke coalesced into a figure, Smoker, who took a deep drag of his cigarette. Your opponent is me. Virgo scoffed, retrieving the flying bamboo with ease, casting a disdainful glance at Smoker, dismissing him entirely. After all, one was a former renowned rear admiral, and the other a mere obscure captain. How laughable. Virgo, stop underestimating others. White smoke machine gun. Smoker unleashed a flurry of punches, each one propelled by the smoke, raining down upon Virgo. Please, refer to me as Mr. Virgo. Chapter 88, Group Brawl 2. Please, refer to me as Mr. Virgo. Virgo spun the bamboo rapidly in his hands, effortlessly deflecting Smoker's smoke punches while observing him with a relaxed demeanor. Smoker's lips curled slightly as he instantaneously darted behind him, swinging the ghost bamboo with a velocity that defied comprehension. Elementalization. Smoker, unable to evade in time, transformed into smoke just in time to barely deflect Virgo's fierce strike with the ghost bamboo. However, the haki enveloping the weapon forced Smoker to spit forth a copious amount of blood, for the armed haki could affect even those with low gear abilities. Lin Chen silently observed as Smoker coughed up blood, letting out a faint sigh. In the original story, 2 years later, Smoker was unable to contend with Virgo. It seemed evident that training for Smoker needed to be intensified. As Smoker was enveloped in smoke, he involuntarily shivered. Humph, kid, you were lucky just now. Let us see how you evade now. Your smoke form only makes it easier for me to hit you. Virgo's eyes glinted with a cold light as his armed haki surged over the ghost bamboo, striking towards Smoker's smoke. Just as the ghost bamboo was about to connect with Smoker, a cerulean sword aura sliced through the air from afar, aimed directly at Virgo. Damn it! Virgo cursed silently, begrudgingly positioning the ghost bamboo horizontally to block the incoming sword aura. Curse it, I'll deal with you both shortly. Virgo thought disdainfully, not wanting to meet the sword aura with his body. Yet, as Virgo prepared to receive the strike, the sword aura effortlessly cleaved the haki-imbued ghost bamboo in two before his incredulous eyes. With all his haki concentrated, Virgo abandoned the ghost bamboo, his body expanding dramatically, ripping his clothes and revealing his robust muscles, now shrouded in a layer of deep purple haki. The sword aura crashed violently against Virgo, propelling him back 100 meters. Cough. Virgo spat blood, wiping the corner of his mouth with a bitter smile. He had nearly met his demise. A ghastly scar now marred his chest. You actually managed to withstand one of my slashes. Mihawk slowly sheathed his black sword, the Yoru, casting a disdainful glance at Virgo. Cough, cough, don't get too cocky. Mihawk, our young master holds an equal status to you. Virgo coughed out blood, clearly recognizing Mihawk. In his understanding, aside from that individual, only Mihawk possessed such swordsmanship. So you're one of the 7 warlords, huh? I could hardly care less. Now, let us engage in battle with this sword. Treating it as punishment for injuring the smoke man, Mihawk contemptuously drew the cross-shaped sword from his chest, pointing it at Virgo. You're simply overstepping your bounds. Veins bulged on Virgo's forehead as he charged at Mihawk. No one could act so arrogantly on the young master's turf. Seeing Smoker retreating under Virgo's assault, Doflamingo wore a smile. However, upon witnessing the familiar cerulean sword aura, his smile abruptly vanished, and he managed to utter, Mihawk. Although he knew Mihawk was aboard Lin Chen's ship, Doflamingo believed he would refrain from intervening. Overstrike whip. Doflamingo extended his right hand, summoning countless threads that coalesced into a massive strand, hurtling towards Mihawk. Ghost slash. The gigantic thread was severed by a deep purple blade aura, none other than Lin Chen. Lin Chen grinned at the flustered Doflamingo. Baise, what do you intend? Doflamingo glared furiously at Lin Chen. Hee, Doflamingo, remain composed. Just watch and don't interfere. I didn't intervene when Smoker was engaged. Lin Chen sneered, subsequently retorting. Hee, Doflamingo, how amusing. Your top-tier observation haki has long since detected Mihawk's arrival. Stone Shale. The massive rocks followed Pika's command, and the cumbersome stone armor made it exceedingly difficult for Law to contend. He felt rather inexperienced compared to later events. His surgical knife was ineffective against Pika's defenses. This left Law in a passive position, as he could only rely on the room's spatial manipulation to evade, but eventually, his stamina would be depleted. Giant rock. With a push of his palm, Pika unleashed several massive stones that descended upon Law without mercy. Room surgical knife. The stones were instantaneously sliced into perfectly shaped fragments, their edges smooth as mirrors. Do you truly believe that shattering a few stones will lead to victory? Such naivete. Pika's sharp voice rang out. Stone bite. Pika cackled, molding a colossal stone into a gigantic head-like object, lunging towards Law. Hey, here we come. Barrier, barrier. At a critical juncture, Chopper, carrying Bartolomeo, timely arrived on the battlefield, and both immediately spotted the gigantic Pika. A massive transparent barrier stood before Pika like an insurmountable chasm. Chapter 89, Sugar. With a thunderous crash, the enormous stone face collided with the barrier, failing to budge at an inch before disintegrating into rubble. Haha. No one can shatter my barrier, except Baise-senpai. What kind of monstrosities are Baise's companions? Law marveled at the giant chopper and Bartolomeo, who effortlessly repelled Pika's stones. What a bunch of freaks. Divine might. Just as Law was astonished, a spatial vortex silently drew him into the realm of divine might. Oh no, not again. Law chuckled strangely as the world around him shifted dramatically, finding himself in Baise's unique space once more. Oh, you're here too. The bored Kane, upon noticing the newcomer, disregarded any formalities and casually draped an arm around his shoulder, engaging in conversation. Those who could enter this place unscathed were generally recognized by the boss. If they were enemies, they would have been rendered incapacitated upon entry. Let go. Law stiffened, his body turning rigid. He was not accustomed to sudden physical contact from strangers. No need to be so stiff. What's your name? I'm Kane. Kane awkwardly withdrew his arm from Law's shoulder, continuing to speak to himself. Law. Cough, cough. Kane. Law. I have a secret mission for you. Lin Chen's voice suddenly resonated from the space. Secret mission? Yay. I'm so bored. Oh, Saiso, do you know Doflamingo's true means of controlling this island? Lin Chen glanced at the two distinct individuals, letting out a resigned sigh. It's toys, Law replied matter-of-factly. What toys? Kane scratched his head in confusion. Yes, toys. Do you know how to resolve this? Lin Chen inquired, expressing agreement with Law. Boss, what are you two talking about? I don't understand. Then this task falls to you, but I'll need his assistance. Law gestured to Kane. All right, you don't need to understand. Just follow Law's instructions from now on, Lin Chen said to Kane with a hint of exasperation. This fellow wasn't he foolish. He simply lacked knowledge of the situation. All right, Kane, this matter is of utmost importance. Just heed Law's guidance. I must take my leave now. You too, do well and don't let me down. The vortex of divine might appeared, transporting Law and Kane away. The two individuals were transported to a dimly lit space, seemingly an untidy room that had not been cleaned in ages. Oh, Kane, emerging from the realm of Shenwei, pouted in grievance, casting a sorrowful glance at Luo. He could not fathom how this fellow, having just arrived, had already garnered such favor from their leader. Oh, why do you look at me like that? Luo felt a chill run down his spine under Kane's mournful gaze. All right, I will tell you. Luo shrugged helplessly regarding Kane. The master of this island is Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea and the king of Dressrosa. However, the rightful rulers here were originally from the Riku family. Doflamingo has an officer named Sugar, a user of the hobby fruit, who has the ability to turn anyone she touches into a toy. It was through this power that Doflamingo ousted the Riku royal family and seized control of Dressrosa. Our current objective is to find Sugar and nullify her abilities. After much effort, Luo finally conveyed the entire story, yet Kane still wore a bewildered expression. With a resigned sigh, Luo rubbed his forehead. Never mind, just follow me. This time Kane nodded in earnest agreement. Room, slaughterhouse. A translucent, pale blue hemisphere enveloped the two, and in the next moment, they vanished from sight. Chapter 90, Chaos 3. Just after Luo and Kane disappeared, a slight commotion stirred in a corner of the dark room. 2 tiny figures emerged, each possessing long, pointed noses. Is what Leo said true? Inquired a blue-haired little being, addressing Leo. Mika, it should be true. They don't appear to be lying, Leo replied with caution. Then, what should we do? Mika asked anxiously, clearly relying on Leo as his pillar of strength. After a moment of contemplation, Leo spoke to Mika. You should go inform the chief and the princess while I follow them. But you do not worry about me. I can handle it, Leo assured Mika with a confident smile. All right, but be careful, Mika said before vanishing from sight. I say, you all really underestimate my capabilities. Don't you? Cackled Torpole, bursting into laughter as he flung the mucus floating before him. The mucus, resembling a massive projectile, shot toward the towering chopper. A Bartolomeo gasped, quickly crossing his fingers. Barrier. Barrier. The mucus struck the barrier with a splat, leaving a sticky trail upon it. EW. That's disgusting, Bartolomeo remarked with disdain, casting a glance at the disheveled Torpole. Chopper, you deal with him. He.S. revolting, Bartolomeo instructed. EW Chopper shuddered at the thought of that repugnant mucus adhering to his soft, fluffy fur, strengthening my limbs. With this thought, Chopper instantly enhanced his body and took a powerful step forward, the immense recoil propelling him toward Pika. You have a barrier. Go ahead. A voice reached Bartolomeo's ears. Ha ha ha. Torpol launched another glob of mucus at Bartolomeo. EW not again. How disgusting. Bartolomeo grimaced at Torpol. Bullfight lance. Diamante transformed his western sword into a light, flowing form resembling a bull, then reshaped it back to its original hardness, thrusting the bull's horns fiercely toward Mihawk. Really, Virgo cannot contend with Mihawk. If he doesn't get help, he will surely be defeated. Peach slash. A figure appeared above the battlefield, drawing a golden sword from his waist to unleash a slashing attack, cleaving Diamante's sturdy bull sword in half. Haha, ambushing others is not a wise choice. Peach Rabbit stated, gracefully descending from the sky, her sword aimed at Diamante. Come, let me be your opponent, she said with a smile. By the way here, this is for you from that girl Nami, Peach Rabbit called out to Lin Chen, tossing him the ice wheel. Haha, I didn't expect you to come as well. I thought it was that guy Yixiao. Lin Chen caught the ice wheel, unable to resist caressing its blade before sheathing it at his waist. Long time no see. Old friend, he remarked. Haha, I'm also part of the White Tiger Patrol team, Peach Rabbit replied with a smile, then lunged her sword at Diamante. Damn it. A Peach Rabbit and a Mihawk. How am I supposed to contend with them? Doflamingo thought, veins throbbing on his forehead. Now, I can only rely on Pika and Torpol. They should be able to handle those two. Ha ha ha. If you let Mihawk and Peach Rabbit cease their attacks, I will instruct Pika and Torpol to stop as well. What do you say? Doflamingo chuckled, looking at Lin Chen. Ha ha ha. No need. I have confidence in those two. Lin Chen replied with a grin. Ha ha. To propose a truce is laughable, Doflamingo replied with a sinister chuckle. Ha, Doflamingo, is this the caliber of your proud subordinates? I shall prove to you that not only can you not defeat me, but your subordinates cannot best my crew either. Your Don Quixote family is no match for my patrol team. Stone shards. Massive stones flew from Pika's hands, hurling toward Chopper, strengthening my limbs. Chopper struck fiercely, shattering the stones to reveal his gleaming teeth as he gazed at the giant Pika. A few mere stones cannot defeat me. Ha ha. Do you think breaking a few stones can vanquish me? Pika's sharp voice echoed. Ha ha ha. Let me show you my true strength, Chopper chuckled, pulling a blue pill from his satchel and swallowing it. Blue wave ball. Strengthening my horns. Chopper's antlers swelled several times, resembling two enormous corals. With a confident smile, he faced Pika. Horn charge. Chapter 91, Chopper's monster enhancement. Chopper stomped the ground, launching himself like a cannonball, his antlers shattering the rocks in his path. Shifting the spirits. Pika scoffed dismissively. Stone bite. Pika spat a mouthful of blood, eyeing the formidable Chopper warily. This creature was indeed a tough opponent. His horns could easily crush my stones. Humph. Chopper smiled, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Engaging in a direct confrontation meant sustaining injuries was inevitable. Strengthening my horns. Chopper once again used his hardened antlers to smash a massive rock. His powerful horns were his most formidable weapon. Ha ha ha. Pika suddenly let out a piercing laugh. His hands slammed onto the ground, causing a tremor, and moments later, a flurry of stones erupted from the earth, ascending into the air before swiftly attaching themselves to Pika's form. It was as if he donned a suit of rock armor, his size growing immensely in Chopper's astonished gaze, and soon, a colossal stone giant loomed before Chopper. This is indeed the ultimate manifestation of the stone fruit, with only a thin veil separating it from the awakening of the young master. The dark purple hue of the Haki enveloped the colossal stone giant as Pika slowly turned, his enormous eyes fixed mercilessly on Chopper. Now, let us see if you can survive this. Pika launched a seemingly unremarkable punch forward, cloaked in Haki, aimed directly at Chopper. Despite its mundane appearance, every strike from Pika in this state was cataclysmic. Chopper's expression turned grave as he beheld the giant Pika. The current form of Pika was perilous, necessitating Chopper to exert his utmost effort. Secretly, Chopper concealed 2 rumble balls in his hands, his last resort, to be used only if absolutely necessary. With a surge, Chopper charged and collided fiercely with Pika's fist, antlers clashing against stone, sending sparks flying. In the next instant, Chopper was sent hurtling backward, unable to breach Pika's defenses. With a resounding impact, Pika struck again, catching Chopper off guard and sending him flying once more. Was this to be his end? Chopper's gaze grew increasingly vacant as he crashed to the ground, gradually succumbing to unconsciousness. No, I cannot allow myself to become that. For Lin Chen, I would willingly transform into a monster, a beast that would clear every obstacle in his path. In his final moments of consciousness, Chopper forced the 2 rumble balls into his mouth. If I become a monster, I trust you will not abandon me. The only one I can believe in, rely on. and entrust my fate to you, Lin Chen. Ha ha ha. At last, you are dead, aren't you? Pika extended his hand, intending to retrieve what he believed to be the lifeless Chopper from the rubble. Yet, at that moment, an unsettling sensation gripped him. This feeling was ominous. A flash of red light erupted from the debris, Chopper's eyes, reminiscent of a slumbering beast awakening. The monster seized Pika's finger, and to Pika's astonishment, he could not break free from the creature's grasp, despite his current size being several times that of the enhanced Chopper. What? The monster let out a resounding roar. A clarion call that sent Pika stumbling back in fear. How absurd that I should feel fear. From beneath Chopper, massive crystal formations erupted, the size of which matched the enormity of Pika's own transformation. With a thunderous crash, the colossal crystal was shattered, and Chopper's form instantaneously vanished. In this monstrous state, Chopper experienced a significant amplification of his physique, strength, and speed. With a deafening roar, the ground behind Pika shattered as Chopper's might was unleashed, revealing his original form, his speed terrifyingly swift. Damn it! Pika shouted, as surrounding rocks expanded to augment his bulk once more. With a colossal fist, Pika swiftly targeted Chopper. Unleashing a full-powered strike, the massive rocky fist enveloped in Haki, crashing down toward Chopper. Yo! Chopper bellowed defiantly. Unwilling to yield, he charged toward the gigantic fist, his body instinctively employing a hoof strike, black lines entwining around his hooves. In this moment, Chopper unconsciously awakened his Haki. Chapter 92, The Final Battle. Doflamingo observed the situation, a smile gracing his lips, yet the underlying fury was palpable to anyone. Baise, you without waiting for him to finish, Doflamingo extended a hand toward Lin Chen. 5 strands of silk extending from his fingers, ensnaring Lin Chen. Ha ha ha, are you anxious? Lin Chen scoffed, his right hand grasping the long-forgotten ice will blade. A frigid aura erupting from him, freezing and shattering the surrounding threads. Fufu, Baise, you truly are full of surprises, Doflamingo remarked, his expression turning serious as he surveyed the shattered threads. This man was utterly inscrutable. However, Baise, do you genuinely wish to sever ties with me? Engaging in battle with a warlord is not a prudent choice for an admiral. Indeed, Doflamingo, from the very beginning, I stated that I only wished to take the file box containing Virgo. Everything that has transpired is a result of your own actions, Lin Chen replied, a smile adorning his face. Doflamingo fell silent for a moment, his eyes darkening as they bore into Lin Chen. It is impossible to relinquish Virgo. The files have already been destroyed. It seems this matter will not conclude peacefully. To be frank, Doflamingo did not desire a confrontation with an admiral. Perhaps the timing was not right, or he doubted his own strength. Birdcage. Doflamingo ceased his chatter, and a puppet identical to him appeared beside him. The 2 puppets exchanged smiles, and suddenly, one of the Doflamingo puppets' heads exploded, unleashing countless threads that spiraled into the sky, enveloping Dressrosa in a birdcage of silk. Haha, demon slash. Lin Chen wasted no time, unsheathing Muramasa and slicing toward Doflamingo. His actions spoke volumes, declaring his intentions without the need for words. With a sharp crack, a jet-black line spear materialized before Doflamingo, blocking Lin Chen's strike. Fufu. It seems I must reveal my true abilities to defeat you, Doflamingo cackled. As he spoke, an inexplicable force emanated from him, transforming nearby buildings into threads, trees into strands of silk, and the entire battlefield became a sea of threads. Fufu, this is the pinnacle of the devil fruit's power, what is known as the awakening. Doflamingo boasted, reveling in his newfound abilities. Ha ha ha, so this is indeed the awakening? You know, I once battled against an awakened devil fruit user. Yet he was ultimately defeated. As the dust settled on the battlefield, 2 enormous thread shields crossed before Doflamingo, remnants of a massive ice dragon-shaped shard lingering on the shields. In that fleeting moment, Doflamingo scanned the battlefield, his expression darkening. Virgo lay on the ground, unconscious and unresponsive, while Mihawk sat casually beside him, observing the chaos unfold without intervening. Tama elegantly held her sword against Diamante's chin. Hey, take it easy, will you? Diamante chuckled nervously, facing the cold demeanor of Tama, utterly unable to contend with her prowess. Ugh, this is truly nauseating. Meanwhile, Bartolomeo sat on the ground, confronting Toripole, prepared to disrupt any support Toripole might offer to others, or defend against any retaliatory actions. Ugh, this is indeed a troublesome situation. Toripole gazed in despair at Bartolomeo before him. This creature was immovable and relentless, leaving him utterly powerless and frustrated. With a thunderous crash, Pikachu was once again smashed to the ground by Chopper's hoof, sending a shower of stones flying. With a furious roar, Chopper charged again, pinning the massive Pikachu beneath him, delivering blow after blow that shattered the stones and armor encasing his foe until Pikachu fell unconscious. Chopper looked at the downed Pikachu, his eyes glowing red with a hint of confusion as the dark patterns on his hooves gradually faded. In the next moment, Chopper reverted to his normal state, the drastic change in size causing him to plummet from the air. A sigh escaped, and Smoker, enveloped in smoke, appeared beside Chopper, lifting him into his arms. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, then carefully extinguished it and discarded it. Chapter 93, The Final Battle 2. Smoker. Chopper weakly opened his eyes and glanced at Smoker, surprised to see him without a cigarette in his mouth. Rest now, Smoker said softly, casting a glance at Chopper. However, the complexity in Smoker's eyes suggested that he too needed to train harder. He could not remain the weakest link in the team, especially not in comparison to the girls. Fufu. Admiral Baise is quite imposing, Doflamingo remarked with a smile, though his gaze betrayed a wary interest in the ice will blade held by Lin Chen. It posed a greater threat than the previous one. Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment, Lin Chen replied without reserve. Fufu, Baise, we could join forces. You, me, and that person, together we could conquer the world. Don't you find it exhilarating? I, for one, simply wish to see those high and mighty individuals fall from grace. What do you say? Baise? Doflamingo invited Lin Chen, sensing that this individual was far from ordinary. Ha ha, that certainly is tempting. But why engage in such perilous endeavors? Lin Chen squinted at Doflamingo, his eyes filled with danger. However, I am curious about the individual you mentioned that inspires such confidence, Lin Chen inquired with a smile. Fufu. That is a partner of mine. Trust me, he is formidable, Doflamingo said, shrouded in mystery. Kaido? Lin Chen blurted out suddenly, framing his words as a question, yet sounding quite certain. Fufu. Doflamingo's laughter abruptly ceased. How did you know? Ha ha ha. I merely suspected I might be deceiving you. I didn't expect you to truly mean Kaido. Lin Chen shrugged, exasperated. Should I tell you that I am someone who has traversed dimensions? Fufu. Since you know it's Kaido, would you be interested in teaming up? Ha ha ha. Sorry, but no, Lin Chen said with a smile, refusing without hesitation. It's laughable. Why would I join forces when I can accomplish it on my own? Fufu. It seems we cannot become good friends after all. Huh. Mere tricks, Lin Chen scoffed, drawing his blade and unleashing a crescent arc of ice-blue energy, imbued with a chilling force that froze Doflamingo's white threads upon contact. Extreme cold flash arc, Lin Chen smirked, pleased with his unexpected success, a result of his awakening with the ice wheel blade. Doflamingo, realizing the threat, did not hesitate to act. He could not allow Baise to escape now that Lin Chen was aware. He had already contacted Kaido, expecting reinforcements soon. How long until we reach Joker S territory? A massive figure exhaled heavily, gazing out at the sea from the ship. Report. We should arrive by tomorrow at the latest. Increase speed, the giant commanded, his gaze fixed on the horizon. How dare anyone assault Joker, especially when he has crucial dealings with the governor? To think there are those who can withstand Joker. How amusing. Jack thought, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Quite amusing indeed. Doflamingo chuckled coldly, his hands weaving two threads that connected to the clouds above as he stepped into the air. Moonstep, Lin Chen performed the technique, following closely behind Doflamingo. Taking to the skies. Fufu, the air is my domain, Doflamingo declared as infinite white threads manifested beneath his feet. Not necessarily, Lin Chen countered, summoning two blades into his hands. Seated upon the frosty ice wheel and the demon blade Muramasa. Fufu. Allow me to demonstrate my strongest move. This is my ultimate technique after the awakening of my fruit. 16 sacred death bullets. From the ground surged 16 spiraling waves of densely armed color, rushing toward Lin Chen at incredible speed, intent on piercing him. This is the first time I'm using dual blades. You should feel honored. I call this Baise's twin blade style, annihilation of the demon cold. Lin Chen's eyes glimmered with a cold light. His right hand wielded the ice wheel blade while the left held Muramasa, both emanating an intertwined force of chilling ice and eerie demonic energy. Annihilation of the demon cold. Chapter 94, Water. In an instant, Lin Chen appeared behind Doflamingo, two azure arcs of blade light trailing closely behind him, shrouded in deep violet mist. Flash. Lin Chen sheathed his blades, calmly uttering the command. With a sickening sound, Doflamingo spat a mouthful of blood, a cross-shaped gash appearing on his chest, from which crimson ice shards began to flow. The 16 armed threads before him had been severed entirely. Cough. Baise, you are strong. Doflamingo half kneeled on the sea of threads, clutching his chest as he looked at Lin Chen. You have lost. Not just you, But your Don Quixote family has also met defeat, Lin Chen stated calmly, gazing at Doflamingo, a once great tyrant, who unfortunately crossed paths with him. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the secret technique, Puppet Master. Please retrieve it at your convenience. The system's cold voice echoed within Lin Chen's mind. Puppet Master? Quite a remarkable acquisition. In the system space lay a puppet, resembling a small Pinocchio, its face displaying a terrifyingly eerie expression, as though it were perpetually watching. Fufu, I have lost. I am Doflamingo, he coughed, stubbornly fixing his gaze on Lin Chen, knowing he could only hold out for one more day before reinforcements would arrive. Ha ha, to be honest, I rather admire you for your unscrupulous pursuit of your goals, Lin Chen remarked to the fallen Doflamingo. I could never forsake my comrades. Just as Doflamingo seemingly abandoned all hope, enduring the pain in his chest as he lay upon the tightrope, gazing at the serene blue sky. Unpleasant memories stirred within Doflamingo's mind. It is truly regrettable that the Navy's justice would impose its sanctions upon you. Were it not for your temporary position as a Marine Admiral, which greatly aids Lin Chen, he would have little desire to stand against Doflamingo. Indeed, the two might have even forged a friendship, given their shared monumental ambitions. Yet, it is precisely because of this ambition that they can only be allies, never brothers. Doflamingo erupted into maniacal laughter upon hearing this. You don't truly believe that the Navy embodies absolute justice, do you? How utterly laughable, Lin Chen. You who claim to represent justice are merely the watchdogs of those revolting creatures. History is penned by the victors. They are the ones who shape its narrative. What do you suppose that blank century signifies? Doflamingo remarked with profound significance. Pirates are deemed evil, while the Navy is considered just. How absurd. Only the victors possess the right to define justice. Perhaps you are correct, Lin Chen, he said placidly, but now I am the victor. I am justice. You can't possibly think I haven't prepared a contingency, Doflamingo chuckled. Oh, is it that cage in the sky? How amusing. I could sever it with a single stroke. Lin Chen replied confidently. With a scoff, Doflamingo closed his eyes. For as long as the toy soldiers inhabited this island, it remained under his dominion, no matter his location. Chapter 95, The Final Battle 3. The true power that governs this small island of Dressrosa does not stem from Doflamingo's might, nor from the capabilities of the Don Quixote family, and certainly not from his former celestial dragon status or current position as a warlord of the sea, but rather from those puppets. He manipulates the island's inhabitants by transforming them into toys, leveraging familial bonds and love to exert control over them. Ha. You don't intend to use those toy soldiers to dominate Dressrosa, do you? Lin Chen remarked with a grin, calculating the time. If all went well, Kaido and Law should be nearing completion of their task as well. This is the so-called Island of Toys. What concern is it of mine? Doflamingo feigned calmness. Yet, this was his most vital means of controlling Dressrosa. Though I lack interest in who governs Dressrosa, the fates of those toy soldiers are of no concern to me. However, as a Marine Admiral, I find myself compelled to meddle. Furthermore, if I were to ignore it, that fool would undoubtedly berate me. Lin Chen shrugged in exasperation, smiling as he addressed Doflamingo. Now that I am the one who has been defeated, everything you say is correct, and I cannot refute it, Doflamingo stated, meticulously stitching up the wound on his chest, binding his injured organs. A sharp pang of agony caused Doflamingo to gasp. That icy power was indeed troublesome. Lin Chen understood that Doflamingo was merely stalling for time, awaiting Kaido's reinforcements. Yet, Lin Chen cared little. Allowing Doflamingo to witness his plans unravel would be rather amusing. Moreover, it was unlikely that Kaido would personally come for a mere Doflamingo. He would probably dispatch one of his three calamities, perhaps the drought-causing Jack. Lin Chen was eager to witness the legendary Iron Head King, Jack, and see just how stubborn he truly was. Look, your plans have gone awry. Lin Chen grinned at Doflamingo. What? Doflamingo blinked in shock, seeing the toy soldiers gradually return to their human forms. Have you done something to Sugar? What have you done to her? Doflamingo was on the verge of an outburst. Calm down, Lin Chen interjected, drawing his ice wool blade and resting it against Doflamingo's neck. The chilling aura of the blade sent a shiver through Doflamingo, snapping him back to reality. I didn't lay a finger on that little girl, Lin Chen stated dismissively. But as for Kaido and Law, I cannot say. Room, slaughterhouse. Just as Lin Chen pondered how Kaido and Law were faring, a massive, translucent blue half-sphere materialized, and instantly, Law and Kaido appeared before him. Ugh, Kaido groaned. I must say, your ability makes me feel quite dizzy. It pales in comparison to what our captain can do. Right. I also feel lightheaded, as if I were on a roller coaster. Kaido's shoulder bore a small creature with a long nose and a bushy tail, who also clutched his head in complaint. Law's expression was one of obvious exasperation, as visible lines of annoyance appeared above his head. You'll get used to it after a while, Law stated calmly, recalling the first time he had teleported, nearly losing his lunch due to the immense spatial distortion. No one wants to go through that again. Kaido quickly shook his head. Oh, it's you, Law said to Doflamingo with a tone of disdain. I have a particular aversion to those who betray me, Doflamingo remarked darkly. Doflamingo, Lin Chen interjected. Have you forgotten your place? Now, even the young master is disregarded? Heh. Doflamingo, you best recognize the situation. Law is under my command. Dare you make a move against him? Lin Chen's voice dripped with mockery as he raised an eyebrow. All right. How did you manage to defeat that little girl? Lin Chen inquired with curiosity, having sent them primarily because he trusted Law, while Kaido was merely assisting him. Thanks to Kaido, Law began, but Kaido interrupted, boasting, Boss, this time I deserve a medal. You have no idea how troublesome she was. She could turn anyone she touched into a toy. At a crucial moment, this little creature shielded me and taught us how to defeat her. Ironically, she was quite cowardly. I merely revealed my true form and roared a few times, and she fainted. The little creature reverted to normal as well. Ha. Kaido laughed heartily. Leo. The small creature interjected, clearly displeased. I never imagined that the little girl would faint from fear. Now that is a dramatic turn of events. Lin Chen chuckled. In that case, Doflamingo, let us be on our way. Lin Chen beckoned to Doflamingo, a massive spatial vortex emerging before him. Doflamingo burst into laughter, declaring, It all comes down to the victors and the vanquished. What are the warlords of the sea? What is the night demon? I am but a pitiful loser. The navy embodies light. Where there is light, darkness will always lurk. Then let us depart, Tontada said to Diamante, and as her words fell, a colossal spatial vortex appeared before them. Tontada smiled slightly, appreciating that Lin Chen was indeed quite astute. However, she pondered the fate of the massive stone creature, Pika, who stood nearby, her head throbbing in frustration. Am I to personally move him? Tontada glared at the already fleeing Mihawk and Bartolomeo, her teeth grinding in irritation. Gravity blade. Just as Tontada was lost in thought, she felt the ground tremble, and to her astonishment, the enormous stone figure, Pika, began to levitate effortlessly into the air. Ha. Have I arrived at just the right moment? A smirk appeared beneath the floating Pika as he addressed Tontada. Peach Rabbit gazed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Ishao, who exclaimed with surprise, Ha! I knocked them all out. Ishao bashfully scratched the back of his head, feeling a tinge of shyness. Is he the one who defeated the Heavenly Night Demon? Not far from the battlefield. Behind a massive rock, a little girl with pink hair watched the sky, her eyes sparkling as she remarked, He saved Dressrosa. He is so handsome. Is his name Baise? The pink-haired girl observed as Lin Chen calmly entered a swirling vortex above, then shyly muttered to herself. Immediately, Rebecca slapped her flushed cheeks. Darn it, Rebecca, you mustn't behave this way. You need to be composed. Yes, composed. Chapter 96. Who do you think I am? Bring the ship closer. Above the East Sea, the skies were clear and the sea tranquil. Lin Chen, perhaps today or tomorrow, a tremendous storm is looming, Nami said, her expression grave as she looked at him. Really? The weather seems perfectly fine now. Kane, spreading his arms like wings, leaped up to the lookout and shouted. Ha. No matter how fierce the storm, it won't shake the Baise, Lin Chen declared with confidence. I ask you, Captain, do you genuinely believe a storm is coming in this weather? Kane questioned. Are you the navigator, or is she? Lin Chen shot Kane a glance, retorting. Moreover, I trust Nami. Lin Chen suddenly turned to Nami and said, Thank you, Nami whispered, clutching Lin Chen's garment, deeply moved by his unconditional faith in her. Ha. Let us not forget who went through all the trouble to bring you aboard, Lin Chen said, pulling Nami into his embrace, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Ugh, how annoying. Oh, another display of affection, Kane remarked disdainfully, taking to the air with a flap of his wings. Sorry to interrupt, but I might have come at a bad time, a timid voice interrupted Lin Chen. He saw Ayan nervously clutching her clothes with a pained expression as she stared at him. Upon hearing this voice, Nami recognized it was her good friend Ayan. Yet she shyly broke free from Lin Chen's embrace. No, your timing is perfect, Lin Chen chuckled, insisting he could not show favoritism. Here, this is for you. Lin Chen said, conjuring a swirling vortex in his hand, which dissipated to reveal a delicate box. What is this? Ayan asked, puzzled as she accepted the box from Lin Chen. Haha, you'll find out once you open it. This is the reward for the Grand Blade Tournament. The flowing light. Ayan exclaimed in surprise upon opening the box and witnessing the exquisite, radiant blade inside. I noticed your proficiency with dual blades, so I thought to gift it to you, Lin Chen said gently. So, you participated in the tournament for me? Yes, you won flowing light just for me? Do you like it, Ian? Lin Chen asked, observing her joy akin to that of a little girl. Yes, I love it. This is the first gift you've given me, and I will cherish it forever, Ian replied, lightly kissing Lin Chen's cheek. This is your reward. You sneak attacked me. Lin Chen touched his slightly damp cheek, gazing in astonishment at Ian as she fled. The lingering scent of Ion remained, and he silently vowed to return the kiss next time. Just as Lin Chen contemplated advancing his relationship with Nami, a bomb landed beside the Baise, resulting in a violent explosion that sent up a spray of water. Damn it! Who the hell interrupted my romantic moment? Lin Chen cursed upon hearing the explosion. Had it not been for his timely use of observation haki to sense the incoming water and his swift application of divine might to phase through, he would have been drenched. I want to see which fool dares to disturb me here. Lin Chen summoned the ice wheel in his right hand. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Even the King of Heaven cannot stop me. Lin Chen glared furiously at the vast sea where a massive pirate ship, resembling a mammoth, loomed. The ship bore the flag of a two-horned pirate, symbolizing the Yonko Kaido. At the bow stood a towering figure, robust and muscular, with a ponytail and two braided pigtails, adorned with a metallic jaw and ivory-like decorations, dressed in a feathered coat. Oh, it's the Drought Jack! Lin Chen exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing the iron-headed Jack, snapping his fingers to summon a vortex that absorbed the ice wheel into the divine might space. Lin Chen cracked his neck, feeling the need to unleash his fury through physical combat, and grinned. Now, let me show you what real power feels like. Just as Lin Chen opened the seventh shock gate, he noticed a languid figure approaching across the ocean, leisurely riding a bicycle, accompanied by a dazed penguin. Captain Jack. A warship has appeared. Oh, have we arrived? Who is aboard? Jack asked his subordinate as he slowly rose. Report, Captain Jack. Aboard are Admiral Baise, one of the 7 warlords, Mihawk, a powerful old man, and the sub-admiral Peach Rabbit. The subordinate trembled as he conveyed the luxurious lineup aboard the ship. Captain Jack. We have not detected Joker on board. Should we retreat? His subordinate suggested, but Jack, the iron-headed king, was clearly unfazed. Without a word, Jack picked up a bomb from the deck and walked to the bow, hurling it towards the Baise. Who do you think I am? Bring the ship closer. Jack stood at the ship's bow, witnessing the mammoth ship inch closer to the Baise, his eyes reflecting a crazed fervor. In the Ice Age, Jack's ship suddenly halted, unable to advance another inch. Captain Jack, the entire sea is frozen. Upon witnessing the extent of the ice, Jack realized who had arrived, Admiral Aokiji. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged from the Baise, and a deep blue silhouette emerged on the nearby ship, exuding an invincible presence. Thud! Jack felt an immense force strike his abdomen, causing him to spit out blood as that blue figure appeared before him without warning and delivered a punch. What incredible speed! Leave this guy to me. Lin Chen's voice echoed in Aokiji's ears. Well, do as you wish. Aokiji shrugged indifferently, seemingly aware he had arrived a bit late, noting that the Dressrosa incident had likely concluded. However, it was for the best, as it spared him considerable trouble. He could simply manage the matter with Sengoku later. Jack, I hope you can endure a beating as well as your size suggests. Lin Chen grinned at the massive Jack. Humph, you're seeking death. Jack growled, slamming his hands toward Lin Chen, who appeared as an ant in his eyes. With a thunderous clap, Jack's palms met the air, producing a tremendous sonic boom. Heh, you think you can hit me with that speed? Lin Chen stood aloft in the air, looking down at Jack with a cold smile. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Lin Chen declared suddenly, his hands coming together, with the middle and ring fingers crossing in an uncanny manner. In an instant, a colossal wave of white air surged forth from Lin Chen's hands, resembling the head of a gigantic tiger. The day tiger roared forth with an unstoppable force, charging towards Jack. Heh, do you really think you know who I am? Jack laughed heartily, as deep yellow fur began to sprout from his body, enveloping him entirely. His form expanded further, revealing him to be a massive humanoid mammoth. Beastification. I am a user of the ancient mammoth fruit, capable of transforming into a mammoth. With a thunderous bellow, Jack threw back his head and unleashed a deafening roar. Without hesitation, he leaped forward, thrusting his tusks directly against the day tiger's air cannon. With a resounding crash, Jack's half-human, half-mammoth form collided fiercely with the day tiger's air cannon, sending vaporized water into the air with a cacophonous boom. As the steam dissipated, a thin trail of blood trickled down from beneath Jack's mask. You must be Baise, the new admiral, Jack inquired gravely. recognizing that only Baise could possess such strength, though he had heard rumors that he wielded a sword. Heh, you don't even know who I am. Yet you dare to attack me, Lin Chen retorted, twisting his wrist with a cold smile. In a flash, Lin Chen vanished. His body engulfed in pale blue vapor as he reappeared before Jack. With a chilling laugh, he launched a powerful punch aimed at Jack's abdomen. Haha, do you wish to test your strength against mine? Jack scoffed, observing Lin Chen's fist hurtling toward him. He responded by swinging his own massive fist to meet Lin Chen's. The two fists collided with a dull thud, sending a tremendous force surging from Lin Chen's punch into Jack. Humph, I am a mammoth. Jack grunted, exerting immense strength, pouring all his power into his fist. Indeed, you are a disaster, Lin Chen mocked, curling his fingers into an odd gesture. If I manage to capture you as well, it will be a significant accomplishment. With a smirk, Lin Chen raised his hands, and a tremendous pressure began to build between them. With a thunderous roar, the Day Tiger was unleashed from Lin Chen's fist, propelling Jack backward 100 meters. You think you know who I am? Jack exclaimed as he landed on the ice, shattering large chunks of it. He rose, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze menacing as he fixed it upon Lin Chen. Quite resilient, aren't you? Lin Chen teased. He suddenly recalled the 8th gate of death and, for reasons unknown, felt an overwhelming urge to unlock it. Ha ha, very well. Let this first encounter be a memorable one, Lin Chen murmured to himself, contemplating whether it was excessive to employ the 8th gate against Jack. Yet he was determined to shatter the limitations imposed by the 8 gates. The 8th gate of death, open, Lin Chen shouted to the skies. As if a barrier within him had been shattered, an immense power surging forth from his being. Not good, Akiji, watching the spectacle, sensed the overwhelming energy and immediately teleported 100 meters away to the side of the Baise ship. With a wave of his hands, the surrounding ice began to morph under his control, gradually forming thick layers of ice walls to shield the Baise ship. Multiple layers of ice walls. What a nuisance. Akiji sighed, eyeing Lin Chen, who was enveloped in crimson vapor. Admiral Akiji, it has been a while, a polite voice called from behind him. Ah, Smoker. What brings you aboard this vessel? Akiji turned to inquire. Oh, well. Smoker stammered awkwardly, unable to articulate his thoughts. After all, he had originally been under Akiji's command before defecting to Baise's side, feeling somewhat guilty about it. Ah, it's no matter. It's good to see you with Baise. Just don't let me down, Akiji reassured him, noticing Smoker's silence. Thanks. Smoker began, but Akiji impatiently cut him off. Don't say such sentimental things. It's not like we won't see each other again. At least we remain friends. Indeed, Smoker was more suited to follow Baise, given that they had both trained under Zephyr and shared a good relationship, although Akiji was a peculiar individual. What? Jack exclaimed, watching as the blue vapor enveloping Lin Chen gradually transformed into crimson steam. If the Lin Chen from earlier instilled fear in me, there was still hope to fight back. But now, he feels utterly invincible. Jack's forehead glistened with sweat, realizing that he was like a mere firefly compared to the radiant moon that was Lin Chen. Gulp. Jack swallowed hard, his eyes steeling as he gazed at Lin Chen, despite knowing he was outmatched as one of the 3 disasters of Kaido's beast pirates. He refused to yield without a fight. Very well, Lin Chen smiled, sensing the pressure of the 8th gate. You are a true man for not conceding. With superhuman speed, Lin Chen's fist struck the air, forming a continuous air cannon shaped like a tusk, hurtling toward Jack. Before Jack could react, the violent air cannon enveloped him, shattering the mask on his face and revealing his sharp teeth. The first speed of the tusks of the evening was enough to render Jack unconscious. Huh. The 8 gates. Release. Lin Chen knelt, clutching his chest in agony, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The aftermath of the 8th gate was indeed severe. He regretted opening it. He cast a bittersweet glance at the fallen Jack, knowing he could endure. Damn, every movement feels as if knives are piercing through my bones. Trembling, Lin Chen rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. Divine might. A colossal vortex of divine energy engulfed Jack's massive form, drawing him into a realm of divine power. Heh, this is a 2-for-1 deal. Capture Doflamingo and Jack as well. Now, this should be interesting. I refuse to believe Kaido won't come to rescue Jack. Admiral Baise is truly remarkable, Akiji remarked nonchalantly, dispersing the ice walls and observing Lin Chen with a casual demeanor. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Admiral Akiji is impressive. Your ice is unparalleled across these seas, Lin Chen responded, engaging in mutual flattery. Ah, you flatter me. Just call me Akiji. Adding Admiral feels somewhat distant, Akiji replied, clearly pleased by Lin Chen's compliment. Now, Akiji, are you planning to return to Marineford? Lin Chen inquired. Alas, Akiji sighed. There have been so many issues lately. It's quite troublesome. If I don't return, Sengoku will likely berate me again. He rolled his eyes, lamenting the state of his life. Ha ha ha, Akiji. Look at me. My days are filled with either missions or the journey to missions, while that lazy bastard Kizuru is off slacking. I've heard Sengoku sent him to investigate the Celestial Dragons incident, and he still hasn't returned. Lin Chen chuckled, teasing Kizuru. Things are bound to change, Akiji mused with a smile. Shaking his head. It's truly unimaginable that someone would dare to kill a celestial dragon. I wonder who possesses such audacity. Hey, who says otherwise? I also wish to visit Marineford, Lin Chen remarked, watching Akiji imitate his tone. Well, I shall take my leave, then Akiji yawned, his form dissipating into ice, only to reappear on the deck of the white Zebu. He pulled down his eye mask and fell into a deep slumber. Even admirals are not quite normal. Huh? Oh, except for me. Lin Chen chuckled, letting out a sigh. Akiji's sudden appearance on the deck did not go unnoticed by the cool-headed Peach Rabbit, who correctly deduced his intentions upon observing his actions. Before she could voice her thoughts, the sound of Akiji's steady snoring filled the air. How could an ice block fear the cold? Peach Rabbit lamented, realizing she had forgotten that Akiji was, indeed, an ice block, undaunted by chill. As Lin Chen leapt onto the ship, he spotted Chopper engaging in friendly banter with Akiji's penguin, while Kane squatted nearby, deeply engrossed in their interaction. The camel goes gaga-gaga, Chopper exclaimed. The camel goes gaga-gaga, Chopper echoed. Hey, I say, do you understand what those two are saying? Lin Chen suddenly tapped Kane on the shoulder, gesturing towards Chopper and the camel. Oh, it's the captain, Kane exclaimed, startled by Lin Chen's sudden appearance. I comprehend. The camel is recounting its adventures at sea with Akiji, while Chopper is praising your remarkable prowess, Captain, and sharing his experiences on Drum Island, which I am yet to hear. Kane replied earnestly. You can understand their interspecies dialogue? Lin Chen inquired, perplexed. Well, I'm not quite sure how it works. I can't decipher their words, but I somehow grasp the meaning, Kane replied calmly. All right then, continue listening, Lin Chen said. Understood, Captain, Kane responded. Lin Chen pondered. How could I not understand? Could Kane's consumption of a Zoan-type devil fruit be the reason for this inexplicable connection with animals? That must be it. I truly am clever to attribute this unexplainable phenomenon to the powers of the devil fruit. Several kilometers above the white Zebu, a colossal island floated in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a gigantic ship, a massive pirate vessel suspended in midair. Chapter 99, Journey to Marineford. Hey, this time. Why don't you accompany us to Marineford? Lin Chen approached Yishao and calmly suggested. Why would you leave, old man? Shouldn't you remain here? Yishao queried, puzzled. Ha. Having Mihawk and Peach Rabbit on board is more than sufficient. I wish for you to go to Marineford this time to secure a position for you, at least a Rear Admiral. With your strength, you should not be overlooked. Your promotion to Rear Admiral would also benefit me, as the White Zebu currently boasts only one potential Admiral, Peach Rabbit, and one Warlord, Mihawk. Lin Chen chuckled. Your strength undoubtedly qualifies you for the rank of Rear Admiral, thereby enhancing the White Zebu's visible combat prowess. Your talents should not remain hidden. They deserve to be recognized. Lin Chen stated earnestly. I am deeply honored, Yishao replied, momentarily taken aback before smiling, a gentle expression gracing his face. The trust and esteem that Admiral White Zebu places in me shall not go unreciprocated. Wait, I also want to return. Having Mihawk on the ship is sufficient. Peach Rabbit's voice suddenly interjected as she leaned lazily against the wall, her shadow elongating in the setting sun. What do you intend to return for? Surely, you're not trying to escape from me, Lin Chen said, his face betraying reluctance as he looked at Peach Rabbit. What are you thinking? Peach Rabbit chuckled at Lin Chen's flustered expression. I merely wish to return home. It has been too long since I visited Marineford, and I feel a pang of homesickness. From now on, you can consider this place your home, Lin Chen said earnestly, gazing into Peach Rabbit's eyes. That depends on your performance, she replied. Clearly startled by Lin Chen's words, a flush creeping onto her cheeks as she hurriedly exited. Honestly, I'm blushing again, she thought, standing outside the door. Lin Chen and Yishao exchanged a knowing glance before bursting into laughter. Though Yishao was blind, he could sense everything happening around him. That girl must be developing feelings for that little rascal Lin Chen. How amusing it is to grow older. Hey, are we not taking a ship? Akiji asked, gazing in surprise at the slowly departing white Zebu. Admiral Akiji, we certainly do not require a ship. Lin Chen possesses ample means, Peach Rabbit replied to Akiji. Well, I only have a bicycle, Akiji pondered, clutching his head in agony, realizing that walking was likely the better option. Ahem. You should refer to me as Admiral White Zebu, Lin Chen said with utmost seriousness to the unruly Peach Rabbit, before leaning closer to whisper, Ahem. Please show me some respect in front of Admiral Akiji. Oh, understood, Admiral White Zebu, Peach Rabbit retorted with a playful eye roll, drawing out her words. When did you start requiring respect? Let us go, everyone, Lin Chen instructed the three and the penguin. How do we proceed? Akiji asked, bewildered, as he remained unaware of Lin Chen's Shinigami ability. The camel goes gaga gaga, the camel said. Shinigami. A massive spatial vortex suddenly materialized before them. Here, let us go. Lin Chen extended his hand toward Peach Rabbit. Although she was aware of Lin Chen's spatial abilities, she had never ventured inside before, so she hesitantly took his hand. Ah! Peach Rabbit exclaimed, startled as Lin Chen brazenly pulled her into his embrace and stepped into the Shinigami vortex. Then, let us proceed, I shall lead the way, Ishao said with a gentle smile towards Akiji before stepping into the Shinigami space. Who would have thought Admiral White Zebu possessed such a power? A devil fruit user? I recall he is not an ability user. Never mind, Camel, let us also enter, Akiji mused aloud before hastily entering the Shinigami space. The camel goes gaga gaga, it followed suit. Stepping into the Shinigami space. Wow, this place is truly extraordinary, Akiji exclaimed upon entering the Shinigami space, astonished. Isn't it necessary to hold your hand to enter? Peach Rabbit asked, bewildered at Akiji and Ishao's self-assured entrance. Of course not. Then why did you extend your hand to me? Peach Rabbit questioned, biting her lip as she squeezed out the words. Ha ha ha, is that what you were thinking? I simply wanted to take advantage of the situation. Oh no. I was merely concerned you might be frightened, Lin Chen replied shamelessly. Heh, then do let go of me. Peach Rabbit shot him a cold smile, glaring at Lin Chen, who was unabashedly taking liberties. Chapter 100, The Mole. TCH, let go if you wish, Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly. You, what about me? Lin Chen's words left Peach Rabbit speechless. Despite her grievances, she found herself at a loss for retort. Why do I feel so flustered even though I am the one at a disadvantage? Peach Rabbit pondered, confused. Fufufu disaster. You two have been captured, Doflamingo remarked. Observing the motionless Jack beside him, the mask shattered. Shut up, Joker, Jack shouted at Doflamingo, only to be seized by a wave of muscle pain. If it weren't for our collaboration, I wouldn't bother to embarrass myself for you. Fufufu, Lord Jack, are you injured? Doflamingo asked with feigned concern. Ha ha ha, Joker. Conceal that repulsive visage of yours. I am unlike you. My Captain Kaido shall come to my rescue. Your entire Don Quixote family has been eradicated. Jack cast a disdainful glance at one of Doflamingo's subordinates and scoffed. He has always harbored a profound disdain for those who, lacking in strength, rely on their so-called techniques to engage in transactions with our beast pirates, placing themselves on par with our illustrious crew. By what right do they presume to stand alongside us, the beast pirates, a crew led by one of the 4 emperors of the New World, Kaido? Ha ha ha. Jack, you speak as if we are merely pitiful failures, Doflamingo replied, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead. I am indeed unlike you brutes who only flaunt your muscles. Even if I were imprisoned and impelled down, I would still be Doflamingo, the Don Quixote family's Tenyaka, still the Joker. In Marineford, a middle-aged man clad in a light purple striped suit, a deep blue shirt, and a tie, his punk hairstyle and beard complementing the dagger sheathed at his waist, was hastily making his way to Sengoku's office. The mole was striding briskly, muttering incoherently under his breath. Damn it, that Black Bear Pirates, which recently emerged in the New World, is insufferably arrogant. If I weren't stationed at the G1 Marine base, I would personally deal with them. And what's with the sudden influx of formidable pirates appearing out of nowhere? It's utterly infuriating. Not to mention the recent incidents in the East Blue, with entire villages and islands mysteriously vanishing. Isn't that under Vice Admiral Garp's jurisdiction? It's exasperating. Good heavens, I'm merely a lowly Vice Admiral, yet I feel busier than the Fleet Admiral these days. The mole continued to hasten his pace, overwhelmed by his frustrations. Suddenly, a massive vortex appeared to his left front, exuding an unmistakable aura of danger. What on earth? The mole swiftly drew his weapon, keenly observing the vortex before him. Indeed, it is true that a Vice Admiral possesses exceptional reflexes even amidst the pressures of overwhelming responsibilities. Now, little mole, do not be alarmed. It would be unfortunate to injure me by mistake. Akiji emerged lazily from the vortex, addressing the wary mole. It's Admiral Akiji. The mole saluted and sheathed his weapon. With Akiji here, there is nothing to worry about. Oh, it's not just me. I'm off now. Camel, Akiji casually remarked as he ambled towards his quarters, yawning. Damn, I'm so sleepy again. Camel. The camel let out a couple of calls, swaying its hips as it followed Akiji away. Oh, it's been ages since I've seen Marineford. Lin Chen emerged from the Shinkai space, stretching lazily. Admiral White Tiger, the mole, bewildered, noted. Akiji just left. And now another admiral arrives. Are admirals becoming so commonplace now? Enough of that. You just visited not long ago. Peach Rabbit also exited the Shinkai space, gazing nostalgically at the familiar Marineford, bluntly pointing out. Admiral Peach Rabbit, the mole, was utterly flabbergasted. The simultaneous appearance of two vice admirals is indeed a monumental event. I, the mole, have truly made it. I just pointed my sword at 3 admirals, albeit in ignorance. I can boast that I am a man who dared to challenge 3 admirals. Indeed, you are the mole. We have fought before. I remember, Lin Chen remarked. Having noticed the mole. Haha, Admiral White, please do not jest with me, the mole replied with a wry smile, feeling insignificant in the presence of Admiral White. He had completely surrendered to the might of the Bankai. Hearing this, Lin Chen chuckled mysteriously, but weren't you just pointing your sword at me and Akiji? The mole shivered at those words. Admiral White, you jest. Forgive my impertinence, but may I ask why you have returned to Marineford so suddenly? The mole inquired curiously, unable to fathom what event could necessitate the presence of 2 admirals simultaneously. Oh, it's nothing much, merely apprehending someone and dismantling a pirate crew, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Is that so? I thought it was something significant. The mole sighed in relief, glad it was nothing dire. I wonder which pirate crew and which individual could warrant your involvement. Ha ha, just the drought-causing Jack and the Don Quixote pirates, Lin Chen stated calmly. Oh, so it's Jack and the Don Quixote family, the mole reassured himself. I thought it was someone of great importance. What? Jack Don Quixote? The previously composed mole suddenly reacted, exclaiming in excitement. Calm down. He is not a particularly remarkable figure, Lin Chen gently admonished the mole. Is he still considered a minor character? The mole exclaimed, realizing his outburst and quickly adjusting his demeanor. He bowed to Lin Chen. I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Haha, no worries. I'm not like that rigid Akainu. Lin Chen chuckled casually, addressing the mole. Indeed, but is it truly the Don Quixote family and Jack? The mole asked uncertainly once more. What reason would I have to deceive you? Lin Chen, feeling favorable towards the mole, acknowledged him as a genuine Marine, deserving of the title of Vice Admiral, and worthy of the justice he upholds. Now let me show you. I had initially intended to surprise Fleet Admiral Sengoku, but let us show you first. Lin Chen smiled lightly, snapping his fingers. The observant mole noticed an unusual glint in his eyes, blood-red irises with bizarre patterns, emanating an aura of mystery and foreboding. In an instant, a colossal space vortex manifested in the void. Cough, cough, so this is Marineford? It truly intimidates me. Fujitora was the first to step out of the vortex. He quickly scanned Marineford with his Kinbunchika Haki. Indeed, the aura of the Marine headquarters is formidable, rivaling even my own, with 2 unfathomably terrifying presences. This is Marineford, Lin Chen remarked calmly. On his last hurried visit, he had merely remained on the ship and did not set foot on the land. This was Fujitora's first real encounter with Marineford. This is the mole, he murmured to himself. The blind and amiable man before him, though lacking any overt presence, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. This man was undoubtedly extraordinary, as the mole's instincts warned him. Indeed, the amiable Fujitora would not easily unleash his aura, yet his mere presence felt imposing, likely due to the nature of Lin Chen's gravity fruit. Shinkai? Lin Chen's left eye erupted with intense spatial fluctuations, and unexpectedly, 2 figures materialized in the open space. The transition between the Shinkai space and the real world. Ha ha ha, it's been a while since I've been here. Doflamingo observed the sudden change in the environment without a hint of surprise. This is the technique of White Tiger. Doflamingo casually sat on the ground, watching Lin Chen. Hey, Jack, we might be meeting our demise here. A traitor in a Yonko-S banner, Doflamingo turned to Jack with a smirk. The best outcome would be getting locked up and impelled down. Humph, Jack scoffed stubbornly, turning his head away. The governor will come to rescue me. The sudden appearance of the 2, resembling prisoners, left the mole utterly astonished, despite having been mentally prepared for this moment. Witnessing them in person still evoked a sense of disbelief. One was the Warlord, the Night Demon Doflamingo, and the other was the Calamity, Jack from the Beast Pirates. My goodness, the Admirals Fujitora and Akiji truly outdid themselves, managing to capture Jack right under Kaido's nose. What a monumental battle this must have been. The mole's mind raced with vivid imaginings of their confrontation, and he shivered with excitement. It was truly a profound regret not to have witnessed this battle. Upon reflecting on this, The mole cast a wistful glance at Lin Chen. Little did he know that Jack was merely a bonus capture alongside Doflamingo, while Akiji had merely been taking a leisurely break. Akiji, in a drowsy state, suddenly sneezed as he stirred awake, pondering for a moment why, as an ice being, he was sneezing so frequently. Unable to solve this perplexing conundrum, he simply rolled over and fell back asleep. With a smile, "I'll keep an eye on those two. I'll pay a visit to Sengoku," Lin Chen said dismissively to the mole before striding towards Sengoku's office with a graceful gait. "I vow not to let anyone down." The smile replied lightly, tapping his cane against the ground, causing a profound pressure that created a deep crater beneath. A vast gravitational field enveloped Doflamingo and Jack. The sudden onset of gravity elicited a muffled grunt from both Doflamingo and Jack, yet they stood resolute against the immense force exerted by the smile. The crushing weight obliterated all in its path, yet it could not diminish their indomitable spirit. "Let us see who falls first." Jack, Doflamingo strained to utter, his voice barely escaping his throat. "I will not yield," Jack responded calmly, his stance unwavering. The pressure Jack endured was far greater than that of Doflamingo. Although his Zoan-type devil fruit granted him formidable regenerative abilities that had mended most of the damage inflicted by Lin Chen, he had yet to fully recover. Withstanding such gravity could inflict further harm upon his body. Nonetheless, the reputation of the beast pirates could not falter under my watch. "Wait for me, Admiral," Jack called out, momentarily stunned by the smile's capabilities. Indeed, this seemingly amiable uncle possessed extraordinary power. After a brief pause, the mole shouted and hurriedly followed Lin Chen into Sengoku's office. "I must admit, I cannot withstand that technique. I cannot even stand in that gravity," the mole thought, increasingly astonished by the smile's abilities. The realization struck him that anyone who accompanied such a monster must themselves be formidable. Thus ended the Don Quixote family saga. Law stood atop the White Tiger, gazing out at the vast ocean, engulfed by uncertainty. He found himself at a loss regarding his next steps. Should he return to the Heart Pirates? Yet, he had not fulfilled Admiral White Tiger's promise. "That's a fine sword," a voice suddenly broke the silence. Who? Law's instincts, honed by years of experience, kept him on high alert, and without hesitation, he conjured a spherical object in his hand. "You are no match for me." Law turned toward the voice, discovering a figure seated not far from him, a massive black blade protruding from behind him. "Dracul Mihawk," Law spoke gravely, surprised that he had not detected the swordsman sooner. Was Doflamingo captured by Admiral White Tiger, causing him to drop his guard? Upon recognizing Mihawk, the sphere in Law's hand gradually dissipated. "That's a fine sword. Make good use of it," Mihawk remarked, then closed his eyes to rest again. He spoke merely out of appreciation for the sword, wishing not to see a legendary blade sullied in the hands of mediocrity. "It appears this lad is indeed worthy of wielding such a cursed blade," Law thought as he grasped the sword, Ghost Cry, caressing its elongated blade, his eyes igniting with a mysterious light. "This is my companion," Ghost Cry. Chapter 103, The Confrontation with Doflamingo. "Let us go. Take me to see Jack and Doflamingo," Sengoku commanded, rising to his feet and addressing Lin Chen. "Oh," Lin Chen replied casually. "Wait a moment, Admiral Sengoku. I have something to discuss." The mole suddenly recalled his purpose for coming and quickly spoke to Sengoku. "Ah, indeed. What brings you here from your G1 division?" Sengoku inquired as he resumed his seat. The mole, a skilled swordsman of notable prowess, was stationed at the G1 naval base. Recently, a particularly troublesome pirate crew has emerged in the New World, known as the Black Bear Pirates, and their captain is exceptionally cunning. Moreover, the East Blue has been plagued by mysterious disappearances of numerous islands and villages, with no contact from Vice Admiral Garp. There are many trivial matters that have all been reported to my G1 division, and I genuinely find myself overwhelmed. Admiral, please assign me 2 individuals to assist." The mole lamented dramatically. Sengoku hesitated for a moment, recalling Garp's recent expedition to find his wayward grandson, Ace, who had yet to return. And Kizaru has been gone for quite some time as well. If he returns without any explanations or valuable intelligence, I will dock his salary for an entire year. Mole, you should return to G1. As for the Black Bear and the disappearances in the East Blue, I will find someone to handle those issues. Sengoku stated with a calm demeanor. Understood. The mole bowed to Sengoku and exited, having resolved his purpose and preparing to return to the G1 division. He had attempted to track down the elusive Black Bear himself, but that wily rascal had proven impossible to locate. And the 2 major generals he dispatched were no match for him. "Ahem, White Tiger, if I recall, you hail from the East Blue, correct?" Sengoku said with a sly smile directed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen instinctively cast a wary glance at the old fox. suspecting that Sengoku might be planning to delegate all the dirty work to him. "Admiral, I've observed that Akiji has been rather idle lately, perhaps." Lin Chen suggested with a grin. "Absolutely not," Sengoku interjected firmly, rejecting Lin Chen's proposal outright. "Akiji and Kizuru are equally matched, if left to fend for himself. Who knows when he would return? Marineford cannot be without an admiral on duty," Sengoku asserted sternly. Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly as he envisioned Akiji leisurely riding a bicycle across the ocean, moving at an agonizingly slow pace. "Alas, being an admiral is rather uncomfortable." Lin Chen sighed, stretching lazily. "One day, I shall resign from this position." "Haha, suit yourself," Sengoku chuckled. "But when that day comes, you may find yourself as the fleet admiral. By the way, Admiral, I have a remarkably powerful individual I wish to recruit for the Navy. Would you consider granting him a vice admiral position?" Lin Chen suddenly leaned toward Sengoku, speaking earnestly. "That is absurd. Do you think the vice admiral position is something one can casually hand out? How dare you treat it so lightly?" Sengoku exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before raising his voice at Lin Chen. "Really no? Absolutely not. Is there no room for negotiation?" "None whatsoever. Given his strength, I might not be able to guarantee victory against him myself," Lin Chen said with a smile. TSK, what a pity. If he does not join the Navy, it would be a significant loss for us. What if he decides to join another pirate crew?" Lin Chen remarked, turning to leave. "Wait." Sengoku swiftly halted Lin Chen. "Is it truly as you say? You lack the confidence to defeat him?" Sengoku inquired with a composed demeanor. "Indeed," Lin Chen replied, eliciting a hearty laugh from Sengoku, whose previously solemn expression brightened considerably. He then strode toward the door, welcomed by the Navy. "Cut it out, you old fox," Lin Chen muttered, watching Sengoku's retreating figure. Sengoku's gaze fell upon the two immobile yet defiant figures, Doflamingo and the drought-ridden Jack. "Doflamingo, Jack," he addressed them, his tone heavy with gravity. "Ah, Sengoku. It's been quite some time," Doflamingo greeted with a smile. "I never expected you to be caught by that crane for so many years, and today, here you are. What surprises me even more is that Virgo turned out to be your spy," Sengoku stated, his voice low and measured. "Ah, Crane, she certainly has caused me considerable distress. But I am Doflamingo." He laughed heartily, exuding an air of control despite his status as a captive, as if everything were within his grasp. "Enough, Doflamingo. You cannot triumph over justice," Sengoku suddenly shouted at him. Doflamingo's laughter only grew more raucous upon hearing this. "Justice? What is justice? Is it the Navy? Or perhaps the incompetent, decaying world government behind you? Or those filthy celestial dragons? Justice is a grand farce. It is defined by victors. What constitutes justice is merely victory, while evil is defined by failure. History is written by the victors." Chapter 104. A laugh against Sengoku. "Baise, escort him to impel down," Sengoku instructed Lin Chen after a brief silence. "Doflamingo, you seem anxious," Lin Chen teased. "Do not be wary of my former identity. Perhaps I once regarded it with pride, but now I shun that identity. Working for those celestial dragons, personally killing your own brother. How does that feel?" Sengoku interjected gravely, interrupting Doflamingo. Doflamingo fell silent. What more is there to say? He betrayed the Don Quixote family, and thus deserves death. Before Doflamingo could respond, Lin Chen pulled him into the realm of his powers. "Let's keep the chatter to a minimum." A tear slipped from Sengoku's eye. Rosinante was akin to a son to him. "Commodore, are you all right?" "I am fine." Sengoku stubbornly pushed Lin Chen away and wiped away the tear that should not have fallen. "After all these years, little Mihawk. Doflamingo, perhaps you speak the truth. But you are the one who has failed," Sengoku said somberly, doubts creeping into his heart. For years he had steadfastly upheld his sense of justice. Yet, as Doflamingo suggested, had he been wrong all along? Just like that old fool Garp, who hesitated to ascend to Admiral, not wishing to be a mere lapdog of the celestial dragons. And what of this fellow? Lin Chen gestured toward Jack. "Execute him on the spot in 3 days, Sengoku declared, his demeanor shifting to that of a soldier. "His iron will undiminished by the years. Additionally, announced to the world, this time, I will restore the Navy's reputation. We can no longer languish in despair," Sengoku proclaimed, his murderous intent unwavering. "Humph," Jack scoffed defiantly, closing his eyes as if unafraid of death. "I am Jack the Drought. I will not bow to these fools." Lin Chen remained silent for a moment before looking at Sengoku. It seemed the Admiral was genuinely intent on reinstating the Navy's glory. "By the way, Baise, did you not mention a candidate for the Navy? I am eager to see if he is as formidable as you claim. The Navy welcomes those who possess strength and a sense of justice." Sengoku turned to Lin Chen, a radiant smile illuminating his face, entirely devoid of the earlier tension. His mood changes faster than a page turn, Lin Chen thought, bemused. Suddenly, a series of crisp sounds echoed as Sengoku turned to see a kindly face. A man leaning on his cane sword, tapping it rhythmically against the ground. Ha ha, I just left a gravitational field and went to the restroom. They haven't escaped, have they? I sense Lin Chen's aura, the man chuckled. Ha ha, Admiral, this is the one. His name is Ishiwaru, Lin Chen introduced with a smile. Ishiwaru, this is Admiral Sengoku. He continued. Ha ha, Lin Chen, where did you find such a remarkable individual? He is no ordinary person, Sengoku observed, narrowing his eyes at Ishiwaru. Zing zing zing. Baise is quite fortunate to have brought this man. It seems fortune favors him without effort. I have been attentive to his exploits for quite some time, Sengoku mused. Ha ha ha, I picked him up from the casino, Lin Chen replied. One could not deny his extraordinary luck in encountering Fujitora before he was even officially recruited. In that case, let me personally assess whether he possesses the strength for immediate promotion to Rear Admiral, Sengoku declared, his fighting spirit rekindled after so many years. I seem to have offended Ishiwaru. He paused briefly before slowly drawing his sword from its sheath. Journey to hell. As Sengoku suddenly felt an immense gravitational force envelop him. Even the ground beneath him cracked. This is quite uncomfortable. He grunted, taking a laborious step, yet maintaining his fighting spirit as he gazed at Ishiwaru. I hope my body hasn't grown too frail over time. After all, I am Sengoku the Buddha? With a cold snort, Sengoku positioned his left palm before him, his attire gradually tearing to reveal skin that glimmered with golden light. In the next moment, he transformed into a colossal golden Buddha, radiating a sacred aura. Shockwave. A golden ring enveloped Sengoku's left hand as he thrust it toward Ishiwaru, sending forth the golden circle at great speed. Not good. Ishiwaru quickly reacted. Coating his cane sword with Armament Haki and slicing through the shockwave, both forces annihilating each other. The tremendous energy fluctuations drew a crowd of onlookers. Is that Admiral Sengoku? Who is he battling? Fools. The Admiral is a user of the Buddha fruit. What is strange about that form? Hurry and support the Admiral. You should give up. A battle of this caliber is beyond our reach. We should find Admiral Akiji. I saw him return. Fool. Is that not Admiral Baise? He hasn't moved. We should not intervene. Is that really Admiral Baise? How did he return? Admiral Sengoku, you are formidable, Ishiwaru said earnestly. Ha ha ha, growing old indeed. The magnificent golden Buddha remarked. The old man, no longer concealing his prowess, responded with a smile. Re-invoking gravitational light, he declared, as a series of deep violet rays emanated from the hilt of his sword, shooting skyward. This is my greeting gift, he intoned solemnly. Chapter 105, Fujitora. With a thunderous boom, the sky erupted with an unexpected roar, as a colossal meteor descended from above, rivaling the very expanse of Marineford. What on earth is this? Is he declaring war on the entire Navy? The looming meteor overshadowed the sunlight. The gathered Marines, alerted by the sound, looked up to witness the gigantic rock plummeting toward Marineford at an astonishing speed. Damn it! Are you intent on obliterating Marineford? Sengoku glared at the massive meteor, his fury directed at the old man. Ha ha ha! I have faith in the Marshal, the old man replied, planting his staff firmly into the ground. A smile gracing his face. Buddha the shockwave. Sengoku's expression sharpened as he leapt into action, his left palm slightly bent and enveloped in a colossal golden shockwave. Let it shatter. Sengoku bellowed, thrusting his left hand toward the meteor. The tremendous shockwave surged forth, colliding fiercely with the meteor, its energy rapidly expanding upon contact, ultimately reducing the meteor to mere dust. With a deafening crash, Sengoku's massive form descended, sending a cloud of dust into the air. As the dust settled, Sengoku stood unscathed, though the ground beneath him bore cracks and fissures. Very well, you possess the strength of a vice admiral. Shall you continue? Sengoku spoke gravely to the old man, recognizing that his ability to summon meteors qualified him for the rank. I am willing to spar with the Marshal. The old man's short hair fluttered slightly under the pressure of his released aura. Ha ha ha. I am more than willing to oblige, Sengoku laughed heartily, unwilling to end their engagement so quickly after just warming up. His failure to revert from the Buddha form while questioning the old man was a clear indication of his intent. Old man, be cautious, for I am coming. Sengoku suddenly vanished, reappearing above the old man, his fist covered in a shockwave hurtling toward the old man's head, his immense form betraying no sense of weight. The old man activated his observation haki, sensing every minuscule detail, and suddenly turned his gaze upward. Marshal, do not hold back, he urged, swiftly drawing his staff and enveloping it with Armament Haki, positioning it horizontally to defend against the impending blow. Upon contact, Sengoku's fist met the old man's staff, and he felt an immediate loss of gravity, his body uncontrollably ascending. While played, Sengoku muttered, black patterns swirling around his Buddha form until enveloping his entire being. Armament Haki activated. At that moment, Sengoku had transformed into an imposing black Buddha, yet still radiated an aura of sanctity. There are few who can compel me to utilize Haki, Sengoku stated, stepping into the void to increase the distance between them. Ha ha ha, what an honor that is. The old man replied with a chuckle. Let us settle this with our ultimate techniques, he declared, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Accumulating gravitational force before unleashing a sweeping slash that released tremendous lateral gravity, aiming to crush everything in its path and decimate it, simultaneously generating a powerful gust of wind. Gravitational blade, tiger strike. Bring it on, Sengoku shouted, as black shockwave rings manifested around his hands. He slowly drew his hands together, culminating in a colossal black shockwave. The shockwave surged forth, colliding violently with the old man's gravitational force, igniting a cloud of smoke. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Sengoku had reverted from his Buddha form to his human shape, while the old man sheathed his staff, both standing there with no evidence of battle. What gives? Why have you stopped fighting? A bewildered Marine questioned, feigning profundity to a younger Navy officer beside him. By the way, that meteor was truly terrifying. The Marshal's Buddha is formidable, commented another. Indeed, General Whiteseye is the strongest standing between them, someone remarked. Ha ha ha, Ishii, congratulations on your promotion to Rear Admiral. Sengoku cheerfully addressed the old man. It is my honor, the old man replied with a bow. That brat Whiteseye is quite fortunate to have encountered you, this anomaly. Why wasn't he the one to discover you? Sengoku said with a hint of envy. Ha ha, amusingly enough, should I inform you that I possess the protagonist's halo? Lin Chen silently chuckled at Sengoku's words. Though you hold the title of Rear Admiral, your strength surpasses that rank. Thus, choose a code name to represent your identity within the Navy, Sengoku suggested with a smile. Please, Marshal, decide for me, the old man responded casually, having achieved his goal, rendering the code name inconsequential. Very well then. Your aura is fierce as a tiger. I shall name you Purple Sengoku, Sengoku declared to himself. Fujitora, Lin Chen suddenly interjected, interrupting Sengoku. Ha ha ha, then Fujitora it shall be. Sengoku blinked in surprise before breaking into laughter. Welcome to the Navy, Fujitora, Sengoku said with a grin directed at the old man. Ha ha ha, it is a profound honor to join the Navy. Fujitora replied with a clasped fist and a smile. Chapter 106, Gold Lion Shiki. East Blue. A colossal pirate ship floated in the sky. A man with long golden hair, reminiscent of a lion's mane, sat languidly upon a glittering throne, lost in thought. Admiral. A sharp voice shattered the tranquility as a flustered crew member in a white uniform rushed in. Oh, what is it? Be cautious, or I might just end your life. The gold lion growled, his icy gaze fixated on the weather officer who had intruded upon his reverie. Gulping audibly, the white-clad member stammered, Admiral. There is a Navy vessel ahead. No, not a pirate ship, but a warship of admiral scale. In his panic, he had mistakenly referred to the Navy as pirates. Caught between the fearsome reputation of the Navy's admirals and the Gold Lion's unpredictable wrath, the Gold Lion narrowed his eyes, a mysterious smile creeping across his face. Is it Akainu, Akiji, or perhaps that monkey? For over 20 years, he had remained in obscurity, receiving only sporadic information, oblivious to the latest developments in the world. Leaning back in his seat, the Gold Lion mused to himself. Having been in hiding for 2 decades, he was unaware of many details, such as the recent promotion of the new Admiral, Whiteseye. However, he was aware of Sengoku's ascension to marshal years prior, and the rise of 3 formidable monsters to admiral ranks, given that Garp and Sengoku were lifelong adversaries, though he had many such rivals. Ha ha ha. The Gold Lion let out a mysterious, eerie laugh, as a beautiful shell materialized in his grasp. With a flick of his finger, the Sky Island shell drifted toward the Whiteseye ship amidst his sinister chuckles. The Golden Lion can be regarded as an embodiment of fearlessness towards the Navy. He was captured only after a monumental struggle by the naval heroes, Garp and Sengoku. In terms of illustrious achievements, Shiki the Golden Lion stands on par with the Pirate King, Roger, and the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. Moreover, he was the first to break free from the so-called impregnable impel down, a testament to his indomitable spirit. Thus, the Navy, At this moment, Chopper, seated aboard the ship, was idly swinging his short legs, gazing into the heavens. Suddenly, he noticed a dazzling glint in the sky and discovered an empty island shell. How beautiful! He exclaimed, recalling that he had seen something similar in a book. Nami, overhearing Chopper, approached and snatched the shell from his hands, saying, "This is mine." Chopper gazed at her with a look of innocent dismay. This is an island shell, a unique shell abundant in the Sky Islands, with numerous uses. This one seems to be for communication, but from where could it have come? Robin leaned against the mast and remarked lightly. Many years ago, she had visited the Sky Islands and learned about these marvelous shells. "Beware, a storm is approaching," Nami suddenly declared, her expression turning grave as she glanced ahead, handing the island shell back to Chopper while surveying the clear sky. "Quickly, set our course to 3 o'clock. Kane, stow the sails. Smoker, Bartolomeo, take control of the ship towards 3 o'clock. A colossal storm was imminent. Nami efficiently assigned tasks, and although there were no signs of a tempest, everyone chose to trust their navigator. Ha! The Golden Lion cackled as he listened to the sounds emanating from the island shell, glancing at the cloudless sky. His laughter was unrestrained. Throughout his life, his greatest battles and failures were invariably tied to the treacherous weather, including his infamous clash with Roger, marred by a wretched storm. Thus, he had meticulously assembled a team of meteorological geniuses, forming a weather squad. Ha ha ha, my weather squad boasts the finest equipment and the most exceptional talents. Shiki observed his team and couldn't help but chuckle. "Report. There is absolutely no storm ahead," one member of the team declared, emboldened after gaining Shiki's favor. "Indeed, Commander. Our advanced instruments and the collective insights of our finest personnel confirm that there will be no major storms within the month," another member chimed in. "Excellent. Ha ha." Shiki laughed heartily upon hearing the words of these meteorological prodigies. "With such brilliance at my disposal, how far can I be from conquering the world?" Chapter 107. The official battle is about to commence. The Golden Lion, feeling increasingly prescient for having gathered a cadre of meteorological geniuses, laughed maniacally. Suddenly, ominous black clouds rose on the horizon. A fierce hurricane mingling with lightning surged toward them. The Golden Lion, still caught in his raucous laughter, froze as he beheld the approaching storm. His team of meteorological experts stood equally stunned. God damn it. A month without a storm, and now this? Those damn meteorological geniuses with their advanced instruments. Quick, turn the ship to 3 o'clock. Follow that woman's orders. Move away from that damn storm. Shiki shouted frantically. But it was too late. The storm was about to engulf him. The tempest roared, and rain pelted Shiki's face mercilessly, causing veins to bulge on his forehead. Ha ha. A bunch of useless fools. Shiki's laughter echoed, his eyes reflecting a chilling malice as he waved his hand, causing 2 massive doors to slam shut. "Commander, let us in. Please." The meteorological experts who had not yet entered the hall frantically pounded on the doors, pleading for mercy. Such a storm would surely sweep them away, leading to certain doom. Ha ha ha. Let them perish outside, those worthless fools. Shiki scoffed cruelly. He then cast a cold glance at the 2 meteorological prodigies who had just reported to him. This shouldn't be happening. This defies logic. How can there truly be a storm? The 2, trembling in a corner, mumbled in disbelief. This can't be. It's not scientific. Hearing their incessant murmurs, Shiki furrowed his brow. "Silence," he bellowed, startling them into obedience. Sighing, Shiki pressed his forehead, lamenting how fate had always conspired against him. "The weather has never favored me. By the way, the woman speaking through the island shell possesses meteorological talents that far exceed those of the worthless group I've painstakingly assembled. I must acquire her," he resolved, clenching his fist tightly. Marineford. Sengoku sat in his office, lost in thought as he gazed towards the east, the direction of the East Blue. "Whitebeard. Trouble is brewing in the East Blue. Incidents have been frequent. Originally, these matters were to be managed by Garp, but now, I must rely on you," Sengoku said solemnly to Lin Chen. "Yes, Admiral, the East Blue is also my homeland," Lin Chen responded. Sengoku sighed. "Ah, there are indeed many matters at hand. A fierce battle may be upon us in 3 days. Whitebeard, ensure Fujitora is well rested for the upcoming confrontation with the beast pirates." "Understood," Lin Chen replied, imitating a mole and bowing respectfully to Sengoku before departing. Sengoku rubbed his temples in exasperation before picking up the Den Den Mushi. Blip, 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 blip. "Hello? Yellow Monkey. What in the world are you doing?" Sengoku barked angrily. "Oh, Admiral Sengoku. How frightening." Kizaru replied nonchalantly. "I've discovered the Whitebeard pirates and am tracking their movements." "Any leads on the celestial dragons?" Sengoku inquired. "Only fragments of a ship, seemingly obliterated," Kizaru replied, his tone laced with mock terror. "That's troublesome. Return to Marineford immediately," Sengoku commanded. "Is something wrong, Admiral?" Kizaru asked. "Whitebeard has captured Jack, Sengoku stated before hanging up. Is that so? That's truly troublesome, Kazura mused, glancing at the colossal white whale ship several kilometers away before vanishing like light. Akainu, do not overreach yourself. A pirate wielding twin swords shouted at Akainu from atop an island. Magma Man. Akainu ignored him entirely, his arm transforming into a pillar of magma that pierced through the man's head. Blip, blip, blip. Hello, this is Akainu, he said, shaking his arm as he answered the Den Den Mushi. This is Sengoku. Return to Marineford at once. Yes, Admiral, Akainu murmured after disconnecting the call. With a bounty of 700 million, the Dia pirates must be annihilated along with the beast pirates. Commander, Jean called out cautiously to Kaido. Kaido, gripping a newspaper, slowly crushed it within his terrifying grasp. The Navy has overstepped its bounds. Do they think the beasts of the sea are easy prey? Kaido unleashed a furious roar, transforming into a colossal azure dragon that soared into the heavens, venting his wrath. After a considerable time, the azure dragon descended, morphing back into Kaido's robust form. 3 days later, he declared, "We shall go to Marineford and retrieve Jack." His voice was both calm and commanding as it resonated in Jin's ears. Indeed, Governor Big Mom's pirate crew. What is your take on this matter, Mama? Katakuri asked respectfully, gazing at the imposing figure of Big Mom. Mama, she cackled, her eyes gradually turning crimson. Of course, we shall assist my foolish brother. He owes me an immense favor and cannot be allowed to perish. Big Mom chuckled ominously. Yes, Mama. Whitebeard pirates. Karalalala. This lad is indeed reckless. Whitebeard laughed heartily as he perused the newspaper detailing Jack's impending execution. He knew this was Lin Chen's doing. Few possessed such capabilities. Old man, it seems Kaido will not remain idle, Marco remarked gravely. Old man, shall we join the fray? Diamond Joe suddenly inquired. Karalalala. If we intervene, who shall we assist? That fellow is now a vice admiral. Who among you could contend with him? Whitebeard laughed once more. Indeed, old man. We shall proceed to Fishman Island as planned. The Moby Dick set sail. Chapter 108. The Arrival of the Golden Lion. Saiwi managed to evade it, Nami said, wiping the sweat from her brow, relieved. Such a tempest could capsize even an admiral-level warship with a single misstep. Thankfully, I foresaw this storm. Is this woman's meteorological talent truly so remarkable? Law gazed at Nami, astonished by her uncanny ability to predict the storm without warning. What a terrifying gift she possesses. That storm was indeed dreadful. Had a devil fruit user been caught in it, Kane thought, shuddering at the prospect of being swept away and drowned. Suddenly, the closed-eyed Mihawk snapped open his eyes, revealing his hawk-like gaze as he looked upwards. Be cautious, someone approaches. And they are formidable. Mihawk slowly rose, drawing his black blade, Yoru, with vigilance directed towards the sky. Haha, to think a younger generation could detect my presence. A man with golden hair, resembling a lion's mane, descended from the heavens, 2 swords strapped to his legs, grinning at Mihawk. Among those aboard, his aura was the strongest. Moreover, no admiral's presence could be felt on this vice admiral-level warship. The man before him, Mihawk, though powerful, lacked the presence of an admiral. Golden Lion Shiki's pupils widened upon seeing Mihawk, and he trembled as he spoke. Haha, it seems there are still those who recognize my name. My reputation remains undiminished. Of course, the infamous Golden Lion Shiki, who once vied for supremacy with Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and the first to escape impelled down. To see him here after 20 years of obscurity is indeed astonishing, Law remarked, alerting the others aboard to the terrifying figure before them. Haha, young man, state your name. Golden Lion expressed admiration for Law, impressed by his knowledge of his exploits. Trafalgar Law. Oh, a fine name. Pray tell, which esteemed lady was speaking earlier in Skypea? Golden Lion scanned the surroundings, noting 3 feminine presences on board. What are you talking about? No one spoke. Law's throat tightened as he instinctively shielded Nami behind him. Deceiving someone of this caliber was no trivial matter. A wry smile crossed Law's face. Indeed, that man was after Miss Nami's navigational talents. Haha, young man. Conceal your clever schemes. The one who spoke earlier must be this lovely orange-haired lady, correct? Golden Lion laughed heartily, having caught Law's subtle maneuver, pointing directly at Nami. Suddenly, a blade of emerald light sliced toward Golden Lion. Haha, are you that eager? Golden Lion remained unfazed as he waved his arm, summoning a massive lion's head from the ocean, which roared and collided violently with the emerald blade. The lion's might surged, consuming the green sword light, while the energy from the blade dissipated the water lioness form. This man is formidable, Mihawk thought gravely, stepping in front of Law, positioning his black blade Yoru defensively. "Everyone, stay behind me," Mihawk's calm voice echoed to Law, Nami, and the others. "I shall confront him." Chapter 109, The Battle for Nami. Mihawk swung Yoru forward, unleashing a colossal green sword light towards Golden Lion. "Haha, not bad, young man." Golden Lion responded with a twisted grin, unleashing two invisible crossing sword waves with his feet. The collision of their sword energies on the white Zetsu was explosive, threatening to cleave the ship in two. "Not good," Law muttered, sensing impending doom as a translucent blue sphere expanded to envelop the entire white Zetsu. "Slaughterhouse." The violent energy burst dissipated into droplets of seawater. Law gasped for breath. "Mihawk, we cannot afford to engage him. The white Zetsu cannot withstand such force." He had exerted nearly all his energy to redirect the troublesome energy, unlike his own transfer, which required a chance for large-scale diversion. "Is Law all right?" Chopper asked, concerned as he observed Law drenched in sweat. "Haha, I'm fine, just exhausted," Law replied. "Oh, is that so?" Mihawk glanced at the fatigued Law, nodding slightly before turning his attention back to Golden Lion. "Haha, I must admit, you are quite the surprise. Is that a space-type devil fruit?" Golden Lion remarked, intrigued by Law's abilities. The lion's might surged again as Golden Lion waved his arm, conjuring a massive lion's head from the sea, charging toward the white Zetsu. "Humph." Mihawk grunted, leaping into action, swinging Yoru overhead and slicing fiercely at Golden Lion. "Haha." Golden Lion cackled, summoning a colossal water lion to shield himself from Mihawk's attack. Mihawk cleaved the obstructive lion in half, but rather than dissipating, its halves coalesced into a viscous form, ensnaring him. "Haha, no one can intercept what I desire." Golden Lion charged towards Nami, knowing that the watery barrier would only restrain Mihawk for a moment, but that moment would suffice. "Damn it, do I have to use it now?" Room. Law, vigilant against the advancing Golden Lion, summoned the room sphere, understanding that redirecting such an opponent would demand every ounce of his strength. "Ha ha ha. If you wish to capture Sister Nami, you must first overcome my challenge." Just as Law was about to make his move, Chopper remarked with a smile. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing 3 intact blue pills yet to be crushed. In the next moment, without hesitation, Chopper bit down on all 3 pills at once. Suddenly, before the astonished gazes of those around him, Chopper's form surged in size, transforming into a monstrous figure. Monster transformation. His hooves, now imbued with the color of Armament Haki, were laden with immense force and an unyielding aura as he charged at the Golden Lion. "Ha ha ha. This ship truly continues to astonish me. How could such an attack possibly hinder me?" The Golden Lion scoffed, as his leg swung down upon Chopper with a fierce strike, the impact resonating as it struck Chopper's hardened hoof. "Impressive strength, indeed," he mused, feeling a thrill from the surprises this vessel had provided, only to encounter yet another. The Golden Lion, undeterred, unleashed a formidable slash capable of cleaving through the very sea, which came crashing down onto Chopper. With a roar of defiance, Chopper summoned all his might, pushing against the force of the attack. However, ultimately, he was no match for the Golden Lion. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he found himself wounded by a deep gash across his chest. "Chopper!" Kane cried out upon seeing his injured comrade, his body igniting in golden flames, transforming into a colossal golden crow. With a piercing cry, the golden crow surged toward the Golden Lion, flames blazing around him in a vibrant display. The great sun golden crow descended, hurling a massive fireball towards the Golden Lion. In response, the Golden Lion casually swatted aside the injured Chopper, conjuring a massive sphere of water that enveloped Kane completely. Ugh, the sensation of helplessness that engulfed a devil fruit user submerged in water elicited a groan from Kane. Hawkeye swiftly slashed through the water sphere with several precise strikes, but a smaller sphere reformed, clinging to him once more. At last, Hawkeye shattered the water sphere entirely and exchanged a glance with Law. With a surge of power, Hawkeye unleashed a tremendous sword beam, its brilliance seemingly transcending space as it hurtled towards the Golden Lion. "Ha ha ha." The Golden Lion laughed heartily, activating his devil fruit ability and deftly evading Hawkeye's assault with the aid of his observation haki. The occurrences aboard this vessel had certainly warranted his serious attention. A prime opportunity. Law seized the moment as the Golden Lion's focus wavered, activating his devil fruit ability to create a vast space known as a room. Slaughterhouse. With a decisive gesture, Law made the Golden Lion vanish from his location, leaving behind a droplet of seawater splattered by the sword's energy. Cough, cough. Law coughed lightly, surprised by the considerable energy expenditure required to relocate such a formidable opponent. The Golden Lion, spitting forth a mouthful of blood, stared in disbelief at the wound on his chest, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by that cap-wearing brat. Akainu tumbled out of the now uncontrollable water sphere, retching from the discomfort of being submerged. The Golden Lion felt a sudden weightlessness envelope him, only to find himself beside the sword energy previously unleashed by Hawkeye. In the blink of an eye, he was unable to cloak himself in Armament Haki, and his body bore the brunt of Hawkeye's blade, leaving a grievous wound that exposed bone. Damn it! You all shall perish, save for that girl. The Golden Lion seethed, glaring malevolently at the distant white tiger ship, a cruel smile distorting his features. Lion's thousand cuts. The Golden Lion rapidly swung his legs, unleashing a torrent of powerful sword energies aimed at the white tiger. Ha ha ha. A green-feathered figure scoffed at the sight of the incoming sword energies. Ha ha ha. Hardly a fraction of what the esteemed white tiger can withstand. With deft movements, the green-feathered figure crossed his fingers, summoning a colossal barrier that enveloped the entire white tiger. Barrier. Chapter 110, A Storm Approaches. The Golden Lion unleashed countless sword energies, each one slicing through the air like a wave, targeting the barrier. Ha ha ha. Trust in the barrier. Bartolomeo proclaimed with a laugh, his confidence unwavering. The barrage of sword energies collided violently with the barrier, the sheer force propelling the white tiger backward, sending splashes of water flying. Yet the barrier stood resolute, unyielding. Damn it all. The Golden Lion bellowed in fury as he watched the distance between him and the white tiger grow. Viper. The Golden Lion, unwilling to concede, cast a glance at the white tiger before summoning a massive island warship that loomed ominously above him. It seems fate has conspired against me. I shall not allow myself to see you escape. Damn it. The Golden Lion cursed inwardly, acknowledging this as one of his rare failures. Truly, he had not anticipated the multitude of surprises aboard that ship. Ha ha ha. My barrier is invincible. Bartolomeo, though fatigued from maintaining such an expansive barrier, managed a weak grin. At least it held strong. Room. Law activated a small circular surgical space, enveloping Chopper within it. This wound, if left untreated, will surely leave a scar. Law's voice echoed, tinged with exhaustion. It's all my fault. No, do not blame yourself. Some merely covet your talents. It is not your fault. Nami attempted to reassure him, but Law interjected, I believe Admiral White Tiger would agree. All right, we should be safe for the moment. But remain vigilant. The Golden Lion is likely underestimating us and has yet to exert his full strength. Otherwise, we would not stand a chance against him, Law cautioned, assuming the role of strategist amidst the chaos. In a corner, Smoker took deep drags from a pile of accumulated cigarettes, feeling the weight of dissatisfaction. If I had ventured out, I would only have been a burden to them. How utterly useless I am, he thought bitterly. With a frustrated fist, he struck the ground. At the very least, I cannot be weaker than that guy who drenched himself at the outset. A spark ignited within Smoker's eyes as he glared at Kane, vowing, one day, I shall surpass you, little yellow bird. Smoker was not one to easily concede defeat, nor was he one to bow to reality. But a string of recent failures had left him feeling shameful. In the Marine headquarters, Sengoku gazed out the window at the sky, a rare hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Have I erred? I do not serve the celestial dragons. I merely uphold the justice I believe in. Sengoku spoke to the sheep beside him. Bah. Ha ha. Well, you are but a sheep. How could you possibly comprehend my words? Sengoku chuckled at himself, still haunted by Doflamingo's earlier remarks. Enough. Shaking his head to cast away distracting thoughts, Sengoku turned his gaze back to the outside world, contemplating the potential for devastating losses in the impending battle. The sky has grown increasingly overcast. Is it a portent of the looming conflict? Sengoku murmured, narrowing his eyes. Truly, it is a tumultuous season. Chapter 111, Kaido. 3 fleeting days have passed, and Sengoku has summoned all the elite forces that he could muster. Yet, there remains no word from Garp, and Sengoku's intuition tells him that G1 must have someone stationed there. G1 is the Navy's most crucial division, and it must not be left vulnerable. As for those unreliable Shichibukai, well, there is no need to place any hope in them. Our 3 admirals are not to be trifled with. Damn it, that old coot Garp is still missing, Sengoku muttered as he slammed the unreachable Din Mushi onto the table. Never mind, the absence of one person does not matter. This time, we must restore the Navy's reputation. He glanced out of the window. It was getting late. Time to depart. Sengoku clenched his fists and thought to himself. At Marineford, a makeshift gallows loomed large in the Navy square, where Jack knelt, his body bound in chains of sea stone, rendering him utterly immobile. 2 burly executioners stood beside him, wielding blades forged from sea stone. capable of inflicting significant harm on devil fruit users. The most conspicuous feature was a raised platform adorned with 3 enormous chairs, representing the 3 admirals of the Navy. Akainu, Kizaru, let us proceed to our destination, Lin Chen announced, entering the square alongside Akiji and Kizaru. Lin Chen was impeccably attired in a white suit, draped in a justice cloak that symbolized his status as an admiral. His enigmatic smile was ever present, and he casually rested his left hand on the hilt of his sword. With a glimmer in his eyes, Lin Chen propelled himself upward, the immense force of his springing motion elevating him to the platform. Naturally, he settled himself into the central chair, placing his ice wheel and Muramasa beside him, crossing his legs and closing his eyes. This sensation is rather pleasant. Oh dear. How terrifying, Akiji remarked, as Kizaru observed the shattered floor beneath Lin Chen's weight with a TSK of admiration. In the next moment, Kizaru transformed into light. As the luminous particles dissipated, he materialized on the platform, plopping down into the chair to Lin Chen's left, also crossing his legs and closing his eyes in a relaxed manner. Is there only one spot available? Akiji quipped in exasperation before taking a seat and glancing around. Suddenly, he noticed something and smiled at Zephyr in the corner, promptly pulling down his eye mask and drifting into slumber. Zephyr reciprocated with a smile, lamenting that the marshal had not allowed him to participate in the battle, attributing it to some prior injury that forced him to watch from the shadows. Zephyr absent-mindedly touched his somewhat mechanized right arm, which was being transformed into a so-called mechanical limb by that madman. Ha 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 he. These 3 fellows are truly cut from the same cloth, Sengoku chuckled as he observed the trio's postures, addressing Ahi. Indeed, Baise is quite commendable, isn't he, Momotatsu? Ahi replied with a grin, glancing back at Momotatsu, who appeared momentarily startled by the question before blushing. Ha ha. Ahi laughed heartily at Momotatsu's flustered expression. Ahi, are you even paying attention to what I'm saying? Sengoku remarked, raising his voice slightly at Ahi, who rolled his eyes in response. Honestly, you infuriate me, Sengoku exclaimed, feeling exasperated as he pondered how only Ahi and that old man Garp left him feeling powerless, with Baise gradually resembling Garp more and more. They're coming, Lin Chen suddenly murmured, opening his eyes to gaze at the sky. A yawn, it seems I cannot enjoy a proper nap, Akiji remarked, stifling a yawn and lifting his eye mask, lazily gazing at the sky. Such a terrifying aura, Kizaru added nonchalantly, adjusting his yellow glasses as he stood to look upwards. Suddenly, a drop of rain fell on Lin Chen's face, which he quickly wiped away. In an instant, the previously azure sky darkened ominously. A massive black vortex swirling with dark clouds appeared, and rain began to pour down relentlessly. How troublesome, Akiji sighed disdainfully as he wiped the rain from his face, plunging his fingers into the deluge, a visible chill emanating from them. The ice time capsule. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. The ice radiated from Akiji's fingers, causing the rain to crystallize instantaneously, forming shimmering icicles that hung from the sky. Even the vast black clouds above were veiled in a delicate frost. Roar. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar resonated, shattering all the ice strands, and the black clouds began to dissipate, revealing a clear sky once more. A colossal monster emerged, a magnificent azure dragon. With antlers like a deer, a head resembling a camel, eyes akin to a rabbit, a neck like a serpent, a belly like a clam, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, paws like a tiger, and ears like a cow. Its scales were a deep azure, standing upon fiery clouds. Kaido, Lin Chen said slowly, gazing at the azure dragon before him. Is this the true potential of a mythical Zoan devil fruit? Truly terrifying. Governor. Jack shouted excitedly at the sight of Kaido transformed into the dragon, realizing that Kaido had come to rescue him. Hand over Jack, and we shall part ways amicably, Kaido declared, locking his gaze on Sengoku. Ha ha ha, how ludicrous. Sengoku retorted, his expression grave as he scrutinized Kaido in the sky. If I were to surrender Jack today, would that not render the Navy a laughingstock? Yada no Kagami. Upon hearing Sengoku's response, Kizaru transformed into a myriad of star-like particles, vanishing from sight as countless orbs of light surged forth from an unknown source, striking Kaido's massive form and causing explosive detonations. Ha ha ha, yellow skin monkey. Are you merely scratching my back? Kaido chuckled as the explosions subsided, revealing no wounds on his body. What formidable defense, Kizaru marveled, acknowledging Kaido as the strongest creature in the world. Dragon breath. Just as Kizaru was momentarily taken aback, Kaido unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. This is intolerable. Allowing a pirate such audacity here is an affront I cannot abide. Allow me to bring this to an end. Akainu steadily approached the platform, each step causing molten magma to drip from his arm and melt the ground beneath. Suddenly, Akainu's expression hardened as he raised his arm high, unleashing a torrent of magma that erupted like a volcano towards Kaido above. Great eruption. The searing magma clashed violently with Kaido's dragon breath, resulting in a series of cataclysmic explosions. Chapter 112, the battle commences. Ha ha ha. Akainu, your heat is significantly lower than before. Have you grown weary from training since your promotion to Vice Admiral? Kaido teased after releasing a breath of fire, casting a mocking glance at Akainu. Humph. Whether I have faltered, you shall soon find out, Akainu retorted coldly, his expression darkening as he observed the magma dissipating against Kaido's dragon breath. After all, Kaido was not merely toying with fire. Haha, still so irritable. Allow me to temper your temperament, Kaido. With a fierce glare, Kaido unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck Akainu, followed swiftly by a claw swipe that seemed to transcend space itself, appearing instantaneously before Akainu. Dog barks Red Lotus. Akainu's expression hardened as his hands transformed into molten lava, forming a massive canine head that lunged toward Kaido's dragon claw. Crash. Upon impact, a resounding thud echoed, and Akainu was surprisingly forced back a step. Ha ha ha. With your current temperature, you cannot harm me. On Kaido's claw, a burn emerged, yet it healed at a visibly rapid pace, scales sprouting to cover the wound. Oh ho ho, what about me? Suddenly, Kizaru appeared behind Kaido, his hands radiating with brilliant light. Yada no Kagami. An endless sphere of light erupted from Kizaru's hands, violently exploding against Kaido's scales. I've told you. Are you merely tickling me? Kaido glared at Kizaru, then swung his tail fiercely in his direction, creating a tremendous gust of wind. How frightening. Kizaru instantly transformed into a flash, evading the tail swipe and reappearing behind Kaido. So how about this move? Kizaru grinned slyly, crossing his arms to unleash an intensely dazzling light. Tensho Shobo. Before Kizaru could draw his sword, a blazing sword light pierced through his body, cleaving him in two. How terrifying indeed. The danger to life is ever present. Kizaru once again transformed into countless luminous particles, reassembling himself before casting a wary glance at the shadowy figure that loomed in the sky. Kizaru, your opponent is me. A colossal black dragon spoke with human words, transforming into a tall, robust figure clad in dark attire, complete with a mask, goggles, and a pair of black feathered wings. It's Jin. How terrifying, Kizaru exclaimed, though his body betrayed his words as he swiftly drew a massive sword from the brilliance and charged at Jin. Humph, Kizaru, let me witness the might of an admiral. Jin huffed, the mysterious flames engulfing him flaring even more vigorously as he unsheathed his katana, entwined with those same flames, and slashed towards the wasteland. Clang. The two swords clashed, producing a radiant spark, with shards of flame and light spiraling outward. Jin grunted, stepping back 2 paces. Truly worthy of being a marine admiral. My hand trembles slightly against him. Not to mention, Jin pondered inwardly, Kizaru does not excel in brute strength. Yet, isn't he precisely the opponent I crave? The spark of battle reignited in Jin's eyes as he launched another strike at Kizaru, taking the initiative. Oh ho ho, speed is my forte. Kizaru quipped slyly as he saw Jin charging towards him, eager to seize the first strike. Jin's sword swung fiercely at Kizaru's form, yet it passed right through him. Have you ever experienced being kicked by light? Kizaru's voice drifted languidly into Jin's ear. Light kick. Suddenly, a rotund figure descended from the sky, shouting, Governor, your flame cloud can sustain me for such a long time. Then allow me to showcase my performance. Brontosaurus Bomb. Queen transformed mid-air into a gigantic brontosaurus. Its head aimed at Akainu, then summoned all its might to crash down upon him. Admiral Akainu, we are here to assist you. 2 towering giants, each over 15 meters tall, brandished their massive axes and swords in a desperate attempt to block Queen's advance. Thud. A colossal sound erupted as the massive axe and sword were shattered against Queen's head, yet they successfully altered his trajectory, causing the enormous dinosaur to crash into the ground, shaking it to pieces and rendering one of the sword-wielding giant admirals unconscious. Queen then swiftly stepped forward, his immense form surprisingly agile. Governor, here is your spiked bat. He hurled a massive, saliva-coated spiked bat toward Kaido, eyeing another giant admiral with fierce intent. Brontosaurus charge. Kaido abruptly transformed into human form, a gigantic brute, and effortlessly caught the spiked bat midair, swinging it down forcefully onto Akainu's head. Ghost Path. Ice-scarred dual slash. A ghostly purple sword light, exuding a menacing aura, crossed paths with an ice-blue sword light, radiating an astonishing chill as they converged in a star-like formation aimed at Kaido. Leave this to me. You handle that chubby one. Lin Chen appeared beside Akainu, wielding Muramasa in one hand and the ice wheel in the other. Humph, Akainu grunted, choosing not to dispute with Lin Chen. Instead, turning to approach Queen. With each step, his body became more molten, and with each stride, his temperature rose further. Hey, with you all gone, who will guard this place? Akiji remarked, observing Lin Chen's sudden disappearance and Kizaru's engagement with the golden figure, before returning to his previous seat with a sigh. Though this place may not require guarding, it still needs someone to keep watch. Hey, this battle has officially commenced, Sengoku stated solemnly to Akiji as he beheld the three major powerhouses. Indeed, but this is not the entirety of the beast pirates' might, Akiji replied, his gaze filled with concern. Humph, nor is this the full strength of the Marines, Sengoku retorted, for there are many vice admirals yet to engage. Both sides understood that this battle was a competition of high-tier combat prowess. Those lacking in strength could only serve as fodder in such a conflict. Sengoku wished to minimize unnecessary casualties for the Marines, while Kaido reserved his strength to guard against the other emperors. Thus, only the vice admirals were deemed worthy to participate in this clash of titans. Kaido, too, had only brought forth his major powerhouses, as initiating conflict was not his aim. The primary objective was merely to rescue Jack. Chapter 113, Thunderous 8 Trigrams vs. Ice Wheel. Crash. With a thunderous boom, Kaido's spiked bat obliterated Lin Chen's star formation. And he gazed at Lin Chen with a complex expression. White Setsu, why have you become so weak? Kaido asked gravely, his left hand brushing over the scar on his chest, a massive cross-shaped wound. In these 20 years, your strength has shown no growth, while mine has undergone a tremendous transformation, Kaido bellowed, swinging the spiked bat once more, aiming a powerful strike at Lin Chen, whose right arm was now enveloped in a dense layer of scales. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Lin Chen, wielding the ice wheel, felt the weapon enveloped in a layer of armed haki collide with the spiked bat, producing a crisp sound as he was forced back a step by the immense force. Cough, cough. Kaido, what do 20 years matter? I do not care, Lin Chen said, coughing lightly as he turned to face Kaido earnestly. Unsurprisingly, Kaido's fruit has likely awakened. The awakened mythical Zoan-type devil fruit is truly formidable. Let me demonstrate to you how my strength has not faltered. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with cold light as he gently caressed the blade of the ice wheel. Seated in frost, ice wheel, an astonishing chill erupted forth. An endless wave of frigid air coalescing into an ice dragon that swirled around Lin Chen, whose pupils had transformed into a crystalline blue. Ha ha. Now this is more like it. Kaido, the white serpent, boasted with a thunderous laugh, his body adorned with glimmering dragon scales, sharp fangs protruding from his mouth. As his already massive form grew even more formidable. Now this is worthy of my serious attention. With a mighty swing, Kaido brandished his spiked club. His strength magnified in this form, dark bolts of lightning crackling around the weapon. Humph, Ice Dragon Strike. Lin Chen scoffed. As the immense chill he commanded began to dismantle the ice dragon, layer upon layer enveloping the ice wheel, as if it were being clad in a suit of crystalline armor. With a swift motion, Lin Chen unleashed a colossal sword aura resembling a dragon. As the two forces collided, time seemed to freeze for an instant, a deluge of black lightning and icy currents erupting chaotically. Oh dear, how frightening, Kizaru remarked nonchalantly, wielding the Ama no Murakumo sword as he casually faced off against Jin, while marveling at the grandeur of Lin Chen and Kaido's battle. Are you so bold as to allow your focus to waver while engaging me? Jin's eyes widened in fury, gripping his great sword with both hands. Flames coiling around it, streaked with ominous black lines infused with haki, ready to incinerate everything. Fire Wing Slash. A massive blade of flames surged toward Kizaru, the fiery aura laced with dark patterns. TSK, how terrifying, Kizaru remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the fiery blade as his Ama no Murakumo sword gradually dissolved into motes of light. Pointing his finger, he formed a gun-like shape. With a flicker of brilliance, countless beams of light converged upon Kizaru's fingertip, followed by a light-hearted chuckle as he released the radiant energy. The moment the tangible light collided with the fiery blade, it shattered it effortlessly. Jin barely managed to evade the light in the nick of time. That was close. Is this truly the strength of an admiral? Do you wish to experience the sensation of being struck by light? Kizaru's languid voice whispered into Jin's ear. Humph. Do not underestimate me. Do you think I would fall for the same trick twice? Before Jin could finish his retort, Kizaru's foot connected with his body, silencing him as he was sent crashing to the ground. Light kick. Kizaru's luminous kick propelled Jin into the earth, shattering the ground beneath him. Roar. The ground fell silent for a moment before a thunderous roar echoed, as a colossal wyvern burst forth, its wings ablaze with enigmatic flames. Kizaru, now you've truly revealed your true capabilities. No wonder you are an admiral of the Navy. But I am a toothless wyvern, a mythical Zoan. Oh dear, how utterly frightening. Kizaru's relaxed voice floated from behind the wyvern, as Jin's gaze fell upon a figure that began to dissolve into light. Light shot. With blinding speed, Kizaru aimed at the wyvern's rear, where his fingertip erupted with dazzling brilliance, radiating immense heat that even overshadowed the flames enveloping the creature. The overwhelming heat caused the wyvern to plummet rapidly. Kizaru clasped his hands at his waist, unleashing a thick beam of light toward the descending Jin. Apologies, but I have not yet exerted my full strength, Kizaru mused lazily. Just as the beam was about to strike Jin, a large mass of black goo, flowing like liquid from an unknown source, enveloped him completely. The light struck the goo, melting it away, yet it seemed inexhaustible, continuing to shield Jin within its embrace. Charlotte Katakuri, Jin gasped, eyes wide as he beheld the tall figure emerging from the smoke. A robust man wielding a trident slowly appeared. You truly are in a dire situation, Jin, he remarked. It was merely a moment of carelessness, Jin retorted defiantly, realizing that Katakuri's appearance could only signify an ally in this predicament, not an enemy. Do not overestimate yourself. He is Admiral Kizaru, not a foe to be taken lightly. Katakuri warned, glancing up at the languid figure in the sky. Oh dear, this is quite the predicament, Kizaru thought, realizing that the trouble he believed he had resolved had only multiplied. So be it, let us finish this swiftly, Kizaru muttered, his form dissipating into a flurry of light. I am light. Light moves at the speed of thought and possesses an extraordinarily high temperature, with immense lethality. Lava burst. Akainu unleashed a torrent of molten magma that erupted violently from his body, aimed directly at Queen. After a tentative touch of magma singed him, Queen bellowed in rage. His eyes blazing, he immediately transformed into his hybrid form, boasting remarkable speed and defense. Fat Dragon, can you do nothing but evade? You were quite bold when you threw me earlier. Akainu growled, magma once more searing Queen's back. Oh, it burns. It burns. Queen cried. Akainu, do you take me for a fool? Who would engage in battle with someone they cannot defeat? His considerable bulk allowed him to maneuver swiftly, dodging the searing magma. This is outrageous. My dragon hide is being scorched. Unbelievable. Akainu roared, his arms spewing forth an onslaught of magma into the sky. Just this? Queen mocked, observing the grand yet ineffective display, raising his middle finger in defiance. Humph. Akainu scoffed, ignoring the taunt, as the sky appeared to be drenched in crimson. Vast clouds of flame forming above. Damn it, this is a disaster. Queen looked up at the fireballs resembling red clouds, his smoke falling from his mouth in disbelief. What a lunatic. Transforming into a massive brontosaurus, Queen assumed his most defensively robust form. TSK. Queen, what have you gotten yourself into? A mocking voice emerged beside him as a robust figure with purple hair crouched beneath the brontosaurus. Charlotte Cracker, quickly, help me defend. Queen realized that the only ally who could appear in this situation was indeed Cracker. TSK. My biscuits may not withstand his magma, even once armed. They will be hard-pressed, Cracker lamented, yet without hesitation, he summoned numerous large biscuits to hover above Queen's head. Armored biscuits. The dark hue of Haki enveloped the biscuits as Cracker remained crouched beneath the brontosaurus. This is all I can do, even if they cannot hold. I have another layer of protection. As for Queen's fate, I must first ensure my own safety, Cracker thought shamelessly. Chapter 115, Big Mom emerges. With a resounding crash, torrents of magma meteors plummeted from the heavens, shattering and melting the biscuits, yet the diminished force of the meteors still struck Queen's form. Armored Haki. Queen's brontosaurus slammed into the ground, the black Haki enveloping his entire body, as he endured the searing heat of the magma. The colossal Brachiosaurus expelled a cloud of murky smoke from its maw, its body now enveloped in an inky darkness, leaving one to ponder whether it was the manifestation of Haki or merely charred flesh. Damn, it's scorching. Even your biscuits are no good. Quinn morphed into his human form, grumbling at Cracker, his diminutive eyes betraying profound dissatisfaction. Also, it really is unstoppable. As expected of Akainu. This is indeed quite a struggle, Cracker remarked, his gaze heavy with concern as he observed the slowly advancing figure of Akainu. Humph, do you believe I am no longer of use? Akainu replied in a deep, resonant voice, his temper as volatile as his devil fruit abilities. Netherhound. Cracker's heart raced as he beheld the molten canine charging towards him. a cold sweat breaking out as he thought. If this petite frame were to be struck, it would be the end for me. In a frenzy, Cracker summoned countless biscuit soldiers, each wielding a massive sword and a shield, forming a staunch barrier before him. Yet, still feeling a pang of insecurity, Cracker hastily retreated behind Quinn. If only I can stall Akainu. That is all I need, he comforted himself inwardly. Why has she arrived as well? Sengoku raised his gaze to the heavens, where a vast, ominous cloud loomed, concealing a formidable silhouette. Big Mom, Sengoku uttered gravely. How could that madwoman show up? This is becoming troublesome, though thankfully it remains within the realm of control. He glanced at the still inactive figures of Isho and Akiji, while Akiji was yet to engage. Isho possessed the strength of a vice admiral. Moreover, the two substitute admirals had yet to make their move. Honestly, if only that old rascal Garp were here. Despite his lack of decorum, he is indeed a hero of the Navy, Sengoku lamented, scolding Garp in his thoughts for his mysterious absence at such a critical juncture. Ha ha. Chief, fret not. At worst, the two of us old-timers can intervene, Akainu chuckled, patting Sengoku on the shoulder with a light-hearted smirk. Meanwhile, two executioners positioned behind Jack whispered quietly, their sole task being to stand at Jack's rear. Are you cold? One inquired. I feel a bit chilly and parched. As if dehydrated, the other replied, shivering violently. Hey, you can't really be ignoring my presence, can you? Came Akiji's languid voice from behind. He flicked his finger, sending a shard of ice slicing through the air, instantly freezing a section of it into solid ice. Ha ha ha, as expected of Admiral Akiji. Even this was seen through. A melodic laughter emerged from within the ice, which then melted away, revealing a robust woman with silvery hair. When did she appear? The executioners gasped, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Smoothie, shuddering at the thought of the disastrous consequences should she choose to attack them. Ha ha, I am the dehydration human, having consumed the squeeze fruit, allowing me to manipulate water vapor. Achieving invisibility to a certain degree is not a daunting task, Smoothie shrugged nonchalantly. Furthermore, the killing blow has never been my forte, has it, Mum? Just as her words fell, Akiji sensed impending danger. Mama. A sinister laugh echoed as Big Mom appeared, riding Zeus and wielding Napoleon, aiming a strike at Akiji. Napoleon, the Emperor's sword, Mama. Though my eyesight may fail, I am still capable of battle. Suddenly, a tremendous force of gravity enveloped Big Mom, causing her to stumble and redirect her swing. Thank you, Akiji acknowledged, glancing at Fujitora, who wielded his staff sword with poise. Chapter 116, Navy Vice Admiral Fujitora smiled. Ha ha, I am now a member of the Navy as well, he remarked with a light chuckle. Thus, I am obligated to uphold the Navy's values, Fujitora stated earnestly. Ah, Fujitora, is it? A commendable code name, Akiji replied, his expression turning serious as he observed the chaotic scene above. Big Mom, standing on Zeus, brandishing Napoleon, with Prometheus hovering above her, resembling a malevolent specter. Big Mom, mama, the delectable soul of white Zetsu. Big Mom steadied herself, her body cloaked in haki to dispel the gravitational force, her gaze greedily fixated on Lin Chen, who was fiercely battling Kaido. I must consume his soul. It has such a delightful flavor. She licked her lips, her eyes glimmering with a hint of crimson. Whoever obstructs me shall meet their demise, Big Mom declared, directing her blade towards Isho. With her innate monstrous strength, her casual swing bore the power to obliterate. Haha, I am a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, Isho grinned, channeling his gravity and haki into his staff sword, launching a fierce strike at Big Mom. The clash resonated with a thunderous sound. Isho remained steadfast while Big Mom staggered under the sudden gravitational force. Zeus, she bellowed in frustration, seemingly blaming him for the instability. Ah, Mama, it's not my fault. His gravity is too overwhelming, Zeus whined, appearing quite pitiful. Watch me. Prometheus, unable to remain idle in the heavens, cast a mocking glance at Zeus before igniting with flames, approaching Fujitora as if he were the sun itself. Hey, you can't really be ignoring my presence, can you? Akiji's voice, tinged with exasperation, chimed in. Ice time capsule. Akiji pointed casually, a glimmer of cold light shooting towards the blazing Prometheus. The flames engulfing Prometheus began to visibly freeze, transforming into ice, yet still flickering with remnants of fire. This is a death wish. Mama. Akiji, Fujitora. I shall first dispose of you both before feasting on my delicious soul. Big Mom cackled maniacally, summoning Zeus, whose once innocent expression turned sinister, his form swelling in size. Prometheus seemed to awaken with newfound vigor, the previously dormant flames erupting into a frenzied blaze, soaring above Big Mom, intertwining with her wild hair, creating a terrifying spectacle. Napoleon. The sword in Big Mom's grasp emitted a chilling laugh as a gaping maw slowly formed along its blade, resembling the ferocious teeth of a shark. Now cloaked in black haki, growing increasingly formidable. At this moment, the three homies melded seamlessly with Big Mom, exuding an aura of unfathomable terror. An overwhelming force radiating from her. This was the true power of an emperor. Ice spear barrage. Akiji leaped into the air, conjuring 4 massive ice spears that materialized behind him, launching them at Big Mom with astonishing speed. Upon contact, the ice spears shattered into countless shards. As expected. It's ineffective, Akiji sighed, shaking his head. Big Mom possessed an extraordinarily resilient physique, her defenses nearly impenetrable. Even the blades of the giant race shattered against her at the tender age of 5, and not even a hail of bullets could mar her skin. Akin to a steel balloon. This innate strength was her birthright, especially amplified by the haki enveloping her now. Suddenly, Big Mom, with a fervent fervor, began to pound her chest, emitting a series of strange, raucous laughs that reverberated through the heavens and earth. The cacophony deafening enough to threaten the very integrity of one's eardrums. If this continues, it is likely that even the uninvolved Navy would find themselves ensnared in this turmoil, remarked a solemn one Smile, whose enhanced hearing, a result of his blindness, was more acute than that of an ordinary person. With a swift motion, One Smile unleashed a strike with his gravity blade, the immense pressure emanating from his weapon palpable. Big Mom felt this oppressive force, which momentarily halted her, silencing her laughter. "Damn it!" she exclaimed, her eyes glinting with an intensified crimson light. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the 2 executioners guarding Jack were abruptly knocked unconscious. This was the consequence of Big Mom's errant strike inadvertently severing Jack's seastone chains. Although he still bore the remnants of the shattered seastone handcuffs, they no longer impeded his basic movements. "Hey," Akiji remarked, casting a cold glance at the unconscious executioners. "Fujitora, keep that madwoman at bay. Her presence is infuriating." Despite his calm tone, the anger was palpable in his voice. The 2 men, being part of the Navy, would inevitably bear the consequences of any misfortune that befell them. In an instant, Akiji transformed into a chill, dissipating into the air. "Where do you think you're going?" Big Mom screeched, brandishing Napoleon, which elongated dramatically as she swung it towards the vanishing Akiji, the blade enveloped in haki. With a sharp clang, Napoleon was intercepted mid-swing. Upon closer inspection, Big Mom realized it was that bothersome blind man. "Your opponent is me, old man," proclaimed Fujitora with a smile. Akiji appeared atop the previous execution platform, unleashing a blast of icy air that encased Jack in a frozen sculpture. He cast an annoyed glance at Jack. "I'll deal with you later." He swiftly gathered the 2 unconscious giants, stepping lightly as he departed. "Admiral, I'll leave these 2 with you," Akiji announced, arriving beside Sengoku. "Well done, Akiji. They are also part of the Navy. I will not permit needless casualties among our ranks," Sengoku replied sternly. "Admiral, they are merely unconscious," Tantata remarked, checking for their breath. After a moment, he confirmed, "They're fine." "That's a relief," Akiji sighed, reassured, before vanishing once more into a flurry of cold air. "Jack, I will make you aware of true cold," he thought coldly. Transforming into a colossal woolly mammoth, Jack was enveloped in a thick layer of fur, and as he morphed, his immense size shattered the ice encasing him. "Ha ha ha, this is nothing. Thanks to Akiji's chill, the seastone chains are utterly useless," Jack exclaimed, testing his mammoth limbs with a hearty laugh. "Oh, is that so?" Akiji's voice resonated, sending a shiver down Jack's spine. Akiji concentrated the cold energy into his right arm, releasing a powerful ice bird that soared towards Jack with tremendous force, freezing everything in its path. The ice bird let out a resonant cry, as if imbued with sentience, before diving fiercely at Jack. In agony, Jack moaned beneath the icy encasement, realizing he was utterly outmatched by Akiji, and even by his icy avian attack. He would forever remember the moment the bird touched him, its astonishing chill penetrating his proud fur and solidifying his very blood. "Do you feel the cold now?" Akiji taunted from a distance, observing the ice-ridden Jack. "When it comes to wielding ice, I have yet to meet my equal." "Humph," Jack attempted to retort, but the vibrations from his speech inflicted pain, causing him to refrain from further words. "Ha ha, Jack, how are you so feeble? I was hoping for a more invigorating challenge." Smugly, Smoothie appeared, her presence adding to Jack's predicament. "Hey, help me out. I feel like I'm going to crack," Jack implored, fully aware that Big Mom and Kaido were now allies, and recognizing Smoothie's powers could be of assistance. "Got it," Got it, Smoothie replied dismissively, yet her hands moved decisively towards Jack. In an astonishing twist, the ice within him began to liquefy and flow out. Akiji, taken aback, observed Smoothie with intrigue. He knew her abilities stemmed from the squeeze fruit, curious to see how she would counter his ice, but never anticipated it would be in such a manner. This ability is quite troublesome, Akiji sighed, exasperated, as he gestured helplessly. He was not fond of complications. Nevertheless, despite his verbal reluctance, his body acted in earnest. Akiji stepped forward, extending his hands, unleashing an overwhelming wave of cold energy. In the face of absolute power, all flamboyance proved futile. Chapter 118. The Gate of Shock. In the realm of one-on-one confrontations, Kaido is often hailed as the strongest among all living beings across land, sea, and sky. He is known as the most formidable creature, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. His prowess is terrifying, and his history is equally daunting. It is said that he was once a member of the Rocks Pirates, and throughout his piratical career, he has faced defeat 7 times, been captured by the Navy and the Yonko 18 times, and endured over 1,000 torturous interrogations, leading to 40 death sentences. Even when subjected to hanging, he would snap the chains. When placed on the guillotine, he would shatter the blade, and even when pierced by spears, they would break under his might. He has sunk 9 massive prison ships, and no one has ever succeeded in killing him, not even himself. With a thunderous crash, the ice wheel and the Kanabo collided violently, the tremendous noise splitting the sky in two. With elegance, Lin Chen swung the ice wheel, unleashing a massive crescent arc of ice imbued with frigid energy, a mere test of strength. Ha ha ha, White Setsu, are you exhausted? You seem to grow weaker with each exchange. Kaido bellowed, his dragon scales thickening as he laughed heartily. With a powerful swing of his Kanabo, Kaido deflected the icy arc. Kaido, you are indeed formidable, Lin Chen admitted sincerely, acknowledging his enemy's strength. However, engaging in a protracted battle with Kaido, a Zoan-type devil fruit user, was not a wise choice. Thus, Lin Chen resolved to conclude the fight swiftly. With determination, he closed his eyes slowly. What is this? Closing your eyes to feign death? Don't think that will spare you, Kaido scoffed, unleashing another thunderous attack towards Lin Chen. 8th Gate of Shock, open, Lin Chen shouted vehemently, unleashing a terrifying blue steam that erupted from his body, forcing a staggered Kaido back a step. My gap with Kaido lies in my physical prowess. But now that I have opened the Gate of Shock, I am no longer at a disadvantage. Lin Chen released his grip on the ice wheel, yet it did not plummet to the ground. Instead, it hovered around him, as if possessing a consciousness of its own. A sigh of satisfaction escaped Lin Chen's lips as he exhaled the pent-up air from his chest, clenching his fists tightly, reveling in the intoxicating sensation of power. The formidable icy might of the ice wheel's Bankai, seamlessly intertwined with the enhanced physical prowess granted by the 7th gate of the 8 gates of might. He pondered the potential of the 8th gate, the Death Gate, but quickly dismissed the thought, recalling the excruciating pain that had accompanied its previous activation. Ha, Kaido. Are you ready to meet your demise? Lin Chen grinned at Kaido, his hands moving swiftly to form a peculiar seal. Ice Tiger, he exclaimed, though brief. Today marked the first time in Lin Chen's life that he had risen at such an hour. Good night, dear readers, he added. Chapter 119. The World-Shattering Dragon Slash. In an instant, a massive, fearsome tiger's head erupted from Lin Chen's hands, distinct from previous manifestations, surrounded by swirling streams of frigid air. Ha, thunderous Bagua. Kaido bellowed with laughter upon seeing the gigantic tiger's head, his eyes flashing with dark lightning as he swung his Kanabo forward with immense force. The colossal ice tiger roared and erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, violent gusts tearing through the air, scattering shards of ice and clouds of freezing mist that bombarded Kaido's form. Though his body was marked with numerous gashes, Kaido's exceptional regenerative abilities swiftly mended his wounds, leaving not a drop of blood to spill. As the frigid mist dissipated, Lin Chen summoned the ice wheel back to his hand, the lengthy chain coiling gracefully around his arm. His eyes narrowed, the icy blue irises radiating immense pressure. Suddenly, from amidst the ice fog, a pair of eyes, pulsating with dark lightning, opened, unleashing a wave of pressure that rendered Lin Chen immobile. Ha, Kaido. Your Conqueror's Haki is quite impressive, Lin Chen chuckled, his eyes widening as he locked gazes with those electrifying orbs. An overwhelming sense of oppression surged from Lin Chen, colliding with Kaido's Haki. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. An endless pressure emanated from their gazes, splitting the sky and tearing the fabric of space, unleashing countless rifts. Dark lightning danced, and azure currents flowed. Dragon-slaying ice. Lin Chen vanished from his position, and a ripple of spatial disturbance heralded his reappearance behind Kaido, where he aimed to strike at him. This time, there was no flash of sword light, but rather a thin veil of Conqueror's Haki enveloping the ice wheel. Indeed, I still prefer wielding a single sword, Lin Chen mused, recalling the moment he had clashed Haki with Kaido, realizing that his Haki could coat the ice wheel. Haha. Byako is quite impressive, isn't he? Kaido laughed heartily, his form expanding as his fangs elongated and thick scales enveloped much of his body. Beast transformation, Crimson Third. Inducing the abyss. A glint of determination flashed in Kaido's eyes as he swung his kanabo towards Lin Chen, intending to leverage his dragon fruit's defensive and regenerative capabilities in a deadly gamble. The kanabo struck Lin Chen's head with tremendous force. While the ice will sliced through Kaido's midsection, yet the weapon bizarrely passed through Lin Chen as if he were mere air. Lin Chen had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation with Kaido, knowing the latter's formidable resilience would make such an exchange unwise. Kaido stared, astonished, as Lin Chen seemingly passed through him, his pupils shifting from icy blue to a deep crimson adorned with mysterious patterns. Yet, in an instant, the kaleidoscope vanished, though Kaido keenly perceived its fleeting presence. Truly astonishing, Kaido remarked in awe. Byako, let this technique decide our fates, Kaido declared, surveying the battlefield with urgency, aware that a swift resolution was necessary. Katakuri and Snack were struggling against the onslaught of Kizuru, while Queen and King were being relentlessly pursued by Akainu. Despite Akainu not being at full strength, he remained terrifyingly formidable. Meanwhile, Aokiji had encased the ineffective Jack and Smoothie in ice sculptures and was now attacking Big Mom, who, though a Yonko, was proving inadequate against two admirably powerful admirals. Reluctantly, Kaido contemplated retreat, a notion that clashed with his pride as a 20-year rival. He ran his hand over the scar on his chest, his gaze hardening. Crimson Third, inducing the abyss. With a chilling glare, Kaido leapt into the air, spinning his kanabo, which was now enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, and aimed it down at Lin Chen, the weapon exuding dark lightning that stained the sky black. Lin Chen slowly closed his eyes, arcs of blue lightning flickering across the ice wheel. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, resembling a deity descending from the heavens, devoid of any emotion. His voice resonated with the cadence of an incantation preceding a grand strike. With the clear skies, I summon thunder. Do not let the bones gather in heaps. The 4 seas and 9 heavens are mine to command. Witness my sword cleave the dragon. Byako, One Sword Style, World-Shattering Dragon Slash. Chapter 120, Epilogue. A tremendous roar echoed through the sky as thunder crackled, azure and ebony lightning intertwining in a spectacular display above. Lin Chen raised his hand, positioning the ice wheel to unleash a cataclysmic sword beam that cleaved through the heavens with earth-shattering might. Upon witnessing the awe-inspiring sword beam, Kaido wore no expression of fear. Instead, taking a bold step forward, his eyes alight with exhilaration. Byako, here I come. With a thunderous crash, the sword beam collided with the kanabo, unleashing an explosion of lightning that surged outward. The immense force sent Kaido reeling, scattering his scales, though they rapidly regenerated. Crack! The previously inconsequential sound rang out piercingly, as Kaido's kanabo was cleaved in two by Lin Chen's strike. Coughing, Kaido clutched his chest, blood spilling forth as a deep gash appeared, one that even his formidable healing abilities struggled to mend swiftly. This wound will leave a scar, Kaido remarked, his tone flat as he faced Lin Chen. I bear 2 marks from your hand, Byako. In a sudden outburst, Kaido shouted, join me. I can offer you benefits the Marines cannot provide, even allowing you to be my first mate. Together, we can dominate this world. Kaido's gaze bore into Lin Chen, eagerly awaiting his response. Heh, Kaido. I am an admiral of the Marines. Are you out of your mind, extending an olive branch to a Marine admiral? Lin Chen tilted his head, a cold chuckle escaping his lips as he addressed Kaido. Lin, Kaido suddenly called out to Big Mom, who was presently engaged in a losing battle against Aokiji and Fujitora. Enough of your games, Big Mom cackled, addressing Kizuru and Fujitora. Humph, gravity blade. Fujitora grunted, swiftly slashing at Big Mom with a blade as dark as the abyss, seemingly imbued with immense weight. Ha ha ha, Wagwa. Big Mom twirled gracefully, wielding Napoleon to parry Fujitora's strike. The overwhelming gravity of the blade caused Zeus to falter, making Big Mom stumble momentarily. Ha ha ha. Tidal waves. Big Mom cackled again, channeling mysterious energy towards the sea. In an instant, the ocean appeared to awaken, and colossal waves surged forth like the maw of a great beast, rushing towards Marineford. Ice Age. Kizaru leaped into the air, unleashing a torrent of frigid air from his fingertips that instantaneously froze the massive waves. Ha ha ha, Wagwa. Seizing the moment, Big Mom unleashed a powerful blow, forcing Fujitora back. Zeus. Big Mom shouted. Yes, Mama. Zeus understood immediately, propelling himself to Kaido's side. Ha ha ha. Kaido, you've incurred another significant favor from me. Big Mom chuckled ominously. Have Smoker break the ice. We must leave. If that old coot Sengoku intervenes, we could be in peril. Thankfully, that old dog Carp isn't here, Kaido replied to Big Mom. Ha ha ha, such delectable souls. Big Mom gazed at Lin Chen with a look of obsession, drooling uncontrollably. Disgusting, Lin Chen thought, internally cursing at Big Mom's grotesque demeanor. Emperor's sword shatter. Suddenly, Big Mom struck, Prometheus ablaze above her, igniting Napoleon as she raised her great sword to cleave Lin Chen in two. Ha ha ha, I'm going to consume your soul. Drool streamed from the corners of Big Mom's mouth. Divine might. The blade, however, passed straight through Lin Chen. That move again, it truly is troublesome. Kaido mused upon witnessing Big Mom's technique bypassing Lin Chen. Lin Chen, sensing the urgency, shouted anxiously, You and Kizuru go assist the others. I'll handle this. He knew that once the others, including Kizuru and Fujitora, were free to help, they could subdue both Big Mom and Kaido, while he merely needed to hold them off. Baise, how arrogant you are. Kaido growled in response to Lin Chen's words, delivering a powerful punch covered in dragon scales toward him. Lin, we must depart. Big Mom declared, I'll savor those delicious souls another time. Fortunately, her hunger pangs did not flare up this time, and the red glow in her eyes began to fade. They understood the gravity of the situation. If Lin Chen truly managed to hold them both off, it would spell trouble, as the three disasters and three commanders would soon reach their limits. If Baise possessed a means to disregard attacks, stalling both of them would not be an insurmountable task. Overwhelm the sea. Kaido and Big Mom exchanged glances, then stood side by side. Simultaneously swinging their weapons, Kaido unleashed a massive dragon breath from his mouth, generating a colossal and rapid shockwave entwined with the dragon's breath, seemingly intent on obliterating everything. This combined assault was greater than the sum of its parts. This move surpasses even the abyss. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, gripping Ice Wheel firmly. Let me witness its true strength. He concentrated all his power into Ice Wheel and swung with all his might. Dragon's Descent. Thud. Lin Chen clutched his chest. Coughing up blood, the shockwave and exhaustion compelled him to spit blood. Indeed, facing two emperors was somewhat overwhelming, he thought, pressing against his uncomfortable chest. Seems like you are not faring well either. Lin Chen chuckled lightly, noting even Kaido in his dragon form could not suppress a spurt of blood, indicating he was not without merit himself. Bankai release. The intense chill emanating from Lin Chen dissipated quietly. The chains on Ice Wheel vanished into cold mist, and his ice blue pupils reverted to their normal dark hue. 8 gates, 7th gate, release. The blue steam enveloping Lin Chen faded away. The battle neared its conclusion, and his task was accomplished. He glanced at both sides. Kizuru, Yellow Monkey, and Fujitora were all rushing toward him. To stand against two emperors single-handedly was a formidable challenge. Yet it was a source of pride. After all, he had yet to utilize the power of the Sharingan. Had he done so, that overwhelmed the sea wouldn't have even grazed him. The power of space-time was no trifling matter. Are you all right, Baise? I arrived late. Fujitora expressed concern as he reached Lin Chen's side. Ha ha ha, I'm fine. Just ensure Big Mom and Kaido do not escape. They are already disinterested in fighting. Lin Chen said with a gentle smile, steadying his body. Commodore, why can't I join the fight? Peach Rabbit asked, a hint of anger evident as she addressed Sengoku, who had prevented her from entering the fray despite her commendable strength. Mind your tone, Peach Rabbit, Crane interjected, her voice laced with authority. Sister Crane. Ha ha ha. It's all right, Crane, Sengoku chuckled, glancing at the chaotic battlefield filled with fierce combatants. He then turned to Peach Rabbit, his eyes revealing a complex expression. Do you realize that the world's largest powers consist of three entities, the world government, pirates, and the Revolutionary Army? The world government is the force behind our navy. In essence, the navy serves as its facade, while pirates are a faction of fanatics who pursue their goals by any means necessary. Thus, the world government established the warlords of the sea to counteract the pirates. While some pirates are benevolent, they are but a minority. The proclaimed king of the seas, Gold, Roger, is deceased. His demise heralded the era of great voyages. Sengoku paused before continuing. Beyond him, there are four universally recognized emperors, known as the Four Emperors: Whitebeard, Red-Haired, Beast, and Big Mom. If I were to intervene, I could certainly assist the admirals in subduing the 4 emperors, even slaying them. However, should that occur, there would be no one to counterbalance Whitebeard and Red-Haired. At the very least, the Navy currently lacks the strength to defeat Kaido and Big Mom before turning to confront Whitebeard and Red-Haired. Though they are all 4 emperors, they also serve to balance each other. While Whitebeard and Red-Haired may outwardly lack ambitions of world domination, who can truly say for certain? Engaging in a life-and-death struggle against Kaido and Big Mom could result in victory, yet it would come at an exceedingly grim cost. After all, they are recognized as the emperors of the sea. Right now, we hold the upper hand because they have yet to reach a point of desperate exertion, Sengoku stated gravely. If it truly comes to that, the Navy's losses would undoubtedly outweigh their gains. Aside from the 3 admirals and Fujitora, the rest cannot afford to act recklessly. We must preserve some measure of assurance, Sengoku concluded, his voice steady. Not to mention the so-called Revolutionary Army, who can hardly bear to see us thrive. If the Navy suffers significant losses, that deranged group of revolutionaries will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. After all, their leader Dragon is notorious as one of the most heinous criminals in the world. Thus, in this battle, it is imperative for the Navy to emerge victorious. The moment the 4 emperors retreat, we shall have triumphed in the eyes of Sengoku, whose gaze now sparkles with anticipation. This victory will undoubtedly elevate the Navy's reputation to unprecedented heights, attracting a new generation to join our ranks and fortifying our strength. I'm fine, Lin Chen said with a smile. We must ensure that at least one of them remains with us. Lin Chen surveyed the surroundings. Smuggy and Jack remained encased in ice, while Jin and Katakuri struggled against the oppressive gravity, their bodies cloaked in a thin layer of frost. As for Akainu, he continued his pursuit of Kizaru and Queen. Akainu, we come to assist you, Akiji said nonchalantly. There's no need, Akainu replied coldly. Such scoundrels are no match for me alone. Thus, Akainu dismissed the support of Akiji, Kizaru, and others. Sighing inwardly, Lin Chen mused about Akainu's impulsiveness. However, it mattered little. Their combined strength was sufficient. Lin Chen gradually rose, striving to straighten his posture. He slowly sheathed his ice wheel and grasped the lost Muramasa, which had inexplicably returned to his hand. He secured the sword at his waist, his gaze sharpening with fierce determination. Kaido, Big Mom, you shall not escape, Lin Chen declared with unwavering resolve. Ha ha ha, White Serpent, you overestimate yourself, Kaido laughed heartily. Mamama, your soul is simply delectable, Big Mom chimed in. Do you truly believe I am inconsequential? Akiji suddenly appeared beside Lin Chen, addressing Kaido and Big Mom languidly. A chilling aura erupted from him without restraint. Oh, how terrifying, Kizaru remarked, transforming into a constellation of stars that coalesced into human form beside Lin Chen, exaggerating his response. Now, I, Fujitora, shall take a step forward, he declared, an immense pressure emanating from Lin Chen, bearing down upon Big Mom and Kaido. The expressions of Akiji, Kizaru, and the unknown expert turned grim. This time, they could genuinely face defeat. Lin, Kaido shouted, and Big Mom, understanding his intent, swiftly swung her sword forward. Roar! Kaido morphed into his dragon form, exhaling a torrent of flames that surged toward Lin Chen and the others, combined with a colossal wave of sword energy. They aimed to create a fleeting opportunity for retreat, with Big Mom having held back a contingency. Hey! Akiji leapt into the air, a massive ice bird manifesting behind him, charging towards the oncoming wave of energy. How terrifying, Kizaru exclaimed, his hands radiating countless beams of light, shooting forth numerous energy orbs. Fujitora unleashed a gravity-infused tiger slash, a formidable force coalescing into a blade of gravity aimed at the assault wave. Meteor, a rugged voice called from behind, as torrents of magma erupted from Akainu's hands. Old man Akainu, here I come. At that moment, Kizaru and Queen lay motionless, their bodies charred and unresponsive. Akainu, you're a bit slow, Kizaru teased languidly. Silence. Oh, how terrifying. Your temper remains as volatile as ever, Kizaru shrugged, his hands raised in feigned defeat. A cataclysmic force surged from the convergence of their attacks. Unending frost, searing magma, and flickering light were released in an instant, shaking the very foundations of Marineford. With a tremendous impact, Big Mom coughed up a mouthful of blood, for she lacked Kaido's rugged resilience. Lin, are you alright? Kaido, now in human form, landed beside Big Mom. Mamama, I'm fine, Big Mom replied, licking the blood from her lips, her pupils glowing a sinister red with an eerie light. Soul infusion. 3 invisible rays of light emerged above Big Mom, directed towards the heads of the sweet commanders. Mom, Katakuri cried out anxiously. The only conscious commander amidst the chaos, Smuggy frozen, Kizaru unconscious. Using such a technique would cost Big Mom her lifespan. This method forcibly imparted her soul energy to others. Distinct from homies, the sweet commanders felt a familiar warmth coursing through them. It was Big Mom's power. Mocha, Katakuri called out, breaking free from the gravitational oppression as countless rice cakes materialized, enveloping the unconscious Jin. Ahaha, it's scorching. I'm burning alive. Kizaru stirred, awakening from his stupor, conjuring a cookie beneath Queen to gently lift him into the air. Damn it, this guy is heavy, Kizaru grumbled helplessly, lamenting Queen's weight. Katakuri, my mirror shattered and is unusable, Smuggy exclaimed, expelling the ice from her body, then reaching into her bosom to address Katakuri. Your mirror broke in this bitter cold? Indeed. Katakuri nodded, summoning countless rice cakes that wrapped around the still frozen Jack and Smuggy, swiftly moving towards him. Kizaru, Katakuri called out. Coming, Kizaru responded, conjuring cookies to support Queen and himself towards Katakuri. Excellent. Mom, we can commence, Katakuri said, his gaze sharpening as he addressed Big Mom. Rice cake prison. Katakuri slammed the ground, causing countless rice cakes to emerge, transforming the very earth into a mound of rice, coalescing into a massive semicircle that encased Katakuri and the others. The pitch-black Haki enveloped the enormous rice cake prison, showcasing the powers of a fruit awakened. Underworld Hound. Akainu, having withstood the immense shock wave, unleashed a magma hound that lunged at the colossal rice cake prison. Damn it, it's too late, Lin Chen thought, cursing inwardly. His eyes manifested a kaleidoscope, strange patterns swirling as he sought any trace of spatial disturbance. The power of Shinjitsu could resonate with other spaces. With a resounding boom, the immense rice cake prison seemed to lose its structural integrity, fracturing under the onslaught of the magma. Within the prison, there was no one left. Mamama, splendid work. Big Mom cackled upon seeing Katakuri and the others escape. Now, it becomes far easier, with only Kaido and myself remaining, even with our formidable abilities. We cannot stop two who are determined to flee. Big Mom, a user of the mirror fruit, had enabled Katakuri and the others to transition into the mirror space through her remote manipulation. Sighing, Lin Chen lamented, realizing he had yet to fully master his eyes. Otherwise, the power of Shinjitsu would have sufficed to connect to the mirror space through that faint spatial trace. Mamama, Kaido, it's time to leave, Big Mom said to Kaido with a smile. Once again, my foolish brother owes me a tremendous favor. Ha ha, Ling Ling, you may depart first. I shall remain to cover our retreat, Kaido boasted with a triumphant smile, instantly transforming into a dragon, his head slightly raised as he addressed Big Mom. Zeus, she called out without hesitation. Zeus responded promptly, swiftly carrying Big Mom away into the distance. Ah, the eightfold jewel. The yellow monkey, witnessing Big Mom's flight, conjured the eightfold jewel with a single hand, aiming it toward her retreating figure. However, a massive tail obstructed the path of the eightfold jewel, effectively halting its advance. Your opponent is me, the Azure Dragon proclaimed, letting out a resounding roar toward the heavens. From the very beginning, Kaido had no intention of retreating. How could he? Huh, how ludicrous. With my subordinates gone, I am liberated from any concerns. Heh, is that so, Kaido? Then allow me to teach you a lesson, Lin Chen's voice echoed serenely. He reached out to restrain the red dog, who was about to strike, while Akiji and Kizaru seemed to relish the opportunity to observe rather than engage. Soon, azure smoke enveloped Lin Chen's form, gradually coalescing into a colossal skeletal armor with sinews and skin. His blood-red pupils appeared exceptionally vivid in Kaido's eyes, exuding a bloodthirsty, malevolent, and chilling aura. Indeed, the sinister power of the Uchiha, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 123, the third form of Susanoo. Ding. Facing the world's strongest creature, Kaido, the opponent is the mythical Zoan fruit user, Azure Dragon. Ultimately, which is superior, Susanoo or the Azure Dragon's resilience? A random task has been triggered, Susanoo versus Azure Dragon. Please choose, host. Option 1. Accept the task and confront Kaido alone, regardless of victory or defeat. Reward: 3 jars of Sennin Sake. Sennin Sake, a legendary brew so potent that even immortals would succumb to intoxication after a sip. Option 2. Decline the task and engage Kaido as a group, with a reward of 1 jar of Tao Yuan Sake. Tao Yuan Sake, a divine brew favored by women. As Lin Chen was enveloped in azure smoke, the system's voice resonated at an opportune moment. Heh, just as I had hoped. Lin Chen decisively chose option 1. Setting aside the merits of the Sennin Sake versus the Tao Yuan Sake, 3 jars certainly outweighed 1. Thus, option 1 it is. The system guarantees quality. Although the system's presence is subtle and the rewards modest, they are indeed rare treasures. Perhaps this liquor will bring unexpected delights. The gravity blade of Fujitora instinctively drew in gravity to his sword, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to Kaido, but was halted by a firm grip on his wrist. With a frown, Fujitora recognized the imposing presence of Lin Chen. This time, allow me, Lin Chen's cultured voice resonated. A smile from Fujitora turned into a wry grin, reluctantly retracting his weapon. Since Lin Chen was so resolute, he might as well indulge him once more. Hey, Baise, do take care. How terrifying. Aokiji and Kizaru, upon witnessing Big Mom's escape and the solitary Kaido remaining, were already enjoying a leisurely spectating position, as if they were merely awaiting a plate of peanuts. Humph. I hope you can justify your arrogance. The Red Dog's magma-infused arm gradually simmered down as he glared at Baise with disdain. What tricks does Baise possess? What is that mysterious azure smoke encasing him? The Red Dog was curious, yet his nature forbade him from expressing it openly, resorting instead to a cold tone. Haha. Then prepare yourself, Lin Chen declared with a hearty laugh, as kaleidoscopic patterns flickered in his eyes. Countless azure smokes emerged from behind him, gradually forming a colossal skeletal visage. Soon, tendons and skin materialized, culminating in a formidable armor encasing him. Susanoo, third form. Within the confines of Susanoo, Lin Chen observed Kaido intently, choosing not to activate the complete form immediately, but rather to explore the capabilities of Susanoo's third form. BR. Hello, this is Marine Admiral Sengoku, astonished by Susanoo. Sengoku suddenly interrupted, hearing the sound of the transponder snail. Admiral, please, we urgently need assistance. The G1 division is under attack. Thanks to the deterrence of Vice Admiral Mole and G1's defenses, we have held out until now, but we can no longer withstand this assault. We are being attacked by the 6 powers of the sky. The transmission abruptly ceased. Sengoku's expression darkened as he gazed at the beeping transponder snail, confirming his ominous premonition. Kizaru, go to support Vice Admiral Mole at G1. Sengoku ordered with a stern visage. Mole, hold on. Kizaru is on his way. Oh, Kizaru replied lazily. Despite his dissatisfaction, he understood the gravity of the situation, and at such a moment, he did not wish to incur Sengoku's ire. If worst comes to worst, he could always extend the duration of his next mission. With that, Kizaru transformed into light and vanished from the spot. Aokiji mused, Fortunately, I possess the ice fruit. I am not suited for such speedy tasks, so I shall leave this to Kizaru. Not only does he get a pay raise, but he also gets to enjoy the scenery, truly splendid. As for me, I shall remain a slacker. Such opportunities for a pay increase are surely coveted by Kizaru. Aokiji thought to himself, amused. Chapter 124, The Mythical Zoan Devil Fruit, Susanoo. Baise, you truly astonish me. Kaido exclaimed loudly, dragon scales manifesting upon his body, as if he were on the verge of transforming into his dragon form to confront the immense Susanoo. Not to mention Baise's peak level 3-color haki, his extraordinary swordsmanship, and his status as a marine admiral. Each aspect alone could instill fear in any opponent. Moreover, the eerie, chilling gaze emanating from his eyes, juxtaposed with the towering skeletal form before him, was nothing short of overwhelming. What is this? A fruit ability? Kaido queried solemnly, sensing an immense threat from that power. Haha. Indeed. Lin Chen laughed heartily. He had long prepared his explanation, not only for Kaido's ears, but also to simplify an otherwise complex ability. After all, it belonged to the realm of limitless possibilities inherent in a devil fruit. Listen closely. I possess a Zoan-type devil fruit, the human fruit, in the form of Susanoo. Lin Chen stated with unruffled composure. This was the best way to explain it. If he encountered water, he could always feign weakness. Susanoo, one of the 3 divine offspring birthed by the legendary deity Izanagi, Sengoku remarked in astonishment. I never imagined such a fruit truly existed. Previously, he had not heard of Baise consuming a devil fruit. Could it be a recent acquisition? Never mind. Baise obtaining such a powerful fruit ultimately benefits the Marines. Sengoku gazed fervently at Susanoo, pondering which was more formidable, the Susanoo or his own Buddha form, both belonging to the same category of Zoan-type devil fruits. Say, Akainu, are you aware that Baise possesses a fruit? Aokiji inquired, tilting his head toward the Red Dog, who had previously been defeated by Lin Chen. Humph. When I fought against him, he did not utilize his fruit ability, Akainu replied curtly, his disdain for Aokiji apparent. He then focused intently on Lin Chen, murmuring, Baise, just you wait. Although I was careless last time, I did not anticipate you were hiding your true strength. I look forward to the next opportunity to bring you down. Tama, standing nearby, remained silent, a charming smile playing at her lips. I didn't realize you had so many secrets from me, little Lin Chen, she mused internally. Being on the same ship daily without knowing about his devil fruit was truly preposterous. Haha, Baise, have you finally decided to use your devil fruit ability? Do you look down upon me? Kaido bellowed, his eyes wide with fury, his voice so thunderous that even the dust upon the ground trembled. Oh, indeed. Lin Chen said with a feigned air of disdain as he squinted his eyes at Kaido, provoking an immediate reaction that left smoke billowing from Kaido's head in fury. Very well, Baise, let us see whose strength prevails, my Azure Dragon or your Susanoo. With a thunderous roar that pierced the heavens, Kaido transformed into a colossal Azure Dragon. Swirling majestically in the sky, the size of Susanoo appeared almost toy-like beneath the grandeur of the Azure Dragon. Only a fully realized Gundam might stand a chance in a contest of sheer size against it. Kaido's dragon eyes fixed mercilessly on Lin Chen's Susanoo, as if something was brewing in the depths of the dragon's maw. Suddenly, a torrent of flames, akin to molten lava, erupted from Kaido's mouth, accompanied by a fierce, biting wind. This was Kaido's signature technique, Dragon Breath. However, this time, the Dragon Breath was laced with a tempestuous gale. Summoning winds and rain was indeed the hallmark of a dragon. Undoubtedly, the Azure Dragon was a legendary creature, perfectly complementing Kaido's brutish fighting style with a hint of sorcery. Lin Chen couldn't help but ponder the perfect synergy of it all. Susanoo. Lin Chen coldly observed the oncoming dragon breath and tempestuous winds, challenging. Just witness the formidable defense of my third form of Susanoo. In an instant, the fierce flames and raging winds enveloped Susanoo, a layer of darkness gradually shrouding it. At this critical moment, the pinnacle of Armament Haki surged forth. As Susanoo made contact with the dragon breath and tempest, Lin Chen felt the toll of sustaining Susanoo against this relentless assault. It consumed far more stamina than wielding Armament Haki alone. Furthermore, each enhancement, attack, and defense of Susanoo drained a significant amount of ocular power. After all, this divine Susanoo was not like Itachi's Crimson version, which boasted 3 legendary artifacts. This meager Azure Susanoo merely possessed a single blade sheathed at its back. Although the ocular power granted by the system was nearly boundless, it carried its own risks. He had no desire to become blind. Thus, until his Sharingan evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, conserving ocular power was essential, barring necessary combat. As the dragon breath swept through, the once azure giant transformed into a black titan. Yet, remarkably, it remained unscathed beneath this onslaught. Lin Chen maneuvered Susanoo to slowly draw the blade from its back, executing a feigned slash while taunting Kaido. You, who just tickled me, shall witness my blade cleave through you today. Dragon Slayer. A cold smile graced Lin Chen's lips as he shouted at Kaido, his voice booming from Susanoo, resonating far and wide. Humph, Kaido huffed, exhaling 2 jets of steam from his nostrils. Let us see from where you draw your confidence. Your turtle shell? Dragon Twister. Kaido leapt into the clouds, evading the downward slash of Lin Chen's Susanoo. His massive dragon form entwined around Susanoo, resembling a constricting vice that threatened to topple it. Haha. Kaido, allow me to unveil the true form of Susanoo. As Lin Chen uttered these words, a torrent of ocular power surged into Susanoo, causing 2 streams of crimson blood to flow from the corners of his eyes. I shall temporarily name this technique Complete Form Gundam. Chapter 125, Susanoo's Hammer of the Great Dragon. The Susanoo, ensnared by Kaido, suddenly erupted with tremendous strength, enveloped in an endless azure mist. Lin Chen channeled boundless ocular power into his gaze, blood trickling from his eyes. Come forth, Kaido, let this grand Tengu rend your dragon scales. A smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips, his eyes gleaming with cold resolve. At this moment, all concerns of strategy or future plans faded. Ensuring Kaido's defeat was all that mattered. Lin Chen was consumed by the desire to fight, to unleash a relentless barrage upon Kaido with his complete form of Susanoo. Yet, Kaido was far from an easy target. The world's strongest creature was not merely a title. The overwhelming force sent Kaido staggering back, the immense tension generated by the transformation tearing countless wounds across his body. However, those wounds healed almost instantaneously. If this battle persisted, Lin Chen realized his own body might be torn apart. Susanoo expanded under Kaido's astonished gaze, cloaked in the armor of the Dark Tengu, with massive wings sprouting from its back, the color deepening from azure to a darker hue. Meanwhile, Lin Chen found himself within a crystal embedded in Susanoo's forehead. Observing as the colossal entity seemed capable of overpowering the Azure Dragon, radiating an aura of unyielding ferocity, that made Kaido hesitate to strike first. The mythical beast, Susanoo, was shrouded in mystery, its powers unknown to Kaido. I must not act recklessly. This battle requires utmost caution, Kaido pondered carefully. Flame cloud. Kaido conjured a vast plume of red clouds, then soared into the sky, looking down upon Lin Chen from a position of superiority. While he could fly, creating the flame clouds provided him with leverage and could serve as an offensive maneuver against Baise. Haha, is this the complete form of Susanoo? Quite an exhilarating sensation. Lin Chen mused, attempting to control Susanoo's movements with his mind. The experience was extraordinary, as the enormous Susanoo felt as if it were an extension of his own body, moving with effortless grace. Haha, Kaido, do you think you're the only one who can soar? Lin Chen grinned, and Susanoo spread its wings, swiftly approaching Kaido to deliver a powerful punch to the dragon's head. Who do you think you're looking down upon? Kaido seethed, incensed by Lin Chen's audacity to compare strength with him while in his dragon form. With a resounding crash, the flame clouds shattered as Kaido's massive tail struck Lin Chen's Susanoo's fist with tremendous force, sending countless clouds flying and clearing the sky as if to provide a battlefield for the two combatants. Lin Chen's arm trembled slightly, taken aback by Kaido's formidable power that could shake even a complete Susanoo. However, it was to be expected. After all, it was a tail striking a fist, and Kaido's title as the strongest creature on land and sea was no idle boast. Roar! Suddenly, Kaido bellowed, his tail exerting immense force, launching Susanoo hundreds of meters away. Hey, Caterpillar, are you relying on your voice for power? Why shout so loudly? Lin Chen teased, sensing the gravity of the battle intensifying. The trickle of ocular power seeping from his eyes left him feeling uneasy. Then, Susanoo thrust its hands into the wings behind it, revealing two massive great swords that gleamed ominously. Not only did the wings conceal those two great swords, but they also hid countless shuriken imbued with divine might. The Tengu's Devour. Susanoo extended its arms, slashing forward with both blades. Two gigantic arcs of light, infused with the unique spatial power of divine might, surged toward Kaido. These arcs bore no inherent offensive strength. Instead, they embodied the spatial transmutation capability, capable of interchanging the realms of reality and divine space. This irresistible force had the potential to sever all that existed. Kaido, perceiving the two arcs of light, felt his scales bristle with primal instinct. An innate alertness signified the extraordinary nature of these strikes. Though they appeared unremarkable, Kaido trusted his intuition. Dragon breath. A torrent of flames erupted from Kaido's mouth, colliding with the two arcs of light. There was no cataclysmic roar, no overwhelming energy or shockwave. The arcs glided effortlessly through the dragon breath, leaving a void in their wake. This is the kind of extraordinary spatial power that left Kaido internally astonished. He had not anticipated such a formidable force, and it seemed prudent to evade that enigmatic long blade. Lin Chen had no intention of employing the shuriken of divine might concealed beneath his wings. Despite Kaido's colossal physique, his speed remained remarkably swift. He was not like the mindless, unintelligent Ten Tails. Kaido was exceedingly cunning. The shuriken of divine might was exceedingly difficult to land on Kaido. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Lin Chen pondered, "Dare you to be distracted while battling me?" However, Kaido seized this opportunity, instantly closing the distance to stand before the massive Susanoo. The immense dragon form coiled tightly around the arms and body of the complete Susanoo, rendering Lin Chen unable to wield his sword. Ha, Baise, is this all you've got? Kaido's armed color enveloped him entirely. The azure scales of the azure dragon transformed instantaneously to a deep black, resembling a colossal black dragon. Baise, this marks the first time I have utilized my armed color to enshroud my entire form in this state. You should consider yourself fortunate. Just as Kaido's words fell, an even greater power surged forth, causing even the black armor of the complete Susanoo to bear cracks. Heh, Kaido, I believe you enjoy entangling, do you not? A faint, cold smile crept upon Lin Chen's lips as his kaleidoscopic Sharingan began to whirl slowly. Then come inside. Lin Chen's eyes widened in surprise as a tremendous suction emanated from the eyes of Susanoo, drawing both of them into the realm of divine might, leaving behind merely ripples of spatial distortion. Upon witnessing this, Momotaro's heart raced uncontrollably. Admiral Sengoku, Lin Chen, he won't come to harm, will he? For reasons unbeknownst to her. The anxiety within her intensified, and she found herself exceedingly worried for Lin Chen, especially after witnessing blood streaming from his eyes. Momotaro, rest assured, General Baise will be just fine. If he can defeat Kaido once, he can do so again, Sengoku spoke solemnly. At this moment, amidst the alternate space, He was uncertain of the precise battle conditions, yet he sought to reassure Momotaro and himself. That Lin Chen's challenge to face Kaido alone was a testament to his confidence in victory. This time, Baise will emerge victorious, thought Crane, her instincts usually reliable. She then cast a resigned glance at the concerned Momotaro, sighing softly. It was the first time in many years that she displayed such an expression. What kind of enchantment had Lin Chen cast upon her? On the other hand, T-Pig had pursued Momotaro for many years without so much as eliciting a smile from her. Crane could only lament. One cannot retain a woman of such caliber. After a while, a ripple of spatial distortion manifested in the air as the massive Susanoo reappeared, its armor shattered and unrecognizable, with even one of its wings severed. Subsequently, the Susanoo dissipated into azure mist. Lin Chen, suspended in the sky, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him before plummeting straight down. Instead of landing on a cold, hard surface, he found himself enveloped in a warm embrace. Momotaro. Momotaro gently bit her lip, gazing at Lin Chen with a look of reproach. You fool. What kind of display was that? You know how formidable you are. She tenderly wiped away the blood that had trickled from the corner of Lin Chen's eye. Hey, don't let my injuries fool you. I merely overexerted my ocular power this time. After all, I did sever Kaido's horn. Lin Chen chuckled softly, addressing Momotaro. That strike was intended for my head, but I managed to dodge, and it struck his horn instead, he murmured under his breath. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission. Celestial Brew, Immortal's Drunkenness, 3 jars stored in the system space. Host may extract at will. Chapter 126, Celebration Feast hahaha. This time, everyone performed splendidly. Sengoku proclaimed loudly from his seat at the celebration banquet in Marineford, his complexion more vibrant than it had been in ages. This was an intimate gathering, specifically for the members who had participated in the battle. Tomorrow would herald a grand celebration for the entire Navy, commemorating their hard-fought victory. The Navy had not experienced such exuberance in decades, Sengoku mused, adjusting his glasses. This time, the Navy's spirit has been thoroughly showcased. In this battle, we have emerged victorious. Sengoku declared from the head of the table. Especially you, Lin Chen. Your solitary stand against 2 of the 4 emperors will soon reverberate throughout the world. And in no time, your name shall be renowned across the globe. He took a sip of his drink, his eyes glimmering with pride as he regarded the hero of the hour. Ha ha, Admiral, you flatter me, Lin Chen replied with a chuckle, taking a small sip of his drink. Ugh, this is truly dreadful. It pales in comparison to the flavor of the drink that Makino provided. Nonetheless, Lin Chen forced a smile as he drank, though his expression turned decidedly peculiar. Hey, are you all right? Your complexion looks quite ghastly, Momotaro inquired, nudging Lin Chen gently with her elbow. This is quite distasteful, Lin Chen thought to himself, yet he managed to conjure a weak smile, assuring her, I'm fine. That's good to hear. This time, not only has our Navy's reputation spread far and wide, but the entire world is now aware that Admiral Baise stood resolutely against 2 of the 4 emperors. Once this affair concludes, we shall return to the ship and witness how those fellows idolize you, Momotaro said with a gentle smile, her eyes narrowing into charming crescent shapes. We must also ensure that the Navy's inspection team operates efficiently. After all, I'm the deputy leader, she mused, envisioning a brighter future. This time, Lin Chen's astonishing strike that grievously wounded Kaido and his valiant stand against the 4 emperors had solidified his formidable presence in Momotaro's heart. An unexpected sentiment, given her rare inclination to speak with such tenderness. Lin Chen, do you think we will be together in the future? Momotaro whispered, almost as if she were caught off guard. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Nothing, she replied suddenly, her cheeks flushing, her hands cradling her chin as she gazed quietly at Lin Chen. Don't you find this drink utterly unpleasant? Lin Chen inquired, tilting his head to meet her gaze. I'm not fond of drinking, Momotaro admitted, her face inexplicably reddening as she spoke to Lin Chen. What a pity. I have an exquisite jar of wine. Lin Chen replied with a hint of chill in his tone. What fine wine could that be? Perhaps something from Windmill Village? Do you have another jar? Hurry and bring it out. Zephyr suddenly appeared, wrapping his left arm around Lin Chen's neck, addressing him with enthusiasm. Ha. Teacher Zephyr, you're just as lively as ever. Lin Chen replied with a slight smile. Hey, Zephyr, didn't Vegapunk say you shouldn't drink too much? Sengoku interjected, pointing at Zephyr as he stood. Zephyr, you must consider your health, Akiji added, taking a sip of his drink, which had developed a layer of frost from his touch. I'll just drink a little less. You don't understand. That wine is far superior to anything here. Zephyr chuckled sheepishly, acknowledging the truth that Vegapunk had advised against excessive drinking until his arm was fully modified. Ha, Teacher Zephyr, it's not like the wine from Windmill Village. Lin Chen teased. Rest assured, Admiral, Teacher Zephyr won't drink too much because he passes out after just 3 cups. Lin Chen quipped, though the immortal's drunkenness was said to knock even deities unconscious with a single cup. To avoid boasting, Lin Chen had settled on 3 cups, mindful that they were all seasoned drinkers. Oh, really? Zephyr raised an eyebrow, feeling insulted and challenged. Bring it out. I want to see what wine can make me tipsy after just 3 cups. Humph. Zephyr, even if you remain sober, you shall partake in no more than 3 cups. Sengoku remarked with a cold smirk, having long since discerned Zephyr's intentions. Huh. I too am curious to discover what potent elixir could induce such inebriation, Akainu declared. Downing the contents of his cup in one swift motion, his gaze fixed upon Lin Chen. Haha. In that case, let this libation be known as a mortal's intoxication, for it is a divine brew that even the gods themselves would succumb to, Lin Chen proclaimed. Snapping his fingers as a swirling vortex of divine energy materialized, summoning a cask labeled boldly with the word drunk onto the table. The rich aroma of the liquor wafted through the air, intoxicatingly fragrant even before it was uncorked. Quickly, pour me a cup, Zephyr exclaimed. Unable to contain his anticipation at the scent of the wine that had yet to be unveiled, the prospect of its opening was tantalizing. Not only Zephyr, but even the typically composed Sengoku revealed a glimmer of desire in his eyes. Very well, please hold on while I serve everyone. Lin Chen smiled gently, unleashing an invisible current from his fingertips that instantly filled the room with a myriad of intoxicating aromas. Faster. I can hardly wait. Zephyr inhaled deeply, savoring the scent. Here we are, everyone shall partake. Ah, my apologies, Teacher Zephyr. There are precisely 8 cups, which means you will have to settle for just 1 for now, Lin Chen stated. Pouring the last drop from the cask, filling exactly 8 large goblets typically found in tales of pirates. Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Teacher Zephyr, Vice Admiral Akainu, Admiral Akiji, Vice Admiral Fujitora, and Tosaka alongside myself. Just 1 cup? Zephyr expressed a hint of regret, but then a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. Tosaka, did you not declare your aversion to alcohol? Might I have your cup? Haha. Teacher Zephyr, though I am not fond of wine, I shall partake in this cup. Tosaka replied with a chuckle. Oh, Zephyr nodded in disappointment, shifting his gaze to Tsuru. Tsuru, I recall you also. Before Zephyr could finish, Tsuru swiftly gulped down her drink. Apologies, but I too wish to indulge, she smiled faintly. Feeling a bit dizzy, I think I shall retire for now, Tsuru remarked, gradually making her way to her quarters, eager to depart before the effects of the alcohol fully set in. What a waste. Zephyr lamented as he watched Tosaka down her drink in one go. Very well, I shall content myself with my own cup. He lifted his goblet, taking a sip. The moment the liquor met his palate, an indescribable richness enveloped his senses, soon followed by a fiery warmth. With another sip, a slight dizziness washed over him. Immortal's intoxication indeed lives up to its name. Should I finish this cup without succumbing to its effects, I would surpass even the gods in my capacity for drink. Cheers! Lin Chen exclaimed, finally emerging with 2 cups in hand, seating himself beside Tosaka and offering her one. Taking stock of the raucous assembly, he inhaled deeply. Haha. It has been far too long since I have witnessed such genuine smiles. Tosaka accepted the goblet, observing the camaraderie as they shared tales of old. Zephyr. Years ago I captured a band of pirates, yet spared their lives. They rewarded me with a devil fruit as compensation. Ha ha ha. At that time, I was indeed an admiral. Akainu, I have fought countless battles throughout my life, while the magma fruit has made me stronger and brought me renown. I too wielded the sword in my earlier days. Sengoku interjected, what of your exploits? Surely you recall the Rocks pirates? Their demise was intertwined with my own endeavors. He glanced around conspiratorially, lowering his voice. Did you know, Tsuru had a crush on that old rascal, Garp, back in the day? Clink. Tosaka and Lin Chen tapped their cups together, both taking a small sip. The fiery essence of the drink caused her to stick out her tongue. How spicy. Unbeknownst to the wine's influence, Tosaka's cheeks flushed crimson. Suddenly, she leaned closer to Lin Chen, whispering softly in his ear, you know, I actually have feelings for you. Lin Chen gulped, taken aback by the unexpected confession, his voice trembling as he responded, Tosaka, I think you've had too much to drink. Humph, is that so? Tosaka grasped Lin Chen's collar, their faces mere centimeters apart. Lin Chen swallowed hard. This felt like a trial of resolve. Yet the proximity of her alluring features, the beguiling eyes, the delicate nose, the enticing lips, left him breathless. What is the matter, Lin Chen? Are you afraid? Tosaka inched closer, their bodies nearly pressed together. and Lin Chen could feel her softness against him. Damn it, I'm going for it. Lin Chen took a deep breath, downing the rest of his immortal's intoxication to summon his courage, then leaned down to capture her enticing lips. In this moment of provocation, he felt compelled to respond. After all, he was no less a man than the legendary Lu Xiaohui. Tosaka froze momentarily, her eyes widening in surprise, as if awakening from a dream. Yet, upon recognizing Lin Chen's familiar presence, she relaxed into the kiss, allowing him to claim her lips and even responding with a tentative return. Her subconscious and body did not reject him. Otherwise, she would have instinctively pushed him away in that fleeting moment. Chapter 127, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Lin Chen fiercely embraced Tosaka, intoxicated by the alcohol, greedily seeking the warmth of her affection. A swirling vortex of divine energy enveloped them, and when they reappeared, they found themselves in Lin Chen's quarters. He kissed Tosaka fervently, the sensations overwhelming his already muddled mind. His arms tightening around her as if to meld their bodies into one. As the fire of desire surged within him, Lin Chen's hand wandered to Tosaka's waist, slipping beneath layers of clothing until he finally made contact with her soft skin. His palm roamed over her waist, sending shivers coursing through his body. With their closeness intensifying, Lin Chen's breath quickened, his hand instinctively moving upwards until he grasped. "Ah?" Tosaka gasped in surprise, a soft moan escaping her lips as she shot him a reproachful glance. Yet she soon leaned in, kissing him once more. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted, and Lin Chen lifted Tosaka into his arms, making his way toward the grand white bed, while she nestled against him like a content kitten, utterly enchanted by his unique aura. At this juncture, the content may not be suitable for younger audiences. Readers are encouraged to use their imagination. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through Lin Chen's eyelids, rousing him from slumber. "Ugh, my head aches," Lin Chen groaned, rubbing his temples, memories swirling chaotically in his mind. "What happened last night? I remember drinking Immortal's intoxication. Wait, where are my clothes?" As the thought crossed his mind, a sudden breeze swept through the room, cool against his skin, and it dawned on him that he was completely unclothed. "What have I done?" Lin Chen gasped, his confusion deepening as he beheld the remnants of his clothing, torn to shreds and scattered throughout the room. Amidst the disarray of rumpled sheets and torn garments, accompanied by an inexplicable ache in his lower back, Lin Chen felt an ominous sense of foreboding wash over him. With disheveled hair, he anxiously grasped at his own locks, pondering the grim possibility that he might have lost his virginity. Hastily, he flung aside the covers, revealing a stark crimson stain on the white linens that stood out with alarming clarity. Staring at that vivid scarlet for a moment, his memory swirled in confusion, fragments of the previous night flooding his mind as he recalled the outrageous escapades with Tao Tuesday. The most vexing part was that, having succumbed to intoxication, he could scarcely remember the sensations he had experienced, only a vague recollection of something large and soft. "Oh, what a headache," Lin Chen sighed, shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts that plagued him. After all, the unexpected had occurred, and life must go on. Suddenly, a vortex of divine might materialized, and upon further inspection, the bed had vanished, relocated to the system space. Lin Chen possessed two alternate realms, the divine space of Shunwei and the system space, the latter being a mere collection of item slots, far less practical than the former, yet offering superior confidentiality. The power of Shunwei could resonate with other spaces, a discovery Lin Chen had made quite by accident, especially after his first encounter. While washing up, Lin Chen noticed several scratches adorning his back. "Heh, that girl is truly wild," he mused, tracing the marks left by someone's nails from the previous night. With a snap of his fingers, an elegant white and gold robe adorned him, a stark contrast to the formal black and white suit he had worn before, imbuing Lin Chen with an air of regal splendor. Gazing into the mirror, he unabashedly chuckled. "Hey, looking rather dashing. Tao Tu, have you made your decision?" He inquired, her perceptive nature immediately detecting something amiss with Tao Tu, who, despite her commendable physical prowess, limped slightly this morning. "Yes, Sister He. I plan to go to Beihai and stay there for a few years," Tao Tu replied earnestly. Sighing, He lamented, "I will speak to warring states about this." "Thank you, Sister He." Tao Tu expressed her gratitude before attempting to take her leave. "Foolish girl, no need to be so polite with me," He murmured softly. "Does he know?" He suddenly queried as Tao Tu was about to exit. "I don't know how to face him after all that has happened." "So I haven't," he told him. Tao Tu hesitated before responding. "Why Beihai?" He probed further. "Haha, he once said he would go to Beihai someday. I'll wait for him to find me, and perhaps by then, I will have unraveled my own knots," Tao Tu said, turning back with a radiant smile. Her voice remarkably gentle as tears silently streamed down her cheeks. "Marshal, what do you need from me?" "I have things to attend to," Lin Chen said, yawning wearily as he pushed open Warring States' door. Just as he was about to seek out Tao Tu, Warring States suddenly contacted him, declaring an urgent matter. "Baise, please escort Kaido and Don Quixote da Flamingo to Impel Down. The situation here is nearly resolved, and you may return with Tao Tu and Fujitora," Warring States pondered. Though Warring States had attempted to persuade Fujitora to remain in Marineford, he ultimately acquiesced to Fujitora's desire to accompany Lin Chen. "I want to go," Lin Chen replied defiantly. "How dare you?" Warring States glared, his frustration palpable. "Oh, I recall you speaking ill of Vice Admiral He last night." Lin Chen smirked, narrowing his eyes playfully. That was just the old man drunk. It doesn't count," Warring States stammered. Lin Chen remained silent, fixing a steady gaze on Warring States. "Actually, I believe this task could also be assigned to Akainu," Warring States suggested. "Very well then, Marshal, I shall take my leave," Lin Chen stated. "Wait," Warring States interjected. "Rest assured, I won't mention this to Sister He. That is not it. I wanted to inquire about the drinks from last night," Warring States pressed. Lin Chen fell silent, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. "Does the old man hold no authority over me?" Warring States fumed, stroking his beard in exasperation. Chapter 128, Regaining Honor. Sister He. "Has Tao Tu truly left?" Lin Chen asked cautiously, sitting before Vice Admiral He, his tone laced with trepidation after departing from Warring States. Despite enveloping the entirety of Marineford with his Kinbunshika Haki, Lin Chen had failed to detect Tao Tu's presence. She had either departed or was intentionally evading him. However, given her prowess, it was nearly impossible for her to elude his observation unless aided by another formidable Haki user, one that could only be Vice Admiral He. "Indeed, I regard Tao Tu as a sister. Alas, it is fate. Please cherish her," Vice Admiral He said, narrowing her eyes with genuine concern. "Baise, you may leave. Tao Tu is quite troubled at present. Given the circumstances, she is understandably anxious. You need not actively seek her out. Fate will bring you together once more." Vice Admiral He concluded, turning away to walk at a measured pace. Lin Chen paused, absorbing her words. His brow furrowed as he considered the possibility that Tao Tu was deliberately avoiding him. Just moments ago, he sensed a fleeting, chaotic aura that could only belong to her. Lin Chen chuckled to himself. The thoughts of a woman are truly inscrutable. With that, a vortex of divine might enveloped him, and his figure gradually faded from Marineford. "Ro, are you all right? Let me bandage your wounds," Chopper inquired, shaking Ro's arm. In recent days, the Golden Lion had relentlessly pursued them, intent on retribution. Thanks to Ro's intellect and his room ability, along with Mihawk confronting the Golden Lion head-on and Bartolomeo's absolute defense, they managed to escape without falling into his clutches. Though Ro sustained injuries from flying sword energy. "Thanks, Tanuki," Ro replied, his dark circles indicating a lack of rest over the past few days. He settled down, allowing Chopper to tend to his arm. However, when Chopper accidentally brushed against Ro's body, Ro instinctively stiffened. Fortunately, the heavens seemed to favor them. A violent storm had recently swept through, and Nami's timely precautions provided the crew aboard the White Zephyr with a moment's respite. "He's quite formidable," Mihawk remarked coolly, his eyes brimming with an indomitable spirit. Were it not for the need to protect everyone aboard the White Zephyr, he would have unleashed his full strength against the Golden Lion. "I'll go?" "He asks after me, and if I go, he won't trouble you. After all, his target is me," Nami interjected suddenly. "No way. What are you saying?" Aaron interrupted. "Exactly, you can't go. If you do, the captain will go mad," Kane added. "Indeed, given our strength, we cannot match him. Escaping is not beyond us. We need only wait for Admiral Baise to return," Ro said wearily, closing his eyes. Prolonged use of his devil fruit abilities had placed a tremendous burden on him. "Don't worry, they are merely interested in my abilities, my talent for navigation. Thus, they won't harm me. Once Lin Chen arrives, he will come to my rescue," Nami reassured, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "And who knows when he will return?" Nami murmured softly. "Where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, a voice emerged as the space rippled, revealing a figure clad in white, followed closely by Fujitora stepping out from the void. "Ah, Admiral Baise has returned." Ro's tense body relaxed upon seeing Lin Chen's arrival, and he quickly closed his eyes, having not rested properly in days. Moments later, the sound of his rhythmic snoring filled the air. "Lin Chen." Suddenly, Lin Chen heard a tremulous voice. He lowered his head and met Nami's tear-filled eyes. Without hesitation, Nami threw herself into his arms, weeping profusely. Her eyes, reminiscent of rain-soaked pear blossoms, conveyed a profound sorrow. Lin Chen, I don't understand why my navigational talent brings calamity. Am I truly a harbinger of misfortune? In Lin Chen's embrace, Nami poured out her heart, revealing that she was merely an ordinary girl. With a safe haven to express her emotions, the tension that had gripped her heart snapped with Lin Chen's return. What happened? Who made my navigator cry? Lin Chen rhythmically patted Nami's back, yet a cold glint flickered in his gaze. Rest assured, for I am here, he murmured, cradling Nami so she could lean more comfortably against his shoulder. What transpired, Kane? Speak, Lin Chen said coldly. Whoever it is, I shall make them aware that there exists one person on these seas who is not to be trifled with, namely, me. The White Sparrow's ship is untouchable. Those aboard the White Sparrow shall not be wronged, for to offend them is to offend me. After a brief silence following Kane's embellished recounting, Lin Chen responded, Ah, the Golden Lion, is it? How amusing. Ro, you've worked hard. Chopper, take Ro back to rest. We wouldn't want him to catch a chill here. Upon hearing this, Chopper's eyes widened as he gently lifted the still sleeping Ro and carried him back to the cabin. Smoker, set sail. Head for the East Sea. Lin Chen commanded, narrowing his eyes as a menacing aura emanated from his words. The Golden Lion, according to the original narrative, was supposed to appear around 2 years later. Why has he come early? Could it be that I, a mere butterfly, have instigated a butterfly effect? Nevertheless, Kane's words indicate it is indeed the Golden Lion. Coupled with the mole's statements in the Wano office about the mysterious disappearance of islands in the East Sea, it seems the Golden Lion is in that region. Huh. Regardless of timelines or butterfly effects, those who dare to touch my people should be prepared. The Golden Lion should brace himself, Lin Chen declared. Boss, what is our purpose in the East Sea? Heh, anyone who dares to bully my people will find me seeking retribution, Lin Chen replied coldly. This time, I shall make the world aware of the principle of retribution. Those who dare to touch the White Sparrow should consider whether they possess the strength to contend with me. Kane, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement, his skin prickling with anticipation. Haha, let us reclaim our honor. Accelerate. Lin Chen gently inquired, Nami, would you like a cloud that can generate electricity? Really? Nami asked, her eyes sparkling with joy. Thunderclouds were crucial for her weather research, allowing her to transform her hypotheses into tangible climate manipulation techniques. Yes, truly. It even possesses a life of its own, Lin Chen responded, his tone rich with allure, seeking to distract Nami from her tears. Thank you, Lin Chen, Nami expressed gratefully. Ha ha ha, no need for formality with me, Lin Chen chuckled, playfully tapping Nami's nose. Just wait. In a few days, I'll fetch it for you, he thought, contemplating the possibility of taking it by force if it refused to comply. Chapter 129, Floating and Gravity Achu. Zeus, who was asleep, suddenly sneezed, groggily opening his eyes. Is someone cursing me? Zeus, how could you sneeze? You must be weak, Prometheus. The sun teased unabashedly. Enough, don't wake mother. Napoleon, donning a horned hat, glanced at the slumbering Big Mom and quickly intervened. If you wake her, it won't be good for any of us. Oh, Prometheus lazily acquiesced and drifted back to Big Mom's side, closing his eyes. Take care, Zeus, after all. Mother still needs to ride on you, Prometheus quipped. But how can thunderclouds tire out a body? Zeus pondered, tilting his head in confusion. That sneeze must have been due to someone cursing me. Whatever, back to sleep. As for why Peach Rabbit didn't he return with Lin Chen this time? The crew chose not to inquire. If Lin Chen wished to speak of it, he would do so on his own. Suddenly, a newsbird swooped down from the sky. Nami habitually purchased a newspaper and began to read. Shortly after, her eyes widened with astonishment and amusement. Aaron, come look. Nami beckoned, and the two girls examined the article about the White Sparrow. A moment later, Aaron wore a bemused expression as she glanced at Lin Chen. They were astonished to see Lin Chen described as a one-man army, facing off against 2 of the 4 emperors. They understood well what the 4 emperors represented in these waters. Additionally, the rumors surrounding Lin Chen were outlandish and humorous, growing increasingly absurd with each retelling. It said that Admiral White Sparrow is the reincarnation of the mythological deity Susanoo. Nonsense. Admiral White Sparrow is a mythical beast fruit user. I heard he is as handsome as a jade-like figure, unmatched among gentlemen. Where did you hear such rumors? I heard Admiral White Sparrow has a fearsome visage, preying on women like a monstrous fiend. Impossible. Admiral White Sparrow is the youngest admiral in history. Admiral White Sparrow has single-handedly defeated 2 of the 4 emperors, even slaying Kaido of the beasts. Where did you hear that? Admiral White Sparrow is said to have slain both of the 4 emperors. Nami and Aaron, holding the newspaper, animatedly reenacted the absurd rumors for Lin Chen. After listening, Lin Chen felt a vain throb at his temple as he exclaimed, "What is this nonsense? Wow, I didn't expect Admiral White Sparrow to be a heartless monster." Nami teased. "Yes, and he specifically preys on women." Eren chimed in. "Honestly," Lin Chen sighed, rubbing his forehead. "These rumors are growing increasingly ridiculous," he said, then suddenly flashed a mischievous grin. He swiftly positioned himself behind Nami and Eren, pulling them into his embrace with a sly smile. "Hee, do you really think I would eat beauties? You should know better." Nami and Eren both blushed. Though Nami ultimately had a thicker skin than Eren, she locked eyes with Lin Chen, her lips moving slightly. "I'm just a girl who doesn't know. Tonight, let me experience your prowess." Lin Chen gasped at her words. What a teasing little sprite. He hurriedly released Nami and Eren, attempting to dispel the distracting thoughts that flooded his mind. He realized that ever since his encounter with Peach Rabbit, such thoughts had been surfacing unbidden. This is wrong. This is wrong. Lin Chen silently chastised himself. How could I entertain such thoughts? They are still young. The fruit is not yet ripe for picking. 3 years to start. Death penalty if I'm wrong. No, what am I thinking? Nami observed Lin Chen's demeanor and remained silent, her expression dimming considerably. Even Eren's eyes lost their luster. Does he not like us? Sighing, Lin Chen gently stroked their heads, speaking softly, "You're still young. Matters like this must wait until you've grown." "Oh," Nami responded, feeling slightly reassured, yet she stubbornly puffed out her chest. "I'm already grown." "What are you talking about? I'm at your age." "Oh, boss, there's a massive island in the sky ahead." Jin Woo slowly descended from the heavens, transforming into human form. "Well done. Thank you for your efforts." Lin Chen spoke softly, and 3 tomo patterns unconsciously appeared in his eyes. Those eyes pierced through countless layers of floating clouds, landing upon a colossal island suspended in the sky, surrounded by a multitude of smaller floating islets. Who would have thought the lair of the Golden Lion would be so easy to locate? Indeed, with the vast disappearance of islands and villages in the East Sea, it would be difficult not to find clues, Lin Chen remarked with a smile. "Where how to ascend, Baise?" Law weakly inquired. With the presence of the great General Baise, it was clear that even the formidable Golden Lion could not possibly stand against him, especially since Baise's legendary feats of single-handedly challenging 2 of the 4 emperors had spread throughout the world, and Law was naturally aware of this fact. The continuous use of his devil fruit abilities had left Law's body exceedingly weakened. "Haha," Lin Chen chuckled. "I understand, Ishiao," with a stomp of his left foot. The ship instantly lost its weight, gently lifting off the water's surface and gradually ascending into the air. Alas, a power akin to that of the Golden Lion. Kane exclaimed in astonishment. Although he was not unfamiliar with Ishiao's abilities, he had only witnessed the overwhelming force of gravity, never having seen him enable objects to float. Indeed, Ishiao's devil fruit powers bear a striking resemblance to those of the Golden Lion, yet they differ in certain respects, Lin Chen elucidated. Ishiao's fruit was the gravity fruit, allowing him to manipulate the intensity and direction of gravity at will. He could instantaneously elevate gravity to heights of tens of thousands of kilometers above the ground, causing meteors to descend, engulfed in searing flames. He could also render objects weightless, enabling them to float. Furthermore, he could create repulsive forces to deflect opponents' attacks and even reverse the direction of gravity in a defined area, causing everything on the ground to soar into the sky. Additionally, he could generate gravitational waves and manipulate various forces, including gravity, lateral gravity, weightlessness, anti-gravity, pressure, tension, repulsion, and attraction. Conversely, the Golden Lion wielded the float fruit, which allowed himself or objects to escape gravity and float in the air, as well as control objects he had touched to levitate. However, he could not lift living beings aside from himself. Lin Chen explained, in a sense, Ishiao's abilities may be more comprehensive than those of the Golden Lion, but they ultimately revolve around the application of gravity, while the Golden Lion's fruit seems to inherently counter Ishiao's, allowing him to defy gravity. This implies that Ishiao's offensive strategies would likely be ineffective against the Golden Lion, though this remains merely speculation that must be tested in practice. Before long, the Baise ship aligned with the enormous floating island, although it was not the central island, but rather a smaller one adrift nearby. "All right, Ishiao. Bring the Baise down," Lin Chen instructed. Ishiao abruptly stomped the ground, coating the ship in Armament Haki to protect it. Suddenly, the repulsive force vanished, and the Baise plummeted onto a slightly lower floating island. Mihawk slowly rose, gripping his black blade. Yuru, his gaze fixated on the central island, brimming with combat fervor. This time, he was determined to engage the Golden Lion without restraint. Suddenly, a hand rested on Mihawk's shoulder, and Lin Chen's voice resonated softly. Mihawk. To prevent you from harm, allow me to confront this formidable foe. Mihawk shot Lin Chen a bemused glance, recognizing his intent to battle while cloaking it in grandiloquent words. With a silent sigh, he sheathed Yoru and cast a glare at Lin Chen before retreating to his favored spot, leaning against the ship's mast to rest. Do not be disheartened. When I have the time, I shall train with you. Lin Chen chuckled from the side. Roar. Just as Lin Chen jested, an untimely roar echoed. A fearsome and colossal dinosaur charged at the Baise, its gigantic maw reminiscent of a sea king, lunging toward Lin Chen standing on the deck. The tremendous force seemed as though it could rend the very heavens apart. Humph, seeking death, Lin Chen coldly scoffed, a chilling aura emanating from him. Without even glancing, he pointed his finger at the dinosaur in a gun-like gesture, and an invisible air current surged forth from his fingertip, causing the massive creature to collapse. A gaping blood hole appearing through its brow. What is this? Chopper exclaimed, as though he had stumbled upon a new world. Circling the dinosaur's body with eyes gleaming with curiosity. Oh, it's merely a lizard. I thought it was something more formidable, he said, a disheartened expression crossing his face. However, it appeared to have consumed something that caused its body to evolve into this form, Chopper mused. It is a unique plant factor known as IQ. It imbues animals with heightened aggression, Lin Chen explained, crouching beside Chopper. This was knowledge he had acquired previously. IQ is a special plant factor native to this island, which the Golden Lion exploited using his devil fruit abilities to transform this land into a floating island. This must be an island from the East Sea, repurposed by the Golden Lion as a testing ground for these animals, Lin Chen elucidated slowly. Indeed, the analysis by Baise is likely accurate, Law interjected from the side. As his voice echoed, rustling sounds emanated from the underbrush, followed by the emergence of dozens of massive beasts that surrounded the Baise. Baise, leave it to me, the cat viper declared, stepping back. Room. A colossal semicircular sphere materialized, enveloping all the monsters within. Law's lips curled into a slight smile as he gradually unsheathed his cursed blade, surgical knife. A flurry of blades flashed, and in an instant, all the creatures were dismembered, yet they retained their life signs, with not a drop of blood spilled. He turned to Chopper with a grin. Cat Viper, this will make it easier for you to study, right? I can restore them afterward. Thank you, Law, Chopper exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the prospect of studying the creatures, recognizing their life signs as immensely beneficial for his research on the so-called IQ. You're welcome, boss. Are we staying here? Aren't we going to seek out the Golden Lion? Kane inquired, having transformed into a golden crow perched atop the ship's mast, gazing into the distance at Lin Chen. Why the rush? He'll be here shortly, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. When it comes to dealing out punishment, it is only fitting he should come to receive it himself. Ding. Host exhibits a strong inclination for aggression. Target, Golden Lion. Please select. Option 1. Engage the Golden Lion directly. Reward, martial skill 10,000 hands. Option 2. Inability to confront the Golden Lion. Seek out the weak to vent frustrations. Reward, martial skill 1,000 hands. 10,000 hands. Instantaneous burst of power multiplied by 10,000. 1,000 hands. Instantaneous burst of power multiplied by 1,000. Oh. The timing of this system is impeccable, Lin Chen mused. I choose option 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, on making your selection. Rewards will be dispatched to the system space upon task completion. Haha, then all that remains is to give the Golden Lion a good thrashing. Lin Chen cracked his knuckles, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Dare to target my navigator? No matter who you are, I'll ensure you are unrecognizable. Revenge will be swift. Lin Chen's eyes widened fiercely as an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki erupted from him, radiating outward, a provocation directed at the Golden Lion. The agitated and weary Golden Lion found himself in disarray, beset by a tempest that struck without warning, inflicting severe losses upon him. The so-called meteorological prodigy he had painstakingly nurtured proved utterly ineffectual, akin to a mere child. Despite having captured her for 4 or 5 days, he was unable to subdue a formidable battleship lacking the combat prowess of a true admiral. Though that scoundrel wielding the dark blade was indeed powerful, he still fell short of the admiral's might. Yet, with such meager strength, the old man found himself repeatedly thwarted, just as he was on the cusp of capturing her. An inexplicable storm arose, erasing all traces of their presence. It had been over 20 years since he had suffered such a setback. In the midst of his mounting frustration, a surge of Conqueror's Haki swept over the Golden Lion. He was taken aback. Who dared to challenge him at such a moment, especially when he was already in a foul mood? Did they think him a mere sickly cat? He recalled the days when only the combined efforts of the warring states and Garp had barely managed to subdue him. The audacity of today's youth was truly astonishing. Chapter 131, Golden Lion vs. Baise 1. A glint of ferocity flickered in the Golden Lion's eyes as he levitated, filled with rage, and swiftly drifted towards the source of the Haki's eruption. A mocking expression crossed his features, with all his pent-up fury seeking release. It was only unfortunate for his adversary that they had stumbled into his line of fire. In a display of long-range sniping, Kane's hands ignited with golden flames, which coiled around his golden spear. The spear quivered slightly as a layer of fiery casing began to manifest around it. With a crisp crack, the spear's tip blazed brilliantly, launching a golden fire bullet into the air. The outer layer of the fiery casing infused all its power into the bullet as it departed, sending it hurtling toward the distant black dot in the sky. Kane took a deep breath, wiping the sweat from his brow as he turned to Lin Chen. "Boss, this is my strongest move. I feel utterly drained." "Indeed, that shot was commendable, but I fear it may not inflict harm upon that old wretch," Lin Chen replied slowly. That shot had exhausted all of Kane's ability to unleash the Golden Crow flames, coupled with the intense focus required for long-range Kenbunshika Haki, hence Kane's feeling of depletion. As the Golden Lion soared through the sky, he suddenly spotted a distant golden speck, initially indifferent to it. However, in an instant, the golden dot materialized before him at breakneck speed, revealing itself to be a golden flame. "Extinguish yourself," the Golden Lion mused, slapping down upon the fire bullet. The moment they made contact, his expression shifted dramatically as a layer of Armament Haki enveloped his palm, a primal instinctive reaction to anything perceived as a threat to his being. Boom. The bullet met resistance and exploded, unleashing a torrent of golden flames that engulfed the Golden Lion. "Humph," he scoffed amidst the inferno, cloaked in Armament Haki. "Consider this gift returned." With a swift motion of his hands, an inexplicable force radiated outward, causing the flames to lose their vitality and cease their dance. A cold smirk crept upon the Golden Lion's lips. "You are far too inexperienced." With a commanding presence, the flames responded to the Golden Lion's call, morphing into a colossal, roaring head of a flaming lion. "Go." The Golden Lion commanded, the massive fiery lion unleashing a ferocious roar as it charged toward Lin Chen and his companions. The Golden Lion hastened his pace, trailing behind the flaming lion, swiftly approaching the island from which the attack had originated, slicing through the air with such speed that the ground beneath him bore witness to the path of destruction. "Let me see who dares to act so brazenly in my domain." "Wait, isn't that my Golden Crow flame? Why is it no longer heeding my command?" Kane squinted, realizing that the enormous flaming lion head hurtling toward them was indeed his Golden Crow flame, now beyond his control. "That's to be expected. It is the manifestation of your fruit's power. Remember that seawater sphere that eliminated you?" Law analyzed slowly. Gravity Blade smiled one smile, stepping forward and delivering a powerful slash that enveloped the flaming lion with an overwhelming air pressure. It was as if two ferocious lions were locked in combat. Moments later, the flames extinguished and the lion's form dissipated, the oppressive gravitational force gradually fading. "Who do I see from afar?" the Golden Lion exclaimed, recognizing the distinctive ship of Baise. His eyes sparkled with unrestrained delight. He was determined to possess that woman of exceptional meteorological talent. "Ha ha. Have you come to deliver someone to me? Or perhaps to disrupt my affairs?" He laughed unabashedly. "You were the one emanating Conqueror's Haki earlier, weren't you?" The Golden Lion pointed at Fujitora, inquiring. In his perception, Fujitora was the strongest among them, while Lin Chen's presence, imbued with divine might, was too adept at concealing his aura to be detected. The Golden Lion squinted, surveying his surroundings. "Hand over that woman, and you, come work for me. I might spare your lives. Otherwise," he paused ominously, "I'll slaughter you all and take her myself. After all, I have seen many wielders of Conqueror's Haki." "You think you can just take her?" Fujitora growled, his forehead veins bulging as he drew his sword, directing it at the Golden Lion, a formidable gravitational force enveloping the latter. "Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe that possessing Conqueror's Haki makes you invincible? Such arrogance. I have seen it all before. Allow me to show you the terror of a true powerhouse from the bygone era." The Golden Lion floated into the air, defying gravity, squinting at Fujitora. A battleship of admiral caliber that lacks an actual admiral is nothing more than an empty facade to me. Gravity Blade. Just as One Smile was about to unsheath his sword, Lin Chen's voice casually interjected, causing One Smile to pause and sheath his blade, yielding the way for Lin Chen. The Golden Lion, also known as Shiki, the captain of the flying pirate crew, was a notorious pirate from the same era as Roger and Whitebeard. "I am Baise." An admiral aboard this ship, Lin Chen declared, striding toward the Golden Lion with an air of confidence, his hand instinctively brushing against the hilt of the ice wheel blade. His tone measured and unhurried. Baise's revelation took the Golden Lion by surprise. "I can't believe you've actually become an admiral," he exclaimed, his body trembling involuntarily at the sound of that name, as if an immense fear lurked deep within him. The Golden Lion's gaze shifted to Lin Chen, who, clad in a white and gold ensemble, exuded an aura of nobility and elegance. As he regarded Lin Chen's face, he faltered. Indeed, it was him. "Golden Lion, you've touched my people. What do you intend to do? Will you take a beating, or shall I deliver an even more thorough thrashing?" Lin Chen paused, teasingly addressing the Golden Lion. "Baise, it has been over 20 years. I never expected you to remain unchanged," the Golden Lion remarked, his expression complex. "I did not know this was your person, but now that I do, I must have her." He hesitated momentarily, yet spoke with unwavering determination. For the pride of a strong warrior would not allow him to bow to a former rival. "Though you have bestowed a favor upon this old man, I owe you a debt of gratitude. However, this favor should not remain with that beautiful young lady, but must be repaid to me." The Golden Lion, while uttering fierce words, found his body inexplicably drifting upwards, a primal instinct stemming from his trepidation towards the enigmatic Baise. His gaze swept over Lin Chen's waist, fixating on an ice-blue blade, a haunting violet blade, and what of that black-red one? What is this, reminiscent of 2 decades ago, akin to Kaido's ramblings? Lin Chen mused. Curiosity piqued, yet he refrained from delving deeper into the mystery. Surely, this translucent enigma would only grow more intriguing with time. Chapter 132, Golden Lion vs. Baise 2. The Golden Lion vividly recalled the flames of yesteryears, the unparalleled inferno that erupted the moment that black-red blade was liberated, melting an entire sword, and even an island itself. The heat radiating from that blade was so intense that it seemed to evaporate the very sea at a languid pace. Such a terrifying temperature made the Golden Lion wary of provoking Baise's hidden vulnerabilities. Why, after more than 20 years, did Baise remain unchanged in appearance, even appearing somewhat rejuvenated? Observing him closely, it seemed his memories were somewhat fragmented. Thus, he might still be of use to me. A glimmer of thought flickered in the Golden Lion's eyes. "Ha ha ha, Baise, join me as my right arm." The Golden Lion bellowed, "With your potential, you shall surely surpass the Pirate King, Roger. Together, we shall dominate the world." The Golden Lion proclaimed, his voice echoing through the skies. Lin Chen, gazing at the airborne Golden Lion with an expression of incredulity, smirked disdainfully. "Did I not mention I would thrash you so thoroughly that your mother wouldn't recognize you? Baise, do not assume I fear you. Without that blade, you may not stand a chance against me." Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion paused momentarily, fury igniting within him, yet a flicker of caution remained in his eyes. "Wherefore dost thou utter such nonsense? I do not fancy looking up to others, so descend." Lin Chen's voice resonated suddenly from behind the Golden Lion, accompanied by a ripple in the space around him. Lin Chen emerged from the void, grinning at the Golden Lion. With a mere gesture, Lin Chen thrust his finger towards the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion, responding with remarkable speed, met Lin Chen's pointed attack with a palm. "Ha ha, Baise, such a feeble assault cannot deter me." The Golden Lion laughed heartily. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Chen replied with a mysterious smile, launching another pointed strike. This time, however, a colossal azure Susanoo framework entwined around Lin Chen's arm. The Susanoo's finger, with immense force, struck down upon the Golden Lion's crossed arms, sending him crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. With a spatial fluctuation, Lin Chen reappeared on solid ground, casually observing where the Golden Lion had landed. As the dust settled, the Golden Lion appeared only slightly disheveled. Being a user of the float fruit, such damage was negligible. "Here, hold this for me, Kane," Lin Chen said, removing the ice wheel and Muramasa from his waist and handing them to Kane, who, though perplexed, complied. "Baise, what are you intending to do?" The Golden Lion inquired, a hint of anger in his voice as he watched Lin Chen disarm himself. "Are you looking down upon me by not using a blade in our duel? I have stated multiple times, I intend to beat you." Lin Chen replied with a calm smile. "Ha ha ha, then let me see what progress you've made." The Golden Lion laughed in fury, fixing his gaze upon Lin Chen as he planted his feet firmly on the ground, producing a ringing sound. The 7th gate opens. Of course, the Golden Lion is stronger than Jack, as previously mentioned. Defeating Jack was merely a whim and not a reflection of the inability to contend with the 7th gate. A surge of azure vapor erupted from Lin Chen's body as he propelled himself forward with tremendous force, quickly closing the distance to the Golden Lion. For delivering a beating, The eighth gate was indeed the most satisfying method. Fire. Lin Chen extended his fist forward, mimicking a cannon, and propelled a powerful punch towards the Golden Lion. The impact resonated with a thunderous clap, sending the Golden Lion staggering back several hundred meters. Wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he chuckled. "Ha! Baise, without a blade. Is this all the prowess you possess? You cannot be my match." The Golden Lion relished the sensation of Lin Chen's strike against his body, for this was the utmost respect one could offer to a formidable opponent. Lin Chen's shortcomings lay in his near-combat strategies. Though bolstered by the eighth gate, his combat techniques were still somewhat lacking, aside from the techniques inherent to the gates. He was limited to the 6 styles of the Navy, some of which were rather underwhelming. Ha ha ha, then let us test this. Lin Chen roared with laughter, his ornate attire billowing as if caught in an unseen wind. In an instant, he vanished, activating his divine might, and reappeared behind the Golden Lion. Golden Lion. My forte lies in swordsmanship. A fine blade indeed enhances my capabilities, but I can still strike you without one. The Susanoo framework reformed around Lin Chen's arm, its fist poised to deliver a crushing blow to the Golden Lion's head. The Golden Lion, agile as ever, twisted his legs at an astonishing angle, intercepting the Susanoo's strike with a resounding clash. Lin Chen exerted force, yet the Golden Lion effortlessly retreated, deftly evading the onslaught of the Susanoo's fist. Such brute force was ineffectual against the Golden Lion, a master of the float fruit. "This fruit of yours is quite troublesome," the Golden Lion remarked. "Ha ha, I thank you for the compliment. Allow me to demonstrate the changes in my own prowess," the Golden Lion declared, slamming his palm to the ground, unleashing the full capabilities of the float fruit to upheave the earth, transforming it into multiple lion-headed formations that barreled toward Lin Chen. Day Tiger. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as several air cannons roared forth like tigers, charging toward the Golden Lion's lion heads. The air cannon tigers, with unstoppable momentum, shattered the earthen lion heads, dissipating into the air. Golden Lion, as a legendary pirate who once vied with Roger, let us see your true prowess. Lin Chen's eyes burned with intensity as he regarded the Golden Lion. Do not disappoint me. Chapter 133, The Pummeling of the Golden Lion. Golden Lion. Do not let me down. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Ha ha ha, is that so? Baise, then I shall get serious. The Golden Lion paused briefly, then erupted into laughter. Day Tiger. Lin Chen's eyes widened as a massive wave of energy coalesced in his palm, forming a colossal, clawed tiger that charged towards the Golden Lion. Ha ha ha, cutting wave. The Golden Lion swept his foot, unleashing a formidable sword aura that could cleave mountains and seas, effortlessly slicing through the Day Tiger's air cannon and sending its energy flying toward Lin Chen. Ha ha ha, now this is more like it. No matter how one speaks of it. He is a character who contends for dominion alongside Roger and Whitebeard. How could he possibly be so feeble? Lin Chen raised his palm defensively, and a colossal Susanoo arm emerged, grasping that luminous sword strike within its grasp. With a mere thought, Lin Chen commanded the Susanoo arm to exert its strength, causing the sword wave to shatter like a broken mirror into countless fragments. Indeed, had it not been for the Gold Lion's appearance in the film adaptation, Luffy would never have triumphed over him. After all, he was a formidable pirate of the same era as Roger and Whitebeard. Though his power may have waned, he should not have been an adversary that Luffy at that time could vanquish. It can only be said that the Gold Lion ought not to have appeared in the film, Lin Chen mused to himself. What is this? The Gold Lion, observing the immense arm manifesting around Lin Chen, fell deep into contemplation. A new technique, perhaps? I have never seen him employ such a method before. However, after a moment's reflection, the Gold Lion snapped back to reality. Against such an opponent, one must not afford even a moment's carelessness. For over 20 years, I have sequestered myself from the world, utterly unaware of what Whitebeard has endured during this time. Otherwise, a figure of his caliber would undoubtedly command significant attention. It has been 20 years since I last beheld Whitebeard. Why has he appeared so much more youthful? All of this pricked the Gold Lion's curiosity like a thorn. The Gold Lion unleashed a barrage of sword energy capable of cleaving mountains, directing it towards Lin Chen. Curiosity aside, battle must ensue. Countless sword energies surged towards Lin Chen, who let out a cold snort. His eyes suddenly turned blood red, and strange patterns manifested within them. The myriad sword energies pierced through Lin Chen's form, landing on the floating island behind him, which was instantly reduced to countless shards. All the indigenous inhabitants of that island were swiftly transported to his stronghold, Strong World, specifically to the massive central floating island, which served as his experimental grounds. What? The gold lion exclaimed in astonishment as he witnessed the sword energies pass straight through Lin Chen. In the next instant, Lin Chen's figure vanished from sight, prompting the gold lion to ascend into the sky, scanning the surroundings for that elusive white silhouette. "Are you searching for me?" A ghostly voice echoed from behind the gold lion, as a gigantic Susanoo arm extended from Lin Chen, seizing the gold lion and thrusting him downward with tremendous force. "Do not fly so high." Lin Chen's voice resonated ominously in the gold lion's ears. "Humph." The gold lion snorted, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Whitebeard, you seek your own demise. Venomous snake." The gold lion exclaimed, slamming his hand onto the ground. All floating islands, save for Strong World, began to converge towards him. A hint of regret flickered in his eyes as he declared, "These islands shall serve as your burial ground." "Not good," Lin Chen shouted, vanishing from his position only to reappear beside the Whitebeard ship. In an instant, all the floating islands, at the gold lion's command, lost their buoyancy and began plummeting towards the floating island. One island, then two, as the gold lion hovered in the air, coldly observing this indiscriminate assault. The deserted floating islands hurtled towards the island where Lin Chen stood, including some of considerable size, until the island was obliterated, with countless fragments cascading into the ocean, forming a massive mound of earth amidst the vast sea. "Humph, such a pity for my experimental grounds," the gold lion lamented, casting one last glance at the newly formed island in the sea. He had never relinquished his desire for Nami. If he could not possess her, he would see her destroyed. He certainly did not believe such an assault could eliminate Lin Chen, but as for everyone else, their fate was uncertain. After all, this was a multitude of islands. After a long while, as the dust settled, the ground trembled ominously, revealing a glimmer of azure within the soil. The colossal, complete Susanoo crouched upon the earth, its arms enveloping the gathered individuals, its grand wings unfurling and transforming into feathers that enveloped the Whitebeard ship and its crew. A sense of foreboding crept over the gold lion as he beheld the immense azure Susanoo. Suddenly, the Susanoo's eyes flashed with a radiant blue light. As if imbued with life, it slowly rose to its feet, flapping its wings, soaring into the sky. "Gold lion, you seek your own demise." The massive Susanoo hurled a fist towards the gold lion, who narrowly evaded the attack, using his devil fruit ability. "Humph, let us see how you escape." Lin Chen's eyes glinted with ferocity. He was no longer inclined to engage in games. The gold lion's relentless pursuit of annihilation infuriated him. "Divine Might Shuriken," Lin Chen commanded, and 6 shurikens materialized from his wings, launching them at the gold lion. "Ha ha, Whitebeard, too slow." The gold lion laughed heartily as he dodged the 6 shurikens, mocking Lin Chen. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Chen retorted with a cold smirk. The gold lion suddenly perceived an unsettling distortion in the space surrounding him. The warped space enveloped him entirely, leaving the gold lion with no avenue of escape. Was he planning to seal my retreat from the very beginning? A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out upon the gold lion's brow. "Run if you dare." Lin Chen dismissed the Susanoo, striding through the chaotic spatial currents, towering over the gold lion. Whitebeard, I believe." The gold lion forced a strained smile, attempting to speak, but before he could finish, a fist the size of a sandbag struck him squarely in the face. What followed was a relentless barrage of fists, raining down upon the gold lion's visage like a tempest. Time slipped away, and after what felt like an eternity, Lin Chen wiped the blood from his knuckles, his fists feeling as if they had swelled. He glanced at the gold lion, reduced to a state of unconsciousness resembling that of a pig, and unceremoniously tossed him to the ground. "I warned you, I would turn you into a pig's head. Those who covet my interests invite their own demise." Lin Chen murmured softly. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. 10,000 hands has been issued to the system space. Please retrieve it at your convenience." This pig-headed figure truly is that exalted gold lion. It is difficult to ascertain. It should be him, given that his attire is identical. Goodness, who would have thought that just recently he was pursuing us, and now he finds himself in such a predicament? "Boss, that is quite the turn of events," Lin Chen remarked, descending gracefully as if strolling through the air to find everyone gathered around the fallen gold lion, observing intently. "Ha ha ha, behold the gold lion," Lin Chen exclaimed. "Law, you have been performing admirably of late. I shall offer you an opportunity," Lin Chen casually stated. "What must I do?" Law inquired, a hint of excitement in his voice, though he understood that opportunities rarely come without a cost, hence his cautious inquiry. "Ha ha ha, Law, no need for such formality," Lin Chen replied, momentarily taken aback before breaking into laughter. "Are you interested in joining the 7 warlords of the sea?" Lin Chen paused before posing his question to Law. One of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo, has been dispatched to impel down. With a vacancy among the warlords, the Celestial Dragons will undoubtedly seek to recruit powerful pirates. Would you like to take that opportunity? Lin Chen spoke slowly. Admiral Whitebeard, can I truly? Law asked, his excitement palpable. Excitedly. Law inquired about the position of Warlord of the Sea, which he deemed essential. This role would allow him to leverage the power of the world government. Acting under its auspices, a tremendous advantage for the fledgling heart pirates. Believe in yourself, Law, Lin Chen said slowly, pointing to Law's heart. You possess the power to change the world. What should I do, Admiral Baise? Law asked earnestly, aware that Admiral Baise's words were always followed by action. Well, Law, there's no need to be so serious, Lin Chen replied, waving his hand as he sat on the ground. After a moment, feeling that this position might soil his new attire, he quickly stood, only to discover that his clothes were already dirty, prompting a resigned sigh. With a snap of his fingers, the white and gold robes he wore transformed into holy light, which then shifted, revealing a black cloak around him. What a pity. I rather like that, Lin Chen muttered softly. Neither Law nor the others were surprised by Lin Chen's sudden change of attire. After all, his miraculous abilities extended far beyond this. Now, Lin Chen pointed to the unconscious golden lion. If you present him to Sengoku, that old fellow will surely be delighted. The golden lion will serve as your introduction to the warlords of the sea. With my recommendation, Sengoku will undoubtedly prioritize your case, making your acceptance into the warlords nearly certain. Lin Chen spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, as if the position were merely a trivial matter. Thank you, Admiral Baise, Law said, a hint of joy illuminating his otherwise composed expression. Despite his belief in his ability to manage his emotions, such a significant surprise was hard to conceal. It's nothing. I don't particularly mind. The world government will eventually seek a new warlord of the sea, and it might as well be you. Just remember your promise from back then, Lin Chen replied coolly, snapping his fingers to create a spatial vortex large enough for one person to pass through. This vortex leads to the vicinity of Marineford. If Sengoku asks how you defeated the Golden Lion, just say that Admiral Baise assisted you, Lin Chen advised slowly. Lin Chen had contemplated recruiting the Golden Lion, recognizing him as a formidable force in the past. However, he pondered that the Golden Lion harbored terrifying ambitions, making it impossible for him to submit to another. Lin Chen also considered simply killing him but refrained, held back by a remnant of conscience against slaughtering those who were mere civilians, and the remaining shred of nobility that prevented him from ending the Golden Lion's life. After all, maximizing benefits was Lin Chen's usual strategy. After expressing his gratitude to Lin Chen, Law stepped into the spatial vortex, carrying the Golden Lion. Tokikyu, there are many civilians on the floating island. Go save them, Lin Chen said as he gradually closed his eyes, wishing for rest. After all, he was still merely a mortal. Continuous battles had left him utterly fatigued. He opened his eyes to gaze at the sky, feeling weary and in need of respite. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Just as Lin Chen's thoughts drifted away, the sound of the snail phone jolted him back to reality. Hello, this is Baise, Lin Chen answered the phone, his voice weary. It seemed another matter awaited his attention. Moshi. Ah, Admiral Kazu, Lin Chen exclaimed with surprise, knowing that this lazy fellow likely had nothing urgent. What is it? Yosh, Admiral Baise, I spotted the Whitebeard pirates near the Red Line. Are you interested? Kizaru spoke slowly. The Whitebeard pirates, you say? Admiral Kizaru, have you completed your task? Lin Chen asked, suddenly intrigued. Ah, don't mention it. I'm currently stationed at G1. By the time I arrived, the 6 powers had already vanished without a trace. I have a feeling they will return. So I'm toiling here for a year or so, Kizaru said lazily. Well then, Admiral Kazu, goodbye, Lin Chen said decisively, hanging up the snail phone. Truly, only you could make laziness sound so grandiose, Lin Chen thought to himself. Chapter 135, Eternal Kaleidoscope. Very well. The next destination is Fishman Island, Lin Chen said with a lazy stretch. It was perfect timing to visit Fishman Island and witness the prowess of the world's strongest man, though he had aged. At that time, he could conceal himself within the Kimui space and observe from afar. After all, as an admiral, it was unnecessary to instigate unnecessary conflicts, Lin Chen mused. He looked up at the strong world, the massive floating island slowly descending, evidently under the control of Don Quixote da Flamingo. After the Golden Lion's fall, the island should have lost the effect of the float fruit, and Da Flamingo was using his own powers to gradually adjust the gravity, allowing the island to descend without alarming its inhabitants. Moments later, Da Flamingo approached Lin Chen. How is it, Da Flamingo? Have you settled everything? Lin Chen asked wearily. Yes. I have positioned the island appropriately and informed the Marine headquarters to come and retrieve the IQ. I've also told the villagers that the Marines will compensate for their losses. And those interested in joining the Marines can apply at this opportunity, Doflamingo replied calmly. Well done, Doflamingo, Lin Chen praised, his tone appreciative. Ha, Admiral Baise, you're too kind. This is what I ought to do, Doflamingo said, bashfully scratching the back of his head. Next destination, Sabaody Archipelago. Lin Chen proclaimed. Set sail. Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters beneath the holy land of Mariawa, is a crucial waypoint to the New World and the birthplace of most fishmen and merfolk. Often referred to as the underwater paradise. Vessels arriving here typically need to coat their hulls at Sabaody Archipelago and navigate through the currents to reach safely. Extract. 1,000 hands. Lin Chen sat on the ship, gazing at the tranquil sea, silently reciting. Ding. Congratulations, host, extraction successful. With a thought, a dull yellow orb of light flew from the system space, hesitating for a moment before plunging into Lin Chen's brow. Instantly, an indescribable sensation coursed through him. His mind felt clear, and he grasped the 1,000 hands technique in a heartbeat. 1,000 hands is divided into 3 tiers, 100 hands, 1,000 hands, and 10,000 hands. Each tier offers a 100-fold increase in power. The secret lies in unleashing a flurry of hand shadows at an astonishing speed, enveloping the surroundings so that the enemy cannot evade. Upon impact, the shadows vanish, unleashing a 10,000-fold damage, capable of combining with other martial techniques. As Lin Chen gradually absorbed the nuances of this technique, a smile crept across his face. It seemed that this so-called 1,000 hands was indeed formidable. Just as Lin Chen finished reviewing the 1,000 hands technique, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest. Kaido has been imprisoned and impelled down. Assist Kaido in escaping to create chaos for the world government. Choice 1, accept. Reward, left eye. Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Choice 2, decline. Reward, none. The system's voice rang out suddenly, causing Lin Chen to furrow his brow. This was indeed a difficult choice. If he chose the first option, unless he used Kimui, he would inevitably be discovered. However, using Kimui would surely expose Kaido, as he could only appear in his cell. The guards on the 6th level of Impelled Down were no fools. If they saw a powerful and unfamiliar figure appear out of nowhere, it would undoubtedly cause a commotion. However, the rewards are simply too enticing. An Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Not only would I be free from concerns about ocular power, but I would also gain an entirely new ability. This truly presents a dilemma. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen ultimately opted for option 1. Nothing is more crucial than one's own strength. If my secret were to be discovered, I could simply abandon my naval career. The world of One Piece is vast, and with my prowess, I could carve out my own domain wherever I choose. Thus, with a resolute determination, Lin Chen made his choice. Congratulations, host, on completing your selection. The reward will be issued upon the completion of your task, the system's cold, impassive voice echoed. Lin Chen sighed in resignation, standing up as his body gradually became ethereal, disappearing from the spot. Chapter 136. Sabaody Archipelago. The Sabaody Archipelago lies at the forefront of the Red Line within the Grand Line. The islands are formed by numerous towering trees, with the ground composed of their roots, from which bubbles emerge. Its most distinctive feature is the unique natural resin secreted by the roots of the Yarkimandra trees through respiration, which expands in the air to create bubbles that ascend skyward. However, these bubbles can only thrive within the climatic conditions of the Yarkimandra trees. Once they venture beyond the archipelago's climate, the resin cannot fully exert its power, resulting in explosive bursts. Hence, the bubble culture here is exceedingly prosperous. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, and houses built upon bubbles permeate every corner of Sabaody Island. Lin Chen stood at the bow of the ship, gazing silently at the Sabaody Archipelago ahead. When Nami came to call Lin Chen for dinner, she found him missing from the entire ship. No one knew where he had gone or when he had returned, only that his clothes bore a hint of bloodstains. Wow, Ein, look, it's so beautiful here, Nami exclaimed, pulling Ein's attention to the continuously floating bubbles. After a long period of subtle rivalry, the two had undeniably become close sisters. Mr. Smoker, Tashigi timidly remarked, clutching the hem of Smoker's jacket. Her eyesight had been restored by Law, who possessed the Ope no Mi, after all. Myopia is hardly a grave affliction. What is it? Smoker replied, exhaling a puff of smoke as he turned his gaze toward Tashigi. Nothing, Tashigi replied quickly. I have a foreboding feeling, Mr. Smoker. If you had to choose between the Justice of the Navy and Admiral Whitebeard, what would you decide? She asked softly, inexplicably feeling a sense of oppression as she beheld the Sabaody archipelago, as if the atmosphere were suffocating her. Smoker fell silent, exhaling a long plume of smoke. I don't know, he muttered, a hint of irritation in his voice. Mr. Smoker, I will always follow you, Tashigi declared firmly. Though she held a favorable impression of Admiral Whitebeard, that was not sufficient reason to abandon her own beliefs. Hey, kid, don't overthink it, Smoker said, ruffling Tashigi's hair with his rough hand, his voice gruff, yet gentle. Chopper, look. Those bubbles resemble cotton candy, don't they? Kane said, smiling at Chopper. Yes, cotton candy. I want to eat cotton candy, Chopper exclaimed joyfully. Given the appearance of this island, it must have a lot of cotton candy. But I have no money, he added, his excitement quickly turning to disappointment. Hee, Kane said with a mysterious smile, patting his bulging pocket. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he whispered, I swiped a lot of berries, probably around 1,000. I'll buy you cotton candy when we reach the island. Kane affectionately patted Chopper's head. Yay, Chopper exclaimed, leaping with joy. 1,000 berries sounds like so much. I can buy lots of cotton candy. Oh, what? You dare to steal from Nami? A sneaky voice suddenly chimed in, as Bartolomeo appeared like a ghost. Shoo! Kane laughed nervously, suddenly biting his tongue. Ignoring the pain, he quickly covered Bartolomeo's mouth, making a gesture for silence. Hey, you're being too loud. Are you trying to get us killed? Kane grumbled, trying to contain his discomfort. Hee, little yellow bird, I've got something on you now. If Nami finds out you stole her berries, Bartolomeo teased, though he couldn't quite catch what Kane had said. What do you mean by steal? I can always pay her back later, Kane retorted stubbornly, his remarkable healing ability already mending the injury to his tongue. I want some too, Bartolomeo added. All right. Since you found out, I suppose I have to share, Kane replied reluctantly. 1,000 berries should be enough to buy plenty of cotton candy. Cough, cough. What are you three up to, sneaking around like that? A voice called out, startling the trio. It's just a joke, Senior Ishao, they stammered, as Ishao's voice sent shivers down their spines. Ha, young folks are full of energy. Ishao laughed heartily, leaning on his cane as he ambled away. Phew. The three of them exhaled, relieved that it was only Senior Ishao, and thankfully he was merely passing by. As the Whitebeard ship slowly docked, a crowd of people brightened at the sight, heading toward the vessel. They instantly recognized it as a warship of admiral-level caliber, a clear indication that it was not lacking in wealth, not to mention the coating. Maintaining a ship of this caliber alone costs an exorbitant sum. This led to a throng of people approaching Lin Chen and his companions as soon as they disembarked. Sir, would you like a coating? We are a century-old establishment, honest and fair. Beautiful ladies, we have a new selection of jewelry that can only enhance your beauty. Sir, does your ship require maintenance? Lin Chen politely declined each offer, discerning that genuine quality goods and reputable shops would never resort to such ostentatious promotion. Truly outstanding establishments would not go unnoticed. Boss, aren't we here for the coating? Why not do it here? Kane whispered. Ha, coating? I have other plans, Lin Chen chuckled. But his peripheral vision caught the first vendor signaling a group of associates to meddle with the Whitebeard ship. Hey, be careful. Don't scratch the ship. Don't fumble around. Move over here. This is a major deal. The boss gestured toward the Whitebeard ship with a flourish. What are you doing? Lin Chen asked coldly. Dear customer. I'm preparing to coat your ship, offering you a special price of 400,000 berries, the boss replied. I said, no coating, Lin Chen's voice rang coldly, accompanied by an aura of conqueror's haki that left the boss and his associates trembling, collapsing to the ground. The boss closest to Lin Chen even lost control of his bladder, a foul-smelling liquid seeping down his trousers. Lin Chen frowned, directly summoning the Whitebeard ship into the divine power space, a maneuver that astonished everyone on the island. After casting a dispassionate glance at the fallen boss, Lin Chen leisurely departed, deeming him excessively greedy. As the boss watched the departing ship, the weight on his shoulders lifted, and he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing, this is an admiral. How did I lose my mind? Then, he noticed countless mocking gazes directed at him. Rising to his feet, he quickly covered his face, shouting, what are you looking at? Get lost and don't hinder my business. With that, the boss made a hasty retreat. This is the place. Lin Chen pointed at the tavern ahead, modest in size, but boasting an imposing name, the Shakedown Tavern. Is this it? As Kane beheld the name, an ominous premonition washed over him. He patted his bulging pockets, secretly relieved he had wealth. The proprietress, Lin Chen, swung open the door and immediately spotted Xia Qi dozing at the counter. We are not open for business at the moment. If you're here for drinks, you should go elsewhere, Xia Qi stated without glancing up. Haha, we are here to seek someone and perhaps enjoy a bite to eat. Lin Chen replied with a slight smile. Oh, but information comes at a steep price. Xiaoqi drowsily opened her eyes, her gaze falling upon the youthful figure before her. Her eyes widened in recognition of the illustrious Admiral Baise. Well, who would have thought that Admiral Baise would grace my humble establishment? I must say, you are quite the handsome one, Xiaoqi teased. Haha, the proprietress is certainly lovely herself, Lin Chen responded with a laugh. Let us put the matter of seeking someone aside for now. Since you all have graced my small shop, allow me to serve you some delicacies, Xiaoqi said slowly. Since the Admiral is here, where has that old man Rayleigh disappeared to? I want cotton candy, exclaimed Chopper, who was blissfully savoring the sweet treat. Hey, it's my turn to play the part, Kane mused, observing Chopper. Ahem, proprietress, may I have 2 more cotton candies? How much is each? Kane inquired nonchalantly, taking a slow sip of water to appear composed. Indeed, 3 will cost you 300,000 berries, Xiaoqi replied, lighting a cigarette and regarding Kane with a playful smile. 300,000 berries. Why don't you just rob a bank? Kane exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Well, I am essentially robbing you, Xiaoqi said with a slight smile, exhaling a puff of smoke. Otherwise, why would it be called knocking on bamboo? Then it seems I am out of options, Kane sighed, glancing at Chopper, who was relishing the cotton candy. But I have no money, Chopper stammered, suddenly feeling a chill as he turned to meet Kane's hollow gaze, panic overtaking him. Haha, Kane, don't scare Chopper. Lin Chen chuckled at the scene. Proprietress, let them have whatever they desire. Well, I wonder how much this is worth. I suspect it could fetch a hefty sum. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before snapping her fingers, causing a swirling portal to appear, from which emerged a colossal dragon horn. What is this? Xiaoqi gasped, nearly spilling her drink at the sight of the 10-meter-long object that had materialized before her. Let us not concern ourselves with what it is. Just its size and the menacing aura it exudes suggest its extraordinary nature, she noted. This is a fragment of Kaido's dragon form, which I severed. Leaving it there would be a waste of space, so let us see how much it's worth. Anything beyond that can be considered a fee for the ship's coating. By the way, the person I'm looking for is indeed Old Man Rayleigh, Lin Chen stated matter-of-factly. What? This is Kaido's dragon horn, Xiaoqi exclaimed, dropping her cigarette in shock. If this is genuine, then we stand to make a fortune, not to mention its significance. TSK, this fragment from Kaido, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, will attract countless pirate crews eager to buy it. And this is a mythical Zoan type. Imagine selling it to those deranged scientists. All right, esteemed guests, please hold on a moment while I prepare a full spread for you, Xiaoqi said, her smile widening at the thought. She figured an esteemed admiral would not deceive a humble woman like herself. Admiral Baise, do you seek news of Rayleigh? I must confess, I am unaware of his whereabouts, Xiaoqi continued, her tone shifting as she recognized Rayleigh's unique status. Given the circumstances, she could not reveal his location without risking complications. At that moment, Lin Chen's expression turned peculiar. He surmised that Xiaoqi was withholding information due to his status as an admiral. Very well, Lin Chen said with a resigned sigh, realizing that Rayleigh had likely run out of money and sold himself into servitude, merely seeking confirmation from Xiaoqi. So, proprietress, when is the next auction taking place? Lin Chen inquired, his smile returning. There is a slave auction tomorrow morning. Originally, it was under Doflamingo's jurisdiction, but since he was captured by you, I'm not sure who currently owns it. However, it's still operational and hasn't closed down, Xiaoqi explained slowly. Admiral Baise is truly an enigma. As a naval admiral, he should not be so easygoing. Perhaps if he were a pirate instead, he would make for a formidable one. She thought to herself, enough of that. I must go prepare the food. You all must be anxious, Xiaoqi suddenly said, gracefully departing. By the way, Admiral Baise, a group of significant figures has recently arrived on the island. I trust you wouldn't wish to encounter them. Her voice drifted from the kitchen. Significant figures? Celestial dragons? Lin Chen pondered, the image of a corpulent figure, St. Charlos, flashing through his mind, an even more incompetent existence than the celestial dragon he had dispatched. Boss, it's really dark here, Kane whispered in Lin Chen's ear. I know, it's overtly shadowy here, but believe me, if I weren't present, you wouldn't be able to leave this place, Lin Chen replied with a slight smile. Che, that woman may be formidable, but if I wanted to escape, she certainly wouldn't be able to stop me, Kane scoffed. But this place is under the watch of Rayleigh, the vice-captain of the Pirate King. Though he is absent now, should you attempt to flee, believe that he could appear before you in an instant, Lin Chen remarked with a gentle smile. Che, who cares about the Pirate King or his vice-captain? Kane, seemingly unbothered, suddenly realized and shouted. Shoo! Lin Chen shot Kane a glance, noting his lack of composure. The others were also intently listening to Lin Chen and Kane's conversation. Even Mihawk opened one eye to observe Lin Chen intently. 20 years ago, Mihawk had witnessed the legendary pirate king, Roger, the only individual to have achieved the title, be executed before his eyes. Do you desire my treasure? If you wish, you may have it all. Go and seek it. I have hidden all my treasures there. One phrase had ushered in the age of great exploration. Indeed, it was Rayleigh, known as the Dark King, who, after parting ways with Roger, had taken refuge here, running this knocking on bamboo tavern alongside Shiroshi. Lin Chen recounted slowly. Upon hearing this, Kane was drenched in cold sweat. Thank goodness for the boss. Otherwise, I would have been taken for a ride. Who knew such a remarkable figure resided in this small establishment? Esteemed guests, I apologize for the wait. Shiroshi's voice resonated as she emerged from the kitchen, pushing a cart laden with food. Grilled squid, bubble sea dragon meat, charred snails, secret octopus balls, and cotton candy. Please enjoy, Shiroshi announced, presenting the delectable offerings. Wow, we shan't hold back. Let us feast. Chapter 138, The Slave Auction. The following day, let us go. Follow me to the slave auction, Lin Chen instructed Nami. Why me? Nami replied, somewhat perplexed. Haha, because you have the money. Lin Chen laughed heartily. No sooner had Lin Chen spoken than he and Nami donned vast black cloaks, concealing every inch of their skin. To any prying eyes, their presence would feel as elusive as sand slipping through one's fingers, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. The silhouettes of the two gradually faded, contorted, until they vanished from sight. Lin Chen sat quietly in a corner of the auction house with Nami, observing the proceedings of the auction. Esteemed guests, the grand slave auction commences now, proclaimed the chief executive officer from the stage, her voice piercing through the hall. Clad in a provocative bunny costume, the gaze of a throng below fixated upon her, as if anticipating something momentous. Cut it out, Nami scoffed, unable to suppress a disdainful sound at the sight of the CEO's attire. Hardly comparable to your allure, Lin Chen's voice softly reached Nami's ears, warming her heart. As the auction began, the CEO struck her gavel, and with a resonant sound, the last remnant of fabric on her upper body slipped away. Missy! A collective roar erupted from the crowd, their eyes glued to certain voluptuous figures, while EE herself displayed no semblance of shyness, as though such displays were commonplace. This tactic would ignite a surge of hormones among the audience, impairing their rationality, leading them to bid amounts far exceeding the intrinsic value of the items on offer, a method that had proven effective time and again. Distinguished guests, our first slave for auction today is a formidable individual who has consumed the animal-type crocodile fruit. The starting bid is set at 100 million berries, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 10 million berries, EE announced, her bosom rhythmically rising and falling with her voice. Two burly men wheeled in a cart, draped with a crimson cloth. EE dramatically unveiled the covering, revealing the imposing figure of a bald man. Shackled with sea prism stone and chains, his gaze directed at the crowd, brimming with menace. Fear not, for we have implanted a microbomb within him, allowing us to control his life and death at will. So, dear guests, there is no need to worry about betrayal. Let the bidding commence. As she spoke, EE's body swayed enticingly, eliciting further fervor from the audience. 110 million berries for Miss EE. Allow me a touch. Fool, you think you can touch her with such a paltry sum? I bid 150 million berries. Miss EE, marry me. Humph, such ostentation, came the mocking laughter. Don't be envious, little one. You still have ample room for growth, Lin Chen mused, recalling Nami's captivating figure 2 years hence, a slight itch prickling at his nose. Nami huffed, remaining silent. A devil fruit user. How intriguing. I bid 100 million berries. Suddenly, a voice boomed from a private box, amplified and commanding. EE's expression soured. She was acutely aware that the individual from the box was not someone she could provoke. How audacious. Did you not hear my bid of 180 million? You have no respect for me. A robust, muscular elder rose, his presence imposing. I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 200 million. Pathetic human, a languid voice interjected, sounding distinctly sinister. Yes, a voice responded, and in an instant, a flash of yellow appeared. The elder's head was severed from his body, revealing a massive humanoid leopard dressed in a suit, holding the elder's head aloft. The hall fell into a stunned silence, all eyes fixated on the leopard-headed Lucci, their minds racing with disbelief. How dare he act so brazenly? Surely, he would face retribution here. 100 million berries. Once, EE exclaimed, glancing nervously. Miss EE, what are you doing? The auction house will punish him. A wry smile crept across EE's face. They were not worth the trouble. The crowd fell silent, Their understanding of the auction house's formidable background, Tianyacha, the underground clown, Don Quixote da Flamingo, casting a shadow over their apprehensions. If they were to fear even this, one could only imagine the exalted status of those within. Upon spotting Lucci, Lin Chen deduced that the individual inside was a celestial dragon, Roseward Saint. However, why was Lucci, now a CP member, associated with a celestial dragon? Was it mere coincidence? Or had he triggered a butterfly effect? Yet, such musings mattered little to Lin Chen, as a sardonic smile graced his lips. Wait, I bid 100 million berries. 1 berries. Lin Chen's voice resonated throughout the hall. This declaration drew all eyes upon the two figures clad in black robes, successfully concealing their identities. Who is this? How dare he? Why the black robes? Ashamed to show his face? Clicking tongues echoed around them, until an overwhelming pressure descended upon the crowd, akin to a colossal beast bearing down on their hearts, rendering them speechless. Who am I? You lack the privilege to know. As for the black robes, it is merely to prevent scaring you off. Lin Chen's calm words pierced the tension, and in the next moment, those who had mocked him collapsed, unconscious. Lowly human. You seek death. Lucci, eliminate him. The imperious voice of Roseward Saint echoed from above, brimming with arrogance, fury, and unrestrained contempt. Yes, my lord, Lucci bowed slightly, then vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Begone, Lin Chen said softly, not even glancing back. The moment Lucci, poised to strike from behind, felt an insurmountable terror, he was halted mid-action, blood erupting from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. With a gasp, Lucci struggled to rise, his gaze fixed on the cloaked figure. This person exuded an overwhelming might that rendered him bloodied. This individual is beyond my capacity to confront. My lord, I am no match for him. Lucci retreated to the door of the private box, kneeling respectfully before its occupants. Useless. Roseward Saint spat in fury. Bang. A gunshot resounded, the bullet striking Lucci's thigh with pinpoint accuracy. This is your punishment for failing the task. The haughty voice of the celestial dragon rang out. Ugh, Lucci grunted, enduring the pain as he stood. Thank you, my lord. Chapter 139, The King of the Underworld. Thank you for sparing my life, my lord, Lucci said, no longer clutching his bleeding wound, forcing himself to stand. Useless, begone. Through the bullet hole shattered by the glass, Lin Chen observed the loathsome celestial dragon wipe his nose in disgust, his face twisted with revulsion. Yes, Lucci replied, limping yet upright, standing stiffly at the back of the private box, his eyes warily trained on Lin Chen. And you, wretched commoner, daring to defy me, shall perish. The celestial dragon sneered, raising his gun and firing a bullet directly at Lin Chen. Humph, seeking death. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy, and the bullet vanished into thin air, only to reappear an instant later, shattering the breathing apparatus atop Roseward Saint's head. Brother, are you all right? Cried a female celestial dragon beside Roseward Saint, his sister, Shalilia, also adorned with a breathing apparatus atop her head. Curse this lowly commoner. I am forced to breathe this filthy air alongside such base humans. Before Roseward Saint could finish his words, a gentle breeze swept through the air, and in the blink of an eye, a figure cloaked in black materialized before him. Lin Chen extended an arm from beneath the dark garment, seizing Roseward Saint by the throat. The immense force rendered him breathless, and even the mucus that trickled down his nose found its way into his mouth, leaving him utterly powerless to draw in a breath. Lord Roosh, he cried out, transforming into his beastly form and charging toward Lin Chen. Humph! Lin Chen let out a cold snort, and an overwhelming aura descended upon Roosh, akin to a mountain pressing down on his heart, immobilizing him entirely. Stand down. That one is a celestial dragon. Roosh attempted to reason with Lin Chen. Enough. Lin Chen replied coolly, amplifying his conqueror's haki, which enveloped Roosh completely. Uffed. Roosh suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood and collapsed, unconscious. Now it's your turn, fat pig. Lin Chen tightened his grip further, causing Roseward Saint's eyes to bulge. His sister, paralyzed by fear, dared not move an inch. Were it not for your status, you would have met your end long ago, Lin Chen said slowly. You're nothing but a useless waste. Your hair resembles that of a beetle, and you look like a pig. Even your character is akin to rotting filth. Lin Chen observed the foul liquid oozing from Roseward Saint's legs and hurled him against the wall. Useless. With a disdainful glance, Lin Chen returned to Nami's side. Brother, are you all right? Shiryu glanced at Lin Chen as he walked away, casting a look of disdain at Roseward Saint, yet she dared not approach her brother, maintaining a distance due to his filthy state. Cough, cough. Cough released from Lin Chen's grip. Roseward Saint gasped for air, tears involuntarily streaming down his face. mingling with the snot flowing into his mouth. As he swallowed the unidentifiable substance, he muttered deliriously, damn it, filthy commoners, filthy commoners. I will kill him. I will kill him. Lin Chen, are you all right? Nami quietly inquired. Of course, I'm not, Lin Chen replied. Then why did you hit him? Nami exclaimed anxiously. Ha ha. I merely got my hands dirty. Lin Chen chuckled at Nami's anxiety. We're in cloaks. They won't recognize us. Ha ha. That's good. I find them utterly disgusting. It's quite relieving, Nami laughed. Alas, it seems this auction cannot continue, Lin Chen sighed, glancing at the stage where he curled up in a corner, clutching her chest like a frightened kitten. Below, the crowd scattered as they witnessed a celestial dragon being struck. Some walked away, others ran. There's no other choice. Nami, we must seek out our own way, Lin Chen lamented. It's all your fault. Nami shot a glare at Lin Chen in reproach. Ha ha ha. That was unavoidable. He was insufferable, Lin Chen shrugged. With that, the two figures gradually faded until they vanished. Hey, here you go. Lin Chen tossed a black cloak to Yi on stage. Not to pry, but a girl should cherish her body, he said as he handed her the cloak. Thank you, Yi stammered, momentarily at a loss for words upon receiving the cloak, unaccustomed to such care, even in small measures. 1,000 words turned into a simple thank you in her heart, and as she heard Lin Chen's gentle voice, her eyes welled up with tears. This unexpected tenderness was overwhelming. Sir, you must flee. These scoundrels, celestial dragons, will not relent. Yi urged anxiously. Ha ha ha, why would I fear this rabble? Lin Chen laughed heartily. With a wave of his hand, he severed the chains binding the crocodile man, reducing the remote detonator to mere fragments. Do no harm, Lin Chen stated calmly. Thank you. The crocodile man opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for words, expressing his gratitude through gestures before hastily departing. Afterward, the two figures in black cloaks slowly faded away once more. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt a soft pinch at his waist. He turned to the culprit. What's the matter? Nami? Humph. Nami huffed, remaining silent. Ha ha ha. Nami, could it be you're feeling jealous? I've said it before. She pales in comparison to you. Lin Chen chuckled. All right. We need to find that old coot, Lin Chen urged. Rayleigh is 80% likely to be here, as this is the largest auction venue. With that, Lin Chen unleashed his observation haki, enveloping the entire slave concentration camp in an instant. What a powerful observation haki. Suddenly, an elderly man in a cage sensed this force and opened his eyes. Ha ha ha. I've had my fill of sleep. It's time to return, he declared, stretching as the specialized chains binding him shattered completely. He then effortlessly pried open the cage and stepped out. Dark King Rayleigh. As Rayleigh emerged from the cage, a voice rang out, causing him to tense up instinctively, his body reacting on its own. Rayleigh scanned the surroundings, spotting two figures in black cloaks. He cautiously probed with his observation haki, only to find it as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Lin Chen observed Rayleigh, who had long, flowing hair and a beard that was silver. Wearing glasses, he exuded an air of sophistication. A prominent scar ran down his right eye, radiating an undeniable aura befitting the former first mate of the Pirate King. Dark King, it's not polite to pry into others' affairs, Lin Chen remarked coolly. Oh, I have been rude. However, I am merely an old man, not the Dark King, Rayleigh replied, retracting his observation haki with a chuckle. Ha ha ha, Dark King. Such top-tier observation haki reveals your identity, Lin Chen said slowly. How careless of me. Rayleigh slapped his forehead, black lines appearing on his head. Dark King, I mean no harm. I simply wish to seek your assistance, Lin Chen stated calmly. Well, there are many on the island who could assist with that. Besides, my fees are quite steep, Rayleigh squinted, speaking slowly. I trust only you with my ship, Lin Chen smiled. Oh, what a figure of importance to seek out this old man, Rayleigh asked, skepticism evident in his voice. A powerful individual seeking merely assistance from an old man? It was hard to believe. White Tiger, Lin Chen replied slowly, pulling down his hat to reveal his face. What do you think, Dark King? Is my sincerity sufficient? White Tiger, Rayleigh murmured, recognizing the name of the rising admiral. Upon seeing Lin Chen's face, Rayleigh's pupils abruptly constricted, and a fleeting glimmer of nostalgia crossed his features. However, as if remembering something, he concealed this oddity, and his gaze toward Lin Chen lost all hostility. Ha ha ha. I never expected Admiral White Tiger to be so forthright. I cannot refuse your request, Rayleigh exclaimed, suddenly appearing very congenial. Admiral White Tiger, just call me Rayleigh. I haven't used the title Dark King since Roger's departure, he said, smiling with ease, having discerned that this remarkably young admiral was unlike any other, or rather, unlike any Navy officer he had encountered. Very well, Senior Rayleigh, Lin Chen replied, promptly pulling the black cloak's wide-brimmed hat down to obscure his visage. Ah, suit yourself. Rayleigh shrugged in resignation, allowing Lin Chen the freedom to address him as he pleased. However, when his memories resurface, he would surely recall this incessant calling of Senior with a chuckle. Ah, Major Whiteseye, what brings you here? Rayleigh inquired, observing Lin Chen donning the hat with a hint of curiosity. Well, I just had a rather unpleasant encounter with a celestial dragon and decided to teach him a lesson, Lin Chen replied slowly. Welcome to the Knock Bamboo Tavern. Rayleigh gestured towards the establishment. This is my temporary abode, Knock Bamboo. Quite an apt name. It suits you perfectly, Lin Chen remarked casually. Nonetheless, I reside here now. Xiaoqi, I'm back, Rayleigh announced as he pushed open the door, only to be greeted by a colossal, enigmatic object that seemed to occupy nearly the entirety of the tavern's space. So you finally decided to return, Xiaoqi remarked, noticing Lin Chen trailing behind Rayleigh. I didn't inform Whiteseye. He found it out on his own, which is irrelevant to me. She exhaled a puff of smoke, continuing. This represents Major Whiteseye's meal and lodging expenses, along with some coding fees. And this is a fragment of Kaido's dragon horn. Kaido's dragon horn. Rayleigh fell silent, contemplating the implications. He is one of the 4 emperors of the New World, the Beast Kaido. Well done, Major Whiteseye. Rayleigh heartily patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, laughing. I've been unsatisfied with that fellow for quite some time as well. Honestly, I can't believe Whiteseye has truly become a Navy officer. He ought to return to piracy and share a drink with me to drown our sorrows. Ah, how I long for that jar of immortal drunkenness. It's been years since I savored such exquisite wine, Rayleigh mused, reflecting on how, despite the passage of 20 years, Lin Chen appeared unchanged, perhaps even subtly rejuvenated. Senior Rayleigh, why are you staring at me? Lin Chen, feeling somewhat unsettled under Rayleigh's gaze, inquired. If I didn't know this old man, I'd think he had some peculiar preferences. After all, I am strikingly handsome and charming. Ah, it's nothing, Major Whiteseye. You bear a striking resemblance to a dear friend of mine. I shall apply your coding this afternoon. In your leisure time, feel free to explore. There are plenty of entertainment options in the Sabaody archipelago, Rayleigh replied, his face reddening slightly, followed by a gentle smile. That sounds good. I am quite fatigued lately, Lin Chen agreed. Let us go out and play, Chopper exclaimed, cheerfully perching atop Kane's head. Indeed, you all should venture out. Stay safe. If anyone bullies you, remember to mention my name, Whiteseye. Be sure to return by tomorrow night, Lin Chen smiled. Wait, Nami suddenly called out to Kane and Chopper, tossing them a bulging wallet. Spend wisely. Yay, thank you, Sister Nami. Chopper happily accepted the wallet, and Kane soon sprouted wings, soaring into the sky with Chopper. Huh, Dasky, I shall take you out for some fun too. Smoker exhaled a deep cloud of smoke, realizing he had never taken his subordinate out for a proper outing after so many years of companionship. With that, he stepped outside first. Wait for me, Dasky exclaimed, grabbing the wallet Nami had thrown and hurriedly following Smoker. Hey, Ikaku, Bartolomeo, aren't you two coming out? Lin Chen asked, glancing at the pair seated and sipping tea. Ha ha ha, not for me. I am enjoying my tea, Fujitora chuckled. I'll keep him company, Rayleigh smiled slightly, taking a seat directly across from Fujitora. What about you, Bartolomeo? Ah, Senior Whiteseye, I didn't sleep well last night, Bartolomeo said, stifling a yawn. Very well then, Lin Chen said with a sigh. Nami, fine, let's go. I shall take you out for some fun. Chapter 140, Princess Shiroshi. Hey, have you heard? The royal family from the Fishman Palace is departing Fishman Island today to visit our Sabaody archipelago. Is that so? If you're saying it, it must be true. I heard that King Neptune from the Ryugu Kingdom will be present. Bah, are you even a man? The real focus this time is Princess Shiroshi. Truly, a real man wouldn't even glance at those old men. Indeed, Princess Shiroshi is our main attraction. She is renowned for her beauty, even rivaling that of the pirate empress. Lin Chen, who is Princess Shiroshi? Nami whispered, curious about the commotion surrounding the discussions. After spending an entire day with Lin Chen, Nami and Ain were noticeably less energetic. Which was understandable. After all, playing can be quite exhausting. Oh, Shiroshi. Lin Chen recalled the tearful face of the princess. Noble in lineage yet timid and prone to weeping. I am unfamiliar with her. He shrugged, admitting, indeed. I have yet to encounter this legendary beauty since arriving in this world. Then why are you pondering so long? Nami shot Lin Chen a glance. Oh, don't mind the details. I'm simply tired, Lin Chen declared, seizing an opportune moment to feign a stumble, unexpectedly falling into Ain's embrace. Lin Chen, are you all right? Ain asked. Her cheeks flushed as she gently adjusted his head, speaking tenderly, still unaccustomed to addressing him by name. Oh, I'm fine really. Much better now. Lin Chen shamelessly shook his head, wearing a look of enjoyment. Ein's face grew even redder. Ein, let us go, Nami growled. Observing Lin Chen's brazen antics and swiftly pulling Ein along as they strode forward. Honestly, there are appropriate occasions for such behavior, Nami muttered under her breath. Wait for me. Lin Chen exclaimed, feeling the warmth of Ein's presence suddenly vanish, causing him to stagger. Humph, forget him, let us go? Look, there's quite a crowd gathering ahead. Let us investigate, Ein suggested, her curiosity piqued by the throng of people and the clamor that resonated from it. It seemed that a significant portion of the island's inhabitants had converged there. Watch out. Suddenly, as they walked, Ein and Nami were knocked down by Lin Chen. Damn it. Lin Chen cursed under his breath, releasing Ein and Nami from his grasp. His expression darkened as he observed a bullet in his hand, which had narrowly missed striking Ein. A tall, imposing middle-aged man lay on the ground, a bullet having pierced through his skull, rendering him beyond saving. This infuriated Lin Chen. What happened, Lin Chen? Nami and Ein inquired, their voices laced with concern. Without uttering a word, Lin Chen slowly raised his hand, revealing the slightly deformed bullet resting in his palm. Heh! Lin Chen's gaze turned cold as he let out a chilling laugh. I must see who possesses the audacity to fire a weapon and commit murder under the very nose of a Marine admiral. Lin Chen clenched his fist, the immense pressure crushing the bullet to dust. His observation haki surged forth, only to retract swiftly. The cold smile on Lin Chen's face deepened. Oh, it appears to be those scoundrels again. Come, let us proceed forward, Lin Chen urged, grasping Ein and Nami's hands as they vanished from their spot. In the next moment, they found themselves at the forefront of the gathering crowd, observing the unfolding scene. Who dares intrude here? A boisterous voice rang out. Directed at the suddenly appearing Lin Chen and his companions, his gaze lingering on Nami and Ein, unmasked desire gleaming in his eyes. Lin Chen cast a fleeting glance at the individual, and within his eyes, the three comma-shaped tomo emerged, reminiscent of a demonic gaze. It's nothing, nothing at all. The man stammered, beads of cold sweat suddenly appearing upon his forehead, as the previously arrogant tone evaporated, replaced by a timid demeanor directed towards Lin Chen. That stare is utterly terrifying. Get back. You're polluting the air around the esteemed one. A deep voice boomed, as a towering figure, a giant with a bald head, shouted, his massive form quivering with muscle. The surrounding villagers trembled in fear at the sound, yet many stubborn youths remained rooted in place, unwilling to retreat. The infuriated giant raised his colossal fist to strike. Now, Veer, must you be so crude? A grim voice interjected. As an ugly figure stepped forth to restrain the furious Veer, Gob, with a sinister grin, lifted his firearm, a perpetual smile plastered across his grotesque visage, eliciting disgust. Boom. Gob smirked slightly and spoke, though no flames erupted from the gun's muzzle. Suddenly, a bullet shot forth, aimed at the foremost of the stubborn youths. Ha ha, this is the real deal, you fools. Gob laughed uproariously, reveling in the thrill of mocking his opponents. Veer shivered, despite being part of the same mercenary group as Gob. He found the latter's treacherous grin profoundly off-putting. A disdainful scoff emanated from the shadows, and it felt as though an unseen force compelled the flying bullet to plummet to the ground. A sinister smile graced his face as he perfectly channeled gravity onto the bullet, halting its trajectory. It was this very individual who had prevented him from saving lives earlier. And now he felt a surge of irritation. Who dares to seek death? Gob's smile faded as he bellowed with a sharp, ominous tone, transforming his face into a terrifying visage. Silence, Gob, do not disturb the esteemed one, an aged voice echoed, exuding an air of authority despite its frailty. Yes, boss. Gob's furious expression instantly shifted to one of feigned cheerfulness, as if his earlier rage had been mere pretense. Ha, I was just joking, you fools. Gob chuckled softly to the few stubborn youths, who, now drenched in cold sweat, hastily retreated, unable to bear the dreadful atmosphere any longer. Indeed, I have no desire to take lives, an old, hunched figure approached, carrying a bed chair on his back. The onlookers instinctively parted to clear a path for him. Upon the chair lay a corpulent, slumbering figure, a celestial dragon, Roswald Saint. This old man was none other than Tyre, the leader of the trio. Boss, this Gob hesitated, gesturing towards the celestial dragon he bore. Oh, it is an honor for a lowly being like me to carry the esteemed one, Tyre replied coolly. The esteemed one is fatigued. Awaken him only when Princess White Star arrives, Tyre continued, his tone measured. For reasons unknown, the enraged celestial dragon had sought out their top-performing group last night, demanding their protection, and offered Tyre an irresistible reward, compelling him to lower his pride and personally intervene. Today marked the day when the royal family of the Dragon King would come to the Sabaody archipelago to pay tribute to the celestial dragon. Roswald Saint had long heard of the renowned beauty of Princess White Star and, despite his grievous injuries, had come to behold her visage, even contemplating taking her as his 13th concubine. Meanwhile, Lucy blended into the crowd like an ordinary person, covertly guarding the esteemed one. Ah, that old man is quite formidable. Lin Chen murmured to himself. Lin Chen, isn't that the celestial dragon we dealt with yesterday? Nami gasped, her eyes widening as she spotted Roswald Saint lounging. Indeed. Lin Chen affirmed. Let us go? Ha ha ha, silly girl, he doesn't recognize us. Lin Chen chuckled, ruffling Nami's hair. No wonder there are so many people. This is the direct route from the Dragon King's palace to the Sabaody archipelago, Lin Chen whispered. Look at that repulsive fatso. He's even wrapped in bandages and still won't behave, Nami pointed out, leaning towards Ein. Indeed, he's quite grotesque, resembling a pig. And what's with that fishbowl on his head? Ein replied. Look, the Dragon King's fleet is emerging. A commotion rippled through the crowd. As they gazed out, waves surged from the sea, and a massive shark appeared, followed closely by King Neptune, with the princes trailing behind, accompanied by a throng of fishmen. Finally, a grand white seahorse carriage surfaced from the water. What's this? Where is Princess White Star? Why is she in the seahorse carriage? Greetings everyone. I am Shark Star, Prince of the Dragon King's palace. My sister, White Star, dislikes being disturbed, a blue-haired fishman proclaimed loudly. Who dares to disturb my slumber? Roswald Saint slowly opened his eyes, bleary and scanning his surroundings. Esteemed one, the Dragon King's palace has emerged, Tyre respectfully announced, lowering himself to ensure the celestial dragon's comfort. Oh, is that so? And what of the princess? Roswald Saint asked, his excitement palpable. Surely, a wedding is to take place tonight. Why are there so many lowly beings here? Roswald Saint suddenly frowned. Veer, Tyre called out to the giant. Heh. The giant grinned maliciously, inhaling deeply before bellowing leave. His thunderous voice generated a formidable wind, knocking many to the ground. If you do not depart, I shall kill. Veer added ominously, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him. Humph, why shout so loudly, you imbecile? Tyre scoffed, an invisible force emanating from him, enveloping himself and the celestial dragon in a protective shroud. Lin Chen waved his hand, and ripples of space materialized around him. This time, even the very fabric of space seemed to be stripped away. In mere moments, a significant portion of the crowd dispersed, leaving only those who were either fearless or possessed considerable skills and egos. As the throng thinned, even the air felt eerily desolate. Humph, lowly beings, Roswald Saint snorted. And after a moment, his snotty visage turned to the Dragon King's entourage. Where is Princess White Star? The celestial dragon's words drifted into Neptune's ears. Upon seeing the celestial dragon, a fiery anger ignited within him, but he quickly suppressed it. He was not alone, and every action of his represented the entire fishman race. The celestial dragon is not to be trifled with. Esteemed one, my daughter has not arrived, Neptune stated stiffly, his relaxed fists now clenched tightly. Outrageous. Roswald Saint suddenly bellowed. Was it not stipulated that all royal family members from the Dragon King's palace must attend? I suspect the princess is inside that carriage. Smash it. He pointed at the white carriage with an air of arrogance. Understood, esteemed one. Veer chuckled maliciously, his massive muscles trembling with anticipation. Vale unleashed a powerful punch towards the exquisitely crafted seahorse carriage, and in an instant, the force of his blow shattered the magnificent vehicle into a myriad of pieces. Neptune, his countenance darkened, had his beard quivering with rage, veins bulging on his tightly clenched fists. Yet, he was powerless, a mere royal. A gasp escaped the lips of onlookers as the seahorse carriage disintegrated, revealing a magnificent mermaid. She possessed flowing pink hair and shimmering azure eyes, her beauty strikingly ethereal. The shark even swam protectively in front of Shiroshi, its body trembling slightly in defense of her. Everyone, I am unharmed, Shiroshi gently reassured. Ha ha ha. I claim you as my 13th concubine, Roswald exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with delight as he beheld Shiroshi. And no, I'm sorry, but you're not my type, Shiroshi replied. Her eyes misty with tears. Roswald's face darkened. How dare a lowly commoner refuse him? No matter, seize her. He commanded Vale, his voice dripping with authority. As you wish. My lord, Vale replied, astonished by Shiroshi's beauty. After a brief moment of dazed contemplation, he heard the command from the celestial dragon and approached Shiroshi with a wicked grin. Such a captivating creature. Since that fool desires to lay claim to her, there is little I can do. After all, his status is exalted, Vale mused inwardly. Chapter 141, Slaying the Celestial Dragon 2. Vale raised his arms, licking his lips with a lecherous grin as he sauntered towards Shiroshi. Hey, come here, beauty. Get away. Don't touch my sister. Shark Star shouted furiously, glaring at the much larger Vale. A strange noise erupted, and Gol grinned at the enraged Shark Star. Just kidding. Slowly, he raised his gun, first aiming at Shiroshi, then pivoting to Neptune, and finally, setting his sights on Shark Star. Instantly, Shark Star felt a chill run down his spine. This grotesque individual was dangerous. Now, don't move, or I can't guarantee whose head will burst open. Gol said with a smile, pointing his weapon. Humph. Worthless, Vale scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the tightly clenched fists of Shark Star as he continued to approach Shiroshi. Father, Shark Star cried out, causing Neptune's body to tremble slightly. Stop, Neptune managed to utter, suppressing the pain within. Father. Tears streamed down Shark Star's cheeks as he struggled to comprehend why Shiroshi was not the favored one. We are royalty, Neptune quivered. Our every action represents the entire fishman race. His nails dug into his palms, blood seeping as tears cascaded down his face. The incident with Tiger had already made the celestial dragons disdain the fishman race. There could be no room for error for the sake of their people. Now, all he could do was hope for a miracle, yearning for the world's most powerful man to not have gone too far. If it were him, he would undoubtedly save Shiroshi. Ha. Those lowly commoners are quite amusing, Roswald mused, resting his chin on his hand, watching the so-called fishman royalty submit to the might of the celestial dragons. This spectacle greatly satisfied Roswald's vanity. Get lost. Shark, trembling yet resolute, stood in front of the quaking princess Shiroshi, roaring at Vale. Despite its fear, it would not allow harm to come to Shiroshi. Thus, the timid creature positioned itself protectively before her. Begone. Vale dismissed Shark with a mere glance, sending it flying with a kick. The shark let out a pained wail before collapsing, motionless. My Carl, Shiroshi exclaimed, tears streaming uncontrollably, rendering her even more enchanting. He. Come here, Vale licked his lips, leering as he attempted to seize Shiroshi by the neck, pulling her towards him. As time passed, Neptune could only stand there, silently weeping, yearning for a miracle. For the sake of the entire fishman race, he could not defy the celestial dragons. Just as Vale's hand was about to touch Shiroshi, a sigh echoed, followed by a flash of sword light. Vale's arm was severed from his body, the cut as smooth as glass, with not a drop of blood escaping. Vale was momentarily stunned before the pain registered, a frenzied look crossing his eyes. In a fit of madness from the agony of his severed limb, he swung his remaining arm violently towards Shiroshi. At that moment, Vale had lost all semblance of sanity. Unable to tolerate the existence of such a perfect being before his imperfect self. Humph, seeking death, a cold voice rang out, and in the next instant, Vale was reduced to a heap of mangled flesh. Blood and gore splattered, yet just before reaching Shiroshi, it vanished, leaving her unscathed. However, Shiroshi had never witnessed such a scene of brutality. The overwhelming stench of blood made her retch. This shocking display left the crowd in awe. Fujitora's lips curled into a faint smile. He could hardly fathom why the Navy was serving these arrogant celestial dragons who oppressed the populace and slaughtered the innocent. He even began to doubt whether joining the Navy had been the right choice. Yet, as he sensed the sword's aura, a smile returned to his face. Regardless of whether joining the Navy was right or wrong, at least he was aligned with the right individuals. Who dare seek death? The celestial dragon paused, bewildered, before brazenly exclaiming that no one should kill his people in his presence. My lord, be cautious, Tyr warned, adopting a defensive stance. Gol, protect the lord. Yes, Gol replied, his forced smile vanishing in light of the unforeseen turn of events. This esteemed gentleman, I am Tyr. May I inquire as to your identity? Tyr respectfully clasped his hands before the void, sensing that he could not pinpoint the one who had struck. Kill him. Roswald sneezed, arrogantly kicking Tyr. Tyr wore a bitter smile. The individual was unfathomable. He had not sensed their presence at all, and it seemed he would not escape this encounter. Ha. Lin Chen chuckled softly, placing his hand on the hilt of Muramasa, preparing to step forward. His instincts urged him to act. If he hesitated now, he would surely regret it. To dare act without the means to follow through? Humph, that is not Lin Chen's style. I shall see what you can do. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt a resistance on his arm and turned to find Ayn shaking her head at him. Ha. Silly girl, Lin Chen affectionately ruffled Ayn's hair. It's all right. Just as Lin Chen took a step forward, Tyr's keen senses picked up on his movement, and a grimace crossed his face. Admiral Baise, he stated, adopting a defensive posture, unwilling to believe that Admiral Baise was aligned with them. A storm was surely brewing. Admiral Baise, it is an honor. Tyr respectfully clasped his hands towards Lin Chen. Sweat beads crawled across his forehead, unbeknownst to Tyr, who felt the gaze of Rossard Saint behind him. As if he had stumbled upon a new world, fixated on Ain and Nami, who stood behind Lin Chen. Rossard Saint, with his grotesque visage, licked his lips in a ghastly manner. To his astonishment, he had discovered two exquisite celestial beauties. However, their massive physiques rendered him impotent to act. Yet, those two lovely ladies were undeniably alluring. Go, seize those two beauties for me. I wish to make them my 14th and 15th concubines. Quickly, Rossard Saint impatiently kicked Tyr's head with his short legs. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's already displeased countenance darkened further. A frigid glance directed at Rossard Saint sent an involuntary shiver down the latter's spine. Fool! At such a time, still thinking of women, Tyr thought to himself. Yet he maintained a facade of utmost respect as he replied, My lord, they are under the command of General Baise, a fact discernible from Baise's stormy expression. What? General Baise? Rossard Saint exclaimed in surprise, his demeanor shifting to one of delight. In that case, Baise, I command you to present those two women to me. It is an honor for you, he proclaimed with arrogance. As he vaguely recalled that the general was at the service of the celestial dragons, and to serve him was a privilege. Hearing this, Tyr felt as though his head had exploded. This idiot couldn't possibly see that something was amiss with General Baise. Did he intend to provoke him to the brink? Tyr harbored no illusions about his ability to contend with General Baise, especially since news of one man standing against two of the four emperors had spread throughout the world. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Lin Chen contemplated how to demonstrate the sharpness of the demon blade Muramasa to Rossard Saint, the system's voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Ding. A significant choice. Option 1. Eliminate the celestial dragon before you. Rewards. 1. Flowing blade of fire. 2. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the right eye. 3. 100% favorability with Princess White Star. Option 2. Comply, surrender Nami and Ain to the celestial dragon, and bow in submission. Rewards. 1. Title. Slave of the Celestial Dragon, increasing strength by 10% when serving the Celestial Dragons. 2. 10% favorability with the Celestial Dragons. 3. 10 years hence. Become the Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Ding. Please make a choice. Countdown. 10987. Hehe, there's no need for contemplation. Option 1. Lin Chen scoffed internally, resolutely opting for the first choice, setting aside the 100% favorability with White Star. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the Flowing Blade of Fire were rewards too enticing to refuse. Tyr stared in bewilderment at Lin Chen, who had momentarily paused. He couldn't fathom why Lin Chen's aura had shifted so drastically. Previously, it exuded mere killing intent. Now, it radiated an aura of inevitable death. Tyr observed Lin Chen warily, prepared for action, knowing that against such an adversary, one could not afford any lapse in judgment. Gore, you must leave now. Otherwise, we shall surely perish. Tyr whispered to Gore. Boss, what about you? Gore hesitated. Ha ha ha. How could I allow my lifelong reputation to be tarnished? Tyr chuckled, assuring Gore with a smile. Then, boss. Until we meet again. Gore vanished from the spot, leaving behind a small hole. Lin Chen noticed Gore's escape, but deemed it inconsequential, merely a clown, and he certainly did not believe that Gore could truly evade capture. Lin Chen now pondered how best to rid himself of that loathsome celestial dragon. Hey, commoner, hurry up and present those two women to me. Rossard Saint frowned, irritated by Lin Chen's delay, completely oblivious to the impending doom looming over him. He, truly seeking death, Lin Chen sneered, launching a powerful punch toward Rossard Saint. His fist traversing what seemed like countless spaces, reaching Rossard Saint in an instant. Spirit Shield. Just as Lin Chen's fist was about to obliterate Rossard Saint, an elderly man beneath him conjured a barrier to intercept the blow. The barrier shattered explosively, causing the old man to spurt blood. Baise, terrifying indeed. Old man. You are courting death. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon the elder. Ha! General Baise. I never expected to engage in combat with such a powerful adversary in my lifetime. Tyr wiped the blood from his mouth, laughing heartily. Ah, Baise. You are courting death. Rossard Saint bellowed at Lin Chen, who had suddenly attacked him, disregarding his own peril. I am a celestial dragon. Humph, how tiresome. Tyr disdainfully glanced at the celestial dragon. Then, with a firm posture, he sent Rossard Saint and his chair crashing to the ground. The abrupt fall momentarily stunned the celestial dragon, who then screamed, Commoners, you shall all perish. Silence. I spare you solely because I do not wish to tarnish my lifelong reputation, Tyre retorted contemptuously, casting a dismissive glance at the celestial dragon, who lay helpless on the ground. General Baise, please grant me a favor and spare his life. Tyre turned to Lin Chen earnestly. Grant you him? Lin Chen sneered, drawing near a mesa and delivering a swift strike toward Rossard Saint, unleashing a violet blade of light. Triple spirit shield, Tyre shouted, clapping his hands together. 3 layers of barriers appeared before Rossard Saint, yet the violet blade pierced through the barriers, unrelenting, and struck Rossard Saint directly. In an instant, a straight gash appeared upon Rossard Saint's body, cleaving him in two. General Baise, he is a celestial dragon, Tyre exclaimed in shock, unable to comprehend that someone had truly dared to slay a celestial dragon. I kill only celestial dragons, Lin Chen declared disdainfully, his hands gliding over Muramesa's blade. Good companion, 2 filthy wretches have perished beneath your edge. I apologize for the burden. Ha 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 ha. Tyre burst into laughter, astonished to witness such a figure as General Baise in his lifetime. In all my life, I have never failed a mission. This time, with the employer deceased. How could I possibly survive? Tyre smiled faintly, his frail figure swaying as though it might collapse at any moment in the wind. However, to perish by the sword of General Baise, his life had not been lived in vain. Chapter 142, Amaterasu. General Baise, I am a user of the air barrier fruit, capable of controlling the air within a certain range at will. You must be cautious, Tyre warned Lin Chen, then assumed a combat stance, reflecting on his life, a life without a single failure in his tasks. In his youth, he had vowed that the day he failed a mission would be the day he met his demise. General Baise, I am about to strike, Tyre bellowed, his hands enveloped in white air currents as he unleashed his most formidable technique. This attack could eradicate all air within a specified radius, forming a barrier that rendered breathing impossible. Even General Baise would find it challenging to counter such an environment, Tyre mused, his hands continuing to move, manipulating the surrounding air to amplify his barrier. After a brief moment, Till's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the figure emerging from the confined space of the air barrier. Lin Chen was leisurely striding out, unabashedly. Lin Chen could not help but yawn, though he had indeed made a colossal blunder, losing his position as a general and potentially becoming the mortal enemy of the entire world government. What did it matter? His conscience was clear. Stepping out from the sealed space, Lin Chen cast a sidelong glance at the sweating Teal and remarked, You seem quite formidable. Yet I never anticipated your skills to be so limited. Despite Teal's commendable professional ethics, he remained rather unappealing to Lin Chen. General Teal of the White Star trembled as he called out, his gaze filled with resignation as he watched Lin Chen emerge from what was supposed to be his strongest attack, feeling utterly drained. His most powerful maneuver had proven utterly ineffective against Lin Chen. Weakness overtook Teal's legs, causing him to collapse onto the ground, as he began to doubt his own strength. Alas, poor wretch, Lin Chen mused, it is not that you are too weak, but that I am too strong. Encountering me is a stroke of luck. Yet standing against me is your misfortune. As he spoke, Lin Chen raised his finger, forming it into the shape of a gun aimed at Teal. Finger gun, ice spire. Half kneeling on the ground, Teal resignedly swallowed his last breath, a glimmering ice spear protruding from his forehead, sparkling under the sun. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. The flowing blade of fire has been dispatched to the system space. Princess White Star's affection has reached 100% and is now granted. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan in your right eye is being activated. At the very moment of Teal's demise, the system notification rang out, prompting a faint smile from Lin Chen. The rewards this time were indeed bountiful. As the notification faded, Lin Chen keenly sensed an inexplicable and eerie energy infiltrating Princess White Star's mind. Following his gaze, he noticed a fleeting moment of confusion on her face, and the next instant, her expression towards him shifted dramatically. Lin Chen gasped, quickly averting his eyes. Such a physique and beauty were not meant for an ordinary mortal. As Lin Chen pondered, a warm yet chilling special energy surged towards his right eye, causing the mysterious patterns of the kaleidoscope Sharingan to involuntarily manifest and whirl frantically within his gaze. Before long, the chaotic spinning of the kaleidoscope Sharingan came to a halt, revealing intricate patterns in his right eye, now adorned with 3 additional stripes, perfectly intersecting within the 3-pointed star design, deepening the complexity of his vision. In a fleeting moment, the Sharingan faded from Lin Chen's sight, along with the chilling aura that had enveloped him. Lin Chen, sensing this, smiled faintly. This ability was quite impressive. Following the upgrade of his right eye to the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he not only retained his original prowess, but also acquired 2 additional unique skills, including Amaterasu, an enigmatic black flame that never extinguishes until it consumes its target, and Kagetsuchi, a derived ability from Amaterasu. Honestly, Kaido, that fool, hasn't escaped yet? I've helped him enough. Lin Chen grumbled internally. Had he not feared others detecting the aura he emitted when releasing his godly might, he would have directly assisted Kaido in his escape. Given Kaido's strength, he should have been capable of fleeing by now. Never mind. Once Kaido receives his rewards, both my eyes will become Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Lin Chen mused. Princess White Star gazed at Lin Chen in a daze, inexplicably feeling that the man who had rescued her appeared remarkably tall and radiant. Biting her lip gently, she turned to Neptune. Father, he is exactly my type. Pointing a slender finger at Lin Chen, she boldly declared. Chapter 143, Bring It On. With tears shimmering in her eyes, White Star looked at Neptune. Neptune awkwardly glanced at Lin Chen, only to find him unfazed. Turning back to White Star, he chuckled nervously. Ha ha ha, Father also likes General White Star. No, Father, not in that sense, White Star quickly corrected, having grasped Neptune's implication. Neptune, feeling the embarrassment, shot another awkward glance at Lin Chen, fearing that the heavens might soon change. Ha ha ha, old man, don't call me General. I fear I will soon become the world government's public enemy, Lin Chen jested, addressing Neptune. Neptune gazed at Lin Chen with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Lin Chen's ability to slay the celestial dragons was largely due to defending White Star. If the celestial dragons come to hunt you down, I will resign from my position as king of the Dragon Palace to protect you, Neptune declared resolutely. Father, Father, Neptune's 3 sons cried out anxiously. Silence. My mind is made up, Neptune asserted. Lin Chen cast a sidelong glance at the awkward Neptune, rolling his eyes. He held considerable respect for Neptune as a competent leader. Forget it, you're too weak. Just stick to being your king, Lin Chen remarked casually. Neptune chuckled awkwardly. In truth, he wasn't weak. Just overshadowed by General White Star's overwhelming presence in every aspect, strength, courage, and otherwise. Princess White Star, I must confess that I too hold a fondness for you, Lin Chen said, turning to smile at the magnificent White Star. Wow, truly magnificent, he marveled, taken aback once more. Really? Lord White Star? White Star exclaimed, her tail flicking with excitement, her cheeks blooming with a bashful blush. Of course. Lin Chen laughed heartily. Yay, that's wonderful, Lord White Star. My name is Lin Chen. She beamed. Neptune, observing his daughter radiate such joy, sighed helplessly. After painstakingly raising her for over a decade, she had now been swept away by this boar. From a father's perspective, it was disheartening. However, from another angle, aside from racial differences, Lin Chen was indeed remarkable, powerful, formidable, and strong. Yet, in the face of true love, what did race matter? Love knows no boundaries. Neptune even indulged in fantasies about what he might name Lin Chen and White Star's future children. Well then, General White Star, what are your plans for the future? Neptune inquired, interrupting his musings and addressing Lin Chen with seriousness. Just call me Lin Chen. As for my future plans, I might become a pirate, Lin Chen replied, gazing into the distance with a nonchalant demeanor. Becoming a marine was utterly impossible. After all, he had slain a celestial dragon. No, 2 celestial dragons. Lord White Star, having killed the celestial dragons here, the Navy will likely send admirals your way soon, Neptune expressed with concern. Oh dear, yes. That poses a problem. Lin Chen scratched his head, realizing he was not arrogant enough to confront the entirety of Marine headquarters. By the way, this incident with the celestial dragons will likely stir considerable turmoil in the world. Remember, I, White Star, am to blame for all of this, Lin Chen gravely cautioned. To shield the Fishman race from repercussions, make sure to take full responsibility for everything. Do not hesitate, if you wish to protect the Fishman race. Follow my lead. Should those old coots in the world government act unruly, I would not shy away from causing a ruckus in Mariawa, Lin Chen declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. For reasons unknown, Lin Chen harbored a profound favoritism towards this particular race. Perhaps it was the unwavering affection of Baise, which in some mysterious way engendered within Lin Chen an extraordinary sentiment towards her. Well then, Lord Baise, when shall we meet again? Baise, perceiving the need to depart, felt acutely that lingering would only exacerbate the situation. Ha ha ha, we shall meet again soon, Lin Chen replied, gazing at the endearing Baise with a smile. Take care, Lord Lin Chen, Neptune said, clasping his fists together with a solemn demeanor. Farewell, Baise bid Lin Chen. her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Subsequently, under the guidance of the now awakened Mikaro, Baise reluctantly turned back towards Fishman Island, casting longing glances behind her. Sighing, Lin Chen observed the departing figures, feeling that this development diverged from his original plans. Now was not the time to withdraw from the Navy. After all, the position of Admiral was undeniably advantageous. Yet, the unpredictability of circumstances often rendered plans futile, and perhaps, the unfolding of events beyond his control would add an element of intrigue. At that moment, Lin Chen's silhouette materialized behind Nami, who, along with Ain, had been watching the aftermath of the Dragon King's demise. The crowd had dispersed in light of the calamity, leaving only a few scattered stars in their wake. Lin Chen exchanged silent glances with Nami and Ain, both of whom bore reddened eyes. After a prolonged silence, Nami timidly grasped Lin Chen's garment and spoke. "Lin Chen, you wouldn't abandon me, would you? Behave, and if you so desire, you may join me as pirates," he gently replied, tousling the hair of both Nami and Ain. "And you, Ain?" Ain, her eyes glistening, suddenly chuckled softly. "Lin Chen, if you choose to stand against the world, then the world is in the wrong." With that, she leapt into Lin Chen's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her only attachment within the Navy was to her mentor, Zephyr. "Indeed," Lin Chen murmured, patting Ain's back gently. It seemed matters had not spiraled into the worst-case scenario. Just then, a voice interrupted Lin Chen's thoughts from behind. "Is it true? Would you follow me to become a pirate? Or does the Navy's affair no longer concern you? They wouldn't blame you for my actions," he asked directly. "Ha. Lin Chen, if the Navy serves these despicable individuals, I would much prefer to be a pirate." Yishao paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "I have always been a gambler. When I chose you, I was betting on you. It appears my wager was indeed correct. If you could remain indifferent in the face of such adversity, then I would have truly miscalculated. Yet, it seems my fortune remains steadfast." Fujitora laughed heartily, without reservation. "Thank you, Yishao." Lin Chen felt a weight lift from his heart. Everyone aboard was someone he was unwilling to lose, a true companion. "And what, pray tell, shall we do about this fellow?" Yishao gestured towards Gaul, who lay motionless on the ground. Yishao's disdain was evident as he regarded Gaul. "Ah, Admiral Baise." Gaul forced a smile upon noticing Lin Chen's gaze, though it appeared grotesquely unnatural, steeped in fear. "It seems he too is a devil fruit user. Toss him into the sea." Lin Chen dismissed Gaul with a disdainful glance, his tone casual and dismissive. "Kapu, have you found your rebellious grandson yet?" Sengoku took a sip of water, regarding Kapu with a teasing glint. This old man had been gone for so long, one wondered what he would have to say. "Don't even get me started. It infuriates me. Hey, simply wouldn't he listen?" Kapu grinned, unabashedly snatching the cup from Sengoku's hand and gulping down its contents. This brazen behavior had long since become second nature to Kapu. Chapter 144, The Downfall of the Celestial Dragon. Sengoku cast an irritable glance at Kapu and snatched the cup back, declaring, "That is my cup. If you wish to drink, do so yourself." "Well, I drank it long ago," Kapu mumbled under his breath. "Humph." Sengoku observed the old comrade, a long-standing friendship marred by Kapu's reckless demeanor. "Kapu, I've told you countless times, yet I must reiterate. As a Navy Rear Admiral and a celebrated hero, you must." All right. Enough already. You're driving me mad." Kapu waved dismissively, casting a sidelong glance at Sengoku. "Meeting you today has been the worst stroke of luck," Sengoku retorted, his voice rising in frustration. "Whatever," Kapu replied nonchalantly, closing his eyes and propping his feet up on the table. He felt weary of the conversation and decided to take a nap. "You, Admiral Sengoku, something terrible has happened." Just as Sengoku was about to reprimand Kapu, a panicked voice broke through. A Navy soldier burst into Sengoku's office, stumbling and falling before hurriedly scrambling to his feet. Trembling as he addressed Sengoku, "Admiral, it's terrible. What in the world is going on? Calm yourself." Sengoku's demeanor shifted to one of authority, as he sought to maintain his composure in front of the soldier. The soldier, visibly shaken, managed to stammer, Admiral Baise has killed a celestial dragon on Sabaody Archipelago." Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief, and he nearly choked on his drink. "What did you say? A celestial dragon? The resident officer of Sabaody Archipelago sent us an urgent message. Celestial dragon Roswald Saint was slain by Admiral Baise." The soldier quivered as he delivered the news. He then produced a transponder snail, which flickered to life, projecting a hazy image onto the wall of Sengoku's office. Though the footage was unclear, it depicted the arrogant celestial dragon, the violence that ensued, and ultimately, Baise's decisive strike that cleaved Roswald Saint in twain. The video abruptly ended. leaving the room in stunned silence. With a sharp crack, Sengoku's cup slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor, shards glinting ominously under the dim light, mirroring the gravity of his expression. How many copies of this video exist? Sengoku inquired, his voice low and dark. Only this one, Admiral, the soldier replied, his body still trembling as he spoke. Very well, you may leave, Sengoku said, his tone weary, as though the weight of the world had settled upon him. Baise was a figure in whom he had placed great hope, a potential successor for the Navy. Yes, Admiral. The soldier retreated slowly, still trembling, though the sight of Sengoku provided him with a semblance of reassurance. Yet the magnitude of the news had left him in a state of shock. Hey, old man. Stop pretending you're asleep. You heard that, didn't you? Sengoku slumped into the sofa, exhausted, addressing the slumbering Kapu. Alas, the winds of change are upon us. Sengoku, with a pained expression, gazed skyward, for the Navy had lost one of its mightiest admirals, while simultaneously, a formidable pirate with boundless potential had emerged. Oh, come now. Is it really such a tragedy over the death of a mere scoundrel? Carp remarked nonchalantly, one eye wide open in disbelief. Oh no, I take that back. Carp suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Sengoku couldn't help but chuckle at the old man's bluntness, yet he found no inclination to jest at this moment. You, old man, are but a reckless warrior. Matters of this magnitude bear significant consequences, Sengoku stated gravely. Firstly, the position of admiral will surely be vacated, as White Zetsu will inevitably become a target of the world government, who will not tolerate his existence. He cast a glance at the now overcast sky, which seemed poised to weep. Moreover, the severity of his act, killing a celestial dragon, is appalling. You understand this without my needing to elaborate. They may even go so far as to falsely accuse White Zetsu of the death of the celestial dragon that recently perished. Should that come to pass, he would truly be branded an enemy of the world government. Sengoku's indignation grew as his thoughts spiraled. He couldn't fathom why one would choose to serve such foul and corrupt beings. No, I am merely steadfast in my own sense of justice, he declared, slamming his palm onto the table, cracking its surface, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Damn it all. Those filthy wretches have deprived the Navy of a promising admiral. Indeed, we have lost more than one. After a prolonged moment, Sengoku regained his composure. White Zetsu merely accomplished what many fear to do. He did what the world dares not. And what do you intend to do about it? Carp inquired, observing Sengoku's newfound calm. What else can be done? We must issue the largest bounty the world has ever seen. After all, a celestial dragon has perished. Sengoku replied with a somber tone. Oh dear, I suddenly feel a sharp pain in my belly. I must take my leave, Carp exclaimed, clutching his abdomen as he hurriedly exited Sengoku's office, fearing that Sengoku might exploit his authority to compel him into confronting Lin Chen. With a resigned shake of his head at Carp's antics, Sengoku sighed. Very well, if I must bear the burden of being the villain. Stretching his limbs, he continued, and while the world government is in need of allies, I shall recommend that young pirate sent by White Zetsu for the position of Warlord of the Sea, so long as we do not mention his association with White Zetsu. Suddenly struck by an idea, Sengoku turned his attention to the lone Den Mushi. The only one, he murmured, and in the next moment, his foot came crashing down upon the creature. What the Navy learns, the celestial dragons will undoubtedly know as well, but such information should be minimized. Sengoku pondered, recognizing that the world was indeed on the brink of transformation. He disregarded the trembling Den Mushi, lifting it heavily as he prepared to communicate. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Kizaru was leisurely sipping tea and basking in the sun at the G1 base, relishing the long-awaited tranquility of guarding the area. What a delightful respite, he mused. Just as he was savoring life, the sound of the Den Mushi interrupted his peace. Sensing trouble, Kizaru reluctantly answered the call. Moshi, this is Kizaru. A commanding voice resonated from the Den Mushi, causing Kizaru's brow to furrow. This is it. My tranquil existence is over. Kizaru, you must promptly proceed to Sabaody Archipelago to stabilize the situation. Sengoku's voice echoed with gravity. Admiral, what do you mean? Kizaru inquired, perplexed. Yes, besides you. Akiji and Akainu will also be dispatched. Remember, do not resort to violence. Absolutely do not take matters into your own hands, for your adversary this time is White Zetsu. Sengoku's tone grew somber. White Zetsu, you say? Kizaru questioned, his intrigue piqued. Indeed, he has slain a celestial dragon. Go forth. Just ensure you do not act independently. Focus solely on stabilizing the situation. With that, Sengoku decisively ended the call. Kizaru placed the Den Mushi back down, pondering for a moment before muttering, TSK. White Zetsu, how terrifying. In an instant, his form dissipated into light, vanishing from sight. Chapter 145, Onigashima. Onigashima. Kaido sat grimly in his chair, observing Jack, Queen, and Jin below him. After a prolonged silence, Kaido spoke with a darkened tone. Jack is to be confined for 3 years. No leaving Onigashima without my command. Silence. Jin interrupted as Jack attempted to protest. Haven't you caused enough trouble? Thankfully the governor has returned. Otherwise, you wouldn't escape unscathed. Jin's cold words struck Jack. A drought-ridden warrior who, despite his obedience, strength, and capability, had grown overly arrogant, challenging those he could not defeat and provoking those he should not. Even Kaido had to tread lightly around White Zetsu, yet Jack dared to provoke his wrath. It was clear he needed time to reflect on his temper. With that, Jin led the subdued Jack away. Once Jin had departed, Kaido's gaze turned dark as he stared into the heavens. An aura of Conqueror's Haki mixed with dragon-like intimidation emanating from him. Queen trembled in the corner, realizing that Kaido had not ordered him to leave. Damn it. Jin and Jack get to leave, and I'm stuck here suffering. He lamented inwardly, quaking beneath Kaido's intense presence. Kaido remained calm on the surface, yet internally, a tempest raged. He could not comprehend how he had been imprisoned and impelled down. Even if he wished to escape, it would come at a great cost. Although the shadow had only appeared for an instant, Kaido sensed it was indeed White Zetsu. But why would White Zetsu sever his seastone restraints, allowing him to regain his strength? Lost in thought, Kaido felt a sense of confusion wash over him. He could not fathom White Zetsu's motives for rescuing him. Yet, this battle had been utterly stifling. Setting aside the fact that he couldn't defeat White Zetsu, he also owed Lin a favor. And to top it off, he had lost a horn. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Kaido rose abruptly, extracting a spiked club from an unknown source. He weighed it in his hand, contemplating its potential to inflict lethal damage on Jack. However, he tossed it aside, retrieving a whip instead. With a few swishes, he tested its weight. This won't kill him, Kaido mused, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Without a second thought for Queen, Kaido strode purposefully towards Jack, whip in hand. Queen, witnessing the malevolent grin, shivered, stealing a glance at the whip. Good heavens, it's so dark, thick, and long. In his heart, Queen couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude as he silently prayed, Jack, take care. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Kaido has successfully escaped. And the host has acquired the left eye, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As Lin Chen awaited the arrival of White Zetsu and his crew, the sudden notification from the system startled him. That fool has finally escaped. Lin Chen, slightly taken aback, smirked disdainfully, muttering under his breath. In the next moment, a chilling force gently surged into Lin Chen's left eye. His pupils instinctively transformed from black to red, spinning wildly with 1, 2, and 3 tomo. The pattern coalescing into the shape of a large windmill. This windmill began to rotate within Lin Chen's left eye, morphing into the form of the Kamui scythe. The windmill and the scythe, emblematic of the Sharingan, continuously revolved and alternated within his gaze. In the blink of an eye, these two forms of the Sharingan seamlessly fused together. Upon closing his Sharingan, Lin Chen wore a satisfied smile, exclaiming, "Ha, perfect. Although it's somewhat regrettable that I did not acquire any derivative skills this time, it is still quite impressive." Tsukuyami, he chuckled, this technique is renowned for being unbreakable, as it creates an illusion that lasts an eternity in its realm, yet only a fleeting moment in reality. Before one has the chance to break free, it concludes. This is the hallmark ocular technique of Uchiha Itachi. However, in the next moment, Lin Chen's expression turned peculiar. His left eye wielded Tsukuyami, while his right eye bore Amaterasu and Kagetsuchi. So, have I flawlessly inherited Itachi's ocular techniques? He pondered. The combination of Itachi and Obito's abilities is indeed an exhilarating prospect. With this acquisition, his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan now boasted 4 distinct techniques. Amaterasu, the unquenchable black flames. Tsukuyami, the unbreakable illusion. Kagetsuchi, the manipulation of Amaterasu's flames. And Kamui, the spatial technique. With this, Lin Chen mused, my eyes may very well embody the most perfect Sharingan. Oh, I recall that there is a blade called the Flowing Blade of Fire within the system space. Chapter 146, The Three Admirals. Extract, Flowing Blade of Fire. Lin Chen silently intoned. The next instant, a seemingly ordinary, slightly curved sword materialized in his hand, its black and red patterns appearing strikingly natural. After examining the flowing blade of fire with satisfaction, he sheathed it at his waist. Thus, Lin Chen now bore 3 blades at his side. Hyorinmaru. Flowing Blade of Fire, and Muramasa, each representing the pinnacle of his respective attributes. Muramasa pales in comparison, Lin Chen remarked, marveling at the bountiful rewards he had received. He reclined on the soft grass with his hands behind his head, his eyes half closed, speaking calmly. Nami, Ein, once this matter is resolved, I shall take you both to Fishman Island. Indeed, I look forward to it, Nami replied, along with Ein, seated not far away. The gentle breeze tousled their hair. Lin Chen had not anticipated that the Marines would serve the detestable celestial dragons, who deemed themselves the descendants of gods. The infamy of the celestial dragons was already known to him, yet witnessing it firsthand was a different matter altogether. Lin Chen lay quietly, savoring the brief, serene moments. He could not leave. Should he do so, the vastness of the world would render him untraceable to the Marines. Yet he remained, unwilling to pass this issue onto the fishmen. If the world government failed to locate Lin Chen, they would surely vent their fury upon Fishman Island. After all, this was an incident grave enough to incite the Buster Call, slaying a celestial dragon. Moreover, the first admiral had arrived. Lin Chen raised his gaze to the distance. The blinding sunlight piercing his eyes, one ray particularly dazzling. Oh, Admiral Baise, I hear you have slain a celestial dragon. How terrifying. A mocking voice emerged from his left side as Kizaru materialized, his form coalescing from light. Kizaru, do you wish to engage in battle? Lin Chen inquired directly, his tone exceedingly casual. I am not your match. Kizaru hastily waved his hand in refusal, genuinely fearing a punch or a blade from Lin Chen, for he did not believe he could defeat him, especially considering Lin Chen had single-handedly withstood the might of the Sea Kings. Moreover, Kizaru inadvertently caught sight of the new black-red blade at Lin Chen's waist, evoking a primal fear within him, for reasons unknown. Each glance at it sent a shiver down his spine, as if beneath its unassuming exterior lay an abundance of violence and energy. Very well, Kizaru. You have made a prudent decision, Lin Chen remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ha ha ha, let us hope so, Kizaru said, concealing his apprehension, standing quietly beside Lin Chen. Kizaru couldn't help but internally chuckle. Damn it, why must I always be the first to experience such things? At some point, Kane, Chopper, Smoker, and others gradually gathered beside Lin Chen. Their expressions were unanimously tense, having already heard the unfolding events. It was likely that the recently arrived Admiral Baise would soon become the world government's enemy. In stark contrast, Smoker's body trembled slightly as he clenched his teeth, the immense pressure causing him to bite his cigarette in half. His nails dug into his palm, a testament to his inner turmoil. Blood trickled from his arm, each drop staining the ground below. Admiral Smoker. Tashigi resolutely grasped his sleeve, looking up at him earnestly. I believe in you. Thank you, Smoker replied softly, tears unwittingly spilling from his eyes. I truly do not wish to part with Admiral Baise. The fleeting time spent together had firmly etched Lin Chen's image in Smoker's heart. Despite the occasional mischief, he was a genuine admiral who embodied the Marine's justice. Smoker bit his lip tightly, tears cascading down his chin and pooling on the ground. If given the choice, he would rather slay a celestial dragon than see Admiral Baise cast aside. Smoker slammed his fist onto the ground in despair, yet it was all in vain. After a prolonged moment, he knelt, lifting his gaze to find Kane, Chopper, and Nami standing behind Lin Chen, silently observing him. He had made his choice. Hey, Smoker, come here, Kane shouted, breaking the tension. Though they often bickered, it was undeniable that they recognized each other's existence and had grown accustomed to one another. Yes, Smoker, hurry, Chopper echoed, urgency lacing his voice. At this moment, they understood that if Smoker had not made up his mind, they would soon find themselves at odds with their former comrade. They did not wish to draw blades against those who had once shared their days. Smoker slowly rose, taking a step back, then two, ultimately retreating to Kizaru's side. I am sorry, Admiral Baise. Thank you for your care during this time. But I cannot abandon my justice. Smoker trembled as he addressed Lin Chen, barely able to discern his figure. Hey, why are you crying? I'm not dead. Lin Chen's exasperated voice drifted from behind Smoker, who did not even see Lin Chen's silhouette. Then, with a gentle touch, Lin Chen placed a finger atop Smoker's head, a peculiar energy coursing into his mind. Consider this a farewell gift for our time together. Smoker turned quickly, only to find Lin Chen had vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there. Yet, the information flooding his mind reassured him that this was no illusion. Senju, Lin Chen thought helplessly as he observed Smoker. Though Smoker had chosen the Marines over him, Lin Chen still wished for him to be stronger than he had been. After all, they had spent several months together. Lin Chen resigned himself to the situation. Such matters could not be forced. He respected Smoker's choice, Hey, Baises, can we become pirates now? A voice chimed in Lin Chen's ear. Rayleigh. Rayleigh found himself beside Lin Chen before he even realized it, casting a mischievous glance at him. Truly, as I had wished. White Zetsu has once again embraced the life of a pirate, he thought with a chuckle. Oh, as you wish. Lin Chen shot Rayleigh a sidelong glance. He then turned his gaze to the horizon. Genuine trouble was on the way. Do you need assistance? Rayleigh asked, curling his lips in disdain. Are you planning to take on 3 opponents alone? No need. For today, I, White Zetsu, shall take on all 3, Lin Chen replied with a grin. Since avoidance was not an option, he chose to face it with composure. Lin Chen casually placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, 3 blades. Following Lin Chen's hand, Rayleigh noticed the 3 swords at his waist. His gaze fell upon a newly manifested black and red blade, sending a chill down his spine as if recalling some dreadful event. With a thunderous crash, a colossal object descended from the sky, unleashing torrents of flames and molten lava that incinerated the ground, the bubbling magma seeming to breathe with a life of its own. A hoarse voice emerged from amidst the chaos, as Akainu slowly emerged from the lava, standing with his arms crossed, his eyes brimming with fierce combat intent. Hey! Akainu, do rain in your lava, a languid voice interjected. From the sea, a wave of chill swept in, forming frost that countered Akainu's molten fury. Akiji stepped forth from the water, addressing Akainu as he unleashed his casually flowing magma, incinerating everything in his vicinity. Humph, Akainu scoffed, reluctantly retracting his magma. White Zetsu. Now we are adversaries, Akiji stated calmly. Indeed, Lin Chen replied with a slight smile. I see, Akiji remarked with a resigned shrug, looking at Lin Chen. Who would have thought that I, mere White Zetsu, would warrant the attention of all 3 admirals at once? Lin Chen laughed heartily, taking a step forward. Rayleigh, protect my back, Lin Chen called out over his shoulder. Honestly, old man, you're not his subordinate, Rayleigh retorted. Yet he dutifully positioned himself in front of Fujitora to shield them. Hey Smoker, you should step back, Akainu commanded. Understood, Admiral Kazuru, Smoker complied. White Zetsu, will you come with us, or shall we take you by force? Akainu's voice was cold, magma dripping from his arm. Though I hold disdain for the celestial dragons, killing you would make you the world's enemy, Akainu rasped. Let me see what the 3 admirals are truly capable of, Lin Chen said with narrowed eyes, a challenge gleaming within them. Very well, how arrogant, Akainu retorted, and as his words fell, Kizaru unleashed a barrage of light, the Hireko, hurtling toward Lin Chen like a tempest, igniting a storm of sparks and dust. As the dust settled, a golden, 2-faced giant stood proudly, its 4 arms poised in stillness. Lin Chen remained tranquil within the giant, his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan shimmering in his eyes. The giant's 4 arms bore an array of weapons. One wielded 10 swords, another the Yada mirror, a third the Hireko, and the last, a blade of air. It seems these are indeed Itachi's 3 legendary artifacts. But they have transformed into a golden hue, Lin Chen mused, scrutinizing his Susanoo. In contrast, the 3 admirals appeared increasingly grim. Akainu's visage darkened further as his giant took on a golden aura, stronger than ever before. Inu Bokenkun. Akainu's arm ignited in magma, transforming into numerous canine heads that howled toward Lin Chen, each head entwined with searing lava. Lin Chen smiled slightly, as his golden Susanoo raised the Yada mirror. Though the Yada mirror was hailed as a divine artifact, Akainu's magma fruit was no trifling matter. Countless magma hounds swiftly enveloped the Susanoo, gnashing and searing at Lin Chen's golden manifestation. Even the Yada mirror began to show faint cracks. Hey, Red Dog, I'm right here, Lin Chen's voice echoed ominously behind Akainu, speaking softly to him. Come on in, Lin Chen beckoned, his eyes swirling with a scythe-like intensity. In the void above, ripples of space materialized, and in an instant, Lin Chen, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru vanished from their original positions, transported into the Kamui dimension. Fighting here might obliterate the Sabaody archipelago, a sight Lin Chen was keen to avoid. In the Kamui dimension, a gray expanse stretched infinitely, filled with countless floating cubes. As ripples formed, the 4 figures of Lin Chen and the 3 admirals emerged. Aside from Akiji, who had been there before, Akainu and Kizaru gazed in astonishment at the suddenly altered surroundings. Undoubtedly, this was Lin Chen's doing. This is White Zetsu's alternate space. Fighting here allows us to unleash our full potential, Akiji began. White Zetsu must be concerned we might destroy the Sabaody archipelago. What a paradox, the righteous navy, willing to go to any lengths to apprehend a criminal, while the so-called criminal acts in the name of justice, Akiji remarked, fixing a sardonic stare at Akainu, reminiscent of the events in O'Hara. Akiji silence. I am merely following orders, Akainu snapped. TCH, another order. Akiji rolled his eyes, but despite their banter, he was aware of his current status as an admiral tasked with capturing White Zetsu, and he had not forgotten the possibility of employing the Buster Call if necessary. I apologize, White Zetsu. I will not hold back, Akiji said, casting an apologetic glance at Lin Chen as 4 ice spears materialized behind him. The spears twisted and merged, forming a colossal sea bird, hurtling towards Lin Chen, accompanied by a tempest of icy air. Blizzard Frostbite. The frostbite pierced through Lin Chen's form. This is the ability of Kamui. In the real world, the Kamui dimension serves as a relative alternate space, and similarly, within the Kamui dimension, the real world becomes the relative alternate space. Lin Chen's figure gradually magnified in Akiji's astonished gaze. Akiji began to discern Lin Chen's eyes, which transformed into a massive windmill. Not good. Akiji realized too late. He met Lin Chen's gaze, and in the next moment, he found himself ensnared within a vast crimson cross. Before him appeared countless expressionless Lin Chens, each wielding a blade. With a sickening thrust, Akiji coughed up a mouthful of blood as the first blade pierced his heart. What? Akiji gasped, bewildered by the blade that had pierced his chest, casting a glance at the myriad of impassive Lin Chens. Why? Why can I not use my haki? Why can't my body transform? Why can't I sense my devil fruit abilities? Akiji was engulfed by a multitude of questions, feeling an insurmountable pressure within this space. The Lin Chen who had stabbed Akiji morphed into crimson mist, vanishing from sight. Akiji stared at the countless Lin Chen phantoms before him, his scalp prickling with fear. Damn it! Akiji spat another mouthful of blood as a second blade pierced his lung, leaving him gasping for breath. The third blade pierced his kidney. The fourth blade, his liver. The fifth blade. The sixth blade. Akiji, feeling utterly fatigued, lifted his head groggily, unable to count the countless blades he had endured. His entire being, along with his very soul, felt drained. In the realm of Kamui, Akiji's gaze momentarily lost focus, but in the next instant, clarity returned to him as he violently expelled a mouthful of blood. Be cautious, watch his eyes, Akiji warned, a lingering dread evident in his voice. Haha, Admiral Akiji. How do you find my Tsukuyami? Lin Chen inquired cheerfully, stepping back to observe Akiji. Lin Chen had deliberately conjured 100,000 phantoms, each one delivering a stab to Akiji, who had withstood a staggering total of 100,000 strikes. Though merely an illusion, the pain was very real, reverberating through Akiji's body. His resilience truly exemplified the caliber of an admiral. Akiji cast a faint glance at Lin Chen, acknowledging the dark and sinister power at play, though he could not deny its potency. Do not look into his eyes, Akiji reiterated with a sense of urgency. Humph, deceitful words that mislead the masses, Akainu scoffed, his hands transforming into molten magma as he launched a punch toward Lin Chen. The massive lava coalesced into the likeness of an elongated canine head, viciously snapping at Lin Chen. Great Hellhound, you truly are something else, Akainu, naming your techniques after dogs. Lin Chen mocked with a smirk, casually extending his palm forward. 10,000 hands. In Akainu's eyes, countless shadowy palm strikes emerged, blotting out the sun as they surrounded him. No matter how he defended, he could not escape their onslaught. Conjuring tricks, Akainu retorted coldly, opting to confront Lin Chen head-on. After all, with the palm strikes so dispersed, their power would inevitably be diminished. While his own Great Hellhound technique was fueled by an immense concentration of searing magma, Akainu's expression darkened as he glared at Lin Chen, declaring, "This punch will incapacitate you." Yet, as Lin Chen's shadowy palm strike connected with Akainu, his pupils dilated in shock, and he staggered, expelling a spray of blood. The earlier attack of the Great Hellhound dissipated into a shower of molten fragments. Akainu felt as though a colossal sea creature had slammed into his chest, sending him hurtling back over 100 meters, his entire being involuntarily engulfed in magma, his bones feeling as if they were disassembling. In that fleeting moment of impact, the myriad of palm strikes converged, unleashing an explosion of 1,000-fold damage that left Akainu dazed. How terrifying, Kizaru remarked nonchalantly from the sidelines. Kizaru, enough with the snide comments. Come help me. I cannot face him alone. He is exponentially stronger than when we last battled, Akainu shouted, wiping the blood from his lips and addressing Kizaru. His eyes narrowed as he instantly transformed into magma, manifesting a sea of molten rock that surrounded him, declaring, "Now, this is my domain." With his body enveloped in seething magma, Akainu coldly regarded Lin Chen. "Now, this is my territory," he asserted with an air of arrogance. "Oh, what a predicament. If I had a choice, I would prefer not to engage with Hawkeye. This is quite vexing, Kizaru lamented, rubbing his forehead in resignation. Well, I too would rather not, but alas, we are admirals. Furthermore, Akainu is going all out. We cannot hold back, Akiji remarked lazily, stretching his wrist. Ice Age. Akiji clapped his hands against the ground, unleashing a torrent of frigid air that instantly slicked the surface to a mirror-like sheen. Countless shards of ice, infused with biting cold and chilling winds, emerged, forming a delicate equilibrium with Akainu's magma, each force countering the other. Oh dear, this is quite the headache, Kizaru sighed, clearly exasperated. Are these two truly going to unleash their full power? Kizaru was reluctant to exert himself fully, especially with no additional compensation for overtime. Yet the situation had spiraled beyond his control. He rolled his neck, stating, well then, I suppose I must take this seriously. In an instant, a brilliant radiance erupted from Kizaru, resembling a miniature sun, blindingly bright. The sunlight's intensity even caused Lin Chen's vision to blur slightly. Now Akainu, Akiji, Kizaru shouted. As both Akainu and Akiji swiftly charged towards Lin Chen, magma swirling around Akainu and icy gusts enveloping Akiji. This was an opportunity they could not afford to squander. Are you that impatient, Akainu? Akiji. Lin Chen squinted, golden light shimmering beside him. Susanoo, third form. In an instant, myriad golden rays coalesced into a golden skeletal frame, which was further adorned with layers of sinew, sprouting dual faces and 4 arms. Finally, a formidable armor enveloped the Susanoo, radiating brilliance as it lunged towards Akainu and Akiji with outstretched hands. Yasakani no Magatama. A black-flamed Magatama was hurled towards Akainu, while the 10-fist sword erupted in a blaze, hurtling towards Akiji. Akainu, evade that black flame, Akiji shouted, hastily dodging the 10-fist sword, his voice filled with urgency. Who knows if that fool Akainu will dare confront this unfamiliar black fire? Humph, I am aware, Akainu retorted, conjuring a wall of magma to shield himself. Upon glimpsing the black flames, his right eyelid twitched uncontrollably, fearing that should he become ensnared by the black fire, he might lose something of great value. Thus, Lin Chen calmly unleashed a swift and forceful assault upon both Akainu and Akiji. Admirals, is this all you've got? Lin Chen mocked from within his Susanoo, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his eye. This was not merely a byproduct of excessive ocular strain. It was a peculiar trait of the Uchiha clan. Even the most illustrious of their ranks, the Uchiha Madara, would bleed when overexerting their eyes. Despite possessing seemingly limitless ocular power, excessive use would still lead to bloodshed. Oh, well, I suppose it doesn't hinder my abilities, Lin Chen mused, shaking his head. Akainu, seeing Lin Chen's expression, felt his rage boil over. Meteor volcano, he bellowed, commanding the magma beneath him to surge violently towards Lin Chen's Susanoo. Lin Chen swiftly positioned the 8-span mirror before him, successfully deflecting the magma, though the Susanoo itself began to glow red from the intense heat. Akiji, Akainu yelled. Ice beam, Akiji called out, unleashing a beam of ice from his hand towards Lin Chen's Susanoo. Lin Chen, observing the icy projectile, felt a sense of foreboding. As expected, the searing heat of the Susanoo, when met with the frigid power, shattered like a mirror, fracturing under immense pressure as if it were on the verge of collapse. It's broken, Lin Chen declared, dispelling his Susanoo and staring at Akainu and Akiji, utterly astonished that they had managed to dismantle his Susanoo in such a manner. Though he could still employ his ocular power to restore it, he deemed it unnecessary. Forget it, I shan't play with you any longer, Lin Chen said. Shaking his head calmly, he placed his hands on his hips, gripping the ice wheel and the flowing blade. Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru exchanged alarmed glances. Indeed, Hawkeye was renowned for his swordsmanship. The expressions on Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru turned grim as they realized that Lin Chen had not yet drawn his blade. The golden Susanoo was nearly indomitable. Its defense was unparalleled, its offense formidable, and it was undeniably impressive. Kizaru pondered with a frown, contemplating whether to continue his leisurely approach. However, upon glancing at the rising temperature of Akainu, he quickly abandoned the thought. No more idling. If I keep this up, I might end up inadvertently causing Akainu's demise. And I cannot bear the consequences of that. Lin Chen felt a duality of forces coursing through his hands, the gentle chill of ice and the ferocious, blistering heat of flames. If the ice wool pillar was the most formidable of the frost-type Zanpakutō, boasting exceptional overall abilities, then the flowing blade of fire was an embodiment of pure offensive prowess, the most ancient and powerful of the fire-type Zanpakutō. Yamamoto's flowing blade of fire, along with Winter Lion's ice wheel pillar, stood in stark contrast to the magma fruit user, Admiral Akainu, and the frozen abilities of Admiral Aokiji. While the lurking Kizaru remained a concern, this was the destined battle between ice and fire. A smirk crept upon Lin Chen's lips. He would vanquish magma with flames, and let ice conquer ice. With that thought, Lin Chen unsheathed both the flowing blade of fire and the ice will pillar from his waist. The flowing blade of fire erupted with countless sparks, as if it too anticipated its inaugural combat in this realm. Am I not worthy, Muramasa? Is flowing blade of fire truly deserving? Lin Chen mused, feeling the weight of his own insignificance before the might of fire. He gently caressed the blades. Now, let us fight side by side. Ice will pillar, flowing blade of fire. He then turned his gaze towards Akainu, a cold smile forming on his face. Let us commence with you. Seated amidst the frost, the ice will pillar summoned a cosmic transformation, reducing all to ashes. While the flowing blade of fire ignited his right side in a conflagration, countered by a chill enveloping his left, Lin Chen let out a pained roar. The sensation of such contrasting forces was undeniably exhilarating. Ultimately, the powers of ice and fire within him reached a harmonious balance, settling into a deceptive calm. Yet beneath this tranquility lay a tempest of cold and heat. Merely activating the ice will pillar alongside the flowing blade of fire yielded such formidable strength. One could only imagine the devastation if he were to unleash their full potential simultaneously. Indeed, 1 + 1 proved greater than 2. Enough of your theatrics, White Zetsu. Akainu scoffed, raising his arms as all the magma surged skyward, coalescing into a colossal fireball that he held aloft. Magma explosion. The immense fireball expanded, seemingly intent on engulfing Lin Chen. Another explosion? More like absurdity, Lin Chen retorted coldly, calmly observing the looming inferno. He tightened his grip on his dual blades, his eyes igniting with a glacial brilliance. The funeral of death. Let ice and fire compose your requiem. In an instant, Lin Chen materialized behind Akainu, his movements so swift that none could perceive him. The enormous fireball was cleaved into 4 segments by a cross-shaped sword aura, the magma fireball depleting rapidly as if its very life force was siphoned away, crashing to the ground. Splutter. Akainu coughed violently, a crimson line appearing across his chest in the shape of an X. Damn it. When did? But before he could finish, he collapsed, rigid and lifeless. Though Aokiji and Akainu were at odds, they were still comrades in arms. Aokiji hastily turned to Akainu, observing with alarm that not a single drop of blood flowed from his wounds. The magma within was encased in ice, the very essence of his life extinguished. Could his flames be potent enough to ignite magma? Aokiji pondered, casting a bewildered glance at Lin Chen. Was he truly now invincible? Was it only Carp the old man who could contend with Lin Chen? What's the matter? Do you wish to continue? Lin Chen inquired coldly, directing his gaze at Aokiji and Kizaru. You, how terrifying, Aokiji stammered, glancing at Akainu's motionless form. Just as he was about to act, Kizaru intervened. Hold on. Don't engage. I truly wish to avoid conflict with Lin Chen. He is far too formidable. Yet if this continues, I won't have the luxury of remaining uninvolved. Unless Kizaru wished to see Aokiji severely wounded, we must unite to confront Lin Chen. A ceasefire would be ideal. As for Akainu, he simply had bad luck. Rest assured, he is not dead. I have no desire to wage an all-out war against the Navy, Lin Chen said, sheathing his blades and calmly addressing Aokiji. Kizaru, ever perceptive, received a nod of approval from Lin Chen. After all, he held immense respect for Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Old Man Carp. How absurd. You've killed a celestial dragon and gravely injured Akainu, yet you profess a desire to avoid war? Aokiji retorted icily. Indeed, that is somewhat of a stretch. Lin Chen admitted with an awkward chuckle. But did I truly need to eliminate the celestial dragon? It was merely a matter of personal distaste towards Akainu. Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly. By the way, Admiral Aokiji, perhaps I should now refer to you as Pirate Aokiji. Aokiji rose, addressing Lin Chen in a detached tone. Well, I suppose I am now bound by circumstance. How amusing. You've slain a celestial dragon. There's no turning back now. If not a pirate, do you intend to join the Revolutionary Army? Lin Chen retorted with a smile. Oh, then you might as well embrace piracy. But know this, you shall become the world government's enemy. Kizaru chimed in cheerfully. Isn't that precisely my current fate? Lin Chen shot Kizaru an incredulous glare, realizing only now how verbose this seemingly taciturn individual had become. Have you ever bested me? Lin Chen inquired once more, a glimmer of challenge in his eyes. Oh well, we haven't fought. Kizaru hurriedly waved his hands. It's quite perilous even to engage in a friendly spar. I have the distinct impression that Lin Chen is now far stronger than before. Aokiji, take care of Smoker. Lin Chen said earnestly, fixing Akiji with a serious gaze. Though he chose the Navy over me, he is still a competent officer. Humph, no need for you to remind me, Akiji replied with a huff. Knowing that beyond being a capable officer, he was also Lin Chen's friend. Well then, I wish you all good fortune, Lin Chen smiled at Akiji and Kizaru. I shall officially embark on my journey as a pirate now. Lin Chen stretched languidly. Next we meet, we shall be adversaries, Akiji stated, clenching his fist. Oh, that is not a certainty, Lin Chen replied with a knowing smile. Especially since you cannot defeat me. He laughed heartily. By the way, I left that Navy warship for you outside. Take good care of it. Lin Chen's voice trailed off as his figure gradually disappeared from sight. The surroundings of Akiji and Kizaru shifted dramatically as the environment transformed back to the unique setting of Sabaody Archipelago. The chilling aura of the previous confrontation fading as if it had never occurred, leaving only the unconscious Akainu as testament to the reality of their encounter. Lin Chen. Akiji tightened his fist, quietly repeating the name. How frightening. It seems White Zetsu has already departed, Kizaru remarked casually. There truly is a warship ahead. It's the White Zetsu. Akiji remained silent for a moment, gazing at the ship that now belonged to Lin Chen. Finally, he spoke softly. Smoker, let us return to Marineford. With that, Akiji strode purposefully towards the White Zetsu. Smoker paused momentarily, rendered speechless, before he seized Tashiji's hand and followed Akiji toward the white beret. Hey, wait for me, Kizaru squawked. Glancing helplessly at Akainu sprawled on the ground, letting out a resigned sigh. What a shame it is to be so kind-hearted. Without delay, Kizaru grasped one of Akainu's legs and dragged him towards the white beret. TSK, 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 I've yet to board the white beret. It truly is magnificent, he remarked, admiring the enormous, beastly figure that distinguished this ship from other naval vessels. In the next moment, he brought Akainu aboard the white beret. At the Bamboo Pole Tavern, Rayleigh gazed at the increasingly distant ship and then turned to Lin Chen, who was sipping tea. Hey, White Beret, your ship has departed. Yes, I am aware. Lin Chen replied. The Navy has set sail. I let them go. Then how am I supposed to code it? Rayleigh exchanged a peculiar glance with Lin Chen for several seconds. Lin Chen merely tilted his head, quietly studying Rayleigh. Wait a moment. What are you looking at me for? I don't possess any extra vessels. Truly, I don't, Rayleigh hurriedly denied. Lin Chen remained silent, simply observing Rayleigh, who, despite having swum through the calm belt teeming with sea kings, was under scrutiny for any hidden reserves. I genuinely do not. Rayleigh felt a chill as Lin Chen's gaze seemed to demand. A shiver ran down his spine. All right, stop staring. He finally relented, raising his hands in surrender. Once I sell the dragon horn, I'll procure a ship for you. By the way, where are you headed? Rayleigh inquired helplessly. Lin Chen's lips curled into a gentle smile as he finally diverted his gaze. He pondered aloud. Where to, indeed? Ultimately, he beamed at Rayleigh, Fishman Island. Marineford. Kizaru lounged lazily on the deck, watching Marineford draw nearer, yawning. Well, trouble has returned. By the way, why is Akainu still unconscious? Is he really that weak? Kizaru mused, pinching Akainu's nose absent-mindedly. Marineford, I have returned. Smoker clenched his fists as he beheld the familiar yet strangely foreign naval headquarters, murmuring to himself. Indeed. I wonder why this once familiar place now feels so unrecognizable. How did you bring the ship back? Sengoku called out from a distance, spotting the recognizable vessel. He quickly roused Garp. Hey, old man, the White Beret has returned. Oh, was he captured? As expected, he cannot contend with the three admirals. Garp mumbled, still half asleep, his tone indifferent. What? Do you truly believe Lin Chen could defeat the three admirals? Sengoku shot Garp a disapproving glance. Though Admiral White Beret is formidable, how could he possibly triumph over the three admirals? Unless two of them are incapacitated, yet such a scenario seems improbable with Akiji and Kizaru present. Garp smirked mysteriously. Sengoku, you cannot be so certain. That fellow Lin Chen is capable of miracles. Let us observe. Shortly thereafter, both Garp and Sengoku vanished from sight. Wow. I did not anticipate that Admiral Garp would come to greet us alongside you. It is indeed our honor, Kizaru remarked, noticing Garp and Sengoku's sudden appearance on the ship. Ha ha ha. Kizaru, stop your banter. Have we captured White Beret? We must not hand him over to the world government. Sengoku replied with a chuckle. Rest assured, Admiral. We will never surrender Lin Chen to the world government, for we have not captured him. Akiji paused before continuing. Ah, that is good. Wait, what did you say? Upon hearing the first part, Sengoku seemed at ease, but the latter part extinguished his smile. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, what did I tell you? Garp erupted into laughter. Garp. Sengoku called out, astonished, as he turned to Akiji. Why? Did you not find him? Akiji found him. We were unable to defeat him, Akiji admitted, lowering his head in shame. What? The three admirals could not defeat a single white beret? Sengoku exclaimed incredulously. Well, Akiji responded, somewhat embarrassed. And what of the ship? Sengoku pointed to the white beret, his gaze filled with hope. Kizaru, indeed, Lin Chen gifted it to us. Sengoku let out a frustrated sigh. Not because the three admirals were unable to match Lin Chen, but because Lin Chen was too powerful. The vile celestial dragon had forced such a formidable Lin Chen to retreat. And Akainu? Sengoku's voice bore a hint of fatigue. Oh, he is unconscious and has yet to awaken, Kizaru softly replied. He then vanished, reappearing moments later, carrying the unconscious Akainu. Sengoku approached Akainu's still form with a grave expression. Concerned he might be lifeless. After a moment, he relaxed, stating, no worries, his external injuries are nearly healed. It seems he is simply overcome with frustration, rendering him unconscious. He was angered. Sengoku shook his head in resignation. Kizaru, take him below. As Sengoku's words faded, Kizaru swiftly whisked Akainu away. Let us go, Garp. Sengoku appeared to age significantly in that instant, his mind racing with Doflamingo's words. Had he truly erred all these years? Yet, moments later, his wavering resolve solidified. No. I shall steadfastly uphold the justice I believe in. Wait, Admiral Sengoku. Suddenly, a hoarse voice halted Sengoku in his tracks. He slowly turned to see Smoker. Oh, it is you, Smoker. Sengoku managed a strained smile. Admiral Sengoku, I wish to claim this ship, Smoker asserted, pointing at the white beret with unwavering determination. Oh, is that so? Sengoku scrutinized Smoker, noting the conviction in his gaze, and let out a resigned sigh. From this moment forth, you shall be the captain of the patrol team, with Vice Captain Tashigi and Smoker. With that, Sengoku took Garp's arm and slowly departed. Smoker bowed deeply, observing Sengoku's somewhat stooped figure. I believe in you, Admiral Sengoku. Akiji gently patted Smoker on the shoulder, sighing helplessly before also departing. After a moment of silence, Smoker boarded the ship alone, reassuring himself, Fear not, brother White Beret, I shall safeguard everything aboard. He slowly pushed open Lin Chen's cabin door, where disheveled sheets and a half-filled cup of water bore witness to Lin Chen's presence. Smoker meticulously straightened the bed linens, folded the blanket, and arranged the cup. A smile crept onto his face as he surveyed the cozy room. He then quietly exited, closing the door behind him. White Beret, my captain, this ship will always welcome you. Alas, time has transformed everything. He vowed to protect this vessel, laden with countless memories, with his very life. Lord Smoker, I will strive alongside you. Smoker turned to see Tashigi, tears streaming down her cheeks, clutching her clothes. His heart warmed at the thought that she would remain by his side. Tenderly, he wiped away her tears with his rough hand. Do not cry. In Sengoku's office, he glared irritably at the stack of documents on his desk. Damn it, this is infuriating. Sengoku swept the papers to the floor, opting for the sight unseen to ease his mind. With a resounding thud, the door swung open, accompanied by a boisterous laughter. Upon hearing the raucous mirth and the brazen manner of the entrance, Sengoku could surmise that it was none other than that old rascal, Garp. Ha ha ha, Sengoku. What's got you so irritable? Garp leaned against Sengoku's shoulder, grinning widely, a large packet of sunbae in hand. Sengoku, would you care for one? Just one, mind you. Garp inquired, albeit with a hint of hesitation. Humph, Sengoku scoffed, seizing the opportunity while Garp was momentarily distracted to snatch the entirety of the sunbae and shove it into his mouth. Return my sunbae. Garp glared at Sengoku, his teeth grinding in annoyance, exasperated by Sengoku's gluttony. What a useless fellow, consuming so much. Had it been me, I could have swallowed 3 times that amount in a single gulp, Garp mused with a sense of pride. Gulp. Sengoku struggled to swallow the senbei, and upon witnessing Garp's furious expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha ha, I'm feeling much better now. All right, what's the matter? Garp asked, eyes filled with concern as he watched Sengoku down the last of the senbei, then grabbed a water jug to quench his thirst. You ate my senbei, and now I drink all your water to ensure you choke. Garp thought mischievously. Enough of that. The Celestial Dragons have ordered our navy to exert full force in capturing White Zetsu. Sengoku shot Garp a withering glance, his tone laced with resignation. Ha ha. Then let us issue a bounty on him. Garp replied nonchalantly. While Garp's words were casual, they concealed the gravity of the situation. After all, Lin Chen had slain a Celestial Dragon. Just as Sengoku had anticipated, the Celestial Dragons had indeed attributed the recent death of another one of their own to Lin Chen. Sengoku slammed his hand on the table in frustration, causing the newly replaced surface to splinter with cracks. The celestial dragons are now brazenly framing White Zetsu. They are merely seeking a scapegoat and are indifferent to the truth of the matter, Sengoku fumed. Chapter 149, The Reliable Rayleigh. What does it matter? A little pressure won't harm him. After all, isn't pressure the greatest form of training? Garp clapped Sengoku on the shoulder, laughing heartily, though he was already formidable enough. Oh dear, those celestial dragons attributing the death of the Saint of Libya to White Zetsu is truly infuriating, Sengoku sighed, picking up a pen. Before him lay a bounty notice for the pirate White Zetsu and Lin Chen, with a staggering reward of 133 billion berries. A former marine admiral. He had infamously slain 2 celestial dragons. Sengoku rose, gazing eastward with Garp, pondering what kind of waves that fleeting figure from the Navy would stir in the New World. On Sabaody Archipelago. How peculiar. The Navy has failed to dispatch warships to the site of the celestial dragon's demise, Rayleigh mused, observing the calm sea with a hint of wistfulness. The 3 admirals did come, yet they could not defeat me. Sengoku is no fool. He wouldn't believe that the number of warships could pose a threat to me. Lin Chen laughed heartily, addressing Rayleigh. Indeed, given your prowess, it stands to reason. Rayleigh responded with a hearty laugh. Hey, Rayleigh-sensei, are you aware of my past? Lin Chen inquired, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Why the sudden curiosity? Rayleigh replied, surprised, before bursting into laughter again. Such matters are not for me to divulge. Pausing momentarily, Rayleigh added, but I cannot tell you. Oh, if you prefer not to share, then so be it. Lin Chen waved dismissively, unaffected by the changes, knowing his strength rendered him formidable wherever he went. By the way, what about the ship you promised me? Lin Chen suddenly recalled, inquiring of Rayleigh. Rayleigh's gaze flickered for a brief moment before he laughed heartily. What's the matter? Are you eager to set sail for Fishman Island already? Yes, I too wish to witness the legendary vistas of Fishman Island, Lin Chen responded, dismissing Rayleigh's fleeting expression as he reclined on the grass, gazing at the serene sky. It seems time here has come to a close. Very well, very well. This ship may be a tad small, Rayleigh remarked sheepishly, preparing to coat it with a protective layer before vanishing from sight. It matters not. As long as we reach Fishman Island, Lin Chen replied casually. Arriving there, with his connection to Shiroshi, acquiring a proper vessel would be a trivial task. As Lin Chen raised his head, he noticed that Rayleigh's figure had already disappeared from view. That old man. The following day, before the knock-up stream tavern, Rayleigh was busy tinkering with the ship, hammering and patching it up. Damn it, this wretched vessel is falling apart again, Rayleigh exclaimed, driving a hammer to fix the disassembled parts. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Rayleigh surveyed the ship with satisfaction. The protective layer he had applied refracted sunlight into a kaleidoscope of colors, enveloping the ship like a colossal balloon. Oi, White Zetsu, we can set sail? Rayleigh shouted towards the tavern. I'm coming. A somewhat fatigued voice responded. For some reason, Rayleigh detected a weariness in Lin Chen's tone, though he remained blissfully unaware of its implications. Is this the ship? Lin Chen's first impression upon seeing it was that it bore a striking resemblance to one he had once seized, equally dilapidated and seemingly salvaged from obscurity. Indeed, do not be misled by its modest size. After my precise measurements, I can assure you it will reach Fishman Island, Rayleigh proclaimed confidently, thumping his chest. Very well. That suffices. As long as we reach Fishman Island, Lin Chen conceded, waving his hand in resignation, vowing to find a better vessel later. Regret filled Lin Chen. Why had he, in a moment of pride, returned the White Zetsu? He had contributed so much to the Navy. Was it too much to ask for a ship upon departure? Forget it, Lin Chen sighed, rubbing his forehead. If it weren't for the diminutive size of the capsule ship, Rayleigh's choice seemed to reflect his painstaking efforts. It was not something anyone else could have secured. Just as Lin Chen was about to embark and leave this tumultuous place, Mihawk called out to him. What is it? Lin Chen inquired. Mihawk slowly donned his hat and informed Lin Chen, I am returning. Why? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Hey, gorilla, Mihawk replied calmly. After a brief pause, he added, if you seek me, I will be waiting for you at the castle on Kuraikaina Island. Be safe, Mihawk. Watch out for those with ill intentions. Lin Chen cautioned as Mihawk departed, causing him to stumble slightly before he resumed his composed demeanor. Another one gone, Lin Chen remarked with a tinge of sadness. Recalling Mihawk as one of the earliest to join his crew, despite his taciturn nature. Let us move on to Fishman Island, Lin Chen declared, shaking off his melancholic expression and gesturing to Nami and the others. How curious, Nami exclaimed, poking at the bubbles on the ship, her hand passing through without bursting them. All right, enough playing. Let us go? Lin Chen scooped Nami up in his arms and leapt aboard the ship. Off we go. In an instant, the vessel vanished from its location, reappearing in the waters where Princess Shiroshi and Neptune had previously appeared. Splash! With a resounding thud, the vessel plunged steadily into the ocean, gradually descending towards the seabed. The Fishman Island lies a staggering 10,000 meters beneath the waves. Rayleigh gazed at the suddenly vanished ship and its occupants, exclaiming, "Ah, the youth, truly brimming with vitality." However, he pondered, that ship should be capable of withstanding the immense pressure of the deep sea, one would hope. Reflecting on it, he recalled that he had merely utilized the leftover berries from gambling to procure a derelict vessel at an exceedingly low price. Ah, no more gambling, never again. He chuckled to himself, humming a tune as he ambled towards the nearest casino, intent on reclaiming his lost fortune. Shiki observed the perpetually unserious old man with a calm demeanor, offering a resigned smile. Huh, that old fellow. Chapter 150, The Sea Serpent. Underwater. Nami and Ain were perched atop a bubble, marveling at the enchanting scenery of the ocean floor, while Lin Chen sat at a distance, absorbing the beauty around him. Ain, look, that fish is absolutely stunning, Nami exclaimed, tugging at Ain's sleeve. Indeed, observe how the seabed radiates a blue luminescence. Ain replied with a grin. Hey, Captain. Just as Lin Chen was about to take a brief nap, he felt a tug at his garment. What is it, Kane? Lin Chen inquired, opening one eye in a state of relaxed curiosity. I feel as if this ship is swaying a bit, Kane expressed uneasily. Rest assured, we must trust in Rayleigh-senpai. Lin Chen yawned, his peripheral vision catching sight of a colossal bubble. They were nearing Fishman Island. Though the pressure increased as they descended, the ship appeared to be holding up well. Just as Lin Chen was comforting Kane, the vessel suddenly jolted violently. Protect White Zetsu-senpai. Bartolomeo instantly positioned himself before Lin Chen, striking a pose while cautiously observing the ship. No need for that. Go assist the others, Lin Chen retorted, rolling his eyes at Bartolomeo. Moments ago, a massive sea king had inadvertently brushed against the small, rickety ship with its tail. That minor collision had caused a significant breach beneath the vessel. In an instant, amidst Lin Chen's incredulous gaze, the ship erupted with a thunderous crash. He could scarcely believe it. Just like that, the ship was lost. Rayleigh, you old con artist. Lin Chen sputtered after swallowing a mouthful of seawater, cursing Rayleigh. Rayleigh sneezed. Whoever curses me, I shall disregard it. Bet big, bet big. I'm all in. Oh yeah, I've won. Suddenly, Lin Chen noticed a particularly curious sea king approaching, a serpent stretching thousands of meters long. This is bad, Lin Chen muttered, realizing the ship was now filled with many inexperienced swimmers. He scanned for Ain and Nami, who was clinging to Ain, preventing her from sinking. Those with abilities found themselves powerless in seawater. At that moment, the sea serpent glided curiously near Nami and Ain, as if it had encountered a new toy, emitting a joyful hiss as it prepared to swallow them whole. Just as the serpent was about to engulf Nami and Ain, a flash of golden light illuminated the depths, revealing a colossal golden giant. The giant effortlessly grasped the sea serpent and flung it aside, then, one hand at a time, rescued Nami, Ain, Bartolomeo, Kane, Chopper, and a grin. Within the fully manifested Susanoo, Lin Chen shielded one eye, blood trickling down from it. This left Lin Chen, facing away from Nami and the others, utterly speechless. Damn it, my ocular prowess is nearly limitless, yet every time I utilize the complete form of Susanoo, I bleed. Lin Chen pondered helplessly, while the massive Susanoo sped towards Fishman Island. Although it appeared close, a significant distance remained. Inside the Susanoo, Ain and Nami were fascinatedly touching the gleaming inner walls, expressing their admiration, with Nami inadvertently displaying a glimmer of her greedy side. Just as Lin Chen was about to tease Nami, he sensed a colossal disturbance in the water, as if the entire ocean was being upheaved. He looked on, swallowing hard at the sight before him. What in the world was that? A titanic sea king loomed, so immense that even the complete form of Susanoo seemed minuscule in comparison. One of its eyes was larger than a ship, and a mere breath from it could unleash a tsunami. This was Lin Chen's first encounter with such a gargantuan sea king. It was indeed a formidable being among its kind. Gulp, Captain. What is that? Kane's voice quivered as he gazed at the colossal creature. As the Susanoo and the serpent faced off, a smaller serpent, only a few thousand meters long, appeared beside the giant, anthropomorphically gesturing with its tail as if attempting to communicate something. The larger serpent, upon hearing, exhibited a surge of agitation, its human-like eyes flashing with anger as it began to circle Lin Chen, seemingly searching for an opportunity to strike. Lin Chen was left speechless. Was that the little serpent he had previously tossed aside? The young one had brought its elder. Chopper, small serpent uncle, they are bullying me. Wah. That golden giant even hit me. Wah. Chopper, large serpent, they are the culprits. Your father is not here. Uncle will protect you. Watch as I deal with them. Chopper animatedly translated. Upon hearing Chopper's words, Lin Chen felt a black line manifest atop his head, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. He had no intention of slaying the Sea King at this moment. After all, this creature had likely encountered countless opportunities in its life. Furthermore, rounding it off, this sea serpent was practically an ally. First and foremost, it was a Sea King, governed by Poseidon, thus a subordinate of Shiroshi, who held a complete affinity for him. Therefore, Shiroshi was akin to his ally. Moreover, as Chopper had translated, the smaller serpent had a father. Who was to say it didn't have other uncles? This represented a vast hierarchy of sea serpents. Ding. The host has encountered a 10,000-meter level sea serpent. Please select an option. Option 1. Subjugate this sea serpent. Reward: 3 mystical beans. Option 2. Slay the sea serpent. Reward: 3 serpent skin armors. The host is requested to make a choice. Chapter 151. Note: serpent skin armor provides warmth in winter and coolness in summer, is waterproof and fireproof, and impervious to blades and bullets. Mystical beans. A miraculous item that fully restores health upon consumption, regardless of the severity of injuries. Lin Chen pondered briefly. It was evident that the mystical beans were the superior choice. Moreover, taming such a colossal sea king would undoubtedly be an impressive feat. Option 1. After a moment, Lin Chen made his selection. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. Rewards will be granted upon the completion of the task. The system's cold voice echoed once more. Hiss. Just as Lin Chen had made his choice, a glimmer of human-like ferocity flashed in the eyes of the giant serpent. It let out a fearsome roar, and the body coiling around Susanoo began to constrict. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Chen's Susanoo within its massive form. The sea serpent suddenly exerted its strength, attempting to crush Lin Chen's Susanoo beneath its colossal weight. Lin Chen smiled slightly, recalling how, in ancient times, the great Baise had subdued the nine-tailed fox. Now it was he, Lin Chen, who commanded the sea serpent. With both arms of his Susanoo spread wide, he summoned immense power to gradually pry apart the serpent's constricting body. The serpent, witnessing its own form being unfurled, emitted a questioning hiss, almost human-like in its bewilderment. Suddenly, as if struck by a profound humiliation, it bellowed in rage, fiercely attempting to recoil around Lin Chen's Susanoo once more, intent on crushing him. Such delusions. Lin Chen thought, recognizing the serpent's intentions. A cold smile crept across his face as the eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, manifested in his eyes. He widened his gaze upon the enormous serpent. Hey, you fat snake. The colossal serpent, seemingly enraged by the insult, shed its scales in a sudden eruption. Clearly, it was deeply offended by the term fat snake and began searching for the source of the taunt. Eventually, it spotted several shadows within the golden figure's forehead. The serpent squinted, its pupils dilating as it focused on the diminutive figures, and suddenly, it trembled, as though its control over its own body had been usurped. Its taut form slackening. The smaller serpent, sensing something amiss with its elder, continued to spiral around the giant serpent, incessantly hissing. Yet, the massive serpent remained eerily still, as if lost in thought. In the next moment, it abruptly moved, its pupils transforming into a crimson hue, bizarre patterns swirling within them. It was as if Lin Chen's Sharingan had been projected into the serpent's very gaze. Alas, it has been seized, Lin Chen mused. Moments ago, he had invaded the serpent's mind with his Sharingan, not anticipating its resistance. However, in mere moments, he had breached its defenses, imprinting his Mangekyo Sharingan onto the serpent's consciousness. Now, despite its reluctance, the giant serpent had lost control over its own body. Beep, congratulations to the host for completing the task. 3 Senju beans have been awarded and deposited into the system space. Please retrieve them at your convenience. The cold, mechanical voice of the system elicited a sound of appreciation from Lin Chen. Senju beans, truly remarkable. What, then, could be the serpent's utility? Lin Chen pondered as he stood within his Susanoo, reassessing the giant serpent, which could likely encircle Fishman Island. In the original narrative, if 6 sea kings could tow the Noah's Ark, this singular beast could likely accomplish the same. Such considerations led him to conclude its potential value was indeed significant. The smaller serpent continued to whirl around its elder, distressed and hissing, Uncle, what is wrong? It's all my fault, woe is me. However, the elder serpent offered no response. Let it be. Let us depart. With the task accomplished, Lin Chen released his control from the Sharingan, allowing the massive serpent to reclaim command over its own body. The sensation of being unable to control oneself was undeniably discomforting for the serpent. As the giant serpent broke free from its restraints, it swiftly withdrew its body from around Susanoo, eyeing Lin Chen warily. This marked the first time the serpent truly regarded the diminutive human before it, circling cautiously around Susanoo. In a final act of defiance, it glared at Susanoo before retreating, accompanied by the smaller serpent, eager to escape the feeling of helplessness. "Ah, what a haughty serpent," Lin Chen remarked dryly. "What kind of creature exhibits such pride?" Whether willingly or unwillingly, it was now effectively under Lin Chen's command, for his Mangekyo Sharingan was indelibly inscribed within its psyche, an unremovable mark. In essence, he could seize control of its body again at any moment, though it would not respond as a summoned beast would. Enough of this delay. We must proceed to Fishman Island. Lin Chen sighed, observing the serpent's vanishing figure. He then spread the wings of his Susanoo, a mighty thrust propelling them closer to Fishman Island. Fishman Island lay a staggering 10,000 meters beneath the surface, yet despite its depths, it enjoyed the presence of sky and clouds. This was due to the colossal yokai tree, the Sun Tree Eve, which transmitted sunlight from the surface, allowing Fishman Island to bask in daylight and experience the passage of time, a phenomenon the locals described as the sun's blessing. Within the Fishman Cafe, a figure elegantly sipped coffee, occasionally glancing out the window at the passing soldiers, a hint of embarrassment flickering in Lin Chen's eyes. Upon arriving at Fishman Island via Susanoo, he discovered a bubble barrier encasing the island, preventing entry. In a moment of carelessness, he punctured a small hole in the barrier, allowing his party to enter. However, as the alarm sounded, Lin Chen had no choice but to hastily escape, leaving behind the slowly dissipating giant Susanoo. Now, the entire Fishman Island was in pursuit of the mysterious golden figure. Lin Chen, utilizing his Kimyui, transported his companions to the surface. "Everyone, enjoy yourselves. I'll pick up the tab." Upon hearing this, Fujitora immediately donned a serious expression, setting off to locate the largest casino in the area. Meanwhile, Nami and Ein's eyes sparkled with excitement as they headed toward the largest shopping center. Indeed, the love for shopping is in a woman's nature. Chopper, Bartolomeo, and Kane, too, gleefully made their way to an octopus ball restaurant. Left alone, Lin Chen wandered into the Fishman Cafe. Outside, the Fishman soldiers continued their search for the elusive golden figure. "I'm sorry, I truly didn't mean to," Lin Chen silently lamented. He had come for a vacation, to relax and play with Shiroshi, not to stir up trouble. He resumed sipping his coffee, which was quite delightful, slightly bitter with a hint of sweet creaminess in the aftertaste. The craftsmanship is commendable," Lin Chen praised sincerely. "Oh, thank you for the compliment." A cool voice suddenly chimed from behind him. Lin Chen turned to see a striking figure with short black hair and piercing blue eyes, pale skin, and purple nails, holding a cigarette holder, dressed in a dark hooded jacket that revealed a generous expanse of alabaster skin. It was none other than the mermaid Charlie. "Ah, good day, Madame Boss." Lin Chen greeted her with a smile, for she was the one who had prepared his coffee, one he genuinely enjoyed. "I appreciate your craft. Your aura is quite distinctive," she remarked thoughtfully. "What makes it so special?" "I cannot say, but it is undeniably unique," she continued, her gaze fixed on Lin Chen. "Haha, thank you." Lin Chen smiled faintly, though a hint of surprise lingered within her. Xiali, surprisingly, failed to recognize her. After all, her exploits during those few months of triumph had reverberated across the globe, and yet, Xiali remained oblivious. Could she possibly be a recluse? Lin Chen scrutinized Xiali once more, this oracle of sorts. "Are you a diviner? Would you care to foretell my fortune?" Lin Chen inquired with a gentle smile directed at Xiali. I would be delighted." Xiali slowly rose, gesturing for Lin Chen to follow, her hips swaying gracefully as she meandered away. Lin Chen nonchalantly shrugged her shoulders and trailed behind Xiali, who led her deeper into the cafe. "Please place your hand upon the crystal ball," Xiali instructed as they entered a dimly lit room, where a magnificent purple crystal ball stood at the center. Donning her hood, Xiali addressed Lin Chen. Her hand danced over the surface of the crystal. "Oh," Lin Chen exclaimed, placing her palm directly on the crystal ball. "Careful, that is quite valuable," Xiali suddenly shouted at Lin Chen. "Oh, understood," Lin Chen replied, closing one eye and rubbing her ear casually. "Hey, are you listening?" "It's very precious," Xiali admonished, her tone shifting suddenly. "I apologize for my rudeness. Now, I shall commence," Xiali declared with utmost seriousness. "Oh," Lin Chen responded dismissively. Yet, shortly thereafter, Beads of perspiration began to form on Xia Li's forehead, indicating her evident struggle. You are a variable concerning Fishman Island. Your presence heralds calamity, yet that very calamity shall be averted by you. You are a variable for this world. Just as Xia Li was about to elaborate further, she abruptly coughed up blood and collapsed weakly to the ground. Madam, are you all right? Lin Chen hurriedly supported Xia Li, attempting to make her more comfortable. I cannot discern your future. I can only vaguely perceive your trajectory. When I attempted to delve deeper, it felt as though I were met with a backlash, rendering me incapable of seeing your future. It is as if your existence is a taboo. Am I simply too weak? Xia Li lamented. Haha. It's not that you are weak. It is that I am too strong, Lin Chen replied with a laugh. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki surged forth, causing Xia Li's pupils to dilate in shock. This is... Ha ha ha. Madam, do take care of yourself. I must be on my way. Lin Chen interrupted, retracting her Haki. Gently, she lifted Xia Li and laid her down on a bed before quietly departing. Once outside, Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically as she murmured, A taboo? Am I a taboo in this world? Indeed, my arrival from another realm feels akin to a forbidden presence. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen regained her composure and glanced around the cafe. Quite intriguing. Where to next? As dusk fell, Lin Chen strolled along the street when her gaze caught a distant glow. Intrigued, she vanished from the street in an instant and soon arrived at the source of the light, the hardshell tower. Lin Chen's expression darkened as she beheld this residence, the abode of Princess Shiroshi. One would expect the princess's dwelling to be resplendent. However, this place bore the marks of neglect. With scratches marring the door and broken swords embedded in its surface, fury surged within Lin Chen. How could the princess reside in such a place? Surely, had it not been for the recent celestial dragon incident, Princess Shiroshi would never have been forced to endure this. This place, once a sanctuary, had become a prison, as she could only glimpse the outside world from the confines of a seahorse carriage. All of this was due to Vanderdecken 9. I will make sure to eliminate this scoundrel when the opportunity arises, Lin Chen thought, seething with indignation. With that, Lin Chen approached the grand door, her hand gently brushing against it as she prepared to push it open when a beam of light suddenly illuminated her. Who goes there? A dragon palace guard shouted. Seriously, how unfortunate. Lin Chen muttered to herself. If discovered, who knows what rumors might spread. Whispers of a peeping Tom targeting Princess Shiroshi would be the least of her worries. Should she be caught, there would be no end to the ridicule. Thus, Lin Chen's form swiftly blurred, merging with the wall as if she had never existed. In that moment, as the damned light shone upon her, Lin Chen's mind raced, concluding, I cannot be discovered. Otherwise, I will become the subject of mockery. The image of Kane's lewd grin flashed in her mind, sending a chill down her spine. Immediately, Lin Chen's form became ethereal, slipping into the wall. Outside, 2 Dragon Palace soldiers, holding lanterns, swam swiftly toward the area. Hey, did you see anyone? One soldier queried. The other remained silent, his small eyes flickering with a hint of red light. Suddenly, he broke into a goofy smile, babbling incoherently. The first soldier grabbed him by the neck, exclaiming, What is wrong with you? You've never acted like this before. The second soldier replied, still dazed. Seriously, what's your deal? The first soldier slapped him. But the second soldier did not react. The first soldier continued delivering slaps, one after another. Suddenly, the second soldier's eyes sparkled red, awakening him from his stupor. He gazed, bewildered, at his companion, who had been slapping him. With a sharp sound, the second soldier felt a jolt of pain across his face, finally snapping him back to reality. He seized the first soldier's hand, glaring at him with fiery intensity. However, the first soldier was oblivious to his companion's unusual demeanor and turned away to pick up the dropped lantern. Seriously, you've lost it. My hand is red from slapping you, he said, begrudgingly retrieving the lantern. Come on, stop dawdling and keep searching for suspicious individuals, the second soldier muttered under his breath. The first soldier, suddenly startled, glanced up at the sky, spotting a pirate ship. Without a second thought, he bolted, thinking, why won't he listen to my advice? However, the image of his companion's absurd face lingered in his mind, prompting him to swim away with renewed urgency. Where did he go? The second soldier turned back, only to see the first soldier fleeing, his anger boiling with a touch of resentment. That guy not only hit me, but also tricked me. I wouldn't let you get away. As Soldier B pursued with a wagging tail, Lin Chen leaned against the wall, employing his observation haki to perceive everything around him. He found himself stifling a laugh, a mischievous urge bubbling within him, yet he restrained it, wishing to surprise Baise. Indeed, Lin Chen, driven by boredom, had manipulated the consciousness of the two soldiers using his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, leading to this amusing spectacle. Eventually, he retracted his playful smile and adopted a serious demeanor as he surveyed the interior of the hard-shell tower. The sheer size of the place was astonishing. Standing at the entrance, Lin Chen gazed at the furnishings, feeling diminutive in comparison. The room's arrangement ignited an inexplicable fury within him. Vanderdecken 9 was already loathsome to him, and he hadn't even met the man yet. Vanderdecken IX's relentless pursuit of Baise had constrained her movements, confining her to this hard-shell tower, where numerous areas were submerged in water to facilitate her activities. A massive bed draped in long curtains, accompanied by nightstands and 2 bedside lamps, dominated the room, along with an intricately carved chandelier. Really, Neptune is quite a fool. If my daughter were subjected to such treatment, I wouldn't care who it was. I would eliminate him without hesitation. It was also true that despite Neptune's bounty on Vanderdecken 9, he had failed to capture the man over the years. What a bunch of incompetence. By the way, where's Baise? Lin Chen mused, scanning the room only to find her absent. With that, he propelled himself upward, landing on her enormous bed. Finally, he spotted Baise in a corner of the doorway. She appeared lost in thought, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed out the window, seemingly murmuring to herself. Lin Chen also noticed that the menacingly exteriored yet timid megalodon, Mikalu, was lazily floating underwater, sleeping on its back. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at the oddity of it all. He had thought it was dead, but was merely asleep. Casting a glance at Mikalu, Lin Chen gradually faded from sight. Reappearing atop the window where Baise was leaning, he casually perched himself at the corner, quietly observing her. From this vantage point, Baise appeared irresistibly alluring. Lin Chen shook his head vigorously, perplexed by the direction of his thoughts. Why was his mind becoming increasingly impure? He now harbored doubts that the overwhelming affection he felt for Baise was significantly influencing him, as he often found himself unwittingly preoccupied with her affairs. The scenery outside was truly splendid. One could see a substantial portion of the Dragon King's palace from here. Remarkable. Lin Chen pondered when Lord Baise would come to see him, and he was also curious about that golden figure. He longed to venture outside once more. Yet he was restrained. Baise, feeling somewhat dejected, stared longingly out the window, yearning for the world beyond the confines of the hard-shell tower. Just as Baise sighed in frustration, a voice suddenly pierced the air. Do you wish to go outside? Lin Chen's voice floated gently to her ears. Who is there? Baise inquired, her voice tinged with a hint of tears, as if they might spill forth at any moment. Lin Chen sighed in exasperation. Why was she so prone to tears? Hey, Baise, I'm right here, he called out, standing up and raising his voice. Ah, is that you? Lord Lin Chen. Baise paused, momentarily stunned before her gaze landed on him. Instantly, tears streamed from the corners of her eyes as she rushed to embrace him, pressing his face against hers, her tears flowing unabated. Enough, don't cry, Lin Chen consoled, feeling utterly inept at comforting a girl. Uffed. Baise couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Chen's helpless expression. Ha ha ha, Lord Lin Chen, how delightful to see you. Her laughter rang like silver bells, filled with surprise as she clung to him, reluctant to let go. I missed you, so I came, Lin Chen replied with a gentle smile, lifting his arm to conjure a faint golden Susanoo frame, delicately wiping away the remnants of her tears. Really, Lord Lin Chen? Baise blushed, clearly flattered by his words. Of course, Lin Chen chuckled. How did you arrive? I thought all visitors to Fishman Island had to register, or they would face a bounty from the guards. Baise suddenly recalled, her eyes widening with concern. She had specifically instructed Neptune to inform her immediately if Lin Chen arrived. Oh, I accidentally poked a hole in a big bubble, Lin Chen admitted sheepishly. Ha ha, Lord Lin Chen, so you are the mysterious golden figure from the bounty, Baise exclaimed, connecting the dots with the golden arm Lin Chen had just manifested. You have no idea, that hole caused my father quite a bit of trouble. He has been searching for you with a grim face. She laughed, feeling that the time spent with Lin Chen had brought her more joy than an entire year. Ha ha, that is truly amusing. Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had indeed damaged someone else's property while flirting with their daughter. Ha ha ha, if my father knew it was you, he wouldn't have issued a bounty at all. Baise continued to laugh. Well, let us hope so. Lin Chen casually placed his hand on Baise's fingers, speaking with a casual air. It's getting late. Time for bed. Princess Baise suddenly, a loud shout pierced the serene atmosphere, shattering the tranquility. Please marry me. A booming voice called out, prompting Lin Chen to smirk in derision as he sensed it with his observation haki. What a coward. I thought he would come himself. To his surprise, it was merely a transponder snail. Indeed, at the entrance to Baishing's quarters, a colossal shell was broadcasting the voice loudly. Oh no, not again. Baishing shivered at the lewd voice that echoed, tears welling in her eyes once more. Yet, she felt a wave of warmth in her hand, urging her to hold back her tears. She must remain strong in front of Lord Lin Chen. Princess Baishing, become my wife. I truly have feelings for you. Before the transponder snail could finish, the surrounding space warped, reducing the snail to mere dust. Does this happen often? Lin Chen coldly inquired of Baishing. Yes, Lord Lin Chen, this occurs almost daily. Next, he'll start throwing weapons, she replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved. But he is not my type. She burst into tears, pouring out her grievances to Lin Chen. I don't understand why that annoying guy keeps bullying me. Lin Chen, in turn, gently reassured Baishing. Such occurrences will not happen again. He tenderly wiped away her tears with his Susanoo arm. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed through the hard-shell tower as a massive axe struck the door, startling Baishing once more. Unforgivable. Lin Chen's observation haki instantaneously enveloped the entire seabed, sweeping across one location after another. Ultimately, within the confines of a colossal ship, he discerned a lecherous silhouette, wielding a gigantic sword, which he hurled towards Lin Chen. The moment the sword struck the hard-shell tower, a massive spatial vortex materialized above the door, silently consuming the sword within its depths. Lin Chen cast a gentle glance at White Star and reassured her, "Wait for me. I shall return shortly." "No. Do not leave me." White Star subtly shook her head, understanding that Lin Chen intended to confront Vanderdecken 9. Despite enduring years of unjust treatment, the kind-hearted White Star could not bear the thought of taking his life. "Very well, I shall accompany you," Lin Chen replied with a wry smile, seeking to comfort her. However, he silently unleashed his conqueror's haki, enveloping the entire seabed. In that instant, the figure aboard the massive ship, about to fling a large blade, suddenly staggered, blood seeping from its orifices as it collapsed to the ground. Sensing this, Lin Chen gradually retracted his haki. Such extensive application of haki, while requiring precise control over the target, was an exceedingly exhausting endeavor. Fortunately, he fulfilled his mission. The repugnant individual had been incapacitated from such a distance. He would not die. At least not immediately. Lin Chen mused to himself. "Lord Lin Chen, do you wish to rest?" "I am feeling a bit weary," White Star inquired, having composed herself from tears. Chapter 153. White Star, having suddenly stifled her sparkling tears, asked Lin Chen, slightly fatigued, "If you wish to sleep, I can provide you with comfort." With that, she opened her palm, offering him a place to recline. Lin Chen felt a flush of embarrassment. Perhaps he had overthought the situation. As White Star suggested making him comfortable, he instinctively glanced at the towering peaks nearby, subsequently chastising himself internally. "Damn it! What am I thinking? How can I be so lewd? Ha ha ha! White Star, you should rest. I can find a place for myself," Lin Chen said with an awkward smile. "Is that truly acceptable, Lord Lin Chen?" White Star tilted her adorable little head in confusion. "But there is only one bed in this room." "Wait. If there is only one bed, does that mean Lord Lin Chen will be sleeping with me? Oh my, how embarrassing." As she pondered this, her cheeks flushed crimson, and even her pink tail perked up excitedly. "Hey, White Star, what are you thinking?" Lin Chen snapped his fingers in front of her face. "Ah, Lord Lin Chen, it's nothing. Let us rest quickly," White Star stammered, her face a shade of red. "Oh, do sleep quickly. Tomorrow, yes tomorrow, I will take you out for a delightful outing." Lin Chen waved his hand, having already discovered a spot he fancied for sleeping. With a chuckle, Lin Chen leapt onto the snowy white belly of Mikaro. "Princess White Star, I shall rest here." Ugh! Mikaro, who had been asleep, suddenly sensed an unfamiliar weight on its belly. Though not heavy, it was decidedly uncomfortable. It instinctively let out a roar and shook its belly, yet failed to dislodge the bothersome presence. Irritated, Mikaro opened its eyes, eager to discover which audacious individual dared to settle upon its belly, only to be met with a face radiating warmth and cheer. "Hey, chubby fish, close your eyes," Lin Chen said with a smile, a subtle aura of authority emanating from him. Ugh! Mikaro, feeling wronged, let out a sound of discontent and reluctantly shut its eyes, tears of humiliation streaming down its cheeks. "Woe is me! I have never endured such indignity at my size." "Ha ha ha, Lord Lin Chen, Mikaro is truly fond of you. You are the first to stand upon its belly," White Star remarked, smiling at Lin Chen as she observed Mikaro's docility. "Ha ha ha, it is indeed my honor. Its lack of aversion towards me may suggest an inherent affinity," Lin Chen chuckled, patting Mikaro's soft belly. "Lord Lin Chen, are you truly going to sleep on Mikaro's belly?" White Star asked hesitantly. "Of course. It is so plump and soft." As he spoke, Lin Chen couldn't help but give the belly another playful pat, causing a tear of grievance to escape Mikaro's eye. Very well, White Star conceded. Albeit with a hint of disappointment, I wish you sweet dreams. With that, she bashfully pulled the blanket over herself, burying her entire being beneath it. Indeed. And you as well, Lin Chen replied. In the next moment, the lights within the hardshell tower dimmed, plunging the space into darkness, where even Mikaro's gentle breathing could be distinctly heard. Lord Lin Chen, are you asleep? During the night, White Star whispered, but after a prolonged silence without response, she softly spoke again. Lord Lin Chen, it is truly wonderful to have met you. Before long, her breathing became even, signaling her slumber. On Mikaro's belly, Lin Chen's lips curved into a subtle smile. Foolish girl, I feel the same. Fisherman Island's backstreet. The backstreet of Fisherman Island was remarkably lively at night, in stark contrast to the grandeur of the Dragon Palace, exuding a more rustic and grounded charm. Bartholomew, is there really a gang here? Chopper inquired. His brow furrowed in confusion. Based on my instincts, there must be. This is what I used to do, Bartholomew proudly declared with a grin. I only set sail out of admiration for the illustrious White Zetsu. Come on, let us dominate the local gangs. Oi, Kane shouted, his face flushed, followed shortly by a loud belch. Earlier that afternoon, the trio had visited an octopus ball shop, unaware that the alcohol served there would leave these lightweight drinkers utterly disoriented. Under the influence of alcohol, boasting became inevitable. Kane recalled his simple existence prior to setting sail, living a meager life in a small village, while Chopper, even inebriated, could not shake the painful memories of Dr. Hiluluk. As for Doriel, the doctor, she was merely an exorbitantly priced physician. However, Bartholomew had tales to tell. For before embarking on his journey, he was the notorious underworld leader of Roguetown and several surrounding villages. This revelation left Chopper and Kane in awe. After all, being a gang leader was undeniably cool. Bartholomew then led Kane and Chopper to the backstreet of Fisherman Island. This place is incredibly hard to find, Bartholomew remarked, patting his head. Yet, just as Kane uttered his words, they failed to notice that the surrounding fishmen and merfolk had largely vanished. As if Kane's words had become a taboo in this area. Kane scanned the vicinity and spotted a robust figure with a mane of thick black curls, seated and sipping tea. Hey, buddy, Kane casually placed a hand on the man's shoulder, asking, do you know who the boss here is? Hody Jones's face contorted with evident disgust as he slowly rose to his full height, towering over Kane by more than double. Foolish human, Hody spat, his voice laced with contempt. Moai. It was as though being touched by a human was a profound affront to him. Wait, what did you just say? Hody Jones suddenly revealed a sinister smile upon his face. Clenching his fist with ferocity, he thrust his palm directly into the abdomen of Kane. Utilizing Fishman karate, he executed a powerful strike known as the Shark Fist. With a violent gasp, Kane instantly spewed a mouthful of blood, staggering backwards for several dozen meters until he collapsed into Chopper's embrace. Subsequently, Hody Jones rubbed his knuckles, a look of disdain etched across his features as he declared, the former boss here was Tiger, but he perished. Then came Jinbe, who went on to become a so-called warlord of the sea, followed by Arlong, that fool who was captured by Admiral Whitebeard. And now it is I, Hody Jones. Ha ha ha. He laughed mockingly at Kane and his companions. Cough, cough. You are courting death. Kane, shaken from the bewildering blow, felt the effects of the alcohol dissipating and glared angrily at Hody Jones. Ha ha ha. Despicable human, perish. Hody Jones bellowed, his eyes gleaming with palpable malice, driven solely by the desire to extinguish this human's life, simply for the sake of humanity itself. With that, Hody Jones swiftly closed in on Chopper and the others, a water bullet coalescing in his hand. Is that so? It seems you have mistaken your opponent. Kane retorted with a fierce laugh, unwilling to provoke conflict, but finding Hody's arrogance intolerable. In a flash, Kane drew forth the golden feather, igniting it with the flames of the golden crow, transforming it into a brilliant golden hue that flickered with intensity. Golden feather, fire gun. In an instant, a golden bullet shattered the water sphere in Hody's grasp, continuing its trajectory to pierce through Hody Jones's chest, igniting him in golden flames. With tremendous force, Hody was sent reeling backwards, violently coughing up blood, the flames consuming him as he rolled desperately on the ground. Ah, it burns. It burns. He cried out in agony. Stop watching and come help me. Ugh, what a hassle. A drunken octopus, leopard, stumbled forth reluctantly, muttering to himself, it's always me who has to step in. A blue circle octopus, poison type, merman, wielding a skewer of meatballs and a wine jug, resembling a drunken swordsman. As he contemplated, he took another swig from his flask. Ah, this fire is quite hot. Leopard mused, observing Hody's writhing form on the ground, pondering that grilled shark might pair well with his drink. Damn it, hurry and put out the flames. Hody Jones cried in torment. All right, Leopard replied nonchalantly, taking another gulp of liquor before gathering his strength. He unleashed a torrent of thick, black substance from his mouth, enveloping Hody entirely. Surely, even the fiercest flames will extinguish without air, Leopard thought to himself. After suffering a significant setback, Hody Jones wobbled to his feet, visibly marked by burns, his eyes brimming with intensified wrath. Leopard, where are the others from the new Fishman pirates? Hody inquired, popping a blue pill into his mouth, shuddering with relief. Ugh, I suppose it's my turn now. Leopard replied casually. And frankly, we are more than enough to handle this lot. Do not underestimate them, Leopard. They are not easily dealt with, Hody cautioned. Ha ha ha. Hody, you are far too cautious. Watch me, Leopard proclaimed, swiftly drawing 8 blades with his 8 legs, launching a flurry of slashes. 8-blade style, venomous sword. He wielded his swords with elegance, akin to a blossoming flower, directing his assault towards Kane. Bartolomeo instinctively prepared to create a barrier to deflect the onslaught, but was interrupted by a robust voice. Black Bear muscle enhancement, Armament Haki. A massive figure leapt forth from behind, his already formidable physique expanding further as he shouted the incantation. His muscles, developed as if they were free of cost, coupled with the dark sheen of Armament Haki, presented him as a colossal black bear. Bear paw, arm muscle enhancement. In an instant, this imposing figure fortified his arms even more, clamping down on Leopard's 8 tentacles, forcefully tossing him aside. Get lost. The giant then deactivated his haki, turning with a genial smile towards Kane. Hey, big brother, we meet again. He scratched his shiny bald head. Kane paused, ruminating for a moment, a flicker of recognition surfacing. Oh, I remember now. Weren't you the one I fought in Dressrosa? Your name is, Hey, it's Black Bear Bison. Oh yes, Black Bear Bison. Kane exclaimed with a grin. What brings you here? Don't even get me started, Bison replied with a hint of exasperation. After our last bout, I ended up awakening my Armament Haki, and I found the ship that was stolen from me long ago. But all my crew has abandoned me. Now I'm just a lone commander, he lamented. Since losing his ship to Whitebeard, his crew had dispersed, leading him to Dressrosa, where he inadvertently awakened his Haki after being defeated by Kane. This muscle fruit, upon awakening Haki, granted him a substantial boost in power. Indeed, the muscle fruit, renowned for its ability to maximize physical capabilities, combined with the newly awakened Armament Haki, resulted in a significant enhancement in strength. Then, with a hint of melancholy, Bison added, when I woke up from that last bout, I discovered the island had changed entirely. There were no toys left. So, I thought, since I have no crew, why not venture into the new world? I ended up at Sabaody Archipelago, but my ship was wrecked, so I sold it for a pittance and boarded a cargo ship, not realizing it was headed to Fishman Island. And now here I am, stuck with no way back. Bison's expression turned bittersweet, having never anticipated running into an old acquaintance. Though once adversaries, that was merely in the ring, and meeting Kane brought him considerable joy. Upon hearing Bison's words, Kane's expression shifted, pondering if the wrecked ship was, by any chance, the vessel that old man Rayleigh had given them. Hey, despicable human, how much do you despise me? By the way, how long will you two reminisce? Hody Jones interjected, cracking his knuckles with a grotesque grin. You wretched humans, I shall annihilate you all. This is Fishman Island's backstreet, and I am Hody Jones. With that, Hody Jones lunged towards Bison, shouting, Die, you wretched scum. Employing Fishman karate, he unleashed a move known as Rough Serpent, his left hand morphing into a claw-like grip, muscles bulging as he aimed to crush Bison's skull. Watch out, Kane shouted instinctively. With a hearty laugh, Bison, having expressed his gratitude, turned to face Hody Jones, the small fishman, declaring himself the progenitor of muscle mastery. Activating the dragon form of the muscle fruit, he underwent an ultimate muscular enhancement. In a display of sheer power, Bison's physique dramatically swelled before the incredulous eyes of Hody Jones, Kane, and others, his muscles straining against the skin as he doubled in size. Ultimately, a layer of pitch-black Armament Haki enveloped his body. With a sly grin, he raised his colossal hand, exuding an overwhelming pressure as he brought it crashing down upon Hody Jones. The impact produced a thunderous roar, and Hody Jones was forcefully slammed into the ground, his form seemingly embedded within the pavement. Kane, witnessing this display of might, felt a shiver run down his spine. The level of strength exhibited was far beyond his capabilities, and he couldn't help but feel fortunate for his earlier luck. Bison, hearing Kane's praise, chuckled heartily, even his teeth glistening with Armament Haki, a testament to his cautious nature. Ha ha ha, this is my current strongest muscular enhancement, Baise proclaimed, turning to Kane. Be careful, Baise. Chopper suddenly trembled, his gaze darting to the environment behind Baise, which seemed subtly altered. Just as Baise was about to inquire, a massive chain materialized from the void, coiling around his neck. A fishman adorned with alternating black and white stripes slowly emerged, gripping the chain tightly. Shinin Chain 66, decapitation, he declared, yanking the chain with the intent to strangle Baise. Ha ha ha, are you trying to contest my strength? Baise paid no heed to the chain, focusing instead on Jiao with a gleeful smile, his ebony teeth shimmering. Muscles bulging, veins rippling like serpents on his arms, he enveloped Jiao in a tight embrace, lifting him high before slamming him into the ground with a powerful bear hug. With a sickening crunch, it seemed several of Jiao's bones fractured. Foam escaped his mouth as he cast a defiant glance at the fallen Hody Jones before succumbing to unconsciousness, regretting his foolishness in engaging the formidable Baise in close combat. Thus, Jiao was instantaneously defeated by Baisen's bear hug. Wow, that was impressive, Leopard Zong remarked, somewhat dazed, as he gazed at the towering figure of Baise, who received admiration from Bartolomeo, Kane, and Chopper alike. Ha ha ha, just luck, Baise humbly replied, scratching his head sheepishly. Suddenly, Hody Jones, still sprawled on the ground, began to emit a peculiar, maniacal laughter. I say, you all should perish, he rasped, slowly rising from the earth, his form inexplicably expanding. His hair transitioned from jet black to a ghostly white, and his pupils transformed into a striking red and white pattern, exuding an eerie and chaotic aura. Die! Hody Jones vanished from sight, reappearing behind Baise, delivering a powerful blow to his back. The impact sent Baise staggering forward, nearly losing his balance. Damn it! Why has his speed increased so drastically? His strength must be at least 4 times what it was before, Baise thought to himself, clutching his chest. Die, you wretched human. Hody Jones unleashed a massive water droplet, resembling a cannonball, hurling it at Baise. Damn, Baise cursed, attempting to fortify his arm muscles to block the incoming attack. Barrier, barrier, he shouted, and with a resounding crash, the enormous water droplet collided with the barrier, failing to even budge it. Ha ha ha, my barrier is invincible, Bartolomeo proudly declared, striking a pose. Hey, Mr. Baise, be careful. That fishman has clearly consumed some strength-enhancing drugs, which will significantly boost his power, but there must be side effects. Chopper warned from the sidelines. Ha ha ha, thanks, Mr. Raccoon, Baise replied, rising to his feet and offering Chopper a warm smile, revealing his gleaming black teeth. I am a fully armed deer. Ha ha ha. You talk too much. Hody Jones's voice suddenly echoed from nearby, clearly intent on eliminating the troublesome raccoon. Ha ha ha, you'll have to get through me first. Kane smirked, drawing his golden feather gun. In an instant, 6 bullets imbued with the Golden Crow flame erupted from the barrel. Golden Crow, 6-fold shot. Hody Jones swatted away the first bullet, but the persistent flames ignited upon his palm, casting an ominous glare at the marksman. What a nuisance, he muttered, skillfully evading the remaining bullets. Ha ha, it doesn't matter, Kane chuckled nonchalantly. Those bullets lack lethality, only spreading wide and igniting with the burning effect of Golden Crow flame. Hey, help me extinguish this fire. Damn, this flame is quite bothersome. Hody Jones extended his smoldering arm toward the somewhat inebriated Leopard Zong. Really now, you're draining me dry. Leopard Zong replied, slightly tipsy, yet without hesitation. He expelled a significant volume of thick, black substance on a Hody Jones's arm. Leopard Zong, let the others out too. Dawn is approaching, and we must end this swiftly, Hody Jones instructed. He then tossed a handful of blue pills to Leopard Zong, adding, use them without hesitation when necessary. Such an abundance of potent medicine? Leopard Zong exclaimed incredulously, yet he accepted them without question, a grin spreading across his face at the prized treasure. He then turned to Hody Jones, who, undeterred, charged toward Baise once more. Really now, why won't he just give up? Baise grumbled, then glanced at Kane. Don't assist me. He's just a nuisance. Let me handle him, he added. If I can't beat him, then you can step in. With that, Baise refocused on the rapidly moving Hody Jones, realizing, this guy may be fast, but his strength, while formidable, is no match for me. Berserker form, ultimate muscle compression, Baise declared, and his immense frame began to shrink at an astonishing pace, soon standing before everyone in a lean yet powerful form. Die, Fishman Karate, Serpent Power. Hody Jones surged forward, delivering a fierce punch aimed directly at Baise. With a grin that could rival the sun, he vanished in an instant, appearing directly behind Hody Jones. In a movement reminiscent of a grizzly bear uprooting a tree, his emaciated right arm expanded with ferocious intensity, muscles surging and bulging, culminating in a devastating strike upon Hody Jones's back, once again slamming him into the ground. If the dragon form epitomizes the ultimate enhancement of muscle for the pursuit of unparalleled strength, then the tiger form compresses muscle to its utmost limits, striving for the pinnacle of speed. The density of such muscles allows for extraordinary velocity, and during an attack, certain muscles can instantaneously rebound to the dragon form in specific areas to unleash explosive damage, making the tiger form arguably superior to the dragon form. This is the profound potential of the muscle fruit, harnessing and utilizing the body's tendons and muscles to reach the ultimate limits of human muscularity. Lord Lin Chen. Lord Lin Chen. What is it? Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze drifting towards the source of the voice, where he was met with the sight of two enormous orbs. Hiss! Lin Chen instantly became alert, leaping up from the belly of Mekalo, only to behold the smiling face of Shiroshi. What is it, Shiroshi? I apologize, Lord Lin Chen, for disturbing your slumber. You didn't wake up last night at this volume, Shiroshi said, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance upon seeing Lin Chen awake. It's quite all right. I slept very comfortably, Lin Chen responded, stretching lazily to emphasize his restful state. Really, Lord Lin Chen? Of course. Ha. Lin Chen laughed heartily. Mekalo lamented, woo-woo. While you slept soundly, I, the shark, could hardly close my eyes. Just the thought of your terrifying presence upon my belly made it impossible to rest. Woo-woo. It's such bullying of a shark. By the way, Shiroshi, have you ever left the Hardshell Tower? Well, Lord Lin Chen, I haven't been out since a few years ago when the villains targeted me. I didn't even attend my mother's funeral. The only time I went out was due to the Celestial Dragon's orders, which my father couldn't refuse. For the sake of Fishman Island, he had no choice but to take me out, and that was the first time I stepped outside in years, Shiroshi spoke, her voice thickening with emotion as she recalled her mother. Would you like to go out and see the world? There is so much beyond the confines of this place. Lin Chen gently encouraged, contemplating the idea of whisking Shiroshi away, for remaining here stifled her potential. After all, she was Poseidon, capable of commanding sea kings. And a most delightful young lady at that. Is that really possible? But I've never been out before, Shiroshi said, her voice wavering at the thought, realizing that Lin Chen's notion of leaving extended beyond the Hardshell Tower to encompass Fishman Island and the world beyond. Yes, indeed. As soon as we exit the Dragon Palace, I will take you on a tour of the nearby Sabaody archipelago, Lin Chen asserted, gazing up at Shiroshi. Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, filled with yearning for freedom, longing to escape the confines of the small Hardshell Tower. Yet, her years of caution had instilled a sense of fear regarding the outside world. Lord Lin Chen, is it really possible? Shiroshi asked, her voice tinged with hope. Absolutely. You know, in the distant East Blue, there lies a small island, perpetually blanketed in snow, where the entire realm is adorned in glistening white, and countless cherry blossoms bloom. By the way, I suppose you've never seen snow, have you? Lin Chen tilted his head, speaking to Shiroshi, eager to persuade her. Shiroshi instinctively shook her head, her imagination failing to conjure a vision of a world shrouded in pure white, where cherry blossoms would bloom in abundance. In that moment, Lin Chen resembled a captivating rogue, a sly grin occasionally gracing his lips. And there are floating islands in the sky, tiny people 100 times smaller than me, and the legendary ever-changing islands. Rumor has it, one such island is actually a colossal elephant. There are even places where the entire island is covered in cake, and ships larger than the islands themselves. Lin Chen excitedly detailed the scenes he envisioned, then extended his hand, gazing earnestly at Shiroshi. Esteemed princess, do you wish to join me in exploring this wondrous world? Upon hearing Lin Chen's descriptions, Shiroshi's eyes sparkled with longing. Suddenly, she noticed the earnestness in Lin Chen's bold invitation, causing her to shiver slightly. Lord Lin Chen, I would like to, she replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she placed her large hand atop Lin Chen's smaller one. You will protect me, won't you? Rest assured, Shiroshi, as long as I am here, even if the entire world stands against you. It shall be the world that fails, Lin Chen declared confidently, knowing that should anything happen to Shiroshi, he would stand against the world itself to ensure her safety. This was his promise, a promise that, once made, would last a lifetime, for Shiroshi was Poseidon, and there are no secrets that remain hidden forever. Lord Lin Chen, Shiroshi exclaimed. Moved to tears by his response, she swept him into her arms, pressing him against her cheek, sobbing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, Shiroshi, no need for such dramatics. Come now. Let us go. Lin Chen said with a gentle smile. Yes, Lord Lin Chen. Shiroshi wiped her tears, nodding earnestly as she stepped out of the hard-shell tower, her first step towards freedom. Hey, fat shark, come here. Lin Chen suddenly turned, directing his gaze at the large shark that had been contemplating a nap. The shark shivered at the sight of the Demon King, realizing its slumber was no longer an option. Ow, ow, ow. Mekalo whimpered, reluctantly swimming over with a heavy body, as if resigned to its fate. Lin Chen's overwhelming conqueror-s haki from the previous day had left Mekalo devoid of any inclination to resist. Ha ha ha, Lord Lin Chen, this is Mekalo. Shiroshi smiled softly, sharing her thoughts on the shark, which she felt was not excessively plump. Well, that's of little consequence, Lin Chen replied with a slight smile, then turned to Mekalo. Fat shark, care to join us outside? Ow ow. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Mekalo would serve well, providing a ride for the weary Princess Shiroshi, and could even carry provisions if necessary. Let us go, princess, and you too, fat shark. With that, Lin Chen stepped lightly, walking on air as he took Shiroshi by the hand, heading towards the outside world. Lord Lin Chen, you are truly remarkable, Shiroshi exclaimed in astonishment as she witnessed him walking on air. Ha ha ha, just a little trick. Lin Chen humbly downplayed his abilities. Merely a simple moonwalk, nothing to boast about. Lin Chen leisurely strolled down the street, holding Bai Xing's hand, while an array of astonished and envious glances surrounded them. Lin Chen chose to ignore them all, for it was well known that the Dragon King's palace was home to an extraordinarily beautiful princess, yet the number of those who had laid eyes upon her was astoundingly few. Their envy stemmed from the fact that this diminutive human had the audacity to grasp the princess's finger. Lin Chen mused, if it weren't for Bai Xing's considerable stature, you might believe I desired nothing more than to hold her finger. Conversely, Bai Xing felt bashful under the weight of those gazes, her cheeks flushed with warmth. She quietly remarked to Lin Chen, My lord, there are so many people here. Ha ha ha, then let us depart. I shall take you to a splendid place, Lin Chen replied, a glimmer of the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan shimmering in his eyes. In an instant, a colossal spatial vortex enveloped Lin Chen and Bai Xing. In the next moment, their figures vanished, leaving behind only the bewildered shark Mikaro. Wow, Lord Lin Chen is truly remarkable, Bai Xing exclaimed as she witnessed the sudden transformation of their surroundings. Turning to Lin Chen with awe. Ha ha, are you ready? We are about to leave this place, Lin Chen said with a mysterious smile, intending to show Bai Xing the beauty of the world. Before departing, Lin Chen utilized his observation haki to encompass the entire Fishman Island, satisfied with what he sensed. Nami and Ain, for reasons unbeknownst to them, found themselves at the Dragon King's palace, currently enjoying the hospitality of the royal court. Perhaps Neptune had encountered them previously, however. It mattered little. What could be the consequences of their discovery? Meanwhile, Fujitoro was anxiously awaiting the outcome of a wager, his forehead slick with sweat. Kane, Bartolomeo, and Chopper appeared to be in a bit of trouble, yet their adversaries were merely the shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the new Fishman pirates, posing little threat. Even with their heavy consumption of ES, Kane and his companions were more than capable of handling the situation. With Bartolomeo's barrier in place, they were already in an advantageous position. Moreover, there was a familiar bald figure nearby whose aura was devoid of malice, much to Lin Chen's relief. With matters settled, he declared, let us go, and grasping Bai Xing's hand, their forms once again became ethereal. Chapter 156, New Fishman Pirates. Gray Bear struck the ground with his palm, sending Hody Jones crashing to the earth. He immediately reinforced his left hand with muscle, intending to finish Hody off in one blow. Yet, unexpectedly, a spinning hammer appeared, barely deflecting Gray Bear's attack. Papa La Hammerdos, a fishman emerged, catching the hammer and casting a malevolent gaze at Gray Bear before helping Hody back to his feet and feeding him 3 pills. Hody, I have arrived, Dos, announced Dos, a cadre of the new Fishman pirates, a 2-headed shark man wielding a war hammer with a tattoo on his left arm. This individual was peculiar. If he had ES, he would be formidable, but once its effects wore off, he would be left powerless. Should he consume more ES, however, his strength would be swiftly restored, returning him to the fray. Ho ho ho, Hody Jones, I shall crush their bones, came a sinister laugh from a grotesque, diminutive fishman who fixed his predatory gaze on Chopper. I simply adore eating raccoons. Damo, if you are capable, do as you please, Hody Jones replied coldly. Ho ho ho, Hody, still so temperamental, Damo smiled slightly, addressing Hody Jones. I shall crush his bones, pointing at Chopper. You are the one who is truly explosive, Damo remarked as Leopard walked in with his 8 legs. casually taking a swig from a bottle and downing a few pills, turning to Damo. Just look at you. Humph, Damo snorted, folding his arms as he regarded Chopper. This little raccoon was his target. Mahahaha, hand it over. Let me have a sip. A crimson-skinned fishman snatched the bottle from Leopard, drinking deeply, and chuckled. Ikaros. That's mine. Leopard protested, reclaiming the flask and gulping down another large mouthful before letting out a satisfied burp and finding a corner to sleep soundly. TCH. What a miser, Ikaros grumbled, shooting a fierce glare at Bartolomeo. Mahaha, Hody Jones, that rooster-headed fool. I shall kill him. His hair irritates me. Damo, cadre of the new Fishmen Pirates, is a cigar-smoking shark man wearing an ancient warrior's helmet, the smallest among the cadres, with a tattoo on his right arm. Hammond. Then I shall kill that gun-wielding brat, a yellow-skinned, dinosaur-like fishman said slowly, casting an irritated glance at Kane, as if he believed the strongest among them was Grey Bear. Mohahaha, suit yourself, Hammond, Ikaros replied with a grin. But the black man is Hody's prey. If you interfere, I cannot guarantee he won't take you down with him. I have no desire to face that madman, Hammond chuckled nervously, casting a wary glance at Hody Jones, who was particularly savage after consuming copious amounts of easily losing his sense of reason, indiscriminate in his violence. Hammond, fighter of the new Fishman Pirates, is a eel-like fishman with a unique laugh, dressed like a rogue, featuring slightly curled hair and a small patch of beard, with a tattoo on his lower abdomen and another on his left neck representing Arlong's crew. Thus, with Arlong captured and Jinbei absent, the strongest members of the new Fishman Pirates were all gathered in the back streets of Fishman Island, and that unfortunate Joe, who had been dispatched in an instant, lay there motionless, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. All present are we? Grey Bear chuckled, then I shall make my move. With a swift transformation into his dragon form, Grey Bear charged at several fishmen, his massive size and weight, coupled with his armament haki, wielding immense power. Ha, get lost. Hody Jones roared, his eyes glinting with fury. He suddenly bulged his arms and seized Grey Bear's hands, forcefully halting his charge. Then, with a mighty exertion, he hurled Grey Bear away. Now, having consumed large quantities of Hody Jones possessed tremendous strength, and his laughter echoed madly. Go, my minions, slaughter them. At Hody Jones' command, the three members of the new Fishman Pirates, with Dos not engaging, charged fiercely towards their pre-selected opponents, eager to subdue and eliminate those they deemed inferior. The humans of a lineage far beneath that of fishmen. Prepare to die, Hammond. Hammond charged at Kane, aiming to strike him down. Just as he reveled in his anticipated victory, he noticed Kane calmly inserting his gun into his waistband. Hey, I remarked, is the laughter of your kind truly this unpleasant? Chapter 157. Hey, Kane coldly inquired. Golden flames surged continuously from his body, his disheveled hair dancing in the air. At that moment, Kane resembled a deity wielding the power of golden flames. Prepare to meet your demise, Harmon. Harmon let out a grotesque chuckle, his claw lunging towards Kane's head. In his eyes, Kane, unarmed, was merely a piece of meat on a chopping block. How laughable, you little fishman. Do you truly believe that I am powerless without my weapon? Kane sneered, as countless golden flames erupted from him like towering pillars, causing Harmon to retreat in fear. Staring at the flames, Harmon was momentarily paralyzed with dread. What are you dawdling for? Kane taunted, a fireball forming in his palm, Golden Crow's explosive flame. In an instant, Kane appeared behind Harmon, driving the fireball into his back. The fireball detonated violently, releasing a torrent of golden flames that seemed to pour forth recklessly. When the flames dissipated, Harmon had vanished, reduced to ashes carried away by the wind. What a waste, Kane remarked, dismissing the remnants of the Golden Crow flames from his palm, casting a disdainful glance at the spot where Harmon had stood, now nothing but cinders. With a thunderous crash, a massive hammer struck the ground where Kane had just been, but he had already transformed his arms into wings and soared into the sky. A figure wielding the hammer, radiating a distinctly violent aura, looked up at Kane. While human, consider yourself fortunate to have escaped, Dos. Dos, his eyes ablaze with fury, aimed his warhammer skyward, intent on dragging Kane down to accompany Harmon to the grave. Harmon was far too careless, not taking any stimulants, and now he has been incinerated by this despicable birdman. He thought angrily. Kane regarded Dos with contempt. With a mere flap of his wings, Dos's warhammer could not reach him. Kane's objective now was to eliminate this foe swiftly and then assist others, seeking a rapid victory. After all, with the Golden Crow's flames, Kane possessed the highest damage potential. As he surveyed the battlefield, Kane's gaze fell upon Dose, who was gradually losing his sanity due to excessive use of stimulants, eliciting a cold laugh from him. Golden Crow's descent. Kane dove downward with lightning speed, his wings transforming back into arms as he seized Dose by the throat, slamming him to the ground. With a sardonic grin, Kane ignited his entire being in Golden Crow flames. Moments later, he brushed off non-existent ashes from his body, glancing at Dose, who now resembled dried fish after being roasted. Standing upright, Kane clapped his hands and observed the fierce battle unfolding around him. He felt that intervening now would only dampen the excitement, for Chopper, Bartolomeo, and Bison appeared to be managing their opponents effortlessly. "Filthy raccoon, I shall crush your bones," roared the frenzied Dama, charging at Chopper like a wild dog, incessantly vowing to shatter his bones. Chopper remained silent for a long while before finally lifting his head, his eyes ablaze with anger. "Though we stand as adversaries, your attack means little to me. I may be a deer, but if you wish to call me a raccoon, so be it. However, I demand you respect your opponent," Chopper declared, his small hooves clenched tightly, cackling in despair over your lack of noble fishman blood, "you pathetic raccoon. I shall crush your bones," Dama exclaimed, his eyes turning crimson as he lunged forward with sharp claws aimed at Chopper. "Is that so?" Chopper replied calmly, his dark hooves blocking the sharp claws. "Then, esteemed fishman, are you prepared to receive a beating from me?" Chopper retorted with indignation. With a surge of power, Chopper's fur swelled, transforming him into a formidable figure. He smirked at Dama, his hoof, enveloped in armed Haki, grew larger in Dama's terrified gaze. And then he struck Dama squarely in the face, sending him flying and rendering him unconscious. Dama never anticipated that he would be defeated by the smallest and seemingly weakest opponent, especially after neglecting to take any stimulants. Despite his unwillingness, darkness encroached upon Dama's consciousness, leading him into unconsciousness. Chopper himself was taken aback by how easily he had subdued Dama. "That little one is truly useless," he mused. Just as he prepared to assist Bartolomeo, he caught a glimpse of Kane, who was watching the scene unfold from the ground and beckoning him. Instantly, Chopper transformed back into his diminutive and adorable form, scampering over to Kane and perched upon his head. "Kane, you are incredible. You dispatched the enemy so swiftly." "Haha. You too," Kane praised. Chopper, feeling bashful, replied, "Oh, stop it." Bam, bam, bam. Icarus unleashed a flurry of attacks against Bartolomeo, who lounged within his barrier, nearly falling asleep. "Hey, I say, put in some effort," Bartolomeo remarked casually, one hand maintaining the barrier while the other dug at his ear. "Ah, seeking death," Icarus retorted, appearing rather dim-witted as he brandished his weapon, aiming his squid suction gun at Bartolomeo's barrier. Icarus's gun, King Squid Spray, drill flame gun. Icarus relentlessly assaulted the barrier, determined to breach the seemingly fragile shield. After a prolonged effort, Icarus, fatigued, wiped the ink from the barrier and glared at it, only to spit blood. "For heaven's sake, don't tell me it's unbreakable. Not a scratch on it," Icarus lamented, feeling utterly defeated. This was akin to Bartolomeo's casual blow causing him to lose his dignity without ever landing a hit. Icarus's mental state crumbled. He had never felt so devastated. Bartolomeo yawned and turned to Icarus. "Once you're done, it'll be my turn." Rising to his feet, Bartolomeo stretched his neck and thrust his hands forward. As a colossal barrier descended from above, seemingly imbued with immense gravity, pinning Icarus to the ground. Ultimately, Bartolomeo strolled over to Kane and Chopper. The battle involving Bison had reached a fever pitch. If he did not pay attention soon, it would conclude, leaving Icarus sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Meanwhile, having consumed countless stimulants, Hody Jones was now on par with Bison in his dragon form, though Bison's advantage lay in his enhanced speed in tiger form. "Damn it. What rotten luck to encounter a drugged-up Bison," Hody grumbled, wiping a smear of blood from his mouth as he glared at Hody Jones. "This guy has already turned into a fish due to the drugs. Fishman karate. 1,000 tiles." At that moment, Hody unleashed a powerful palm thrust towards Bison, who, incensed by Hody's arrogant expression, felt his blood boil. "I find your words quite astonishing, as I can hardly believe them. The drug-imbibing individual possesses strength that surpasses my own. The dragon form of the muscle fruit manifests an unparalleled enhancement of muscle, rebounding instantaneously, far exceeding the limits of compressed muscle. The Gray Bear Push, imbued with the profound black hue of Armament Haki, is executed with such ferocity that his bulging right hand disregards Hody Jones' $1,000 bounty, colliding directly with Hody's head. With a thunderous sound, neither party dodges. Hody, due to his inadequate stature, can only press his palm against the chest of the formidable Bison. blood spurts from Baisen's mouth, and the manifestation of his Armament Haki dissipates involuntarily. Damn it, he exclaims, this drug-fueled fiend possesses considerable strength. Subsequently, Baise retracts his muscle enhancement, reverting to a more conventional size. Although he remains robust, he no longer resembles the extreme form of a dragon. In stark contrast, Hody's pupils lose their luster, and moments later, he collapses with a resounding thud. Baise, now transformed, feels a mild ache in his muscles and stumbles, nearly falling. Just as he is about to succumb, he unexpectedly lands in a warm embrace. Looking up, he sees it as Kane. Hey there, big guy, are you alright? Kane inquires with genuine concern. Ha ha ha, I'm fine. Baise sheepishly scratches his head in response. It's just that my muscles expanded and contracted too drastically, causing a bit of soreness. That drug taker truly has some strength to make me cough up blood in my dragon form. He then lies back in Kane's arms, fatigued, and closes his eyes. Meanwhile, Chopper and Bartolomeo witness the tender moment. As Baise begins to topple, Kane, with fiery determination, swiftly manifests wings and catches him. Bartolomeo, moved by this display of pure friendship, gently pulls Chopper away, not wishing to disturb the scene. However, a subtle smile of satisfaction graces his face. In the East Sea, on Magnetic Drum Island, a landscape draped in a silvery cloak emerges as snowflakes dance upon the ground. A spatial vortex materializes, and Lin Chen steps forth, leading White Star into this enchanting realm. Concerned for White Star's comfort, he swiftly unsheathes the flowing blade of fire, which radiates warmth, enveloping them both. White Star. This is Magnetic Drum Island in the East Sea, Lin Chen explains, one hand clasping hers while the other wields his blade. Lord Lin Chen, is this white substance truly snow? White Star, having never encountered such a phenomenon in Dragon King's palace, inquires with wide-eyed wonder. Indeed, Lin Chen replies gently. As White Star delicately extends her hand, a snowflake lands upon it, only to melt into droplets of water. She gazes at the pristine landscape, its immaculate whiteness strikingly beautiful. Lord Lin Chen, it is truly magnificent here, she breathes, her eyes shimmering like the stars above. In this serene environment, even the loudest exclamations would seem out of place. But why do I not feel cold? She wonders aloud, recalling that snow is typically associated with chill. Ah, that is because I have dispelled the cold for you. Lin Chen chuckles. Would you like to experience it? Observing her charming attire, he suspects she might not be able to withstand it. Yes, yes. She eagerly nods. Very well. But wait a moment. Lin Chen sighs in resignation. With a snap of his fingers, a veil of mist and holy light envelopes her, and to her astonishment, a snug white fur coat appears, enveloping her completely, even adorning her tail. Now you are all set, Lin Chen states with satisfaction, sheathing his blade. Instantly, a wave of cold sweeps over them. Ah, White Star shakes her head, shivering. Is this what cold feels like? It's not so bad, she muses. Ha ha, little White Star, isn't it delightful here? Lin Chen laughs heartily at her naivety. Lord Lin Chen, may I take some snow back with me? She asks, her eyes gleaming with hope. Of course. If you desire that magnetic drum, I shall bring it back for you, Lin Chen replies with a smile, gesturing towards the iconic magnetic drum mountain. Chapter 158. As White Star hears Lin Chen's words, she is deeply touched, believing wholeheartedly that he would indeed procure the mountain for her. This affectionate sentiment overwhelms her, causing tears to well up in her eyes. However, White Star is not one to be capricious. She would never truly demand such a feat from Lin Chen. Thank you, Lord Lin Chen, she wipes her tears and adds. This place is truly beautiful. Just then, an unexpected roar, filled with surprise, reverberates through the air. Lin Chen glances upward as a colossal, unknown white creature bounds toward them, resembling a pet eager to reunite with its master. The enormous beast halts 10 meters away, licking its claws and emitting joyful sounds. Ha ha ha, Lord Lin Chen. It seems it is seeking you, White Star observes, momentarily astonished by the creature's presence. Is it looking for me? Lin Chen queries, puzzled, as he has never encountered such a massive terrestrial creature before. The creature, seemingly understanding Lin Chen's bewilderment, continues to bellow excitedly, casting anxious glances toward White Star, as if pleading for her to clarify the situation. White Star, stifling a laugh, softly explains, Lord Lin Chen, it says it is delighted to see you again. You saved it once, avenging its grievances by defeating Wapol. It is immensely grateful. Lin Chen's eyes widen in realization. A familiar silhouette merges with that of the great beast before him, leading to the conclusion that this is indeed Wapol's former steed, that white hippopotamus. Staring in astonishment, he muses, goodness, I was aware that by consuming Wapol, I might acquire his abilities, but how on earth has it grown so large? Just a few months have passed, and it now rivals White Star in height. Lin Chen contemplates. It appears Wapol was indeed a fool, squandering such potential on a creature like this. Suddenly, he narrows his gaze at the hippopotamus. You haven't consumed any humans, have you? Hearing Lin Chen's question, the hippopotamus's eyes widen with panic, and it hastily attempts to explain, casting a pleading look at White Star, as if to say, please do not let my benefactor misunderstand. Haha, Lord Lin Chen. Baise remarked. Dabai, the nickname for Baise, said he hasn't eaten anything. After devouring that tyrannical king, he ventured into the great forest, merely swallowing those who bullied him and, when famished, nibbling on a few trees. Baise chuckled. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction, conjuring an arm of Susanoo to gently stroke Dabai's head, which caused the creature to roll in delight. Very well, from now on, you shall be called Dabai. Moo moo moo, exclaimed Dabai. Lord Lin Chen, may I accompany you from now on? Baise approached Dabai, caressing his soft fur and adding, can I come along too? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen replied, indeed, it would be a disservice to his talents to confine him to this island. The potential of the gulp fruit can only be realized in the new world. Yes, but we shall need to build a grand ship, Lin Chen remarked, reflecting on the journey that had led him to capture a pet. While Dabai's size was somewhat imposing, having him aboard would provide protection for those on the ship in Lin Chen's absence. Moo moo, Dabai bellowed excitedly, thrilled that he could now accompany Lin Chen. A brilliant white light enveloped him, and to Lin Chen's astonishment, Dabai's size diminished until he resembled a small dog. However, his mouth remained disproportionately large. Lin Chen stroked Dabai, marveling at how valuable his fur could be, so smooth and luxurious. Moo moo, Dabai called out again, his voice softer after his transformation. Lord Lin Chen, Baise translated. He mentioned that ever since consuming Wapol, he has felt a wondrous power surging within him, allowing him to grow larger with each meal, yet he can also shrink, thus conserving energy. His larger form is merely for self-defense. Ah, Lin Chen responded nonchalantly. Truth be told, a brilliant plan sparked in his mind. If feasible, not only could they have a grand ship, but one that required no energy. There was, after all, a Noah's Ark hidden in the back streets of Fishman Island, albeit without its propulsion. The gulp fruit's ability could be employed to launch Noah. Once a target was designated, the thrown object would pursue relentlessly until intercepted or obstructed. However, the presence of Vanderdecken 9 would pose a particular nuisance. Yet, if Dabai could consume him and acquire his powers, they could traverse the world together, potentially claiming a mobile Noah without the need for energy. Lin Chen pondered, stroking his chin, yet felt an elusive flaw in his plan that he could not pinpoint. Never mind, we'll let Dabai deal with Vanderdecken 9 first, Lin Chen thought resignedly. Now, it is time for us to depart. Suddenly, Lin Chen drew his ice wheel blade, pointing it skyward. To the esteemed princess, I bid you farewell with this snowfall. At that moment, countless snowflakes began to fall rhythmically from the sky. As they cascaded down, Lin Chen bowed elegantly to Baise, sheathing his blade. Baise, moved by the spectacle of the drifting snow, found herself captivated, while Lin Chen, having taken her hand with his Susanoo arm, gradually faded from view along with Dabai, as if they had never existed, the falling snow concealing their presence. In the back streets of Fishman Island, Bartolomeo and Chopper observed the affectionate scene between Bison and Kane from a distance, grinning with delight. Chopper, unsure of the reason behind his laughter, found himself mirroring Bartolomeo's joy, albeit with an undercurrent of mischief in their smiles. Hey, what are you laughing at? Bartolomeo suddenly inquired, a teasing tone in his voice. Just then, Lin Chen appeared behind them, speaking softly. Ah, Senior Baise. Lin Chen. And who is this beautiful fishman? Bartolomeo and Chopper exclaimed. First noticing Lin Chen and then Baise had reverted to her original attire, clad in a splendid white fur coat, presently within the realm of divine might. She is the princess here, Baise, Lin Chen explained. Greetings, princess. Greetings. Bartolomeo and Chopper bowed deeply, their respect evident as they recalled the protocol of greeting royalty. Lin Chen observed their antics with a bemused expression. Ha ha ha, you two are just adorable. Baise praised with a smile. This is Dabai, and he is now one of our crewmates. Lin Chen casually tossed Dabai at Bartolomeo's feet, stepping back to witness the harmonious scene unfold. A golden-haired youth and a robust bald man, the latter's visage strikingly familiar. Bartolomeo crouched down to play with Dabai. Chopper, look at him. Isn't he adorable? Indeed. Such a big mouth, so cute. Chopper exclaimed. But why is he called Dabai instead of Xiaobai? Lin Chen turned back, chuckling. Dabai, show them a trick. With that, Lin Chen watched with a grin as Dabai, initially languid, suddenly sprang to life, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Ha ha ha, Chopper, look at him. So endearing. Before Bartolomeo could finish, Dabai opened his mouth wide, expanding seemingly without end before swallowing a mouthful of air and returning to his previous lazy position at Bartolomeo's feet. The two stared, incredulous. Bartolomeo struggled to swallow. Chopper, did you just see how enormous his mouth was? He gestured animatedly, recalling the moment when the small dog-like Dabai had opened his cavernous maw as if to consume the very heavens. Chopper, equally astonished, swallowed hard. Though he couldn't shake the feeling that this Dabai resembled a rather annoying character's white hippopotamus steed. However, that steed shouldn't have been so diminutive. Bartolomeo, Chopper. Suddenly, a flash of golden flames swept through as Kane and Bison approached, their urgency palpable. Ignoring Baise, Kane anxiously inquired, "Are you all right? Why is there a creature with such a large mouth here?" Bartolomeo remained silent, merely pointing at Dabai. Kane's eyes narrowed with indignation. "You bold little monster. Taste my golden flame." With that, flames enveloped his arm. "Wait, Kane." Bartolomeo attempted to intervene, but watched in shock as Dabai inhaled deeply, sucking in the thin stream of flames. "Kane, he is our new crew member," Bartolomeo managed to say, astonished at Dabai's audacity to consume anything. Kane, puzzled, was about to question further when he noticed Lin Chen grinning. "Warlord, when did you return?" Instantly, Kane relaxed, knowing that with Lin Chen present, all was well. "Ha ha, only just noticed me," Lin Chen teased. Hee. Kane bashfully scratched his head, surprised by the unexpected encounter. "By the way, this is Princess White Star." Lin Chen introduced to Kane. "Sister-in-law, you are truly stunning," Kane remarked, his eyes glinting as he addressed White Star. Although Lin Chen and White Star belonged to entirely different species and exhibited a significant difference in size, true love knows no boundaries. Kane's comment about sister-in-law left White Star momentarily flustered, causing her to cast a shy, resentful glance at Lin Chen. Lin Chen playfully smacked Kane on the back, chiding, "You really know how to charm, don't you? Be boss." The rather slow-witted Bison turned to Lin Chen, pondering the identity of Kane's superior. As Bison scrutinized Lin Chen's face, bewilderment washed over him. "Why, you mean the great General Baise is your boss?" He stammered, nearly biting down on his own teeth in shock. "Not the great General Baise," Kane replied nonchalantly. Bison sighed in relief. "Ah, that's good. You scared me there. I thought you were talking about Baise." "The boss is no longer a general. He is now a pirate, Baise," Kane stated matter-of-factly. What? Bison was once again taken aback as he looked at Lin Chen. Although they'd met only once, he recognized Lin Chen as the one who had commandeered his ship. "Well, what a coincidence to see you again." Lin Chen greeted Bison with a smile, recalling their previous encounter. "Isn't this the unfortunate fellow from whom I snatched the ship?" Just to clarify, when Lin Chen had taken Bison's ship, he was accompanied by Zephyr and Ein, and during the duel at Mingo, he had knocked out Kane. Thus, when Lin Chen confronted Mingo, Bison was unaware of Kane's allegiance to Lin Chen. After regaining consciousness from Mingo, he had journeyed to Fishman Island, unaware of Lin Chen's recent exploits of slaying celestial dragons and becoming a pirate. The news of Lin Chen's piracy had only recently unfolded, and the world newspapers had yet to disseminate this information, leaving many oblivious to his new status as a pirate. It was merely a matter of timing and information dissemination. Chapter 159, The Ark of Oath, Noah. "Ah, great General Baise, or rather, Mr. Baise, greetings," Bison exclaimed, trembling with excitement, utterly at a loss for words, as if he had glimpsed a radiant future. This was Baise, a formidable figure capable of single-handedly confronting two emperors of the sea. Now that he had turned to piracy, if only he could secure a place on his ship, how bright his future would be. "Haha, no need to be so formal. You did well this time," Lin Chen said, patting Bison on the shoulder with a grin. Bison felt a rush of warmth surge through him, shuddering in exhilaration as he thought, "Great General Baise just praised me." Kane regarded Bison with confusion, wondering why he was grinning like a fool upon meeting his boss. Bison shot Kane a glance, then suddenly realized something was amiss. He hurriedly leaned closer to Kane, whispering, "Brother Kane, please say some good words on my behalf in front of Great General Baise." A cacophony of strange laughter erupted from a corner, drawing Lin Chen's attention. There, an octopus had taken a swig of alcohol, letting out a bizarre chuckle while glaring at Kane and the others with a murderous glint in its eyes. The blue background with black pupils indicating it had consumed too much ES. "Prepare to meet your demise." The octopus, named Leopard Zong, brandished 8 swords and charged recklessly towards Kane and the others. While Kane showed no intention of engaging, merely observing with the air of someone watching a fool. What a fool, Kane thought. With the boss here, he dares to act out. If it were me, I'd just lie there and pretend to be dead. What in the world is that? It looks so hideous, Lin Chen remarked, staring at the frenzied leopard Zong. He fixed his gaze, unleashing his conqueror's haki, which descended like a palpable wall, forcefully pinning leopard Zong to the ground. Lin Chen looked down disdainfully at leopard Zong, thinking, with such bravado, it turns out to be just a clown. Leopard Zong, charging forward, suddenly sensed an overwhelming pressure. He looked up, realizing the terrifying weight pressing down on him was akin to an island. Furious, he struggled to rise, but upon catching sight of Lin Chen, recognition dawned on him. And he trembled all over, suddenly sober. Isn't this the great General Baise? Only days ago, he had admired him in the newspapers. Why is this revered figure here in this little backstreet of Fishman Island? Leopard Zong gulped hard, wishing to plead for mercy, but found his voice utterly trapped. Despite being impulsive and irritable due to overindulgence in ES, facing Lin Chen was an entirely different matter. No amount of ES could match Lin Chen's prowess. Lin Chen scrutinized Leopard Zong for a moment. Isn't that an octopus? Kane, I feel like having some takoyaki. Lin Chen pointed at Leopard Zong. Understood, boss. Kane exclaimed, as countless golden flames erupted from his body. Hearing Lin Chen's menacing intentions, Leopard Zong quaked in fear, desperately trying to plead, but producing no sound. Wait, Lin Chen. Chopper interjected. Leopard Zong shot Chopper a grateful glance. He was a poisonous blue-ringed octopus and should not be eaten. Leopard Zong spat out a mouthful of blood, realizing that Chopper was only advocating for him because of his toxicity. Ah, well, that's disappointing, Lin Chen said dismissively, and with a wave of his hand. An invisible force pressed down on Leopard Zong, causing him to roll his eyes back and foam at the mouth, succumbing to unconsciousness. Seeing this, Kane also hastily extinguished the flames. So, boss, where to next? Lin Chen shrugged. Of course, we're headed to find a smile. Once we locate him, we'll go to Dragon Palace to reunite with Nami and Ein for a meal, and I'll mention to Neptune that his precious daughter will be sailing with us. Lin Chen continued to plot. As for our next destination, I have no idea. Suddenly, a tremendous sound echoed as a colossal ship descended from the sky above Fishman Island. The Ark of Oath, Noah. On board, Vanderdecken 9 was utterly bewildered. After being inexplicably knocked out the previous day, he awoke, growing increasingly agitated. His twisted psyche, coupled with his obsession for White Star, had warped his mind. Years of pursuit had yielded nothing but the rejection, "You're not the type I like." This drove Vanderdecken 9 to the brink of madness. Why wouldn't Princess White Star accept his love? Since he could not have her, he resolved to destroy her, intending to bring all of Fishman Island down as a tomb for White Star. Resolutely, he unleashed the enormous ship, comparable in size to a small island, using his fruit ability, targeting White Star. However, for reasons unknown, the vessel was not heading towards Fishman Island. Instead, it soared above the sea. It mattered not, for his fruit would not fail him. Regardless of her location, today he would bring her to ruin. Yet, when Noah ascended halfway over the ocean, it unexpectedly changed course, locking onto Fishman Island. This peculiar turn of events led Vanderdecken 9 to momentarily doubt the reliability of his fruit. However, upon witnessing the beautiful and enchanting Princess Shiroshi hovering above Fishman Island, he realized that his fruit had indeed not malfunctioned. As for the reason for its trajectory, it was of no consequence. Princess Shiroshi, I grant you one final opportunity to marry me. I truly love you. Otherwise, I shall unleash Noah upon Fishman Island, Vanderdecken 9 proclaimed arrogantly from the sky, still harboring a lingering infatuation for Shiroshi. You are not the type I prefer, Shiroshi cried out with evident distress. Upon hearing this cliché retort, Vanderdecken 9 coughed up blood. Ah, so this is your preferred type, Princess Shiroshi declared, cradling Lin Chen in her arms, hoping to dissuade him. Vanderdecken 9 spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though he were being cuckolded, despite never having possessed Shiroshi. Very well, if you favor such a lowly human, then you shall perish alongside this foolish mortal and this island, he declared, as the temporarily halted Noah began its slow approach towards Fishman Island, threatening to crush the protective bubble encasing the island. The bubble began to deform. Yet Shiroshi steadfastly gazed at Lin Chen, affirming, Lord Lin Chen will certainly save Fishman Island. This time, she did not weep. Ding! Encounter with the Oath ship Noah. Please choose. Option 1. Stop Noah and obtain permanent energy source for the Ark. Option 2. Let Princess Shiroshi command the Sea Kings to stop Noah. No reward. Option 3. Do not intervene. Escape with Shiroshi and the crew of the White Tiger using divine might. Reward: decrease Shiroshi's affection by 30%. Lin Chen looked up at Noah in the sky and chuckled. The system is truly considerate. I happen to need a ship. And here comes Noah. Splendid. I choose option 1, Lin Chen stated slowly. Ding, congratulations to the host for making a choice. Rewards will be sent upon task completion. Then I shall not be polite. Lin Chen smiled slightly, turning his gaze skyward. It was indeed a case of someone providing a pillow for a drowsy head. With that, Lin Chen leaped from Shiroshi to the ground, springing into the air as countless golden lights erupted from his being. Ultimately, these lights converged into the skeletal form of Susanoo, adorned with golden veins and armor. Lin Chen infused his eyes with immense power, and in an instant, Susanoo expanded several times in size, golden wings manifesting as the Tengu armor enveloped him. Susanoo, complete form. With a powerful flap of his wings, he charged toward the bubble, placing his hands against the underside of Noah and single-handedly halting its descent. In the Dragon Palace Hall, Neptune was dining with Ain and Nami, ensuring that he did not neglect the company of such esteemed guests. Suddenly, a report echoed with a drawn-out tone, causing Neptune's expression to darken. What is the commotion? What is the meaning of this fluster before our honored guests? Neptune scolded. Forgive me, your majesty. But the oath ship Noah is descending upon Fishman Island, a soldier stammered. What? Neptune exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table and demanding clarification. This Noah is larger than half of Fishman Island. How could it be falling without cause? My apologies, ladies, for interrupting your meal. Come, lead me to see, Neptune insisted, urgency propelling him outside the Dragon Palace, for this was a matter of life and death. Nami, what is happening? Let us follow, I said. All right, replied Nami. Neptune watched in horror as the massive Noah descended towards Fishman Island, his face turning pale. Quickly, evacuate all islanders, he shouted. Just as he finished, a small figure leaped from the back streets, transforming mid-air into a colossal golden giant. With a mighty push, the giant halted Noah's descent. Sire, that's the wanted criminal, a soldier exclaimed. That's Baise, Nami remarked, emerging from the building. With Lin Chen around, there's no need to panic. Neptune sighed in relief. Then there's no issue. But his eyes widened as he yelled at the soldiers. Quickly, cancel the wanted order. Go. Forget it. I'll handle it myself, Neptune decided, feeling the soldiers were too slow. Before leaving, he reminded Nami and Ain, enjoy your meal and drink well. Neptune hurried, realizing that since Nami and Ain were present without any record of their arrival, it dawned on him that the so-called wanted criminal was none other than the esteemed Baise. The thought sent him speeding up. He was not afraid of Lin Chen's temperament, but rather concerned about some foolish soldiers provoking unnecessary casualties. Lin Chen's Susanoo thrust with tremendous force, bringing the massive ship to a standstill. Vanderdecken 9 stared in disbelief at the colossal Susanoo. Unable to comprehend how this foolish human could obstruct Noah, such a phenomenon defied logic, yet it unfolded before his eyes. Vanderdecken 9 could never have imagined Lin Chen would be here, nor could he fathom Lin Chen's true strength. In reality, Lin Chen could have obliterated Noah in an instant, but doing so would mean losing a ready-made ship. Moreover, with Lin Chen's current ocular power, he could easily absorb it into the divine space, but that would risk damaging the fragile bubble protecting Fishman Island, a scenario Lin Chen wished to avoid. Thus, employing the brute force of Susanoo proved to be the most prudent solution. With this thought, Lin Chen flapped his wings once more, unleashing an endless surge of thrust that propelled the massive Noah out of the bubble. Upon exiting the bubble, Lin Chen immediately activated the complete form of Susanoo, wary of inadvertently shattering the delicate bubble. As Lin Chen's Susanoo burst forth from the water, a flash of red light emanated from his eyes, causing Vanderdecken 9 to feel an overwhelming pressure envelop him. In the next moment, blood gushed from all 7 of his orifices, and he collapsed to the ground, this time truly lifeless. Lin Chen, however, would not slay him before Shiroshi, for that would only lead her to blame herself, believing it was to protect her that he had killed Vanderdecken 9. Thus, Lin Chen ensured that Vanderdecken 9 perished out of Shiroshi's sight. After dispatching Vanderdecken 9, Lin Chen hurried towards Noah, the immense golden Susanoo grasping one of Noah's chains. With a mighty exertion, he positioned Noah far from Fishman Island. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards have been dispatched. The system's cold electronic voice resonated, and in the next moment, Lin Chen witnessed a surge of purple energy erupting from himself and enveloping Noah. Noah glimmered momentarily before settling into tranquility. Yet now it was imbued with newfound energy. The Ark of Covenant, Noah, is poised to glide across the waters. Lin Chen cast a glance at Noah before unfurling his wings and returning to Fishman Island, for there remained a corpse that needed attending to. Such grim and arduous tasks were best left to Neptune's soldiers. With a resounding crash, Lin Chen transformed into his human form and descended from the heavens, creating a substantial crater upon impact. "Master Lin Chen, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed White Star, excitement bubbling within her as she lifted Lin Chen and pressed him against her cheek, beaming with joy. "Ha ha ha, do you not consider who I am?" Lin Chen replied with a rare touch of pride. "Master Lin Chen, you are the best." "Hey, Kane, has Lord Whitejaw always been this formidable?" Bison nudged Kane's shoulder, inquiring quietly. As the colossal Noah descended, despair washed over Bison. Such a massive vessel could hardly be halted, even by Lord Whitejaw. However, when he witnessed Lin Chen leap into action, a bead of sweat trickled down his brow. Could it be that Lord Whitejaw intended to confront Noah with mere flesh and blood? Yet, when Lin Chen transformed into Susanoo, forcefully halting Noah's descent and even pushing it back, Bison was left utterly astonished. Indeed, he had never witnessed Lin Chen's moment of glory. He had only heard tales of Whitejaw's past valor as a general, which had already left him in awe. However, experiencing such feats firsthand revealed a reality that mere hearsay could not convey, and some things could only be truly understood through direct observation, like the sheer intimidation of Susanoo. This further solidified Bison's resolve to cling to Lord Whitejaw's coattails. A monumental opportunity lay before him, a divine blessing. He firmly believed that as long as he followed Lord Whitejaw, he would encounter a new world and lead a life that was far from feudal. With this thought, Bison's eyes sparkled with determination. He approached Lin Chen and knelt before him, proclaiming, "Lord Whitejaw, please take me with you." "What are you doing, Bison?" Kane interjected, rushing to stop him. Yet Bison remained undeterred. This opportunity was one he could not let slip away, and he felt it imperative to display sufficient sincerity. This time, he was determined to board Lord Whitejaw's ship. Lin Chen remained silent, observing Bison, before suddenly saying, "Lift your head." Bison stiffly raised his gaze to meet Lin Chen's eyes, which glowed a fierce crimson. A flash of red flickered in Bison's eyes as he listened to Lin Chen's next words. "Very well, congratulations on becoming one of us," Lin Chen said with a radiant smile. "Is it true? Is it really true, Lord Whitejaw?" Bison exclaimed, as if caught in a dream. Having so easily joined Lord Whitejaw's pirate crew, it felt surreal. Bison pinched his thigh hard and let out a joyous shout. "Oi, look at you." Kane laughed, walking over to deliver a friendly punch to Bison's chest. "A newcomer has joined our ranks, and it's Bison, with whom we fought shoulder to shoulder not long ago. I'm genuinely pleased." Moreover, Bison's strength was commendable. Enough of this. "Welcome to the Whitejaw Pirates." Bartolomeo approached, giving Bison a hearty embrace. "Ha ha ha, Bison. Your inclusion is due to your impressive fruit abilities, which are worthy of cultivation. I believe your future achievements will be significant. Since you are familiar with Kane, we made an exception for you to join the Whitejaw Pirates," Lin Chen remarked, having descended from White Star's embrace. "Yes, Lord Whitejaw, I will not let you down," Bison vowed, patting his gleaming head earnestly. Thus, Bison became a member of the Whitejaw Pirates, and his legend began to unfold across these vast seas. Time flowed inexorably, and Bison found himself aboard the ship for many years. Seasons changed. New recruits rose while veterans faded into the background. The Whitejaw Pirates had long ascended to become one of the new emperors of the world, an indomitable force, while Bison had risen to become the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitejaw Fleet. His strength had evolved from that of a mere novice to one capable of standing on his own. Bison witnessed the ascent of the Whitejaw Pirates, observing their rise to become one of the 4 emperors. Alongside Lin Chen, he cleaved through the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, building the reputation of the world's foremost pirate crew, a legend of invincibility. In the present world, Whitebeard had aged, and red-haired Shanks stood strong, while the Whitejaw Pirates reigned supreme, an unconquerable myth. He even bore witness to the emergence of a new emperor, reclaiming territory under the reign of Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, and the Whitejaw Pirates. His name was Blackbeard. He brazenly seized the 4th seat of the new world amidst the pressures from all sides, a true paragon of villainy. Meanwhile, Bison had married and fathered a child. Though she was not stunningly beautiful, she was a demure beauty. Bison had become a winner in life, standing as the captain of the 4th Division of the world's most powerful force, the Whitejaw Pirates. With a loving wife and a noble son, he found himself living the life he had always yearned for, possessing formidable strength, having traversed the troughs of despair, and witnessing the splendor of the world, ultimately finding tranquility. For as long as Lin Chen, the pillar of support, stood strong, no one dared harbor ill intentions toward the White Jaw pirates, not for any other reason than the weight of the name White Jaw. 2 words were enough. Yet, for reasons unknown, Baise found it increasingly difficult to recall why he had initially joined the White Jaw pirates. But inevitably, the day would come when this tranquil existence was shattered. Flames erupted across the White Jaw pirates, the air filled with the echoes of slaughter. Their headquarters island was ravaged by cannon fire, and an inferno threatened to consume the entirety of the White Jaw pirates. Baise staggered to his feet and rushed outside, desperate to discover who had the audacity to strike at his crew. Did they not fear Lord White Jaw's wrath? However, upon stepping outside, he was met with devastation. He witnessed the colossal Susanoo being engulfed by darkness, a magma fist piercing Lin Chen's chest, and finally, Lin Chen being devoured by a great dragon. Lord White Jaw? Baise cried out in despair, struggling to believe that the invincible Lin Chen in his heart had fallen. Why? Tears streamed down Baisen's face. The dragon subduing form. The tiger subduing form. Baisen's muscles swelled and contracted rapidly as he charged toward the great dragon, tears flowing. The dragon slowly transformed into human form, wielding a spiked club that sent Baise flying back. Kaido! Baise shouted in fury. Why? When Lord White Jaw spared you before, do you now come to kill him? Kaido chuckled darkly. The White Jaw you speak of has already turned to dust in my belly. I was once a lofty emperor, but White Jaw pulled me down from my throne. Baise then turned his gaze toward the encroaching darkness, which slowly materialized into Blackbeard. Confusion gripped him. Why was Blackbeard meddling? With a maniacal laugh, Blackbeard declared, only through the demise of the strongest can chaos reign and the order of the seas be rearranged. With you present, I have no room to advance. Only when you perish will I have the opportunity to take a step forward. To attribute blame, one must consider that your overwhelming strength has incited the wrath of many. Kaido and Big Mom harbor disdain towards you, while my intentions are solely to instigate chaos in this world. The Navy, your very existence poses a threat to the absolute dominion of the celestial dragons in this realm. Thus you are courting your own demise. My dark fruit possesses the capability to absorb others' devil fruit powers. Your Admiral Susanoo has been devoured by me. Blackbeard laughed unabashedly. Meanwhile, Bizarro gazed upwards at Kaido, Blackbeard, and Admiral Akainu. Elsewhere, Big Mom, alongside Admirals Akiji and Kizaru, along with her sweet commanders, were mercilessly slaughtering the White Zetsu pirate crew and its ordinary members. Bizarro's heart burned with rage as he witnessed the carnage, ready to intervene. His dragon form expanded instantaneously as he charged towards Kaido. At this juncture, there still lingered a hope that Lord White Zetsu had not been wholly consumed. As long as Lin Chen remained, hope persisted, yet he had already been devoured. With a thunderous roar, Kaido intercepted Bizarro with a mighty strike, exclaiming, "Ha ha, Black Bear. Today I shall personally witness the annihilation of the entire White Zetsu pirate crew." Kaido transformed into a dragon, ensnaring Bizarro, rendering him immobile. Bizarro witnessed the tragic fate of Kane, who was impaled through the chest by a massive ice spear wielded by Akiji in league with Blackbeard, who proceeded to claim Kane's devil fruit. Yet another mythical Zoan fruit claimed. Kane's golden eyes would forever close, and as Bizarro recalled their shared moments, tears streamed down his face. However, Kaido's grip held him fast, preventing any movement as he could only watch Kane perish before him. He even saw Chopper resolutely pour an entire bottle of Rumble Ball into his mouth. Chopper turned to him with a faint smile before transforming into a colossal beast. Bizarro could only watch in despair. The dosage of that Rumble Ball was lethal. With a bellow, Chopper ascended, only to be engulfed by a column of erupting magma. Bizarro, filled with hatred, felt as though he might shatter his teeth in fury at the accursed Akainu. In the distance, Big Mom, in her largest form, devoured countless cookies and glutinous rice, only to be caught off guard by Smoker extracting the moisture from her body. Bizarro trembled. He understood that Lord White Zetsu was truly gone. Otherwise, he would never have allowed Kane, Chopper, and Big Mom to perish. Bartolomeo, after exhausting his strength, was stripped of life by Big Mom. Meanwhile, Nami, Ain, and the other women had already fallen victim to the rampage of the calamities, particularly the deranged queen, who unleashed a bizarre virus that decimated a vast number of ordinary crew members, including his own 4th Division. Bizarro bellowed Kaido's name, summoning a surge of strength from his muscles, managing to slightly break free from Kaido's restraints. Yet, just as he did, a beam of light pierced through his thigh, causing him to stumble and collapse to the ground. The captain of the entire White Zetsu pirate crew, save for himself, lay dead, including the invincible White Zetsu, who had fallen victim to the treachery of Blackbeard. Why, oh why, was he the sole survivor, forced to witness the demise of the White Zetsu pirate crew? Bizaro's heart felt as if it might shatter. He contemplated suicide, yet felt compelled to take someone with him. Otherwise, he could not face Lord White Zetsu in the afterlife. Join me, and I shall spare your life, Kaido declared earnestly. Bizaro spat defiantly, glaring at them coldly. Ha ha ha, how absurd. The mightiest White Zetsu pirate crew has been utterly destroyed, leaving only me alive. Ha ha ha, I have great admiration for you. Are you truly certain you will not join? Kaido spoke icily. Your wife and son are here. Immediately, Jack appeared, dragging a woman and a boy along. Bizarro, the lives of your wife and son hang in the balance. You must think carefully. Kaido threatened coldly. Let them go. They are innocent. Bizarro shouted, attempting to muster his strength, but the sudden eruption of lava incinerated his right leg to ash. Hee hee, have we not already slain enough innocents? Kaido countered, then lamented. Do you truly intend to refuse? Bizarro closed his eyes as a tear of blood trickled down his cheek. Forgive me, my son, my wife. I am so sorry. He cried out. I, Black Bear Bizarro, may not be a good person, but I pride myself on my integrity. Since I have joined the White Zetsu pirate crew, I shall never betray it. What a shame, Jack remarked, and with a swift motion, his blade struck down Bizarro's wife and child. Bizarro erupted into a sorrowful laughter. Having long since drained his tears, now only blood flowed. In a moment of transformation, his body began to swell ominously. Bizarro slowly closed his eyes. The visions of Lin Chen, Cain, Bartolomeo, Chopper, his wife, and son flickering in his mind. I come to find you. Humph, Akainu scoffed, casting a glance at Kaido. Enough of this nonsense. Countless columns of molten rock pierced Bizarro's body, extinguishing his life. Yet, at that moment, his body erupted in a tremendous explosion, sending the entire White Zetsu headquarters plunging into the depths of the sea, as if it had never existed. In Chapter 161, every memory seemed to dissolve like a tidal wave, fading away as though it were but an illusion. Even the very fabric of reality unveiled its veil, with crimson fissures tearing through existence, shattering the world into fragments. Lin Chen smiled faintly, quite impressive. This fellow possesses commendable character, and within this illusion, his potential is formidable. Bizarro, welcome, Lin Chen said as he roused the dazed Bizarro. Is it true? A bewildered Bizarro inquired, unable to comprehend the drastic disparity between the moment before and the moment after. What had he done to please Lord White Zetsu? Upon reflection, he had merely gifted him a ship. Lin Chen, having erased all memories of the illusion from Bizarro's mind, understood that retaining those memories would imperceptibly influence Bizarro's actions. Thus, he obliterated the illusions, which were far too tragic. Lord Lin Chen, your eyes are bleeding. White Star trembled as she spoke. Lin Chen wiped his face, confirming the presence of crimson stains. Indeed, he had manifested 8 years of illusion, spanning from Bizarro's joining to his demise, an arduous endeavor that consumed considerable ocular power. Lin Chen casually wiped away the blood, offering a gentle smile to White Star. Ha ha ha, this is quite normal for me. As Lin Chen added, after all, which sane person would experience bleeding from their eyes 3 days in a row? He had already concluded that the bleeding was a result of excessive use of his ocular powers. However, it posed no harm to his body, as it was merely a small amount each time, albeit a rather alarming sight. Is that truly the case, Lord Lin Chen? Bai Xing inquired, her concern evident. Haha. Of course, Lin Chen replied with unwavering confidence. Suddenly, a massive, plump shark charged towards them, tears shimmering in its eyes, as if it were anxious about Bai Xing's predicament. Haha, my Karo, I am perfectly fine, Bai Xing gently reassured the shark, stroking its head affectionately. What a hefty shark, Cain remarked softly to Bartolomeo. Indeed, Bartolomeo nodded in agreement, contemplating how cool it would be to ride such a large shark. At that moment, a cacophony of manic laughter erupted as the enormous Hody emerged slowly from a heap of debris. He coldly fixed his gaze on Cain and the others, sneering. You wretched humans do not think it would be easy to defeat me, do you? With that, Hody shoved a handful of blue pills into his mouth. Instantly, his aura transformed into a tempestuous force, filled with murderous intent directed at Cain. He had overlooked Lin Chen, his focus solely on Bai Xing Princess Bai Xing. You would do well to step aside, lest you be inadvertently harmed, Hody warned icily. This dosage of the drug was already at the limit of what Hody's body could endure. Wait, Hody, don't, Bai Xing urgently interjected. Haha, Princess Bai Xing. Even your pleas will not save you today. I shall eradicate this entire detestable human race. Hody laughed maniacally. You would do well not to be as foolish as your mother, advocating for coexistence between humans and fishmen, a ridiculous notion. Haha, fishmen are inherently superior to humans. As Hody advanced menacingly towards Bijin, he was convinced that in his current state, fueled by such a potent drug, neither Bijin nor anyone else could stand against him. Meanwhile, Mikaro trembled uncontrollably at the sight of Hody, as if witnessing a nightmare. Desperately, he sought Lin Chen's gaze, only to find his blood-red eyes staring back. In an instant, the environment around Mikaro transformed dramatically. Just as he anxiously searched for Baise, a sanguine illusion of Lin Chen coalesced. Mikaro, I know that Hody killed Baising's mother. Do not mention it to her. The past is past, and we must not resurrect painful memories for Baise. I will avenge her. The apparition declared before dissipating into crimson shards, the surrounding world returning to normal, though Mikaro was now covered in a fine sheen of sweat. In truth, he had been so frightened that he nearly lost control of his bodily functions, though sharks excrete through their skin. Hody, like a rabid dog, lunged towards Bijin but was met with indifference. Bijin showed no inclination to engage, merely regarding Hody with a look of bemusement. Hody quickly scanned the faces around him, realizing that not only Bijin but Kane, Tanuki, and even the rooster-headed figure were also observing him as though he were a fool. Hody seethed in rage, utterly incensed that such lowly humans would regard him with such disdain. Fishman Karate, 3,000 strikes. Before Hody could finish the name of his technique, a colossal golden skeletal figure materialized before him, slamming him to the ground with overwhelming force, causing him to spit blood and shatter his bones in the process. Struggling to turn his eyes, Hody recognized that the skeletal figure was connected to a strikingly handsome, slender young man he was all too familiar with, White Zetsu. Hody coughed up another mouthful of blood, incredulous at White Zetsu's presence. With a cold glance, Lin Chen dismissed the skeletal figure and casually stowed his hands in his pockets, smiling as he approached Baise. Come, Baise, let us visit your father. Noticing Baising's flushed expression and dazed demeanor, Lin Chen conjured the skeletal form once more, lifting her tenderly in a princess carry as they sped towards the Dragon King's palace. Baising's thoughts raced. Meeting the parents? Is this truly happening? I'm not prepared. How embarrassing. Could it be that Lord Lin Chen intended to propose to her father? How could he just sweep her up like this? Although it felt rigid, it was undeniably warm. No, Baise, what are you thinking? She chided herself, flustered. Let us be off as well, Bijin declared after Lin Chen had left. Addressing Kane and the others. Lead the way, great shark. With that, he leapt onto Mikaro's back, ready to ride. Mikaro rolled his eyes in exasperation. Chopper and Bartolomeo soon followed suit, eager to ride the shark, deeming it exceedingly cool despite the sticky situation. Kane, aren't you coming? Bartolomeo called out. No. I'll join you later, Kane replied, shrugging his shoulders. Just before Lin Chen departed, he had cast a glance in Kane's direction, clearly preferring not to engage in violence before the princess. Very well, I shall take on the role of the villain, Kane said, raising his hands in resignation. Bartolomeo, Chopper. Bijin, onward. Kane chuckled, shaking his head at the antics of his companions. Those fools, they've already infected Bijin with their silliness. Little did Kane know that had he been present, he would have been even more foolish. Feeling a sense of pity for Bijin, Kane reflected on how this absurdity did not quite match his own muscular, bald appearance. Chopper was a deer, while Bartolomeo sported an eccentric green mohawk. Their foolishness was apparent. Meanwhile, Bijin, a muscular bald man, harbored his own inner absurdity. Lost in thought, Kane placed his hand atop Hody's head, unleashing torrents of golden flames from his palm. Once he had finished, he clapped his hands together, surveying the charred remains on the ground. Quite tidy, not even a trace left, he mused, before transforming his arms into fiery wings and soaring towards the Dragon King's palace. Within the palace, Lin Chen found himself seated at the head of the table. Despite several refusals, he found himself unable to deter Neptune, who was as eager as a starved beast that had not feasted in 3 millennia, causing Lin Chen's scalp to tingle. To his left sat Nami and Ain, while Neptune occupied his right, with Baise nestled beside her father. Lord White Zetsu here? Try this, it's absolutely delectable. Allow me, Lord White Zetsu, let me serve you a crab leg, Neptune exclaimed, beaming with enthusiasm. You should have informed me of your arrival beforehand. It would have been more courteous. Baise looked at Neptune and Lin Chen with a sense of indignation, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Father, why have you never treated me this well? She thought, on the verge of tears. It should be me serving Lord Lin Chen. The more she pondered, the more her disappointment grew. Lin Chen observed Neptune's exuberance with a mix of bemusement and exasperation. However, It was prudent not to rebuff someone so earnestly welcoming, particularly as he was his father-in-law. Lin Chen glanced at Kane, Choba, Bartolomeo, and Bijin, who were devouring their meals with the fervor of those who had never encountered food before. What a group of gluttons, Lin Chen muttered inwardly. He then turned his gaze toward Nami and Ain, only to find them watching him with a teasing glint in their eyes, as if they were relishing the spectacle. This made Lin Chen dismiss any thoughts of seeking their assistance. Humph, those two dare to enjoy the show. Just wait until we return to the ship. I shall see to their training, he thought, turning his head just in time to avoid Neptune's bushy beard, which nearly poked him in the face. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen realized that he would have to rely on himself. King Neptune, there is something I must discuss with you, Lin Chen addressed him. Yes, Lord White Zetsu. What is it? Neptune replied. As they exchanged knowing glances, Lin Chen placed his hand atop Neptune's large one, and their figures began to blur in the divine space. Neptune curiously surveyed the sudden transformation into this mysterious realm, recognizing it as Lin Chen's doing and remaining completely unfazed. Are you familiar with Vanderdecken 9? Lin Chen inquired. Upon hearing this, Neptune's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, for it pertained to his beloved daughter. Isn't he the scoundrel who has been harassing Shiroshi? Neptune gritted his teeth at the mention of him. I have killed him, Lin Chen stated matter-of-factly. What? Is that true? Good riddance. Neptune exclaimed with righteous indignation. Yes. Ensure that his body is disposed of discreetly. We cannot let Shiroshi find out about it. Given her gentle nature, Lin Chen advised, observing Neptune's contemplative expression. Indeed, her kindness could lead to great misfortune, Neptune lamented. By the way, Lord White Zetsu, where should I send someone to deal with Vanderdecken? I shall go personally. Delays may lead to complications, Neptune insisted earnestly. Lin Chen smiled at his response, pleased with the outcome. Not far from Fishman Island, aboard the Noah, Lin Chen remarked. Your Majesty has worked hard. With that, he and Neptune returned to the reality of the world. It was evident that Shiroshi held immense importance in Neptune's heart. Just like this feast, as even the prince's Shark Star and Tidal Star had not joined them. Everyone, enjoy your meal. I shall return shortly, Neptune announced before excusing himself. Lin Chen cast a disapproving glance at the four who were engrossed in their meal, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He then summoned a colossal skeletal figure, using Susanoo. Utilizing Shiroshi's fork to serve her a massive crab leg, expertly removing the shell and placing it in her bowl. Shiroshi, please enjoy, Lin Chen said calmly. Thank you. Lord Lin Chen, Shiroshi replied with delight. And to you all, Lin Chen added, sensing two piercing gazes of envy directed at him. Cleverly, he provided Nami and Ain each with a crab leg. Now that seems more fitting, Nami huffed, casting a sideways glance at Lin Chen. Though he was surrounded by an increasing number of companions, fairness must be maintained. Boss, I want one too, Kane piped up, having noticed Lin Chen's earlier plea for help while he was absorbed in his meal. Scram, Lin Chen retorted. All right, boss. Chapter 162, Departing Fishman Island. Outside Fishman Island, Neptune finally located the Noah. He stroked his chin in contemplation, wondering how the vessel had ended up there. No matter, I must first find that detestable Vanderdecken 9. The scoundrel who has tormented my daughter for so long. As this thought crossed his mind, Neptune's eyes welled with tears. I have not been a competent father, relying on Lord White Zetsu to resolve this matter with Vanderdecken 9. Without hesitation, Neptune plunged into the Noah, exclaiming, this place is familiar to me. I have spent much time wandering the back streets of Fishman Island. However, as he opened the first door, he found nothing. The second door yielded the same result, as did the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. After countless doors and rooms, Neptune began to despair, without the ability to sense the presence of Vanderdecken 9. He felt utterly lost. Why must this ship be so vast? Why is it so difficult? Why didn't I bring any guards? He lamented, after what felt like an eternity. Upon opening the fourth-to-last door, he finally spotted the loathsome figure of Vanderdecken 9. Observing him closely, Neptune sneered. Why does he dare pursue Shiroshi, looking like a rat? Upon checking for signs of life, Neptune confirmed that Vanderdecken 9 was dead. With disdain, he dragged the corpse by a leg, regretting not having brought a guard along with him. Once outside the Noah, Neptune found a secluded spot and, utilizing his fishman abilities, buried Vanderdecken 9 in the sea with his powerful arms, ensuring the ground was packed tightly with his tail. After surveying the area, Neptune concluded it was sufficiently concealed. As he strolled back, a smile crept across his face, for he felt a sense of elation. Not only had Vanderdecken 9 met his end, but he had also recently had a conversation with the Whitebeard pirates, who vowed to protect Fishman Island. If anyone dared to attack, It would mean war with the Whitebeard pirates. Additionally, he might gain a promising son-in-law. Haha. Neptune laughed heartily. After the onset of the Great Pirate Era, numerous naval forces and pirates began to engage in large-scale abductions of the fishmen and merfolk on the island. Due to the high market value of young female mermaids in human trafficking rings, incidents of human pirates kidnapping mermaids became common. It was only after one of the four emperors, Edward Newgate, declared Fishman Island as his territory that both the Navy and pirates ceased their incursions. Following Whitebeard's demise, Fishman Island came under the protection of another of the four emperors, Charlotte Lin Chen, who demanded a monthly tribute of sweets in exchange for her guardianship. As Neptune passed through the back streets of Fishman Island, he was taken aback to find the area in ruins, as if it had recently endured a fierce battle. Shocked, he wandered through the destruction until he stumbled upon a black and white, striped Japanese sawshark fishman lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Upon checking his breath, Neptune realized he was still alive. Neptune's expression darkened. How could such violence occur openly in the back streets of Fishman Island? This was splendid news. There were always restless elements among the fishmen espousing the belief that fishmen were superior to humans and advocating for the enslavement of humans, which was utterly unrealistic. Neptune himself championed peaceful coexistence with humans. Meanwhile, Arlong and his gang of fishmen held a deep-seated hatred for humans. Since Arlong's departure to form the Arlong Pirates and venture into the world, the back streets of Fishman Island had finally found some semblance of peace. However, after Aaron's departure, a group of fishmen, led by Hody, formed a so-called new Fishman pirate crew. These fishmen, who possessed some degree of strength, banded together to dominate the back streets of Fishman Island, proclaiming themselves as inheritors of the dragon's will. Yet, they never dared to launch an offensive, for above Fishman Island lay the Red Line, a territory they feared. Instead, they preyed upon the vulnerable souls who ventured to their island. Hody, at the forefront, constantly harbored ambitions of eliminating Neptune, as this would clear his path to supremacy over Fishman Island. However, he found himself incapable of such a feat, and the frequent appearances of the Whitebeard pirates deterred him from acting recklessly. After all, Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, was renowned as the strongest man in the world. Despite Hody's confidence, he would not dare challenge Whitebeard. Neptune was acutely aware that he was viewed as a thorn in Hody's side. Yet, like Neptune, Hody was also formidable, making it difficult for the king to eliminate him. At that moment, there stood his subordinate, Jinbei, which brought a glimmer of hope to Neptune's heart. As he took a few more steps, he was filled with joy upon noticing a charred figure on the ground, seemingly that of Dos, a member of the new Fishman pirate crew. A few steps further revealed another. With his haul, Neptune was elated, for now only Hody remained unaccounted for. Where could he have gone? Did he perhaps sense the arrival of Lord Whitebeard and hide away? Neptune pondered in confusion. Suddenly, a feeble voice called out, "Your Majesty." Turning around, he saw a blue-ringed octopus fishman, Vanderdecken. Neptune immediately became alert, recognizing him as a combatant of the new Fishman pirate crew. Why was he here? Was he there to provide assistance? After a moment's thought, Neptune glanced at the unconscious members of the new Fishman pirate crew behind him. Vanderdecken, allow me to caution you against any hasty movements. Within the Dragon King's palace resides an exceedingly terrifying presence, Neptune said, feigning calmness, fully aware that he might not be able to contend with Vanderdecken. Your Majesty, Vanderdecken suddenly knelt before Neptune, his gaze earnest and unwavering. What is the meaning of this? Neptune asked, taken aback by Vanderdecken's unexpected gesture. Was this some new technique? Yet, after all these years, he had never heard of a technique that required one to kneel. Nevertheless, Neptune remained vigilant, as Vanderdecken was recognized as Fishman Island's foremost swordsman. Your Majesty, I kneel before you, having recognized the folly of my years. The animosity I held towards humans was indeed a foolish notion. As a member of Fishman Island, I wish to contribute to its welfare. I desire to join the Dragon King's palace guard, Vanderdecken proclaimed, tears welling in his eyes, his sincerity evident. Finally, he bowed his head to the ground, pleading, Your Majesty, please grant me this wish. Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be a member of the Fishman Island Guard. Remember to be a law-abiding fish, Neptune reluctantly replied, feeling a sense of happiness within. For the Dragon King's palace lacked combat strength, and Vanderdecken's inclusion was indeed a stroke of fortune, regardless of whether his loyalty was genuine. The Dragon King's palace had little to gain, and Neptune held no authority among these individuals. Thus, why would Vanderdecken betray his conscience to serve him? It was likely that he had genuinely found enlightenment, possibly due to Lord Whitebeard's influence. Thank you, Your Majesty, Vanderdecken said respectfully, bowing before rising to stand behind Neptune, opting not to request assistance for Jinbei, Dose, and the others. As Neptune approached the entrance of the Dragon King's palace and briefed the two guards on the situation, he instructed them to confine the members of the new Fishman pirate crew in the dungeons. Vanderdeckan, as a new member of the guard, would oversee their release if they showed sincere remorse upon awakening. However, Neptune then spotted Lin Chen and the others, along with Shiroshi, standing in the street. Lord Whitebeard, have you all had your fill? Neptune swam over quickly, greeting them warmly. Yes, Your Majesty, Lin Chen replied, exchanging a knowing glance with Neptune. Would you like to stay on Fishman Island for a few more days? Neptune discreetly gestured an okay sign to Lin Chen. No, we have new journeys ahead. Lin Chen replied, adding, and it seems everyone has had enough fun, right? Nami, Ein, Chopper, Bartolomeo, Kane, and the big white one, Lin Chen noted, though he felt something was amiss. What could it be? Very well, Lord Whitebeard, travel safely, Neptune said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Shiroshi, bid farewell to Lord Whitebeard. We don't know when we shall meet again, Neptune instructed Shiroshi. At that moment, Lin Chen wore an odd expression, sharing a smile with Shiroshi. Finally, Shiroshi summoned her courage and said, Father, I wish to accompany Lord Lin Chen on his voyage. Neptune was taken aback. What did you say? Shiroshi, do not jest. Do not burden Lord Whitebeard. Neptune quickly interjected, this is out of the question. Shiroshi must remain on Fishman Island where it is safest. Father. Shiroshi's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she struggled to maintain her composure, her voice trembling. I promise I won't be a burden. Lin Chen found the situation somewhat amusing, as Shiroshi's long-awaited declaration amounted to just those few words. How endearing. Sighing, Lin Chen interjected, Neptune, it is my honor that Shiroshi wishes to accompany me. Do you truly believe this is her safest haven? Although your intentions stem from love, it undeniably limits her growth. But, Neptune hesitated, feeling conflicted. He worried because Shiroshi had never ventured beyond the sea. Noting Neptune's wavering resolve, Lin Chen continued, Neptune, Shiroshi has grown. It is time for her to witness the beauty of the world. Will you confine her to the hardshell tower forever? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Neptune felt a sharp pang in his heart. He raised his gaze to Shiroshi, realizing the truth. Yes, he had been selfish, keeping Shiroshi confined for so long. She was at the prime of her youth and deserved to explore the world. It was time for her to take control of her own life rather than allowing him to dictate it. But Shiroshi's identity makes it safer for her here, Neptune stammered. Torn between his paternal instincts and the realization that he could not dictate her life, yet her unique status weighed heavily on him. Ha! Lin Chen laughed heartily. Neptune, I understand your concerns, he said with a knowing smile. Besides, is there any place safer than by my side? This revelation sparked a light in Neptune's eyes. Indeed, with Lord Whitebeard's strength, there was no safer place than near him. Thus, it seemed Shiroshi was destined to depart today, which left Neptune feeling a pang of reluctance. Father, Shiroshi called out, seeing Neptune tremble with emotion, I will miss you. If I face any hardships out there, I will return to you. Please be happy and remember to visit me often. As for those brothers of mine, don't forget about them either, Neptune added, his voice choked with emotion. All right. Father, I understand, Shiroshi replied, her heart heavy as she gazed at Neptune, realizing this was her first time leaving Fishman Island, departing from the hardshell tower, and leaving her father. A wave of melancholy washed over her, and she felt tears welling up, threatening to spill over. The brothers of White Star, Shark Star, Yellow Star, and Flip Over Star lay weeping in the corner, their tears flowing freely. They could only watch from a distance, for venturing out would only lead to a heart-wrenching farewell. In such moments, it is often best to observe from afar. I am curious about the peculiar union between the sea monster elder, Grandma Kokoro, of Water 7, and a local human male, which resulted in the birth of a child, or perhaps a daughter, I cannot recall. How does such reproduction occur? What is the process? Chapter 163. Just as Lin Chen was about to transform into Susanoo to carry them away, Kane suddenly called out to him, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression. Boss. We haven't paid for the takoyaki yet. Right? I haven't paid for mine either, Nami interjected, extending her hand to reveal a compass-shaped watch. I bargained for this for quite some time. Only then did Lin Chen recall that he had indeed mentioned settling the bill. He glanced at Ein, who appeared flustered and blushing. Lin Chen-sama, Never mind, Lin Chen sighed, shaking his head in resignation. But how did you manage to acquire the food without paying? Kane and the others could be excused, but Nami. Lin Chen pondered. Nami beamed, pointing at Neptune. It was I who covered the expenses, Neptune said with a hint of sorrow in his tone, clearly still struggling to accept White Star's impending departure. Suddenly, Neptune seemed to recall something, and he hurried back to the palace. Moments later, he emerged, straining under the weight of a large sack, which he handed to Lin Chen. Lord Baise, my daughter has been under your care. Lin Chen, puzzled, opened the sack, and a dazzling golden light emanated from within. It was filled to the brim with gold. There's no need for this, Your Majesty, Lin Chen began to refuse, believing his care for White Star had nothing to do with material wealth. However, Neptune vehemently insisted, proclaiming it a matter of duty. Very well, Lin Chen acquiesced reluctantly, summoning a spatial vortex to absorb the entire sack of gold. Casting a glance at Nami, he noted her expression, which radiated greed. This sight elicited a smile from him. She truly was adorable in her enthusiasm. Let us consider this for Nami, Lin Chen mused. He held no concept of money. After all, he could transmute capsules into gold. And with his prowess, wealth was merely a matter of time. Upon witnessing Lin Chen accept the gold, Nami exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that he had done so. Otherwise, her heart would have ached. Lin Chen retrieved a gold ingot from the spatial realm and handed it to Kane. Go on, settle the debt. As he gazed into the distance, he softly called Noah's name in his heart. A peculiar sensation welled within him. Ever since that energy had surged from him to Noah, it felt as though a connection had formed between them. Master, a gentle voice chimed suddenly. It was Noah. The energy had bestowed a new life upon Noah, awakening its ship's spirit, allowing it to once again sail the seas, free from the corrosive grasp of the ocean depths. A purple light flickered across Noah, and suddenly, the ship trembled, gradually making its way towards Fishman Island, finally coming to a steady halt above it. Quickly, evacuate the crowd, Neptune commanded. Startled by Noah's reappearance over Fishman Island, momentarily casting aside his sorrow of parting to focus on the safety of the people. King Neptune, it's unnecessary. I've already tamed Noah. It was I who summoned it, Lin Chen said softly from the side. What? But Noah's Ark had long since run out of energy. Neptune exclaimed, clearly skeptical. Ha ha. I infused it with new energy, Lin Chen replied, his gaze towards Noah imbued with tenderness. This, perhaps, would become a future ally. Is that so? Neptune marveled, his excitement evident. Noah's Ark has remained dormant for 8 centuries in the back streets of Fishman Island. Yet in an instant, Neptune's expression transformed into one of unbridled joy. If it was Lord Lin Chen who awakened Noah, then surely the oath can be fulfilled. Lord Baise, Neptune's eyes sparkled with fervor. Do you know the origin of Noah's Ark and its oath? Oh, do tell, Lin Chen responded, intrigued. Neptune fell into reminiscence. It was the wish of White Star's mother, Princess Otoheim, the ultimate dream to move the kingdom to the land where all could bask under the same sun. This world she envisioned. It is a tale from hundreds of years past. Our ancestors attempted it. 8 centuries ago, Joy Boy, a human, made a promise with the mermaid princess, Poseidon, to allow all fishmen to live on land, free from the depths of the sea. Yet, that endeavor ultimately turned into a fleeting dream. For reasons unknown, it failed, and Noah's Ark was abandoned in the back streets of Fishman Island. But if it is you, Lord Baise, I believe you can achieve it, Neptune exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with hope. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. It seems a task not beyond my abilities. He glanced at White Star and then declared, Fear not, King. When I carve out my own domain, I shall ensure that the residents of Fishman Island ascend to the surface. At that moment, Lin Chen felt a newfound intimacy with Noah, as if the ship had truly returned to him. Thank you, Master. The ship's spirit's soft voice resonated in Lin Chen's ears. Thank you, Lin Chen-sama, White Star said, gazing at him with tearful eyes. You are too kind. Neptune remained silent, his gaze sincere as he looked at Lin Chen. He believed in him. What had been left undone by the ancients could surely be accomplished now, especially with the presence of the mermaid princess, Poseidon. What if such a monumental feat were to be realized? Neptune's previously extinguished fervor reignited within him. If I were not king, I too would venture out to experience this exhilarating feeling. At that moment, Neptune finally understood White Star. For her, Fishman Island was merely a vast prison. However, he was confident that Lin Chen would overcome the inevitable obstacles. Nami, having set her sights on Noah since its emergence, marveled at the ship. She had never seen anything so grand in her life. Surely, it must be worth a fortune. Meanwhile, Kane, clutching a piece of gold, slowly made his way back to the previous takoyaki shop. To be honest, it's really delicious. I should grab a few more portions to take back for Nami, Ein, and the boss. With that, Kane transformed his arms into wings, golden flames erupting around him, and in an instant, he vanished, leaving behind a trail of golden light. Hey, little 8, can I get a few more portions of takoyaki? Cain reappeared at the shop. But, sir, you haven't paid for the previous order. The shopkeeper hesitated, recalling that he had only agreed to a tab out of kindness, believing they were not bad people. Orin, with an air of triumph, called out to Cain, and instantly, a golden-hued liquid flowed forth from Cain's hand. Bewildered, Cain gazed at this liquid, wondering what it was. Little 8. Cain chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had inadvertently melted the gold with his golden crow flame. Fortunately, he had held it tightly, otherwise, it would have spilled. Little 8, this is actually gold. Cain said with utmost seriousness, it has merely liquefied. Little 8 attempted to pick up a small piece of the now solidified gold, only to find it scorching. Taking a bite, he exclaimed, this is indeed genuine gold. His face lit up with joy, for this was a small yet profitable venture. All right, esteemed guest. He quickly packed 2 large bags of his specialty takoyaki and handed them to Cain. Satisfied, Cain accepted the offerings, indicating that no change was necessary. The proprietor was generous. With 2 hefty bags of takoyaki in hand, Cain strolled leisurely, wary of flying lest his golden crow flame accidentally reduce the delicacies to ashes. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts reached his ears, and Cain, intrigued, turned to see a crowd gathered, engaged in public gambling. Among the throng, he spotted a familiar silhouette, Yixiao. Approaching closer, Cain listened as the referee declared, 1, 2 for odd-numbered victories. The referee regarded the human man before him with a complex expression. This man had been winning for 2 consecutive days. Were it not for his blindness, the referee might have suspected foul play. Yet, as the proprietor of the gambling den, he held disdain for cheating. Congratulations, sir. You have triumphed once more. You have won 4 million berry, the sharkfish man exclaimed, visibly moved. In a small-scale business like this, winning or losing depended solely on luck, and yet this human gentleman had maintained an unbroken streak of victories. Yixiao scratched his head, laughing heartily. It's merely good fortune on my part. Do not be modest, sir. Luck is a component of strength, the proprietor replied. Ha, thank you. Yixiao rose, gazing skyward with his blind eyes. I have thoroughly enjoyed this, but it is time for me to take my leave. This is your berry, the sharkfish proprietor said, glancing up at the vessel Noah suspended in the sky, handing the money to Yixiao without hesitation, as if the ship above were non-existent. Thank you, but there is no need. This is what you deserve, the proprietor smiled. I am called Kangchi, he added. Ha, I am Yixiao. Cain, let us depart, Yixiao called out. Cain, momentarily distracted, responded and quickly fell into step beside Yixiao. That fishman is exceptionally formidable, Cain remarked, feeling an inexplicable sense of strength emanating from him. Ha, young Cain. I, too, am aware of his prowess. Otherwise, why would I gamble in his presence? Yixiao chuckled. Are you hungry, Yixiao? Cain asked hesitantly upon hearing a strange growl from Yixiao's stomach. Have you been gambling without eating? Ha, I am indeed famished. I hadn't realized until you mentioned it. Yixiao admitted, sheepishly rubbing his belly. Since arriving at Fishman Island yesterday, he had been consumed by his gambling spree and neglected to eat. Here you go, Yixiao. Cain grinned as he offered him a portion of takoyaki. It smells delightful. Yixiao began to eat eagerly, savoring the delectable morsels as they walked. Delicious. Ha, I'm glad you like it. Meanwhile, Lin Chen waited impatiently for Cain, muttering to himself, really, that guy can fly, yet he is so slow. Suddenly, he spotted a graceful figure approaching from afar, Sherry, the owner of the Fishman Cafe. Sherry cast a complex glance at White Star, and then at the ship Noah above, finally fixing her gaze on Lin Chen. She could hardly believe that in just 2 days, he had managed to win both the Princess White Star and the vessel Noah from Fishman Island. Lin Chen spoke calmly. So, has the disaster been resolved, Madam Proprietor? Sherry replied with a composed smile. I know you, Baise. I am the former Marine Admiral, Sherry. Cut it out. I'm a pirate now, Lin Chen replied flatly. Suddenly, Sherry embraced Lin Chen tightly. Due to their height difference, Lin Chen's head was buried in her chest. Listen well, Admiral Baise. Her voice was serene yet firm. I know your power is formidable. I have consulted the fates and foreseen that White Star will grow under your guidance, yet it will come with peril. You must protect her and ensure she remains unaware of her identity as Poseidon. Her innocent nature makes her vulnerable. Furthermore, do not assume that Vanderdecken 9 controlling Noah is the disaster I speak of. He is not worthy of such a calamity. The chaos that your arrival has stirred will disrupt the natural order, leading to a significant disaster for Fishman Island, one that only you can avert. Therefore, I beseech you. Sherry spoke earnestly, her insights being the limits of her foresight. Yet, The prophecy indicated that this disaster could also be a tremendous opportunity for the people of Fishman Island. Chapter 164. Farewell, Rayleigh. Lin Chen struggled to extricate himself from the unexpected embrace, somewhat taken aback by the suddenness of it all. Did you understand? Sherry inquired earnestly. She cast another glance at the Ark Noah, sighed deeply, and slowly turned away, contemplating that she could only express so much. As for you, Baise, having inherited Noah, you have also inherited Noah's oath. As Lin Chen pulled himself together, he looked towards Sherry's retreating figure, hesitant to voice his concerns about this so-called disaster. Yet, he soon sighed, dismissing the thought. Whatever the disaster may be, it matters not. Boss, we're back, suddenly called Kane, arriving with Yixiao, who was devouring his food voraciously. Lin Chen thought, how could I forget about Yixiao? What a lapse in judgment. With everyone gathered, he declared, it's time for us to depart. He glanced at the vessel Noah above, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. After 800 years of exposure and decay, parts of Noah were in disrepair, with even a sizable hole in its hull. Lin Chen surveyed his companions, most of whom were landlubbers, save for Nami and White Star. The rest were indeed landlocked, Bartolomeo. Barrier fruit, Chopper, human fruit, Kane, golden crow fruit, Ein, reversal fruit, Yixiao, gravity fruit. Previously unnoticed, it was now evident that Noah was leaking. Oh well, it can't be helped. Lin Chen shook his head. It seems this time, I shall bear you, Noah. Once we breach the surface, you may carry me. Yes, master. The gentle voice of Noah's spirit echoed in Lin Chen's mind. With a sudden surge of power, Lin Chen propelled himself outside the bubble. A mesmerizing pattern appeared in his eyes as the kaleidoscopic Sharingan manifested, radiating countless golden beams from his form. In an instant, a colossal Susanoo materialized, and Lin Chen extended its arm into the bubble surrounding Fishman Island, beckoning them to join him. Subsequently, everyone, including Shiroshi and Nami, ascended onto the Susanoo's arm. In the next moment, all but Shiroshi entered the crystal embedded in the forehead of the Susanoo, while the mighty Jinbei rested atop Bartolomeo's head, flattening his crest. Lord Lin Chen, is it because I'm too heavy? Shiroshi gazed with tear-filled eyes at Lin Chen outside the bubble. With a sigh, Lin Chen felt an immense surge of ocular power emanate from his eyes, causing the Susanoo to expand further. In the next heartbeat, Shiroshi found herself within the vast crystal at the heart of the Susanoo. Curiously observing the crystal, Shiroshi exclaimed, Lord Lin Chen, this is incredible. Suddenly, a gleam ignited within the Susanoo's eyes, and a crimson light flashed. Lin Chen called out to Fishman Island, farewell, everyone. Immediately, the Susanoo pressed its hands firmly against the hull of the Noah. Lin Chen addressed those within the crystal, hold on tight, everyone, with a powerful flap of its wings. An overwhelming force surged forth, propelling the Susanoo to push the Noah towards the surface of the sea. The Susanoo surged forward, cleaving through the water with remarkable speed. Neptune watched the receding golden giant with tears streaming down his face. Shiroshi, take care of yourself while your father is away. And you too, Lord Jinbei, stay safe. Meanwhile, Mekalo had already dissolved into tears. On Sabaody Archipelago, Rayleigh idly gazed at the ocean's surface, lamenting his recent losses at gambling. Alas, I have squandered all my money. Who would dare to buy an old man like me now? What a headache. Reflecting on his misfortune, Rayleigh pondered. I wonder if Lin Chen and the others have safely reached Fishman Island. Their exploits have stirred quite the commotion across the world, huh? His bounty is simply astounding. Suddenly, a thought struck Rayleigh. If I were to hand him over to the Marines, perhaps that would settle my debts. But then again, I couldn't possibly defeat him. With this in mind, Rayleigh lazily plucked a blade of grass and lay back, gazing at the sky, resigned to his idle fate. At the tavern, with Shiki present, he felt no urgency to intervene unless it came to a brawl. As for the casino, it was unlikely they'd allow him to play again until he settled his debts. How dull. Suddenly, a series of enormous bubbles erupted on the water's surface, multiplying rapidly. A sea king must be surfacing, Rayleigh deduced, eyeing the commotion. And it seems to be quite a sizable one. He rubbed his hands together in anticipation, thinking of the fortune he could secure if he captured it. What a stroke of luck. Without warning, a tremendous roar resonated as a ship, comparable in size to a small island, burst forth from beneath the waves, drenching Rayleigh in a shower of seawater. Following this, a gigantic golden giant emerged, landing steadily on the Noah before dissolving into radiant light. Stunned, Rayleigh gaped at this spectacle. Is that not the Noah? Wasn't it resting in the back streets of Fishman Island? How did it come to be here? Instinctively, he connected this event to Lin Chen. Hey, Rayleigh, a voice called out, and Rayleigh reluctantly lifted his gaze to the deck of the Noah, where he spotted Lin Chen. Of course it's that guy? Rayleigh exclaimed with an expletive, leaping onto the Noah's roof. Hey, Jinbei, how did you manage to bring this thing back? Rayleigh inquired. But as he caught sight of the figure behind Lin Chen, he froze. Is that not the mermaid princess, Poseidon? How did she end up here? Did Lin Chen kidnap her? But would Neptune ever allow that? Rayleigh mused. Suddenly, Rayleigh draped an arm over Lin Chen's shoulder, and they crouched in a corner, whispering. So, tell me, how did the mermaid princess end up with you? And how did you acquire the Noah? Rayleigh pressed. Do you know? The identity of the mermaid princess is quite significant, and the Noah has its own vows to fulfill, Rayleigh asserted. Oh, Lin Chen replied, feigning indifference. I vaguely recall that this old man blew up my ship. What's with that expression? Rayleigh nudged Lin Chen. Come on, it's just Poseidon. What is the big deal about that? Lin Chen remarked casually. True, I must be getting old. Who are you to not know? Rayleigh retorted, shifting his gaze back to Lin Chen. And how did the mermaid princess agree to venture out with you? With a mysterious smile, Lin Chen replied, well, it's simply because I'm charming. Rayleigh fell silent, scrutinizing Lin Chen, then glanced at Shiroshi, whose eyes brimmed with affection. He gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. You're impressive. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen laughed heartily. Rayleigh, you blew up my ship. His laughter sent a chill down Rayleigh's spine. Isn't it fine, Lin Chen? You seem to be doing well. Rayleigh chuckled nervously. Suddenly, a shimmering purple blade was pressed against Rayleigh's neck. Enough chatter. Just fix the Noah, or else, Rayleigh gasped. Easy there. I'll move my Muramasa away. Just don't get too hasty. And this massive ship is beyond my capabilities, Rayleigh lamented, watching Lin Chen sheath his blade with resignation. Recently, a small piece of Adam's tree branch had fetched an astronomical price, as Adam wood is the finest material for shipbuilding. The Noah, however, was crafted from an entire Adam giant tree. Where could I possibly find you another branch? Rayleigh mused, caressing the Noah's hull, marveling at its preservation after 800 years underwater. If this were dismantled, it would fetch a fortune, Rayleigh calculated. Lin Chen recalled that the ship indeed had a significant hole, and merely repairing it would entail exorbitant costs. Not to mention the cleaning and replacement of various facilities after 800 years at sea. Given the circumstances, it was evidently a colossal undertaking. As for the finances, it was of little concern, for the Golden Emperor, Tesoro, remained his subordinate in plain sight. Repairing the Noah would likely require a considerable sum. Suddenly, Rayleigh smirked mischievously. Why not just sell yourself? You're quite valuable now. The Marines must think highly of you. What is my bounty? Lin Chen inquired with curiosity, astonished at the Marines' efficiency in assigning him a bounty so swiftly. Haha, wait a moment. Rayleigh chuckled before vanishing from the ship. Moments later, he returned holding a stack of bounty notices. Here you go, Lin Chen. Rayleigh handed over the bounty notice. Nami, Robin, and the others gathered around curiously, eager to learn the extent of Lin Chen's bounty. Lin Chen, your bounty stands at 5,133,000,000 berries. An immensely formidable presence. One must not provoke you. The characters depicted resemble photographs taken when Lin Chen first ascended to the rank of admiral, exuding an aura of youthful exuberance. Nami, counting Lin Chen's bounty, exclaimed in astonishment as if she had discovered a new continent, wrapping her arms around his neck like a koala. Wow, Lin Chen, you're worth so much. She chimed. Of course, he replied nonchalantly. This bounty nearly rivals that of the Pirate King. The image of Roger flickered in Rayleigh's mind, and he spoke with a hint of melancholy. TCH, is that all? Lin Chen remarked with a touch of vanity, prompting Rayleigh to abandon his somber expression. 51 billion is hardly a small sum. He laughed heartily. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Rayleigh's reaction, acknowledging that such a bounty was well-deserved, given that Sengoku was fully aware of his capabilities. All right, let's move on to the next one. Lin Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation, allowing Nami to cling to him. After all, given Lin Chen's current strength, Nami's weight was inconsequential, though he occasionally found himself inadvertently brushing against sensitive areas that made him hesitant to move too freely. The next image revealed Fujitora, with a bounty of 3,400,000,000 berries. Wow, Senior Isho, you're that formidable? Kane remarked, gazing in admiration alongside Chopper at Isho's bounty. While Lin Chen's bounty of 5.1 billion was well recognized due to his evident prowess, it was surprising to see Isho's bounty was equally impressive, considering his usual demeanor as a kind-hearted gambler. Ha ha ha, it's merely flattery. I'm quite weak, Isho modestly responded. The subsequent image displayed Kane, with a bounty of 3,100,000,000 berries, a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit user. The photograph was taken during Lin Chen's stay in Marineford with Kane. Oh yeah, I have 310 million. Kane exclaimed, leaping for joy, never having imagined he was worth so much. Next, the image of Bartolomeo appeared, with a bounty of 300,000,000 berries. He was depicted laughing heartily, giving a middle finger, with his signature slick-back hairstyle. The photo captured him during his time as a gang leader. 300 million, not bad, Bartolomeo mused, though an untimely voice interrupted his satisfaction. Hey, you're so weak, Kane teased, grinning widely. Weak or not, it doesn't matter, Bartolomeo shrugged casually, but suddenly, he seized Kane by the neck and began to shake him vigorously. Hey, you're quite cocky. Bartolomeo's forehead pulsed with veins. Cough, cough. I'm worth 10 million berries more than you, Kane replied cheerfully, as if he weren't being choked at all. What did you say? Chapter 165, 50 berries. The Little Thief Cat, Nami. Bounty, 88,000,000 berries. A genius navigator from the East Blue. Nami's description was succinct, yet her bounty reached an astonishing 88 million berries. After all, with someone as powerful as Lin Chen, how could a navigator be weak? However, Nami currently lacked noteworthy achievements. Otherwise, her bounty would be even higher. Admiral Line. Bounty, 100,000,000 berries. A former naval prodigy and user of the retreat fruit. As a former member of the Navy, Ain's prowess was well known, and Kane, being a formidable swordswoman herself, was highly regarded, earning a bounty of 100 million berries. After all, those who caught the attention of White Tiger were no ordinary individuals. It's my turn. It's my turn, Chopper exclaimed eagerly, perking up to see his bounty. Let's see how high it is. He transformed into his human form, excitedly glancing at his bounty. The little reindeer, Chopper. Bounty, 50 berries. A pet reindeer. Chopper's face fell in despair as he stared at his meager bounty. Why? Wah. Lin Chen stifled a laugh, managing to maintain his composure. What are you laughing at? Nami inquired, still clinging to Lin Chen, lost in the joy of her own bounty. Unintentionally, Lin Chen brushed against some soft areas, igniting a flicker of mischief within him. Oh, little thief cat, he teased, gently tapping Nami's nose, causing her to blush and bury her face into his chest, a rather intimate gesture. Chopper, what's wrong? Kane asked kindly, patting Chopper's shoulder with a smile. Did you surpass 300 million in your bounty? With your strength, that should be a given. Kane recalled the time Chopper consumed the rumble ball, transforming into a mindless yet immensely powerful creature. Considering that form, surpassing 300 million should be a breeze, perhaps even exceeding 500 million. Suddenly, Kane felt a pang of anxiety. Could Chopper's bounty be higher than his? Chopper abruptly reverted to his original form, plopping down on the ground. Kane, wah. What happened, Chopper? Kane asked in astonishment, confused by his tears. Is it because your bounty is too high? Overwhelmed with joy, Chopper sobbed. My bounty is 5. Just as he wiped away his tears, he stammered to Kane. 5. Is it 500 million berries? I knew it. Kane's mind raced with vivid imaginings. 5. 50 berries. Chopper exclaimed, as if unable to accept the harsh reality, bursting into tears once more. 50 berries? Kane shook his head repeatedly, as if he had misheard. No way. Suddenly, a mischievous smile crept onto Kane's face. What should I do if I want to laugh? Kane's expression, a mix of suppressed laughter and pain, was utterly comical. Just then, a resounding slap landed on the back of Kane's head, breaking his facade. Who the hell hit me? Ha, what are you laughing at? Bartolomeo appeared behind Kane, having watched the entire exchange from a distance. Kane's expression was simply too delightful to resist. Bartolomeo suddenly noticed Chopper, who was still crying. What happened, Chopper? Did that pesky Kane make you cry? After hearing the story, Bartolomeo, like Kane, struggled to contain his laughter. Realizing why Kane had worn such a comical expression, it would be too disheartening to laugh at this moment. Thus, Bartolomeo and Kane exchanged knowing glances, nodding in agreement to take their leave first. In Bartolomeo's heart, he felt a surge of urgency, urging him to fly alongside me. Kane, understanding the implication, instantly transformed, sprouting wings and soaring towards the opposite end of Noah with a speed that left Bartolomeo momentarily stunned. However, it didn't take long for Bartolomeo to regain his composure, and with a fervent determination, he chased after Kane, exclaiming, "You bastard! How could you leave me behind? Mr. Raccoon, why the tears?" Suddenly, Rayleigh reached out to gently pat Chopper's fluffy head and sat beside him, speaking softly. I only have a bounty of 50 berries, Chopper sobbed. Rayleigh chuckled. Oh, Mr. Raccoon, what does the amount of a bounty signify? One's strength cannot merely be measured by it. Take me for instance. I once roamed the seas. Yet my bounty was hardly impressive. Then what is your bounty, old man? Seemingly encouraged by Rayleigh's words, Chopper wiped away his tears, his eyes glimmering with hope. Rayleigh grinned mischievously. Hee, I've forgotten the exact figure, but it seems to be in the tens of billions of berries. Chopper. All right, Senior Rayleigh, stop teasing Chopper. Lin Chen interjected, patting Chopper's head. And Chopper, remember, he is the vice captain of the Pirate King. Do not underestimate this old man, Lin Chen added with a playful smile. Will you think less of me, Lin Chen? My bounty is so low, Chopper asked cautiously, his gaze evasive. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated such a question from Chopper. He then smiled warmly and enveloped Chopper in a comforting embrace. Ha ha ha. Chopper, what nonsense are you saying? You all are like family to me. I would never abandon you. Besides, a bounty does not reflect one's true abilities. In my eyes, you are far more reliable than that old, unreliable Kane, Lin Chen affirmed earnestly. Chopper sniffled. Lin Chen, you are truly kind. The following day, Chapter 166, Water City. On the Noah arc, Lin Chen was met with Rayleigh's reluctant gaze. Are you truly leaving, Lin Chen? Ha ha ha. Rayleigh, while this time has been joyful, my journey has only just begun, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Moreover, I promised her that I would show her the wonders of this world. He cast a gentle glance at Shiroshi, who blushed at the attention. Ah, ha ha. Lin Chen, you really are something, Rayleigh said, momentarily taken aback. Before giving Lin Chen a thumbs up, he had not expected Lin Chen to gain such treasures from his visit to Fishman Island, acquiring not only a mermaid but also Noah. So, where do you plan to go next? Rayleigh inquired, looking skyward with a grin. I'm not quite sure. How about you come with me to see? Lin Chen suggested tentatively. Rayleigh burst into laughter. You truly aim to drag me along. I certainly did not see that coming. But then Rayleigh grew serious and replied, my adventurous spirit has long since faded. Young one, you have chosen the wrong person. Memories of a certain figure, not particularly tall yet immensely grand, flooded his mind. Rayleigh's passion had extinguished with that person's passing. Well, that's unfortunate, Lin Chen said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. As for the next step, naturally, I must attend to repairing Noah, he smiled, for that gaping hole needs mending. And the entire ship, including its interior, requires significant restoration. Indeed, Rayleigh conceded, not to mention that gaping hole represents a considerable undertaking. Only Water City possesses the means to restore it. The mention of Water City stirred memories within Rayleigh. Water City. The O.L. Jackson was crafted from Atom. To Water City, then? Lin Chen mused quietly. Indeed, it is the only place capable of fully repairing Noah. That sounds intriguing. Let us journey to Water City. Ding. Repair Noah's damages. Fully restore Noah. Reward. Complete version of the ship's spirit Noah. Note. This task is a single choice option. Failure results in no reward. Time limit. 3 months. Lin Chen smiled, pleasantly surprised by the generous time frame provided by the system, likely due to the extensive repairs required for Noah. Wait, Lin Chen. Allow me to draft a letter of introduction for you. That Ice Prince is notoriously stubborn, but beneath his cold exterior lies a kind heart. However, since he became mayor, he has become quite elusive, Rayleigh chuckled, reminiscing about the Ice Prince's eccentricities during his youth. I have a good relationship with Ice Prince's mentor, Tom. Though Ice Prince may not appreciate this old man, it is better than nothing. Rayleigh laughed heartily, pulling out a bounty notice, Lin Chen's, and scribbling a few characters. He then handed it to Lin Chen. Here. Just this? Lin Chen asked in surprise. Indeed, Rayleigh affirmed seriously. Well then, Lin Chen accepted the recommendation letter begrudgingly. Farewell, Senior Rayleigh. Rayleigh watched as Noah slowly departed from the Sabaody archipelago, a smile fading from his face, replaced by a weariness that crept upon him. He felt as though a part of his soul had been siphoned away, trudging back to the bar in a daze. What's wrong with you, old man? Shiki asked, concerned. Why are you suddenly acting this way? Bring me some drinks, Rayleigh replied without elaboration, collapsing onto a seat as tears welled in his eyes. Fine, whatever you say. Shiki sighed, sensing Rayleigh's condition, and obediently fetched a jug of alcohol. Ha! Rayleigh burst into laughter, raising the drink to his lips, as memories surged forth with each sip, flooding his mind. Ha ha ha, it seems I am the last of the old fools remaining. Even White Zetsu has departed. It appears he still does not remember me. Without his previous memories, I cannot fathom when he will recover. Ha ha, Rayleigh's laughter echoed. Tom, how can I still have the audacity to mention Tom? Regret washed over him as memories of their time together replayed in his mind. Regardless of the ships one builds, there is no distinction between good and evil. It matters not what kind of ship you construct in the future. However, the creator of the ship must cherish it, regardless of the harm it has caused. Even if it brings about destruction, The one who forged it must not deny or blame it. A man must face the vessel he has crafted with pride. To have been able to contribute to a man like Roger was a source of great honor for him. When Rayleigh learned of Tom's fate, condemned for crafting ships for the pirate king Roger, he felt as though the heavens had collapsed around him. Had he been aware of this sooner, he would have risked his life to save Tom. Upon learning of Tom's demise, Rayleigh seemed to undergo a profound transformation, descending into a state of disarray. Ensnared by the vices of gambling and drinking, aimlessly drifting through each day, his thoughts fleetingly brushed over Tom, bypassing the events of the years gone by, skimming over countless moments, and evoking myriad splendid memories upon the sea, those scenes of battle that lingered in his mind. Ultimately, he found himself returning to that small village, to that fateful day, encountering that person once more. A bittersweet smile graced the corners of Rayleigh's lips as tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. "Hello, my name is Roger. Would you care to join me in turning this world upside down?" he exclaimed, raising his glass. Chapter 167, The Smoking Tom. Water City, Carrera Company, Dock Number 1. In a dimly lit chamber, a square-nosed fellow was hammering away at some object, occasionally revealing a contemplative expression. Suddenly, the door was thrust open rudely, accompanied by a voice announcing, "Kaku, we need to hasten our pace." Kaku politely lifted his gaze to the figure. "Lucci, you have returned," he greeted with a courteous smile. "I'm not joking. We must accelerate our efforts to secure the plans for the Pluton. Otherwise, the world is about to change dramatically. Delays will lead to disaster." Lucci stated earnestly, casting a fearful glance toward the horizon. "Why, this lifestyle isn't so bad," Kaku replied leisurely, relishing the years of subterfuge. Finding solace in the absence of strife and the allure of fame, content to be a humble shipwright. "Roswald has perished," Lucci uttered softly, his voice trembling. With a clatter, Kaku's hammer slipped from his grip and fell to the ground. After a prolonged silence, he stood rigidly, staring at Lucci. "What did you say?" "Roswald has died," Lucci reiterated quietly, his tone imbued with gravity. Both men fell into a heavy silence. Not long ago, the death of Libyan Saint had sent shockwaves through the world government. And now, with Roswald's demise, it was certain that they would not let this matter rest easily. After a lengthy pause, Kaku finally spoke. "Lucci, what transpired during your outing?" Lucci sighed deeply, his eyes clouded with memories. Admiral Baise of the Navy headquarters cleaved Roswald in twain with a single stroke. Fear flickered in Lucci's eyes at the recollection of that horrifying blow, cold sweat beading on his brow. "How did you manage to return?" Kaku inquired, scrutinizing Lucci. He had never perceived him as one to shy away from formidable adversaries. The instant the celestial dragon met his end, the 5 elders in Mariawa were alerted to Roswald's death and immediately reached out to me, the closest to the scene. However, upon learning that the opponent was Admiral Baise, they fell silent, Lucci reminisced. "They urged me to flee, stating I was no match for him, and that the plan to reclaim Pluton needed to be expedited," Lucci declared, his gaze steely. He had witnessed the death of a celestial dragon and a betrayal by an admiral, experiences that irrevocably altered his perspective. He realized that in this world, the only true currency was not power or wealth, but unassailable strength. As he pondered these matters, Lucci meticulously changed out of his tailored black suit, folding it carefully before stowing it away, and donned the attire of a shipwright. A white dove, seemingly appearing from nowhere, alighted upon his shoulder. "Lucci, why don't you remove your hat?" the dove inquired, tilting its head curiously. Lucci, reverting to his usual aloof demeanor, ignored the bird. Kaku observed the scene with bemusement, a myriad of black lines appearing above his head, muttering to himself about the tedium of such playfulness. Yet, this was the authentic Lucci, the familiar visage he had missed. Now returned. Beyond the water city, a colossal warship glided gracefully across the sea. Nami leaned over the edge, peering into the distance. "Ha ha ha. I see the island ahead. That must be Water City," she declared with a smile, affirming the adage that those who stand high see far. "Be careful not to fall," Lin Chen warned, squinting his eyes with a hint of irritation. "Hey, is that Bartolomeo? Chopper, look over there, a frog is swimming freely," Kane suddenly exclaimed, pointing toward the ocean. "Really?" Chopper leaped onto Kane's head, exclaiming, "Wow, it really is." Yawning, Bartolomeo stretched lazily, then ambled along, saying, "Don't be ridiculous. How could a frog swim freely? They all do the breaststroke, you know." "Wait, it really is," Bartolomeo gasped, his eyes widening in shock as he caught sight of the sea. "But why is it in the ocean?" "Frogs shouldn't be there," Bartolomeo queried, perplexed. "Fool, it's swimming freely. It's not that surprising to see it in the ocean," Kane retorted with disdain. "But why does that frog have hair styled in a samurai topknot?" Bartolomeo countered immediately. Suddenly, a long, resonant whistle echoed, interrupting their banter. A massive train, billowing smoke, sped toward them from the distance. The frog seemed to have spotted its target and dashed towards the enormous sea train. Wow, a train on the sea! Bartolomeo exclaimed, astonished. How can it even run on water? Lord Lin Chen, what is happening? White Star asked, intrigued by the sight of the train, gently nudging Lin Chen. Ha ha ha. That's the sea train, the smoking tom. There are tunnels beneath the sea connecting many islands. It's said that it was built by the great shipwright, Tom, who is also a fishman, Lin Chen explained with a smile. Careful, just as the train is about to collide with the frog. Chopper shouted. As predicted, the frog was struck and sent flying, plummeting into the sea. What a peculiar frog. Why is it so foolish? Kane lamented. Suddenly, that seemingly doomed frog resurfaced from the water, unharmed, and defiantly spat seawater at the smoking tom, engaging in a provocative display. With a splash, the frog dove back into the ocean. How did it survive? Kane exclaimed, swallowing hard in astonishment. Meanwhile, the sea train emitted another long whistle. Its trajectory aimed directly toward Lin Chen and his companions. Quick, turn. The train is heading straight for us. Nami shouted after observing the train's approach. Did we just hit a bump? Did we damage the track? Bison pondered, scratching his head. He then glanced at the ship's wheel, which was slightly larger than usual, and inhaled deeply. In an instant, the dragon form's ultimate muscle enhancement surged through Bijan, his veins bulging as his muscles expanded to an extraordinary degree. Taking a deep breath, Bijan resolutely grasped the ship's helm and turned it sharply to the right, beads of sweat already forming on his brow. Lin Chen opened one eye, his observation haki emanating outward, allowing him to sense the entire train, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Bijan, turn it fully to the left, he commanded. At this command, Bijan's muscles swelled once more, his jaw clenched as he gripped the helm with renewed determination, executing a full turn to the left. While this maneuver would undoubtedly intercept the oncoming train, it was an order from Lin Chen, and Bijan would never defy it. Nami, this could lead to a collision, she exclaimed anxiously. If it strikes, Noah will surely sustain damage, and that will incur additional costs. I understand, Lin Chen replied, but the tracks have already been mangled by Noah. If we do not intervene, that train will plummet into the sea. Nami sighed in dejection. It seemed they would be facing yet more expenses. Ha ha ha, Nami, remember, Noah was crafted by the great atom, the tree of treasure. After enduring 800 years underwater and countless impacts, it has only sustained a single large hole. There's nothing to worry about. Lin Chen, sensing Nami's concerns, gently ruffled her hair in comfort. Moreover, it was not merely the damaged tracks that posed a problem. Aboard the marine train, there was only one passenger from CP9, a figure of considerable authority alongside Spandam, who audaciously occupied an entire train car. Very well, Nami conceded, knowing that once Lin Chen had made a decision, even if it were misguided, she would not oppose it, perhaps just with a few remarks of discontent. At the Swift station on Water 7, a little girl with 2 skyward braids shouted excitedly, Kokoro Granny, look at that enormous ship. I've never seen one so massive. Ah, it's coming, came a languid voice, as a gigantic figure staggered out from the station. Humph, Granny's been drinking again, chimed Chimani, crossing her arms in discontent. All right, let me see this grand vessel. Kokoro Granny rubbed her sleepy eyes open. She was taken aback by the sight of the colossal ship before her. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she confirmed she was not mistaken. Noah had indeed appeared here. Kokoro Granny, once a resident of Fishman Island, had come to this place out of admiration for the shipwright Tom and eventually settled down after marrying a human man. Thus, she remembered Noah and the legends surrounding it. Tales passed down through generations. As she recalled, her body trembled with excitement. Could it be that the Fishman race had finally realized their dream and emerged into the light of the true sun? Kokoro Granny felt genuine happiness for the people of Fishman Island. Suddenly, her eyes widened in alarm. Noah, why is it on the tracks? She seemed to remember something. Glancing at the time. Oh no, the smoking tom is about to arrive. Where's the sign? Where's the sign? Kokoro Granny searched frantically, unaware that the sign had long been crushed beneath Noah's hull. Anxiously, she gazed at Noah, fearing the worst. What would happen if something went awry? She resolved never to drink again. Alcohol led to trouble. Chimani, noticing her grandmother's distress, discreetly retreated into the station, not wanting to add to her troubles. As she was merely a little girl. With a resounding crash, the smoking tom collided with the Ark of Noah, producing a deafening noise, yet Noah merely swayed slightly. Oh no, oh no. Kokoro Granny felt darkness encroaching on her vision, nearly fainting, but fortunately steadied herself against a post, managing to remain upright. Inside the smoking tom, Spandam leisurely crossed his legs, relishing the tranquility. Not long ago, he had ordered everyone off the ship, leaving only himself behind, under the guise of seeking solitude. He elegantly swirled the wine in his glass, envisioning a future filled with high-ranking officialdom, a smile creeping onto his face, his grotesque visage adorned with a sly grin. This mission was a simple one. Following the deaths of 2 celestial dragons, the inhabitants of Marioa were in a state of panic, fervently seeking the design of the Pluton. Spandam, though not particularly formidable, believed his cunning intellect would suffice for this task. In times of need, he could resort to force. He fondled the golden den mushy nestled in his pocket, the one capable of issuing the buster call. Ha! Spandam laughed heartily within the train. Once he completed this mission, he would ascend to CP0, and with his father's endorsement, his future would be bright. Just as he lifted the glass to his lips, the train jolted violently, spilling the wine all over his face and shattering the glass to pieces on the floor. Chapter 168. Spandam. This incident ignited Spandam's fury. How dare anyone have the audacity to target the smoking tom? Did they not know that it was now the exclusive vessel of the world government? They were challenging the authority of the world government. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He burst out of the train, shouting, "Who dares to intercept me? This is an affront to the world government." However, upon exiting, he was confronted by the immense arc of Noah, leaving him utterly astounded. It was as if he were entranced, reaching out to touch Noah's dark green hull, his body trembling in disbelief. This is made from Adam. The tree of treasure? Could it be that the entire ship was crafted from Adam? Spandam pondered, realizing that such a precious resource ought to belong to the world government. He then raised his voice, declaring, "No matter who this ship once belonged to, it now belongs to me." Yet, as he raised his head, he caught sight of Shiroshi. Due to her size, she was easily visible from below the ship, and he couldn't help but smirk lecherously. "And this beautiful lady is now mine as well. Otherwise, you are opposing the world government. I am the son of the CP9 commander of the world government," he boasted, oblivious to the fact that those who possessed such a ship were not to be trifled with. "Boss, I want to take him down," King growled, tightening his fists at the sound of Spandam's taunts. "Lord Lin Chen, is he referring to us?" Shiroshi said, feeling disheartened. "He is not the type I like," she pointed out, indicating Spandam. "Let me handle him," Bijin said, wiping the sweat from his brow, his muscles rippling with energy. Simply maneuvering Noah's helm was a laborious task. Only Lin Chen, Fujitora, and the dragon form Bijin could manage it effectively. Suddenly, Lin Chen let out a cold chuckle, gradually rising to his feet. "Allow me to take care of this." As a swirling vortex enveloped Lin Chen, his figure gradually faded from sight. Exhausted from his earlier outburst, Spandam lifted his head to admire the scenery aboard the ship. He marveled, "Goodness, this vessel is truly magnificent. If it were entirely constructed from Adam's treasure trees, I would stand to gain immensely. Surely, this time I will ascend to CP0, with my plans to acquire the design blueprints of the king of the underworld. The future is indeed promising. Heaven has been quite kind to me, Spandam," he mused gleefully. "This is my moment of fortune." Suddenly, a chill wind swept past Spandam, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Accompanying the icy breeze was a cold voice. "Was it you who just called out?" "Heh. Indeed, it was me. Be wise and promptly hand over the ship, along with that beauty, and I shall overlook your transgression of obstructing the smoking tom. Otherwise, you shall find yourself at odds with the world government," Spandam declared, brimming with arrogance, blissfully unaware that he was drawing ever closer to his demise. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Chen narrowed his eyes at the oblivious man before him, a laugh escaping his lips. "What are you laughing at?" Spandam, distracted from his observation of the Noah, snapped back, his irritation palpable. Yet, upon catching sight of Lin Chen's face, cold sweat began to trickle down his brow, and his body trembled, a foul liquid escaping him. Lin Chen frowned. He was aboard the smoking tom, after all. Is he truly this cowardly? Meanwhile, Spandam's mind was a tempest of turmoil. Isn't that General Baise? No, he should now be the notorious pirate Baise. I have admired him multiple times, from the moment he joined the Navy, to the newspaper covering that war, and the recently released bounty of 133 billion. I have studied that bounty poster repeatedly, so I cannot be mistaken. Spandam's expression contorted, akin to someone who bit into an apple only to discover a worm within. He had foolishly provoked this esteemed individual, whose bounty declared him invincible. How could he have been so naive as to wed himself in fear? His only remaining source of psychological comfort lay in the golden transponder snail nestled within his grasp. A feeble reassurance considering the man before him had achieved countless miracles in mere months. Baise. Lin Chen regarded Spandam with distaste, oblivious to the tempest within Spandam's heart. So, you wish to claim my ship and my woman? Lin Chen said coldly. No, not me. This is a misunderstanding. Yes, a misunderstanding. Spandam hastily retorted. I beg to differ. Lin Chen unsheathed Muramasa, an array of ghostly energy swirling around Spandam, bringing him to the brink of tears. Enough of this, you wretch. Killing you would tarnish my hands. Lin Chen remarked, creating distance from the trembling Spandam. He pondered how this man could possibly be Lucci's superior. While Lucci may have been somewhat lacking, at least he resembled a man. What was this wretched creature even? Please, sir, just let me off the hook. Spandam cried, tears streaming down his face, smearing his snot all over his garments. Letting you off is not impossible. But first, you must explain how your train caused a massive hole in my ship. Lin Chen stated calmly. Spandam, bewildered, followed Lin Chen's gaze upward, his heart sinking. Oh dear, that hole is on the ship's hull. How could I have caused that? Moreover, this is a train track. Your ship is parked on it. Spandam's mind raced in despair, yet he managed to force a ghastly smile. My apologies, sir. It is my fault. I shall repair the ship. I will cover all repair costs. He pleaded, bowing his head in a show of subservience. A smile crept across Lin Chen's lips. Despite his distaste for Spandam, the wretched man still proved somewhat useful. This development would surely please Nami. Although he found Spandam utterly repugnant, Lin Chen could not bring himself to harm such a pitiful creature. On board, Kane shivered unexpectedly. What's wrong, Kane? Chopper inquired with concern. Nothing, just a nagging feeling that something unpleasant is about to occur, Kane replied, shaking his head. Having received no response from Lin Chen for some time, Spandam attempted to raise his head, only to find that Lin Chen had vanished. He exhaled in relief. How did I provoke this harbinger of doom? Truly, the heavens are blind to my plight. Why did I have to encounter this man? A fleeting, lustful glimmer passed through Spandam's eyes as he recalled the stunning beauty he had encountered, perhaps the most exquisite woman he had ever seen. A visage that could rival even the legendary Empress of Pirates. Spandam hurriedly returned to the carriage, retrieving an ordinary transponder snail. BRRR, BRRR, BRRR. This is Spandam. I am aboard the Smoking Tom, and you can find me by following the tracks. Bring me back to Judicial Island. He quickly hung up the transponder snail. As for Water City, it was clear that Baise intended to repair the ship. I'm not going. I refuse to face that harbinger of death. As for the repair costs, once I return to Judicial Island, they can come find me if they dare. Storming Judicial Island is tantamount to slapping the world government in the face. I refuse to believe Baise would dare. Yet Spandam had forgotten that Lin Chen had already slain 2 celestial dragons. Would he truly fear breaching Judicial Island? Upon returning to the ship, Lin Chen smiled at the sullen Nami. Nami, our ship has found someone to repair it. It's that guy from earlier. He declared cheerfully. Really? Indeed. Oh yay, Nami exclaimed, jumping with joy and giving Lin Chen a quick kiss. This means we'll save so much money. Oh yay. Lin Chen touched his lips, savoring the fleeting warmth, and chuckled softly. This little girl is becoming bolder by the day. Then, Lin Chen turned to Bizen. Bizen, let us head to Water City. Absolutely. Bizen replied enthusiastically. Dragon strengthening. In an instant, Bizen's muscles swelled as he grasped the ship's helm, veins bulging on his forehead. With a sudden, forceful motion, he steered the ship to the right, and the Noah began to advance slowly. Fear not, Kokoro. I will arrange for someone to repair the tracks. Let South first close the station. This incident is my fault. But if anyone troubles you, mention my name, Baise. As the Noah gradually departed, the dejected Kokoro heard a gentle voice. Baise, Kokoro murmured, the name slowly rekindling a spark in her eyes. Lord Lin Chen, is this Water City ahead? Shiroshi inquired softly. Such grand fountains. So many waterways. Such marvelous architecture. She twirled around Lin Chen like a child enchanted by wonder. Haha, yes, ahead lies Water 7. Lin Chen replied with a grin. The waterways of Water City are exceedingly intricate. Beyond the transportation across the flat water surfaces, there are channels that extend downward from the heights of the city. Lin Chen elucidated. Moreover, Water City is a truly enchanting place, renowned for being home to the world's most formidable shipwrights. It was here, 8 centuries ago, that they crafted the legendary ship, Pluto. Lin Chen raised his gaze towards White Star and said. White Star listened intently, though unfamiliar with what Pluto entailed. She felt an overwhelming sense of awe. Suddenly, Lin Chen's direct gaze caused her cheeks to flush. Lord Lin Chen, is it possible to repair Noah here? She inquired. Ha ha, absolutely. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Meanwhile, The inhabitants of Water City were suddenly enveloped in an ominous darkness. As their curiosity compelled them to look up, they beheld a vessel of immense proportions, comparable to a small island. They gazed in astonishment at the colossal ship. Even those in the shipbuilding capital had never beheld such grandeur. Kaku halted his work, his expression one of astonishment as he beheld the magnificent vessel, exclaiming, "This is truly astonishing." However, for Lucci, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him as he regarded the ship. Abruptly, he clasped his chest and knelt. Lucci, what troubles you?" The white dove inquired. "I don't know. My heart suddenly feels as if it's racing." Lucci answered earnestly. "At Frankie's shipyard." Frankie observed the suddenly darkened sky, excitement evident on his face at the sight of the gigantic ship. "You lot, feel free to board," he commanded enthusiastically. "Yes, Master Frankie." In the mayor's office of Water City, a long-legged secretary held a stack of documents as she looked at the languid, blue-haired man before her. "Mayor, someone has invited you to dinner." "I decline." "Mayor, someone has requested your presence at a meeting." "I decline." "Mayor, someone wishes to see you." "I refuse." "Mayor, it's a representative from the world government." "Then tell them I'm not here." The secretary sighed. "You truly are insufferable." Suddenly, the voice of Iceberg fell silent. He gazed out the window in astonishment, murmuring to himself, This is nothing short of a miracle. How could such a massive ship exist?" With a sudden burst of energy, Iceberg stood and leaned against the window, his eyes enraptured by the sight of the ship. For a shipwright, nothing brings greater joy than the creation of a perfect vessel. Similarly, nothing captivates a shipwright more than a ship of resounding renown. Chapter 169. Above Noah, Lin Chen stretched lazily, declaring, "We can only dock here. To venture further would take us onto the island. Indeed, Noah is simply too vast. We must remain here," Nami concurred. "Lord Baise, what shall we do next?" Bison, having reverted from his dragon form and wiping the sweat from his brow, inquired of Lin Chen. "Ha, what comes next?" "Naturally, we shall explore the island. It's a rare occasion, and we must seize the chance to enjoy ourselves." Lin Chen replied with a smile. "However, do exercise caution. Everyone's bounties have been made public, and the locals on this island are notoriously unfriendly towards pirates. To be precise, they are not afraid of pirates and may even seize their belongings," Lin Chen cautioned with a grin. My bounty isn't particularly high. I recently ventured into the New World and caused quite a stir, which is why I have a bounty now," Bison sheepishly admitted, scratching his head. Just then, Kane appeared behind Bison. "Oh, Bison, what is your bounty?" "Yes, do tell," Bartolomeo chimed in, having appeared behind Bison as well. My bounty is a mere 180 million," Bison said, feeling bashful. "Having a bounty of over 100 million is quite impressive. Considering it was my antics in the East Blue that drew the ire of Vice Admiral Mole, prompting him to report me to Sengoku," he explained. 180 million is not insignificant," Nami remarked quietly. Ha. Of course, Bison's strength is formidable. Now equipped with Haki, along with the unique characteristics of his fruit, his abilities have undergone a significant transformation. His current strength far exceeds that of 180 million, Lin Chen observed with a smile. You flatter me, Lord Baise," Bison said, feeling bashful. "Feel free to enjoy Water City. Our ship may require extensive repairs, allowing everyone ample time to explore," Lin Chen cheerfully stated. "As for the matter of funds?" Lin Chen smiled faintly, snapping his fingers, and a stack of berries along with a piece of gold appeared before each of them. Although Nami managed the finances aboard the ship, she had no space to carry it, so it was kept with Lin Chen. "Oye, I want meat. I want cotton candy. I want meat too." With Bison's addition, the trio transformed into a jubilant quartet, cheering with excitement as Kane sprouted wings and flew with Chopper towards the island. "Hey, take me with you," Bartolomeo shouted, but found that Kane had already soared far ahead. I'll carry you," Bison offered to Bartolomeo. "You?" "Yes, it's me. Dragon form, muscle enhancement." With a grin at Bartolomeo, Bison scooped him up and declared, "I'm off." "Slow down." Before Bartolomeo could finish, Bison's muscles bulged, and with a powerful leap, he soared over 100 meters into the air, performing a few graceful spins before descending freely towards Water City. Ha. They are truly full of vigor," Lin Chen remarked with a smile. "Aren't you also quite youthful? Why affect a pose of solemnity?" Nami shot Lin Chen a teasing glance. Indeed." Lin Chen chuckled. "Yasop, are you not joining us?" Lin Chen asked, turning to Yasop, who sat aboard the ship. I shall remain behind. Besides, the ship will hardly be peaceful once you depart," Yasop replied. Lin Chen scoffed, his eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief. "A bunch of petty rascals." Ha. Lin Chen, I shall guard Noah from those rascals, Yasopp declared with a hearty laugh. Then we shall take our leave. Lin Chen waved to White Star, Ein, and Nami. Very well, Nami and Ein agreed, slowly approaching Lin Chen. Lin Chen turned to White Star, questioning. Why do you not join us? Lord Lin Chen, I am on the ship as well. White Star finally spoke up. But you said you wished to see the world? Lin Chen inquired. But before White Star could elaborate, Lin Chen comprehended her hesitation. He summoned an ethereal arm of Susanoo to grasp her hand, offering a semblance of security, and smiled. Fear not, your size is no concern, come along. Oh really? Lord Lin Chen, I won't be a burden, will I? White Star asked, her eyes sparkling with hope. Ha, certainly not, Lin Chen assured her. Is that true, Lord Lin Chen? White Star exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Ha, let us depart. As a ripple of space manifested, the four figures gradually vanished. Yasopp chuckled, shaking his head. Youth truly brims with vitality. Chapter 170. The Shark Cannon, the Elderly Man. Now in his twilight years, watched as the great white shark lay sprawled upon the deck of Noah, soundly asleep. In the streets of Water City, Lin Chen was strolling leisurely with Nami, Ein, and White Star. Lord Lin Chen, why do I feel as though everyone is staring at us? White Star murmured, lowering her head in embarrassment. Oh, it's likely because you are all simply too beautiful, Lin Chen replied with a smile. By the way, let us exchange our gold for berries, as King Neptune has provided us with some. He recalled that there was a place on the island where they could convert their gold, and Nami was particularly fond of berries. Yay, Nami exclaimed, raising her arms in delight. Excuse me, would you like to rent a blue? Suddenly, a slightly plump merchant appeared, grinning as he addressed Lin Chen. What is a blue? Ein inquired, her curiosity piqued. Behold, the merchant gestured toward the bovine fish swimming in the waterway. This is a blue, an indispensable mode of transport in Water City. I am the foremost merchant of blues, specializing in both rentals and sales. So what do you say? Would you like to rent a few? Very well, Lin Chen responded. Chuckling, the merchant's gaze swept over Nami, Ein, and White Star, yet he showed not a hint of astonishment. However, upon hearing Lin Chen agree to rent, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. It seemed this rotund fellow had a strong penchant for wealth. Esteemed guest, the merchant promptly altered his address. I recommend renting a blue carriage, especially since this lovely mermaid lady is rather large. A blue carriage is drawn by 7 blues, providing ample power and space. All for just 8,000 berries, truly your best value. Wait, what is that? Lin Chen was about to agree when he spotted a massive cage in the corner, housing a gigantic shark that regarded the onlookers with a distinctly disdainful expression. The merchant lamented, shaking his head. This is a great deity I invited last year, hoping it would earn me some profit, but alas, it refuses to carry anyone. He cast a forlorn glance at the great shark. I thought bringing the cannon back would yield significant earnings, as blues are the sole transportation in Water City. Indeed, the cannon is quite a curiosity, attracting many who wish to see it. Yet, the cannon refuses to transport anyone and has injured quite a few, costing me dearly, the merchant expressed with a heart-wrenching countenance. The cannon, seemingly sensing the merchant's grievances, turned its head, disdainfully spat out a mouthful of water, and returned to its own thoughts. Look at it, look at it, the merchant exclaimed in frustration. Had he not spent a fortune acquiring the cannon, he would have discarded it long ago, as it merely indulged itself while contributing nothing. The entire island was aware of the cannon's reputation, making it unsellable. With no tears left to shed, the merchant lamented internally, yet, having brought this ancestral being back, I must care for it, even if it brings me pain. Lin Chen looked up at White Star, who, as expected, bore a hint of nostalgia in her eyes at the sight of the shark, reminiscent of their companion Mikaro. Boss, I wish to give it a try, Lin Chen declared to the merchant. Very well, then, do give it a try, the merchant conceded, as every visitor wished to test the cannon, for its appearance was incomparable to any ordinary blue cannon. Lin Chen called out, and indeed, the cannon turned its head. However, it merely regarded Lin Chen with indifference before looking away again. Yet, its gaze lingered on White Star for a moment, as if sensing an inexplicable authority emanating from her, a feeling that stirred something deep within. Quite arrogant, Lin Chen chuckled, bemused. He concealed his true aura, appearing as an ordinary person to all but the strongest of beings, including this shark. Determined, Lin Chen approached, intent on conversing with the cannon to persuade it to yield. Just as he was about to engage, a gentle voice resonated, "Cannon." White Star waved at the cannon with a smile. Upon hearing her voice, the cannon trembled slightly. Turning to look at White Star, its gaze becoming increasingly pure. Our queen finally, clarity returned to the cannon's eyes, and it excitedly rolled in its cage, thrashing about as if overjoyed to see its queen. The sudden awakening of its ancestral instincts was unmistakable. Had it not grown complacent in comfort, it would have sensed long ago that White Star was its sovereign. To be fair, the cannon, despite its size, was relatively weak among the Sea Kings. In an instant, the cannon seemed displeased with its cage, biting down and shattering it before charging towards White Star. Had it not been for its cushy existence, it would have long since broken free to return to the sea. Be careful, the merchant shouted. It's all right, Lin Chen intercepted the merchant, sensing no malice from the shark. Even if there were, he could eliminate it in an instant. Ultimately, the shark halted 3 meters from White Star, bowing its noble head in reverence, submerging it in the water before her. The cannon has actually submitted. The merchant gazed in astonishment at the shark in the water, for the ordinarily arrogant cannon had never behaved in such a manner. Lin Chen squinted at White Star and the cannon, pondering if this signified the initial awakening of Poseidon's power. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain, but with himself by her side, what harm could come? Very well, I shall take the cannon, Lin Chen stated to the merchant. The merchant, still in a daze, responded, 10,000 berries. Upon regaining his senses, the merchant explained that the price was not inflated. The cannon originally cost 30,000 berries, but since it refused to transport anyone, the price had been reduced to 10,000. Fortunately, Lin Chen revealed a small piece of gold from his palm. This should suffice. No need for change. The merchant eagerly accepted the gold, biting into it to verify its authenticity. Thank you, esteemed sir. The merchant expressed his gratitude profusely, for the weight of the gold was worth at least 20,000 berries. In these tumultuous times, gold served as a universal currency, accepted everywhere. Chapter 171, Roar. The shark cannon emitted a bizarre sound that was uncharacteristic of a shark, startling the nearby blues into a frantic retreat. The cannon strutted proudly to the massive wooden board of the blue cart, biting down on it and dragging it before White Star, inviting her to take a seat. Thank you for your effort, White Star said with a smile. Roar. The shark cannon excitedly splashed its tail, expressing its inner exhilaration. Let us be off then. Lin Chen conjured forth a Susanoo arm, effortlessly lifting Bai Xing and leaping onto the wooden platform. He gently placed Bai Xing down before returning to lift Nami and Ain onto the platform as well. The shark cannon cast a disdainful glance at Lin Chen, Nami, and Ain, as though their mere presence atop his back was a concession made solely for the sake of Wang Bai Xing. In the eyes of the shark cannon, Lin Chen was merely an ordinary individual, while Nami and Ain possessed strength that was hardly formidable. By the way, boss, where can I exchange for gold? Lin Chen called out loudly to the proprietor. The owner, clutching gold in his hand, shouted back, follow this river, and as you proceed, you will find a bustling commercial street with a pawn shop. Okay, thank you, boss, Lin Chen gestured appreciatively. Let us go, cannon, he urged. However, the cannon remained impervious to Lin Chen's call, as if he had not spoken at all. This irked Lin Chen somewhat. Damn it, just a little shark, thinking it can act all high and mighty. With a smile, Lin Chen added, if you don't want to come along, I might just have to deal with you. His chilling words were accompanied by a hint of Conqueror's Haki, which caused the cannon to tremble slightly, as if burdened not by a mere human, but by an immense island. The overwhelming pressure felt as though it would drown the cannon. Yet, in the next moment, the weight of the imagined island vanished, and the insurmountable pressure dissipated, as if it had all been a figment of his imagination. Nevertheless, the shark cannon was acutely aware that the terrifying aura emanating from this man was all too real. The cannon gulped nervously, casting a furtive glance at Lin Chen, who appeared as unremarkable as ever. Are you coming or not? Lin Chen's icy voice cut through the air, startling the cannon into action as he swiftly propelled himself forward, akin to a bullet fired from a chamber. As the shark cannon navigated the waterways with reckless abandon, he paid no heed to the traffic. If it were not for the ample width of the waterways, the shark could single-handedly wreak havoc upon the entire aquatic city. Observing this scene, Lin Chen offered an apologetic glance. Take it slow. Meanwhile, aboard the Noah's Ark, Fujitora, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. Everyone, step forward, he commanded, rising with his cane sword in hand. Old man, your perception is quite impressive, one of the burly men, armed with a blade, remarked, eyeing Fujitora like a wolf sizing up a lamb. What brings you here? Fujitora inquired languidly. Cut the formalities, are you a pirate? The leader of the men demanded bluntly. If we are to speak candidly, yes, Fujitora contemplated for a moment before replying. That's good to hear. Boys, seize him. The leader commanded upon hearing Fujitora's admission. Remember to dismantle the ship. A glint of greed flickered in his eyes. Why must you dismantle our ship? Fujitora frowned. The burly man chuckled, revealing a set of large yellow teeth. Let me tell you, old man, this ship was crafted from the legendary Atom Tree. Now it belongs to us. Why such arrogance? Fujitora pressed, his frown deepening. Old man, why do you ask such a question? You are pirates. No matter what transpires, the laws of the world government will not protect pirates. Therefore, this ship is ours. The leader of the men raised his blade and swung it towards Fujitora. Old man, knowing all this, it's time for you to die? Suddenly, Fujitora raised his cane sword to block the attack. I did not expect the world government to have decayed to such an extent. Choosing to abandon the Marines seems to have been the right decision. Old man, why don't you just go ahead and die? The leader spat, his frustration boiling over upon realizing his strike had failed. Hell's journey. Fujitora did not respond further, but instead planted his cane sword firmly on the ground, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that bore down upon the group of armed men, pinning them to the deck. I forgot to mention, Fujitora added with a smile. Fujitora, he said calmly, before resuming his meditation on the deck, seemingly impervious to the surrounding chaos. A leader. He says he is Fujitora, one of the men stammered. And so what? Get up quickly. Wait, why do I feel so weak? The one who spoke had recently seen the bounty notice. Fujitora, the man with a bounty exceeding 3 billion. Isn't he that former Marine Admiral? He exclaimed, trembling at the realization. He had a penchant for collecting bounties of powerful individuals to motivate himself. Had he recognized Fujitora sooner, he would have been the first to flee. Boss, this guy's captain is White Tiger. He shouted in alarm. White Tiger? Which White Tiger? The former Marine Admiral White Tiger. The burly man cried out. Upon hearing this, the leader's eyes widened in shock. What? White Tiger? Instantly, he felt a chill run down his spine, and a wave of liquid fear surged within him. Yet he found himself unable to release it, leaving him in a state of discomfort. Though the leader did not know who Fujitora was, he certainly knew of White Tiger. After all, White Tiger single-handedly withstood 2 of the 4 emperors, solidifying his infamous reputation across the world. Simultaneously, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Akainu stood before Sengoku. Akainu, congratulations on being reinstated as an admiral, Sengoku remarked. Humph, Akainu grunted. One day, I will defeat White Tiger, he vowed solemnly. Ha ha ha, then you should hurry and train. Sengoku chuckled. Yes, Fleet Admiral, Akainu replied before slowly departing. Moments later, Ahi entered Sengoku's office. Fleet Admiral, the latest reports have arrived. Oh, just place them there. Ahi, Sengoku smiled, picking up the documents from the corner of his desk. Is it about the 7 warlords of the sea? Ahi asked in a grave tone. Indeed, Sengoku confirmed. The plan to abolish the 7 warlords was set to be executed soon, but with the sudden emergence of White Tiger, who has even slain 2 celestial dragons, those cowardly individuals have decided against the abolition. The plan has been postponed for a few more years. They wish to avoid any immediate repercussions, Sengoku explained, laughing lightly. White Tiger's defection is truly unfortunate, Sengoku sighed. There's nothing to be done. White Tiger is in his prime, and the celestial dragons brought this upon themselves, Ahi replied. Indeed, they are a foolish lot for driving away such a formidable force, Sengoku stated fiercely, before proceeding to examine the documents. Warlords of the Sea, Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, wielding the supreme black sword, Yuru, one of the 12 supreme great swords. Warlords of the Sea, Boa Hancock, the pirate empress, captain of the Kuja pirates, and renowned as the world's most beautiful woman, possessing the powers of the sweet fruit. Warlords of the Sea, Crocodile, also known as Sir Crocodile, wielding the powers of the Sansan fruit, a master of the natural element. Warlords of the Sea, Gecko Moria, captain of the Thriller Bark pirates, possessing the powers of the Shadow fruit. Warlords of the Sea, Jinbe, the Fishman karate master, excelling in underwater combat. Warlords of the Sea, Bartholomew Kuma, the former king of the Sorbet kingdom, now a fearsome pirate, possessing the powers of the pawpaw fruit. After a brief pause, Sengoku continued. The final individual is the Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Law, the captain of the Heart Pirates, endowed with the powers of the Ope no Mi, a paramecia-type devil fruit. At this juncture, Sengoku closed his eyes, contemplating whether the Ope no Mi was the very reason that Corazon chose to forsake his own life to save another. In his heart, Sengoku mused, recalling Corazon, who he regarded as a son. What is it, Sengoku? Akainu inquired kindly. However, upon recognizing Law's appearance, he was taken aback. The petite figure that lingered in his memory suddenly merged with Law's, revealing that they were indeed one and the same. Was this the child saved by Corazon? Akainu recollected the battle fought over the devil fruit, a confrontation that ultimately led to Corazone's demise. Sengoku murmured softly, grasping the realization that he was reminded of Corazon not merely because of the Nami, but because this was the individual recommended by Lin Chen. Moreover, he had brought with him the unconscious golden lion. What? This is the individual recommended by Lin Chen, and he has brought the golden lion? Akainu exclaimed, now compelled to reassess this child. Not only was he a wielder of the Nami, but he was also endorsed by Admiral Baise, and ultimately, he had managed to bring the golden lion himself. The golden lion was a remnant of the old era, apprehended through the combined efforts of Sengoku and Garp. Indeed, it must have been Lin Chen who defeated the golden lion and used him as leverage to facilitate this child's induction into the 7 warlords of the sea, Sengoku concluded. Baise is truly cunning, isn't? Is it Lin Chen? Akainu repeatedly uttered this name, and upon mentioning it, a flicker of irritation sparked within her. While she could not wholly blame Lin Chen, it was indeed due to him that she had not seen her sister Di Yuan for an extended period, leaving her uncertain of her well-being. Akainu's thoughts drifted to her sister. Despite Di Yuan's formidable strength, she was still merely a girl, venturing alone to live in the North Sea, which filled Akainu with profound concern. In the East Sea, at Lobetown, a colossal beast-headed warship sailed into the harbor, adorned with a grand seagull, symbolizing the justice of the Navy. On the bow of the ship, a man with a cigarette spoke. Smoker, Daz Bones, remain on the ship. I need to retrieve something from the Navy base in Lobetown. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke, addressing Daz. Understood, sir. On the bustling streets of Lobetown, the fearsome visage of Smoker, clad in Navy attire, deterred any approach. Daddy, come chase me, a little girl exclaimed, clutching a sweet ice cream cone as she dashed away. Ha ha ha, slow down. Don't bump into anyone. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Daddy. Yet, in the next moment, the little girl collided with Smoker's leg, tumbling to the ground, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed up at him, particularly at the Navy insignia emblazoned on his uniform, trembling in fear. I'm sorry, sir. We didn't mean to. Come at me instead. She's just a child. Witnessing this scene, the girl's father crumbled, kneeling before Smoker, pleading earnestly. Sir, we have money. We have money. Please, don't harm the child. Smoker gradually crouched down, extinguishing his cigarette to avoid troubling the child with smoke. I apologize for ruining your ice cream. Here, take this and buy a bigger one, he said, forcing a strained smile as he produced a crumpled handful of berry for the little girl. However, that smile appeared rather forced. No, my daddy says those with the seagull insignia are all bad people. The little girl, her eyes glistening with tears, retorted defiantly. I don't want the money from a bad person. With that, she pushed Smoker's berry away and ran back to her father, leaving a bewildered Smoker in her wake. Chapter 172. Sighing, Smoker rubbed his head in resignation and slowly rose to his feet. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Having spent some time in Lobetown, he believed many should recognize him, yet now, why were their gazes so evasive? Smoker's keen intuition kicked in as he pursued the father and daughter, gripping the father's shoulder. Hey, tell me, what is going on? Bad person, let go of my father. The little girl protested, kicking and punching at Smoker. Stop that. Her father quickly intervened, then turned back to Smoker, saying, Sir, the child doesn't understand. I asked what's wrong. Smoker reiterated. After a moment, he sensed his own inability to articulate clearly and added, I mean, why are you all so frightened of the Navy? Sir, it's not that. The father stammered, fear evident in his voice. Tell me, Smoker insisted, his tone growing firmer. Humph, bad person. Don't scare my daddy, the little girl said, puffing up defiantly as she glared at Smoker, exuding an air of threat as if to say he would face consequences for intimidating her father. Smoker found the scene both amusing and endearing. Then tell me, he prompted, maintaining his typically icy demeanor. My daddy and I just moved to Lobetown a little while ago because we heard Admiral Baise was here, the little girl stated, her eyes sparkling as if stars had ignited within them at the mention of Baise. But Admiral Baise isn't here, she added, her expression shifting to disappointment. Unsure of who had spread such misleading information. My daddy and I are big fans of Admiral Baise. He is so cool. At that moment, the little girl's face contorted with distaste as she continued. But when we arrived, a very fat man wearing a Navy uniform told us he was the Fly Admiral. He said we have to pay 100,000 berry as protection fees each year because the Navy protects civilians, and civilians should pay for protection. We said we would leave. Then he said, you can come and go as you please, but you must pay before leaving. What do you think Lobetown is? And what do you think I, the Fly, am? Now we're stuck here, the little girl lamented. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed Smoker's face, and his heart was ablaze with fury. He struggled to suppress his rage and queried the girl's father. Is this true? Yes, the father admitted, fear evident in his nod. Outrageous, Smoker exclaimed, stomping his foot in frustration. He hadn't anticipated that even after Baise had distanced himself from the Navy, some would still reveal their true colors, unable to suppress their inherent nature. Tell me, did you pay the fee? Smoker asked again. Of course we did. If we hadn't, he would have sold my daughter. The girl's father said, casting a fond glance at his daughter before helplessly admitting, that was all our savings. The child's mother had passed away early, so the father doted on his daughter immensely. When she expressed a desire for ice cream, he had spent their dwindling savings to buy her one. All right, I understand. Here, go buy some ice cream, Smoker said, forcefully suppressing his anger as he once again retrieved a handful of crumpled money from his pocket and handed it to the little girl. This time, the little girl did not refuse, proudly declaring, I forgive you. Ha ha. Smoker let out a hearty laugh, producing 2 cigarettes which he promptly lit and placed in his mouth, squinting his eyes as he mused, flies, huh? How delightful. With that, he transformed into wisps of smoke and drifted away with the wind. In the naval branch of Rogue Town, a corpulent man sat in an ornate armchair, his small eyes and disheveled hair framing a rotund face adorned with 2 tiny mustaches. This was Rear Admiral Fly, who, through a series of fortunate mishaps, had completed a significant task and subsequently ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral. Narrowing his eyes, he inquired, Chungue, how goes it? Smooth sailing? A tall, lanky man with yellow hair stepped forward and addressed Fly. Admiral, it seems we require your direct intervention to instill some fear. Otherwise, they won't heed our commands. With a reluctant groan, Fly shifted in his chair, causing it to creak. Very well, I shall attend to it when time permits. The yellow-haired Chungue slowly retreated. Meanwhile, Fly pondered the absurdities of life, chuckling. Baise is gone, huh? Now the inspection team is devoid of personnel, and Marineford is in utter chaos. With no one to monitor me, I can make a hefty profit and then retire from the Navy. The world is vast, and with wealth, I can live freely. He couldn't help but reflect, truly, those imbecilic Navy fools drove Baise away. Don't they realize that with Baise around, we dared not make any mischief? Ha ha. Now that he is gone. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted, startling Fly and causing him to tremble with anger. He rose from his chair and stormed outside, cursing. Who the hell dares to disturb my peace? Have they had enough of life? In an instant, smoke coalesced into a fist that struck Fly squarely in the face, causing blood to spurt from his nose. What the hell? Who dares to hit me? Fly rolled on the ground twice before regaining his composure, glaring ahead. The smoke gradually took shape, revealing Smoker, who exhaled a cloud of smoke and regarded Fly. You must be Fly. I am Rear Admiral Fly. And who might you be? Fly stuttered in fear. I am Captain Smoker of the Navy, Smoker replied coldly, observing the rotund man before him who dared to call himself Fly. It was the first time Smoker questioned the Navy's hierarchy. Ha ha, I am your superior. How dare you strike me? Do you wish to resign? Serve me well, and I may grant you mercy, Fly proclaimed, attempting to flatter Smoker with an olive branch. Smoker remained silent, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before delivering another powerful punch to Fly's forehead. I am still the deputy leader of the Navy inspection team. You drunken fool. What inspection team? Isn't it already defunct? Fly gasped, astonished. Enough of your nonsense. The inspection team is led by Tontada and I, the drunken fool. Smoker stated coldly. With that, his arm transformed into smoke, cloaked in the black hue of Haki, and he delivered a crushing blow to Fly's abdomen. In an instant, Fly felt as though 1,000 bulls had collided with his stomach, frothing at the mouth and collapsing unconscious on the ground. Smoker cast a disdainful glance at Fly. What a waste. You think you deserve the title of Rear Admiral. With a piercing gaze, Smoker then turned to the yellow-haired man lurking in the corner. Get out here. The yellow-haired man trembled and quickly knelt before Smoker. My lord, I was forced into this. I have no connection to him. He pointed at Fly, eager to distance himself. Where's the money? Smoker demanded coldly. What money? The yellow-haired man stammered, then recalled, I remember. I'll fetch it. He scrambled away, returning shortly with a large leather suitcase. As he handed it over, he cast a lingering glance at the case. Take care. Smoker shot him a chilling look before hoisting the suitcase and dragging Fly's unconscious form away. As he departed, Smoker entered a side room, where he discovered a long wooden box in the corner. With a complex expression, he opened it to reveal a pair of swords. I'm coming for you, old friend, Smoker murmured, sheathing the swords on his back before resuming his path onto the street. Hey everyone, money here, Smoker bellowed in the street. instantly capturing the attention of a multitude, including some unsavory characters. Humph. Smoker scoffed, positioning his swords before him and tossing the unconscious fly aside, one at a time. The petty criminals exchanged glances between the swords and the unconscious fly, swallowing nervously and rubbing their hands before retreating, well aware of the Navy's reputation. After a while, the crowd dispersed, leaving behind a sum of 100,000 berries unclaimed. Smoker scanned the area, searching for a petite figure. "Hey, mister, you're quite impressive." A melodious voice rang out, bringing a sense of ease to Smoker. "Money, it's for you." "Thank you, sir. Thank you." The father of the little girl expressed his gratitude promptly. Seeing this, Smoker felt a twinge of melancholy, wondering when the Navy had to be thanked for simply doing its duty. "No need for thanks. It is my responsibility." With that, Smoker sheathed his swords once more. "Hey, mister, I still don't know your name. I want to be a cool Navy officer just like you." Smoker paused momentarily, a subtle smile creeping onto his face. "The drunken fool, Smoker." And with that, Smoker dragged Fly's body away, transforming into smoke and vanishing into the distance. Aboard the white Zetsu, Smoker-san. "Why are you so cheerful?" Tashigi inquired. While Smoker typically maintained a stoic expression, Tashigi could sense his current elation. "Cheerful? Perhaps I encountered someone interesting." Smoker remarked nonchalantly as he tossed Fly aside, pondering aloud. "Is it that obvious?" "Very obvious." Tashigi nodded vigorously. "Did you retrieve your belongings?" "Yes," Smoker replied, patting the swords on his back, nodding. "I will return to Marineford and seek out Admiral Baise," he resolved steadfastly. On Judicial Island, Spandam knelt before an imposing figure. "Father," he weakly called out. "Speak. Why have you returned?" His father inquired. "Report, father. You have no idea whom I encountered on the way." Spandam exclaimed excitedly. "I met." Silence. His father interrupted sharply. "I have leveraged countless connections to secure this mission. You must understand that this task is directly linked to your future. If you can retrieve the design of the Underworld King, your achievements will be limitless. Moreover, with this golden transponder snail, you have the means to initiate the Demon Order. Why have you not executed this mission? All my efforts will have been in vain." Spandam's father lamented, filled with disappointment and frustration. "Who did you encounter?" "Baise." Spandam trembled. Admiral Baise, now a pirate. His father fell silent, fully aware of who Baise was, as the chief of CP9. He knew all too well that Baise was one of those explicitly warned against provoking, having killed a celestial dragon, causing even the arrogant celestial dragons to cower. "Son, well done." "What, father? Did you not say the design of the Underworld King was of utmost importance?" Spandam asked, bewildered. "Hee, no matter how significant it is. What can you possibly acquire under the watchful eyes of Baise?" "Father, did you not mention that I possess the golden telephone bug capable of launching the demon-slaying order?" "Hee, even with the entire naval fleet mobilized. It may not be sufficient to overpower Baise. After all, the demon-slaying order consists of merely a handful of ships, and at his level of strength, the strategy of numerical superiority becomes futile." Spandam's father gazed at him as if he were an imbecile, pondering how he could have sired such a fool, despite his own brilliance. "Yet, father, did you not say that this mission is tied to my future?" "Hee, what future is there when life itself is at stake?" Spandam's father increasingly felt that his son was utterly useless, not only weak, but also dim-witted. It was solely due to his own prowess that he had to support him. Otherwise, he would be nothing but a waste. He yearned to have him remade from scratch. Chapter 173. Water City. Lin Chen, is this the place?" Nami exclaimed excitedly upon spotting a large sign for a pawn shop. "Ha ha ha, indeed it is," Lin Chen replied with a slight smile. "Let's go?" Nami said eagerly, her thoughts racing at the prospect of soon having a fortune in her grasp. "Come on, Hoshi, Ein," Lin Chen said, turning back to them with a sense of resignation. Ein obediently replied, leaping onto the shore alongside Nami. "Hoshi, are you not coming?" Lin Chen inquired, noticing that Hoshi remained still. "Is it really all right?" Hoshi asked, still dissatisfied with her towering stature compared to those around her, feeling out of place. "Silly girl, of course it is," Lin Chen chuckled reassuringly. With that, Lin Chen manifested a Susanoo arm, effortlessly lifting Hoshi and propelling them downward. "Wow, there's water beneath this house," Nami exclaimed in surprise, discovering the hollow space below. "I thought this was an island." "Ha ha ha, rather than an island. It is more accurate to say this city is built upon the water," Lin Chen explained with a smile. "Let us proceed." Lin Chen took Hoshi's hand, leading the way behind Nami and Ein towards the pawn shop. Inside, only an elderly man sat slumped in a chair, seemingly indifferent to the presence of visitors. As Lin Chen entered with Nami and Ein, Hoshi could not follow. Lin Chen held Hoshi's hand, phasing through as she remained in a state of intangibility. Ever since Lin Chen's eyes evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he noticed that the duration of his phasing seemed limitless. It appeared that only the depletion of his ocular power could revert him back. Yet his eye power was nearly inexhaustible. "Welcome," the old man spoke slowly, still with his eyes closed, reclining in his chair. "Are you the proprietor?" Nami asked suspiciously, eyeing the old man. "Ha ha ha, indeed I am." The old man finally opened his eyes, bleary and drowsy, gazing at Nami. As his gaze shifted to Lin Chen, a surge of formidable energy erupted from him, followed by an awkward smile. "Apologies, that was merely my body's instinctive reaction." When his gaze briefly lingered on Lin Chen's waist, a flicker of surprise crossed his features, which did not escape Lin Chen's keen perception. "Sir, it seems your strength is not to be underestimated. My body instinctively feels a threat from you." The old man squinted at Lin Chen. "Ha ha ha. Old sir, you are not weak yourself," Lin Chen replied with a smile, acknowledging the energy the old man had just unleashed. "Ha ha ha, what brings you here?" the old man asked, momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, as if he preferred not to dwell on the past. "Nothing much, merely seeking some gold," Lin Chen said with a slight smile directed at the old man. "However, I wonder if you can accept it." "Ha ha ha ha, how amusing. I have a lifelong passion for collecting treasures. Aside from a select few I hold dear, I sell the rest at a premium. Do you think I am in need of money?" The old man laughed heartily as if he had heard the greatest joke. "Then I must trouble you, good sir," Lin Chen said with a slight smile, conjuring a spatial vortex that produced a large bag in his hands. "Here you are, old sir. Oh, just place it there. I will give you 10 billion berries," the old man said without even lifting his gaze, his tone calm, as if the sum was inconsequential. "Really, old sir?" Nami asked excitedly, realizing that this gold, valued at only 7 or 8 billion berries, was being offered at 10 billion by this generous old man. "Ha ha, of course it's true." The old man laughed once more. "Why is your shop so deserted?" Lin Chen inquired, curious about the apparent lack of customers despite the shop's prime location and prominent sign. "I do not welcome just anyone. I too believe in fate," the old man replied candidly. "What constitutes fate may be an eye for an eye or a moment's whim, and your fate is tied to your strength." The old man glanced again at Lin Chen's waist, his eyes glimmering with interest. Then, with a sweeping motion of his sleeve, 10 boxes of berries floated down from above. "This is 10 billion, the old man declared slowly. Lin Chen, employing his observation haki, waved his hand, causing the 10 boxes to vanish. He clasped his hands respectfully towards the old man and said, "Then, old sir, we shall take our leave." Just as Lin Chen stepped outside, a voice called from behind. "Sir, please wait." Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, having anticipated this moment. "Sir, is that blade at your waist a Muramasa?" the old man asked with uncertainty. And what if it is? What if it isn't?" Lin Chen replied calmly, his gaze fixed on the old man, who seemed to reflect nostalgia rather than greed. "Then it must be so," the old man sighed, continuing, "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions." The old man's eyes flickered with caution as he hastily explained, "I was merely reminded of an old friend." "Sir, are you a swordsman?" the old man inquired. "What do you think?" Lin Chen shot him an incredulous glance before responding. "Ah, indeed, I am just an old fool," the old man chuckled, "carrying 3 swords. Does that not make one a swordsman? Would you be interested in hearing an old tale from me?" the old man asked suddenly, a spark of excitement lighting up his eyes. "I am all ears," Lin Chen replied. "Ha ha ha, then I shall begin," the old man exclaimed. "I am 83 years old. 40 years ago, I took refuge here. I was the vice captain of the Yanbu pirate crew. Yanbu was my childhood friend, and I had a penchant for collecting treasures. While he was utterly obsessed with swords, he was a master of the dual sword style, and by the age of 30, he had perfected his swordsmanship. At that time, he was known as the dual sword Yanbu. In these seas, Yanbu was an invincible figure, dominating the waters, and no one dared to challenge him." The old man's eyes gleamed with nostalgia. However, it seemed as though fate itself was envious of his extraordinary talent. At the age of 37, Yanbu succumbed to a terminal illness, his days numbered. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in the old man's eyes. Yanbu possessed 2 blades. One was Muramasa, a supreme sword among the 12 artisans representing the depths of hell. The other was Hongmiet, a devastating blade among the 21 artisans symbolizing annihilation. Before his demise, Yanbu entrusted Hongmiet to the old man, yet for reasons unknown, the cursed blade Muramasa vanished without a trace. Even in death, Yanbu did not reveal its whereabouts. Consequently, the old man disbanded the pirate crew of that time and retreated into solitude. "Hey, Fong, remember, if you ever encounter the new master of Muramasa, You must impart my lifelong skills to that person. It is imperative that the Yanbu dual sword style does not fade into obscurity. Remember, Feng. This was the last sentence Yanbu uttered while grasping the old man's hand before his death. So what? Lin Chen inquired. So, do you wish to inherit Yanbu's legacy? The old man's eyes sparkled momentarily, and he fervently questioned Lin Chen. Oh, I decline. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Why? Feng exclaimed in astonishment. If Yanbu were alive today, even Whitebeard wouldn't stand a chance against him. Oh, I decline. Lin Chen reiterated. I do not require it. I intend to forge my own path, without relying on another's legacy, he declared with fierce determination, preparing to depart. Ha ha. The old man erupted into uncontrollable laughter from behind. Today, you shall accept it, whether you like it or not. Wild wind. With a flourish of his hands, an overwhelming gust surged towards Lin Chen. In an instant, Lin Chen's eyes transformed into kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and he promptly transported Nami and Ain into the Kemui dimension, regarding the old man with a bemused expression. Speak. What do you truly desire? Lin Chen asked, sensing the old man's formidable presence. After all, he had lived for over 80 years. Even a mere dog would have become cunning by now. Inherit Yanbu's ultimate techniques, or perish. The old man glowered at Lin Chen. His true intent was not merely to have Lin Chen inherit the martial arts. Rather, much of what he had said previously was indeed factual. Yanbu had not died from illness. He had sensed the limits of his body, realizing that he could no longer advance in strength and had reached his pinnacle. Thus, he had fragmented his soul into the Yanbu dual sword style. Those who practiced this style would gradually be infused with Yanbu's essence, ultimately leading to his reincarnation. Yanbu was indeed a user of the rebirth fruit. While Yanbu possessed Muramasa, he had not gained its acknowledgement. Thus he informed Feng that only those recognized by Muramasa were deemed worthy of mastering the Yanbu dual sword style. However, Feng had waited patiently for 40 years, and today, he finally glimpsed hope. This was the first time in 4 decades that he had encountered Muramasa, and the first time he had laid eyes on a supreme sword among the 12 artisans. Though he sensed Lin Chen's formidable strength, he could not allow such an opportunity to slip away. Reviving Yanbu was of utmost urgency. This was the first time in 40 years that Feng had come across such a suitable vessel. Yanbu, wait for me. Soon, we shall meet again, Feng thought to himself, casting a threatening glance at Lin Chen. Hurry and accept Yanbu's legacy. You will not be disappointed. Feng's eyes gleamed with madness. He had awaited Yanbu for 40 long years and could not bear to wait any longer. TCH, does he even deserve it? Lin Chen scoffed, having sensed something amiss about the old man since his arrival. At last, the old man revealed his true nature. This old fool. Windblade. The old man slowly raised his head, a peculiar red glint flashing in his eyes. Instantly, 2 elongated wind blades enveloped his hands, swirling ominously. Swift wind stab. In a heartbeat, the old man appeared before Lin Chen, thrusting a blade towards his chest. Since you refuse, I shall cripple you until you comply. An inexplicable golden skeletal figure suddenly materialized around Lin Chen, intercepting the wind blade, and with a single strike, it sent the old man crashing to the ground. Yet, the old man bizarrely transformed into a wisp of wind, vanishing from sight, only to reassemble moments later into his frail form. Ha ha. This is the natural type devil fruit that Yanbu painstakingly acquired for me. The hurricane fruit, the old man proclaimed proudly. And do you know what Haki is? With a fierce glare, the old man declared, a dark aura enveloping the wind blades, rendering them even darker. Do you understand what Haki is? The old man sneered. Gazing at Lin Chen, the pitch-black wind blades surged towards Lin Chen. TCH, mere ants. Lin Chen observed the old man coldly, and in the next moment, an invisible pressure enveloped the old man, causing him to collapse to the ground. Finger gun, annihilation. Lin Chen raised his hand, his finger cloaked in Conqueror's Haki. An instant later, an invisible shockwave shot towards the old man, obliterating his soul in an instant. Calmly, Lin Chen exited the scene, leaping onto the back of a cannon. Regardless of the outcome, he had acquired the berries, and as for the gold. On the cannon's back, the space began to ripple, and 3 figures suddenly appeared. Hey, Lin Chen, are you alright? Nami asked urgently. Ha ha ha, what could possibly happen to me? Lin Chen chuckled, ruffling Nami's hair, eliciting her displeasure. Next, it's time to repair the ship, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. However, just as Lin Chen departed, the previously lifeless Feng's fingers twitched suddenly, followed by the old man's body twisting unnaturally, his limbs contorting in an incredible manner. A red glint flickered in the old man's eyes, and a hoarse voice emanated from his lips. Kakik. At last, I, Yanbu, have returned to life. As Yanbu gazed upon his new body, He was momentarily taken aback. Why does it look so old? Yet, after a brief pause, Yanbu chuckled, Kakik, it matters not. He clenched his fists. Though aged, he still possessed strength. The original Feng had long since perished, and the hurricane fruit had also vanished from his being. Thus, now inhabiting Feng's body, Yanbu could seek out a fruit that could extend his lifespan. This was the extraordinary power of the rebirth fruit, unlike the Yomi Yomi no Mi, which allowed for eternal existence. The rebirth fruit was a one-time use that enabled the host to relive life anew, thereby seizing a new corporeal form along with potent talents. Just as Yanbu pondered why he had reincarnated in Feng's body, a stream of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. With a smile, Yanbu mused, Ah, Feng. So it was you. You became so obsessed with the Yanbu dual sword style, neglecting my instructions, that you unlocked its teachings, allowing a portion of my soul to encroach upon yours. Fortunately, you managed to interrupt this thought in time, and you have spent your life suppressing that part of my essence. Now, with your passing, I have been reborn, albeit only partially. Heh, Yanbu sneered. Though it is not ideal, it is certainly not the worst outcome. Sniff sniff. Suddenly, the Wabu inhaled sharply, a look of infatuation dawning in his eyes as he caught a whiff of Muramesa's scent. He glanced in Lin Chen's direction but swiftly suppressed the thought, vowing that once he regained his strength, he would reclaim Muramesa. He then turned his attention to a corner of the shop. With a resounding crash, Iwabu unleashed a powerful fist that shattered the ground, revealing a secret chamber brimming with treasures of gold and silver. Yet, Iwabu regarded them with disdain, striding purposefully towards a dust-covered wooden box nestled in the corner. As he slowly opened the box, he was met with the sight of a blade and a scroll of parchment. He greedily absorbed the lingering soul energy from the scroll, then carelessly discarded it. His gaze fixated upon the knife. The blade was long, measuring 4 feet, its surface a deep crimson hue that exuded an aura of danger to all who approached. It was none other than the Hongmiet, one of the legendary great knives of the 21 crafts. Remarkably, the Wabu pressed his aged cheek against the Hongmiet, slowly drawing the blade from its sheath. In the next moment, the blade sliced through Iwabu's weathered skin. Yet he paid it no heed as the Hongmiet began to drink in his blood, a ritual of blood to nourish the blade. Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained oblivious to these occurrences. Even if he had sensed them, he would have brushed them aside, having already faced death once, while Feng's body was now under Iwabu's spiritual dominion. At the headquarters of the Carrera Company in the Seven Waters, Lin Chen stood below, gazing up at the towering building with a sense of awe. It's truly magnificent. He murmured. Lord Lin Chen, shall we ascend? Bai Xing inquired. Yes, indeed, Lin Chen replied with a gentle smile. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment pierced the air. Why are you so utterly shameless? Came an exaggerated tone. Lin Chen turned to see a blond man with a cigar, peering at Bai Xing through the gaps in his fingers. Woman, why do you? He began, but then, as if struck by a revelation, his mouth fell agape as he pointed at Lin Chen. You are not. The great General Baise, are you? Lin Chen regarded him with a serene smile, responding simply, yes. Then, with a smile still adorning his face, Lin Chen's eyes swiftly transformed into a whirlwind of chaos, his expression promising to teach the man a lesson about unrestrained speech. In an instant, the man, Bari, stood frozen, his cigar falling from his mouth as the ropes in his hands slipped away, his eyes reflecting the same whirlwind that danced in Lin Chen's gaze. Moments later, Bari found himself half kneeling on the ground, a look of terror etched on his face, uncomprehending of what had just transpired. He felt as though the scene around him had transformed in an instant, a radiant red moon illuminating the sky, stunningly beautiful. Yet, moments later, an unending tide of water surged forth from all directions, flooding the space. Bari attempted to flee, only to discover he was ensnared by chains, rendered immobile. What was even more terrifying was that, despite his attempts to hold his breath, an invisible hand wrenched his mouth open, water incessantly pouring in. In this illusion, 3 hours passed, while outside, merely a second elapsed. Lin Chen, with a smile, watched as Bari half knelt, retching. Do you still dare to speak without restraint? Lord Lin Chen, was he just referring to me? Bai Xing inquired of Lin Chen. Ha, of course not. Our Bai Xing is far too adorable to be associated with such shameless characters. Lin Chen replied with a gentle smile, but he also recognized the predicament. After all, one could not always dress in the same manner while traversing the world. With a snap of his fingers, a delicate pink cloak enveloped Bai Xing, as thin as a cicada's wing, yet providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Incredibly comfortable to wear. Thank you so much, Lord Lin Chen, Bai Xing exclaimed, admiring the unexpected attire. Ha, Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Please, may I have your autograph? I am your fan. Bari suddenly reawakened, eagerly approaching Lin Chen, his gaze instinctively avoiding Baise, for he found the sight of a woman in revealing attire unbearable, especially one as stunning as her. Where should I sign? Lin Chen asked, bemused by Bari's enthusiasm. Though he may speak without a filter, he is still a decent fellow. Ha ha ha, shipwrights always carry pens. Bari proudly produced a large pen, respectfully handing it to Lin Chen, puffing out his chest as he declared, "Idol, sign right here. Yes. Just here. You're simply incredible, especially when you avenged your beloved by slaying the celestial dragons in the Sabaody archipelago. That was truly remarkable." Bari exclaimed excitedly. "By the way, you are here to repair a ship, correct?" He continued, patting his chest confidently. "I assure you, I am the best shipwright here. Is that so?" Lin Chen replied with a slight smile, pointing towards the towering novice Arkansas. "I wish to repair this ship." "Oh, this ship belongs to you? No wonder," Bari exclaimed, realization dawning upon him, quickly followed by a look of embarrassment. I cannot manage that. I need my mentor, Mr. Ice Mountain, for that." "Very well," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, and with that, he, Ainana, and Baise gradually vanished from sight. In the mayor's office, Ice Mountain was engrossed in paperwork when a series of knocks interrupted him. "Come in," he called without lifting his head. Lin Chen's figure entered, followed slowly by Ainana, and Baise. Lin Chen unceremoniously propped his legs up on Ice Mountain's desk, silently observing as Ice Mountain dealt with his affairs. Carlifa, standing behind Ice Mountain, took a step back upon recognizing Lin Chen's face, her pupils dilating in shock. "Wah, what is this guy doing here?" As a member of CP9, Carlifa knew well of Lin Chen's fearsome reputation. He was the man who had slaughtered 2 celestial dragons. "What's wrong?" Lin Chen asked, noticing Carlifa's retreat. "In nothing," she stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Hearing Lin Chen's voice felt like the call of the underworld. "I must inform Lucci and the others about this," she thought to herself. "Are you really all right? You seem to be sweating," Ice Mountain said, his voice laced with concern. "I'm fine, really," Carlifa insisted, resembling a startled rabbit as she quickly denied it. Sighing, Ice Mountain said, "Carlifa, if you're tired, you may take a break." "Yes, thank you, Mayor," Carlifa replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. She had been waiting for Ice Mountain to say those words. "Wait," Lin Chen interjected, stopping her in her tracks. Carlifa froze, anxiously regarding Lin Chen. "What's the matter?" "Ha ha ha, nothing," Lin Chen replied, directing his attention back to Ice Mountain. "I came to see you about repairing a ship." "I'm unavailable today," Ice Mountain said, still focused on his work. Lin Chen sighed. "What a character. Just as Rayleigh described, rude." Ice Mountain paused, finally looking up at Lin Chen and asking, "Who?" "Here's his letter of recommendation," Lin Chen said, pulling a bounty notice from his pocket and tossing it to Ice Mountain. As the iceberg opened up, a cold smile crept across Rayleigh's face as he observed the contorted names within. "You dare to recommend such individuals to me?" he scoffed. The iceberg was poised to refuse, intending to tear the recommendation letter to shreds as a show of authority to Lin Chen. However, upon catching sight of the remarkably high bounty, his eyes widened in astonishment. 5 billion berries. The iceberg quickly assessed Lin Chen, glancing back at the bounty notice, realizing it was the same individual. Unfamiliar with current events, the iceberg failed to recognize Lin Chen. Gulp. The iceberg's throat constricted as he turned to Lin Chen, realizing he had indeed underestimated him. "Speak, where is it?" The iceberg inquired slowly, discreetly folding the bounty notice before tossing it back to Lin Chen. Unexpectedly, Rayleigh's reputation proved to be quite influential. After all, he was the first mate of the Pirate King. Lin Chen mused as he accepted the bounty notice. Pointing towards the horizon, Lin Chen declared, "It is that ship." The iceberg's heart sank with an ominous premonition. Surely it couldn't be that colossal vessel? Yet, as he followed Lin Chen's gesture, a large green ship came into view. "This is it. It is called Noah," Lin Chen softly explained. "Is that vessel yours?" The iceberg queried in surprise. "Yes, why?" Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. "Oh, nothing. However, the craftsman capable of creating such a ship must be truly remarkable," the iceberg remarked, his first lengthy statement. "By the way, I've heard this vessel was crafted from an entire atom tree. Do you have any atom wood here?" Lin Chen inquired. Indeed, the iceberg confirmed. However, for a ship of this magnitude, any repairs would necessitate a significant quantity of atom wood. Only in Water City could such repairs be achieved. Elsewhere, the technology and materials would not suffice. The iceberg cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chen, hoping that Frankie would not act foolishly. Considering his reckless apprentice often dismantled other pirate ships for profit, he certainly hoped Frankie did not set his sights on Noah, for the consequences would be dire. Meanwhile, On board Noah, waves of individuals had arrived, all lying prostrate on the deck, providing Fujitora with something to occupy himself and alleviating his boredom. Chapter 175. The Astonishment of CP9 in Dock Number 1. Califa hurriedly approached Kaku and Lucci. "What is the rush?" Kaku asked, glancing up. "Is there a new directive from Mayor Iceberg?" "Haha, Califa, you look quite disheveled." Lucci's pigeon cooed from his shoulder. "Ugh." Kaku shot a disdainful look at Lucci. "You really do have a twisted sense of humor." He then returned to his work. "Whitebeard has arrived," Califa suddenly exclaimed, regaining her composure. An immediate silence enveloped the area, punctuated only by the sound of a few nervous swallows. "What did you say?" Kaku asked, his voice trembling, recalling Lucci's recent praise of Whitebeard's formidable achievements. "Is it true? Is he really here?" Lucci's forehead glistened with cold sweat. "Yes, it is true. Whitebeard may be in a meeting with Mayor Iceberg right now," Califa asserted solemnly. "This complicates matters," Lucci remarked, his brow furrowed as visions of Whitebeard cleaving a celestial dragon in two flashed in his mind, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. "Should we pause our mission?" Kaku hesitated before responding. Given Whitebeard's fearsome reputation, it may be wise. "No," Lucci replied after a moment of contemplation. "We cannot halt. Otherwise, Iceberg will become suspicious. Moreover, Whitebeard has only seen me. He knows nothing of you. Besides, CP9 is a highly classified organization. Even if he was once a Marine Admiral, he would only have heard rumors about us, unaware of our identities." "What should we do then?" Kaku and Califa inquired, their expressions serious. "Califa, inform everyone that operations will proceed as usual. Exercise caution and do not act impulsively. As for us, we will continue our daily routines," Lucci advised after a moment's thought. "As for myself, I will remain concealed." "Well, it seems we have no other option." Califa and Kaku nodded in agreement, having prepared for the design of Pluton for quite some time. Califa hurriedly departed, aware that lingering too long would arouse the suspicions of the other workers. Inside Bruno's bar, a stunning blonde entered, none other than Califa. "Boss, a glass of juice, please," she ordered. "Oh," as she discreetly handed Bruno a small note. He accepted it without raising any suspicions. "Hey, Bison, look at her. She's quite odd," Bartolomeo remarked, pointing at Califa. Bison glanced at Califa, puzzled. "What is so strange?" Suddenly, Bison wore an expression of understanding. "Ha. She is indeed peculiar. She has a fantastic figure, large chest, slim waist, long legs. Ha. Come on, I was referring to her ordering just a juice," Bartolomeo replied. Exasperated. It was true they had lost track of Kane and Chopper, as Kane could fly, while Bison, despite his muscular build, could not leap as far as one could fly. Califa overheard Bartolomeo's remarks but paid them no mind. They were merely stating facts. After all, she did possess an enviable figure, and the juice was irrelevant to her. In the office of the Iceberg, he abruptly stood and turned to Lin Chen with a serious expression. "Come, take me to see it." "Wait, let me fetch Kaku." "Oh, Kaku is my employee." "No, never mind, I will go alone. Or should I bring someone?" "Califa?" "No, she's unwell and resting." Such a dilemma. The Iceberg mused aloud. "Forget it, let's go," he finally concluded, and in an instant, ripples of space surged forth, causing the figures of several individuals to vanish without a trace. Chapter 176. The repairs of Noah. On board the Ark Noah, Lin Chen and his companions gazed in astonishment at the multitude of corpses strewn across the deck, their brows furrowing in concern. Lord Whitebeard, the Iceberg, hesitated, gesturing towards the ship's occupants, his expression troubled. These individuals must possess a death wish to target this vessel. One could deduce from a mere glance that its owner is no ordinary person. Moreover, the Iceberg recognized his good friend Frankie's crew members amidst the crowd. These fools. It is no wonder they covet such a valuable ship, crafted entirely from atom wood. Ha. These must be some overconfident fools, Lin Chen remarked languidly, before releasing a formidable aura that enveloped the entire ship, instilling fear in the hearts of the lawbreakers aboard. "Begone," Lin Chen commanded, and immediately, they felt the weight of his presence dissipate, prompting them to flee in terror from this place, recognizing the peril of lingering among such formidable figures. It was not that Lin Chen was merciful. Rather, he deemed their deaths unnecessary, and the disposal of their remains would pose a challenge. After a moment, a smile slowly spread across Lin Chen's face as he turned to him. "So, can we commence the repairs on the ship?" "Certainly. Here is a refined and elegant translation of your text. This is the esteemed Mayor Iceberg, and he is also the apprentice of the legendary Tom." Lin Chen promptly introduced the two individuals. "This is Fujitora with a smile, and this is Mayor Iceberg." The two exchanged smiles and shook hands. with a nostalgic expression gracing their faces. In my younger days, I held great admiration for the legendary shipwright, Mr. Tom. Alas, my failing eyesight has rendered me unable to behold him, which remains a profound regret, he remarked with a hearty laugh. Sir, you flatter me. Moreover, my master has long since passed. It is best to leave the past undisturbed, Iceberg responded, a flicker of reminiscence crossing his visage before he smiled again. I appreciate your kindness, Lin Chen said, with a slight bow towards Iceberg. Ha ha, Lord Baise, it is my duty to assist. And to repair such a vessel is indeed an honor, Iceberg chuckled before diving into the ship's cabin. How remarkable. This vessel appears to boast a history of several centuries. And yet it seems almost entirely intact, save for a few minor flaws. What a miracle. Lin Chen overheard Iceberg's exclamations from afar. The hull is still sound, but the equipment is excessively antiquated and rigid, truly a relic of a bygone era. Oh dear, what a substantial hole. This will cost quite a bit. Everything must be replaced. All of it, Iceberg muttered, his voice trailing off. With a resigned sigh, Lin Chen realized that the repairs would likely take a considerable amount of time. He then called out, Mr. Iceberg, please proceed. Finances are not a concern. Understood. Leave it to me. Iceberg's voice echoed back from within. Our company possesses formidable capabilities. Lin Chen then turned to smile at Fujitora. Senior Ishao, would you care to explore Water City? Regrettably, I am feeling rather fatigued. I appreciate your kind invitation. Ishao replied. Oh, very well then. I had intended to inform you of a rather grand casino I discovered, Lin Chen said with a sigh. Chapter 177. Sigh. Lin Chen gazed skyward, adorned with various belongings, and cast a glance at Nami and Aine. These two young ladies were increasingly difficult to manage. No wonder it is said that women possess an innate understanding of shopping. They truly have a talent for purchasing. Princess Shiroshi, on the other hand, was a breath of fresh air. Lin Chen turned to see Shiroshi standing behind him, radiantly beautiful. Lord Lin Chen, are you tired? Shiroshi inquired, her cheeks flushing as she noticed his gaze. Ha ha ha, is it not my honor to carry the burdens for a lady? Lin Chen replied with a chuckle, eliciting envious looks from the men around him. To them, this seemingly fragile individual was inexplicably surrounded by three enchanting beauties. Lord Lin Chen, you truly have a sense of humor, Shiroshi giggled, covering her mouth. However, Lin Chen perceptibly noted a fleeting glimmer of envy in Shiroshi's eyes as she glanced at Nami and Aine. Perhaps she still harbored insecurities about being a mermaid. Lin Chen could only reflect that no amount of words would suffice. It was ultimately up to Shiroshi to find her own way. He believed that she would eventually integrate fully into their group, transcending the barriers of race. Since that day when Iceberg examined Noah, half a month had elapsed. Iceberg confidently asserted that, with the full force of his dock's capabilities, the ship would be revitalized within 2 months at most. Ever since the work commenced, Lin Chen had refrained from visiting Noah, placing his trust in Iceberg's skills and strength. Ishao, as promised, had ventured forth to the casino, making quite a splash. Lin Chen had yet to encounter Kane or Chopper, but he frequently crossed paths with Bartolomeo and Bison, as they often frequented bars and other establishments. Such ordinary days had lulled Lin Chen into a state of contentment. Time flew by, and another half-month passed, but this day was unlike the others. Early in the morning, a cacophony of shouts resonated outside. What is happening? Lin Chen wondered, dazed, as he peered through the window. He observed that everyone was adorned with masks, as if in celebration of a sacred occasion. Ah, it's the mask festival, Lin Chen said, nodding thoughtfully. With a snap of his fingers, a cloud of smoke enveloped him, shimmering with holy light. When the smoke cleared, he donned a black-striped satin suit, complemented by a dark green collared shirt. Lin Chen then retrieved his swords, Muramasa, Hiyori, and Ryoryu, and secured them at his waist. Satisfied with his appearance, he nodded approvingly. Interestingly enough, despite being most proficient with a single sword, he always carried 3 blades of varying attributes. Lin Chen then stepped out of his room and knocked on the adjacent door. Hey, rise and shine. Today is a splendid festival. Who is it? Came Nami's languid voice from within. It's me, Lin Chen. You are even lazier than I am. He replied, exasperated. Oh, just a moment. After a brief flurry of sounds, Nami opened the door, revealing herself and Aine in the newly purchased outfits. Very nice, Lin Chen remarked, but he noticed Shiroshi was absent. Where is Shiroshi? I don't know. She has been in her room, but she woke up long ago, Nami replied. Lin Chen had rented the highest standard suite for them, 1 living room and 3 bedrooms, spacious enough even for Shiroshi. Oh, Lin Chen acknowledged, intending to check on what Shiroshi was up to. In Shiroshi's room, she was blushing profusely as she held a soft measuring tape. Carefully, She wrapped it around her waist, tightening her stomach as she measured her figure. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she murmured, "Oh dear, it's an inch more than before. I've indeed gained weight." Yet, an inch equates to 3 centimeters, which is negligible for someone of Shiroshi's considerable stature. Gathering immense courage, she motivated herself and then draped the measuring tape over her pink tail to take its measurement. "Indeed, I have gained weight," she said, lowering her tail with a hint of disappointment. Ultimately, she directed the measuring tape toward her chest, preparing to gauge her ample proportions. "I must see how much I've truly gained. Surely Lord Lin Chen won't mind," she pondered. Just as she was about to measure, she heard a creak from the door behind her. Startled, she turned around, locking eyes with Lin Chen. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and silence enveloped them. Finally, Shiroshi spoke with a tremulous voice, "Lord Lin Chen, you won't dislike me, will you?" Without restraint, Shiroshi turned to face him directly. Lin Chen, however, was caught off guard, blood spurting from his nose. "Goodness, you're completely unadorned. This is quite overwhelming." It wasn't that Lin Chen lacked composure. Rather, the sheer sight was breathtaking. "Lord Lin Chen, what's wrong?" Shiroshi asked, her face filled with concern as she observed the blood. "And nothing," Lin Chen stammered, snapping his fingers, which summoned divine light to envelop Shiroshi, draping her form in a layer of pink fabric. Chapter 178, Tsunami. On the streets of Water City, Lin Chen strolled alone with Shiroshi. It was the mask festival, yet Nami and Ain seemed utterly disinterested. Only the relatively innocent and inexperienced Shiroshi expressed curiosity about the masks. Thus, Lin Chen took it upon himself to guide Shiroshi outside. He selected a white mask adorned with red patterns, costing a hefty 1,000 berries. Shiroshi, however, could not find a suitable size, prompting Lin Chen to magically conjure a large white mask with blue dragon horns that harmonized beautifully with her aura. During this festive occasion, although the imposing figure of the White Star was somewhat unusual, it elicited no surprise. Rather, her alluring silhouette, curvaceous and captivating, attracted a multitude of gazes. Suddenly, Lin Chen heard a familiar voice and noticed a gathering of people ahead, engrossed in the spectacle, their cheers echoing amidst the revelry. With masks adorning their faces, anonymity prevailed among them. "Fight! Grab it!" Lin Chen, employing his observation haki, observed a confrontation between Kane and another man, both grasping a golden phoenix mask, neither willing to yield. Meanwhile, Chopper stood at the forefront of the crowd, enjoying the commotion. Lin Chen, with a resigned expression, turned to White Star and suggested, "Let us take a detour. I initially thought something significant was afoot." Truly, Kane is unable to remain tranquil wherever he may be. "Lord Lin Chen, shall we not intervene?" White Star inquired, having discerned the identity of the masked man embroiled in the dispute, his hair shimmering with a golden hue, unmistakable to her. "There's no need," Lin Chen replied casually. "Kane is the type who can handle himself. Let them bicker over a mere mask. It's hardly a matter that warrants my intervention. Besides, Kane's combat prowess is not to be underestimated. Trust in him. Let us move on." "Understood," White Star nodded meekly. However, just as Lin Chen was about to lead White Star away, a sudden glimmer of crimson flashed in his eyes, causing him to pause. He sensed an unusual increase in humidity within the air, prompting him to gaze into the distance. "What is it, Lord Lin Chen?" White Star asked, noticing his abrupt stillness. "Ha ha ha, White Star, take a moment to feel the difference in the atmosphere," Lin Chen said with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, White Star closed her eyes, an intangible aura emanating from her brow. When she opened her eyes, she exclaimed, "Lord Lin Chen, a tsunami is approaching." Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, pleased with White Star's perceptive abilities. She was a natural talent, having awakened her observation haki innately. "I have never witnessed a tsunami before, only heard tales of it," White Star remarked, her expression brightening. Yet, she remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, while it may pose little threat to her. It was undoubtedly perilous for the local inhabitants. Just as Lin Chen was about to escort White Star back to their quarters, a loudspeaker overhead blared to life. "Attention, esteemed citizens. This is the Meteorological Bureau of Water City. A colossal tsunami is imminent. Please proceed to the nearest shelters immediately. Cease this foolish mass party and evacuate at once. Oh no, this is an error. The tsunami will arrive in 3 minutes. Hurry to safety." The announcement abruptly ceased, leaving the citizens of Water City in bewilderment. A heavy silence enveloped the area. After a prolonged pause, a voice broke the stillness. "Do you think it's true?" "I don't know. I haven't even gathered my belongings. Indeed, I still have supplies in my house. Right, I haven't finished my sea salt. I refuse to accept this tsunami." Moments later, Silence reclaimed the scene until someone shouted, "Why not hide for now?" In an instant, throngs of people hurried towards the shelters, though many remained skeptical, unwilling to believe the alarming news. At that moment, an elderly man, frail and leaning on a cane, emerged and slowly removed his mask. He coughed lightly. "It is Old Man Mao." Old Man Mao instantly became the pillar of strength for the crowd, and with an air of profound wisdom, he proclaimed, "I have lived here for over 60 years and have never encountered such absurdity. In the past, the water gods would always provide advance notice. This urgency surely indicates a mistake on the part of the Meteorological Bureau. Indeed, trust in Old Man Mao." Yes, Old Man Mao possesses vast experience. The majority of the crowd believed his words, swayed by his authority. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Old Man Mao's antics. But at that moment, a deafening roar of waves resounded, striking Old Man Mao with startling force. As if summoned by nature's fury, countless smaller waves coalesced into a monstrous tidal wave, threatening to engulf Water City. The citizens swallowed hard, trembling. "Old Man Mao, what shall we do?" Yet, no response came. Scanning the area, they realized Old Man Mao had vanished from sight, already sprinting towards safety. "Look at him go." A young man pointed at Old Man Mao, who exhibited an agility surprising for his age, moving with the swiftness of a startled rabbit. "Lord Lin Chen, how magnificent!" White Star gazed in awe at the unprecedented sight of the towering wave, marveling at the ocean's majesty. But will they be harmed? She pondered, furrowing her brow as she observed the panicking citizens, her heart heavy with concern for their safety. Meanwhile, Lin Chen contemplated the tempestuous wave, suspecting it was no mere coincidence. He turned to White Star. "This violent wave likely signifies that the deep-sea giants have sensed the presence of their king, stirring the ocean depths and producing this surge. Oddly, since your departure from the Dragon King's palace on Fishman Island, I have felt an energy emanating from you, akin to ripples in water." Ice Blade. As the wave reached its peak, Lin Chen swiftly drew his ice wheel and hurled it forth. The ice wheel traced an elegant arc through the air, and upon contact with the wave, it unleashed an overwhelming chill, transforming the torrent and surrounding waters into solid ice, freezing the moment in time. In the distance, amidst the crowd, Iwanbu gazed at the ice wheel with fervent admiration, his grip tightening on Hongmi as a wave of coolness enveloped him, tempering his fervor. He recognized that he was no match for the wielder of that blade, otherwise it would surely belong to him. With a final, covert glance at the ice wheel, Iwanbu gradually melted away into the throng. Chapter 179, Noah's Restoration Completed. The spirit of the ship appears. Instantly, the towering waves were transformed into an imposing wall of ice. The citizens of Water City stood in astonishment, captivated by the marvel before them. They were utterly unprepared for the sight of the water god tsunami being frozen into an icy barrier. In their frantic escape, few noticed the true nature of the phenomenon, attributing it solely to the wonders of nature. The ice wall sparkled under the sunlight, casting a multitude of reflections, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Lin Chen, observing the gleam in White Star's eyes, summoned his Susanu's arm, gently grasping her hand. In an instant, a ripple in space ensued, and the two vanished from the crowd. Atop the wave, the spatial distortion shimmered, and Lin Chen and White Star materialized at the pinnacle of the water god's domain. From this vantage point, they beheld the entire expanse of Water City, the grand fountain, the bustling figures, the intricate waterways, all lay before them. With a deft motion, Lin Chen conjured the ice wheel from the mass of ice, and it eagerly emitted a soft chime as it returned to his grasp. "Lord Lin Chen, this is so beautiful," White Star exclaimed, gazing at the enchanting vista of Water City. With a light-hearted laugh, Lin Chen settled onto the icy surface, prompting Bai Xing to follow suit. However, as Bai Xing prepared to sit, a radiant golden glow emerged beneath her, a manifestation of Lin Chen's connection with the ice wheel. Unfazed by the cold, Lin Chen remained comfortable, but Bai Xing was not so fortunate. The ice was still quite frigid. "Lord Lin Chen," she murmured, touched by his instinctive gesture, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. As time trickled by, the two remained on the ice, the sun gradually descending as if sinking into the western sea, casting a warm orange hue that painted the clouds in splendid reds, a breathtaking sight. Bai Xing gazed in awe at this picturesque sunset. "This is the sun at Fishman Island. Even the sunset feels unreal," she whispered. "In the future, I will accompany you to watch the sunset." As time slipped away, the moment arrived when they were to deliver Noah, and Lin Chen felt an eager anticipation to see the restored vessel. Above the waters of Water City stood two colossal entities, a mysterious giant ship rivaling the size of half an island and a massive tsunami that seemed poised to engulf the entire city, acting as a protective barrier that shielded Water City from the outside world. "Mr. Baise, you've come a long way," Lin Chen observed as he spotted Ice Mountain approaching with a vibrant spring in his step, evidently pleased with the completion of Noah's restoration. Behind Ice Mountain trailed several employees from Dock Number 1, including a square-faced secretary, Khalifa, whose expression was less than cheerful. Naturally, Kaku was displeased. He preferred to keep his distance from Lin Chen. Although he knew Lin Chen did not recognize him, he was all too aware of who Lin Chen was, and being close to him created an inescapable pressure. Thus, Kaku lowered his head, striving to appear inconspicuous, even positioning himself at the back of the crowd. Beep. "Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward distribution in progress." Beep. "Noah's spirit restoration in progress." Beep. "Restoration complete." Just then, the system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Since it was still early, he had not summoned Nami and the others, and Bartolomeo and the others had long since vanished from sight. "Well done, Mr. Ice Mountain," Lin Chen remarked with a smile. "Haha, it is indeed an honor to be able to restore such a ship," Ice Mountain humbly replied. "The more I repaired it, the more I realized its extraordinary nature. It is thanks to the advanced technology of Water City that we could restore Noah." Suddenly, Khalifa mustered the courage to approach Lin Chen. Adjusting her glasses, she produced a small notebook and began to list the expenses. This restoration utilized a massive atom tree, valued at 300 million berries. A thorough cleaning of the ship cost 7 million berries. Equipment repairs totaled 22 million berries, and new fittings came to 10 million berries. In total, the expenses amount to 400 million berries. Khalifa pushed her glasses up and addressed Lin Chen. "Ice Mountain," she continued, "is a straightforward man who speaks honestly and does not conceal the truth. We charged you at the highest standard." Lin Chen remained calm, viewing the berries merely as a numerical figure. Though he lacked funds, it did not affect him. "By the way, Mr. Baise, these are the foremen from Dock No. 1. They put in a lot of effort," Ice Mountain said to Lin Chen. "Oh," Lin Chen replied, "I meant to suggest you give them a tip." "Oh, let's give each of them 10 million berries," Lin Chen stated calmly, adding, "if the repairs are satisfactory." "Fantastic!" Bari and the other two foremen shouted excitedly. This tip was previously a mere 100,000 berries, and now it had surged to 10 million. Kaku, however, kept his head down, burdened with his thoughts. He envied Lucci, who had taken a month off due to food poisoning, a reason Ice Mountain had surprisingly approved. At that moment, Ice Mountain noticed Kaku's unusual demeanor and called out, "Kaku, why are you lingering in the back? Come here." Upon hearing this, Kaku's face contorted into a look of distress, wondering why Ice Mountain was suddenly so concerned about him. "What's wrong, Kaku? Are you feeling unwell?" Ice Mountain inquired, observing Kaku's discomfort. Kaku thought to himself, "You have got to be kidding me." Despite this, he managed to force a strained smile. "I'm fine, boss." "That's good to hear," Ice Mountain remarked, stroking his chin. "But you don't seem fine. Nevertheless, if you're unwell, you'll leave of your own accord," he reasoned. "Very well. I shall go inspect Noah," Lin Chen casually declared, as ripples of space appeared and he vanished from sight. Lin Chen was aware that Kaku and the others were members of CP9, yet he refrained from informing Ice Mountain, believing it unnecessary given his understanding of the narrative. Kaku and Lucci were not malevolent figures, and even if he revealed it, Ice Mountain might not believe him. Why invite trouble? "Master." Suddenly, a gentle female voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind, the spirit of Noah. "You have returned," Lin Chen stated. "Yes, thanks to you, Master," came the sweet voice. And in an instant, a translucent figure in soft purple appeared before him. The figure, seemingly composed of ethereal mist, donned a light purple garment that accentuated her exquisite curves. Her face undeniably beautiful. "Master, are you satisfied with my appearance?" The voice inquired once more. The spirit of Noah could alter her form at will, as she was an embodiment of consciousness. "Yes, that will do," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. "It looks appealing and is quite pleasing to the eye. Henceforth, I shall call you Ji." "Understood, Master," the spirit of Noah replied before vanishing. Lin Chen activated his observation haki, enveloping the entire Noah. Moments later, a smile graced his lips. Ice Mountain had indeed done commendable work. The massive gash on Noah's hull had been seamlessly repaired with the same atom wood. The interface so smooth that it was nearly indistinguishable. All dirt and debris had been cleared away, and any equipment that could be repaired was mended, while the irreparable was replaced. In essence, the entire Noah had been rejuvenated. Chapter 180. A joyous Bartolomeo. The following day, Lin Chen bid farewell to Ice Mountain, and amidst Nami's tearful gaze, he handed over 450 million berries. Ice Mountain couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the berries, exclaiming, as expected of Baise, truly generous. We're leaving now, Mr. Ice Mountain. We've had a wonderful time in Water City, Nami said, reluctantly gazing at the 450 million berries. If she knew that 50 million berries were Lin Chen's tip, it would be a different story. That's fine. You spent the money, Ice Mountain replied casually. Signaling Califa to collect the berries, Lin Chen cast a bemused glance at Ice Mountain, thinking him quite the wordsmith. Soon, a ripple of space appeared, and the group vanished from Ice Mountain's office. Califa let out a sigh of relief, feeling a burden lift. Baise, it's finally time to leave. Aboard the Noah. Lin Chen smiled at Nami, Ein, and Bai Xing. Before they return, quickly choose a room you like. By the way, my room is on the 6th floor. He added with a meaningful tone. Who cares? Nami declared with a haughty demeanor, yet she ultimately selected a room on the 6th floor. Likewise, Ein and White Star also opted for accommodations on the 6th floor, which boasted the most spacious rooms, ample enough to accommodate White Star. After all, this vessel was designed to transport the residents of Fishman Island, thus necessitating larger quarters, considering the considerable size of some fishmen. Lin Chen observed Nami, who had increasingly become contradictory and somewhat tsundere, her cheeks flushed under his gaze. Haha, I'm just teasing you. Lin Chen chuckled lightly before vanishing from the 6th floor and appearing on the ship's deck. I still need a pirate flag. But since Noah is a semicircular ship, it doesn't quite match. Forget it for now. Let's call Kane and the others back. Immediately, Lin Chen enveloped the entire island in his observation haki, discovering that the giant white hippopotamus, Big White, was asleep on the 1st floor. It seemed that during the past month, Big White had been in slumber, likely digesting the residual energy from its previous feast. The ship has 12 floors, as the original work did not specify the number of floors. I have fabricated this detail. If the original text states otherwise, I will amend it. Meanwhile, Bartolomeo had rejoined Kane and Chopper at the tavern, where they were indulging in drinks and boasting. Surprisingly, Ikaku was not gambling, but rather savoring his meal of meat while occasionally sipping tea, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Suddenly, Lin Chen intensified the frequency of his observation haki, prompting Ikaku to set down his teacup, finish his meat, settle the bill, and then turn his gaze toward the Noah, slowly making his way there. Let me tell you, I nearly starved at sea with the captain back in the day. In the tavern, Kane abruptly paused, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Why did it feel as though the captain was nearby? What's wrong, Kane? Bartolomeo inquired curiously. I think we should head back, Kane replied, swallowing hard, addressing the group. Let us go, Chopper said, as Kane instantaneously sprouted wings and soared toward Noah with Chopper in tow. Wait for me, Bartolomeo exclaimed, a hint of fear glimmering in his eyes as he looked at Bartolomeo. Well, we should depart as well, Bartolomeo replied kindly, his bald head shimmering under the light. Gulp. Bartolomeo swallowed nervously, tossing a gold coin at the tavern owner, intending to walk back alone. Forget it, I'll walk by myself. Bartolomeo managed a forced smile, addressing Bartolomeo. No need to be polite, Bartolomeo replied with a hearty laugh, patting his shiny head, then bellowed, dragon form, muscle enhancement. Instantly, his muscles bulged with vigor as he turned to Bartolomeo. I stopped talking. Just come with me, Bartolomeo said as he grasped Bartolomeo and tucked him under his arm, his thighs bulging with muscle as he exerted force. Dragon Sage Jump. In the next moment, Bartolomeo leaped into the air, the explosive thrust propelling both of them toward Noah, even catching up with Kane, who had just taken off. Bartolomeo let out a hearty laugh as they approached Noah, while Kane appeared astonished and Chopper looked on with envy, thinking, that jump was so high and fast, so cool. Bartolomeo, however, wore a helpless and terrified expression. In the next moment, having lost their thrust, Bartolomeo and Bartolomeo hovered above Noah before plummeting straight down. Fortunately, the descent was neither too great nor too slight, just right, Bartolomeo murmured. Are we going to fall to our deaths? Bartolomeo asked in terror. Not at all. I'm tough as nails. I won't die from a fall, Bartolomeo replied cheerfully. Chapter 181. The official establishment of the White Zephyr Pirates. Just as it seemed Bartolomeo and Bartolomeo were about to crash to the ground, a sudden force surged toward Bartolomeo. In the next instant, he felt as if gravity had vanished, leaving him suspended in midair, while Bartolomeo also floated, equally perplexed. Ha ha ha, the youth truly brims with vitality. Ikaku's voice resonated in their ears. Upon seeing Ikaku, Bartolomeo lit up as if he had spotted a savior, joyfully calling out to him. Wow, you all are so fast. A wave of warmth enveloped them as Kane's wings transformed into arms, gently descending from the sky, addressing Bartolomeo and Bartolomeo. Hee hee. I used just the right amount of strength this time, Bartolomeo said bashfully, scratching his head with a grin. At that moment, Bartolomeo had no energy left for sarcasm. Yeah, so cool, Chopper exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Bartolomeo. Really? I think so too, Bartolomeo replied, encouraged by Chopper's praise. However, Bartolomeo cast a mischievous glance at Bartolomeo, thinking to himself that since Chopper adored it so much, he would take him for a ride next time. Really? Can I? Chopper asked excitedly, envisioning the thrill of flying without wings. Hee, of course you can, Bartolomeo replied with a grin. That's wonderful, Chopper exclaimed, leaping for joy. Meanwhile, Bartolomeo was secretly chuckling, plotting to have Bartolomeo take Cain for a jump as well. After all, good brothers should share their fortunes. Bartolomeo's sly smile caught Cain's suspicious gaze, but he paid it no mind. On the deck of Noah, the space suddenly warped, and Lin Chen emerged, proclaiming, "So, have you all been having fun lately? It's time for us to embark on our next journey." Lin Chen grinned, gesturing to the vessel beneath their feet. Noah. Oh yeah, Cain and Chopper shouted with excitement, while the others also displayed expressions of joy. Let us pick our rooms, Lin Chen instructed, and surprisingly, Cain, Chopper, and Bartolomeo all chose to stay on the first floor. Ikaku, however, opted for the 12th floor, stating, "I'm getting old and lack the vitality of youth. I'll take the top floor." Bartolomeo selected the 12th floor as well, choosing the room nearest the helm, believing that mastering the ship's wheel would enhance his strength. Chopper preferred the bottom of the ship for its tranquility, conducive to his concocting medicines, while Cain also chose the first floor, since being at the bottom would allow him to observe the absurdities of the sea. Bartolomeo, originally inclined to select the 12th floor, was provoked by Cain's slightly taunting gaze, igniting a competitive spirit. Thus, he defiantly chose the first floor. Who was afraid of whom? Ha ha ha, since that S settled, let us all get some rest. Come to the deck tonight. I have matters to discuss. Oh, Cain, gather some food and drinks for a banquet tonight, Lin Chen cheerfully instructed, tossing a hefty stack of berries to Cain. That should suffice. Remember to purchase some cooked food. We don't have a chef on board, he added. All right, Cain replied, quickly hurrying with Chopper and Bartolomeo to the first floor, their little den, planning to gather ingredients later. In the evening, Cain arrived on the deck, arms laden with a multitude of foodstuffs, arranging them neatly, only to find everyone present. He hurried over, eager to hear what was happening. Ahem. Lin Chen cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone. You all know my identity. I was once a naval admiral. Yet I was compelled to resign from the Navy after slaying a celestial dragon. However, I have not engaged in any actions detrimental to the Navy. Though my tenure was brief, I hold no regrets. During this time, some of our comrades departed, while others scattered. At this juncture, Lin Chen's mind conjured the figures of Peach Rabbit, Smoker, Mihawk, and Tashigi. He paused momentarily before earnestly declaring, "Your presence by my side signifies your trust in me, and it is indeed my honor. Therefore, today, in the name of the Ark Noah, I hereby establish the White Zephyr Pirates." He stressed, remember, as pirates, one must retain their principles, understand what is right to do and what is not. Lin Chen spoke with sudden gravity, acknowledging the necessity of caution as the pirate crew was formed. He trusted them, confident in their judgment that they would not stray into recklessness. Nevertheless, should they face injustices, he would not hesitate to rectify them. Now, let the festivities commence. Oi! Exclaimed Cain, previously subdued, while Bartolomeo joyfully echoed his sentiment. Lin Chen observed the jubilant scenes aboard the ship, the myriad of smiling faces, and he believed that the White Zephyr Pirates would flourish and grow ever stronger. Chapter 182. The gathering storm upon the vast ocean. The colossal Ark Noah glided aimlessly across the waters. Where are we headed? Bartolomeo inquired, reclining on the deck. Hee. I have no idea, replied Bison with a grin as he had just turned the helm 45 degrees to the left. For Lin Chen had told him that he would teach him a technique when he could adeptly control the ship's wheel. Captain White Zephyr said to sail freely. Wherever we go next, we shall go. Bartolomeo scratched his head in response. Sighing, Bartolomeo lay back on the deck, gazing at the sky. How utterly dull. Mr. Smile sat alone, savoring his tea, while Bartolomeo remained oblivious. Chopper busied himself with concocting medicine, and Cain, seemingly possessed by some peculiar whim, engaged in rigorous training alone. No one will play with me, Bartolomeo lamented to himself. As for Lin Chen, he was diligently instructing Ain in swordsmanship. Although Lin Chen was not particularly skilled with Ain's twin short swords, his proficiency in swordplay was a gift from the system, and he possessed a basic understanding nonetheless. At this moment, Lin Chen found himself reminiscing about Mihawk, whose swordsmanship was honed through genuine practice, making him far more knowledgeable in teaching than Lin Chen, who excelled primarily in combat. In Water City, for reasons unknown, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the sky, reminiscent of the stifling heat preceding a storm. In Dock Number 1, the ambience was similarly grim, lacking the usual cheerfulness. Even the typically carefree Bari felt a sense of tightness in his chest. Is it going to rain? How suffocating, he muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow. In the Iceberg office, Iceberg stood before the enormous window, silently surveying the entirety of Water City, stroking his chin, sensing that something monumental was about to unfold. Unbeknownst to him, Khalifa adjusted her glasses, clutching a stack of documents, and, as was her custom, slowly exited the door. Yet this time, a subtle peculiarity flickered in her eyes. She arrived once more at Bruno's bar, this time ordering no drinks but instead handing him a note. The plan is about to commence. Be prepared. Meanwhile, in a secluded room within Dock Number 1, the atmosphere was extraordinarily tense as Lucci and Kaku sat in silence. With a creak, Khalifa entered. Have you informed Bruno? Kaku inquired first. Yes, I have, Khalifa replied slowly. Then, turning to Lucci, she asked, Lucci, is the intelligence accurate? Yes, Lucci affirmed, gently stroking the feathers of his pigeon, which promptly flew out to guard the door. We have received word that White Zephyr has departed. We must expedite the plan, lest delays lead to complications, Lucci stated. Instantly, silence enveloped the room once more. Having executed missions here for several years, they had developed a certain attachment to the place, and the sudden knowledge of their imminent departure stirred feelings of reluctance. Very well. However, we must not harm the people of Water City. We only need to retrieve the blueprints, Kaku remarked, his eyes flickering. Agreed, Khalifa responded, not wishing to inflict harm upon the inhabitants. Lucci sighed. What troubles you? Kaku queried. The individual coming is Spandam, Lucci replied slowly. You are well aware of his vile nature. Khalifa and Kaku fell silent, fully aware of Spandam's treacherous and cruel disposition, as well as the fact that his father was the commander of CP9. Do your utmost to prevent him, Kaku urged. Understood, Khalifa replied. On the beach of Water City, a peculiar Iron Man clad in nothing but red shorts struck an odd pose. Moments later, he straightened his body, stroking his chiseled jaw, muttering, strange. Why do I feel this oppressive sensation? He then raised an eyebrow, dismissing it from his mind. Just then, his stomach growled audibly. I need to replenish my cola. Judicial Island, Spandam stood behind his father. Orders have arrived, his father stated slowly. White Zephyr has departed. We must go to great lengths to secure the blueprints. His father continued. At this critical juncture, we may employ the Demon Slaughter Order. Chapter 183. The crisis in Water City bustled as usual. Yet the tranquility was abruptly shattered by the arrival of a ship, a colossal warship emblazoned with CP, appearing before Water City. The ship bristled with cannons, its deck dominated by artillery, showcasing its formidable nature. The grotesque Spandam stood at the bow, silently surveying Water City. After a moment, he inhaled deeply and laughed. Water City. I have returned. This time, he had learned from past mistakes, arriving with men and his warship. Remember, when I call, do not answer, simply open fire. Do you see that tallest building? That is the Iceberg office. Fire upon it. Spandam instructed his subordinates. Yes, sir, they replied, quickly wiping their noses. Ha! Spandam polished the golden transponder snail nestled in his bosom, ensuring it gleamed brightly. This was his leverage for this endeavor. He swaggered off the ship, slowly making his way toward the Iceberg office. Iceberg, if you know what's good for you, heed my warning. If you're foolish enough to resist, don't blame me for the cold-heartedness of the golden transponder snail. Inside the Iceberg office, he was listlessly sifting through documents when suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Enter. Before Iceberg could finish, the door was rudely flung open. Iceberg frowned, casting a disapproving glance at the impolite intruder. Upon recognizing him, his frown deepened. I'm not available. You may leave. Ha! Spandam placed his feet directly on Iceberg's desk, glaring at him. Don't feign ignorance. You will be present today, whether you like it or not. If not, I shall bombard your Water City, Spandam declared, believing he was being cordial. Khalifa, see our guest out, Iceberg commanded, ignoring Spandam. After a prolonged silence, Khalifa's absence stirred some unsettling thoughts within the Ice Mountain. He repeated her name, Khalifa, only to be met with Spandam's merciless taunting. Ha ha ha, you don't actually believe Khalifa is still under your command, do you? Questioned the Ice Mountain. Huh, what do you think it means? It's quite literally what it sounds like, Spandam sneered. To put it bluntly, Khalifa is mine, he declared with a malicious grin, seemingly eager to witness the Ice Mountain's humiliation. Unfazed, the Ice Mountain calmly sipped his tea. "Oh, why are you not even slightly surprised?" Spandam inquired. "I am surprised," the Ice Mountain replied. "Then why do you show no reaction?" Spandam pressed. "I simply drank a cup of tea to calm my nerves," the Ice Mountain stated calmly. "I hadn't anticipated that Khalifa was indeed one of your CP9 agents. She performed her secretarial duties quite admirably." "Enough of this idle chatter," Spandam retorted. "Hand over the design of the Pluton." He continued, "By the way, the world government desires it. You are a clever man." Upon hearing the name Pluton, the Ice Mountain grew alert, realizing that their interest in the ancient weapon was indeed genuine. "No," he replied, taking another sip of tea in a composed manner. "You're talking nonsense. You must have it. After all, you are Tom's apprentice," Spandam asserted, directing his words at the Ice Mountain. At this, the Ice Mountain shattered his teacup in fury, glaring fiercely at Spandam. "You have no right to utter that name," he exclaimed. "Ha ha ha, indeed. For Tom is a man I caused to perish. I certainly have no right to speak of him," Spandam chuckled maliciously. Suddenly, the Ice Mountain slammed his fist on the table, erupting with rage as he lunged forward, gripping Spandam by the throat. Years of shipbuilding had endowed him with remarkable strength. Spandam, merely a weakling with a fighting ability of 10, turned crimson and gasped for air under the Ice Mountain's grip. The mention of his master had struck a nerve, unraveling the Ice Mountain's restraint, transforming him into a ferocious beast intent on tearing Spandam apart. "No, no, don't look at me like that. Help me," Spandam gasped, calling out in desperation to the corner of the room. A weary sigh emanated from the corner, and the Ice Mountain felt a finger pressed against his forehead. "Boss, let go," came the voice of Lucci, who was also one of Spandam's subordinates. The Ice Mountain stared incredulously at Lucci, who pointed at his own head, feeling a sense of desolation. How many CP9 agents were lurking around him? Khalifa was one, and Lucci, the foreman of Dock 1, was another. Was the allure of the Pluton truly that significant? Deflated, the Ice Mountain released Spandam, returning to his seat as he calmly stated, "I truly do not possess the design of the Pluton." Coughing several times, Spandam glared at the Ice Mountain with a twisted expression. "No, how could you possibly not have it? You dare to choke me. That is quite audacious," he retorted. The Ice Mountain merely cast a disdainful glance at Spandam. That single look sent Spandam into a panic. "Without it, then perish. I'll find it myself," Spandam shouted, drawing a handgun and aiming it at the Ice Mountain. "Die." His eyes gleamed with bloodlust. However, the bullet struck the yellow fur of the Ice Mountain, failing to achieve its intended effect of shattering his skull. "What is the meaning of this, Rob Lucci?" Spandam fumed, witnessing Lucci intercept his bullet. "He cannot die. Without him, we cannot locate the Pluton," Lucci replied coolly. "Humph." Spandam scoffed, temporarily conceding to Lucci's logic, and holstered his weapon without firing at the Ice Mountain again. "Fine. I advise you to hand over the design of the Pluton quickly, or I shall end you," Spandam threatened, tucking his gun back into his waistband while unconsciously fiddling with a golden den mushi in his pocket. The Ice Mountain's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing it. He had heard rumors of a den mushi capable of triggering the Buster Call, but wasn't it only admirals who possessed such a thing? How could Spandam have it? Lucci's pupils dilated. If the Buster Call were to be issued, it would herald the most catastrophic outcome. Furthermore, Lucci understood that Spandam was a madman, reckless in his disregard for consequences. The Buster Call would unleash indiscriminate, devastating attacks on any region that posed a threat to the world government, obliterating all within its vicinity. If it were true, Water City and its inhabitants would be doomed. Now, they could only hope that Spandam's den mushi was a fake, intended to intimidate the Ice Mountain. Given Spandam's rank, it seemed improbable that he could obtain a golden den mushi. However, Lucci overlooked a crucial detail. Indeed, Spandam lacked the proper credentials to possess the den mushi, yet he underestimated the current circumstances. Due to Lin Chen's betrayal, the world government's craving for the Pluton had intensified, and with the assistance of Spandam's father, acquiring the den mushi became less astonishing. Water City is under the jurisdiction of the world government, the Ice Mountain stated calmly. Moreover, I do not possess the design of the Pluton. Ha ha ha, you are incorrigible. Spandam's eyes widened as he produced another den mushi and dialed it. On board Spandam's warship, the den mushi rang. Bloop, bloop, bloop. A snot-nosed man stared blankly at the den mushi. Is this thing even worth answering? Suddenly, a loud slap struck his face, sending his snot flying. Didn't he, the boss, say to skip the pleasantries and just bombard the most prominent structure? Oh, he wiped his nose, responding absent-mindedly. Fire, he exclaimed, pressing a button adorned with a skull. Instantly, All the cannons on the ship swiveled and aligned, targeting Water City as if they were Gatling guns aimed at its tallest edifices. In the next moment, countless shells rained down upon the structures of Water City, resulting in widespread destruction and chaos among the populace. Meanwhile, aboard the Noah's Ark, Lin Chen was pondering his next destination when the cold, mechanical voice of the system interrupted his thoughts. Ding! Water City is under attack by CP9. Please make a choice, host. Option 1. Go save Water City. Reward. Upgrade Noah's Ark with a Pluton cannon. Option 2. Ignore. Reward. None. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lin Chen decisively chose option 1. Congratulations, host. You have made your choice. The reward will be issued upon completion of the task. Lin Chen smiled faintly, acknowledging the system before the space around him warped, transporting him to the deck of the ship. Boss Baise, we will advance towards Water City with full force. Lin Chen directed, pointing towards the city. Lin Chen, do we have new tasks? Bartolomeo scrambled to his feet, eager for details. Yes, you all follow the ship. I will go ahead. Lin Chen stated before gradually vanishing from the Noah's Arkansas. Bartolomeo stood frozen for a moment before snapping back to reality, gazing at the spot where Lin Chen had disappeared. Woo, he never takes me along. It's so boring. Back in Water City, within the Ice Mountain's office, the tense standoff was abruptly shattered by the arrival of a cannonball. With a resounding crash, glass shattered as a solid iron shell struck the Ice Mountain's desk, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. Ha! Iceberg, this is the fate that awaits you, Spandam remarked cruelly from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Lucci merely observed the scene with a detached demeanor, believing that appropriate threats and intimidation were necessary in the face of a stubborn individual. However, in the next instant, as the first cannonball struck, a barrage of artillery descended upon the office. One cannonball even narrowly missed Spandam's head, landing perilously close beside him. What a bunch of fools. Almost hitting me. You nearly scared me to death, Spandam shouted. Lucci shot him a cold glance, thinking to himself that he was indeed the fool. A metallic clang echoed as a cannonball struck Lucci, bouncing off harmlessly. Lucci, come shield me, Spandam implored. Come on, are you deaf? The metal can't move, Lucci replied icily, casting another disdainful look at him. Iceberg, desperately dodging the incoming cannonballs, ultimately found himself unable to evade one that was hurtling towards his head, and in despair, he closed his eyes. At that moment, the space around them warped, and a figure appeared, crushing the cannonball in its grasp. Chapter 158, The Crisis of Water City. Part 3. The cannonball transformed into metallic shavings in Lin Chen's hands. Spandam and Lucci, witnessing Lin Chen's sudden appearance, exclaimed in astonishment, "Why is Baise here? He shouldn't have returned." "I thought you had left, Mr. Baise," Iceberg inquired. Ha, Lin Chen replied with a slight smile. "You still need me to repair your ship." Upon hearing this, a rare smile graced Iceberg's face, warming his heart. Ha, Mr. Baise, from now on, you can repair ships in Water City without incurring any costs. That's what you said, Lin Chen smirked, adding, "Oh, and there are hidden perks." Just as they were conversing, another wave of cannonballs rained down upon them, mercilessly bombarding the building and the island like a meteor shower. Lin Chen snorted disdainfully, unsheathing Muramasa as countless purple sword energies erupted from it. Finally, a massive wave of sword energy was unleashed, obliterating all the cannonballs into fragments. That broadsword energy seemed to transcend time and space, appearing instantaneously before Spandam's ship and cleaving it in two. Lin Chen then calmly sheathed his sword back at his waist. "I say, now that I am here, why do you still linger?" Lin Chen cast a scornful glance at Spandam, his eyes brimming with disdain. This very look ignited Spandam's fury. All right, everyone looks down on me. Fine, let us perish together. I refuse to believe that you can be stronger than the demon-slaying order. Spandam, now utterly unhinged, recklessly drew a golden transponder snail from his pocket. Lin Chen merely regarded him with contempt, acknowledging, "Indeed, although I have not experienced it. The demon-slaying order should be ineffective against me." At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, the sunbathing Kizaru suddenly received a call from a transponder snail. Moshi, this is Admiral Kizaru." "Hello, Kizaru." The voice of Sengoku emerged from the transponder snail, instantly making Kizaru feel a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, Sengoku continued. "The demon-slaying order has been activated in Water City. You must take your fleet there. You should understand the gravity of the situation. Remember to execute your duties well." Kizaru slapped his forehead, realizing the trouble that awaited him. "Why is my right eyelid twitching?" he pondered. "Whatever, I must complete my task first." With that, Kizaru transformed into a beam of light and vanished from his location. Meanwhile, Lucci, upon witnessing Spandam activate the demon-slaying order, muttered useless, before transforming into his leopard form and disappearing. Lin Chen, employing his observation haki, enveloped the entire island. The other CP9 members remained seated at Bruno's bar, seemingly hesitant to face Iceberg and the island's inhabitants. Their identities as CP9 members prevented them from intervening to protect the island's people, possibly caught in an internal struggle between fulfilling their mission and heeding their conscience. Chapter 186, The Demon-Slaying Order. Lin Chen regarded Spandam as he activated the demon-slaying order, a faint smile playing on his lips. With a mere grasp of the void, he ensnared Spandam in a formidable confinement, encasing his body in layers of frost until only his head remained unscathed. Lin Chen harbored a deep disdain for this man, yet killing him outright seemed too simplistic. He desired Spandam to experience despair before his demise. Spandam, his lips turning pale from the freezing ice enveloping him, shivered uncontrollably, yet persisted in his taunts. Ha ha ha, Baise, wait for the Admiral to arrive with the fleet to obliterate this island. Water City is under the jurisdiction of the world government. Upon realizing that Spandam had indeed activated the demon-slaying order, Iceberg paled and slumped into his chair, reflecting that Water City should be under the protection of the world government. Ha ha ha, Spandam laughed derisively. What are you dreaming about? The world government only protects the subservient. Your rebellion will lead to this island's destruction. Besides, do you truly believe the world government will spare you? Without the design of the Pluton, due to Tom's crimes, the entirety of Water City should pay the price. At that moment, Iceberg's disappointment in the world government reached its zenith. He could only hope that the golden transponder snail was a ruse. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he glanced at Lin Chen, at that tall and imposing figure. Perhaps Mr. Baise would save Water City. Even in this dire situation, Spandam remained arrogant, the ice encasing him failing to awaken any clarity within him. Lin Chen, however, gazed into the distance, his eyes shimmering red with anticipation. He mused, let us see if this so-called Admiral dares to make a move against me. Lin Chen was confident that, barring the impetuous Akainu, neither Aokiji nor Kizaru would engage him, knowing full well they could not defeat him and would not wish to incur the loss of their warships. He was also certain that the Navy would swiftly mobilize as many ships as possible in response to the demon-slaying order, ensuring their arrival today. At that moment, across the sea, a vast fleet of warships surged towards Water City. At the forefront of this fleet, on the leading ship, a yellow deck chair was occupied by a figure clad in yellow, leisurely sipping juice. Suddenly, a naval soldier sprinted towards Kizaru, calling out loudly, report, Admiral Kizaru. The fleet is nearing Water City. Should we load ammunition? Are we to fire a warning? Kizaru promptly spat out his juice, casting a reproachful glance at the startled soldier. Yes, yes, first load the ammunition, but do not fire. I shall go and issue a warning. Kizaru rose and continued. This demon-slaying order is not like the previous ones. It is not aimed specifically at Water City. He paused for a moment before adding, this time, it is merely for a blueprint, the one coveted by the world government. I believe that unless absolutely necessary, we should refrain from launching a devastating strike on Water City. With that, Kizaru's figure transformed into a flurry of scintillating lights, vanishing from sight. Before the figure of Kizaru, a soldier bellowed. Admiral Kizaru has commanded to replenish ammunition and prepare for firing. Above Water City, a flash of light appeared as he surveyed his surroundings. Is this Water City? Quite beautiful. Perhaps I should attempt to persuade them to surrender. Just then, Kizaru retrieved a den mushi from his pocket. Moshi Moshi, this is Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru, how is it? Have you arrived at Water City? The voice of Sengoku resonated through the den mushi. After all, the demon suppression order hadn't been initiated for quite some time, and now that it was finally being enacted, it warranted serious attention. Yes, I've arrived, Kizaru replied nonchalantly while continuing to scan the area. Suddenly, the space before Kizaru warped, and an ominous premonition washed over him as Lin Chen's figure gradually emerged. Hello, Kizaru, long time no see. Kizaru, why are you silent? Lin Chen taunted, his voice echoing as Sengoku's voice crackled through the den mushi again. Kizaru swallowed hard, struggling to respond. Marshal, I believe the demon suppression order can be forcibly cancelled. Why? Sengoku exclaimed, his voice brimming with agitation. The Navy symbolizes justice. How can the demon suppression order be initiated and then retracted at whim? What of the Navy's prestige? This is sheer madness. No, White Zetsu is here, Kizaru interjected. Silence enveloped the den mushi for a few seconds before Sengoku shouted, Kizaru, cancel the demon suppression order. Remember, the numbers are of no consequence. Maintain control and avoid unnecessary casualties. I will send Akainu immediately. No, forget it. I will send Garp. Akainu is too reckless. With that, Sengoku abruptly ended the call. Kizaru, now on high alert, regarded Lin Chen with caution. To his surprise, Garp had been dispatched this time. White Zetsu, what brings you here? Kizaru chuckled, feigning casualness as he spoke to Lin Chen. I am here waiting for the demon suppression order, Lin Chen replied. Ha. How could I not know there was a demon suppression order in effect? Kizaru scratched his head, adding, as long as I don't feel awkward, someone else will. What is that doing? Lin Chen gestured toward the warship, drawing ever closer to Water City. Kizaru replied, I said I came for sightseeing. Do you believe me? Chapter 187, Incorporating Territory. Lin Chen cast a disdainful glance at the old man. Do you think I would? No, Kizaru weakly admitted. Just as Kizaru and Lin Chen were conversing above, an audacious voice pierced through. Admiral Kizaru, quickly initiate the demon suppression order. There are designs for the king of the underworld on this island, and White Zetsu deserves a death of 1,000 cuts. Before Spandam could finish, Lin Chen shot him a glare, and in the next moment, ice spread across his head, encasing him entirely. Crack! A stray bullet whizzed in from nowhere, striking the ice. And in an instant, Spandam's body, now a bloody mess, fell apart. Lin Chen regarded the iceberg holding a pistol with a sense of indifference. Well, it was bound to happen. I despise Spandam anyway, so his death is inconsequential. Kizaru, meanwhile, whistled and pretended not to notice. After all, he was unable to fight back, wasn't being paid, and could not casually initiate the demon suppression order without causing unnecessary casualties. Thus, he chose to remain oblivious. In that case, you may leave, Lin Chen said to Kizaru, as he had spent some time in the Navy and did not wish to create a rift, especially considering his relatively favorable impression of Kizaru. Unlike Akainu, upon hearing this, Kizaru transformed into light. Aboard the demon suppression order warship, the soldier awaiting Kizaru's command had grown numb in his legs. Before he could receive the order, a flash of yellow light appeared before him, and Kizaru materialized. The ammunition has been fully replenished. Shall we fire? Kizaru's expression turned bitter. The demon suppression order has been cancelled. Why? This is unprecedented. White Zetsu exclaimed. Kizaru adjusted his frog-like glasses and addressed the standing soldier. The order has been cancelled. The soldier paused for a moment, then quickly grasped the situation. The demon suppression order has been cancelled. All ships, turn around. Depart from here. The order was executed without delay. Kizaru, lost in thought, pondered where to go next. Returning to Marineford was out of the question. If such a high-risk task arose again, it should be assigned to Akainu, who relished it. Perhaps he would visit G1 for a change. As for Garp, by the time he arrived, the opportunity would have passed. The iceberg regarded Lin Chen with a solemn determination, earnestly stating, Mr. White Zetsu, please allow us to follow you. Oh, why? Lin Chen inquired, with a bitter smile. The iceberg replied, Mr. White Zetsu, given the current situation, the world government can no longer accommodate us. Therefore, we seek your protection for Water City. Fearing Lin Chen's rejection, the iceberg added earnestly, Mr. White Zetsu, you are our only hope for safeguarding Water City. Please, save it. I will comply with any demands you have, except for the designs of the king of the underworld. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Very well. After all, I see other pirates establishing territories. And even Whitebeard has claimed Fishman Island beneath Marineford. Establishing my own Water City is not unreasonable. Truly? The iceberg's eyes sparkled with hope. However, I have a condition. Lin Chen paused before continuing. You must repair my ships for free from now on. I will protect Water City, Lin Chen declared with a smile. In truth, this was not much of a condition. It merely provided the iceberg an escape from a tight spot. As he had previously promised to repair Lin Chen's ships free of charge, the iceberg was profoundly moved, nearly offering himself in gratitude. Aboard the Noah. How long until we reach Water City? Bartolomeo inquired. Soon. With full speed, we should arrive by the evening of the day after tomorrow. Is it really going to take that long? Well, it's not too long. We've been adrift at sea for half a month. 3 days to reach our destination is quite quick, Bartolomeo replied, his mood dampened. So boring, and the food made by Bison is terrible. We need to find a chef for the ship. What to do? Bartolomeo lamented, longing for the meals crafted by Sister Peach. Chapter 188, Alabasta. In a parched expanse of desert, a camel leisurely ambled across the sands when it suddenly spotted a colossal shadow looming overhead, a massive ship gradually approaching the shore. Why is there a desert here? Bison scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Desert? Bartolomeo exclaimed, leaping onto the deck. He looked down and saw, indeed, a golden expanse of sand. Finally, we've reached land. Bartolomeo exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he stomped his feet. Half a month ago, the captain said we would return to Water City, but we hadn't seen even a glimpse of it for nearly a day. Now, the captain has returned and claimed the problem has been resolved. All that excitement had been for naught, followed by a grueling week at sea. Now, we finally see land again. He mused, reflecting on how the size of the ship diminished the cozy, crowded feel of a smaller vessel, leaving an empty sensation. Is this desert Alabasta? As the space rippled, for figures descended from the 6th floor onto the deck. Lin Chen stroked his chin, gazing at the vast expanse of desert and murmuring to himself, Alabasta isn't too shabby. It's south, just the right place to experience the local customs, and who knows? Perhaps I can find a couple of new crew members. After all, in Alabasta, Lin Chen indeed had a few crew members he favored. Is that the desert? White Star exclaimed with excitement as she gazed at the vast expanse of gold before her, it being her first encounter with such a landscape. Lin Chen responded. For this was also his inaugural experience of the desert. Let us go, Lin Chen called out, and several spatial whirlpools appeared before the group. Without hesitation, they stepped into them, except for Baise, who chose to remain behind to keep an eye on the ship. This vessel, to be precise, the helm, had developed a profound bond with Baise after a month of strategizing together. He was determined to master it completely. Where are we? Chopper and Kane, who had been below deck, stepped into the whirlpool without a second thought, only to find themselves in the desert moments later. No kidding, this is obviously a desert, Bartolomeo remarked, looking at Kane as if he were foolish. Lin Chen paid no heed to the comment, inwardly reflecting that in the next moment, the attire of everyone transformed into loose, light-colored garments complemented by large headscarves, a design inspired by his memory of Alabasta's traditional clothing. These garments were ideal for the desert. They did not absorb heat, allowed for quick cooling, and were resistant to sunburn. The crew had long grown accustomed to Lin Chen's capabilities. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emerged from behind a sand dune. Noticing this, Gravity Knife smiled and, without further ado, exerted gravitational force to flatten the dune. Behind it stood a camel, anthropomorphized, extending a hoof and pointing at Lin Chen and his companions, appearing utterly astonished. The gravitational force targeted only the dune, leaving the camel unharmed. The sudden change in attire indeed startled the desert creature. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened upon this camel. Was this not the Lash camel? Upon closer inspection, he noticed the creature sported a pair of long, lush eyelashes. This is a camel, Bartolomeo mused, eyeing the suspicious creature. The camel regarded Bartolomeo with a condescending glance, huffing in disdain. I am the rugged desert camel, the most free-spirited being in the desert, Chopper translated, and the camel shot Chopper an appreciative look. A camel, you say? Bartolomeo exclaimed, joyfully bounding toward the creature. I shall ride you. The camel merely trotted away, casting a derisive glance back at Bartolomeo. I'm a rugged camel. I do not carry men, Chopper exaggeratedly translated. Meanwhile, the camel scampered over to Line, Nami, and White Star, its demeanor softening. At this moment, Lin Chen quietly drew his sword from behind. The camel shivered, sensing an inexplicable chill in the desert. I hear you do not carry men, a chilling voice whispered into the camel's ear. Will you carry me? Huff, huff. The camel replied, no. Before the camel could finish, a cold blade glimmering with frost was placed against its neck. Speak another word, camel. Marineford. In the war room, Sengoku was sternly reviewing documents, muttering, damn it, that yellow monkey has been gone for a week. Where is he? A small pirate crew has emerged in Alabasta. Who should we send? Sengoku pondered, stroking his chin, contemplating a general, though it felt like overkill. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. On board the White Whale? Bururu Bururu, a voice called out. Hey, it's Smoker. Oh, it's Marshal Sengoku. Alabasta. Understood, understood. Chapter 189, Mr. 1. While Lin Chen was amusing himself with the rugged desert camel, he suddenly spotted a flicker of red light in the distance. The camel, finally liberated, discreetly slipped away, and Lin Chen paid it no mind. A blue figure sprinted towards them from afar, pursued by another individual. Miss Wednesday, codename Wednesday, you cannot escape, the bald man chasing her declared. Miss Wednesday smiled coolly, replying, tell Mr. Zero that your plans will not succeed in this country. Mr. 1, unfazed, retorted. Whether they succeed or not is not for a traitor like you to decide. Come back quietly, or Mr. Zero will not spare you. Ignoring him, Miss Wednesday continued to run swiftly, knowing Mr. 1 was a devil fruit user and that reaching the seaside would enable her to seek refuge with the Navy to save her country. You think if I go back, Mr. Zero will let me off the hook? Don't be ridiculous. Now that you've discovered me, there's no turning back. Humph, Mr. 1 scoffed, stubborn as ever. With that, his feet transformed into blades, allowing him to glide swiftly across the sandy terrain. You cannot escape, Miss Wednesday, Mr. One called coldly. You wish to reach the seaside? Let us see how fast you really are. Lin Chen smiled slightly and addressed the group. Wait for me. I'll bring back a princess. White Star, tearfully, replied, Are you seeing other princesses out there? Just as Mr. One was about to catch up to Miss Wednesday, a ripple of space emerged before him. Startled, he halted, staring at the anomaly. Hi there, Lin Chen emerged from the rift, greeting Mr. One. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Mr. One trembled. White Whale, what are you doing here? Nothing much. This woman is under my protection, Lin Chen indicated towards Princess Vivi. Mr. One's expression turned awkward. There was no way to fight back. Moreover, defeating Lin Chen was out of the question, yet returning empty-handed to Mr. Zero was not an option. Not pleased. Lin Chen frowned slightly, causing Mr. One to flinch. It wasn't too surprising. The name of White Whale was indeed daunting, single-handedly confronting 2 emperors of the sea and, in a fit of rage, slaying 2 celestial dragons. And no. Mr. One hastily waved his hands, addressing Lin Chen. As long as you're satisfied, remember. If you want her, let Crocodile come find me. Lin Chen smiled faintly at Mr. One. Instantly, Mr. One felt a chill run down his spine. White Whale was indeed powerful, but how could he know Mr. Zero's true name? Did he possess an immensely vast intelligence network? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. P.S. Apologies to all readers. School is about to start, and I'm quite busy. Double updates tomorrow. Chapter 190. The current situation in Alabasta. At the Baroque Works, a man clad in a brown coat lounged on a grand sofa, lighting a cigar. Has Mr. One returned? Have you captured the traitor? Crocodile inquired of a woman dressed in black leather. Miss All Sunday, reporting to Mr. Zero, Mr. One is currently in pursuit of the traitor. Miss All Sunday coldly addressed Crocodile. Humph. Crocodile exhaled a heavy sigh, casting his gaze towards the horizon. Being betrayed by others is indeed an unpleasant affair. Meanwhile, Robin's eyes flickered, betraying her inner turmoil. In the kingdom of Alabasta, the capital city of Alyabarna lay beneath a sky thick with ominous clouds, with faint arcs of lightning flickering within. Cobra stood at the palace entrance. His gaze fixed on the foreboding sky, his eyes filled with gloom. Bell, immediately investigate who is using the dance powder in Alyabarna. They must be apprehended. Just as Bell acknowledged the command, a sudden realization struck him. Your Majesty, Princess Vivi has been discovered. Cobra exclaimed in shock. Princess Vivi is undercover at the Baroque Works and has been found out, Bell replied, enunciating each word with gravity. Forget about the dance powder for now. We must rescue the princess, Cobra said hurriedly. Yes, Your Majesty, Bell responded, transforming into his bird-like form and soaring into the sky. Cobra had long suspected that the so-called heroes within Baroque Works harbored ulterior motives towards Alabasta, yet he was no match for them. Even Princess Vivi had infiltrated Baroque Works as an undercover agent, which was a heavy burden for her to bear. It's all my father's fault for being so inept. Cobra thought bitterly. Initially, the parched desert began to receive rain, nourishing the earth and bringing vitality to the once barren capital. Cobra had once seen this as a blessing from the heavens, transforming Alabasta from a desert into an oasis. However, he soon realized that it was merely a ploy involving dance powder. Although he was aware of this substance, he remained oblivious to the identity of the mastermind behind it. Despite mobilizing the entire nation, he could not uncover the true culprit until his daughter, Princess Vivi, joined Baroque Works as an undercover operative. After expending considerable time and energy in investigation, he discovered that it was all part of Baroque Works' sinister scheme. Cobra was shocked to learn that the heroes he once revered were, in fact, the greatest threat to his country. Currently, Baroque Works was basking in its notoriety, disregarding even the royal family, whose credibility had plummeted in comparison to the rising power of Baroque Works. Even with knowledge of their villainy, the Alabasta royal family was powerless against them and had no choice but to seek assistance from the Navy and the world government. Ultimately, Cobra sighed deeply at the palace entrance, pondering, perhaps I am not fit to be a king. Less than 10 kilometers from Alabasta, a colossal warship adorned with a fearsome beast's head slowly approached the kingdom. A massive seagull, symbolizing justice and fairness, was painted on the side. Sir Smoker, where are we headed? Dasky finally asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Smoker sighed heavily, his gaze fixed ahead. To Alabasta. Lin Chen and his companions landed on the western side of Alabasta, while Smoker and his crew approached from the east. Thus, they had yet to cross paths, but would eventually meet in the royal city. Chapter 191, Princess Vivi. On the western coast of Alabasta, Lin Chen looked at Vivi. Hey, I saved you. Don't you want to thank me? I didn't ask you to save me, she retorted defiantly. Yet internally, she was in a state of agitation. For Alabasta was beset by internal strife and external threats, with Baroque works on one side and rebel forces on the other. Lin Chen shrugged helplessly. Well, never mind. I was hoping to have a showdown with Crocodile and save Alabasta in the process. What did you say? Princess Vivi turned to Lin Chen, not recognizing him. Since joining Baroque Works, she had been entirely focused on her undercover mission and had only just learned that Mr. Zero was Crocodile. Thus, when Lin Chen mentioned Crocodile, she became visibly agitated. I can save this country, Lin Chen declared. On what grounds? Just because you know Crocodile's name? Vivi's expression hardened. She recalled how Lin Chen had effortlessly frightened off Mr. One, indicating he was aware of his true identity, while she remained in the dark. Without a word, Lin Chen produced a piece of paper from thin air and handed it to Vivi. Upon seeing it, her pupils constricted and her breath quickened. It was Lin Chen's bounty notice for 50 million. Tell me, what do we need to do? She asked, aware that nothing comes for free. Saving Alabasta would surely come at a cost. Huh, Lin Chen chuckled, gazing at Princess Vivi. First, let down your ponytail. At that moment, Vivi, clad in a tight black outfit, looked fierce with her high ponytail, yet her delicate features clashed with the harshness of her appearance, creating an odd juxtaposition. After a moment's hesitation, she reached up to release her ponytail, allowing her long blue hair to cascade down like a waterfall. Now that looks much better, Lin Chen remarked. As for the cost, that will depend on my mood. Where are we going? Vivi asked, puzzled. To find my crew and then to the royal city. I intend to confront Crocodile. With that, a ripple of space shimmered, and Lin Chen and Vivi vanished from sight. Why hasn't the captain returned yet? King mused, resting his chin on his hand, glancing at Bartolomeo. I don't know, Bartolomeo replied. Wasn't he supposed to find the princess? Then he might be delayed for a while. They exchanged knowing smiles. Baroque Works. Report, Mr. Zero. Mr. One has returned, Robin announced as she entered a room, addressing Crocodile. Crocodile acknowledged, then added, let Mr. 0 inches. Yes, Mr. Zero. Moments later, a bald man entered, a look of relief evident on his face. Were the traitors captured? Crocodile inquired coldly. No, Mr. One replied. Why not? Crocodile frowned, questioning Mr. One. That shouldn't be. Something must have gone awry. She was saved by Whitebeard, Mr. One said with a wry smile. Whitebeard. Crocodile's composure faltered. If Whitebeard was involved, he hoped it wouldn't disrupt their plans. Miss Allsunday's pupils constricted at the mention of Whitebeard. Is it really him? Has he finally arrived? Note, this book will not be abandoned or left unfinished. I will begin school on August 31st, which may slow down updates. But it will not be abandoned. Feel free to take your time reading. Additionally, I have been experiencing low blood pressure and dizziness lately, which is why I did not update yesterday. I apologize for that. I will double update tomorrow. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 192, Happy New School Year. Approximately 50 kilometers from the headquarters of Alabasta, within the grand stronghold of the Alabasta rebel army, Kosha sat despondently in a dilapidated office. Suddenly, a shadow clad in black entered the room, and Kosha's attention was piqued by the recent swift maneuvers of Baroque Works. What is happening? He inquired, his curiosity momentarily rekindled. I don't know, but our traitor, Princess Vivi, has been discovered and is currently being pursued by Mr. One, the figure responded. Upon hearing Vivi's name, a flicker of something profound crossed Kosha's eyes as he murmured her name. In that case, we must hasten our efforts to incite those disillusioned with Cobra across the kingdom to join our rebellion. This nation must be reborn through destruction. A frenzied light ignited in Kosha's gaze. Once, he had idolized King Cobra. However, witnessing Alabasta's gradual decline, political corruption, the king's inaction, internal decay, and external invasion, he had become increasingly disenchanted. He now believed that Alabasta was beyond redemption, its corruption and stagnation deeply entrenched. His singular desire was to obliterate this nation, to dismantle the power structure, and to unseat Cobra from his throne. Only through annihilation could the country find salvation, and from ruin. Kosha sought a remedy for this ailing realm. Has Hakuba arrived? Crocodile strolled through the desert, his expression a blend of excitement and anticipation. I hope you do not disappoint me this time, he fervently remarked. A series of eagle cries echoed from the sky. Crocodile frowned, irritated. In the next instant, countless grains of sand rose from the desert, morphing into a colossal sandy claw that struck down one of the birds. With a sudden gasp, Bell coughed up blood. Astonished that sand, an ability characteristic of Mr. Zero, had detected him and accurately brought him down. Crocodile mused, observing the fallen Bell with curiosity. Wasn't he that merely a bird? How did it transform into a human? A devil fruit user, perhaps? Yet, he deemed it inconsequential. Casting a disinterested glance at Bell, Crocodile resumed his slow march into the depths of the desert, regarding Bell as nothing more than an insignificant insect, devoid of even the desire to crush him underfoot. His observation haki enveloped the area for miles, and with his sand fruit powers, he could sense even the slightest disturbance in the desert winds. Hakuba, it has been 20 years since we last met. I hope your strength has not waned. Crocodile squinted, a sinister glint igniting in his eyes. He longed to confront Hakuba, to demonstrate the fruits of his relentless training over the past 2 decades, all dedicated to ensuring that Hakuba recognized him. His pursuit of the Underworld King was also motivated by this desire, to vanquish Hakuba. 30 years prior, a fledgling crocodile had challenged the legendary pirate Whitebeard and faced utter defeat. Over a decade later, emboldened by newfound power, he had once again sought to challenge Whitebeard, only to discover that his greatest rival had succumbed to an unknown young man. This revelation was intolerable. When he approached, Whitebeard had dismissed him without a glance. Later, he learned the young man's name, Hakuba. Following that encounter, Crocodile dedicated himself to relentless training, amplifying his strength and influence, ultimately setting his sights on the Underworld King to ensure he could defeat Hakuba. Today, hearing whispers of Hakuba's movements, he pondered whether it was indeed the same Hakuba or merely an ignorant fool usurping his name. If the latter were true, Crocodile would not hesitate to rid Hakuba of such detritus. Chapter 193, Cobra. In which direction lies the royal city? Lin Chen inquired of Vivi. After a moment's contemplation, Vivi pointed westward. What do you intend to do? Alabasta is vast. Lin Chen smiled and snapped his fingers. In an instant, ripples of space enveloped them, and the scenery transformed dramatically. Though still a desert, it was no longer desolate. Signs of life emerged. Vivi was momentarily stunned, her words unspoken as they found themselves in the royal capital of Alabasta. Let us proceed to find your father, Lin Chen declared. I need to know the whereabouts of Baroque works. A tall figure of a regal woman materialized in Lin Chen's mind. Oh, Vivi exclaimed, sensing that this pirate with a bounty exceeding 50 billion might indeed save their nation. Within the Alabasta palace, a guard rushed to Cobra, visibly flustered. Your Majesty, your Majesty. Cobra furrowed his brow, alarmed by the guard's urgency. What is it? Speak slowly. Princess Vivi has returned. Cobra leaped to his feet, disbelief washing over him. What? What did you say? My Vivi has returned, he exclaimed, hastening toward the exit. At last, he beheld the figure he had longed for. Tears of joy streaming down his face. Vivi, father. After a brief reunion, the joy of their meeting radiated from their faces. Vivi, who is this? Cobra finally noticed Lin Chen. At first glance, Lin Chen appeared merely handsome, lacking any remarkable traits. Could it be that Princess Vivi had found herself a young suitor? As this thought crossed his mind, Cobra narrowed his eyes. Shiroshi, being a mermaid, could not withstand the oppressive heat, prompting Lin Chen to summon her into the divine might space, along with Nami and the other women. As for Fujitora and the others, Vivi directed them towards Rain Base, the dream city of Alabasta and Crocodile's headquarters, the only capital unscathed by drought and internal strife, home to the kingdom's largest casino, Rain Dinner. For now, Lin Chen alone suffices. I am Lin Chen, he said with a smile, addressing Cobra. I have come to assist your nation. Lin Chen's motives for aiding Alabasta were not entirely altruistic. The kingdom's vast expanse could significantly bolster his own power. As he considered this, he cast a glance at Vivi, contemplating that perhaps this was the simplest approach. Unbeknownst to him, Vivi blushed under his gaze. How amusing, Cobra chuckled. Though Alabasta may have fallen from its former glory, it is not for an outsider to rescue us. In Cobra's view, Lin Chen's words were tantamount to mockery. When had Alabasta ever required salvation from a foreigner? Furthermore, unless Lin Chen possessed the strength of a general, Cobra had no intention of granting him any respect. Father, Vivi urged, attempting to intervene. Do not stop me, Cobra replied, raising a hand. Alabasta boasts a standing army of 600,000. We have the Royal Guard, the Bird Claw Guard, the Karu Duck Guard, and various other elite forces. What right do you have to offer salvation to Alabasta? Enough, he continued, considering you are brought by Vivi, depart now. Cobra harbored grave suspicions that the youth before him had somehow deceived Vivi. Lin Chen remained silent, merely smiling. Such military might, to ordinary individuals and nations, was indeed formidable. However, for Lin Chen, those individuals collectively could not withstand even a single strike from him. The same could be said for Crocodile. With such a formidable force of 600,000, he could likely engulf them all with but a single sandstorm. Why are you still here? Kabura furrowed his brow, contemplating that this young man before him might indeed be somewhat underestimated. Suddenly, a piece of paper materialized out of thin air. Kabira picked it up, realizing that he was dealing with a pirate. Let us see how much his bounty is worth. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100 million. Kabira shuddered. Baise. He is Baise at such a young age? Please accept my knee. Princess Weiwei sighed softly. Alas, father. I have long warned you not to say such things. Lin Chen chuckled at the scene, for indeed, the bounty largely validated one's strength. Although Baise's name resonated across the globe, most knew only of Baise and not Lin Chen. Furthermore, Lin Chen was simply too young to fit his bounty. Chapter 194, Weiwei. Lin Chen had resided in the palace for several days, where an underlying sense of oppression lingered in the air. Despite the clear skies, he always felt a weight upon him. This pressure was not directed at Lin Chen. Rather, it was a mournful echo emitted by the nation itself. Lin Chen's extraordinary sensitivity allowed him to perceive this burden with clarity. A storm is brewing, he mused, gazing out the window with a soft sigh. In the distance, within a dilapidated underground palace in a desert, Kosa was studying a map of Alabasta when he was interrupted. Chief. Kosa set down his pen and turned to the intruder. Chief, we have captured Bell. The Falcon Bell. Moments later, a disheveled figure was brought in by 3 men. A glint flashed in Kosa's eyes as he muttered to himself. Falcon Bell, I never anticipated you would meet such a fate. Surrender to me, and I shall spare your life. Kosa said, crossing his arms. Once I become king, you will be second only to me. Uft. Bell spat, glaring at Kosa. Were it not for the sand crocodile, you think you could capture me? What a treasonous faction. The king has treated you well, and yet you dare to rebel. Truly a disgraceful lineage. Before Bell could finish, Kosa struck him with a punch to the temple, causing him to gradually lose consciousness. Take him away, Kosa instructed slowly. Once the guards left, Kosa stood before the map again, murmuring, the sand crocodile has made his move. With that thought, he took up his pen and marked a heavy line on the map. 1 week hence, he would launch an assault on the royal city of Alabasta. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He was confident that with Crocodile's assistance, he would undoubtedly ascend to the throne, as was promised by Crocodile. In the rain-soaked expanse of a grand casino, countless gamblers were embroiled in fierce competition, their shouts echoing as they served as a crucial element of Crocodile's strategy. A fierce man, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and a trio of large cigars clenched between his teeth, was engaged in a game at the gambling table. 2 color, single color, 2 color. Single color. Smoker clenched his fists, feeling irritated by a persistent voice that was not even from his table, but still managed to disrupt him. Reveal, he called out. And as the results came in, he suddenly crushed the chips in his hand, aggressively clearing a path to locate the source of that most annoying voice. At last, he spotted a familiar young man with somewhat golden hair whose voice was as grating as that of the individual he loathed. Smoker placed a hand on his shoulder. Hey, I say, keep it down. This casino isn't your family's. The figure retorted defiantly, and in the next moment, both were taken aback. Kane, Smoker, what a narrow world we live in. Within the royal city of Alabasta, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Princess Weiwei hesitated before a door, summoning her courage to enter. Inside, she found Lin Chen meticulously polishing his 3 swords, each with careful attention. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked nonchalantly. And nothing, Weiwei stammered. Her previous rehearsals forgotten in the presence of this man whose bounty rivaled that of the 4 emperors. After a prolonged silence, her voice trembled as she pleaded, could you spare Kosa? He saved my life once. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. Why? I have already shown mercy towards this kingdom. Why should I entertain your requests? In an instant, Lin Chen appeared before Weiwei, gripping her chin as he questioned. Now, look at you. With your water blue hair cascading over your shoulders and your white nightgown barely concealing your curves. This attire is far more alluring than your previous tight-fitting outfit. Seemingly resolute, Weiwei blushed deeply and, on tiptoe, kissed Lin Chen. Startled, Lin Chen quickly reciprocated. A night of burgeoning passion ensued. Weiwei's only asset was herself, and if her father were to discover this, he would undoubtedly not spare Kosa. So be it, she would consider it repaying a life debt. Besides, the man before her was none other than General Baise, which seemed quite favorable indeed. With tears glistening in her eyes, Weiwei gazed at Lin Chen in the darkness. The following morning, Lin Chen instinctively reached out, only to encounter a warm presence. He was momentarily taken aback, recalling the events of the previous night. I suppose every talent must have its purpose. Though I have squandered much, I shall return. He rubbed his nose, chuckling at his own misfortune. Lin Chen scrutinized Weiwei's form. Her flawless, pale complexion and delicately cascading blue hair sprawled across the bed. Her exquisite features and graceful figure. with long legs and a slender waist, ignited a flicker of desire within him. He quickly suppressed it, covering her with a blanket to conceal her enticing allure. It seemed that Alabasta would soon be firmly within his grasp. Chapter 195, Rainfall. Outside the city, countless rebels had gathered, led by a burly figure donning sunglasses, Kosa. Under King Kabura's rule, Alabasta had deteriorated significantly. He was not a benevolent monarch. Kosa had rallied all those discontented with Kabura, planning to seize Alabasta and claim the throne for himself, along with Weiwei, thus reaching the pinnacle of his ambitions. The forces marched toward the royal city, a disorganized yet determined throng. Some brandished wooden sticks, others wielded farming tools, and the most equipped carried makeshift swords, all intent on breaching the royal stronghold. Their numbers swelled to 100,000. Though vastly outnumbered by Kabura's standing army of 600,000, these rebels were, after all, the citizens of this nation. The standing army had sworn to protect the realm and its people. Would they dare turn against their own? How laughable. Moreover, Kosa had the backing of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, which filled him with confidence. He had already begun to envision himself as the king of Alabasta, embracing Weiwei, with Crocodile as his formidable ally, leading a life of happiness. As the vast army of 100,000 marched across the desert, they stirred up clouds of dust, and the wind howled. As they traversed the sands, the sand crocodile received a call from the snail phone. "Hello, Mr. Zero, Kosa has launched an attack on the royal city," came Robin's voice from the other end. Crocodile pondered for a moment, lowering his voice as he spoke. "I shall assist him. I will arrive at the royal city shortly." With that, Crocodile terminated the call, his form transforming into a sandstorm as he swiftly made his way towards the capital of Alabasta. At that moment, the city resembled a battlefield, with a multitude of rebellious forces surging forth, armed with swords and firearms, frantically advancing towards the royal palace. A throng of people continuously flooded out, causing the streets to be engulfed in a haze of yellow dust. Cobra clenched his fists tightly, standing atop the highest point, surveying the chaos before him. His heart felt as though it were bleeding. "Your Majesty, the troops have assembled. Please give your orders." A warrior mounted on a swift duck addressed Cobra. With a deep sigh, Cobra felt as if he had lost all strength. "Though I may have been somewhat negligent, I still believe I am a good king. Let them in. Do not forget, our mission is to protect these citizens." The soldier tightened his fist momentarily, only to ultimately let it drop in resignation. While they would not hesitate to strike against external foes, those rebels were indeed the people of Alabasta. Perhaps the king should not have prohibited the dance powder. The droughts of other nations had no bearing on Alabasta, and banning the dance powder was unwarranted. It was foolish for these ignorant citizens to believe that the lack of rain was the king's fault. The guard muttered in frustration. "It is precisely because the king banned the dance powder that this nation no longer receives rain, leading to this widespread discontent and the emergence of so many rebels." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, startling the guard. "Who?" Lin Chen emerged slowly from the void, observing the guard intently. "You assert that the reason for the rebellion is Cobra's prohibition of the dance powder, which has resulted in this nation's drought." The guard, aware of Cobra's prior warnings to the city not to provoke Lin Chen, understood the gravity of the situation. He was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 5 billion, an entity not to be trifled with. "Well, then, all is well," Lin Chen declared, before vanishing back into the void. After Lin Chen departed, the guard felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back, truly embodying the aura of a formidable pirate. The cacophony of explosions reverberated in Cobra's ears. At that moment, he closed his eyes slowly, tears slipping from the corners as he realized that, as the ruler of a nation, there would come a day when his own citizens would turn their weapons against him. Perhaps he truly should not have prohibited the dance powder. As tears cascaded down his cheeks. "Hey, Your Majesty, what troubles you?" Lin Chen reappeared from the void, glancing at the weeping Cobra. Taken aback, Cobra, with sand in his eyes, responded, "Lord Baise, I only wish for you to take Weiwei away. In truth, I could eliminate all these rebels." Lin Chen pondered for a moment before replying. "Sigh, there is no need. After all, they are still my subjects." Lin Chen regarded him with appreciation before gradually disappearing. In an instant, Lin Chen reappeared at the gates of the royal city, leaping atop the battlements and gazing down coldly at the rebels below. However, he suddenly recalled Weiwei, letting out a resigned sigh. "It's all because of the second one's mischief." "Stop!" A thunderous roar drowned out the cries of the 100,000 rebels as Lin Chen unleashed a subtle yet formidable haki, commanding all to halt. "Dare to enter this city, and you shall face annihilation." The scene fell into a profound silence. Cobra felt an invisible pressure enveloping him. "Charge!" He shouted desperately, but the rebels behind him remained unresponsive, as if deaf to his command. Do you not seek rain? Here it comes. Lin Chen drew his ice wheel, enveloping the royal city in an overwhelming spiritual pressure. At that moment, he resembled a deity, raising the ice wheel high, proclaiming, "Heaven, respond." Instantly, a brilliant lightning bolt cleaved the sky, followed by raindrops the size of beans cascading down. The rebels paused, astonished at the sight of the rain. It's raining. Yes, it's raining. Then why are we rebelling? They exclaimed. Right, disperse, disperse. Cobra, with a green face, watched the retreating rebels, his insides churning with frustration. They are not an organized army. They have no cohesion whatsoever. Stop. Don't leave, come back. Cobra shouted, baring his teeth, but to no avail. In the end, only less than 1,000 loyal followers remained on the battlefield. Cobra, feeling utterly drained, collapsed to the ground, staring vacantly at the clouds above. His heart filled with a tumult of emotions. All the effort to rally 100,000 rebels had now dissolved. All for Alabasta. Upon hearing that voice, Cobra turned to see a tall figure, robust and muscular, dressed like a Shaolin monk. The clothing bore snake tattoos on either side of the chest, and a bald man with the character 1 emblazoned across his chest stood before him. Cobra did not recognize this man, but given the sheer number of rebels, it was not unusual for him to be unfamiliar with a few. Chief, we must quickly launch an attack on Alabasta, Mr. 1 urged, adding, while Baise is absent. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine and looked up to find himself locking eyes with Lin Chen. Instantly, he felt as if he had swallowed something foul. His face pale. Why is he here? How did I not notice him? Mr. 1 thought frantically. In the next moment, he transformed his feet into blades, gliding swiftly over the damp sands, disappearing into the distance. Cobra, leave it to fate. I'm retreating. Mr. 1 left behind those words as he departed, leaving Cobra in disarray, realizing that his 1,000 followers were no match for Alabasta's standing army of 600,000. Within the city, the head of the duck squad was circling on his swift duck, surprised that the rebels had indeed launched their attack. He found himself in a dilemma, unwilling to betray Cobra, who had shown him kindness, yet reluctant to turn against the civilians. Hey, do not speak. I am contemplating. The rebels have dispersed. Do not speak. I am. The head of the duck squad jumped off his duck in shock, asking, what did you say? The rebels have retreated. It was Lord Baise who requested the rain. It is not the dance powder. It is his ability. Chapter 196. A miracle Cobra stood frozen on the city wall, his pupils dilating as he gazed at the torrential rain above, casting a glance at the rebel forces that had existed mere moments ago. He trembled uncontrollably, not only in astonishment at such a miracle, but also due to the overwhelming pressure exerted by Lin Chen. Cobra finally understood the terrifying weight of a 5 billion bounty. Thank you, oh great one. No, thank you, Lord Baise, for saving the life of a nation. Lin Chen was amused by Cobra's antics. Even a sovereign of a nation could exhibit such flustered behavior. It was amusing to recall how Cobra had just urged his young boyfriend to remain calm. There's no need for the king to be so anxious. This is merely a private agreement I have with someone. And it's just a matter of dealing with 100,000 rebels. The real battle has yet to commence. As for Crocodile, I shall leave that to the king. Lin Chen thought as he stood on the city wall, observing the current situation with Crocodile. At this moment, Cobra had retreated behind Lin Chen, and the king felt rather out of his depth, as the psychological pressure of being in the rear was significantly reduced. Lord Lin, you mentioned Mr. Zero Crocodile. Why not seize the opportunity to eliminate him? Lin Chen rubbed his troubled brow, feeling that his father-in-law had underestimated him, thinking him so formidable. Not to mention the vastness of the desert, his own abilities were limited in scope. Crocodile's fruit powers were unparalleled in the desert. Who could contend against him? There's no rush. Not everyone has arrived yet. We can wait a few more days. However, the king. Are you certain you don't want to take him for medical attention first? Lin Chen straightened up, glancing down at Belle, who had not yet received treatment after being injured by Crocodile and now appeared quite pitiful, gazing up at his king. Is that Belle? Quickly, someone take Belle to receive medical care. Well, at least we've managed to scrape by, Lin Chen mused, considering whether he should discreetly take Vivi away. Why did Cobra have to inquire so deeply? Forget it. He is, after all, my father-in-law. As for Crocodile, a confrontation was inevitable, especially since a crew member awaited him. Yet, there was no need for urgency. The opponent had been scheming for so long, he would inevitably return. Until then, Lin Chen intended to savor his rare day of rest. Mr. Zero, Crocodile, the rebels have been annihilated. The voice came from the distance, where the Alabasta army was engaged. A single strike from Baise summoned torrential rains, leaving the morale of the rebels shattered. Crocodile was apprehended by the Alabasta forces. "Shut up, fool. The rebels are but cannon fodder. Do you think my years of planning were merely to gather 100,000 rebels? The true trump card lies with the neighboring nations. For years, Alabasta has been using dance powder, causing droughts in surrounding countries. They pose the real threat to Alabasta." Crocodile said impatiently, "Mr. 1, go incite the surrounding nations and inform them that the Baroque works will offer them the utmost assistance. In 3 days, we will attack Alabasta. Notify Icarus. After lying low for so long, it's time to remind him of his identity and take action." Crocodile gazed towards Alabasta, murmuring to himself, 20 years have passed. It's time to bring this to a conclusion." Dark clouds loomed over Alabasta, persistent and unyielding, while rain fell in relentless torrents within the city. Lin Chen had sought to enjoy a breeze, but alas, the sword strike had not been contained, and his long-awaited beach play would have to be postponed. Finding a flat stone in the back mountains, Lin Chen reclined, his spirits dampened by the dreary weather. Suddenly, he was caught off guard by an unexpected kiss. "What are you doing here?" Vivi nestled against Lin Chen's chest, her complexion radiant and alluring. "How mischievous of you to come here for a breath of fresh air. Are you not afraid I might devour you?" Lin Chen teased, poking Vivi's cheek. Her playful demeanor ignited a fire within him. "Wait a moment, Lin Chen. I have serious matters to discuss," she said, her bashful expression further intensifying his desire. "As Alabasta faces peril, the world government remains indifferent. Now that you have rescued us, the people's voices are rising, wishing for you to become the protector of this nation. My proposal is for Alabasta to become your vassal state. What do you think? Since it is your proposal, I shall acquiesce. Yet, while your matters are resolved, mine remain unaddressed," Lin Chen replied, pressing closer. This moment of intimacy was not meant for the ears of outsiders. Suddenly, Lin Chen recalled a clever notion. If Alabasta were to become his vassal, enhancing its national strength was imperative. Otherwise, it would merely become an unwieldy burden. With a spark of inspiration, he rose and made his way towards the military camp. Chapter 197. After Baise's strike, Alabasta experienced 3 consecutive days of unrelenting rain, rivers swelling and life rejuvenating. However, the rain clouds remained confined to Alabasta, while neighboring nations continued to suffer from drought and despair. 3 days later, as the rain ceased, the army arrived. On the city walls, Cobra surveyed the distant encampment of troops, numbering in the millions. Crocodile commanded from the rear, a frown of concern etching his features. It was not that Cobra lacked confidence in Lin Chen. Rather, he felt daunted by the sheer magnitude of what lay ahead. Meanwhile, at the rear of the Allied forces, Crocodile's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Chen atop the city wall as the winds and sands intensified, carrying the echo of his voice. "Baise, after 20 years, do you know how I have endured? At this point, Alabasta is lost, as I foretold." Lin Chen felt utterly bewildered. 20 years. I have only been here for a short while. 20 years ago, I was scarcely born. Surely, there is more to this. He dismissed the thought. "Crocodile, do you truly believe that 1,000,000 men can impede my progress? Against beings of our caliber, mere numbers hold no sway. Words are futile. Let us settle this through our actions," Crocodile declared with a sweeping gesture. "Attack!" The 1,000,000-strong army surged forward like a dragon, drums echoing, soldiers charging forth amidst swirling sands. Their collective might transforming into a yellow dragon that struck at the very essence of all present. Lin Chen regarded the 1,000,000 soldiers before him, their thunderous roars failing to sway him. He calmly observed the vast sea of yellow, and then his eyes widened. Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, the world shifted as Lin Chen, among the foremost of the world's formidable powers, unleashed his unparalleled Conqueror's Haki. With a mere gaze, the battlefield was enveloped in an aura of terror, an indomitable force that none could withstand. Every soldier in the 1,000,000-strong army fell, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness. The battlefield fell silent, the whispers of the wind and sand now starkly audible, and for a long while, no one dared to speak. In that moment, the field was left with but a single figure. "Ha ha ha!" Crocodile laughed maniacally, unfazed by the bewildered stares of those around him. "Baise, Baise, Baise, you never cease to amaze me. Such power makes our duel worthwhile." As he spoke, the winds and sands coalesced around him, growing wilder, forming a colossal tornado that lifted the rain clouds that had just fallen. It was as if a demonic sovereign had descended from the heavens. Lin Chen, witnessing this spectacle, found himself amused. Was this a gift? Such a degree of wind and sand could hardly pose a threat. "Let me stoke the flames of your ambition," he declared, closing his eyes. When he opened them again, The patterns of his eyes transformed from a single tomo to two, and then to three, ultimately evolving into the kaleidoscope of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Amaterasu. A sphere of ominous black appeared, slowly igniting, tainting the swirling winds and sands. The winds wrapped around themselves, converging towards the center. Fire borrowed the strength of the wind. The wind ascended with the fire. Gradually, a colossal flame of heavenly fire encircled the eye of the storm, as if divine fire had descended upon the earth. This was the true manifestation of a heavenly demon sovereign, Amaterasu. As the incantation was initiated, a powerful black flame ignited at the focal point of the pupils, an inferno that would not vanish until its target was utterly consumed. The outcomes of such sorcery remained shrouded in mystery. The windswept sands surged forth, accompanied by the swirling clouds above, creating a tempest of darkness that incinerated everything in its wake. Once the flames subsided, the air was remarkably pristine, devoid of sand and debris. The clouds in the sky had been scorched to near oblivion, and the dawn's light illuminated the faces of the soldiers, casting its glow upon the countless unconscious bodies strewn across the battlefield, as well as the remnants of what had been reduced to mere ash. This battle had instilled fear in a million soldiers and eradicated the wicked. In the aftermath, Alabasta knew no more hostilities. The royal family's authority was re-established, and Lin Chen was revered as a deity, enshrined in the hearts of many. Thus, matters of this territory were resolved, and it was time to prepare for what lay ahead. Merely 2 fleeting years remained. The anticipation for the summit war was palpable. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Chen's eyes as he wondered how to engage in the forthcoming events. The army had indeed transformed into a more formidable force, exuding a sense of grandeur, though their attire remained somewhat awkward and required urgent attention. Lin Chen gazed upon the troops before him, satisfaction radiating from his countenance. Time had elapsed since then, and the army, through rigorous training, had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Initially, he had planned to indulge in leisure, to relish the pleasures of camaraderie. Yet the time had been devoted to training Alabasta's forces and subjugating neighboring nations. In the monumental war that had transpired, the coalition of millions had faced defeat at the hands of the Baroque works, leaving surrounding nations bereft of the will to resist. Within mere months, the entire land had become the domain of Alabasta. Months of training had afforded him ample leisure. This tranquil existence was truly delightful, being attended to, basking in the sun, indulging in food and drink, an experience both irresistible and ennobling. Lin Chen stretched languidly, reclining beneath the shade of an umbrella, surrounded by Vivi, White Star, Nami, and others. This exquisite moment was one no soul could truly empathize with. After such a long time, the system had yet to make an appearance. Perhaps my strength had reached its zenith, leaving no room for further enhancement. Nevertheless, this life was a marvel in itself. Ding. Task announcement, Summit War. Participate in the Summit War and achieve ultimate victory. Victory options. Option 1. Annihilate the Navy headquarters. Option 2. Defeat the Navy. Task rewards. One Piece map fragments. Item enhancement card X1. Random lottery X3, and unlock new functions. Accept the task? Yes. After a prolonged silence, the system had finally emerged, and Lin Chen found himself momentarily captivated by the notification, a smile unfurling upon his lips. After such indulgence, it was time to take action. All hands on deck. The target was the Navy headquarters. Chapter 198. A child chooses, I choose all. Ahem, rising from the ashes. The tale of Alabasta has reached its conclusion. Ultimately, Lin Chen spared the sand crocodile not out of disdain, but rather, a begrudging admiration for its charismatic persona. The Noah, comparable in size to a peninsula, glided slowly across the vast ocean. Lin Chen, at this juncture, had no desire to venture to Marineford. Despite having accepted the task, he yearned to find Trafalgar Law. After all, she was his first love, and Lin Chen held her in high regard. In the New World, the Noah traversed the upside-down mountain, transitioning from the Grand Line to the New Realm, while Lin Chen's gaze was fixed upon the North Sea. Nami quietly approached from behind, embracing his waist. Lin Chen, are you headed to the North Sea? Lin Chen chuckled, turning to wrap his arms around her. Indeed, I must retrieve Trafalgar. We need a cook aboard our ship. Nami bit her lip, looking up at him. Then, remember to treat Sister Trafalgar kindly. Lin Chen said nothing, simply holding Nami close. Ace decided to directly traverse the calm belt to reach the North Sea. The passage through the upside-down mountain was too narrow for the Noah, making it challenging for the ship to navigate. Conversely, the route leading to the New World was considerably more spacious than that toward the North Sea. Thus, Lin Chen opted to cross the calm belt directly from the New World to the North Sea. Although the calm belt was home to numerous sea kings, Lin Chen, confident in his own strength, had no fear of any such creatures. The sheer size of the Noah made it difficult for even the largest sea kings to disturb its course. However, the most colossal sea kings resided in the depths of the ocean. Moreover, Lin Chen's ship was accompanied by the Sea King Poseidon, rendering the calm belt devoid of peril for him, unlike other pirates who avoided it at all costs. As the Noah sailed through the calm belt, a sudden shout from Kane pierced the air. "Captain! Captain! There's a pirate ship ahead!" Bigson echoed. "Yes, Captain, look! That woman on the ship is stunning." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's interest peaked. He leapt onto the ship's railing, gazing at the diminutive vessel in the distance. Of course, compared to the Noah, it appeared rather small. 2 sea serpents accompanied the ship, and upon closer inspection, Lin Chen recognized it as the Kuja pirates, led by the Empress Boa Hancock. Due to the unique nature of this pirate crew, comprised entirely of women, their ship could navigate the calm belt without hindrance, provided they did not disturb the gargantuan sea kings lurking in the abyss. The Empress was exceedingly beautiful, undeniably deserving of the title of the world's most stunning woman. Yet, her beauty was one of haughtiness and regal elegance, distinct from the charm possessed by Nami, Ain, Trafalgar, and White Star. Presently, the Empress seemed unfamiliar with Luffy, as the timeline of the Summit War was still nearly 2 years away. Thus, Lin Chen desired it all. Chapter 199, I've slain another. "Hello, Boa Hancock." Lin Chen waved from the Noah. Upon hearing this, Hancock's expression shifted to one of wariness. "Who dares to speak my name?" Despite her inquiry, her gaze remained fixed upon Lin Chen aboard the Noah. Lin Chen smiled and addressed Hancock. "I have long heard of the renowned pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Seeing you now, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. You are truly one of the most beautiful women in the world." He intentionally added one of, as he believed Nami, White Star, Trafalgar, and others were equally enchanting. This phrasing would stoke a flicker of competitive spirit within the proud Hancock. Had Lin Chen encountered anyone more beautiful than herself? Or perhaps someone as beautiful? Hancock's fame was unparalleled, yet beauty manifests in myriad forms. A slight smile graced Hancock's lips. She had heard countless flattering remarks. Yet Lin Chen's praise resonated deeply with her. After all, Lin Chen was now recognized as the only man capable of challenging the might of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. White Zetsu, Lin Chen. Hee, I too have heard of Admiral White Zetsu's illustrious reputation. Seeing you today, you truly are exceptional. Moreover, I find no pleasure in gazing up at others. Such is the demeanor of the Empress. Even in the presence of the formidable Lin Chen, she remains neither servile nor overbearing. Though her words may convey tranquility, an aura of cold indifference radiates from her, a palpable barrier that keeps others at bay. Lin Chen discreetly licked his lips. It is precisely this haughty woman whose conquest would yield a profound sense of achievement. He knelt, executing a slight leap onto the deck of the 9 snake pirates, and at that very moment, all the female warriors aboard raised their weapons towards him. Lin Chen, however, remained utterly unfazed. Hancock commanded them to lower their arms, yet she added, "Sister, this is an order." The Empress's voice rang out with authority. Reluctantly, the crew complied. Hancock forced a smile as she addressed Lin Chen. "General Baise, what brings you so humbly to our humble abode?" Hancock had intended for her words to provoke Lin Chen's departure, for such a powerful man would not appreciate being addressed in a tone befitting a lesser being. After all, she was acutely aware that she could never rival him. He had once triumphed over 2 of the 4 emperors simultaneously. Although Lin Chen no longer served in the Navy, his legendary status was forged during that time, when he defeated 2 of the 4 emperors in a single combat, which catapulted his renown into the annals of history. Thus, despite his current piratical endeavors, the world still preferred to refer to him as General Baise rather than Pirate Baise. Lin Chen chuckled. "Of course, one must show leniency towards a beautiful lady. Furthermore, I am no longer a general. I am now a pirate, so please refrain from calling me General Baise." At this, Hancock appeared somewhat moved. "Mr. Baise, may I be so bold as to inquire why you left the Navy?" Lin Chen smiled and replied, I happened to kill a celestial dragon, and then, well, I was discovered. Following that, I killed another." Chapter 200, Do you want it? "Then I killed yet another." He concluded with a grin, leaving Hancock astonished. "You killed 2 celestial dragons?" Her curvaceous form trembled slightly, as if she could scarcely fathom that anyone would dare to slay a celestial dragon. With a gentle bite of her lip, her gaze toward Lin Chen transformed. "Mr. Baise, Lin Chen, please follow me." Hancock gracefully made her way toward the cabin of the 9 snake ship. Lin Chen observed her silhouette, strikingly tall and exquisitely shaped. Though he was uncertain of her intentions, he was not concerned. His overwhelming strength rendered him fearless. He followed Hancock into the cabin, undeterred by the hostile glares of the other women aboard. With a smile, he stepped inside. The cabin's interior was unlike that of an ordinary ship. Upon entering a room, he discovered an immense warm water pool, enveloped in a thin veil of steam. "Hancock?" Lin Chen called out, though the mist obscured his sight to some degree. Yet, he could sense a curled figure in the corner of the pool, emanating Hancock's essence. "I am here, Mr. Lin Chen. Please come closer." Lin Chen was uncertain of Hancock's intentions, yet it appeared that whatever she sought would not bring him harm. Approaching, he noticed a vibrant water snake coiled around the pool. Hancock had seemingly changed into a thin, purple gauze garment, the silhouette beneath it tantalizingly indistinct. This stunning tableau, combined with the delicate steam, created a uniquely ethereal visual allure. "Mr. Lin Chen, look." Hancock slowly turned her back to him, reclining upon the water snake. She gradually shed her garment, allowing her hair to cascade down her back. "Mr. Lin Chen, have you seen this mark?" Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. Was this not a rare opportunity? "I have seen it," he replied. Hancock donned the gauzy attire once more, yet the damp fabric afforded little concealment. Her voice trembled as she spoke to Lin Chen. "Where is it?" He responded. "It is a symbol established by a repugnant group to assert their dominion." Lin Chen declared with conviction, "One day, I shall eradicate those vermin dwelling in Mariawa." Hancock's gaze shifted toward Lin Chen, imbued with newfound depth. Gently biting her lower lip, she asked, "Do you desire it?" "Desire what?" The once proud empress now appeared slightly bashful, her cheeks flushing like a young girl. "My body." Hancock slowly disrobed, submerging herself beneath the water's surface, leaving only her head exposed. She softly stated, "Countless men yearn for my body, yet I harbor disdain for those foul creatures. You are different." Lin Chen, possessing the Sharingan and exceptional vision, had etched the image of her form into his memory, despite her swift retreat beneath the water's surface.